Chapter 1. Identity Beneath the Water. My name is Chunjhua, a 19-year-old underwater salvage worker. While this occupation may sound respectable, within our circles, we are derisively referred to as water rats, a term that carries an air of squalor and desperation. Since I can remember, I have been an unwanted orphan. It was a grandmother who scavenged for refuse who rescued me from a dumpster, eking out a meager existence by collecting scrap and discarded cardboard, yet she always shared half of her meager meals with me. When I turned 12, she was struck by a collapsing pile of debris while scavenging on the outskirts of the city. With no money for treatment, she succumbed within 3 days. Upon her departure, I was left with nothing but a salvaged diving knife and an old stopwatch. Growing up by the sea, I developed commendable swimming skills, which led me to follow in the footsteps of adults and become a water rat, allowing me to survive in this apocalyptic world. Do not be misled by my tender age. I have comprehended the world's malevolence all too thoroughly. There exists no tales of chivalry or vengeance in this realm. Beneath every smile lurks a concealed dagger, and beneath every show of warmth lies treachery. I have witnessed too many individuals cast aside their principles for trivial gains, tearing apart relationships for mere profit. In these times, affection is the least valuable pretense, while self-interest reigns supreme. I have grasped this truth more profoundly than many who have lived longer than I. At 4 in the morning, I was roused by the sound of water leaking from the roof. Drip, drip, drip. The sound was slow and methodical, akin to a relentless stopwatch, striking precisely in my temples. I rolled out of my splintered wooden bed, which was more a torture device for my spine than a place of rest. Each day, the first task upon awakening was to practice holding my breath. The rules of the underwater world are simple. Hold your breath an extra second. Live an extra moment. Pain is inconsequential. Lack of oxygen is the true tyrant. This was the means of survival. I dragged a cracked plastic box from beneath my bed and poured in the rainwater I had collected the previous night. The murky water barely reached my nostrils. Taking a deep breath of the damp, rusty air, I abruptly submerged my face into the icy, biting water and started the old stopwatch on my wrist. Midnight the water was eerily quiet. After 2 minutes, my lungs began to tighten as if gripped by a vice. After 5 minutes, my eyeballs felt as if they would burst, and stars danced at the edges of my vision. At 7 minutes, all that remained in my mind was a high-pitched hum, and I felt as if I were floating, caught between life and death. The stopwatch beeped. I shot up from the water, splashing wildly. Like a fish thrown ashore, I gasped for air, my chest ablaze with pain. I grabbed my notebook and struck through yesterday's entry, 7:30. I wrote a new goal, 7:45. Bang! The door was kicked open with a resounding crash. My rickety wooden door nearly fell apart. What the hell? Practicing breath holding again. Trying out for the Olympics in New Eden? It was De Zhuang, the local lackey, responsible for collecting rents. A plastic toothpick dangled from his mouth, and his mud-caked boots stomped mercilessly on my old oxygen hose, making it creak. I remained silent, quietly pushing the water tank back beneath my bed. In this place, the more you resemble a dog, the more you must act like a human. The more you appear human, the more you must behave like a dog. I chose to play the part of the dog. Playing dead? He approached, towering over me and exhaling foul breath. This month's rent, 50 points. I fished out all the credit chips I had exchanged for scrap copper the night before, handing them over. The display read, 18. His brow furrowed, and he cursed under his breath. Is this all? Are you trying to insult me? His filthy hands scoured my meager dwelling, finally seizing my old phone from beside the bed, weighing it in his palm. The balance is due tomorrow. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. If you don't pay up, I'll chop you into bits and feed you to the garbage compactor as bait. Clutching my phone, he turned to leave, slamming the door behind him with a thunderous crash. I crouched in the corner, motionless. Once his heavy footsteps faded, I dared to take a deep breath. I pried up a loose floor tile beside the bed and retrieved a rusted iron box. Inside lay my accumulated fortune from the past 6 months, 340 points, my entire wealth. The ticket to the new Eden colony was still a considerable distance from being secured, and I clutched the iron box, its cold rust biting into my palm. Today I would have to risk everything. Dawn broke, still shrouded in gray. After consuming a meager meal that tasted like sawdust, washed down with murky filtered water, each swallow felt like sandpaper scraping my throat. I donned my creaky diving gear and plunged into the sea, a region known as the Cauldron. This body of water, perpetually tainted by nuclear waste and industrial refuse, resembled a putrid soup. Visibility? Huh. It was non-existent. Without lighting, one had to rely solely on touch. Holding my breath, I descended into the depths, my fingers probing through the cold sludge and twisted metal debris. Suddenly, my fingertips grazed a piece of panel, its edges regular and material sturdy. My heart raced. It was a substantial titanium sheet. This could fetch a considerable number of points. As I pried it from the muck with my diving knife, a large hand, clad in thick waterproof gloves, shot out from the side and snatched the panel away. My heart sank. Turning to look, I saw 3 hulking figures from the Vulture salvage team, looming like iron towers amidst the murky water. The leader, obscured behind a glass visor, fixed a cold gaze upon me. He gestured simply, "Leave." I slowly raised my hands, indicating I possessed nothing. I kicked back, retreating at least 2 meters. Only then did their attention waver as they leisurely swam away with the titanium sheet, leaving behind a trail of rising bubbles, as if mocking me. In the depths of the water, there were no rules. Might dictated the law. They were the fists, and I was the one receiving the blows. I dragged my exhausted body back to the surface, empty-handed. In the evening, I resolved to dive once more, hoping for a stroke of luck. Beneath the night, darkness enveloped me, the cauldron reeking of decay. I switched on my flashlight, feeling my way through the abyss. Suddenly, a reflective object caught my eye. My heart leapt with excitement, and, as I prepared to investigate, suddenly, a cold hand, devoid of warmth, clamped fiercely around my throat. I struggled desperately, but the grip was as unyielding as iron. Then, a chill pierced through my back as a sharp dagger plunged in my body. The seawater turned crimson. Consciousness began to fade. My chest felt as though it would explode. I relinquished my fight. Grandmother, I can't hold on any longer. Chapter 2, Day of Reckoning. Tick, tick, tick. I jolted upright from the rickety bed, as if pulled from the depths of the water. I gasped, desperately inhaling. Cold sweat drenched my tattered clothing. Outside, the sky wore a deathly pallor. The drips from the leaky roof continued to echo in my mind. Damn, it was just a dream. I took a full minute to shake off the chilling sensation of being stabbed in the back, that suffocating feeling gradually dissipating. The dream was too vivid. I wiped the cold sweat from my brow. There was no time to ponder its meaning. A living person must first attend to their hunger. I had no leisure to linger over the nightmare of drowning. I seized my diving knife and plunged into the cauldron sea, as I usually did. The water was murky, resembling the liquid of a decaying corpse, visibility barely half a meter, yet I paid it no mind. Today, it seemed, fortune was finally smiling upon me. Amidst the sludge stained with oil and rust, my fingertips grazed a hard, cold object. Its texture was peculiar, too uniform to be scrap metal. I pried it loose and scraped off the muck. It was a black seal box. In the dim light, filtering through the murky water, I discerned the etched code of a bygone military-grade data unit. In that instant, my heart nearly leaped from my throat. This was no scrap metal. It was my lifeline. The sum it could fetch on the black market, combined with my savings amassed over 6 months, would be sufficient to purchase even the most wretched ticket to New Eden. I clutched the box tightly to my chest, as though cradling my very heart and soul. I dared not indulge my greed further, stealthily slipping into the purchasing station like a thief, keeping close to the shadows along the coastline. As I made my way, I sensed something was amiss in the air. The sky had taken on a sickly yellow hue, weighing heavily upon me. There was an ominous energy. Clutching the box, I dashed into the purchasing station. Old you, the proprietor, squinted at me through thick glasses that resembled the bottoms of bottles. "The weather seems a bit off today, kid. You're here awfully early." I wasted no breath on pleasantries, extracting the box from my coat and tossing it onto his greasy counter. "Will you take this?" Old Yu's eyelids flickered. He hesitated, glancing out at the eerie sky before donning gloves and lifting the treasure. TSK, military grade, but it's been around a while. The shell is 30% damaged. Troublesome. I knew exactly what that old fox was plotting. He was looking to haggle. I held my breath, remaining silent. Here, the first to speak was the first to lose. He scrutinized me for an extended moment, then raised 3 fingers. 300 points. No more. In this world, who knows if currency will even hold tomorrow? 300 points. My heart raced with elation. Combined with the 340 points in my iron box, it was enough. Enough for the most pitiful ticket. Yet I had to feign a look of despair. "Old you, your cut is too harsh. This is military grade. Just yesterday, I heard someone offered 500. 350. No more." Old you lamented, sealing the deal. "Damn it, kid. You've had a stroke of luck today. Take your money and scram. This sky looks ominous. I need to pack up. I seized the points chip he slid over. At that moment, it felt heavy with significance. This was life. Clutching the still warm chip, I stood on the dim street, suddenly feeling a chill along my spine. The once yellow sky had transformed into a sickly gray. The air was thick, suffocating. The wind had died, and even the wild dogs, usually raucous, had retreated into the depths of the ruins. The world was as silent as a freshly sealed grave. Something was off. That instinct honed through years of survival on the precipice of life and death was screaming at me. Run. Home. Gather all my savings. Immediately, I turned on my heel and raced madly toward the shantytown. Just 2 streets away, my foot stumbled suddenly. Water? I looked down to see murky black water bubbling up from the sewers and cracks in the pavement, swiftly rising past my ankles. This was not flowing water. It was rising, as if the earth had split open from below. A thunderous rumble echoed from the distant horizon. The sound resembled not thunder, but rather the simultaneous roar of thousands of heavy machinery grinding against the ground. I shot my gaze upwards. At the horizon, where sea met sky, a line began to form. A line connecting heaven and earth, murky and yellow, thickening and rising as it roared onward toward the land. That was no wave. It was a wall of billions of tons of seawater, poised to obliterate this filthy world. A tsunami. Run. The tsunami is coming. It was only then that the surrounding crowd erupted into frantic screams, like ants whose nest had been disturbed. But I did not flee upward with the throng. I ran against the tide, like a madman, toward the low-lying shanty town. My money, my ticket, the hope I had fought for with my life was all contained within that iron box. If I could just get to that box, I could escape. I could leave this wretched place. Get out of my way. Move. I shoved past several people blocking my path, stumbling into an alley already half submerged in water. The water rose alarmingly fast. It had gone from my ankles to my knees in mere moments. The immense force of the current swept away debris and dead fish, crashing against my legs. I made it. I spotted my dilapidated shack, but I was too late. Boom! Just as I reached out, a torrent of murky water crashed through the fragile walls. The entire shack collapsed like it was made of paper, instantly consumed by the black water. No, I howled, plunging into the icy depths. That corner, the loose floor tile. I held my breath and frantically searched the murky bottom. My fingers were sliced by iron nails and pierced by shards of glass, yet I felt no pain. I found the tile, empty. I touched the leg of the bed, broken. Nothing at all. That rusted iron box, the vessel of all my hopes, had been swept away by the damned flood. It was lost in the vast, stinking black water, never to be recovered. I burst forth from the water, gasping for air, my lungs burning, but the despair within me was far more painful. It was over. All gone. Savings, ticket, hope of escape. In the face of this disaster, they meant nothing. The heavens never grant the poor a way out. They merely chew up your hopes and spit them back in your face. I slumped in the chest-deep water, watching as the water wall drew ever closer. I suddenly lost the will to move. So be it. Dying in the water may be the best fate for us water rats. Just as I prepared to close my eyes and await death, a deep, penetrating vibration suddenly pressed down from the heavens. The sound drowned out the roar of the tsunami, sending ripples across the boiling water surface. I looked up in a daze. The heavy clouds were violently torn apart by an invisible force. A gargantuan silver-gray spaceship, beyond description, descended like an inverted mountain of steel, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure as it broke through the clouds over this land in ruin. It hovered precisely above the remnants of the city's only surviving and tallest structure, the global financial center. It obscured the light, casting a vast, chilling shadow. The ship bore no unnecessary embellishments, only a distinctly outlined insignia illuminated in cold blue light. Eden, 999. It hovered directly above the tsunami, its underside illuminated by rows of eerie blue indicator lights. Those lights, cold and indifferent, resembled the uncaring eyes that looked down upon all living beings. My heart, once ashen, suddenly stirred with life. If the heavens would not provide a path, then I would carve one for myself. Even if I had to crawl, I would reach that ship. I rose from the water, my gaze fiercer than the cold sea itself. Chapter 3. The human ladder the water had risen to my chest, each breath tainted with the stench of decay and death. I floundered like a fish thrashing in murky waters, desperately paddling my limbs, my gaze fixated on the distant skyscraper, the global financial center, which still stood tall amidst the ruins. It was the sole beacon of hope in this desolation. Help! Pull me up. Suddenly, a pale hand emerged from the depths, gripping my ankle with a vice-like strength. The force was astonishing, the nails digging into my flesh, dragging me deeper beneath the surface. I choked on the foul water, instinctively striving to break free. Looking down, I beheld a face, ghostly white and wide-eyed, filled with a desperate yearning for survival. A pang of anxiety gripped my heart. Under normal circumstances, on solid ground, I might have reached out to assist him, but the current was too fierce, and I could scarcely save myself. If he clung to me, we would both sink, becoming lost souls at the bottom of the abyss. Let go. Please let go. I couldn't vocalize my plea. My thoughts a frantic roar within. I kicked fiercely, attempting to free myself from his clutches. Before I could muster strength, a torrent of water propelled a broken wooden door toward us, crashing violently against the back of his head. In an instant, his grip released. I witnessed him struggle momentarily on the surface before the murky current engulfed him, leaving no trace behind. A weight settled in my chest, an oppressive sensation. Yet, I had no time for sorrow. In the face of this calamity, human life was as disposable as grass. Gritting my teeth, I harnessed the force of the water, swimming fervently towards the base of the building. It had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Thousands of souls were crammed onto the remaining platform, cries and curses mingling in a cacophony. Meanwhile, more individuals clung to the outer walls of the skyscraper like a swarm of desperate ants, fighting viciously for a foothold. Above, a ship named Eden hovered in midair, casting down blinding beams of light. These shafts were not there to rescue. They were there to select, where the beams illuminated. If someone waved cash or gold bars, a soft ladder would descend. Such were the rules, simple, brutal, and effective. I had no money left, but I still possessed hands and feet. I evaded the throngs battling for entry into the elevator shaft, seeking a relatively quiet corner, an exposed steel framework, slick and sharp, yet devoid of competition. Taking a deep breath, I dug my fingers into the crevices of the steel structure and began to ascend. The rain lashed against my face like a whip, and the wind threatened to sweep me away. With each step, my fingers felt as if they were scraping against blades. But I dared not pause. To stop was to perish. As I climbed to around the 30th floor, my lungs felt as though they might burst. My arms ached to the point of numbness. "Hey, brother," a weak voice called from below. A glance revealed a middle-aged man, suspended from a nearby steel beam, his face ashen and trembling. One of his hands had already slipped, leaving him precariously gripping a rusted bolt with the other. "Help me, please," he pleaded, his eyes filled with terror. "I have money. I have a gold watch." I ignored him and continued my ascent. A gold watch. At this dizzying height, gold felt heavier than stone. As I disregarded him, the man's gaze transformed. That desperate plea morphed instantaneously into a chilling malice. "If you do not save me, you shall not survive," he roared suddenly, ceasing his attempts to climb and instead violently shaking his body. The hand that had been gripping the bolt released its hold. He lunged towards me, attempting to drag me down with him. A lunatic. My scalp prickled. At this altitude, even the slightest push could lead to a fatal fall. Instinct for survival surged through my veins. In the instant he lunged, I clung fiercely to the steel frame, summoning every ounce of strength to retract my legs, which dangled perilously in the air. His hand grasped only emptiness. Those pale fingers merely brushed against the sole of my shoe, clutching at thin air. This desperate attempt caused him to completely lose his balance. "No!" The man let out a harrowing cry, flailing helplessly in the air. But the smooth steel frame offered him no second chance. He toppled backward like a discarded sack, tracing a despairing arc through the air before plummeting into the churning sea below. Not even a splash disturbed the surface. In an instant, he was consumed by the murky depths. I clung tightly to the steel frame, my heart racing as if it would burst from my chest. My palms slick with cold sweat. I did not kill him. I repeated this mantra in my mind. It was his own hand that released its grip. He had sought to harm me, and in doing so, he sealed his own fate. Yet, a life had vanished before my very eyes. The terror of death and the chill of human nature surged up my spine. This is the end of days. I do not harm others. But should one wish to harm me, not even the heavens could save them. I dared not linger or even glance below. Gritting my teeth, I mechanically resumed my ascent. 40 floors, 50 floors, 60 floors, time became a blur. My fingers were raw and bloodied. Consciousness began to wane. Yet, I noticed something peculiar. Amidst my extreme fatigue, I did not feel incapacitated. Quite the opposite, with each elevation, an inexplicable warmth surged within me. It felt as though something deep within my blood awakened. sustaining this weary shell of mine. Finally, I reached the rooftop terrace. It had become a battleground. Hundreds of people fought fiercely for a few dangling ropes. Step aside. I am a VIP. I have a ticket. Get lost. I have a gun. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and the man who had boasted of his ticket fell into a pool of blood. The crowd went wild. I did not rush towards the crowded ropes. My gaze was fixed on an inconspicuous, slowly retracting rope ladder in the corner. At that height, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to ascend. Like a cheetah, I dashed forward, leaping just as the ladder was 3 meters off the ground. My fingers hooked onto the knot at the end. My body swung heavily, nearly causing me to lose my grip. I bit down hard, my fingers clinging tightly to the knot, gradually being pulled up. As I crawled through the hatch, a sharp gust of air, tinged with the scent of antiseptic, struck my face. Coughing violently, I collapsed onto the frigid metal floor, my lungs ablaze with pain. Stand up. A chilling voice echoed from above. I raised my gaze to find 2 guards in silver-gray uniforms staring at me with icy disdain. The dark muzzles of their guns were pointed at my head, devoid of any compassion, only a profound loathing akin to that reserved for refuse. Name, number, asset verification. One of the guards brandished what appeared to be a scanner, waving it in my direction. I have no assets, I gasped, speaking the truth. A destitute wretch? The guard scoffed, his finger resting ominously on the trigger. What the hell are you doing here if you're broke? Just fertilizer? Just as he prepared to kick me back down, the guard with the scanner suddenly exclaimed, "Wait." As the device swept over my body, it emitted a rapid series of beeps, the data on the screen fluctuating wildly, a line of red code flashing briefly before swiftly changing to green. "What is happening?" inquired the armed guard. "The data seems peculiar. It appears to have detected some form of high-energy reaction," replied the scanning guard, furrowing his brow as he tapped the device twice. "Damn, this faulty machine again. Yet your physical condition is exceptionally good, meeting the labor standards." "Laborer?" The armed guard lowered his weapon, his murderous intent morphing into disdain. "Fine, consider yourself lucky. Go line up over there. Remember, aboard this ship, you are worth less than a dog. If you wish to survive, keep your mouth shut and work." I stumbled to my feet, lowering my head to conceal the flicker of defiance in my eyes. "Yes, sir." Just as I prepared to leave, my gaze inadvertently drifted toward a distant corridor leading deeper into the ship. A blurry figure of a crew member was dragging a massive, seemingly heavy black alloy box, swiftly disappearing around the corner. The box appeared peculiar, not resembling a container for cargo or ordinary refuse. Moreover, in the moment he turned, I thought I noticed the heavily sealed box quiver ever so slightly, as if something within was struggling. An inexplicable chill surged up my spine. I had survived. Yet, this vessel seemed far from a modern-day Noah's Ark. It resembled more a floating abattoir in the skies. Chapter 4. The assembly line. The hatch slammed shut behind me with a dull hydraulic locking sound, completely sealing off the tempest and wails from the outside world. "Move aside. Don't block the way." Before I could steady myself, an irate shout rang out from behind. A corpulent middle-aged man, struggling to ascend from the corridor, made his way towards me, though he appeared disheveled. The large gold chain around his neck and the crocodile leather suitcase clutched tightly in his grasp still proclaimed his status from the old world. As he approached, he forcefully pushed me aside, straightening his thoroughly soaked haute couture suit. From his pocket, he produced a gilded card, brandishing it before the guards with a clattering sound. "I am a VIP. This is my ticket. First class." The rotund man boasted imperiously, still convinced of his superiority, proclaiming his entitlement. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded, cutting through his bluster. Stunned, he clutched his face in disbelief, staring at the guard who had struck him. "You dare to hit me? Do you even know who I am? I have an account at the Swiss bank." Without a moment's hesitation, the guard delivered a brutal blow with the butt of his rifle to the man's abdomen. He crumpled to the ground like a boiled shrimp, expelling the extravagant feast he had indulged in the previous night. "Who you are on this planet is of no concern to me," the guard declared, stepping on the man's face and grinding his boot down. "Here, you are under my jurisdiction. Those deemed worthy may remain, while the unworthy shall be discarded like fish feed. Do you understand?" Despite his struggles, a guard equipped with a scanner approached, coldly scanning the man. "Excessive body fat, cardiovascular hardening, genetic rating, trash." The guard disdainfully waved his hand. "Dispose of him in the waste disposal area." "No, I have money. I am wealthy." His cries echoed like a slaughtered pig's wail as 2 guards dragged the once arrogant man towards a dark corridor. The crowd fell into an immediate silence. The survivors, who had initially considered flaunting their wealth and connections, turned pale, trembling as they concealed their possessions. Within the belly of this steel beast, The rules of the civilized world crumbled. Everyone, regardless of whether you were once affluent or destitute, heed my command. The lead guard's icy gaze swept over the crowd. Here, there are no identities, only numbers. If you wish to survive, adhere to the regulations. Males to the left, females to the right. Disrobe. Strip down completely. Not a single scrap of fabric shall remain. Shame. In this abattoir reeking of disinfectant and blood, it was the most useless of emotions. We resembled a flock of lambs led to slaughter, naked and herded into a vast metallic corridor. Suddenly, the overhead sprinklers activated, unleashing a noxious, high-pressure chemical wash that stung like a whip against our skin. Those who attempted to evade the deluge were met with brutal punishment. Once cleansed, before I could catch my breath, a set of gray overalls, exuding a musty odor, was unceremoniously thrown upon me. As I caught the garment, I noticed a series of numbers, C-157, crudely stamped in black paint across the left chest area. Put it on. The cold voice rang out once more, addressing the entire assembly. Your number is your name. Remember it, and do not forget what you are. Follow the green line on the floor. Do not look around. Do not run astray, or you will be shot on sight. Clad in the coarse, sandpaper-like fabric, I merged into the dazed crowd, proceeding along the seemingly endless green line. Along the way, I discreetly observed my surroundings. The internal structure of this vessel was as intricate as a labyrinth, with branches diverging one after another. As I passed a fork in the road, several individuals clad in white protective suits hurriedly pushed a sealed cart. The wheels of the cart rattled over a speed bump, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. A ghastly pale hand slipped from beneath the covering cloth, and my pupils dilated in shock. The hand was covered in black scales, with sharp, curved nails resembling the claws of some ferocious beast. The personnel in protective gear immediately halted, frantically shoving the hand back beneath the fabric. Casting a wary glance in our direction, their cold, chilling gaze sent shivers down my spine. I quickly lowered my head, feigning ignorance, though my heart raced wildly within my chest. Was it a plague, a mutation, or an experiment? Where, indeed, was this vessel taking us? Eventually, we were led to a massive chamber door marked Area C7. Enter, barked a guard, brusquely pushing us inside. At the threshold, each person received a bag of nutritional paste. The living quarters before us resembled a colossal cage, crammed with tightly packed, triple-tiered metal bunk beds. Hundreds of souls were crammed together like sardines, the air thick with the scent of sweat and despair. This is your den, the guard stated coldly from the entrance. 2 meals daily. Everyone must remain at their designated spot. If anyone dares to make a sound after lights out, I shall ensure they are silenced forever. With a resounding clang, the heavy iron door slammed shut, severing our only escape. Night deepened. The overhead lights dimmed to a blood-red glow, akin to a suffused eye gazing down upon us. Surrounding me were the sounds of snoring, teeth grinding, and muffled sobs. Some prayed, others cursed, while many lay still as corpses. Sleep eluded me as I curled up on the lower bunk in the corner, replaying the image of that scaled hand in my mind. Suddenly, a faint, hurried footstep reached my ears. It was stealthy, akin to a thief's approach. Narrowing my eyes, I peered through the dim light. The hatch slid open silently, and a woman in a crew uniform slipped inside. In the faint illumination, I observed her pallid complexion, disheveled hair, and the frantic rise and fall of her chest. She trembled, and even from a distance, I could sense her anxiety. She was searching for someone, her gaze scanning the densely packed beds until it landed on a nearby bunk where a bespectacled middle-aged man lay asleep. She rushed over and shook him awake with urgency. "Wong Wong, wake up." Her voice was a hushed tremor. The man, groggy and bewildered, blinked at the woman in shock. "Xiao Lin." "What?" asked Xiu. The woman, identified as Xiao Lin, glanced back at the hatch in terror, speaking rapidly as if imparting a final message. "Listen to me. There is no time to explain. There is something wrong with the orders from above." "What?" "Do not enter the cryo chamber. They intend to use us as," suddenly, a cacophony of heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Her words abruptly ceased, and the color drained from her face. Releasing the man, she darted away like a startled rabbit, seeking another exit. In a flurry of panic, she stumbled as she passed by my bunk, colliding heavily with the edge of the bed. I found myself gazing into a pair of tear-filled eyes, brimming with despair and silent pleas. Our faces were scarcely 10 centimeters apart, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. She glimpsed the fleeting clarity in my eyes, and I discerned the insignia on her chest, Senior Navigator Lin Lan. She paused, seemingly taken aback by the fact that this boy, who appeared akin to a beggar, was still awake. "Please, don't make a sound," she mouthed silently, her eyes filled with dread. The sound of footsteps approached the doorway. She realized there was no time left, not even for another word. She cast a deep glance at me, her gaze flickering with resolve and regret, as if apologizing for dragging me into this crisis. The next moment, she sprang to her feet and fled in the opposite direction. Stop! Who goes there? The beam of a flashlight swung wildly, and a pack of fully armed guards stormed in like a pack of wolves, roughly pushing aside the obstructing beds, pursuing her silhouette as it vanished into the shadows. Who was that just now? What happened? Those roused from their slumber murmured in confusion, yet upon seeing the fierce guards, they retreated beneath their covers. The man known as Wang was now frozen in fear, huddled under the blankets, trembling and too frightened to utter a sound. The cabin returned to an eerie silence, as if nothing had transpired. Only I remained, lying in the dark corner, palms clammy with cold sweat. Do not enter the sleep chamber. The woman's desperate eyes and her unfinished words sent a chill through me. Where exactly was this vessel intending to take us? Or perhaps it had no intention of transporting us anywhere at all. I closed my eyes, but sleep eluded me. I understood that from this moment on, I could no longer trust any command issued aboard this ship. To survive, I must keep my eyes wide open at all times. Chapter 5. The Incomplete. After that night, I never saw Navigator Lin again, and no one around mentioned the brief commotion that had transpired. The man referred to as Wang was summoned by the crew the following morning and subsequently vanished without a trace. No one inquired, and no one dared to ask. An unspoken fear and silence pervaded Zone C7. We were like livestock, receiving bland, tasteless nutrient paste at regular intervals, permitted to move within a confined area, yet mostly confined to our beds. Occasionally, the wall-mounted intercom would crackle to life, delivering cold, emotionless announcements instructing certain numbered individuals to undergo further examinations or skill assessments. Those summoned rarely returned. On the third day, the jarring sound of the intercom shattered the stillness. Individuals numbered C100 to C200 stepped forward. Proceed to Zone B12 for pretreatment for deep sleep. I was C157, listed among them. A dozen guards burst in, their electric batons crackling ominously, herding us out like cattle. Zone B12 was colder than Zone C, a chill seeping into our bones. The walls here were stark white, so blindingly bright that it made one dizzy. The air was thick with a sickly, nauseating chemical scent, the unmistakable odor of death. Form a line. Extend your arm. A group of doctors clad in white coats and donning gas masks stood on either side of the corridor, wielding pressure injection guns devoid of needles, their movements mechanical and numbed. It was my turn. I extended my arm, fixating my gaze on the eyes behind the mask, void of any emotion, as if assessing mere cargo. What is this? I croaked, my voice barely audible. Nutrients and sleep aid, came the cold reply from the doctor. Ensuring you won't starve in slumber. A faint pop echoed as the frigid liquid surged into my veins. This was no nutrient. It felt akin to shards of glass and poison being injected into my bloodstream. Agonizing pain shot through my arm, radiating throughout my body. My heart constricted violently. My vision began to blur, and the sounds around me oscillated between distant and near. Next, I was roughly shoved aside, stumbling forward. The line led into a vast circular hall, densely packed with countless metallic capsules. They resembled not the futuristic sleep pods I had envisioned, but rather stood like upright metal coffins. Each capsule was connected to elaborate tubing, pulsating with that eerie green liquid. Lie down. A guard struck my back with the butt of his rifle. I saw the capsule numbered B1207. This was to be my coffin. I did not wish to enter. I recalled the woman's warning. Never enter the sleep pod. Instinctively, I attempted to resist, to turn and flee. But the drug coursing through my body took effect. My limbs became unresponsive. My muscles felt as though they were melting, leaving me weak and powerless. My mind remained alert. Yet my body had turned to a puddle of sludge. Two guards hoisted me up and unceremoniously tossed me into the capsule. The cold metal pressed against my back. Click, click. My limbs were secured with restraints. I struggled desperately, but the drug's effects and the bindings rendered me immobile. I yearned to scream, yet only a feeble wheeze escaped my throat. The capsule lid slowly closed, the last glimmer of light fading into the crevice. Darkness enveloped me, yet I sensed that I was not asleep. On the contrary, my senses were magnified to an infinite degree. A sudden rush of icy gas surged into the capsule from the nozzle above, instantly filling the confined space with that sickly sweet stench. I held my breath, desperately attempting to withstand the suffocating air, but the gas permeated through my skin. Fire. It felt as though my entire being was ablaze. I seemed to be sinking into a cold, viscous nightmare. Something was infiltrating my body, coursing through my veins and along my nerves, slowly and forcibly. bringing with it a peculiar sensation of both fusion and tearing. My cells appeared to scream, as if being activated and intensified in an abnormal manner. Fragments of some external, icy consciousness attempted to flood into my brain, inundating me with incomprehensible noise and distorted images. Get out! Get out! In the depths of my mind, I screamed fervently. A powerful will to survive fiercely resisting the encroaching assimilation, forcefully suppressing it into a dormant state. I could sense a transformation within my body, yet its exact nature eluded me, akin to an ominous, silent entity lurking within. I remained unaware of the duration I struggled in that agonizing stupor. Time had lost all meaning. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, as if the very cosmos were collapsing in that instant. A violent tremor reverberated throughout the entire spacecraft. The crimson alarm lights began to flash erratically, and the piercing buzz penetrated the soundproofing of the cryogenic chamber, stabbing my eardrums like needles. Warning: hull integrity severely compromised. Warning: life support systems malfunctioning. Warning: multiple compartments detected with loss of pressure. Unknown biological intrusion alert. Level S-Class. Maximum threat. S-Class. Maximum threat. The cold, electronic synthetic voice delivered the grim announcements devoid of emotion. A sudden sensation of weightlessness engulfed me, as if my very organs were attempting to escape through my throat. Bang! 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 A series of explosive sounds resonated around me. Were the other cryogenic chambers detaching in the violent upheaval, or were they being breached from within? My chamber lid had been forced open slightly. The noxious gas ceased its flow. I gasped for breath, greedily inhaling the murky yet liberating air outside. The intrusive will that had seized my mind momentarily halted due to the interruption. Now was the moment. My intense desire to survive overwhelmed the drug-induced stupor. With a primal scream, I summoned every ounce of strength within me. My muscles swelled with explosive power under the influence of the unknown substance. With a sharp snap, the restraints on my wrist shattered. I kicked the half-open lid aside and tumbled out. What lay before me was a scene from hell. The slanted floor was littered with shattered cryogenic pods and flickering electric sparks. Yet, I did not see any survivors. Instead, a grotesque creature, neither human nor beast, was hunched over another individual, viciously tearing at their throat. Its skin had turned a ghastly gray, protruding spines lined its back, and its nails had sharpened to lethal blades. It was a mutated monstrosity. Roaring, the creature sensed my presence and abruptly turned its head. Blood dripped from its maw, its eyes devoid of pupils, replaced by a cloudy white. It had spotted me. Abandoning its prey, it dropped to all fours and lunged at me like a colossal lizard. It was astonishingly swift, several times faster than a normal human. I barely had time to think. My body instinctively reacted. I sidestepped, and in the moment it missed its strike, I seized a shard of metal from the ground and, with unprecedented precision and ferocity, plunged it into the back of its neck. With a sickening squelch, black blood sprayed across my face. The creature convulsed a couple of times before falling still. I gazed at my hand, momentarily stunned. This strength, this speed, was this still me? Had I, too, been altered by the serum? Boom. Once again, a tremendous roar echoed as a gaping fissure tore through the cabin wall. The spacecraft was disintegrating. We were plummeting. Where's the escape pod? In a frenzy, I dashed down the slanted corridor, engulfed by flames and the monstrous roars that reverberated around me. Rounding a corner, I spotted a green gate marked with an emergency escape sign. I lunged toward the control panel, my hands trembling as I frantically pressed the activation button. The airtight door hissed open. Inside was a cramped yet adequate escape pod, furnished with 2 side-by-side seats, a complex control panel, and a viewing window. I hastily entered and slammed the door button shut from within. The door sealed swiftly, momentarily shutting out the horrors and chaos outside. Hurry, I gasped, flinging myself into one of the seats and clumsily fastening the safety belt. Just as I searched for the ignition button, bang! The entire escape pod jolted violently. As if struck by a colossal force, I peered through the observation window in terror, witnessing a massive, suction cup-laden tentacle coiling around the pod's exterior. A gigantic eye pressed against the glass, coldly and greedily fixating on me. No, get away from me! I screamed in despair, wildly pounding on the console. Buzz! The main engine of the escape pod roared to life. The immense overload thrust me firmly into the seat. Simultaneously, several high-voltage wires shot outward from the pod's exterior, forcefully repelling the tentacle. A sharp, agonized shriek pierced the air. The tentacle, once ensnaring the pod, recoiled abruptly. The escape pod launched forth like a cannonball, instantly detaching from the Eden 999's core, hurtling into the vastness of space. The overwhelming force and shock rendered my vision momentarily dark. Yet, I persevered, astonished to discover that my body could endure this strain far beyond my previous limits. Though my breathing was labored, I was nowhere near my threshold. Gasping, I glanced back through the observation window. The Eden 999's hull was severely damaged, the colossal explosions illuminating the cold cosmos like silent fireworks. Countless debris and ejected escape pods scattered around the spacecraft. Ahead loomed an enormous, unfamiliar planet, almost entirely cloaked in azure, occupying my entire field of vision, rushing toward me. The escape pod's computer emitted a chilling alert. Warning, uncontrolled trajectory into the atmosphere. Prepare for impact. Destination, unknown oceanic planet. My heart sank. I had escaped hell only to plunge into another unknown world. Yet, almost immediately, an even stranger sensation surged within me as I gazed at the azure planet below. Feeling the escape pod shudder from the friction of the atmosphere and the rising heat, that cold, enigmatic power within me seemed to awaken. It did not seek to dominate me. Rather, it appeared to adapt. An indescribable awareness spread through me. I sensed the external pressure fluctuations, my body subtly adjusting under this force to better withstand the impending impact and the boundless depths of the ocean. My lungs seemed to have become remarkably efficient. My desire for oxygen perceived and controlled with an unprecedented clarity. However, the intense heat and violent vibrations generated by atmospheric friction far exceed my imagination. The view outside has transformed into a blazing crimson, and the entire escape pod trembles with a terrifying intensity, as if it is on the verge of disintegration. The force within my body continues to resiliently sustain my physiological functions, yet the immense impact and constant rotation ultimately surpass all limits. My consciousness feels as if it has been seized by an invisible hand, relentlessly squeezing and tossing me about. Finally, amidst the heat and roar, that string snaps. Darkness. An absolute, unconscious darkness engulfs me. Chapter 6. The Exile Under Dual Moon's Darkness. Then comes the pain, an excruciating ache that rends my entire being. Yet, the most unbearable sensation is not the pain, but the heat. The fire injected into my body within the hibernation pod has not extinguished. It races through my veins like countless tiny insects gnawing at my nerves, clamoring to break through my skin, to tear everything apart. Gasping, I abruptly open my eyes and draw in desperate breaths. With each inhalation, it feels as though I have swallowed a mouthful of scalding sand. Before me lies an abyss of blackness, illuminated only by the flickering emergency red lights on the escape pod's control panel, resembling ghostly flames. I am not dead, but I am on the brink of madness. This hunger is not merely the emptiness in my stomach. It is a primal scream from every cell, yearning for energy, or perhaps for carnage. Trembling, I unfasten my safety belt and push open the hatch. A rush of cold, moist air, tinged with an unfamiliar briny scent, sweeps in. I lean out. The sky is a profound velvet blue, adorned with a massive white primary star and a ghostly green companion. The twin moons grace the heavens, their brilliance casting a radiant glow across the world. Before me stretches an endless expanse of ocean, shimmering with fragmented light. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing but water, with only the distant horizon presenting a blurred, dark arc, a realm wholly governed by the sea. Upon catching sight of the water, a peculiar calmness washes over the feverish heat within me. Like a desperate addict, I disregard all else, leaping out of the pod and plunging into the frigid embrace of the ocean. The moment my skin meets the seawater, I seem to hear the sound of red-hot iron being quenched. That piercing heat is finally subdued a little, the icy sensation restoring a fragment of my sanity. At that instant, a faint yet soul-piercing hum resonates from the depths of the sea. The sound transcends mere auditory perception, resembling a frequency that directly evokes a resonance within the power coursing through me. It calls to me, a temptation and a balm, akin to an injured beast hearing the call of its mother. Compelled by some unseen force, I do not ascend. Instead, I dive deeper into the shadowy abyss from which the sound emanates. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. To my astonishment, I find my descent remarkably effortless. The increasing water pressure does not bring a sense of oppression. My eardrums instinctively adjust to the changes. The oxygen within my lungs is astonishingly consumed at a slow pace, as if it has been concentrated. Even in the depths of darkness, my eyes can discern the surrounding silhouettes, the schools of fish gliding gracefully, the swaying seaweed, all emitting a faint bioluminescent glow in my perception. An icy force within my body is efficiently managing my oxygen, enhancing my resistance to pressure. What has this infection done to me? As I descended to a depth of approximately 50 meters, The sense of calling intensified to an extreme. Before me lay a seabed adorned with coral. Within the crevices of the reef, something peculiar was lodged. It was a black, rectangular object, roughly the size of my palm. Partially buried in the sand, devoid of any algae, and even the fish kept their distance, as if it were a black hole in this desolate marine expanse. It was incongruous with the primordial seabed. What could this be? I swam closer, trembling, and extended my hand to grasp it. Upon my fingertips making contact, an indescribably chilling sensation surged through my arm, cascading throughout my body in an instant. It felt akin to plunging a glowing iron into cold water. The wildfire of madness that had erupted within my mind due to the mutation miraculously extinguished in that moment. The maddening hunger and destructive impulses receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and calmness. I clutched it tightly, pulling it from the sand. It was a pitch-black card, its texture reminiscent of jade yet metallic, and it felt smooth and warm to the touch. I flipped the card over. Its reverse side bore an intricate, seemingly fluid code composed of countless minuscule light points, which appeared to shift, rearranging into various incomprehensible patterns as I altered my perspective. Above this dynamic code, a relatively larger and clearer embossed symbol caught my attention, evoking an inexplicable association with a character from the Greek alphabet. Holding this enigmatic card, I was filled with awe and confusion. What is this? Alien technology? Fragments from a crashed spacecraft? What purpose does it serve? Just as I was engrossed in studying the card, my arm inadvertently brushed against the sharp edge of a nearby reef. A sharp pain shot through me, and a small trickle of blood immediately seeped from the wound, diffusing a faint red hue in the seawater. An astonishing scene unfolded. The mist of blood was instantaneously absorbed by the black card. Its previously dark surface suddenly came to life. Countless minuscule, stardust-like blue light points flowed within the card, reorganizing themselves. The points coalesced, outlining a hexagram composed of two equilateral triangles before my eyes. Before I could scrutinize it further, the water behind me suddenly surged violently. A potent sense of danger pricked at my back. I whipped around, and less than 3 meters away, a bizarre fish, drawn by the scent of blood and armed with serrated teeth, was fixated on me. The creature opened its gaping maw, filled with fangs, and lunged at me like a torpedo. Its speed was astonishing. I barely had time to evade. In that instant, the chip card in my hand became scalding hot. The shimmering points of light on the surface suddenly transformed into a tempest, and the once gentle geometric shapes disintegrated, morphing into radiating circular ripples. I was utterly clueless on how to wield it. Instinctively, driven by fear, I raised the searing card in my hand to shield myself. Buzz! The symbols on the card erupted into a blinding blue luminescence, an illumination that felt less like mere light and more akin to a tangible wave of energy. Without a sound, the serrated monstrosity of a fish, measuring nearly half a meter, vanished before my very eyes, as if it had never existed. Stunned, I remained frozen at the bottom of the 50-meter deep sea, my hand trembling slightly as it clutched that enigmatic chip. A chilling sensation crawled up my spine, enveloping my entire being. What had transpired? Where was the fish? I abruptly glanced at the chip in my hand. Next to the graphic on its surface, an exceedingly tiny marker, seemingly denoting quantity, flickered slightly. A ludicrous yet terrifying thought struck me. Had this card just absorbed that fish? Had it activated with my blood? Was that graphic indicating it had stored a fish? What on earth was this infernal object? A profound sense of suffocation urged me to ascend. Grasping that seemingly sentient and perilous card tightly, I swam desperately toward the surface. When I finally burst forth from the water, clinging to the edge of the escape pod, I gasped for air, my gaze fixed upon that obsidian card in my hand, a tempest raging within my heart. I might have stumbled upon not a mere tool, but rather a diabolical pact. Chapter 7. The Devil's Gift. I slumped onto the damp floor of the escape pod, feeling as though I had just emerged from an icy abyss, shivering uncontrollably. The black chip in my hand now lay silent, resembling an ordinary piece of obsidian. The terrifying blue light that had erupted in the depths of the sea, seeming like a mere hallucination brought on by oxygen deprivation. Yet the faintly glowing symbol on its reverse side, along with the bizarre geometric shape representing storage, incessantly reminded me, this object does not belong to humanity. Gurgle. A violent spasm erupted from my stomach, a protest from my body. The hunger that had been forcefully suppressed by the chip had dissipated. Yet the primal physiological hunger of humanity felt as though it were gnawing through my stomach walls. I craved sustenance. My gaze remained fixated on the card in my hand. It could consume. Could it also regurgitate? Could the creature it had devoured revert back? If it did, Could it be consumed again? A barrage of questions flashed through my mind like a relentless barrage. It felt akin to striking a deal with the devil, but did I possess any choice? I inhaled deeply, grazing my fingertip across the symbol. Cold, lifeless. I attempted to concentrate my thoughts, fixating on the abstract shape composed of luminous dots, fervently repeating in my mind, emerge. Spit it out. No response. It was as unyielding as a stone, mocking my inadequacy. I furrowed my brow, recalling the moment I had activated it in the depths. Blood, my blood, had awakened it. I gazed at the wound on my arm, a jagged mark left by the coral. The bleeding had ceased, leaving only a gruesome red scar. I clenched my teeth and bit down hard on my fingertip. A crimson droplet of blood emerged. Without hesitation, I pressed my bloodied fingertip firmly onto the symbol. A familiar sensation surged within me. Success seemed imminent. I silently urged in my mind, extract it. Bring forth the fish. This time, as my thoughts converged, I sensed that the chip card had somehow comprehended my intent. It trembled ever so slightly, akin to a heartbeat pulsing within my palm. The luminous point on its reverse side re-emerged, and the symbol glowed brightly, accompanied by a flickering light nearby. Suddenly, a fish, adorned with rainbow stripes yet lifeless and frigid, materialized before me. It was the very one I had lost in the depths. I had succeeded. Truly miraculous. Yet, at this moment, it was merely sustenance. I pressed the fish's head down with my survival knife, expertly scraping off its scales and gutting it. The flesh revealed an eerie pale pink hue, devoid of any foul odor, instead emanating a unique sweetness reminiscent of the deep sea. Could it be safe to consume? Might it be toxic? These thoughts flitted through my mind for merely half a second before I extinguished them. In this cursed place, starvation was a high probability, while poisoning was a lesser concern. I cut a piece of raw fish flesh, closed my eyes, and shoved it into my mouth. It was icy, slippery, and cold, bearing the briny essence of sea fish. Yet it tasted remarkably normal, with a hint of sweetness. The moment I swallowed, a long-forgotten sense of fullness returned to my stomach. I could eat. I devoured half the fish in a ravenous frenzy until my stomach no longer convulsed. I had survived. With my hunger satiated, reason reclaimed its dominion. I gazed at the card in my hand, now returned to silence. The symbol representing quantity had vanished, and the light had dimmed. It appeared that once extracted, it reset. Moreover, it seemed to react solely to biological matter. I had attempted to bring it near a metal screw earlier, but it yielded no response. Half a fish would not sustain me for long. Additionally, I required fresh water. The escape pod's life support system had failed, and the remaining fresh water would suffice for only 2 days. I needed to descend. Upon inspecting the storage compartment of the escape pod, I discovered not only a small oxygen tank, but also a complete set of underwater survival gear, a nano-level ultra-high molecular diving suit, complete with fins. With these tools at my disposal, I transformed from predator to hunter. Clad in the diving apparatus, I took a deep breath and plunged into the water. That familiar sensation of being enveloped by the deep sea's pressure washed over me once more. I dove to the rocky area where I had previously discovered the chip card, approximately 50 meters deep. The ecology here was vibrant, teeming with various peculiar fish darting among the corals. I refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to observe. The chip card's collection seemed to have a range limit. The strange fish had only been captured when it approached me within about a meter. This meant I had to get close enough, which was perilous. Yet in the depths, fortune favors the bold. Like a lurking specter, I stealthily approached a massive cluster of purple coral, where a school of flat fish glimmering with blue light foraged. Slowly, I extended my hand, placing the chip card against my palm, aiming at the fish nearest to me. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1.5. Extract. With a surge of intent, I commanded. The card vibrated gently. Before my eyes, the blue fish vanished in an instant, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. This time, there was no blood involved. It seemed that the previous instances of blood had served to bind or activate something, establishing a connection between it and me, or perhaps it acknowledged my biological signal. Suppressing my exhilaration, I continued my hunt. 1, 2, 3. I drifted like a greedy specter, silently reaping lives amidst the coral thickets. The luminous points on the card multiplied, intoxicating me with the thrill of wielding life and death, until my gaze fell upon a formidable creature. It was a peculiar fish, its body adorned with dark red bony plates, exceeding a meter in length. It lay languidly on the sandy bed, exuding an aura that warned of its ferocity. I surmised it must be meaty. Silently, I glided above it, maintaining a distance of 2 meters. I raised the card, focusing my intent. Capture. The card vibrated, blue light flickering. Yet, in the next moment, a chilling revelation unfolded. The The red fish did not disappear. Its dark red bony plates suddenly radiated an eerie crimson glow, forming a biological force field that repelled the blue light of the chip. In that instant, the creature was enraged. It violently swung its tail, its massive form generating a powerful current, launching itself like a crimson projectile, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth aiming directly at me. Had the card failed? Was it being selective? Fear coursed through me, and I instinctively kicked to the side, narrowly evading that cavernous mouth. The bony plates grazed my diving suit, producing a jarring screech, and my shoulder erupted in pain. Undeterred, it swiftly retaliated, expertly maneuvering through the water for another assault. Its speed was overwhelming. I had no time to reactivate the card. In that critical moment, a thunderous boom erupted from the depths below. Subsequently, a massive shadow, akin to a streak of black lightning, shot forth from the darker, deeper abyss of the ocean. It was a tentacle, a colossal appendage, adorned with pale, ghastly suckers, as thick as a barrel. With a resounding crack, the tentacle struck the red fish with pinpoint precision. The once ferocious creature was instantly reduced to a crushed insect, its bony plates shattering and blood gushing forth. Then, the tentacle coiled around the fish, yanking it back into the abyss. The entire ordeal transpired in a blur, so swiftly that I scarcely had time to comprehend it. Only the blood mist that permeated the water bore witness to the one-sided massacre that had just unfolded. I stood frozen, my blood running cold. I had believed myself a hunter. Yet, in the face of the true abyss, I, along with that red fish, were mere insects. Easily extinguishable. Flee. No longer daring to indulge in greed, I propelled myself frantically towards the surface. Upon returning to the escape pod, I slammed the door shut, collapsing to the floor, gasping for breath as my heart threatened to leap from my throat. I gazed at the chip in my hand, which contained 5 fish. And for the first time, I felt no joy. This ocean was far more terrifying than I had ever imagined. My card, perhaps a miraculous tool, could not save one who tempts fate in the face of overwhelming power. To survive, I must exercise greater caution, exhibit more greed, and adopt a more ruthless demeanor. Chapter 8. The Storm Within. Once the initial shock subsided, hunger once again surged within me. With great care, I activated the chip card using my blood, retrieving a sizable fish. After indulging in a feast of sashimi, my strength was somewhat restored, yet my throat felt parched as if it were on fire. Freshwater. This precious commodity had become far more vital than sustenance itself. The wretched recycling system within the escape pod barely produced a few drops of water, insufficient for my needs. Gazing out at the boundless blue expanse, anxiety gripped me. All that salt water would hasten my demise. Undeterred, I repeatedly pointed the chip card towards the sea, hoping for a miracle. Yet, it remained utterly unresponsive. The card seemed to recognize only living organisms, utterly ignoring inanimate entities like water and metal. It appeared that I would have to devise a solution on my own. Distillation? That sounded feasible. However, it required certain apparatus, a container capable of heating and sealing, along with a stable heat source. The meager emergency power from the escape pod might yield a trickle of electricity, but where could I acquire the necessary container? My gaze swept the interior of the pod, ultimately landing on the discarded instruments and pipes. Well then, I would dismantle them. Without hesitation, I seized my survival knife and the nearest tools, embarking on a cacophonous disassembly. I was no engineer. Many structures perplexed me, and I could only pry and smash, relying on sheer brute force. During this process, I ventured beneath the waves several times. Firstly, to continue collecting fish for reserves, and secondly, in hopes of discovering useful items from the sunken vessels. I avoided the area where I had encountered the strange fish last time, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Yet, fortune smiled upon me. I stumbled upon a treasure, a stainless steel sealed container that had fallen from a ship. It was roughly the size of a basketball, featuring an opening with no lid in sight. This was essentially a makeshift distillation pot. After considerable effort, I managed to drag it back to the pod. For the entirety of the following day, I engaged in a battle of wits with this metal canister. Using the salvaged metal pieces, I fashioned a makeshift lid, sealing it as best I could with some high-temperature adhesive. I then disassembled more delicate pipes to connect them, creating a condensation apparatus. I positioned this rudimentary distiller outside the pod, harnessing the light of the binary stars to focus the heat, while also connecting it to the paltry emergency power supply to activate the heating element. With both methods combined, I hoped the seawater within the container would transform into life-sustaining freshwater. The efficiency was appallingly low. After laboring for the better part of the day, the collected water vapor condensed into a meager amount, barely enough to soothe my throat. Yet, I felt a surge of elation. There was hope. This indicated that my approach was correct. I could indeed produce water by my own efforts. As evening descended, I sat at the pod's entrance, sipping the rusty-tasting fresh water and watching as the purple sky gradually became adorned with stardust. The green satellite ascended, harmoniously illuminating the vast white main star. However, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, a sudden transformation occurred. A familiar, cold, and brutal will erupted from the depths of my marrow. I recognized this feeling all too well. In the ship's cryogenic chamber, this very power had nearly turned me into a monster. And this time, it surged forth with even greater ferocity and resolve than before. This moment was akin to a beast breaking free from its chains, frantically seeking to seize control of my body. Before my eyes, everything turned a vivid crimson, while my ears were filled with piercing shrieks that were anything but human. My right hand, unbidden, rose up, fingers curling into claws, desperately clawing at my own throat. The force was astonishing, my nails digging deep into flesh, and I could hear the ominous cracking of my cervical vertebrae under the strain. I fought with all my might, gripping my right wrist with my left hand, the immense strength causing my bones to creak alarmingly. Did it wish to end my life? No, it was rejecting me. It was expelling my human consciousness, yearning to rend my throat asunder and claim this body entirely for itself. Fear and despair inundated me like a relentless tide. My resistance was utterly insignificant against that ferocious power. My nails had already breached the skin of my neck, blood seeping forth. Damn it, was I truly to perish here? To die by my own hand? How utterly humiliating. No, absolutely not. Just as my consciousness teetered on the brink of total annihilation, the chip card nestled at my waist suddenly began to vibrate violently. It seemed to have been irrevocably activated by the peril of my life and the blood I was spilling. The card emitted an unprecedented, profound blue-black glow, the symbol on its back radiating with blinding intensity. A dominantly frigid energy, akin to liquid nitrogen, erupted from my waist, surging along my spine and forcefully coursing through my limbs. This was a different kind of power. If the parasite within me was a frenzied beast, then the strength of the chip card was the cold, mechanical chain, an embodiment of absolute order. The two forces clashed within my body, turning it into a battlefield. With a violent gasp, I expelled a mouthful of blood, yet as this blood flowed forth, the monstrous grip on my throat dissipated instantly. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, my body convulsing violently. I could distinctly sense the cold energy patrolling within me, suppressing and freezing the restless, seething mutated cells in its wake. In that fleeting moment, I seemed to glimpse the chaotic shadow within, emitting a silent wail of defiance under the light of order, retreating into the darkest depths. Panting like a beaten dog, I lay on the floor, sweat soaking the ground beneath me. My neck throbbed painfully, and my arms ached from the struggle. Trembling, I retrieved the card from my waist. It had regained its chill, the symbol on its reverse still flickering faintly, as if issuing a warning. I understood. I was neither a fortunate soul nor a chosen one. I was merely a vessel. A monster resided within my body, and this card was the chain that bound it. They were bitter adversaries, and I, caught in the middle, was at risk of being torn to shreds by these two forces. Yet, this at least proved one thing. This card could indeed preserve my life. As long as it existed, I could still retain my humanity. What puzzled me further was the origin of this card. This is undoubtedly something beyond human comprehension, lying silently at the depths of the ocean. Was it brought here by the descent of an ancient meteorite, or does this marine expanse conceal something even older and more astonishing? A colossal question looms over me like a dark cloud. Yet, at least for now, I have regained a semblance of life. I have discerned two crucial truths. The entity within me will sporadically manifest, potentially with greater intensity next time. The chip card is the key to restraining it. Though I sense that this card may merely be a fragment of a far grander whole, I must delve deeper into this aquatic realm. I must uncover the origins of this card and those monstrous beings. A potent sense of crisis mingled with curiosity alleviates my solitude somewhat. I retrieve my notebook and pen, commencing a meticulous record of this episode's sensations, duration, and the card's reactions. I must study it thoroughly. Turning to gaze out at the unfathomable blue expanse, my resolve solidifies. Survive, restore communication, locate land, unveil the secrets of this ocean, and devise a means to disarm the ticking bomb within me. First, I must endure, and then I shall unveil the entire truth. Chapter 9. Despairing waves of signal. My name is Chunjua, and I am still alive. Each day, the first thing I do upon waking is murmur this phrase thrice in my mind, as if reciting a mantra, fearful that I might one day awaken in a daze and forget who I am. This wretched escape pod is my entire universe. A rusted coffin adrift on an endless expanse of azure water, nearly on the brink of disintegration. Each day follows the same monotonous routine, checking for leaks in the pod, utilizing a makeshift distiller to procure a few drops of fresh water, and then staring blankly at that cursed chip card. This wretched card has become my lifeline, my ancestor. I can sense it vying for dominance with the cold, unyielding tenant within me. But what is the cost? The price is my memory. Yesterday, I attempted to recall the events of that fateful day during the tsunami and the old Manu. Yet I could barely conjure his visage, the details hazy as though obscured by a pixelation filter. I have a vague intuition that this card is exerting some influence over my mind. However, there is no time to ponder this. The immediate priority is to locate another living soul. Communication. I must restore communication. The communication panel resembles a hive that has been bombarded. What do I know of such intricate circuitry? Yet, I possess the chip card. Drawing a deep breath, I focus my mind, aiming the card at the charred cables. Inwardly, I recite, analyze, and restore. The symbols on the card flickered with a blue glow. Of no consequence. It seems this device can only address rudimentary issues, proving ineffectual against this charred, intricate system. Damn it all. A surge of frustration ignites within me, burning at my core. I raise my fist and strike the control panel with force. I cannot simply acquiesce to despair. Donning my diving suit and fastening my survival knife, I tuck the chip card into a secure pocket. Perhaps I can salvage something useful beneath the waves. The thought of submerging into the depths sends a shiver down my spine. Sunlight penetrates the water's surface, painting the depths in a dreamlike cerulean hue. Schools of fish, vibrant and dazzling, flit about the corals, reminiscent of television lights dancing in the water. Some fish are so transparent that their bones are visible, shimmering with a faint phosphorescence. Others have scales that dazzle the eyes, leaving delicate trails of light as they swim. And there are those that possess bizarre shapes, flattened like flying saucers, with a ring of fine, quivering sensory tentacles along their edges. I scan the surroundings with wide eyes, resembling a radar. A few small fish with 3 eyes approached, displaying their audacity, and I instinctively swiped my chip card. My movements were so swift that I startled even myself. The chip card now held 3 additional fish. Today seemed to bring me good fortune. Beneath a vast expanse of purple coral, I spotted a segment of metallic tubing, its end resembling a data cable. This must be it. My heart leapt with joy, and I quickly dove deeper. As my hand reached out, the nearby kelp forest suddenly swayed violently. A shadowy figure shot out like a cannonball. It was a creature I had never encountered before. Its size was nearly half of mine, covered in a sleek black exoskeleton, and its head resembled a bone hammer. Most unsettling were its eyes, pure white and devoid of pupils, yet they were fixed intensely upon me, exuding a murderous intent. It was incredibly swift. It bore no resemblance to a typical fish. It appeared more like a machine designed for slaughter. I barely had time to raise my card before I rolled desperately to the side. Bang! It crashed into the coral where I had just been, sending debris flying. My heart raced as I drew my survival knife. In the presence of this beast, the knife felt almost like a mere toothpick. Yet the creature paid no heed, flicking its tail and charging at me again. In this life-or-death moment, I found a surge of courage. As it lunged, I did not retreat but advanced instead, propelling myself forward with the current, gliding beneath its jaw, and with all my strength, plunged the knife beneath its gill cover. The blade penetrated deeply. A thick, nearly black blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters. The creature went berserk, thrashing violently, nearly dislodging me. I clung to the knife handle with all my might. After several agonizing seconds, it finally ceased moving, slowly sinking to the ocean floor. I gasped for breath, my gaze fixed on the lifeless fish. Its milky white eyes remained wide open, sending chills down my spine. Why? What drove it to such madness? This did not seem like a quest for food. My heart raced with anxiety. I swam closer, suppressing my nausea to dissect its stomach. It was empty. Something was amiss. I pried open its skull, and what I saw sent a shiver through me. Where its brain should have been lay a mass of grotesque material. A pale, translucent gelatinous substance enveloped dark red. Vascular structures still faintly writhing. Countless filaments had penetrated the fish's nerves and ocular regions. What in the world was this? A chill coursed from my feet to my head. This fish's insanity was orchestrated by that entity. My stomach churned violently, and I hurriedly retreated. Was it a parasite? Or something even more sinister? I dared not look any longer and swiftly withdrew my knife. Grasping the metallic tube, I swam with all my might back to the escape pod. I scrambled and tumbled back inside, locking the door securely. Clutching the cold metal, my heart raced wildly. That ghastly pale mass lingered in my mind. Was what I had just slaughtered truly a fish, or something else entirely? There was no time for contemplation. I suppressed my nausea and gestured with the metallic tube toward the communication panel. I tried several inputs, but none were correct. As I was on the verge of giving up, my frustration mounting to the point where I felt like tossing this wretched device aside. My hand inadvertently brushed against several loose wires that had been dislodged during my earlier attempts to strike the control panel. Suddenly, with a crackle, a burst of electric sparks erupted. Startled, I instinctively recoiled. Yet, amidst the flickering sparks, a long-extinguished indicator light on the panel unexpectedly flickered weakly. A glimmer of hope? Ignoring the burn on my hand, I rushed over to gingerly manipulate the frayed wires, attempting to reconnect them to the metal tube and the damaged interface. After several attempts, as I awkwardly wedged the tube into a particular slot and pressed down firmly on the wires, the indicator light, symbolizing a remote signal, miraculously illuminated with a faint green glow. Although it flickered uncertainly, it was indeed a glow. Almost immediately, a harsh static erupted from the speaker, a cacophony that pierced through my skull. Holding my breath, I cautiously adjusted the half-broken knob beside me. The static gradually subsided, and amidst the crackling background noise, I discerned it. A faint signal, seemingly emanating from the depths of despair. Anyone who hears, please respond. Distress coordinates 7J. The message was sporadic but undeniably real. A distress signal. There are still survivors. An overwhelming euphoria surged through me, slicing through the oppressive solitude like a current of electricity. I sprang to my feet, only to be met with sudden darkness, the world spinning around me as I nearly stumbled. Steadying myself against the cabin wall, I pondered how I had managed to connect the wires. Gazing at the tube in my hand and the wires I still pressed down on, I struggled to recall the exact process of my connection. How bizarre this was. That portion of memory felt as if it had been wiped clean, leaving only a vague silhouette of the outcome, while the specifics eluded me. The euphoria quickly dissipated, replaced by a chilling dread creeping up my spine. I had repaired a portion of the device, yet I had forgotten how I had done so. What was happening to me lately? The side effects of the chip were once again silently encroaching upon me. I collapsed into the chair, fixated on the dimly flickering green light, listening to the intermittent distress signal, as joy and fear simultaneously tightened their grip around my throat. Meanwhile, that ghastly, writhing entity lingered ominously in my mind. Chapter 10. A lone sail in the distance. That eerie green signal light pulsated erratically, resembling a will-o'-the-wisp in the night, becoming the sole thought I could cling to amidst this desolate expanse. I heard the distress call, please respond. Distress coordinates 7J, echoing regularly, as if it were a clock. Yet it gnawed at my patience like a dull knife slicing through flesh. Someone was out there. I had to go. The emergency positioning system of my escape pod had yet to entirely fail. A faint light on the screen represented the signal source, accompanied by the identification code 037 and an approximate distance. However, this device had sustained significant damage during the descent, causing the light to flicker erratically and the positioning to constantly drift. Entrusting my life entirely to this malfunctioning machine felt perilous. Should the positioning fail midway, I would meet my end in this vast ocean. I could not place my fate wholly in the hands of this unreliable contraption. I lifted my gaze, peering through the observation window at the sky. The enormous celestial body, emanating a soft white glow, I have named the Sun Star, accompanied by a smaller companion star, radiating a ghostly green light. Their trajectories are discernible, and after several days of meticulous observation, I have managed to decipher their paths. I took out my notebook and pen, employing the most rudimentary method to record the angles of the two stars relative to the escape pod at different times, repeatedly cross-referencing with the signals from the positioning system for calibration. This task was both slow and exasperating. On several occasions, the restless entity within me stirred due to my overwhelming anxiety and concentration, but I forcefully subdued it with a chip card, the cost being a subsequent period of mental emptiness, as if I had been drained of all thought. At long last, I sketched a relatively reliable course pointing towards the distress signal. The distance was not too far, yet certainly not close. The escape pod possessed a basic propulsion system, primarily relying on a manually operated, decrepit propeller for minimal thrust, while the sustenance of the basic systems depended on the inefficient solar panels above. After estimating, I concluded that even with the aid of ocean currents, it would take the better part of a day to make any progress by mere hand cranking. There was no turning back. I gulped down a few mouthfuls of the distilled water I had concocted and inspected my gear: a survival knife, a rechargeable flashlight, a small oxygen tank, and the life-saving chip card. Taking a deep breath, I began to crank the creaking, woefully inefficient hand lever. The harsh grinding sound became the sole accompaniment in this silent sea. The escape pod drifted like a leaf on an endless expanse of blue silk. With each interval of cranking, I had to glance up to adjust my course in accordance with the positions of the sun star and the companion star, while occasionally checking the positioning screen to ensure I was on track. The sense of solitude had never been so intense. Surrounding me were only the sounds of wind and water. I felt less like I was navigating and more as if I were being gradually consumed by this vast, silent blue desert. My arms transitioned from aching to numb, and my consciousness began to waver due to the repetitive mechanical motions. I lost track of time. And just as I was nearing exhaustion, the light dot on the positioning screen seemed to stabilize, and the distance evidently decreased. I abruptly looked up, my heart leaping. Ahead on the horizon, a small elevation appeared, differing slightly in color from the sea and sky. It was it. Surely, it was an escape pod. This glimmer of hope provided me with one last surge of strength. I cranked desperately, closing in on that dark spot. The distance gradually diminished. Indeed, it was an escape pod, more dilapidated than mine, half submerged, its hull askew and adorned with seaweed and barnacles, the number 037 barely discernible. The hatch was tightly sealed. A heavy weight settled in my chest. An ominous premonition cloaked me like a dark cloud. I cautiously maneuvered my pod closer, barely managing to secure the docking. Taking a deep breath, I forcefully twisted the airtight lock of Pod 037's hatch. The moment the hatch swung open, an indescribable stench assaulted my senses. A nauseating blend of decay and chemical odors that made me recoil, my stomach churning violently. I covered my mouth and nose, directing my flashlight inside. Under the beam, a corpse clad in Eden uniform sprawled grotesquely before the console. The corpse lay in a state of advanced decay, its countenance grotesque, having evidently endured immense suffering in its final moments. The console was marred by dark, dried splatters, a testament to the tragedy that had unfolded. It was lifeless, utterly devoid of life. Thus, the persistent signal was merely a lamentation, a silent cry echoing the last throes of existence, unanswered. A wave of profound disappointment washed over me like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope that had ignited within my heart. I collapsed by the entrance of cabin 037, staring into the grim tableau of death, my body chilled and my limbs numb. After what felt like an eternity, I summoned the strength to glance back inside. Aside from the lifeless body, the console lay in ruins. Yet, I noticed something upon the corpse's wrist. An object appeared to be affixed there. I held my breath, leaning closer, and cautiously prodded with the tip of my knife. It was a sleek black multifunctional wristwatch, seemingly unscathed. I gingerly removed it, wiping away the grime from its surface, and pressed the button on the side. The dial illuminated instantly. Depth, water temperature, pressure, and an electronic compass. All functions were intact, even boasting a recording feature. Although the GPS could not provide a location, the highly precise compass and depth sensor felt like a gift from the heavens in my current predicament. This was perhaps the sole reward and solace from this desperate journey. I fastened the watch onto my wrist, the strap adapting perfectly. It became my new piece of equipment. My gaze then fell upon the other hand of the corpse, which was tightly clenched, and the half-open storage compartment beneath the console. Inside, I discerned a thick waterproof notebook and a shattered black data pad. I retrieved these items and exited the suffocating cage of death, heavily closing the hatch behind me. I did not return to my own cabin immediately. I required a moment to collect my thoughts and examine these remnants of hope. I first opened the notebook. The handwriting was erratic and chaotic, filled with the madness and terror experienced in the final moments. It bore phrases such as, "They are not monsters, they are me, memories are fading, who am I?" Subject 037 prototype, curse or blessing. Do not believe. The diary was a fragmented account, rife with incoherence and profound anguish. Yet, those scattered keywords pierced my heart like ice picks. Prototype? Curse. Suddenly, I lifted my gaze to the black data pad. Though its screen was shattered, its overall structure appeared relatively intact. Perhaps it still held some functionality. I grasped the chip card and, almost instinctively, aligned it with what seemed to be an energy interface on the data pad. Please, do not fail me. I approached the task with an almost prayerful mindset, focusing intently. The green light of the data pad flickered to life. Moments later, the damaged screen flickered erratically, displaying a line of text that froze my blood in an instant. Host subject, status terminated, associated project, prototype iteration resonance test, highest authority command, observation containment. My hand trembled violently, nearly dropping the data pad to the ground. I was not a survivor. I never had been. Chapter 11. The Curse of Resonance. As I gazed at the lines of text on the screen, a chill coursed through my body, each word hammering into my mind like a relentless blow. It felt as though I had been stabbed in the back, the blade laced with venom. I fixated on that wretched screen, wishing I could burn it with my glare. Experimental subjects, prototype iterations, resonance tests, observation, containment. These phrases swirled in my mind, piecing together a chilling truth that rendered my limbs cold. I had long suspected we were mere lab rats, but I never anticipated the depths of cruelty these beasts would sink to. The final two words, observation and containment, coiled around my throat like icy chains, tightening in an instant. Eden was scrutinizing our transformations. We were nothing more than a collection of experimental data. Yet, something had evidently gone awry, spiraling out of control. And what of containment? Did it imply capturing stable subjects like me for further study? Had the unfortunate incident not occurred, my fate would have mirrored that of a lab rat, subjected to continuous observation, eventually discarded like refuse. The spacecraft lay in ruins, yet this so-called plan appeared unyielding. Eden 999, purportedly humanity's last ark, was nothing more than a drifting mobile laboratory in the void of space. And what, pray tell, was this resonance test? Did the madness and death of passenger 037 bear any relation to it? I fixated on those four words, my fingers instinctively reaching for my waist. Through the layers of my diving suit, I could still sense the chilling outline of the chip card. A spine-chilling hypothesis slithered into my mind like a venomous serpent. I recalled the moment of my awakening, when I had yet to lay eyes on the chip card, unaware of its existence. Yet my body, injected with an unknown substance, nearly transforming into a monster, instinctively yearned to plunge into the depths of the sea, to burrow into the crevices of the reef. At the time, I believed it was an instinct for survival, or perhaps the faint hum beckoning me. In hindsight, it was far from that. It likely constituted the resonance test. The deranged scientists of Eden had long been aware of this. They implanted this parasitic entity within us to observe us, like hounds on a hunt, seeking out and pinpointing certain objects, such as this chip card or related entities. Passenger 037, that unfortunate soul, must have felt this same call, driven by the monster within. He frantically searched the inky abyss until his last ounce of strength was depleted, ultimately succumbing to the very entity within him, reduced to a mere statistic on a data board. To hell with resonance. I clenched my teeth, nausea rising within me. This was no resonance. It was sheer manipulation. We were akin to biological drones programmed with navigation codes, our desires, instincts, and even every flutter of our bodies reduced to mere lines of code penned by these fiends. Anger and fear intertwined, causing my body to tremble. Yet, I swiftly compelled myself to regain my composure. If my conjecture holds true, then there must be something near the remains of Subject 037, an object that he sought until his last breath. This object is not only the source of resonance, but may also be the key to unraveling this entire enigma. Yet, what if I descend and succumb to the same madness that befell Subject 037? If I refrain from descending, I may forever remain ignorant of what they truly wish for me to discover, and remain ensnared in this manipulation. An uncontrollable thought burgeons within me. I must delve into the abyss to thoroughly explore this region. Without hesitation, I proceeded with my plan. I meticulously checked my diving equipment. Preparation must be executed with utmost precision. With the watch providing accurate positioning and return guidance, I was no longer like a headless fly. I set the escape pod as my origin point, donned my diving gear once more, inhaled deeply, and submerged into the frigid waters. This time, my objective was clear, yet my heart felt heavier. Surrounding the wreckage of Subject 037's escape pod, which resembled a coffin at the ocean's depths, I commenced a systematic grid search. The watch's display vividly illuminated my real-time position and trajectory, rendering my actions efficient. Time elapsed gradually. As far as my gaze could extend, I beheld twisted metal fragments, charred cables, and spacecraft components deformed by the explosive shockwaves. Each piece of debris seemed to silently narrate the harrowing tale of that catastrophe, yet it was merely that. I found no items that appeared to be directly relevant to the investigation or testing. Just as I was about to abandon my search, a faint hum, barely perceptible, nearly drowned out by the sound of the currents, emanated from the chip card secured at my waist. I halted immediately, my body tensing. It was neither the sound of water nor a figment of my imagination. The card itself was vibrating. A profound sense of restlessness surged through me from the marrow of my bones. That was not my emotion. It was the emotion of the entity within me. Carefully, I removed the chip card from my possession and held it in my hand. The card appeared unchanged, yet my fingertips could discern a persistent, subtle vibration. What was happening? I held my breath and slowly turned in place. As I faced the northwest, the vibrations intensified slightly. They were faint, but undeniably real. When I oriented myself in other directions, the vibrations diminished. Was this device guiding me? I suppressed my excitement and conducted a few more tests. Each time I faced northwest, the vibrations grew more pronounced. This was no coincidence. The chip card was directing me toward a specific location, much like a hound scenting its prey. My heart raced to my throat. There was something. Surely, something nearby was connected to this card. I quickly glanced at my watch. Firmly committing the current direction and depth to memory, 585 meters. Then, clutching the chip card as if it were a compass, I cautiously swam toward the northwest. Following the vibrations, the further I ventured in that direction, the denser the surrounding debris became. The vibrations intensified. I continued my descent, and the closer I drew, the more fervently the agitation within me surged. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to the animosity of sworn enemies meeting. I could not fathom why such feelings arose. Resonance, by nature, should attract and integrate. Yet the force surging within me is imbued with an aura of brutality and destruction. It seems not only intent on locating its source, but also on obliterating it. This conflicting sensation heightens my vigilance. The inhabitants of Eden perceive this as resonance, believing it to represent a relationship akin to that of a key and a lock. However, to me, it resembles the confinement of a cat and a mouse within a cage. As I continued onward for nearly 30 meters, the chip card guided me to a mass of spaceship wreckage, thoroughly enshrouded in seaweed and coral. The remnants of the metal shell here are exceptionally thick, suggesting it may be a vital compartment. The tremors reached their zenith, with the chip card in my hand emitting a faint hum. Here it is, beneath this heap of steel ruins. Suppressing my excitement, I drew my knife and began to clear away the debris. The seaweed was tightly entangled, and the coral was sharp, making the task arduous. Yet, I paid no heed to these obstacles. My full attention focused on the vibrations in my palm and the barriers before me. What secrets lie hidden below? Chapter 12. The Call of Fragments at last. After peeling away a thick layer of sediment, the dark, heavily corroded surface of a uniquely reinforced metal wall was revealed. The source of the vibrations emanated from a fissure deep within the wall. I adjusted the angle of my headlamp, directing the beam into the crevice. A faint, deep azure light, akin to that of the chip card, radiated from within, resembling an eye opening in the abyss. I have found it. I switched to the tip of my knife and a crowbar, aligning them with the edge of the fissure, exerting all my strength to pry and strike. Corroded metal fragments cascaded down. Finally, with a sharp crack, the fissure yielded an opening wide enough for my hand to reach inside. Without hesitation, I plunged my hand into the icy darkness. My fingertips soon brushed against a cold, smooth, thin object. Carefully, I extracted it and raised it to my eyes. It was a fragment, approximately 1/3 the size of the main chip card, irregular in shape but identical in material. It was entirely black, and its reverse bore a similar flowing, non-human code, albeit on a much smaller scale. It lay quietly in my palm, emanating a pulsing, gentle blue glow. At the instant this fragment appeared, the main chip card in my hand vibrated with joyous fervor, as if a lost child had finally found its kin. Yet my body erupted in turmoil. An unprecedented wave of nausea and fury surged forth from the depths of my marrow without warning. It was the parasite within me. It reacted as if encountering a nemesis, as if it had caught a whiff of the most repugnant odor, frantically rejecting this fragment. My hand began to tremble uncontrollably, not out of excitement, but in spasm. My fingers stiffened, desperate to release it, to cast the fragment away as far as possible. My mind was flooded with piercing shrieks. The parasite issuing a lethal command to destroy it. Destroy it. Silencing the chaos, I clenched my jaw, battling against my body's instincts with the remnants of my reason. My left hand pressed firmly against my trembling right, forcibly inching the fragment closer to the main chip card. The nearer it drew, the more fiercely the rebellion within me escalated. My veins throbbed, my heart raced like thunder, as if it were on the verge of bursting. The parasite surged through my nerves, conjuring a myriad of terrifying illusions, desperately attempting to thwart this fusion. Yet, this only fortified my conviction that this fragment was the nemesis of the beast. Merge, I roared, exerting every ounce of strength to force the two entities together. Buzz. In that instant, a formless yet overwhelming energy pulse erupted. A dazzling, yet gentle blue radiance blossomed, akin to a supernova in the deep sea, illuminating the surrounding murky waters with crystalline clarity. Immediately thereafter, a cold, grand torrent, imbued with an absolute sense of order, surged through my arm and forcefully entered my body. This power was like a frigid scalpel, cutting through the parasite's turmoil with pinpoint precision and ruthless efficiency. The sharp shrieks echoing in my mind, under the cleansing blue light, emitted one last unwilling wail before abruptly ceasing. The world fell silent. The parasite within me seemed to freeze, completely subdued, retreating to the darkest corners, daring not to stir. In its stead, a chaotic array of incomprehensible, distorted symbols and fragmented images surged through my mind like a tsunami, inducing a violent, tearing headache. This process endured for approximately a dozen seconds, until the light gradually diminished. The fragment in my hand had vanished, fully integrated into the main chip card. At this moment, the chip card had expanded, its edges rounded, its surface smooth and warm as jade, yet it harbored a terrifying energy that sent shivers down my spine. The symbols on its reverse side were profound and clear, the flowing codes more intricate and orderly, as if a fragmented rule had been partially completed. It had grown stronger, and the monster within me was now afraid. What could it possibly do now? I gasped for breath, my gaze landing upon a twisted titanium alloy plate, the size of a basin, torn from the spaceship. If it could contain organic matter, could it now deal with inorganic substances? I concentrated, issuing commands towards the metallic plate. Contain. The symbols on the chip card illuminated in response, a denser blue light emanating forth, enveloping the metal plate instantaneously. This time, the blue light did not merely skim the surface, it genuinely permeated within. Moments later, the blue light retracted. The surface of the chip card revealed a brand new hieroglyphic shape, a three-dimensional diamond symbol representing metal, accompanied by a rotating gear, and beside it, a minuscule progress bar was filling at an exceedingly slow pace. It was truly analyzing, comprehending the structure of inorganic matter. Although it was slow, this was a qualitative leap. Just as euphoric joy began to swell within me, before I could grasp the implications of this newfound ability, the familiar, terrifying void returned, more intense than ever before. It felt as if an invisible hand had plunged into my mind, ruthlessly excavating a piece of flesh. I instinctively attempted to recall the contents of the recent torrent of information, only to discover a chilling emptiness remaining in my mind. I vaguely remembered a vast influx of data that had bestowed new knowledge upon me, but what it precisely entailed, I was utterly oblivious. Suddenly, I was struck by the realization that I seemed to have lost something once more. I endeavored to recall the specific description of the resonance test from diary number 037. Yet I found that memory had become nebulous, leaving only the keyword resonance test, while the intricate details and context appeared to have been erased, as if by an eraser. And then there was my grandmother, the sole relative who had rescued me from a heap of refuse, raising me through salvaged cardboard and scraps. I instinctively sought to grasp her visage, but it remained elusive. The face that had once been vividly etched in my mind, lined with wrinkles, now resembled an old photograph that had been soaked in water, its features rapidly blurring and merging until only a pale outline remained. I remembered who she was, the warmth of the food she had given me, yet her appearance eluded my recollection. The erosion of memory had never felt so vivid and tangible. Each use, each advancement, seemed to extract fragments of my past memories as a form of currency. Clutching this chip card, which had grown more potent yet perilous, I sensed the power contained within it, juxtaposed with the chilling void that expanded within me due to loss. At that moment, the progress bar on the card finally filled. A symbol indicating completion appeared, followed by 3 entirely new, intricate hieroglyphs. An epiphany surfaced naturally. It could now not only analyze but also, within a certain range, transmute the analyzed inorganic materials, reshaping them into the foundational forms I required. Although the efficiency and complexity were undoubtedly limited, it meant that repairing the escape pod, crafting tools, and even transforming scrap metal into weapons had become a possibility. Hope surged like molten lava, churning within the cold abyss below. Yet this hope had been purchased with a past that I could no longer reclaim. I cast one final glance at the silent wreckage, that fissure which had concealed fragments, resembling an abyssal entrance demanding a toll. Turning away, I swam towards the direction of the escape pod, guided by the coordinates representing home on my wristwatch. The path ahead seemed to widen significantly due to the newfound power, yet it also grew shrouded in mist due to the incessant losses of the past. Chapter 13. The Wrath of the Water Burial. Emerging from the heap of debris steeped in the essence of death, I returned to the relatively open waters. Yet I felt no sense of relief. Rather, it was akin to awakening from a nightmare, only to be enveloped once more by the cold reality of the ocean. The multifunctional display on my wrist emitted a steady glow, clearly indicating the coordinates I had marked as home and the distance to my tattered escape pod. which was quietly suspended not far from the boundary of light and darkness above. I cast a final glance at the debris below, gradually consumed by the encroaching shadows, where the tragedy of escape pod number 037 lay buried, along with a suffocating truth. Shaking my head as though to dislodge the word specimen, prototype, and containment from my mind, I kicked my fins and swam toward the relatively bright waters above. With the guidance of my wristwatch, the return journey became straightforward and clear. Soon, the familiar, rusted silhouette emerged into view. Accelerating closer, I deftly operated the airtight door valve, and the hatch hissed open. Like a weary fish, I glided inside. The soft thud of the hatch closing momentarily isolated me from the vast and perilous world outside. I collapsed into the pilot's seat, my damp diving suit leaving a wet mark on the backrest. I needed time to digest all of this. The entity within me, henceforth referred to as Experiment Subject 000. I hope you remain stable. I do not wish to meet the same fate as Subject 037. Yet, this planet, ruled by water, seemed to possess no understanding of mercy or respite. Initially, I merely sensed that the escape pod was swaying slightly more than usual. I attributed it to changes in ocean currents or the upwelling of deep waters and paid little heed. After all, this ocean had never truly known tranquility. But soon, the gentle swaying escalated into pronounced rocking, rapidly transforming into violent, erratic surges and jolts. The entire pod emitted an unsettling creaking sound. My heart sank as I rushed to the largest observation window. The sight before me nearly froze my blood. The once overcast sky was now completely cloaked in impenetrable, leaden gray clouds, the light dimming sharply as if dusk had arrived hours prematurely. The surface of the sea was no longer undulating waves, but rather a raging cauldron. Seething with fury, towering waves clashed against one another, casting up torrents of white foam, while the fierce winds howled, whipping up the bracing, icy salt water as if about to shatter the fragile glass at any moment. My escape pod, in the face of nature's might, felt diminutive, like a leaf ruthlessly tormented by a mischievous child, hurled violently upon dizzying peaks of waves. The sensation of weightlessness barely fading before being brutally thrust into the abyss of the dark troughs below. With each descent, towering walls of churning foam and the essence of death surrounded me, as if the gates of hell were closing in. Damn it, I cursed, desperately gripping anything within the pod that could offer stability, my stomach churning violently, the fish I had consumed earlier threatening to rise again. The barometric reading on my wristwatch plummeted alarmingly, the curve steep and terrifying. This was no ordinary wind and waves. It was a storm, a colossal tempest capable of annihilating everything. I had now become nothing more than a floating coffin, my fate surrendered to the storm in this fragile pod. A deafening thunderclap erupted directly overhead, overshadowing even the roar of the winds and waves. Immediately following, torrential rain cascaded down as if the heavens had burst their banks. The dense raindrops slamming against the pod's roof with a weighty, almost tangible impact. Visibility dropped to zero. Outside lay a swirling, roaring void of darkness. Yet, this was not the most despairing sight. Amidst the churning clouds and the furious sea, within that chaotic dimness, I beheld a colossal water column connecting heaven and ocean. A vast, twisted, and swirling pillar of gray-black water. Not just one. They resembled the spears hurled by the vengeful sea deity of myth, akin to colossal abyssal beasts. Animated by a will for destruction, gliding across the ocean's surface with astonishing speed. Wherever they traversed, the seawater was frantically drawn skyward, forming immense whirlpools that devoured all in their path, a tempest of unprecedented water spouts. Among them, one was particularly robust and menacing, its trajectory aimed directly at me. A pure, soul-deep terror gripped my heart like a frigid hand, nearly choking off my breath. I fixated on the looming pillar of death, casting a desperate glance at my watch, which offered no solace beyond the frantic drop in atmospheric pressure and my vessel's erratic orientation. Escape? To where? Without propulsion. The hand-crank propeller was little more than a cruel jest upon this boiling, disoriented sea. The storms might reach its zenith. Towering waves crashed down like an unending mountain range, while seawater began to surge madly through the aging, sealed ventilation pipes, icy and bone-chilling, swiftly engulfing my ankles and continuing to rise. The escape pod emitted a groan of overwhelming strain, as if it were on the brink of disintegration. The water spout drew ever closer. I could now discern the coral fragments spiraling within its rapidly rotating water wall, alongside the remnants of unfortunate marine creatures caught in its vortex. The devastating pull of the whirlpool began to exert its influence on my escape pod, dragging the entire structure uncontrollably toward the maw of destruction. In my frenzy, I summoned the last vestiges of my strength, lunging toward the safety seat, hurling myself into it, and hurriedly securing the seatbelt with frantic determination. Almost simultaneously, the world spun chaotically. The entirety of my surroundings lost all semblance of direction. I felt as though I were not confined to the pod, but rather cast into a high-speed, frantically rotating, water-filled washing machine. The immense centrifugal force pressed me firmly into my seat while simultaneously tossing me about like a rag doll. All unsecured items, tools, components, scattered supplies, whirled wildly, colliding with the walls and ceiling, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. Outside the window, a disorienting, rapidly spinning, murky water wall flashed past, intermittently revealing the monstrous black of the sky or the despairing deep blue of the ocean. Nausea, dizziness, and a searing pain as if my very bones were being torn asunder converged within me. Time lost its meaning. Perhaps it lasted an eternity, or merely a fleeting minute or two. In that extremity of chaos and near-death experience, my consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, the terrifying, soul-rending force of the pull vanished, as if the power had been abruptly severed. Immediately following was an overwhelming sensation akin to weightlessness, as if I had been violently cast from a great height. Then, with a thunderous roar, accompanied by the agonizing groans of the ship's structure and the sound of metal warping, a tremendous impact surged from the hull. Even secured by the seatbelt, I felt as though my spine were on the brink of shattering. The organs within me shifted violently, and darkness enveloped my vision, nearly plunging me into unconsciousness. Suddenly, everything fell silent. The only sound remaining was the relentless patter of raindrops against the cabin's ceiling, accompanied by the still tumultuous roar of the waves outside, though they seemed to have subdued slightly. The cabin was in disarray, water sloshing around me. I lay sprawled on the soaked seat, every muscle in my body protesting in agony, each breath laced with a metallic taste and sharp pain. Am I still alive? Struggling. I trembled as I unfastened the seatbelt that had nearly embedded itself into my flesh. With great effort, I crawled to the least damaged observation window, wiping away the condensation to peer outside. The storm raged on, the sky remained overcast, and the rain showed no signs of abating. Yet, compared to the cataclysmic scene moments ago, it now seemed merely like inclement weather. In the distance, through the gradually clearing veil of rain, I beheld a starkly different, motionless silhouette. It was not the horizon where sea meets sky. Instead, it was a dark, solid, undulating outline. Land. The profile of an island. The very disaster that had nearly obliterated me had, by some twist of fate, propelled my escape pod to the vicinity of an island. A tremendous shock surged through me, cleaving through my exhaustion and pain, awakening me in an instant. Hope had not vanished. It had merely returned in a more intense, brutal, and unexpected guise. Chapter 14. The island of tides. The aftermath of the storm still howled, yet its devastation had transformed into a weary whimper. I lay on the cold, waterlogged floor of the escape pod, each breath pulling at my entire body in anguish. The sound of raindrops beating against the cabin's roof gradually diminished, but the waves continued to relentlessly batter the pod, emitting creaks and groans. I struggled to sit up and peered through the foggy observation window. The rain had thinned, visibility slowly improving. The island I had glimpsed during the storm now lay clearly before me. It resembled a cluster of rocks abruptly rising from the sea, its core seemingly forged by fire, sporadically adorned with low-salt resistant vegetation, swaying defiantly in the wind and rain. The island's edge revealed no beach, only jagged black rocks with white foam crashing against them. A surge of excitement filled my heart, only to be swiftly quelled by the stark reality. This place appeared desolate, lacking the promise of abundant resources. Yet, regardless, it was land, a potential refuge after the storm. I had to ascend and explore. I examined myself carefully. Aside from multiple bruises and muscle strains, I seemed free of fractures. I donned my diving suit, equipped myself with a survival knife, a chip card, and a small oxygen tank, and cautiously opened the cabin door. The wind rushed in, carrying the fresh scent of rain and the briny aroma of the sea. I leapt into the chest-deep water, the icy sea sending a shiver through me. I waded toward the dark rocks. The seabed was composed of hard stone, slick with algae. Soon, I set foot on the island's land. The rocks were cold and rough, solid beneath my feet, a feeling I had not experienced in far too long. I swiftly surveyed the surroundings. This island is indeed quite diminutive. A leisurely stroll around its perimeter could be accomplished in mere minutes. Aside from a few exceptionally resilient mollusks tightly affixed to the crevices of the rocks, and some peculiar moss that appeared desiccated yet tenacious, There were hardly any resources to be found. No fresh water, no trees, no signs of biological activity. Hope faded like a punctured balloon, rapidly deflating into disappointment. Here lay merely a larger, lonelier prison of stone. I managed a wry smile and shook my head, preparing to return to the escape pod. At least there, I had a refuge from the elements, even though it might now leak more profusely. As I turned around, my gaze swept across the rain-washed rocky ground beneath my feet. When my boot seemingly struck something solid, producing a distinct clinking sound, unlike that of stone, I glanced down and brushed away a thin layer of mud and moss. Beneath it lay a metallic surface, not a natural ore, but rather an alloy, a mark of human craftsmanship, smooth yet marred by scratches. Its material starkly contrasting with the surrounding coarse rocks. A faint, almost eroded symbol was discernible upon it, resembling an abstract arrow directing towards the island's center. My heart skipped a beat. What could this be? I immediately crouched down, clearing a larger area with my hands. More metallic structures emerged. They appeared to be the edges of some platform or the top of a grand structure, seamlessly embedded within the rock, as if they had existed for an eternity. A wild thought surged through my mind. Could this be a building? An underwater base? I abruptly stood up, feeling along the metallic edge and following the direction of the indistinct arrow. Indeed, at a slightly elevated area in the center of the island, I discovered a colossal square metal hatch, nearly obscured by earth and vegetation. At the center of the hatch was a complex, non-human symbol, accompanied by a dull, unresponsive circular screen. I attempted to pry it open, to cut at it with my knife, even to touch the symbol with a chip card, yet it yielded no response. Its fortitude utterly disheartening. It was sealed tight. Or rather, with my current capabilities and tools, it was impossible to open from the outside. A profound sense of loss washed over me once more, but was swiftly replaced by an even more compelling thought. If the top was inaccessible, what lay beneath? This platform, this structure, surely most of it resided underwater. This hatch might merely be one of its exits or an emergency entrance. The true passage, the main entrance, must be deeper beneath the waves, connecting to the base hidden within the depths of the reef. My heart raced anew, this time invigorated by the prospect of a new direction. At that moment, I felt a chill at my ankle. Looking down, I realized that seawater had risen unbeknownst to me, engulfing my feet. The tide was coming in. The path I had taken was now submerged by the encroaching water. My pitiful escape pod, adrift with the rising tide, remained precariously tilted, its base seemingly ensnared between the rocks, buffeted by relentless waves that crashed upon it, producing a disquieting, muffled thud. I could no longer linger. This island would soon be entirely submerged. I swiftly turned, though not to return directly to the pod. Enduring the resistance of the encroaching waters, I propelled myself toward the island's edge, slowly drifting downstream. As I descended along the rocky perimeter, visibility began to wane. Yet beneath the dimming waters, I could faintly discern more orderly, artificial metallic structures extending into the abyss, encrusted with thick layers of sediment and marine life. Undeniably not of natural origin. Indeed, I thought to myself, committing the general location and characteristics of this area to memory. Without hesitation, I dashed back to my escape pod. The water surged alarmingly fast, gradually submerging the rocky edges. I exerted myself to swim the final stretch, struggling to clamber back inside the pod. Securing the door tightly behind me, I collapsed within the pod, gazing out the window. The water continued to rise, ultimately engulfing the rocky island where I had just stood, leaving only a few highest black rocks protruding from the sea's surface like tombstones. That island, along with its hidden secrets, sank beneath the waves once more. Yet this time, I felt no sense of loss. Rather, an exhilarating clarity washed over me. Leaning against the pod's wall, I unfolded my notebook, grasped my pen, and swiftly sketched a hasty underwater topographical map, marking the approximate location and depth of the metallic structures I had just observed. The plan crystallized, prioritized the repair of the escape pod, utilized the newly acquired capabilities of the chip card to promptly mend the pod's damage and stabilize this mobile base. This would serve as the foundation for all endeavors. Next, I would enhance my diving capabilities, develop superior diving equipment, particularly a more efficient oxygen supply system. Relying on that small oxygen tank was utterly inadequate for exploring the underwater base system. Systematic underwater exploration would commence, centering on that rocky region, conducting a grid search for potential entrances, conduits, or any other means of access to that submerged structure. The Eden Project, the alien base, the chip, the experimental subjects within me. These enigmas seemed to converge upon this deep sea. This unexpectedly discovered underwater base might hold the key to unraveling it all. I touched the chip card clipped to my waist, feeling its cold surface. It appeared that I, a creature of the water, would inevitably return to the depths. This time, however, what I sought to uncover could be secrets profound enough to challenge my very understanding. Outside, the sea resumed its deep blue hue, as if nothing had transpired. Yet I knew that beneath the tranquil surface, an alluring yet perilous objective awaited me. Chapter 15. The glimmer beneath the rift. The progress in repairing the escape pod was slow and excruciating. The storm's aftermath had inflicted deep wounds upon the pod's metallic framework. Each descent in search of materials felt like a race against death. At times, I sensed that continuing deeper might yield rewards. Yet the oxygen levels in my lungs cautioned me to halt. The experimental subject within my body has recently exhibited little agitation, save for the occasional chill that courses down my spine, as if urging something forth or anticipating a presence lurking in the depths of this aquatic realm. On this day, I once again descended into the submerged rocky area, driven both by the quest for more suitable patching materials and the desire to further explore the contours of the underwater structure. The glow of my watch cast a faint beam of light through the deep blue waters. Towering and straight, the metallic wall stood in stoic silence, extending into the abyss of darkness. I glided along it, my depth gauge stabilizing at 65 meters. The pressure of the seawater caused a resonant hum in my eardrums. Suddenly, a colossal and grotesque fissure appeared on the wall ahead. It was not a meticulously designed entrance, but rather a wound violently torn asunder by some unimaginable force. The edges of the crack twisted outward, revealing an inner void of shadowy darkness. An unexpected breakthrough. My heart raced as I cautiously approached. Just as I prepared to peer into the breach with my headlamp, the pressure interface of my watch began to vibrate erratically without warning. A tremendous, instantaneous pressure surged on the dial, skyrocketing at a terrifying velocity. I whipped around. A shadow, a massive, light-devouring silhouette expanded rapidly. In a heartbeat, an indescribable gigantic head burst forth from the gloom. Its skin, adapted to the deep sea, was a matte black, adorned with rough, rock-like protrusions and long, flowing sensory tendrils. With large, wide-open eyes and sharp bony spikes around its mouth, it bore a gaping maw filled with layered, barbed teeth, capable of easily swallowing half a rescue pod. It was a deep-sea behemoth the likes of which I had never encountered. It must have been disturbed by my light or movement. I had unwittingly trespassed into its territory. Fleeing was futile. Its speed far surpassed my own limits. The instinct born of despair compelled me to make a singular choice. I lunged forward, using hands and feet to burrow into the menacing fissure. Simultaneously, I exerted all my strength to kick a loose metal fragment outward into the crevice. Almost in the very next instant that I squeezed into the crack, a thunderous boom resonated through the water and metal structures, akin to a colossal hammer striking a funeral bell. The entire fissure quaked violently, and I was jostled against the inner walls like a bean thrown into a sieve, nearly biting my tongue off. More debris collapsed from above the fissure, blocking the exit by a significant margin. Outside, the behemoth seemed to be repelled by the impact, emitting a low yet piercing roar that felt capable of shattering internal organs. Its massive form loomed just beyond the fissure, yet it was evidently unable to penetrate this relatively narrow opening. I curled up in the depths of the crack, my heart racing, nearly bursting my lungs. The oxygen alarm emitted a shrill warning, as the recent exertions had drastically depleted my oxygen supply. Temporarily safe, yet trapped in this dire predicament, I faced the imminent depletion of oxygen, with the way out obstructed and the nightmare of the colossal beast lurking outside. Cold sweat mingled with the icy seawater, clinging to my skin. Was I to suffocate here? Reluctantly, I swept my headlamp across the confined space that ensnared me. It appeared to be a structural fault between two enormous sealed chambers, torn apart by a violent impact or explosion. Aside from the fissure through which I entered, the surroundings were composed of smooth, cold metallic walls. A tightly shut door obstructed my exploration into the depths beyond. I endeavored through various means, yet the door remained immovable, firmly sealing the true interior of the base and denying me entry. The beam of my headlamp illuminated a heap of debris and sediment at the bottom of the crack. Suddenly, my gaze was drawn to a sleek, silver-gray object partially buried in the mud. It was small, resembling an enlarged droplet of water. Its surface devoid of any visible interfaces or buttons, crafted from a material neither metallic nor jade-like, exuding a matte metallic sheen. What could this be? Instinctively, I swam closer and retrieved it. It felt icy to the touch, surprisingly light. Tentatively, I attempted to caress its surface with my gloved fingers. At the moment my fingertip made contact, the silver-gray surface suddenly illuminated a soft blue halo, scanning across my cheek. Immediately thereafter, a perfectly contoured breathing aperture silently slid open near the end, matching the shape of my mouth and nose. At the opposite end, two slender tubes extended upward. I was momentarily taken aback, and then a bold thought struck me. I swiftly removed the rudimentary oxygen tank from my back, which was on the verge of depletion, and attempted to affix the droplet-shaped mask to my face. With a soft click, it adhered flawlessly. Instantly, a refreshing, oxygen-rich air, tinged with an unusual sweetness, surged into my lungs. It flowed effortlessly, without any resistance. The mask provided an exceptionally clear field of vision, even featuring an anti-fog capability. I gazed in astonishment at the surface of the droplet mask. In the upper right corner of my view, a graphical symbol displayed the device's oxygen supply as full, and it was remarkably self-replenishing at an incredibly slow rate. This was not a mere storage device. It was a miniature ecological maintenance system capable of autonomously extracting, synthesizing, and compressing oxygen from the surrounding environment. My wristwatch's blood oxygen monitor indicated the purity of the oxygen I inhaled was extraordinarily high. Extraterrestrial technology. This was undoubtedly a form of technology far surpassing earthly comprehension, a true lifeline in dire circumstances. In that euphoric moment, my fear was overwhelmed. With this, I would no longer be constrained by limited oxygen. I could dive deeper and explore longer. This was the genuine key to the abyss. I caressed this silver-gray life-saving artifact, feeling the invigorating power filling my lungs. The subsonic roars from outside seemed to recede gradually. Perhaps the great beast had lost patience or assumed I had perished. The crisis had not yet abated. The exit remained partially blocked, yet I had gained unprecedented hope and resources. I had time. I meticulously examined this confined structural fault. Besides the oxygen droplet, I discovered several similarly buried, unidentifiable metal fragments and a sealed, peculiarly textured square box, which I could not open despite my utmost efforts. The true passage remained firmly closed, but I no longer felt anxious. I then began to cautiously clear the rubble and metal shards obstructing the exit. My movements had to be gentle, so as not to attract attention from the outside. As I worked, my thoughts drifted deeper. Who constructed the base beneath this reef? Why was it damaged? Is this oxygen droplet mask a commonplace item on this planet, or is it a rare marvel of advanced technology? Why has it been left to languish in the fissures of the periphery? What lies deeper, awaiting my discovery? Chapter 16. The transformation of the shell. The silvery droplet quietly adhered to my face, its gentle blue halo pulsating slowly, reminiscent of a slumbering heart. It is a treasure salvaged from the brink of despair, the key to unlocking the deeper shadows. Upon returning to the relatively secure escape pod, I refrained from plunging recklessly into the depths. Years of experience as a salvage operator have taught me that the mightiest tools require a thorough understanding of their temperament. I commenced a series of cautious tests. Once more, I descended, pausing at a relatively safe depth of around 50 meters. My attention was riveted upon the display interface of the droplet, which bore no numbers, only a set of succinct pictograms, a leaf-like symbol representing oxygen, accompanied by a battery-like indicator, currently illuminated with 5 full bars. I began to breathe slowly and deeply, timing my breaths. I discovered that even when I deliberately intensified my breathing rate and depth, the depletion of the battery indicator occurred at an astonishingly slow pace. The oxygen provided seemed remarkably efficient, rendering the act of breathing nearly imperceptible in resistance. Approximately 40 minutes later, the battery indicator dwindled to its final bar, flickering a faint red light, signaling the necessity for a recharge. I ceased my vigorous breathing and remained still. To my astonishment, the last red light ceased its flickering and, at an exceedingly gradual yet perceptible pace, began to refill with blue from the bottom. It truly possesses the ability to self-replenish. Suppressing my excitement, I continued to time myself while swimming back to the escape pod. After another 3 hours, the battery indicator astonishingly returned to its full blue state, reverting to 5 bars. Such remarkable efficiency. This implies that as long as I judiciously manage my intervals of diving and resting, I possess the potential to explore even deeper realms. This revelation has utterly resolved the primary bottleneck of my explorations. My confidence surged. I resolved to challenge the depths further. My target, 100 meters. Previously, this was a depth hardly dared to be imagined. Ordinary equipment and technology would find the water pressure at such depths lethal. I adjusted my state and commenced my descent. 60 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters, the pressure steadily increased. Even with the foundational adaptability provided by the experimental subject within me, I could feel my bones creaking slightly, and my eardrums required more frequent pressure equalization. Yet, The breathing facilitated by the droplet mask remained stable and unobstructed, unchanged. 90 meters, 95 meters, 100 meters. The depth gauge of my wristwatch leapt to 3 digits. The surrounding light had turned exceedingly dim, relying almost entirely on the illumination from my headlamp. The water temperature had also dropped. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped me, pervasive and immense. Yet, I persevered. No severe symptoms of nitrogen narcosis manifested. Nor did I experience extreme discomfort. The foundational enhancements and initial adaptability from the experimental subject, combined with the stable oxygen supply from the droplet, enabled me to reach what was once a zone of life as prohibition. After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, a more audacious thought emerged. What are the limits of my endurance? I took a moment to rest, feeling the overwhelming pressure of 100 meters of water enveloping me. My body seemed to slowly adjust and acclimatize. Then, I continued my descent. 110 meters, 120 meters, 130 meters. The pressure surged exponentially. With each meter I plunged, it felt as if an invisible giant hand was tightly gripping me. The beam of my headlamp appeared to thicken under the immense pressure. A headache began to throb, my joints ached, and dark spots encroached upon my vision. I realized I was nearing the limits of my physical endurance. 140 meters. 145 meters. Just as the depth gauge approached 150 meters and I prepared to abandon my descent, an unforeseen calamity struck. From the darkness to my side, several pale, flexible tendrils, reminiscent of resilient ropes, surged forth silently. Their speed was astonishing, leaving me no time to react as they instantly coiled around my limbs and waist. This was a creature unlike any I had ever encountered. Its main body lurked deeper in the shadows, extending only these long, suction cup-laden appendages. Their strength was immense. They tightened violently, attempting to drag me into a deeper, darker abyss. Agonizing pain radiated from the places where I was ensnared, my bones creaking ominously. Even more terrifying was the sudden assault and struggle, which caused my already strained body to spiral into chaos. 165 meters. The immense water pressure seemed to find a breach, instantly penetrating my constricted wetsuit, ruthlessly impacting my organs and bones. Darkness enveloped me. The air in my lungs felt as if it had been instantly expelled. Even with the water droplets mask, I experienced a suffocating sensation. My ears were filled with the thunderous rush of blood. My consciousness began to blur rapidly. I was on the brink of death. In that precarious moment between life and death, a cold force deep within me, one that had always coexisted in confrontation, seemed to be fully awakened by this ultimate pressure of impending demise and a collapsing physiological state. It was not a mere agitation, but a boiling. A torrent of an unprecedentedly frigid and dominant power erupted from the depths of every cell in my being. It no longer sought to steal, but to forcibly transform. My muscle fibers visibly writhed, expanding and becoming denser and more resilient. My bones emitted a cacophony of dense, painful cracking sounds, as if their structure was being reshaped at a microscopic level to withstand even greater pressure. My lungs expanded frantically, the alveoli reorganizing with astonishing efficiency, and my oxygenation capabilities soared. The process was brief yet excruciating, akin to being shattered and forcibly reassembled. The four-limbed creature that had ensnared me seemed to sense the terrifying and extraordinary aura that erupted from within me. It emitted a sharp, fear-driven shriek reminiscent of metal scraping, abruptly releasing its grip and retreating in panic into the darkness. Suddenly, the pressure eased. Yet what I felt was no longer unbearable compression, but rather a solid cocooning sensation. I lowered my gaze to my wristwatch. Depth, 163 meters. But I felt almost nothing. The headache, joint pain, and blurred vision had all vanished. Breathing became exceptionally easy and profound, as if I were not in the depths of nearly 160 meters, but rather in shallow waters. I attempted to move my limbs, and a surge of strength coursed through me. With a gentle kick, my velocity astonishingly doubled. A secondary evolution. On the brink of death, the experimental being within me, driven by self-preservation, or rather, the imperative to ensure the host's survival, was compelled to undergo a deeper fusion and enhancement. I acquired a more formidable physique, enhanced strength, superior lung capacity, and an unimaginable resistance to water pressure. My heart surged with ecstasy. Yet, soon after, an unfamiliar and peculiar sensation emerged. As I attempted to swim upward, preparing to return to the escape pod, the closer I drew to the surface, the more agitated that icy force within me became. It seemed to resist leaving the high-pressure environment. An inexplicable sense of anxiety and tearing began to spread within me, more discomforting than the pressure of the deep waters. Conversely, When I descended below 100 meters, that agitation swiftly subsided, and the frigid power regained its docility and stability, allowing my enhanced physical capabilities to manifest perfectly. I realized that this augmented body, this surging strength, came at a cost. It relied on the deep-sea environment, on the immense pressure to suppress, or rather stabilize, this perilous entity within me. The water pressure became my new sedative. It appeared that the experimental being within me possessed an inexplicable bond with the depths of the ocean. I floated in the dim abyss, gazing at the waters above that stirred the turmoil within me. My emotions were complex. I had transformed into a creature unable to detach from the deep sea. Ultimately, I made a decision. I returned to the escape pod, albeit briefly, replenishing my hydration, sustenance, checking equipment, and logging my observations. Then, before the force within me began to grow restless again, I plunged back into the depths with unwavering resolve. I utilized the escape pod as a supply station, a terrestrial base for recording my thoughts. My true realm of activity, my new home, became this shadowy, frigid world beneath 100 meters. Here, I could genuinely feel comfort and strength. With the water droplet system and an almost abnormal capacity for oxygenation, I achieved remarkable endurance. In the abyss, I finally thrived as if reborn. Chapter 17. The call from the abyss deep blue became my new norm and my new chrysalis. The water droplet system allowed me to linger for extended periods in the tranquil depths, while my secondary evolved body transformed this high-pressure domain into a relatively comfortable zone for movement. Day after day, I wandered around the periphery of that colossal underwater structure, mapping, sampling, and endeavoring to decipher those impenetrable doors with a chip card. Progress was agonizingly slow. Ascending back to the escape pod became increasingly torturous. Each time I departed from the depths, that entity within me felt as though it had been deprived of its sedative, becoming restless, frigid, and even maliciously assaulting my nerves with various discomforts and bizarre auditory hallucinations. I could only return to the surface in a state of utter exhaustion, at which point the experimental being within me would quiet significantly. I endeavored to minimize my time at the surface, descending back into the deep sea as soon as possible, returning to the pressure that allowed me to function normally. I became akin to a true deep-sea creature, feeling estranged and repelled by the world above the azure. On this day, I found myself suspended before the gaping maw of an immense, fractured pipeline, diligently recording the scanning data of its internal structure. The droplets of oxygen on my visor oscillated steadily, akin to the rhythmic beating of a languid heart. Suddenly, a faint yet distinct signal pierced through the cacophony of the deep-sea background noise, disrupting the constant hiss emitted by my helmet's receiver. It was neither a natural sound nor any known signal source I had previously documented. Its feebleness suggested it emanated from an exceedingly remote or profoundly deep location. Without hesitation, I ceased all movement, floating in the darkness, adjusting the receiver's gain to its maximum, my senses taut with anticipation. In such an environment, any unknown entity inherently signified peril. The signal was intermittent, yet persistently repeated a concise, albeit unconventional, coding pattern. It bore no resemblance to a public broadcast. Rather, it resembled a low-power, directional message in a bottle, desperately attempting to reach any potential ally in an extreme predicament. Caution outweighed curiosity. I refrained from immediate action, patiently recording several minutes of signal fragments to ensure I captured a sufficient number of repetitive codes. Only after that did I silently ascend, enduring the escalating agitation and discomfort within my body, returning to the escape pod. The frigid air inside the pod sent a shiver down my spine. I swiftly uploaded the recorded signals to the computer and initiated the decoding program. The process was laborious. This antiquated machine struggled to process such weak signals. Leaning against the pod's wall, I endured the internal discomfort while calmly analyzing the possibilities. Other survivors? After all this time, aside from the wreckage of number 037, I had detected no signs of life. Who else could emit a signal? Moreover, this signal seemed to originate from deeper within, perhaps a periodic beacon from some automated device. The progress bar on the screen crept forward with excruciating slowness. At last, the decoding was complete. The information that sprang forth on the screen caused my pupils to constrict slightly. Identity, navigation group Lin, status, trapped, structure compromised, oxygen limited, coordinates, a complex series of positioning data based on unique geological beacons and abyssal depths, environment, cave fissure, warning, unique ecosystem unknown, navigation group Lin. Could it be that technician Lin? She is still alive, yet her circumstances are dire. Trapped within a cave or fissure structure, her escape pod compromised, and oxygen dwindling. Furthermore, Her mention of a unique and unknown ecosystem signifies that this is no benign environment. I immediately began to calculate the coordinates and estimate the depth. The results astonished me. That location was not only distant, the estimated depth reached approximately 380 meters. This depth far exceeded the design limits of a standard escape pod. Unless her pod possessed a special structure or was ensnared within some unique formation, it had miraculously avoided destruction. However, the compromised structure and limited oxygen indicated she could not last much longer. My initial reaction was one of profound concern and evaluation. It was too far. The risks of a long journey were exceedingly high, with the potential of encountering entirely unknown hazards in the deep waters along the way. At 380 meters, although my body had undergone a second evolution, this depth still brimmed with uncertainty, the pressure far exceeding the 200 to 300 meters to which I had grown accustomed. The environment remains enigmatic. The caves, fissures, and unique ecosystems she referenced imply an extraordinarily high degree of unknown risk. Is it worth it? To take such immense risks for someone I barely know? I, myself, have only just attained a semblance of stability. Irrational madness rings alarm bells within me, urging me to prioritize my own safety. I possess water droplets, an enhanced physique, a chip card, and a clear objective of reaching an underwater base. To recklessly plunge into a distant, perilous realm with uncharted depths seems to diminish my chances of survival. I gaze at the coordinates and the warnings about oxygen limits flashing on the screen, my fingers tapping unconsciously on the console. Then, I recall a vague memory in my mind. Do not enter the stasis. There are issues with the system's directives. That constraining voice, tinged with panic, belonged to a woman who may have been trying to prevent something dire. Perhaps it was her warning that instilled a sense of vigilance within my subconscious towards the stasis pod, allowing me to survive until now. Leaning back in my chair, I close my eyes. The latent power within me becomes increasingly restless, agitated by my prolonged stay in shallow waters. A monumental dilemma. Yet it also presents a new opportunity for survival. More importantly, a skilled technician from the navigation team, someone who may possess insider knowledge about the Eden project. Her value could far exceed our expectations. She might hold crucial information about the chip, the specimen 000, and this underwater base. The risks are immense, yet the potential rewards could be equally significant. Moreover, my conscience compels me not to abandon my fellow beings lightly. After much internal struggle, I suddenly open my eyes, take a deep breath, and make a decision. Instead of recklessly rushing to rescue, I will first conduct an extreme depth adaptability test to ensure my own safety. I will assess my endurance and operational capacity at a depth of 380 meters. If my body cannot withstand it, then all further considerations are moot. Concurrently, I will utilize all available data to chart a route that circumvents known danger zones. Should the test prove successful and the route viable, I may then attempt to approach the target area for reconnaissance, ultimately deciding whether and how to intervene based on real-time conditions. Yes, that is the plan. Evaluate, then decide. Minimize risks to the greatest extent possible. It feels as though I have found a rationale that persuades me, balancing caution with that flicker of moral obligation, alleviating some of the turmoil within. I promptly commence action. Time is not on my side. First, I must formulate a meticulous deep pressure testing plan. The objective is no longer a familiar depth of 300 meters, but a direct challenge to 350 meters, 370 meters, and ultimately, 380 meters. I must accurately gauge my bodily functions, reaction speed, and, most critically, the oxygen consumption rate of the water droplet system at these extreme depths. The testing process proves to be incredibly arduous. Descending beyond 350 meters feels akin to carrying an entire mountain upon my back. Pressure invades relentlessly, attempting to crush every bone and flatten each alveolus. Although my evolved body barely withstands the physical onslaught, I am relentlessly plagued by severe headaches, constricted vision, and occasional muscle spasms. The performance of the water droplet system is even more alarming. At depths exceeding 300 meters, its oxygen regeneration rate noticeably decelerates, while my oxygen consumption escalates dramatically due to environmental pressure and mental strain. After extensive testing and data logging, I have arrived at a chilling conclusion. At my absolute limit of 410 meters, I can only remain submerged for a maximum of 25 minutes. At approximately 380 meters, this duration can be extended to around 40 minutes. 40 minutes. This is the theoretical window of time I possess for engagement and reaction within the target area. This does not account for the considerable energy expenditure of the return journey or the unforeseen incidents that may arise. The planning of the route is equally disheartening. The distance is exceedingly vast, with a seabed terrain that is complex and treacherous, necessitating the traversal of uncharted trenches, circumventing potential volcanic vent zones, and remaining vigilant against various deep-sea behemoths. The exterior of the escape pod has been repaired, yet its frail power and substantial target make it ill-suited as a vessel for this expedition. It is too slow, too conspicuous, and too fragile. I am compelled to make another arduous decision. I must secure the escape pod in a shallow area, lest it be absent upon my return. It will serve as my final beacon and base. For this expedition, I shall swim alone, relying on my enhanced physique, the water drop system, and the fortified equipment enhanced by the chip card. This signifies that I will have no retreat or shelter along the way. Once I embark, I must depend solely on my strength to reach the target point and return. I harness the new capabilities of the chip card, no longer content with mere repairs, but rather embarking on the transformation and fortification of my diving gear. I weave high-strength alloy fibers into the critical areas of my wetsuit to enhance its pressure resistance and defensive capabilities. I reforge my survival knife, sharpening its blade for greater resilience. I even attempted to create several high-energy compressed nutrient blocks to minimize the time spent on sustenance during the journey. Each preparation for this extreme testing and reconnaissance plan instills within me a profound sense of risk. Yet, the yearning within me for the deeper abyss seems to evoke a subtle thrill, as if something at that depth is beckoning, perhaps calling to it, or to us. I suppress a myriad of emotions, meticulously recording Lin's coordinates and signal details, along with all the oxygen consumption data curves, in my notebook. Then, I plunged once more into the depths. However, this time, my descent is not for exploration or adaptation, but rather for a venture fraught with peril, yet potentially capable of unveiling the true objectives of the Eden Project. The terms resonance test, observation, containment swirl in my mind like a tempest. If Technician Lin is indeed the crucial navigator, might she possess greater knowledge? What terrifying connections exist between the chip card, this lost underwater civilization, and the specimen 000? And what role do we, as specimens, play within this intricate web? The abyss remains silent, yet a faint call emanating from deeper fissures intermingles with immense danger and alluring truths, guiding me toward a new and more treacherous path. Chapter 18. The Abyssal Spring. The process of anchoring the escape pod firmly in a secluded shallow area consumed half a day. Each time I surfaced to manipulate the anchor chain and cables, the essence of specimen 000 within me writhed like a fish thrown into boiling oil, struggling vehemently in protest. That icy sensation of dread threatened to tear my nerves asunder. As I finally completed the task, I sank into the depths almost as if fleeing, until the familiar pressure enveloped me and the suffocating agitation gradually subsided. There was no turning back. The expedition had officially commenced. The coordinates of the target were so distant that they sent shivers down my spine. The navigation on my watch indicated that, accounting for the necessary detours, I would need to traverse over 50 kilometers through the deep sea. This journey was a relentless test of both physical endurance and willpower. I maintained the most economical cruising speed, resembling a silent underwater torpedo, carving an inconsequential trajectory in the boundless deep blue. My muscles transitioned from initial soreness to numbness, with only the pulsating coordinates and the accumulating distance on my watch serving as proof of my continued movement. Fatigue clung to me like a relentless parasite, compelling me to seek a relatively safe depression on the seabed for a brief, yet vigilant respite. The water drop mask was my most steadfast ally, silently fulfilling its duty, fitting snugly and continuously generating the life-sustaining oxygen. However, the ever-changing indicator lights on its side, flickering between blue and yellow, coldly reminded me that under sustained movement, the regeneration of oxygen barely managed to maintain equilibrium. Any depletion of reserves was utterly intolerable. Moreover, fresh water had unexpectedly become my most perilous shortcoming. The meager supply of distilled water I had set out with had long been exhausted. The sensation of dehydration gnawed at my will more terrifyingly than hunger. My throat felt aflame, my lips cracked and bled, and my mind began to dull from the lack of hydration. Facing the threat of dying of thirst in this vast aquatic realm was undoubtedly the cruelest irony. Despair encroached like the surrounding darkness, slowly consuming me. A turning point occurred just as I was on the brink of madness from thirst. During a brief respite, the beam of my headlamp inadvertently swept across a relatively flat expanse of sandy seabed, illuminating a peculiar plant I had never encountered before. Unlike the soft, drifting seaweed, these specimens boasted short, stout, and resilient, rock-like brown trunks firmly anchored to the ocean floor. Most astonishingly, at their apex grew large, nearly translucent organs resembling inflated bladders. Each as wide as a basketball, their thin walls refracting a spectrum of colors under the light, with clear liquids swirling inside. A water reservoir. A wild thought struck me. Had this plant evolved the ability to store internal fluids? Could it contain fresh water? Hope mingled with immense risk. I cautiously approached, gently probing one of the water sacs with the reinforced tip of my survival knife. The texture was resilient yet elastic. Holding my breath, I painstakingly pierced a small hole. A stream of clear, transparent liquid surged forth instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly positioned the emergency injection valve of my mask to catch the flowing liquid, carefully guiding it in. A refreshing liquid, tinged with a peculiar mineral taste, slid down my throat. Indeed, it was fresh water. Although the flavor was somewhat unusual, it was undoubtedly the essence of life. After such immense relief, I felt nearly exhausted. I meticulously collected this abyssal nectar, striving to avoid damaging their root systems. Fearful of destroying this life-saving source, I named the water sac fern. Their existence had completely alleviated the greatest survival crisis of the expedition. Subsequently, I began to consciously seek the elusive water sac fern, which flourishes at specific depths, nestled within the shaded crevices of rock walls. My sustenance comprised high-energy nutrient blocks and the occasional fish caught by hand. The journey continued amidst the solitude of my daily wanderings. In addition to grappling with fatigue and sustaining my existence, I remained ever vigilant. I had been compelled to alter my course, steering far from a region that emitted an eerie hum, shimmering with ominous phosphorescence. I had also felt the soul-chilling low-frequency tremors emanating from the abyss below, as if some ancient behemoth were stirring. Yet, danger often lurked unexpectedly, particularly in the vast expanse above a sandy seabed. At a depth of approximately 320 meters, as I advanced at a steady pace, aiming to avoid a strong current, the sandy terrain behind me erupted violently. A horror beyond my imagination surged forth from the depths. Its size rivaled that of a heavy-duty truck on Earth, cloaked in thick, rough, bony plates, with dense, pale tendrils swaying in the water currents between the armor's seams. Its head bore no discernible eyes, seemingly a remnant of evolution, dominated instead by a massive, gaping maw that consumed most of its cranium, lined with countless rows of glistening, ivory fangs. It was evident that it had long been lurking here, lying in wait for each unwary prey to pass. Its speed far surpassed that of any creature I had previously encountered. There was no time for contemplation. The instinct for survival propelled me to kick fiercely downward at an angle, desperately twisting my body. That terrifying maw nearly closed around my back. The rush of water caused by its fangs snapping shut struck me like a sledgehammer. I could even detect a potent stench, a grotesque blend of decaying flesh and sulfur wafting through my mask. Fear gripped my very soul as I plunged desperately towards a cluster of dense rocks. The creature emitted a deep, furious roar, its massive form astonishingly agile as it pivoted and pursued me. It charged repeatedly, its immense force shaking the entire reef area, sending debris cascading down. Like a mouse pursued by hounds, I scurried through the jagged crevices of the rocks, leveraging my size to evade its lethal strikes. Each time that maw, filled with serrated teeth, gnawed at the rocks beside me, producing a spine-chilling sound, my heart nearly ceased. I don't know how long I fled, perhaps only a few minutes, yet it felt like an eternity. The monstrous beast seemed to lose patience with this elusive morsel. Or perhaps it was lured by something else, emitting a reluctant, low growl before slowly sinking back into the sand, leaving me amidst swirling silt, still trembling with terror. I concealed myself in a fissure of rock, my body quaking uncontrollably, and after what felt like an age, I cautiously peeked out. The sandy terrain had regained its tranquility, as if nothing had transpired, save for the wreckage of the reef, a testament to the harrowing brush with death. What propelled me onward was not solely the instinct for survival, but also the profound questions raised by Eden 999, and a sliver of responsibility for the technician Lin, who had sent the distress signal and may hold the key to the truth. At last, after enduring countless underwater days and nights, my wristwatch emitted a sharp, clear alert. I had arrived at the target coordinate area. Chapter 19. The shadows of the cave. The hue of the sea has undergone a remarkable transformation over the course of these days. Initially, the waters I traversed were a captivating azure, transitioning through a murky yellow-green expanse with alarmingly low visibility, and now, the depths have revealed a profound indigo, indicating the vastness of this oceanic realm. As I gradually eased my movements, a blend of anticipation and indescribable tension enveloped me, compelling me to scrutinize my surroundings meticulously. This was not the expansive seabed plain I had envisioned, but rather the foothills of a colossal underwater mountain range, rising majestically as if leading to another world. According to the coordinates, the signal source lay at the base of this submerged ridge. I descended slowly along the steep rock face, the depth gauge steadily climbing, 300 meters, 320 meters, 350 meters. The pressure intensified, and the indicator light on my mask glowed a steady yellow, alerting me to the increasing consumption of oxygen. I adjusted my breathing rhythm, my gaze sweeping across the jagged walls ahead like a hawk surveying its prey. Suddenly, the beam of my headlamp illuminated an extraordinary sight. A massive, intricately twisted coral-like structure sprawled before me. These were not solitary entities. Instead, they melded into one another, forming an immense conglomerate of bony tubes. Reminiscent of a gigantic beehive or the abandoned lair of some deep-sea leviathan, deeply embedded in the ocean floor, revealing dark, contorted openings that descended into the abyss. The faint yet resilient distress signal from Lin was unmistakably emanating from the depths of this colossal coral network. Her location was not in open waters, but concealed behind a hidden underwater cavern. I hovered before this enormous and eerie entrance, feeling the currents seeping from the darkness. What world lay within? Could the warnings of this unique ecosystem originate from here? The final challenge loomed before me, suspended before the vast entrance of the coral cavern. An icy chill coursed up my spine, not from the frigid water, but from a profound fear of the unknown. The beam of my headlamp plunged into the inky blackness, seemingly devoured by the void, illuminating only a few meters before dissipating into nothingness. Lin's signal was here, faint yet unwavering. I took a deep breath, attempting to quell my racing heart. Shaking my head forcefully, I suppressed my trepidation. Now was not the time for retreat. Once more, I gazed towards the dark cave entrance, my resolve crystallizing. After checking the indicator light on my mask, I noted that the yellow warning was stable, estimating my remaining effective time to be approximately 35 minutes. I needed to act swiftly. Cautiously, I swam into one of the largest openings. Upon entering the cave, the environment transformed instantaneously. The sound of the external sea currents diminished, replaced by a more sinister low-frequency hum. The water temperature increased slightly, yet what was more unsettling was the quality of the water. It seemed denser, filled with countless minuscule particles emitting a faint phosphorescence, causing the light from my headlamp to scatter and blur, reducing visibility even further than outside. The internal passages of the cave were remarkably wide, ample enough for an escape pod to navigate through. The four walls were formed by a complex amalgamation of grayish-white coral and natural rock. On the rocky surface, one could observe fresh, colossal scratch marks, remnants of violent collisions. And in certain areas, splatters of a viscous liquid that resembled oil, solidified into bizarre patches. This clearly indicated the tumultuous path that the escape pod had once taken to reach this place. Following these traces and the increasingly clearer signal strength on my wristwatch, I cautiously ventured deeper. The low-frequency hum intensified, resonating within my chest. As I delved further, unnatural marks began to appear on the bony walls. Evidences of energy burns that left behind vitrified traces, and even gigantic skeletal fragments embedded within the walls, remnants of unknown life forms. This was no benign locale, nor was it as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. My heart raced. Could Technician Lin truly survive in such an environment? Just as the indicator light on my water mask began to flicker yellow, signaling an alarming depletion of oxygen with less than 20 minutes remaining, the passage ahead suddenly opened up. I found myself in a vast underwater chamber, suffused with an ethereal purple hue cast by peculiar vegetation. In the center of the chamber lay an unfathomable abyss, as if a gateway to hell itself. On the right wall of the chamber, I beheld an escape pod. It was larger than a standard pod, its body more streamlined. Yet, it was not unscathed. The front was deeply wedged into a massive crack in the rock, while the rear hung precariously in the void, evidently trapped after a chaotic collision. The surface of the pod was marred with deep scratches and dents, yet its overall structure appeared intact. The advanced navigational escape pod's robust structural integrity and independent pressure system allowed it to endure in this abyss. Faintly visible on the side of the pod was the number, Eden 999N13. Was she still alive? At least the pod seemed largely intact. I swiftly swam closer, my heart racing. As my headlamp illuminated the observation window, a pale, frail face etched with shock and disbelief pressed against the inner pane. It was Technician Lin. She was indeed alive. She had seen me. Her eyes widened in astonishment, quickly replaced by a primal instinct for survival. She wasted no time banging on the window, but instead, with remarkable composure, conveyed information through gestures. First, she pointed emphatically to her temple, shaking her head to indicate the internal control systems had failed. Then, she mimicked an explosion dispersing. and abruptly pointed towards the underside of the pod's tail, her fingers tapping insistently, her expression urgent. In that instant, I comprehended. She was signaling that there was an emergency device at the tail. Of course, as a member of the navigation team, she was intimately familiar with the structure of this advanced escape pod. I immediately circled to the pod's rear. Sure enough, beneath the structure, there was a conspicuous external emergency inflatable buoyancy device. The vivid red marking was discernible even in the dim underwater light. This was our hope of escape. I approached the device and spotted a bright red mechanical pull ring, shielded by a transparent safety cover. I attempted to pry open the lid with my hands, but it remained obstinately immovable, seemingly secured by an internal locking mechanism. I exerted greater force, even resorting to a diving knife in an effort to pry apart the crevice. Yet it proved extraordinarily resilient, far beyond the capacity of mere human strength to breach. The orange indicator light on the water mask flickered with increasing urgency, reminiscent of a countdown to death. Remaining time, less than 7 minutes. Inside the observation window, Technician Lin's expression shifted from hope to profound despair. She was evidently aware that this external safety cover required an internal circuit unlock or specialized tools to open, and her internal system had already malfunctioned. What to do? I was in a state of frantic urgency. In the midst of this dire predicament, my hand instinctively reached for my waist, encountering the cool, smooth surface of the chip card. It had once granted me access to intricate mechanical systems. There was no other option. I retrieved the card and pressed it firmly against the robust safety lock. I concentrated all my thoughts, praying that this enigmatic object could work miracles once more. Almost simultaneously, I sensed a faint click from within the lock, almost drowned out by the sound of rushing water. It worked. I immediately attempted to pry open the safety cover again, and this time, it sprang open with a satisfying response. Within lay the vivid red mechanical activation pull ring, boldly displayed. There was no time for relief. I returned to the glass, gesturing for her to sit tight, crossing her arms to secure her seatbelt. Technician Lin quickly comprehended my instructions, and once she was prepared, I took a deep breath, grasped the pull ring, and with all my might, yanked it forcefully. A resounding whoosh erupted, a deep and powerful inflation sound. Compressed gas surged violently into the massive buoyancy bag, instantaneously expanding at the tail of the escape pod, generating an immense upward force. The escape pod, wedged within the crevice, emitted a cacophony of metal groans and the grinding of rocks as the vessel's rear rapidly tilted upward, the entire structure quaking violently. Yet it remained trapped. It was wedged too tightly. I swiftly swam to the bottom of the vessel, bracing my feet against the solid rock wall below, pressing my shoulder firmly against the base of the escape pod, using every ounce of my strength to gradually push the vessel outward. I roared within, urging myself to move. Under the combined force of my own strength and the tremendous buoyancy generated by the rapidly expanding bag, the heavy escape pod finally emitted a thunderous crack, violently breaking free from the crevice. The buoyancy instantly took command, and the escape pod shot upward like a bullet, dragging the immense vessel along with it, and me, clinging desperately to the external handrail, racing towards the upward passage of the cavern, towards the distant sea surface. The colossal buoyancy acted like an invisible hand, propelling us forcefully upward. The velocity was overwhelming. The water churned violently, tearing at my body, nearly dislodging me from my tenuous grip on the escape pod's handrail. I clung fiercely, my fingers white-knuckled from the strain, my muscles taut, resisting the terrifying acceleration. The glowing coral branches and twisted rocks transformed into a blur of colors, swiftly descending past us. The eardrum throbbed violently due to a sudden drop in pressure, compelling me to swallow repeatedly in an attempt to equalize. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As I ascended rapidly from nearly 400 meters deep, the most lethal threat was not hypoxia, but decompression. Inert gases dissolved in my blood and tissues formed bubbles as pressure plummeted, resembling countless minute explosives detonating within my vessels and joints. Mild agony leading to paralysis. Severe cases culminating in instantaneous demise. The orange warning light on the water droplet mask had transformed into a blinding red, flickering frantically at the periphery of my vision. Oxygen supply, nearing depletion. The mask echoed with my own labored and desperate breaths. Each inhalation became increasingly arduous, as if the next moment would render me unable to draw in anything at all. I was compelled to cling to the cabin as it ascended. My breath was nearly held, enduring the dual torment of hypoxia and decompression amidst this frantic ascent. Struggling, I turned to glance at the observation window. Technician Lin was evidently grappling with immense overload and pressure changes. Her complexion was pale, her grip on the cabin's handhold tight, and her gaze appeared somewhat dazed. We surged upward along the broad corridor, marred by the scratches of the escape pod, soon bursting back into the vast chamber of the cavern, speeding towards the entrance without losing momentum. Just as I thought we would burst back into the open sea in one breath, an unforeseen calamity struck. Bang! A muffled thud resonated from above, jolting the entire escape pod and me abruptly. Our upward momentum suddenly slowed. It was the more robust and densely intertwined coral structures at the cavern's entrance. While the pod had broken several upon entry, the remaining ones became new obstacles. The massive hull collided first with them, ensnared by one particularly stout branch. The ascent halted. We hung in the darkness just below the cave entrance. The tremendous jolt nearly caused me to lose my grip, my insides feeling as though they had shifted. The sensations of hypoxia and suffocation surged like a tide in my brain, the edges of my vision darkening. We cannot linger here. To stop is to die? I attempted to push against the pod with my feet, hoping to dislodge that branch, but to no avail. That pale coral branch was as unyielding as steel. Tightly entangling the hull, my hand instinctively reached for the chip card at my waist. It could unlock the safety cover, disrupt simple locking mechanisms. But what could it truly accomplish? Could it command that damned coral to release? In despair, a frantic thought flashed through my mind. The escape pod's thrusters. Such advanced pods are typically equipped with small emergency thrusters for attitude adjustments. If I could activate them, even for a brief burst, combined with the buoyancy of the flotation device, perhaps I could break free. But how could I initiate it? My gaze fixated on an external emergency interface near the thruster nozzle at the pod's rear. It is usually reserved for diagnostics or emergency power connections. It was a gamble. The sensation of suffocation intensified, my vision beginning to blur. I summoned the last vestiges of my strength, painstakingly maneuvering up the cabin wall, grasping at every protrusion, desperately inching closer to that interface. Once again, I extracted the frigid chip card, compelling it with sheer willpower as I pressed it firmly against the interface-laden protective cover. Move. I silently roared within, infusing it with all my fervent desire for survival. The instant the chip card made contact with the interface, I felt a faint surge of electricity course through my fingertips, even perceiving a high-frequency hum emanating from within the card, nearly beyond the range of human hearing. In the next moment, the two propulsion nozzles at the rear of the escape pod, previously dim and lifeless, erupted with two brief yet extraordinarily intense jets of azure plasma. Boom. The immense thrust combined with the buoyancy of the flotation device created an explosive surge. The entwined coral-like structure emitted a brittle snap, unable to withstand the strain, and was violently torn apart. We broke free. We surged upwards once more, unimpeded this time. The overwhelming inertia nearly caused me to lose my grip. I clung desperately to the vessel with the last remnants of my willpower. The final vestiges of oxygen had been consumed, my lungs ablaze, and darkness enveloped my vision. Just as my consciousness began to wane and my hands threatened to release, light, a brilliant, natural light pierced my eyes. We burst forth from the cavern. We erupted above the sea's surface, back beneath the sky drenched in pale sunlight. In that fleeting moment of emerging from the water, I tore off my mask and inhaled greedily, desperately drawing in the cold, damp air, a sensation akin to being reborn. A violent cough surged forth alongside my breath, leaving me limp against the icy edge of the escape pod, swaying with the waves, nearly immobilized except for my frantic gasps. We succeeded. We truly succeeded. Chapter 21, Blood, Mist, and Frost. A euphoric exhilaration mingled with profound exhaustion enveloped me as I gradually regained my composure. Struggling to lift my head, I beheld the massive inflatable flotation device functioning flawlessly, allowing the escape pod to rest steadily upon the water's surface. Sunlight reflected off the damp hatch, casting dazzling rays. The sunlight upon the sea was pale, yet blinding, imbued with an unreal sense of survival. The salty, cold ocean breeze filled my lungs, bringing a modicum of warmth that dispelled the suffocating nightmare of the deep sea. With no time to rest, I crawled towards the observation window. The joy of surviving was abruptly extinguished by the chilling reality that awaited me within. Technician Lin leaned against the inner wall of the pod, her once pale cheeks now flushed with an unnatural hue. She gasped for breath, each inhalation seemingly fraught with immense agony, and the crimson droplets seeping from the corner of her mouth became increasingly pronounced. More alarmingly, the previously clear air within the pod now appeared to be shrouded in a faint, gossamer-like pink mist of blood, decompression sickness, and she exhibited severely acute symptoms of air embolism. Her life hung by a thread. Hold on. I am opening the door. I shouted at the window. Lunging towards the hatch, I pounded on the door with all my might, desperate to preserve any semblance of her consciousness. My fist struck the twisted metal of the hatch with a dull thud. As I finally reached the water's surface, the overwhelming and almost terrifying pressure that had encased me dissipated. The only remaining barrier was the battered hatch, marred by the impact. I forced myself to regain composure, my gaze sweeping over every inch of the metal surface surrounding the hatch like a searchlight. There, beneath the edge of the hatch, a slightly dented yet defiantly vibrant red emergency manual release lever caught my eye. This lever serves as the final safeguard in standard escape pod designs, specifically intended for extreme scenarios of internal failure or unconscious crew members. Just moments ago, the immense pressure of hundreds of tons of water had sealed the door as if it were welded shut, rendering the lever practically useless. However, now that I was at the surface, it stood as the sole barrier between us and the outside world, our only glimmer of hope. Gripping the frigid lever with both hands and anchoring my feet against the protrusions of the pod, I sank my hips down and summoned every ounce of muscle to wrench it backward with all my might. "Open for me," I cried out. The metallic groans and screeches reverberated, sending shivers down my spine as the lever resisted the deformation, moving ever so slowly from its jammed position. I could distinctly feel the door bolts within being forcibly retracted by the mechanical structure. My arm muscles swelled, veins bulging on my forehead, sweat saturating my inner lining. A resounding thud echoed from within the door, an almost liberating sound. The locking mechanism finally yielded. Although the door remained deformed from the physical impact and did not swing open automatically, it had been unlocked, revealing a gap wide enough for my fingers to slip through. A wave of thick, iron-scented blood surged forth from the crevice, engulfing me. Without a moment's hesitation, I thrust my fingers into the opening, my nails bending painfully back and drawing blood, but I had no time to dwell on the pain. With another primal roar, I exerted my entire weight and strength. Accompanied by a piercing metallic scrape, the heavy door, symbolizing the boundary between life and death, was finally forced open wide enough for passage. I immediately slipped inside, enveloped by the horrific scene and the intense stench of blood. The interior lay in disarray, as though ravaged by a beast. Various items were strewn across the floor. Most screens of the control panel darkened, and exposed wires hung like dying tendrils. Technician Lin slumped in the pilot's seat, her head lolling to one side, consciousness completely faded, with only the rapid, shallow rise and fall of her chest indicating her struggle against death. Her pulse beneath my fingers raced alarmingly, as if it might burst forth, her body instinctively fighting for survival. Her skin felt eerily cold and clammy, devoid of warmth, like that of a lifeless corpse. Immediate medical attention was imperative. My gaze frantically locked onto a panel adorned with a green cross on the wall. I yanked it open, revealing a relatively intact emergency medical kit. I swiftly retrieved the crucial high-pressure oxygen injection pen, the only remedy capable of rapidly combating acute decompression sickness and stabilizing the nitrogen bubbles within her system. "Hold on," I shouted hoarsely, uncertain if she could hear me. With urgency, I tore open the fabric of her outer thigh, targeting the well-defined muscle, and forcefully pressed the injection pen against it. A soft hiss resonated as the medication was accurately administered. Her body jolted violently, producing an involuntary, agonizing groan. Her brow furrowed tightly in pain. Once the injection was complete, I carefully laid her flat, turning her head to one side to ensure her airway remained unobstructed, preventing any risk of choking on blood. I then tenderly wiped the blood seeping from her mouth and nose with sterile gauze. After attending to her, I collapsed beside her, my back against the cold metal wall, gasping for breath, each inhalation a reminder of the burning ache in my lungs. The hyperbaric oxygen would take time to take effect. For now, all I could do was wait. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over me like a relentless tide. I surveyed the cramped metallic confines that had saved our lives, yet inflicted near-fatal harm upon her. She must have been mercilessly pulled into the vortex during that apocalyptic tornado, experiencing a harrowing descent, ultimately becoming trapped in this hellish abyss. In this dire situation of deprivation and severe injury, an indescribable mix of admiration and relief surged within me. Her resilience was astonishing. Regaining a modicum of strength, the instinct to survive compelled me to examine the operational devices within the capsule. I needed to seek out additional opportunities for survival. Most of the control panel screens were dark, yet as I tentatively toggled a few switches, a smaller auxiliary screen, seemingly powered by an independent backup source, suddenly flickered to life. It appeared to have just rebooted due to the violent tremors from the hatch. The screen began to replay the last segment of recorded summary information. My attention was immediately captured, my heart racing anew. As I read the content displayed on the screen, my insides tightened, pondering the harrowing ordeal endured by Technician Lin. Chapter 22, Healing and Protection. The cold text on the screen scrolled by, clearly documenting the final seconds before the escape pod lost control and plummeted into the sea. Highest level alert. Encountered abnormal clustered weather, tornado group. Evasion failed. Caught in the core structure of a strong vortex. Structural stress nearing critical levels. Depth readings skyrocketing. 200 meters, 300 meters, 350 meters. Warning, detected an exceptionally powerful and oddly directed deep-sea current. Pattern recognition, being forcibly dragged. Final impact warning. Evasion impossible. The recording halted abruptly, the screen freezing on the last line of desperate red text. Tornadoes and whirlpools were the catalysts of disaster, manifestations of nature's might. But what did this final record imply? Was it possible that her escape pod, after plunging into the depths, did not merely drift aimlessly into that cave, but was instead, at the last moment, drawn towards that enigmatic cavern by an incomprehensible force? That coral cavity, beneath which lay an even deeper cavern. That place, suffused with a low-frequency hum, scarred by unnatural energies and the colossal remains of unknown creatures. It resembles a den, exuding an eerie allure, ensnaring its prey. Could it be that fortune has favored me? Moments ago, my descent revealed no terrifying beings. The sunlight continued to cascade, and the waves ebbed gently. Yet, in this instant, the once beautiful and expansive sea has transformed into an immense, unfathomable prison, where every droplet of water conceals unimaginable, malevolent gazes. Are we truly safe now? A profound weariness enveloped me like the tangible sea, drowning me completely. After administering basic first aid and treatment to Technician Lin, I found myself devoid of the strength to even lift a finger. Slumped against the cold wall of the escape pod, listening to the rhythmic lapping of the waves outside and the technician's faint yet gradually steadying breaths. I felt a measure of comfort. An overwhelming sense of lethargy threatened to lull me into slumber, while the restless energy within me, characteristic of a test subject, seemed to succumb to exhaustion, lying dormant deep within my limbs, devoid of pain, leaving only a numbing emptiness in its wake. This rare tranquility may well be a physiological protection following extreme stress, or perhaps the calm before the storm. I had no time for contemplation. All I yearned for was sleep. Yet, slumber was not an option. Technician Lin was still in a precarious state. We required water and a thorough assessment of our circumstances. Mustering my strength, I rose to meticulously inspect the escape pod. The interior was even more dire than it appeared from without, the control panel mostly dark, wires exposed, and the air still thick with a faint scent of blood mingled with an indescribable acrid odor. I traced the source of the stench to a sealed bag in the corner of the wall, containing desiccated, darkened excrement. Scattered nearby were several empty nutrient paste packets and a thoroughly depleted water bag. She had long run out of supplies. Before my arrival, she must have endured at least a day or two without water or food, relying solely on the life support system of the advanced escape pod operating at minimal power and her indomitable will. To survive was, in itself, a miracle. Amidst my admiration, a sense of urgency surged once more. We needed fresh water. I gathered every empty container I could find within the pod, several rigid plastic bottles that once held nutrient paste, and an emergency collection bag. Fortunately, I was not without direction. I recalled the water-storing ferns I had encountered during my earlier explorations near the specific depths of this ocean, their succulent sacs brimming with nearly pure fresh water. Taking a deep breath, I plunged back into the sea. Sunlight penetrated the surface, quickly engulfed by the profound blue below. I descended cautiously, steering clear of the stronger currents. Guided by memory to search for the geological formations favored by those ferns, nestled in the shadows of rocky crevices. After descending approximately 30 meters, I spotted them, clusters of dark emerald ferns, their plump water storage sacs prominently displayed, quietly clinging to the rocks in the dim light. I swiftly approached, carefully slicing off several of the most plump water sacs. The moment I grasped them, they felt heavy in my hand. A gentle squeeze released a clear liquid from the incision. Success! I had collected a sufficient number of water sacs, stuffing them into my collection bag before hastily returning to the surface. Clambering back into the swaying escape pod, I could hardly contain my eagerness as I snapped off a section of stem. The sweet fresh water that burst forth nearly brought me to tears. I first gently propped up the still unconscious technician, Lin, and used a clean cloth to dab this life-saving liquid onto her cracked lips and parched mouth. She instinctively swallowed. Next, I squeezed out more fresh water, feeding it to her in small increments. The acquisition of fresh water alleviated the most pressing crisis. The next concern was food. Without hesitation, I retrieved the last 2 energy-dense ration bars from my nearly empty emergency pack. She was exceedingly weak, desperately in need of carbohydrates and energy to regain her strength. Nothing was more crucial at this moment. I took out the compact, multifunctional cooking box from Lin's pod. Miraculously, it still operated, powered by the escape pod's backup battery. I crumbled the ration bars, added some extracted fern root water, and finally chopped tender seaweed, and selected a cooking mode. Soon, a warm, thick paste was ready, exuding a delightful aroma. I carefully propped up Lin once more, feeding her this precious bowl of energy porridge with extreme slowness and patience. Even in her stupor, she seemed to sense the warmth of this sustenance, swallowing with greater vigor than before. After completing this task, an intense wave of hunger washed over me. Yet, I merely chewed on a few remaining seaweed stems and sipped some fresh water to suppress the gnawing hunger. The remaining food had to be prioritized for her recovery. The following day, the ration bars were exhausted. I had to find a new food source. Fishing was the obvious choice, yet I instinctively hesitated to use the chip card. Its power was unpredictably eerie. The weakness following each use and the potential for loss of control filled me with trepidation, especially in this isolated and vulnerable situation at sea. I rummaged through the wreckage of the escape pod and found a metal strip that was just the right length and resilience. I affixed the survival knife to it, binding it with discarded wires to create a rudimentary yet lethal harpoon. Fishing requires patience. I concealed myself in the shadows of the coral, remaining still for an extended period, waiting for a school of fish to approach. At the opportune moment, I struck decisively. After several failed attempts, I finally succeeded in catching a fish of modest size. Once cleaned, I removed the bones, chopping the flesh into a paste, blending it with seaweed and fresh water from the water sacks, and once again utilized the cooking box to steam it. Although the warm fish paste had a slightly strong odor, it provided invaluable protein and fat. Lin consumed it while still in a deep sleep, and her complexion seemed to improve slightly. I, too, finally enjoyed my first hot meal since arriving on this planet. The texture of the fish paste was exquisite, perfectly suited for her recovery, genuinely replenishing her strength. Chapter 23. My name. The ensuing days trickled by in a slow rhythm of care, collection, and fishing. The weather remained relatively calm, and the experimental subjects within me were unusually tranquil. As night enveloped us, I leaned against the hatch, guarding the undulating escape pod beneath the celestial tapestry, listening to the gradually stronger and steadier breaths of Technician Lin. Each passing day saw her vitality improving, and at that moment, she lay quietly on the cushioned floor, lost in a deep slumber. She appeared to be around 20, exuding an intellectual and gentle beauty, with soft almond-shaped eyes that gently drooped at the corners. Her long, lush lashes occasionally trembled with her shallow breaths. Resting delicately against the roots of her lashes were dainty and exquisite dimples. Her oval face bore soft contours, with a gently tapering jawline devoid of any harshness. Under my diligent care, her cracked lips regained their color, now tinged with a natural blush of pale cherry, subtly moving with each gentle breath. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, with a few strands, dampened by sea mist, clinging to the side of her neck, revealing her elegantly defined neck and a hint of delicate collarbone. Her arms lay peacefully curled at her sides. I draped my coat over her, and she instinctively clutched it, unconsciously resisting the cold that surrounded her. She was the only other human I had encountered on this planet, lending my survival a deeper significance. On the afternoon of the third day, as I gently wiped her cheeks with a cloth dampened in stored water, her lashes fluttered, and her eyes slowly opened. Initially clouded and bewildered, they quickly filled with wariness and fragility upon meeting my gaze. For a few seconds, she stared, seemingly recalling the despair of the deep sea and the chaos of her rescue. Gradually, that wariness transformed into disbelief and a profound softness, a tender gratitude for having survived. Her voice emerged, rasping and faint, almost a mere whisper. "Do not speak. Drink some water first." I supported her, bringing a water-filled bottle to her lips. She sipped delicately, the sweet liquid seeming to nourish her parched soul. Her gaze, now somewhat clearer, remained fixed on me, brimming with complex emotions. After a brief respite, she seemed to muster some strength and spoke again, her voice still weak, but significantly clearer. "Thank you for saving me." She paused, as if making a small decision, her eyes sincere and warm as they met mine. "I am Lin Lan." Sunlight streamed through the hatch, casting a warm halo over her pale face. Leaning against the wall, her voice still bore the rasp and frailty of awakening, as she paused frequently, as if weighed down by unseen fatigue. "I am a member of the navigation team. No sooner had she spoken than she succumbed to a fit of low coughing, her shoulders trembling, her already pale cheeks growing more translucent. I immediately set aside the water ferns I was organizing and hurried over, carefully adjusting her position and placing a rolled piece of dried seaweed behind her lower back. Do not rush your words. Take your time. Speak after your breathing stabilizes, I gently advised. Lin Lan nodded compliantly, closing her eyes and taking several deep breaths, her chest rising and falling slowly. Nearly a minute passed before she reopened her eyes, a flicker of apology within them. I apologize. The after effects of depressurization are more troublesome than I anticipated. Talking leaves me breathless. I am Chinjua. I introduced myself casually, revealing my name. I had previously worked in underwater salvage operations. Habitually, I contemplated using the term water rat, but deemed it inappropriate in her presence, so I swallowed the thought. I sipped slowly, moistening my throat, and then handed the bottle to her. As she accepted it, her icy fingertips inadvertently brushed against the back of my hand. I could sense that her hands were still quite cold, as if she had yet to fully recover from the chill of the deep sea. She took small sips, her gaze inadvertently resting upon a shallow scar on my wrist, which had recently formed from a sharp reef. I know your name, Chinjua, she spoke softly. No, I replied, somewhat astonished. Our only prior interaction aboard Eden 999 had been that brief chaos at the C7 area hatch, where she had rushed past me in a panic, leaving me unable to discern her features. Yes, she continued after taking another small sip of the water fern juice, her speech slow and laden with reminiscence. After that day, I reviewed the list of temporary boarding personnel and came across your name, noted as a free underwater salvager. She slightly furrowed her brow, striving to recall the moment, faint lines appearing on her forehead. At that time, I merely glanced at it, not paying much attention, until I saw you swimming towards me in the cave. I found you familiar. She paused, gently shaking her head, a faint yet genuine smile gracing her lips, dispelling some of her pallor. To be honest, I thought I was hallucinating or dreaming before death. I never imagined encountering another person in such dire circumstances, especially someone who moved so swiftly and effortlessly, as if you belonged to the depths of the ocean. Her words conveyed a sense of relief and disbelief at having survived. Before she could finish, a fit of coughs overtook her, more urgent this time, and a peculiar flush tinted her cheeks. I swiftly took the bottle from her hands and gently patted her back. Don't think about it, nor speak. Allow me to fetch something to eat. It will make you feel better. The compact, multifunctional cooking box in the escape pod became our greatest source of comfort. I retrieved a fish, freshly caught that morning, from the waterproof bag in the corner of the pod. The flesh was firm and fresh. With practiced ease, I scaled and deboned it, finally chopping the meat into a delicate paste, then adding minced tender seaweed and a splash of water fern juice for moisture and nutrition, placing it into the cooking box to select the heating mode. Soon, a soft sizzling sound filled the pod, and a blend of oceanic aromas began to waft through the cold metallic space, infusing it with a rare warmth and vitality. Lin Lan leaned quietly against the wall of the pod, her gaze following my movements, occasionally swallowing instinctively, clearly feeling the return of hunger. Perhaps to ease the tension of silence, she softly inquired, "Did you catch this fish nearby?" "Yes, this morning, while you were unconscious these past few days." "You ate this as well? It's easy to digest," I replied, glancing at the indicator light of the cooking box. Although we are surrounded by vast waters, there are always edible resources if one knows how to find them. She did not press further, merely watching in silence. The cooking box emitted a crisp sound, signaling completion. I served the warm fish paste, allowing it to cool slightly before handing it to her. She took the spoon and ate slowly, cautiously, as if every subtle movement required careful conservation of energy. After consuming about half a bowl, she shook her head and set down the spoon, expressing her inability to eat more with a soft, "Thank you." I finished the remaining fish paste, my heart gradually settling. In this unfamiliar world, I was no longer a solitary soul. Chapter 24. Shadows of the past. Lin Lan closed her eyes once more, her breathing becoming elongated and steady, as if she had slipped into a deep slumber or was quietly gathering strength. I refrained from disturbing her and began to inventory the scant resources we had left. Squatting in the corner of the escape pod, I first examined the plastic bottles of fresh water. 3 bottles remained, one containing only a third of its volume. I estimated this could sustain 2 people for about 3 days if we rationed it carefully. The nearby water ferns had been nearly depleted by my foraging, meaning I would need to venture further afield to seek new sources. In a waterproof bag beside me, 2 strips of dried fish, prepared in the cooking box, sat coated with a fine layer of salt, a precaution taken to prevent the fish from spoiling. This would serve as our reserve food supply, capable of lasting longer. As my fingertips brushed against the cold card within the dark pouch, I momentarily lost focus. I hadn't utilized it in recent days, and my body had shown no signs of the usual restlessness. This fleeting and ordinary normalcy felt exceptionally precious and surreal on this planet, nearly engulfed by water. Outside the pod, the waves gently lapped against the hull, producing a rhythmic sound akin to an eternal lullaby. Time passed unmeasured until Lin Lan's voice softly broke the silence again. This time, her breath seemed steadier, yet her tone carried a distinct gravity. Chunjua. The final course for Eden 999 is exceedingly suspicious. I immediately lifted my gaze towards her. She kept her eyes closed, her brow slightly furrowed, as if contemplating a panel filled with data streams. 3 hours before the main engine was set to initiate the final dimensional jump, the navigation team received a top-secret encrypted command to forcibly alter the destination coordinates. The original endpoint was the New Eden colony, but the modified coordinates precisely pointed to the planet where we now find ourselves. After articulating this unsettling revelation, she paused for an extended moment, seemingly gathering her strength to confront this truth, before continuing in a low, clear voice. Engineer Wang is a close friend of my father and a key member of the spacecraft's engineering division. I found this situation exceedingly bizarre and the risks immeasurable. Yet, I was unable to report it through normal channels, so I sought him out to inform him of the anomalous data I had discovered, urging him to exercise utmost caution. This planet has long been marked as unexplored and high risk in the Alliance's star map database, with no reliable remote scanning data. Only a few vague annotations. Ocean coverage 92, presence of unknown energy fields. It ought not to have become the destination for any colonial vessel, let alone be subject to such a hasty and coercive alteration of course. Before her words could fully escape, she emitted a stifled cough, prompting me to immediately offer her a glass of warm water. She took a couple of sips and waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was fine, though her brow furrowed tighter, merely a slight heaviness in her chest. I need to rest a little longer, she said, revealing a distinct weariness etched upon her face. I nodded, accepting the returned empty cup, suppressing the tumult stirred by her words. The course had been forcibly redirected, aimed directly at this treacherous sea of death. The cold data panel of Escape Pod 037 displayed terms like specimen, resonance testing, and containment, alongside the indelible mark of modification upon my own body. These fragments slowly pieced together in my mind, hinting at a meticulously concealed and chillingly vast truth. Eden 999 was not merely an immigrant ship, we passengers were, from the very beginning, selected specimens, and this planet had long been predetermined as our destination. Yet, at this moment, my more pressing concern was survival. She needed to regain her strength. We required a stable source of fresh water and new food, and the minor issues plaguing the escape pod demanded timely attention. The truth was significant, but to survive was a prerequisite for uncovering it all. As night gracefully descended, 2 moons ascended once more into the heavens, casting an ethereal glow across the shimmering sea. Lin Lan awakened, her spirits seemingly lifted compared to the afternoon, able to sit upright and sip water on her own. I warmed a small bowl of fish porridge for her. After she quietly finished, she softly expressed a desire to gaze at the stars outside. I assisted her in slowly maneuvering to the observation window. Beyond the glass, the twin moons hung in the sky, one bright and one dim, one white and one green. Their tranquil radiance flowing over the boundless ocean, fragmented yet cohesive, as though a handful of shimmering diamonds had been scattered. The sight was magnificent yet profoundly solitary. She gazed silently at the starry expanse, her eyes reflecting a distant longing. After a considerable pause, she spoke softly, her voice laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. As a child on Earth, my favorite pastime was studying star charts, dreaming of one day witnessing them in person. Little did I know that upon arrival, I would discover the universe to be so vast, so desolate. She hesitated, her voice lowering further, infused with deep bewilderment and sorrow. I truly wonder where the other survivors are. Or, in this vast abyss of the deep sea, are there any others at all? Hearing the despair and solitude woven into her words tightened my heart. I understood she needed hope, especially in her frail state. There will be, I assured, my voice steady yet soft, as I gazed out at the limitless sea of stars and water. Since the two of us had managed to survive such calamity and drift here to meet, surely others remained. Perhaps they were scattered in more distant realms, or perhaps they were hiding behind some distant islet, like us, striving to endure, waiting to be discovered. I turned to observe her profile illuminated by the moonlight. The Eden ship was so vast, the escape pods could not possibly contain only the two of us. My prior encounter with Escape Pod 037 though unfortunate, further attested to the presence of others. As long as we breathe, there exists a chance. Look, haven't we already found each other? This serves as the finest proof. Lin Lan slowly turned her head, her gaze locking onto mine. Deep within her eyes, the shroud of despair seemed to slightly dissipate, allowing a faint glimmer of hope to gently emerge. She said nothing, merely nodding softly before directing her gaze back to the vast and unknown sea of stars and deep blue beyond the window. This time, her look seemed imbued with a serene strength. There we stood, side by side in quietude, enveloped by the glow of the twin moons. The rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the hull became the sole backdrop to our moment. Without uttering another word, we silently shared our fears, loneliness, and that flicker of newly ignited, fragile yet resolute determination. Regardless of the secrets this planet harbors or the dangers that lie ahead, as long as we are together, we will invariably discover a way to survive. Chapter 25. The waves of hope. The luminous glow of the twin moons gradually gave way to the pale dawn of a new day, silently commencing upon the boundless blue waters. Within the escape pod, the atmosphere diverged from the simplistic struggle for survival of yore, now infused with a palpable sense of purpose. Lin Lan's spirit and vitality were evidently rejuvenated. After a modest breakfast, her attention immediately turned to the damaged control panel of the escape pod. Her slender yet steady fingers glided over the screen, dust-laden and marred with fine cracks, her expression focused and sharp, reminiscent of a skilled surgeon scrutinizing a patient's wound. The primary communication array was undoubtedly beyond repair. Energy overload had incinerated the core module, rendering restoration impossible. As she examined the internal circuitry, she calmly assessed the situation. Yet there remained hope for the short-range radio beacon and the basic electromagnetic wave transmitter. Their circuits were relatively independent, and their power consumption significantly lower. I could offer little assistance, merely following her directives, handing her tools, stabilizing the components she needed to inspect, or clearing away the obstructive debris. Watching her adeptly utilize a multimeter to test circuits and cautiously reconnect severed wires, I was once again reminded of her value. It transcended mere survival. She was a true agent of change. What type of signal do we need to emit? I inquired, observing her soldering a slender wire to a microchip's pin. The simplest SOS loop code, covering the broadest possible universal emergency frequencies, she replied without looking up. But most importantly, we must attach a special identity marker and location data packet. We will employ the Ghost protocol, common to both Eden's vessels and escape pods, which is low in power consumption yet possesses strong penetration capabilities. However, only Eden devices equipped with specific decoders can accurately identify and locate it. If there are other survivors, and their equipment remains operational, this is our most viable means of being discovered by our own. The term momentarily halted both her movements and mine. After everything we had endured, could we truly still trust in the concept of our own? Nevertheless, this remained the only feasible method to actively seek contact with the outside world. Time slipped away amidst the subtle crackling of the welding pin and the occasional beeping of instruments. My task was to gather freshwater and occasionally dive to catch a few fish to ensure our sustenance. Most of the time, the cabin was enveloped in silence, accompanied only by the faint sounds of our diligent efforts and the eternal rhythm of the waves outside. After nearly a full day of labor, as the sun dipped again in the west, Lin Lan finally straightened her back and let out a long sigh. She connected a newly resoldered small circuit board to a spare interface on the main control console. That was all she could do, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her face was pale from exhaustion, yet her eyes sparkled with determination. Now, she hoped there was enough energy to power it and that the launch unit had sustained no physical damage. Taking a deep breath, she entered a series of startup commands on the console. A faint yet steady humming emanated from within the console. A previously extinguished indicator light, marking the beacon, struggled to flicker a dim but resolute green glow. A line of small text began to scroll across the screen. Low-frequency beacon activated. Ghost protocol broadcasting. We had succeeded. An indescribable excitement surged within us. Although this seemingly frail signal might not travel far, it signified that we were no longer passively waiting. We had sent forth our own feeble call into this desolate sea. Will it continue to broadcast? I inquired. The energy consumption was minimal, yet we still needed to conserve the escape pod's backup battery. I set it to interval mode, programmed to activate 4 times daily for half an hour each time, hoping to extend its usage while balancing with solar energy. Lin Lan explained, her face breaking into her first genuine smile of accomplishment since waking. I smiled too, feeling as though the weight on my shoulders had lightened. We had water, food, and now the ability to send a distress signal. Hope, though faint, indeed existed. In the following days, life seemed to settle into a brief yet steady rhythm. The broadcast activated punctually 4 times each day, and the green indicator light became our daily source of solace. Lin Lan's health improved day by day. She could perform simple tasks independently and began systematically checking the escape pod's other systems, seeking additional functionalities. I continued to dive for supplies. With a clear objective and relatively ample food and water, my mindset during dives transformed from sheer desperation to a more purposeful endeavor. I even began to consciously expand my search, keeping an eye out for any potential unnatural objects, harboring a faint hope of uncovering traces of the chip card or other fragments. However, beneath the calm surface, the undercurrents never ceased to surge. The power within me, belonging to the abyss, seemed to stir restlessly after a brief period of dormancy. The longer I remained on the surface, the more pronounced the familiar sense of urgency and tearing from the depths of my cells became. It felt like a caged beast, restlessly battering against an invisible prison, yearning to return to the high-pressure depths where it could find solace. I endeavored to conceal my discomfort, excusing myself to hastily plunge into the sea whenever a restlessness stirred within me. Yet, Lin Lan seemed to have sensed something amiss. Several times, she observed me unconsciously rubbing my brow or gasping for breath, her gaze betraying a hint of concern, though she kindly refrained from probing further. That evening, after yet another broadcast had drawn to a close, I was preparing dinner and cleaning a fish when, without warning, a far more intense and piercing pain surged deep into my brain. Ugh! I stifled a groan, nearly losing my grip on the fish in my hand. A flash of crimson blurred my vision, and a high-pitched, maddening screech echoed in my mind. My muscles tensed instantaneously, and it felt as though every bone in my body was being violently pulled apart by some unseen force. It was happening again. This time, the peril was more acute than ever. I sprang to my feet, the force of my movement causing my head to collide with the cabin wall, producing a resounding thud. "Chinjua, what's wrong?" Lin Lan gasped, her expression a mix of shock and fear. I could not respond. The overwhelming pain and the frenzied force within me rendered rational thought nearly impossible. I could only force out a few fragmented words through clenched teeth. I must go into the water. If I stay here, I will completely lose control. Am I capable of harming her? Of destroying this fragile glimmer of hope we managed to grasp? Without a moment's hesitation, lacking time for further explanation, I flung open the hatch and leapt into the frigid embrace of the sea, illuminated by the fading light of dusk. A tremendous splash erupted around me. The water enveloped me instantly, its immense pressure akin to a pair of cold, powerful hands forcefully suppressing the wild energy raging within me. The agony was momentarily quelled, and a sliver of icy rationality regained its dominance. Suspended beneath the surface, I glanced back. Above, the escape pod floated, and I could faintly discern Lin Lan's pale face, etched with shock and concern, peering down through the dimming waters. Chapter 26. Faint connections once more. We were separated by the insidious force of this abyss, creating an invisible chasm between us. I shook my head at her, signaling that I was all right, then pointed downward into the depths, gesturing for the need to dive deeper. She understood my intent, her worry lingering as she nodded vigorously, her eyes a tapestry of concern, understanding, and perhaps a trace of fear for my inhuman predicament. With one last glance at her, I turned and descended into the shadowy depths that offered a semblance of normalcy. Above the surface, the last rays of twilight were about to vanish. Inside the escape pod, the recently ignited spark of hope flickered weakly. Yet beneath the waves, having just quelled the tempest within, I was engulfed by a heavy shroud of gloom. This curse clung to me like a shadow. The fragile bond we had just begun to forge was once again easily shattered. The cold sea was both my only solace and my solitary prison. I floated in the darkness, 100 meters below, feeling the immense water pressure acting as the most unyielding of chains, restraining the furious beast of the abyss within me. The excruciating pain coursing through my body and the cacophony in my mind receded like a tide, leaving in their wake a profound sense of exhaustion and a chilling tranquility that penetrated to the marrow of my bones. As I lifted my gaze, all that remained above the surface of the sea was a hazy glow, the escape pod carrying Lin Lan, and the faintest glimmer of hope appearing as a distant and surreal dream. Time flowed languidly in the stillness of the deep sea. I felt like a piece of seaweed adrift in the currents, while the unusual force within me gradually settled under the immense pressure, retreating into dormancy once more. For the first time, I had completely lost control in her presence, revealing a terrifying side of myself. How would she perceive me? As a monster on the brink of madness? Yet, regardless of my turmoil, I knew I must return. I needed to elucidate everything to her. As time crawled forward, sensing that the force within me had temporarily stabilized, I began to ascend slowly. Upon returning to the escape pod, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. The dim emergency lights flickered within, and I hesitated for a moment before pushing open the pod's door. Lin Lan had not rested. She turned immediately, her face etched with concern and lingering trepidation. Her gaze swept over me rapidly, an array of complex emotions reflected in her eyes. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "I'm fine for now," I replied, averting her gaze as I tossed the fish I had caught into the pod, my voice slightly hoarse. "I apologize for frightening you earlier." She fell silent for a few seconds, then gently shook her head. "That was beyond your control, wasn't it?" She approached me, pointing to the wound on my neck that I had unwittingly inflicted upon myself. "This needs to be treated." Her tone gradually calmed as she retrieved antiseptic wipes from the first aid kit, gesturing for me to sit. The cool sensation against my wound was accompanied by a slight sting. Her movements were gentle and professional. "I received emergency medical training in the past," she quietly explained, as if to dispel the awkward silence. "A few days ago, I noticed something was off with you. I didn't pry, knowing you would tell me when you were ready. Everyone has their secrets." After a brief pause, she inquired, "Is there a pattern to the frequency of your episodes?" "I'm not sure," I answered honestly. "It seems that the longer I remain at the surface, the more agitated I become. The pressure of the deep water can suppress it." She nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further questions as she meticulously cleaned my wound and applied a small waterproof bandage. Once the injury was attended to, her expression grew grave. "Chenjua, I should have suspected the presence of those things within you long ago. When you swam over from 400 meters underwater by yourself, it was nothing short of extraordinary. A normal person could not possibly move at that depth without specialized diving equipment and an oxygen supply." She reminisced about that moment, her expression revealing a hint of concealment. "The things within you, I only witnessed for the first time when I lost control in Eden 999. They all transformed into terrifying monsters, while you did not. I do not know what has transpired within you. You are not like them." She then produced the notebook and data sheet from 037, eager to share her findings. "When you submerged earlier, I studied the notes and data from 037 closely," she said, pointing to the scrawled, chaotic handwriting and symbols in the notebook. "It repeatedly mentions resonance, frequency, and suppression. Although much data remains elusive, I surmise that the individuals within Capsule 037 are likely the researchers from the Eden ship who were involved in these studies." She picked up the fragmented data panel and connected it to an idle interface within the escape pod. I endeavored to repair a portion of the drive and discovered it housed an exceptionally unique, extremely low-frequency sonic signal pattern. The notes hinted that such a frequency might have a suppressive effect on that particular force. She gazed at me, her expression earnest and focused. "I understand this is perilous, and the data is incomplete. Yet perhaps we could attempt to simulate this signal. If successful, it might assist you in prolonging your time on the surface, or even mitigate it to some extent." I looked into her eyes, glimmering with unwavering determination, and recalled the recent terrifying loss of control, my heart torn with conflicting emotions. This was undoubtedly an enticing possibility, yet the mad conclusion of Capsule 037 echoed in my mind like a tolling bell. "I wish to try," I finally said. "I must explore any potential, for rather than await death and stagnation, I shall take this gamble. After all, if I were to become like those monsters, I would prefer death." Lin Lan nodded. "Do not worry. I shall ensure your safety. We can commence at an exceedingly low intensity, akin to an allergy test." In the ensuing 2 days, we entered a new mode of collaboration. I ceased to conceal my efforts, striving to remain submerged until utterly exhausted, focusing not only on foraging for sustenance and fresh water, but also on salvaging raw materials that Lin Lan might utilize for repairs and modifications. My adaptability to the depths grew stronger, and both my diving depth and duration slightly increased. Meanwhile, Lin Lan remained stationed within the escape pod, becoming the true technical nucleus. Utilizing the components I retrieved alongside the residual tools and equipment within the pod, she exhibited remarkable ingenuity and craftsmanship. Not only did she successfully integrate several emergency batteries into the system, significantly extending the daily operational hours of the broadcast, but she also began attempting to repair a short-range underwater communicator. Though her body remained somewhat frail, her focus and intellect compensated for her physical limitations. Each time I returned with new acquisitions, she could swiftly assess their value and devise methods of utilization. Our communication grew succinct and efficient. A trust and rapport based on survival needs gradually establishing in silence. She was the brain, orchestrating everything. I was the hands, executing and safeguarding it all. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, As I resurfaced once more, Lin Lan wore an expression of barely contained exhilaration. "Chinjua, come quickly." I climbed into the pod and saw her holding the cobbled-together underwater communicator. The originally damaged exterior had been cleverly repaired with metal scraps she had found, and several wires of varying colors had been reconnected, with a small screen inside emitting a steady, soft glow. "I believe I have fixed one of the channels." She handed me a small earpiece while keeping another for herself. "Give it a try?" I inserted the earpiece into my ear. A faint crackling of electrical currents could be heard. "Can you hear me, Chinjua?" The voice of Lin Lan resonated clearly, albeit slightly distorted, through the headset, while I could also hear her speaking beside me. The clarity was exhilarating. I responded with a thrill, for though it was merely short-range communication, it signified that during my next descent, we would no longer be entirely isolated. The effective range was merely a few hundred meters, and the depth of the water might affect the quality of the signal, yet this represented a monumental advancement. Lin Lan's smile radiated with newfound brightness. It was the first time in many days that I beheld such a genuine expression from her. It seemed as though the harrowing episode from days prior had been significantly alleviated by this small triumph. Hope, once elusive, appeared to take on a tangible form. We conducted several back-and-forth tests, with the signal proving largely stable. At that moment, the broadcast indicator light, which had been working silently, commenced a new cycle of timed transmissions. Lin Lan and I instinctively turned our gazes towards it, then out towards the endless ocean beyond the window. The signal had been continuously transmitted for several days. Like a stone cast into the vast sea, we were uncertain whether it would stir any ripples. All we knew was that we had sent out a call and, for the first time, truly heard each other's voices. Chapter 27. The mysterious visitor. The beacon's indicator light flashed tirelessly, sending encrypted distress signals into the boundless void, or rather, into the unknown ocean that devours all. That faint yet unwavering glow served as the anchor of all our hopes within the dim confines of the escape pod. The small joy ignited by the restoration of our underwater communicator was swiftly overshadowed by the relentless, echoing broadcasts that brought us back to reality. Hope was real, yet as elusive as the sunlight visible from 100 meters beneath the surface, distant and distorted. It had been so long. Surely, we were not the only ones. Lin Lan had not finished her thought, yet we both understood the grim possibility that survival in this uncharted aquatic realm was exceedingly slim. We would do our utmost, then await the outcome. I murmured in response, more as a reminder to myself. The inhuman strength within me had temporarily receded under the pressure of the deep sea, yet the sensation of walking on thin ice had seeped deep into my bones. The theory of suppression signals deciphered from the frenzied notes of Document 037 was akin to a poisonous plant bearing alluring fruit, something we both yearned for and feared. Hesitating to dare a trial, 2 days slipped away amidst the repetitive toil. I continued to devote most of my time to the depths of the ocean. There, not only was it a source of resources, but it also imparted a sense of liberation. Through the occasionally static-ridden headset, Lin Lan and I maintained our fragile connection. Approximately 200 meters to the northeast, there was a structured entity reflecting light in a rhythmic manner. Lin Lan's voice came through intermittently, interspersed with heavy electrical noise. She had modified the barely functional surveillance probe outside the escape pod to serve as my eyes in the blind spots beneath the water. Received. I adjusted my direction, propelling myself with the fins, feeling the resistance of the currents. How is the clarity of the visuals? Diminishing. Be cautious of the surroundings. Her voice was swallowed by a piercing static, and communication was interrupted once more. This distance and depth had reached the limits of our makeshift equipment. In solitude, I continued my solitary sojourn through the silent, deep blue-black expanse, retrieving materials that might be remnants of the cabin walls as indicated by her, and discovering several edible mollusks amidst a pale and eerie coral thicket in the depths of the sea. This region, rich yet silently foreboding, exuded an unsettling sense of the unknown. Each return to the escape pod with my findings felt like a tentative exploration, fraught with caution. Recently, Lin Lan's health had noticeably improved. She could now briefly walk with the support of the cabin walls, her face regaining a semblance of vitality. Our synergy grew ever more harmonious, our efficiency heightened, yet the intangible rift left by that violent episode lingered, unbridged. It was a chasm between rational understanding and primal fear, necessitating time and shared experiences to mend. Most of her hours were devoted to the control panel, grappling with the fractured data board of Unit 037 and a myriad of disassembled components. She endeavored to optimize the beacon's launching efficiency, meticulously analyzing the anomalous sound wave frequencies that might harbor suppressive forces, treading carefully within the bounds of caution. That evening, I returned to the escape pod, dragging a net filled with moisture-laden, peculiar algae and several seemingly intact sealed electronic units. The setting sun painted the horizon with a magnificent yet illusory crimson gold, the sea's surface undisturbed, yet inexplicably inducing a sense of trepidation. Upon entering the pod, I found Lin Lan seated at the main control panel, her posture tense. Her gaze sharply fixated on the beacon's feedback screen, her expression one of unprecedented gravity and confusion. What had transpired? I immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. She glanced up at the sound, her eyes reflecting a blend of incredulity and a burgeoning wariness. The broadcast feedback data revealed anomalous readings. I set down the supplies and hurried to her side. The screen was awash with intricate waveforms and data streams, dizzying in their complexity. What anomalous readings? I inquired. Look here, she indicated a segment of the signal strength monitoring curve, revealing an extremely faint yet undeniably present echo feedback from the distress pulses we had actively transmitted over the past 4 hours. An echo? Has someone received our signal? I asked, perplexed. What happens when a distress signal is normally received? I paused, realizing I would respond, acknowledged. Indeed, there is typically a response. Yet this signal source has fragmented our transmission and reflected it back. If it were not for an inability to manipulate the equipment, I cannot fathom the purpose behind such actions, Lin Lan mused. Could it be the reflection from an underwater mountain range or canyon? I countered. Absolutely not, Lin Lan asserted, shaking her head decisively. She swiftly navigated to the spectral analysis interface. The modulation patterns and coding structures of the reflected signal were highly congruent with our active distress pulses. Yet the echo delay exhibited erratic fluctuations. Most crucially, the signal strength had shown a very gradual, yet persistent, and stable linear enhancement trend over the past few hours. She took a deep breath, turned her head, and gazed intensely at me, fearing I might not grasp the significance of her words. Her voice, laden with excitement and anxiety, explained, "It feels as though an unknown entity, far beyond our reach, has not only accurately received and identified our signals, but is also projecting them back to us with a method that is either persistently repetitive or magnifying. Or perhaps it is steadily approaching us." The air inside the cabin instantly grew thick with tension. This was not a natural phenomenon. It was a deliberate response, or rather, one that adhered to a specific protocol. A tremendous hope surged within me, akin to a tsunami crashing against my heart. What could it be? A passing colonial vessel? Or perhaps a rescue force finally dispatched from Eden? Or was it the ominous conclusion hinted at by the entity known as 037, suggesting the presence of other beings lurking within these profound depths? Could we ascertain its position and distance? My voice unconsciously sank to a husky whisper. Lin Lan manipulated the controls with swift precision, shaking her head in despair after several attempts. The signal is weak. Our current equipment lacks the resolution for triangulation. There is only a very vague directional source, roughly in the northeast of the deep sea, at an immensely great distance, far beyond our detection capabilities. We fell into silence, our gazes involuntarily drawn to the observation window. Outside, the last remnants of the sunset were being swallowed by the deep indigo night. The distant horizon appeared dark and tranquil, resembling an infinitely extending black curtain that concealed all answers. The stones we cast finally shattered the silence, creating ripples. Yet, at the other end of these ripples, what was quietly responding to us in the endless depths? Was it a helping hand or another prison? The boundary between hope and threat had never been so blurred, so tightly interwoven. Chapter 28. The intensifying whispers. That faint, eerie response from the northern deep sea felt like a stone cast into the lake of my heart, stirring not ripples of hope, but rather a chilling, ever-expanding unease. Unlike me, Lin Lan bore the full weight of this tumult. Her shoulders, though gradually recovering, remained frail, shouldering the burden of monitoring the mysterious signal day after day. Each time I descended, witnessing her firmly anchored before the control panel, illuminated by the pale light of the emergency lamps, she appeared both intensely focused and remarkably vulnerable, tugging at my heartstrings. The incessant flow of data on the screen had become another invisible prison for her. Occasionally, through the underwater communicator, I could hear the fatigue and tension woven into her voice. The signal strength continues to rise slowly. The mode remains unchanged. Her voice crackled through the static. Distant yet heavy. Maintain observation, but do not exert yourself too much. That was all I could respond, while I struggled to extract what seemed to be a useful alloy plate from the sludge. The silence of the deep sea enveloped me, yet it could not dispel the shadow looming from the north. Whenever I briefly returned to the cabin, we could quickly synchronize our information. Lin Lan pointed at the curves on the screen, revealing a disconcertingly stable enhancement trend. It resembled neither the natural echoes nor the search and rescue responses. Furrowing her brow, her eyes were filled with confusion and a hint of suppressed vigilance. It merely repeated and amplified our fragmented signals, akin to a cold, emotionless recorder. I sensed no intent for communication. She had attempted to adjust the signals, sending simpler codes, yet the outcomes remained unchanged. That unknown presence seemed exclusively attuned to the initial distress pulse we emitted, responding in a monotonous and obstinate manner. This one-sided, incomprehensible interaction was far more chilling than utter silence. It distinctly conveyed the approach of something, yet its true nature and intentions were entirely shrouded in mist. Consequently, my deep-sea surveillance was cast in a deeper shadow, particularly when gazing towards the northern depths, darker and more profound. I felt as though invisible eyes were penetrating the deep waters, watching me intently. Each incidental surge of static in my earpiece would tighten my nerves, fearing that Lin Lan would inform me of the appearance of that unwillingly communicative entity. Lin Lan immersed herself even more obsessively in the data from Subject 037, as if racing against time. Did that mad pioneer also endure this phase? Did he capture such a mysterious response? Was the suppression frequency he mentioned his final attempt to combat the internal force? I could see the bloodshot in Lin Lan's eyes and her almost obsessive focus. The pressure was silently eroding both of us. Look here, she pointed to the opened, scrawled notebook filled with intricate waveforms and energy formulas, where Subject 037 mentioned a certain resonant effect of internal tides. He believed that specific sound wave frequencies could not merely suppress, but potentially guide or shape that force. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of a technician, yet they also bore a profound unease. Of course, most of his subsequent experiments led to catastrophic failures, but the initial theoretical direction might not have been entirely insane. She then retrieved a fragmentary log from the data panel, and here, he recorded a successful deep suppression. He employed a composite frequency that not only quelled the turmoil, but also significantly enhanced the body's regenerative efficiency and neural response speed for a brief time. Although the cost was a subsequent, more violent backlash, it proved that this path might be viable, albeit he failed to find the equilibrium. This information sparkled like sparks in the darkness, briefly illuminating the path ahead while casting a clearer light on the abyss beneath our feet. The more intricate Subject 037's theories became, the more chilling his eventual madness appeared. Most of the time, I found myself unable to grasp many of Lin Lan's words, allowing her to delve into her frantic research. Upon returning with several parts that might be filters, I sensed an unusual atmosphere the moment I pushed open the hatch. Lin Lan did not turn to greet me as usual. Instead, she sat rigidly at the control panel, her back turned to me. "What's wrong?" I immediately inquired, setting down the items and approaching her side. She lifted her head, her complexion even more pallid than usual, and her gaze was imbued with a mixture of shock and profound unease. The signal had vanished. Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with incredulity. I immediately glanced at the screen. Indeed, the curve representing the enigmatic echo had disappeared. The monitoring display showed only the solitary pulses emitted by our own beacon, flickering in isolation, as if the persistent whispers of the past several hours had never existed. A malfunction? I inquired with a flicker of hope. I checked thrice. All systems were operational. Lin Lan shook her head, her fingers unconsciously tightening, for it had ceased abruptly. Approximately 20 minutes prior, without any forewarning, it had entirely vanished. The cabin was enveloped in a suffocating silence. Had it truly disappeared? Yet, the intangible sense of oppression had not abated. Rather, it weighed heavier upon my chest like a cold, immense stone. I could almost feel the restless energy within me sensing something amiss, growing increasingly agitated. Something that had been vocal from afar suddenly fell silent. This was certainly not a favorable sign. Why had it ceased? Was it because it had detected our probe? Was it now sufficiently close, rendering such distant signals unnecessary? Or was it inherently sinister, akin to a stealthy predator, now shrouding all sounds? Silently closing in on our solitary vessel in the dark, the unknown breeds the greatest fear. Now, we had lost even that faint reflection, which served as a warning. The threat could emerge from any direction, at any moment. A chill coursed up my spine, compelling me to the cabin door, where I fixed my gaze upon the eerily tranquil surface of the sea outside, striving to discern any unusual ripple or disturbance from the depths of that profound blue. Nothing. The sea lay as still as a colossal, frigid tombstone. I had no knowledge of what that silent menace might be, nor when it would shatter this suffocating tranquility. All I knew was that it must still exist, and it was drawing closer. Chapter 29. The smiling viper, the time following the signal's disappearance dragged on, each second crawling like cold, viscous grease, thick and suffocating. Lin Lan and I were ensnared in an extreme state of tension. The slightest sound was enough to make our hearts skip a beat. We fixated on the monitor and the observation window, yet outside lay only the unchanging deep blue. Lin Lan nearly squeezed the data panel of Unit 037 into perspiration, whispering her rapid analysis, battling instinctive terror with reason. If it was indeed a tangible entity. The most likely reason for the signal's cessation was that it had entered optical observation range and was now scrutinizing us. Her voice trembled. The power within me, too, was restless, fervently urging me to flee this watery prison, yet I could not abandon her. In the maddening wait, approximately 4 hours after the signal's disappearance, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Without any warning, a small submarine emerged like a specter, quietly floating there. The submarine, draped in a muted gray-blue hue, bore the scars of countless scrapes across its hull. It was larger than the typical small submersibles, resembling more a diminutive workboat. Its most striking feature was not the conventional vertically opening hatch atop, but rather a sizable rectangular side hatch on its flank. This design was likely intended to facilitate the direct transfer of larger equipment, collected samples, or injured personnel into the vessel. It lay still, like a weary and perilous beast ensnared in its own exhaustion. "What is that?" Lin Lan's voice resonated with astonishment. It did not emanate from the direction of the signal source. Was it not that entity? Were there other survivors? Just then, the submarine's hatch slid open with a hiss. A figure emerged. It was a man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, clad in a somewhat worn Eden standard uniform, topped with a rudimentary waterproof vest. His face bore a smile intermingled with profound fatigue and relief as he vigorously waved his arms, shouting towards us. From several meters away, the content of his words was inaudible, yet his demeanor resembled that of a survivor joyously reuniting with comrades. Soon after, 2 more figures clambered out. One was tall and gaunt, with a haggard visage. The other, slightly shorter and sturdier, regarded us with curiosity, a smile etched on his face. They were all donned in similar work attire, reminiscent of ordinary laborers aboard the Eden. However, a piercing instinctive warning surged within me at that moment. A primal sense of repulsion and hostility, rooted deep within my very being, rose abruptly. Their smiles appeared overly forced, the depths of their gazes lacking genuine excitement, instead exuding a coldness of assessment and calculation, as if evaluating the sanctuary and supplies before them. Lin Lan, seemingly oblivious to this instinct, was overtaken by immense joy. Nearly on the verge of tears, "There are people, Chinjua, other survivors, those from Eden." She instinctively reached to activate external communication. "Wait." I grasped her hand firmly, my voice low and urgent, sensing something amiss. "What?" Lin Lan stared at me in bewilderment, then glanced outside. What was wrong with them? "Trust me. Stay vigilant." I fixed my gaze intently upon that submarine, particularly at the subtle signs on its side, resembling traces of violent intrusion. It seemed that our lack of immediate response prompted the leading man to adopt a sympathetic and understanding expression, shrugging his shoulders, then gesturing towards their submarine and the surface of the sea, indicating that their communication device was malfunctioning, hoping to draw nearer for a face-to-face exchange. His performance was quite convincing. Yet, as he gestured, the stocky man muttered something to his companion, his face briefly displaying a flicker of impatience, almost contempt, a fleeting expression that I nonetheless caught. Meanwhile, the tall, gaunt man assessed our escape pod with a gaze akin to that of a scanner, methodically evaluating its integrity. The agitation within me intensified, my temples throbbing fiercely. Danger. Imminent peril. Just then, that familiar tearing sensation surged through me once more. The time for freedom beneath the water's surface was upon me. Agonizing pain and a cacophony of screams assaulted my reason, and blood-red hues encroached upon my vision. I had to submerge immediately, otherwise, losing control here would yield catastrophic consequences. Lin Lan, I gritted my teeth, battling the internal uprising within me, my voice escaping through clenched jaws, insisting that they must not be allowed to enter the cabin. No matter what, I must dive. Wait for me. I could not finish my thought. The force within me threatened to burst forth. I cast one last glance at the 3 compatriots outside. Their hypocritical smiles etched in my mind like malevolent phantoms. Then, I abruptly turned and, amidst Lin Lan's astonished and bewildered gaze, stumbled toward the hatch at the bottom. "Chinjua, what's wrong? Where are you going?" Lin Lan's cry echoed behind me. I could offer no further explanation, twisting the hatch lock before plunging into the frigid sea. With one final look back at her, I strained my voice to a hoarse whisper. "Lock the door." Be careful. Then, I surrendered myself to the icy waters that promised a temporary redemption, plunging downwards with unwavering determination. Pressure. I yearned for sufficient pressure. The urgency within me rivaled the intensity of physical pain. I frantically kicked my fins, battling buoyancy as I descended into the dim depths. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. Light rapidly dissipated, water temperature plummeted, and the surrounding silence began to envelop me. But it was not enough. Far from it. The turmoil still surged and howled through my veins. I clenched my teeth and continued to dive. 70 meters, 90 meters. Finally, as I approached depths nearing 100 meters, that familiar and immense water pressure descended upon me like the hand of a titan. A muffled groan, mingling excruciating pain with a sense of relief, was swallowed by the sea. The violent shrieks and sensations of tearing within me felt as though my very throat had been grasped, suddenly diminishing, fading into a profound, dormant ache. The overwhelming fatigue and the cold tranquility reclaimed control over my body. Yet my mind remained in turmoil. Lin Lan, she was still above. And those three treacherous compatriots. I could not afford a moment's delay, not even the slightest pause to savor the breath of solace I had sought. Once the pressure stabilized, I immediately turned, my legs erupting with all their strength, propelling my body upward like a torpedo. Only one thought screamed within me. Hurry. Faster. I must return before they act. The immense pressure alleviated the boiling pain slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly navigated to the opposite side of the submarine, concealing myself in their blind spot, rising silently to the surface like a specter, exposing only my eyes as I fixated intently on the submarine that was slowly approaching. Chapter 30. Fangs of the Viper indeed. As soon as I departed, their facade quickly unraveled. Lin Lan's voice, striving to maintain composure, emerged from our external communicator. Following my warning, she refrained from opening the door, merely inquiring about the identities and intentions of the visitors. I heard the voice of the leading man reverberate through the water, still laced with a smile, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Miss, we are survivors from Eden 999 Hope Agricultural Module. It was a struggle to locate this functioning submarine. The outside is perilous. Please open the door so we may converse. We have clean fresh water and food to share. Hope Agricultural Module. Lin Lan's voice was tinged with caution. To my knowledge, Module 999 had not been labeled. TSK. A gruff voice interjected impatiently, laced with mockery. Boss, see? She doesn't appreciate it. Hey, miss in there. The one who jumped into the sea and ran away. Was that your lover? He certainly made a swift escape, leaving you all alone. Quite the man, isn't he? His words elicited a low, derisive chuckle from the tall, lean man beside him. The leader's tone grew colder, tinged with scorn. It seems your man believes he is safer in the water than with you. Miss, face reality. He has likely swum several nautical miles by now. In this wretched place, one cannot survive long alone. Open the door. We are your only hope. We merely seek a secure refuge and supplies. We mean you no harm. Cooperate, and we shall all fare better. The tall man added icily, his hand seemingly brushing against a large hydraulic clamp affixed to the submarine's exterior. We do not wish to resort to violence, but this door does not appear overly challenging to open. Their voices resonated clearly through the water. The chilling intent replaced any residual discomfort within me. What fellow townsfolk, what survivors? Merely a band of predators, shedding the veneer of civilization and desperation, more perilous than beasts. I beheld the stout man clumsily grasping the hydraulic clamp, a sinister grin on his face, as he plunged into the water, awkwardly swimming toward our hatch. The tall man, vigilant at the edge of the submarine, brandished a harpoon gun, surveying the surroundings. No more waiting. Now is the time. The danger must not be allowed to proliferate. My gaze fixed on the stout man, laboriously paddling in the water, closest to the hatch, poised to strike. He had his back to me, smugly mocking my escape. Utterly unguarded. The power within me roared at that moment, transforming into primal urges of destruction and strength. I stealthily approached underwater, bursting forth from the depths. Like a long-prepared crocodile, I broke through the surface, sending a cascade of water flying. My speed exceeded the limits of human capability. In the instant the other two men were still processing the shock, I glided like a specter across the short distance and pounced upon the stout man's back. Just as he turned upon hearing the splash, his face still in disbelief, my arm clamped around his neck like a vice, while my other hand seized his arm wielding the hydraulic clamp and twisted it violently. Crack! The horrific sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. He let out a brief, piercing scream, the hydraulic clamp slipping from his grasp and sinking into the depths. Without a moment's hesitation, propelled by immense momentum, I plunged backward, clutching his heavy, suddenly limp body. Thud. We crashed into the seabed, stirring up a massive plume of water, instantly submerging into the frigid deep blue. The seawater surged into his mouth and nostrils, panic and asphyxiation driving his intact arm to claw desperately. But the grip on his neck and his broken arm rendered all his struggles futile. Murky bubbles erupted violently from his mouth. I held him firmly, my gaze frigid, dragging him swiftly downwards into the abyss of darkness I could command. I aimed to suffocate this threat within the confines of pressure. Above the surface, chaos erupted in turbulent waves, accompanied by the astonished, enraged, and incredulous shouts of two other marauders. "Johnny, that bastard hasn't he escaped? He is in the water." I tightly restrained the scoundrel named Johnny, akin to dragging a heavy, tattered sack, plunging rapidly towards the shadowy depths below. The cries and roars from above were instantly muffled by the thick layers of water, becoming distant and indistinct, replaced by the oppressive thrum of water against my eardrums and the roaring pulse of my own blood. Cold, dark, suffocating. Johnny's struggles, which began in a frenzy, swiftly turned into feeble despair. His broken arm floated limply, while the intact one futilely clawed at my iron-like grip, attempting to pry open a small gap for a breath of air. Murky bubbles surged from his mouth and nose, dwindling in number. His eyes, bulging with sheer terror and hypoxia, were filled with the dread of death. A disbelief that perhaps he would never comprehend why the man he had mocked as a coward had transformed into a vengeful specter from the depths. Consumed by the intent to kill, I felt no pity, only a chilling resolve to ensure this threat was utterly eradicated. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. The ocean had long since taught me this lesson. The depth gauge on my wrist flickered wildly. 70 meters, 80 meters, 90 meters. The surrounding light nearly vanished, save for the bioluminescent algae and small deep-sea creatures emitting an eerie green or pale blue glow, illuminating the increasingly ashen and distorted face of the stout man. At last, we breached the 100-meter threshold. The immense water pressure closed in from all sides, like a colossal weight pressing down upon me. For me, it was a cage suppressing the beast within, a solace that brought painful tranquility. But for Johnny, it was the final straw, a chilling instrument hastening his demise. His body's struggles ceased entirely. The last minuscule bubble escaped from his lips. His bulging eyes lost all vitality, becoming hollow and vacant, frozen in ultimate terror. Signs of life flickered like a candle extinguished, swiftly dissipating into the eternal darkness and cold. As I began to calm, I found myself momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how effortlessly I had taken a life for the first time. In the act of tightening my grip on my adversary, the primal instinct for slaughter left no room for hesitation. I was like a feral beast, driven solely by the desire to tear him apart. Now, reflecting back, I felt a creeping fear, my body involuntarily trembling, as though I no longer recognized myself. Yet, I had little time to catch my breath. Lin Lan was still above, and there were two more brutes. I adjusted myself slightly, attempting to redirect my focus away from that damned scene. My grandmother had always told me that if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, when necessary. One must wield arms to protect oneself and those dear to them. Chapter 31. The struggle of the cornered beast. I pivoted swiftly, ascending with a sense of urgency and pain. As I silently broke the surface once more, utilizing the rocks for concealment, the sight before me tightened my heart. The remaining two individuals had not fled in fear. The gray-blue submersible had drawn perilously close, within a mere 10 meters of our escape pod. The leading man stood at the open hatch, his visage twisted with fury, gripping tightly a rudimentary yet lethal underwater spear gun. This weapon, powered by simple yet high-strength elastic bands, could effortlessly pierce the bodies of fish under 15 centimeters in length. A hit would not guarantee survival, only grievous injury. He aimed the gun at the observation window of the escape pod, shouting frantically. Meanwhile, the tall, slender man had vanished from sight. Through the glass, I could see Lin Lan's face, as pale as parchment, yet she bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with fear, yet unyielding. "Boss, enough with the chatter," came the cold, urgent voice of the tall man from within the submersible. "The underwater sensors have just detected a fast-moving object. PS back. Close by." The expression of the leading man shifted, his madness intensifying as he warily raised the spear gun and began to scan the surroundings. I could wait no longer. They had grown wary. Hiding was futile. With only one of them outside, I had to eliminate him first. I suddenly darted from behind the rock. However, this time, they were evidently prepared. Almost the moment I broke the water's surface, the leading man swiftly redirected his weapon, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Whoosh! A long, barbed steel spear tore through the water, hurtling towards me at an astonishing speed. The underwater resistance severely hampered my ability to evade. Despite my desperate attempt to sidestep, the frigid barb grazed my side, drawing blood and igniting a sharp, searing pain. Ugh! I let out a muffled groan, momentarily faltering. "Yes, right there. Take him down," the leading man bellowed, opting not to remain in the relative safety of the submersible. Instead, he plunged into the sea with fluid grace. Discarding the spear gun and drawing forth a combat dagger from his thigh, his gaze as venomous as a serpent, swimming rapidly towards me. A jolt of alarm surged through me. His movements were those of an expert. His swimming prowess far surpassed that of the clumsy, stout man from earlier. Coordinated and powerful, he moved through the water like a lethal pike, exuding absolute confidence in his aquatic abilities. Almost simultaneously, the tall man also emerged from the submersible, leaping into the water. He retrieved the underwater spear gun, swiftly pulling back the elastic bands to prepare for his next shot. The two of them, one to the left and one to the right, instantly formed a pincer movement against me. 1 against 2. The situation had escalated into a perilous predicament. I was ensnared between two foes, both adept in the water, armed with sharp blades and potent ranged weaponry. The submersible's searchlight cast a harsh, white beam, locking onto our location. "Bastard! Pay for Johnny's life," the leading man growled, launching the first assault. He suddenly thrust his legs forward, and the dagger glinted ominously as it aimed directly at my abdomen, moving with astonishing speed. I swiftly twisted my body to evade, the icy blade grazing my side. Yet, my attention was predominantly focused on the tall, lean man who was loading a fishing spear. I had to seize this precious moment of his preparation. After dodging the dagger, I immediately attempted to maneuver laterally, closing the distance between myself and the tall man. However, the experienced leader quickly discerned my intentions. The dagger struck out like a venomous serpent, incessantly blocking my escape route, confining me within his range of attack and creating an opportunity for his companion to strike. Finally, the tall man completed the arduous loading process, panting as he raised the fishing gun, aiming at me once more. Whoosh! Another steel spear shot forth through the water. Amidst the leader's relentless onslaught, I struggled to evade. The spear barely grazed my shoulder, the powerful current destabilizing my form. Seizing the chance, the leader delivered a forceful kick to my chest, sending me tumbling backward and widening the distance once again. This was disastrous. I realized their strategy was crystal clear. The man before me would entangle me in close combat, providing the slender man with the optimal moment to shoot. Although the fishing gun took time to load, its power was immense. A direct hit would mean either death or severe injury. My rib wound throbbed painfully from the salt water and vigorous movements. At this rate, I would inevitably be exhausted or struck down by a single shot. I had to disrupt this rhythm. My gaze was fixated on the tall man. Now was the moment. He began straining to pull the line and prepare the rubber band for loading. His most vulnerable moment, devoid of any offensive capability. As the leader lunged with the dagger once more, I did not attempt a full block or dodge as before. Instead, I sidestepped with minimal movement, allowing the dagger to narrowly slice my arm, and, harnessing his forward momentum, I unleashed all my strength through my legs. I surged towards the slender man, who was fully engrossed in loading, oblivious to my approach. This time, my explosion of speed was utterly unforeseen and far superior to before. The leader had just retracted his dagger, unable to change tactics in time, as I shot forward like a torpedo. The tall man looked up in shock, witnessing my sudden escape from entanglement, his face pale with fear. Instinctively, he considered abandoning the loading to block, but it was far too late. I was instantly before him, evading the erratic swings of the fishing gun, one hand gripping his arm that was pulling the rubber band, while the other hand, fingers curled like claws, aimed directly for his throat. However, just as my fingertips were about to make contact with his skin, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind me. A disc-shaped device suddenly adhered to my back. Upon contact, it unleashed a powerful suction, firmly attaching itself to my waterproof suit. Immediately thereafter, an intense jolt of electricity erupted. Ag! The violent paralysis and agony coursed through my entire body in an instant. My muscles spasmed uncontrollably, my movements contorting grotesquely, and the fingers that sought his throat curled unnaturally. The grip on his arm slackened in an instant. A high-voltage stun device. I plummeted downward, my body convulsing violently. My vision darkening intermittently due to the electric shock, and breathing became a struggle as if my limbs no longer belonged to me. The lanky man clutched at his throat, nearly crushed, his initial shock soon morphing into a grotesque expression of ecstasy and cruelty. He gazed upon my agonized struggle, fully lowering his guard. even approaching me with a sadistic delight, seemingly eager to observe my torment more closely. Now was the moment. They believed I had entirely lost my capacity to resist. Yet, despite the excruciating pain inflicted by the powerful current, it simultaneously awakened the dormant, tempestuous force within me, one that stemmed from the abyss. My physical resilience surpassed that of an ordinary person long ago. In that fleeting instant of his complacency, as the lanky man reached out to grasp my hair, my body, which had been convulsing and descending, suddenly halted. In the darkness, I forcibly opened my eyes, ignited by a fury that rendered me nearly beast-like. Chapter 32. The desperate counterattack. The smile on the lanky man's face froze instantly, his expression transforming into one of sheer horror. I kicked fiercely against the seawater, not retreating, but lunging at him like a venomous serpent striking in its death throes. The speed was so rapid, due to the proximity, that he had no time to react. Although my arms remained numb and sore, they possessed enough strength to execute this maneuver, not as an attack, but to firmly embrace his waist, while channeling every ounce of my strength to propel him toward the jagged cluster of sharp rocks below. The lanky man flailed his arms, struggling futilely. Bang! We collided heavily against the rugged rocks. However, most of the tremendous impact was absorbed by the back of his head. I distinctly felt the violent tremor of his body and the sensation of his skull shattering. He violently spewed forth a mouthful of blood, staining the surrounding seawater crimson, his eyes instantly losing all vitality as his body slackened. I released my grip, and his lifeless form slowly slid down, resting among the rocks. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle shifted once more. I floated in the bloodied seawater, my body still reeling from the electric shock's numbing pain, with wounds on my ribs and arms bleeding profusely. Yet, I raised my head, my cold gaze piercing through the murky water, locking onto the leader, who had just retracted his stun device, his face still bearing the marks of shock and disbelief. Now, it was a one-on-one confrontation. The bloodied seawater rippled gently, casting an ominous pale red hue around the corpse of the lanky man. I trembled violently within it, each movement tugging at the wounds on my ribs and arms, the numbness from the electric shock still coursing through my nerve endings. Across from me, the leader's astonishment swiftly faded, replaced by an intense, brooding vigilance. He fixed his gaze upon me, his eyes sharp as knives. Clearly, he had not anticipated that I could retaliate and kill a man under the electric assault. He tightened his grip on the dagger, his body slightly sinking, adopting a posture that combined offense and defense. I recognized my state was dire. I needed to conclude this swiftly. I propelled myself through the water, drawing a swift arc to approach his flank, seeking an opportunity. However, the man's reaction was beyond my expectations. He did not take the bait. Instead, he decisively turned around, unleashing a tremendous force in his legs as he swam vigorously towards the sea surface, heading straight for his submarine. Clearly, he recognized the extreme danger of engaging with me in the depths of the water. My regenerative abilities and adaptation to the deep far exceeded his expectations. He opted for the most rational course of action, to escape back to that submarine. Once he reached it, whether by starting the engine or seizing any weapon, he could easily drag my severely wounded form to its demise, leaving me utterly powerless against him. Panic surged within me. Ignoring my injuries and fatigue, I immediately pursued him with all my might. However, propelled by an instinct for survival, his speed was astonishing, and he had a head start. I endured excruciating pain as I desperately paddled, only to watch helplessly as he ascended like an arrow, the distance between us gradually widening. With a splash, he broke through the surface, gasping for air, reaching for the edge of the submarine's open hatch, attempting to climb aboard. To his shock, he spotted Lin Lan, terrified, floating at the edge of the escape pod. She had emerged from the escape pod. Her face was as pale as snow, her body trembling slightly from the frigid seawater and weakness, clutching a metal crowbar tightly in her hands, her eyes filled with fear, yet resolute determination. She had evidently mustered the immense courage to enter the water, worried about my prolonged silence in the uncertain underwater situation. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. As the leader grasped the hatch, he turned to see Lin Lan, unguarded and within arm's reach, his eyes momentarily flashing with shock, quickly replaced by overwhelming joy and cruelty. Without a trace of hesitation, he abandoned his climb, diving back into the water with a fierce lunge, seizing the bewildered Lin Lan in a vice-like grip. With lightning speed, he drew a dagger, its cold blade instantly pressed against her throat. "Don't move, otherwise, I will slit her throat," the leader gasped, a savage and triumphant grin spreading across his face as he shouted at me, just surfacing. Lin Lan let out a short, sharp scream. her body trembling violently from fear and suffocation. My heart nearly ceased to beat. I came to an abrupt halt in the water, afraid to advance even an inch further. Damn it, I never expected. The leader licked his lips. You really are a monster. I underestimated you. But what now? He tightened his grip on Lin Lan, the blade pressing against her skin. Let her go? My voice was hoarse, yet powerless. Stay where you are, he bellowed, dragging Lin Lan laboriously towards the open hatch of the submarine, attempting to retreat into the relative safety of that stronghold. My mind raced frantically, yet I was at a loss. Just as he half-dragged Lin Lan, one hand barely reaching the interior floor of the hatch, his weight shifting as he prepared to pull Lin Lan completely inside the vessel, perhaps fate's final favor intervened. Overwhelmed by terror and weakness, and being roughly yanked upwards, Lin Lan's body involuntarily slid downward. This slip allowed her to escape the tight grip around her neck by half a head space. The dagger pressed against her throat veered off course due to this sudden imbalance. Just a fleeting moment. Yet, for me, it was sufficient. Like a spring compressed to its utmost limit, I unleashed all my strength and speed in that instant. I did not swim. I virtually propelled myself from the water, diving directly into the narrow chasm between life and death. The leader's response was astonishingly swift upon noticing the imbalance. He immediately attempted to tighten his grip around Lin Lan, but it was too late. My target was not his knife-wielding hand, but rather the heavy, open side hatch. With all my might, I thrust it forward. Utilizing its immense inertia, it swung like a colossal metallic pendulum, striking fiercely against the leader's arm. He was utterly unprepared for this maneuver. His body was in a cleverly precarious state, leaving him no room to evade. Bang! Crack! The heavy metal hatch collided solidly against his side and the arm that held the knife. Simultaneously, a chilling sound of shattering bones emanated from his struck arm. The tremendous impact caused him to grunt in pain, and in losing his balance, his grip on Lin Lan completely loosened. The dagger slipped into the sea. Without hesitation, I seized the moment as the leader, dazed from the pain and shock, became disoriented and lunged forward. The leader collapsed at the edge of the hatch, clutching his severed arm and emitting a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. I panted heavily, grasping the dagger floating on the water's surface, and without a moment's hesitation, I ended his suffering amidst his despairing and fearful gaze. The world instantly fell silent, leaving only the sound of my heavy breaths and the waves lapping against the hull. Lin Lan remained collapsed in the water, shivering, her face a mixture of seawater and tears, her eyes hollow as they gazed at me. It's over, I rasped, extending my hand towards her. It's all over. She looked at me, then at the leader's lifeless body floating by the hatch, and suddenly lunged towards me, embracing me tightly as she wept uncontrollably, as if releasing all her fears and grievances. We had survived, yet the cost was equally heavy. Chapter 33. After the ordeal's guardian, I sat slumped on the cold deck of the submarine, seawater mingled with blood continually dripping from my body, forming a small pool of pale red beneath my feet. Every wound on my ribs, arms, and shoulders throbbed with searing pain, and each breath tugged at my utterly exhausted muscles. As the adrenaline faded, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over me, nearly preventing me from maintaining my sitting position. Lin Lan curled up in my embrace, still softly sobbing, her slender shoulders trembling incessantly. Her face was devoid of color, the evident bruise on her neck from being choked glaringly vivid. She clung tightly to me, as if seeking warmth and safety, her vacant gaze fixed upon the sea, gradually tinted a magnificent yet indifferent gold red by the setting sun, still reeling from sheer terror. We sat in silence, the relief of surviving overshadowed by the pervasive scent of blood and the shadow of death. The air was thick with unspoken wounds and exhaustion. We have gained a fleeting respite, a submarine that may offer us greater possibilities, yet it carries with it the weight of memories steeped in bloodshed and the physical scars etched upon this vast expanse of blue, mirrored within our hearts. We have survived, yet the path ahead remains shrouded in obscurity. The sun has finally descended beneath the horizon, drawing the last vestiges of warmth into its depths, leaving only the profound indigo of the night and a sky strewn with icy stars. The sea breeze, infused with the chill of night, caresses our drenched bodies, provoking uncontrollable shivers. Lin Lan's sobs gradually subside, transforming into muted, suppressed gasps. She clings tightly to my damp, cold waterproof suit, as if it were the sole lifeline amidst the tumultuous sea. I can sense her tremors, the subtle quaking that emanates from the depths of her soul. It's all right. It's all right, I repeat, offering a feeble semblance of comfort, my voice hoarse. My hand hesitates before gently patting her shivering back. This simple gesture seems to drain my last reserves of strength, pulling at my wounds and prompting an involuntary gasp. The sound jolts Lin Lan back to reality. She lifts her head, her tear-filled eyes locking onto the numerous ghastly wounds across my body, blood seeping from them, and the terror swiftly replaces her earlier emptiness. "You're bleeding so much." Her voice quivers with panic, and she releases me, her hands flitting about nervously as she yearns to inspect my injuries yet hesitates. Fearful of causing me pain. "I won't die." I manage to force a smile, attempting to reassure her, though the distortion of my expression likely appears more terrifying. "Let us get out of here first." The heavy scent of blood wafts across the water's surface, an ominous harbinger of what may come. Moreover, adrift amidst the remnants of bodies and chaos, our spirits endure a tremendous strain. Lin Lan nods emphatically, striving to suppress her fear and discomfort. She inhales deeply, forcing herself to regain composure, her gaze shifting towards the submarine, floating silently. "Yes, let us board. There might be a first aid kit inside. I've operated it before. It's Eden's equipment." Her tone regains a semblance of normalcy, though it still trembles slightly. With her support, I laboriously ascend to the cold deck of the submarine, nearly exhausting my final reserves of energy. Lin Lan follows closely behind, first scanning the interior cautiously for any lingering threats before carefully maneuvering me inside. The cabin is more spacious than it appears from the outside, sufficient to accommodate 3 or 4 individuals. Its layout is rudimentary yet functional, with the control panel cluttered with various buttons and levers that bear the marks of age, yet the essential equipment seems intact. The air is a mingling of seawater, sweat, and a faint trace of blood. Lin Lan leans me against the cabin wall and immediately begins rummaging through a metal box affixed to the wall. Soon, she retrieves a standard first aid kit. Though its contents are not particularly abundant, it contains disinfectants, gauze, and bandages aplenty. "It might hurt, just bear with it." She kneels before me, extracting a disinfectant pad, her voice still quivering, yet her movements are marked by an unusual focus and determination. The faint glow of the cabin lights illuminated her pallid face, droplets of seawater still clinging to her forehead, while her gaze resembled the most intricate of instruments, meticulously tending to the wounds inflicted by a dagger along my ribs and arms. The icy antiseptic made contact with my injuries, inducing a sharp sting, and I gritted my teeth, my muscles involuntarily tensing. Lin Lan paused momentarily, glancing up at me with eyes filled with concern. Yet her hands grew even more gentle in their ministrations. Her technique in treating the wounds was unexpectedly deft and professional, far beyond the realm of ordinary emergency training. Sensing my bewilderment, she carefully wrapped the bandages while softly explaining, "We are sometimes responsible for emergency medical responses aboard the ship, especially during urgent rescue missions." Her voice trailed off, seemingly recalling some reluctant memories from the past. Everyone who had come to this damned ocean bore their own stories. As she tended to my wounds, I briefly recounted the events that had transpired underwater, casually mentioning how I dealt with the other 2. Her brow furrowed deeper, her eyes brimming with worry. Were they also survivors of Eden, now transformed into something akin to a band of brigands? She finished dressing my last wound, her voice low, pondering whether the struggle for survival could truly turn one into a devil. I had no answer for her. This question remained unanswered, for within my own being lay a monstrous entity. Silence enveloped the cabin. Once the wounds were treated, an overwhelming fatigue washed over us like a tidal wave. Neither of us possessed the strength to ponder the threats of the deep sea or the darkness of humanity. At this moment, merely existing and being able to breathe had exhausted all our reserves. Lin Lan rummaged through the supplies of the submarine, retrieving 2 energy bars and a small bottle of fresh water. We silently shared this meager sustenance, the cold liquid and sweet paste sliding down our throats, barely replenishing our depleted strength. After consuming the food, drowsiness struck me like a landslide. My eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and every part of my body screamed for rest. "You should sleep," Lin Lan whispered, moving to sit in a chair at the control panel. "You've protected me for so long. Let me watch over you for a change." Her cheeks flushed as she quickly added, "I also need to check the condition of this vessel and the remaining energy." I gazed at her determined profile, wanting to say something, yet ultimately only nodded. Trust, in such extreme circumstances, solidified in a bloody and brutal manner. I knew at that moment I could entrust my back to her. Leaning against the cold metal wall of the cabin, I closed my eyes. The wounds still throbbed faintly, but the restlessness within me had calmed due to sheer exhaustion. Yet, a peculiar and long-lost sense of fragile safety quietly enveloped me, not because of this ironclad submarine, but due to the sound of another's breath within the cabin. Chapter 34. An unexpected breakthrough sunlight streamed through the thick glass portholes of the submarine, casting shimmering patterns in the seawater and illuminating the interior. My wounds still ached subtly, but after treatment and rest, they no longer burned as fiercely as they had the previous day. The power within me lay dormant, as if the fierce battles and electric shocks of yesterday had drained it of its ferocity. I was uncertain how long I had been asleep, but when I opened my eyes once more, daylight had arrived. Lin Lan, noticing my awakening, approached with an unmistakable fervor and urgency in her voice. Chinjua, I managed to prop myself up slightly. Her eyes sparkled with a blend of excitement, fatigue, joy, and an almost fervent glow. It finally dawned on me as she picked up the battered data pad that had remained by her side, her fingers gently grazing the screen. I believe I may know how to safely simulate the frequency left behind by Subject 037. My drowsiness was swiftly dispersed, and I turned to her with sudden intensity. Her gaze was remarkably earnest, infused with a sense of certainty that pierced through the fog of uncertainty. Perhaps we truly had a solution, she softly declared, as if speaking to me yet also affirming to herself, a method that can genuinely help you control it. Lin Lan's dark circles under her eyes had deepened, yet her eyes shone brilliantly, ablaze with a conflation of profound exhaustion and heightened exhilaration. Her voice, tinged with excitement, was somewhat hurried. Chinjua, I succeeded. At least, theoretically. I straightened myself, caught up in her fervor, my heartbeat involuntarily quickening. Succeeded? You mean, I adjusted the suppression frequency, the composite sound wave sequence left by Subject 037. She pointed eagerly at the screen, which displayed an exceedingly intricate, ever-changing low-frequency waveform. I meticulously rechecked all the data, deconstructing its harmonics and modulation patterns. It was no longer merely a suppression signal. It resembled a guiding resonance frequency. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to clarify her explanation. It won't forcibly counteract the power within you. That would only provoke a violent backlash, much like what Subject 037 experienced in the end. It simulates a specific wave pattern found in deep-sea environments, a background signal that can persuade that power to perceive itself as stable. Akin to a restless beast hearing a sound reminiscent of its mother calling, calming it down. This metaphor instantly illuminated the essence of her explanation, and a surge of immense hope coursed through me like a warm current. Are you certain? Will this truly work? The theoretical model aligns perfectly. Lin Lan nodded emphatically, yet her tone shifted to one of pragmatic caution. However, any theory requires validation. We need to conduct a practical test, and it must be done swiftly. Your current state is unstable, and you cannot continually rely on submerging yourself to suppress it. She picked up the bone conduction underwater communication headset we had been using and connected it to the data pad. The most direct method is to integrate it with your diving equipment. I will input the generated stable low-frequency waveform into this headset. If you feel any discomfort or if I detect anomalies, we can immediately sever the signal source. I gazed at the rudimentary headset and data pad in her hands, then looked into her steadfast and earnest eyes. The risks remained, but this was a step we had to take. All right. I did not hesitate. It was time to try. Lin Lan seemed taken aback by the trust one placed in her, pausing for a moment before solemnly nodding. All right. I will commence at the lowest intensity for a brief duration, akin to an allergy test. She deftly manipulated the equipment, connecting the signals generated by the data panel to the headset, which she then handed to me. Put it on. If you feel anything amiss, give me a signal at once, and I shall cease immediately. I took the cold headset, inhaled deeply, and positioned it against my ear. Within the cabin, only our tense breaths remained audible. Lin Lan gently tapped the screen. There was no sound. Rather, it was an imperceptibly low-frequency vibration surging into my eardrum, akin to a profound pressure acting directly upon my bones and nerves. An indescribable sensation seized me in an instant. It was not pain, but a deep-seated stagnation. It felt as though the tumultuous force within me collided suddenly with an invisible wall, becoming viscous and sluggish. The incessant turmoil and howling that threatened to tear me apart were abruptly muffled, as if forcibly submerged within soundproof cotton. Yet, simultaneously, a slight dizziness and nausea washed over me. My brow instinctively furrowed. Stop. Lin Lan, her gaze fixed intently on my expression, immediately cut off the output. The bizarre pressure vanished in an instant. I gasped for air, shaking my head to dispel the lingering dizziness. The suppressed force within me stirred like a disturbed hive, beginning to agitate, bringing with it a series of mild, rebound-like stings. How do you feel? Lin Lan inquired anxiously, her finger hovering over the stop button. Effective. I swallowed down the discomfort in my throat, looking up at her with a complex gaze. Though slightly uncomfortable, The sensation had indeed been subdued. Although brief, it felt more proactive than the calm induced by deep-sea pressure. A wave of immense excitement and relief flickered across Lin Lan's face, only to be swiftly replaced by caution. As long as it is effective, this indicates we are on the right track. However, the side effects are evident. We need to fine-tune the parameters to find the optimal balance between effect and tolerance. This will require time. Just then, my stomach audibly protested. The reality of hunger and survival loomed once more. Lin Lan recognized this as well, her excitement waning. There's only a little left in the supply box. She sighed and rose to approach the storage compartment. I followed, eager to examine the submarine I had yet to scrutinize closely, hoping to uncover anything that might have been overlooked. At the very bottom of the storage box, alongside the meager rations, lay a hardbound notebook, severely worn at the edges and wrapped in waterproof oilcloth, pressed beneath. What is this? I pulled it out, feeling as though it was a journal. Lin Lan shook her head in confusion. I don't know, I hadn't noticed it before. I unwrapped the oilcloth and opened the notebook. Inside were scrawled somewhat erratic entries with misspellings, documenting dates and trivial fragments. It was a diary. We exchanged glances, curiosity evident in our eyes. Perhaps there lies more information regarding this submarine or the three individuals mentioned earlier. Chapter 35. A new beacon. We meticulously turned the pages of the weathered diary. Initially, the entries were rife with lamentation and curses directed towards Eden, revealing the identities of the three as inmates sentenced to life from the criminal transfer confinement of Eden 999. No wonder they appeared anything but virtuous. In a moment of chaos, they had slain the spacecraft's crew and commandeered this operational vessel to escape to this place. The records were sporadic, filled with despair, savagery, and the tedium of aimlessly drifting upon the sea. May 3rd. Another day, still a vast expanse of blue, surrounded by water with no end in sight. Is this wretched place composed solely of water? May 5th. I am so thirsty. The fresh water in the cabin is dwindling, and we are watching each other closely. Until we discover a new source, we must conserve our intake. In this confined space, it is a struggle to even stand upright. How much longer must we endure this? May 6th. I ventured into the water today and nearly perished below. What lurks in the abyss? It's terrifying. The fish I barely caught slipped away, and I refused to descend again. I would rather starve. The scarcity of food, the thirst for fresh water, and our coarse complaints toward one another comprised the bulk of the entries. It was not until I reached the final pages that the handwriting became agitated, even frenzied. May 9th. In the distance, we saw it. An island. A floating island amidst the sea. What a grand island. It is adorned with verdant, unfamiliar trees. Could it be that the land beneath the island is void? Through sonar, we discerned that beneath the island lay no land, only colossal, luminescent entities resembling jellyfish or mushrooms, supporting the entire isle. There seemed to be something on the island, perhaps structures, yet indistinct. A miracle. Undoubtedly a miracle. I recorded the coordinates, followed by a series of clear numerical figures. This is our final hope. Just as we prepared to approach, we were met with a ferocious storm. I had never witnessed such a tempest, with waterspouts swirling all around. My goodness, we somehow survived. Yet, this storm has whisked us away to an unknown location. May 16th. We received a distress signal from an unfortunate soul and prepared to investigate, hoping for a sufficient water supply. Yet, how to respond to this damned signal? None among us knew how, and we could only send the signal back. The diary abruptly ceased at this point. Lin Lan and I silently perused the final page, before returning to the one detailing the coordinates and the absurd description of the floating island. The cabin was filled with the sound of our increasingly rapid breaths. An island? A floating land supported by a colossal luminescent creature? This sounded like the ramblings of a madman. Yet, in this bizarre ocean, what is truly impossible? Lin Lan abruptly turned, rushing to the control panel, her fingers trembling as she swiftly entered the coordinates into the submarine's navigation system. The screen flickered with nautical charts, and after a few seconds of calculation, a pinpoint of light was marked in the distant sea. The coordinates are valid, and Lin Lan's voice trembled with incredulity. Given the speed of the vessel, it would take approximately 3 days to navigate. We fell into silence once more, confronted by two monumental revelations. One was a nascent method capable of harnessing the power within me, recently validated yet still in need of refinement. The other was a distant island coordinate, shrouded in uncertainty, yet potentially harboring vital resources and unknown answers for survival. Both were steeped in mystery, but the latter offered what the former desperately required: time, space, and, most crucially, resources. Lin Lan turned to me, her expression intricate. We needed sustenance, water, medicine, and a safer haven to continue fine-tuning our frequencies. I echoed her sentiments, my gaze fixed upon that coordinate. If this island truly existed, it might very well hold the key to our predicament. Should we venture forth to an absurdly fantastical unknown, chronicled in a criminal's diary? Or remain here, adhering to our fragile existence, awaiting a rescue that may never arrive, or perhaps facing an imminent yet unpredictable threat? The answer seemed to tilt in one direction. Once the decision was made, urgency dispelled all hesitation and fatigue. We delayed not a moment and commenced preparations for our departure. Time was of the essence, both for our precarious supplies and for my state, which required continuous adjustments to stabilize. Our first task involved transferring all valuable resources from the escape pod to the submarine. This process consumed the better part of the day. I undertook the physical labor, enduring pain as I transported the scant remaining compressed rations, fresh water, and the invaluable multifunctional cooking apparatus, capable of basic water purification and food heating, along with nearly all our medical supplies and tools, in multiple trips. Meanwhile, Lin Lan meticulously inspected each item, categorizing and storing them, maximizing the limited storage space within the submarine to prevent any disarray or damage during our voyage. We did not deactivate the escape pod's distress signal. Rather, we adjusted its transmission mode and energy output, ensuring it could broadcast our identity and original coordinates periodically with minimal power consumption. Harnessing solar energy for gradual battery recharge would ensure its continued low-power operation, leaving Lin Lan with only a spare battery for redundancy. "I hope we never have to return here," she said softly, gazing at the still regularly blinking indicator light. This diminutive escape pod had borne witness to our initial desperate struggles and fleeting refuge, now seemingly transformed into a deliberately left waypoint, guiding us toward our uncharted journey. Finally, we conducted a thorough inspection of the submarine's condition. Approximately 60% of the energy remained, sufficient for our voyage to the coordinates with a slight buffer. The engine, though aged, ran smoothly, and the navigation system functioned properly following Lin Lan's calibration. The air circulation and purification system, while not highly efficient, was barely adequate. This rugged workhorse of a vessel resembled an aging yet dependable plow ox, poised to carry us into the fog. As daylight broke once more, we were fully prepared. We cast one final glance at the silent escape pod, marked by too many traces of its journey, before resolutely sealing the side hatch of the submarine. The hydraulic mechanism emitted a dull thud, effectively isolating us from the outside world. The course was set. Lin Lan sat at the helm, inhaling deeply before pressing the button to ignite the engine. A deep humming resonated through the vessel as it trembled slightly. Through the porthole, the rear propeller churned the water into frothy white bubbles. We began to move slowly, gradually accelerating, leaving behind the sea that bore both death and hope, along with that solitary escape pod. Thus commenced our voyage. Chapter 36. The solitary voyage in the initial hours of our journey. A faint thrill of liberation and a pursuit of new horizons buoyed our spirits. However, it was not long before the monotony, oppression, and discomfort of deep-sea travel enveloped us like a damp fog, infiltrating the confined quarters of our submarine. This vessel was designed for short missions, not for prolonged habitation. The space was constricted to an extreme. Apart from the pilot's seat, there was scarcely room to move. We could neither stand nor stretch, confined to our seats, bending awkwardly to shift positions. Maintaining a single posture for extended periods rendered us restless, while the so-called rest amounted to reclining the seat to its maximum angle, barely achieving a semblance of repose. Yet, this position was far from conducive to genuine sleep. Turning or lying on one's side was impossible, and soon our backs ached intolerably, circulation faltered, and our legs would often fall numb. The engine's incessant noise, while not piercing, permeated the air, transforming into a relentless mental torment over time. The air circulation system of the operational craft provided a musty breeze tinged with metallic and oily scents. Each breath served as a stark reminder that we were trapped within the confines of a narrow iron shell, adrift beneath the endless deep blue. Rations of food and fresh water were strictly allocated. The energy bars were consumed within the first day, leaving us reliant on the occasional fish and deep-sea plants I managed to catch during my dives. The vigor within me began to stir restlessly during this prolonged surface voyage. Every few hours, I found it necessary to don the droplet mask and plunge into the depths, using the pressure of the deep sea to momentarily quell my agitation. This felt akin to a fleeting moment of freedom, reminiscent of a long bus journey where one can momentarily escape at a rest stop. Time was of the essence, so I could not linger. Who knew what unforeseen events might arise during this journey? I could only hastily gather fish, seaweed, or shellfish to bring back. Though some of the fish had a pungent taste that even the simplest heating in the cooking box could not entirely eliminate, forcing me to swallow them down. There was no choice, merely a necessity to sustain my energy and protein needs. Fresh water was the most precious resource. I had not encountered any water sac ferns along the way, suggesting they thrived only in specific maritime regions. Thus, every sip of fresh water required careful consideration. I would also take the opportunity to scout for other usable resources beneath the waves, but most of the time, I found nothing. Lin Lan, aside from her occasional forays into the water to stretch her body, spent the majority of her time diligently refining her frequency model. She utilized the relatively stable periods of our voyage to repeatedly calculate and fine-tune her parameters. At times, she would ask me to don the headphones once more for a brief test, recording my physiological responses and subjective sensations. The process remained accompanied by discomfort, yet the efficacy gradually improved through repeated adjustments, while the side effects slowly diminished. This gradual progress became the sole beacon of light in our oppressive journey. Occasionally, Lin Lan would slide a sheet of calculation paper before me, synchronizing with the frequency of the headphones, pointing to a particular parameter and inquiring about my feelings. I would gently tap the edge of the paper with my fingertip to indicate slight relief, or 2 taps to signify that things remained unchanged. We no longer required superfluous words. One gesture, one glance sufficed to convey our states to one another. On one occasion, unable to suppress a frown due to the ache in my back, she silently handed me a rolled-up towel, inviting me to place it behind my lower back. That meager softness, amidst the cold metal confines of the cabin, felt remarkably warm. We endeavored to speak as little as possible, conserving our energy, while the cramped environment diminished our desire for conversation. Most of the time, the cabin was filled only with the hum of the engine, the soft sounds of the equipment, and our suppressed breaths. Although the operational vessel could descend to depths of 300 meters, we aimed to maintain a depth of around 10 meters, not fully exposed to the surface, merely to reduce resistance and allow us to occasionally surface for a glimpse of the sea's conditions. 3 days felt longer than 3 months. We were like 2 souls exiled in a metallic cage, relying on a sliver of hope and each other's presence to combat the boundless loneliness and the ocean's indifference. Until the evening of the 3rd day, Lin Lan was intently focused on the monotonous data displayed on the screen, while I reclined slightly, feigning sleep, resisting yet another wave of rising restlessness as I contemplated our next descent. Suddenly, the previously steady sonar emitted a slight tremor. Lin Lan immediately lifted her head, gazing at the control panel. The flow rate and depth readings seem a bit anomalous. She swiftly maneuvered the submarine to ascend while monitoring the sensors, magnifying the scanned images of the area ahead. The data stream on the screen began to pulse more vigorously, and the information relayed by the sonar grew increasingly complex. No longer just the monotonous features of the deep-sea floor. My heart involuntarily quickened, and I straightened my posture, peering out the window. The horizon, where sea met sky, remained an expanse of emptiness. Yet gradually, at the limits of my vision, in that meeting place of water and sky, a vague, dark green shadow unlike any horizon I had encountered before seemed to emerge. Was it there? I squinted, attempting to see more clearly. Lin Lan did not respond. She was fully engaged in adjusting the long-range optical detector, extending the focus to its maximum range. The image on the screen shook violently before gradually stabilizing and clarifying. In the next moment, she gasped sharply, abruptly covering her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared intently at the screen, then quickly looked up at the increasingly distinct dark green outline outside the window. Her voice, transformed by sheer shock and excitement, trembled to the point of near incoherence. It's really an island. But how can it be? She seemed at a loss for words to articulate the spectacle before her, instinctively projecting the clearest image captured by the optical detector onto the main screen. At that moment, I too comprehended the scene. It was not an island in the conventional sense. It was a modestly sized isle, appearing quite ordinary on the surface, quietly suspended upon the distant sea. Its summit was cloaked in lush, unfamiliar hues of purple and dark green vegetation, with what seemed to be a waterfall cascading from its edge, shimmering with iridescence in the setting sun. Below, in the deeper waters, immense, luminous structures pulsed with a ghostly blue and fluorescent green glow, resembling roots or tentacles, reaching into the ocean, gently undulating, as if cradling this extraordinary land. The submarine continued its forward course, the colossal shadow before us gradually enlarging, as if steering towards an ancient dream awakening from the deep sea, magnificent, mysterious, and imbued with a suffocating sense of oppression. The frantic ramblings in the diary were indeed true. We had found it, the floating island. Chapter 37. The guardian of the island, that enormous shadow, so vast it defied logic, occupied our entire field of vision and consciousness. Akin to an ancient dream stirring from its slumber in the deep sea, asserting its presence with absolute, overwhelming authority. In the face of this miraculous creation, our submarine felt as insignificant as a shrimp attempting to approach a giant whale, its speed unwittingly diminished, as if gently restrained and absorbed by the immense, serene life force emanating from the entity. Inside the cabin, an extended silence was filled with an amalgamation of profound astonishment, insignificance, and an almost searing curiosity. The only evidence of time's passage was the faint hum of the instruments and the nearly audible, rapid beating of our hearts. The first to break free from this colossal cognitive shock was Lin Lan, instinctively reverting to her identity as a researcher. She inhaled deeply, transforming that breath into a calm energy propelling her into action. Her fingers, no longer trembling, moved with an almost harsh precision and speed across the control panel. The sonar echoes confirmed that the estimated mass of the structural entity exceeded existing models' calculations, with the biological substrate's depth remaining unknown, extending beyond the detection range. Energy spectrum analysis revealed unknown wavelengths, a fusion of high-intensity bioelectric potential and an unclassifiable magnetic field effect, similar to magnetohydrodynamic phenomena, yet fundamentally different. Preliminary scanning of the atmospheric composition above the island indicated standard air quality, with oxygen levels approximately 3% elevated and humidity exceedingly high. Multiple unknown organic spore particles were detected suspended in the air. Initially, her voice bore a hint of dryness, reminiscent of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. But soon she became entirely immersed in the torrent of data. Each reading she announced was akin to an attempt to measure the pure, sensuous myth with the ruler of rationality, steadfast, yet seemingly impotent. I am drawn by an entirely different force, the restless energy within me, which has been agitated since awakening and can only be temporarily subdued by the pressure of the deep sea, is not calmed at this moment, but instead has entered a peculiar, unprecedented state of resonance. It no longer violently seeks to tear apart my will. Rather, it resembles a string gently plucked by an invisible hand, harmonizing with the low-frequency pulsations emitted by the vast creature's network in the distance. Each time the ethereal blue-green light flickers in the depths of the ocean, the subtle glow lurking beneath my skin seems to flow gently in response, evoking an indescribable sensation, one that feels both distantly familiar and instinctively chilling, crawling silently along my spine. It is not merely alive. It engages in a form of respiration beyond our comprehension. I seem to vaguely hear it. It is moving, I utter almost soundlessly, my gaze fixed upon the screen, which magnifies the immense, luminous network resembling the roots of a world tree, slowly, but undeniably in motion, not merely drifting, but actively undulating. Lin Lan immediately raised her head, her sharp gaze directed toward the main screen, her expression grave, confirmed. This is not a simple static symbiosis or parasitic relationship. The characteristics presented resemble a singular life form that transcends our biological understanding. This land is part of its organism, or rather, it is the fruit it bears. Our small vessel maintained heightened vigilance, cautiously circling the immense floating entity at a slow pace, always keeping a safe distance of several hundred meters. As we drew nearer, more details came into focus. The waterfall cascading from the island's edge, its roar faintly penetrating the thick alloy hull, the dense purple and dark green vegetation, with uniquely shaped leaves, some of which emitted a faint phosphorescence in the dim light. The biomass structure of the island's base was not smooth, but instead covered in a complex array of attachments resembling coral reefs or giant fungal mycelium networks, layered to form a rugged and bizarre underwater landscape. Just as we were fully absorbed in observing the island's essence, the sonar array emitted a sharp and urgent alarm. Multiple underwater targets, approaching at high speed. They are emerging from deeper waters. Lin Lan warned urgently, her hands gripping the controls tightly, ready to maneuver at a moment's notice. In the next instant, several long and swift shadows surged upward from the abyss of deep, ethereal blue darkness like torpedoes launched from below. Their trajectories did not rush directly toward us, but rather began an elegant, rhythmic cruise centered around the thickest and most luminous biological networks beneath the island. Exuding a primal sense of power, their sizes varied significantly. The smallest individuals measured around 7 to 8 meters in length, while the largest, resembling a leader among them, could exceed 20 meters. They possessed perfectly streamlined bodies, their surfaces adorned with skin as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding ethereal blue light. Their heads have not evolved any visible ocular organs. Instead, they possess a structure reminiscent of a sensor-laden fissure, imbued with a sense of biotechnological intrigue. Surrounded by skin that flickers with energy resonating in harmony with the core veins of the island. Their movements exude an ancient rhythm and formidable power that transcend time, as if they are inseparable from this realm of radiance, serving as loyal living sentinels or periodic pilgrims drawn here to absorb energy. The largest among them gracefully glided through the waters less than 50 meters from the bow of our vessel. Its smooth, pupil-less visage appeared to be directed precisely at our modest submarine. This gaze was not based on optical perception, but rather resembled a pure energy scan and biological assessment. In that moment, the resonance within me intensified to an unprecedented degree. I could almost distinctly feel a cold, vast, and entirely alien consciousness brushing against my awareness with an indifferent touch. It seemed to complete its evaluation of our unfamiliar metallic construct in an instant, deeming it inconsequential before swiftly propelling itself with powerful tail fins, elegantly rejoining the ranks of other wanderers, and plunging back into the denser region of radiance. Vanishing from our sight, they disregarded us. After a prolonged silence, I recovered my voice from the tremors of being scrutinized by such a colossal presence. Realizing my back was already drenched in a layer of cold sweat. It was not mere disregard. Lin Lan's voice carried a hint of trepidation and an inexplicable thrill, suggesting a higher level of tolerance. In their primal cognitive framework, we seemingly do not constitute any concept worthy of definition. We are too minuscule, too ordinary, to elicit any form of aggression or inquiry from them. She paused, finding a more fitting metaphor. It is akin to a human walking through a forest, who would not deliberately stop to crush a beetle crossing the grass. This comparison sent a chill deep into my bones, yet it accurately encapsulated our predicament. Before this magnificent miracle of life and the planet's indigenous beings, our proud technological creations appear as mere peculiar, insignificant insects. Chapter 38. Whispers of Antiquity. The submarine continued to cruise slowly around the island. Look there, Lin Lan swiftly adjusted the optical detector's focal length and angle, locking onto a relatively gentle slope at the island's base. Did that concave structure's edge seem overly regular? On the screen, the image was continuously magnified and enhanced. There was a clearly artificial entrance structure, meticulously shaped, slanting, and deeply embedded within the island's dense biological substrate. Its edges, although cloaked in thick layers of historical sediment and adorned with softly glowing moss, still could not entirely obscure the geometric traces of an unnaturally smooth curvature beneath. The interior of the cave was profoundly deep, with the beams of the searchlight failing to reach its terminus, as if it led directly to an unknown realm, potentially harboring any number of undiscovered worlds. Is this an entrance? I inquired in a hushed tone. The likelihood was exceedingly high. Lin Lan's eyes sparkled with an astonishing intensity, ignited by an insatiable yearning to unveil the mysteries of exploration. According to sonar's repeated scans, this was likely our sole safe passage to delve deeper into the island's core. Entering from beneath the water would minimize the risk of direct encounters with any unknown creatures or harsh environments that might lurk on the island's floor. Moreover, observe the dense vegetation entwining its base. Climbing from the outside would pose considerable dangers. Hope surged forth like a brilliant beam of light, piercing through the long-accumulated weight of oppression, fear, and dense fog. Yet, closely following was a deeper, more pressing caution that demanded our attention. What lay within? Could this passage harbor peril, such as traps or mechanisms? I posed the most crucial, weighty question. Currently, there was no reliable data to forecast, and we could only proceed one step at a time. Lin Lan's response was refreshingly candid, her fingers dancing across the console, conducting a final comprehensive scan and environmental data comparison. All probing signals encountered severe interference upon nearing the cave's entrance, rendering energy readings and life signal feedback exceedingly complex and chaotic beyond interpretation. There might exist a self-contained field of strong interference within, or perhaps, she paused, something our instruments were utterly incapable of comprehending. All answers could only be verified through our own eyes. She turned to face me, our gazes intersecting in the air, silently exchanging unspoken meanings. The immense risks, the elusive yet enticing opportunities, the urgent thirst for supplies, and the relentless pursuit of the ultimate answers behind all events. Ultimately, she took a deep breath once more, her hands firmly gripping the control stick, her gaze steadily resolute. Maintain the highest level of alertness. All recording devices shall operate at full power. We approached slowly. Her voice conveyed an unusual calmness and decisiveness. Having reached a final resolution, this could very well be the target pursued by the company across billions of kilometers of space. It was also the only land we had encountered since arriving on this planet. Regardless of what awaited us beyond that entrance, we had to take a look. She glanced back at me, and I nodded silently. There was an immense allure here. Even the Pandora's box seemed irresistible to open. Behind us lay an endless ocean. And whatever lay ahead, we had to venture forth. The submarine's engine emitted a deeper hum than before, the thrusters meticulously adjusting its posture, transforming this human creation into an exceedingly cautious deep-sea fish, gently steering towards the entrance concealed beneath the colossal biological matrix, exuding an aura of darkness and the unnatural. The prow's powerful searchlight sliced through the seawater filled with luminous particles. Beyond its glow, an infinite unknown awaited. We remained silent, heightening the sensitivity of all our senses to their utmost limits, willingly navigating into this silent sanctuary, cradled by ancient Leviathan life forms. The engine was reduced to its minimum power, and the submarine glided like a delicate leaf into the vast entrance adorned with luminescent moss. A moment enveloped us with a profound silence imbued with a certain biological weightiness, as even the omnipresent hum of the engine seemed absorbed by this peculiar formation, leaving only the faint hiss of water gliding over the hull and the increasingly distinct rhythm of our own heartbeats. The beam of the searchlight swept across the inner walls of the passage. My breath caught suddenly. The walls were neither the anticipated rock nor soil, nor merely organic flesh. They were a composite entity. The inner surface exhibited an astonishing architecture. A dark organic matrix resembling vast blood vessels or plant conduits formed the core, pulsating gently and emanating an extremely faint, eerie green glow. Nestled within these organic veins were geometric structures of a silvery black hue, exhibiting a pronounced metallic luster. These structures were not merely added later. They were intricately woven into the surrounding biological tissue, as if they had naturally grown from the flesh, resembling a skeleton or circuitry. Their surfaces smooth and cool, reflecting the searchlight's brilliance, creating a bizarre aesthetic of coldness intertwined with vitality. It was utterly incredible. Lin Lan's voice trembled with disbelief as she maneuvered the external sensors to scan those strange structures as closely as possible, marveling at the perfect symbiosis of organism and inorganic matter. This transcended the notion of symbiosis. It was integration. Such a phenomenon had never been recorded in the annals of human scientific history. The metallic readings were peculiar, unlike any known alloy. I gazed at the chaotic data stream feedback on her screen, my heart pounding heavily. The spectacle before us surpassed all biological and engineering knowledge we could comprehend. It involuntarily reminded me of the fallen Eden 999, where the regularity of the metals conveyed a sense of technology, resonating eerily with the ancient, biological structures before us, as if they were two divergent evolutionary extremes stemming from the same technological tree, one reaching towards the cold starry sky, the other merging with flesh and sinking into the depths of the sea. This nebulous association filled me with awe. The civilization or power behind this place might possess layers far beyond our initial imagination. The passage was not straight but extended forward in a gentle, gut-like curvature. The water flow here became remarkably smooth, almost imperceptible to the influence of ocean currents, as if some force were maintaining the tranquility within. We advanced slowly, encountering no obstacles or dangers. The entire space grew increasingly luminous, with light emanating from the passage itself. The glowing moss and veins multiplied, their emitted bioluminescence coalescing, allowing us to extinguish the searchlight and observe the surroundings solely by this biological light. Under this illumination, everything appeared more surreal, enhancing the sense of the fantastical. At that moment, the resonance within me intensified once more. No longer a vague echo, but a clear feeling of attraction, as if something within my blood was being drawn to a source deep ahead, subtly warming and softly calling out. The sensation is not unpleasant. Rather, it carries an uncanny sense of belonging. This thought, however, is swiftly suppressed within me. Danger lurks here. Everything is steeped in unknown peril. This allure may very well be a trap, a means by which a predator ensnares its prey. Instinctively, I grip the armrest of my seat, my knuckles turning pale from the strain. Lin Lan notices my distress. "Chinjua, what is wrong?" The entity within me has intensified, as if something is beckoning it. I reply in a hushed tone, my gaze fixed on the ethereal glow of the passage ahead. The call lies at the end before us. "Be cautious." She nods gravely, reactivating all protective and scanning devices, aware that their efficacy may be limited in this context. After approximately 10 minutes of advancement, the passage widens. suggesting an imminent entry into a more expansive chamber. The illumination grows brighter, the intertwining hues of azure and luminescent green no longer solely emanating from the moss, but rather diffusing from the very space ahead. At last, our submarine gently emerges from the passage, venturing into an indescribably vast expanse. We find ourselves suspended above a colossal underground lake, aglow with bioluminescence. Chapter 39. The abyssal marvel. This cavern is incomprehensibly vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. Below lies a tranquil, mirror-like expanse of water, radiating a gentle blue-green luminescence. This light emanates from the depths, and the cavern walls were colossal. Intricate networks resembling living neural systems pulse and glow. They are denser and more radiant than anything we observed outside the island. Each slow, powerful thrum sends ripples of light and shadow cascading through the space, as if the entire cavern breathes in sync with some ancient leviathan. The sight is breathtakingly beautiful, shrouded in mystery and grandeur that sends shivers deep within the soul. At the heart of the luminous lake stands an edifice that nearly halts our breath. It is a tower-like structure, crafted from the same peculiar dark silver metal fused with bioluminescent organic material, elegant and uniquely shaped. It does not rise perfectly straight, but possesses a natural curve, as if it has grown from the lakebed, a colossal dark silver crystal or vine. Its surface adorned with pulsating, glowing biological networks, akin to entwined vascular systems, extending upward until they vanish into the darkness above. Atop the tower, one can discern several orderly structures resembling openings or observation windows, yet within lies an abyssal darkness, devoid of any light. It stands silently amidst the swirling luminescence of the lake, ancient and solitary, exuding an indescribable fusion of technological prowess and primal vitality. It is evidently an unnatural creation within this vast island, akin to a relic seamlessly integrated into a life system, a sanctuary, or perhaps a control nexus. Heavens! Lin Lan was utterly speechless. She raised the detector, her fingertips swiftly gliding over the pulsating data stream on the screen, her voice trembling with suppressed excitement. Chenjua. Look at the tower's structure and these veins. The detector reveals that they are not mere biological tissues. There are metallic fibers coursing through them, akin to living wires. She gazed vacantly at the tower, her expression a blend of reverent awe and disorienting disbelief, as if her worldview had been irrevocably upended. As a technician, all the physical laws, biological principles, and technological pathways she had understood were now on the brink of collapse due to this astonishing spectacle. I gently tapped her shoulder, attempting to soothe her. Stay calm. At least there is no immediate danger. Can you check the detector again for any anomalous signals? Perhaps a defense mechanism or an energy trap. Lin Lan inhaled deeply and refocused on the console, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Energy readings are stable, no high-frequency pulses, nor any biological threat signals. However, there is a peculiar point. The magnetic field of the entire cavern is distorted. Our compass is malfunctioning. She paused, lowering her voice further. And I can't shake the feeling that the tower is watching us, not in a visual sense, but on an energetic level, as if it possesses a consciousness that perceives our existence. My own astonishment was equally profound, yet it was accompanied by a chilling sense of awe that nearly paralyzed me. Before us stood a tower that seamlessly fused a cold, technological essence with a vibrant, pulsating sense of life, almost blasphemously so. This amalgamation transcended any known biological enhancement or mechanical prosthetic. It represented a fundamental, philosophical convergence, as if technology had not been created here, but had naturally grown like a vine. Suddenly, Lin Lan recalled something and retrieved the previous recordings from the detector. Look, the veins at the entrance of the floating island seem to transport energy unidirectionally, whereas the veins of this tower are cyclical. It resembles the relationship between a heart and its blood vessels. The entrance to the floating island may be a branch. And this is the source, the very heart of the entire island. Following her finger to the screen, I noted the stark contrast between the two diagrams. The energy flow of the floating island moved unidirectionally from the edges towards the center, while here, the energy flowed in a circular motion around the tower, converging into a luminous point at its base. We had discovered the floating island. Yet the scene before us offered not answers, but a deeper, more awe-inspiring, and unsettling enigma. A sense of insignificance gripped me. We were like ants that had inadvertently trespassed into the sanctuary of deities, unworthy even to glimpse its entirety. The submarine floated silently upon the luminescent lake's surface, as if suspended within a reflection of the starry sky. We remained speechless for a long while, simply gazing at the colossal tower at the lake's heart, entranced by the dreamlike sea of light that resided within the island. The engine maintained its minimal operation, nearly silent, as if fearful that even the slightest noise might awaken this ancient, slumbering dream. The next question naturally emerged, weighing heavily upon our hearts. What should we do now? Should we dare to approach it, to attempt entering the tower, and confront the potentially incomprehensible mysteries that lay within? Still lingering here, at this relatively safe distance, we continue to observe, striving to comprehend the infinite unknown with our limited means. In this moment of peril, all subtle excitement is stripped away, revealing its most primal and burdensome core, the fierce internal struggle between the fear of the unknown and the yearning for exploration. Each of our choices may lead us toward an unpredictable fate. Ultimately, the instinct for exploration overcomes pure reverence. After approximately 3 minutes, Lin Lan broke the silence. Her voice tinged with struggle. We currently have two options. One is to withdraw, circling the floating island to further analyze the energy structure here and ensure our safety before making any plans. The other is to approach, to observe the surroundings of the tower's base. These veins may provide samples, potentially leading us to other clues, though we are uncertain if approaching will provoke aggression. Let us venture closer. We ultimately conceded to our insatiable curiosity, maintaining the lowest speed with all sensors activated. Lin Lan nodded, maneuvering the submarine at an excruciatingly slow pace, gliding smoothly across the illuminated surface of the water towards the towering edifice at the heart of the lake. The closer we drew, the more intense the oppressive sensation derived from primal instincts became. The tower loomed large, and the bioluminescent networks adorning its surface became increasingly distinct, not remaining still but rather pulsating slowly, as if engaged in a prolonged and ancient metabolism. The silver-black metallic structure, observed from this proximity, exuded an inhuman, cold precision, intertwining with the pulsating life forms, creating a visual impact that was utterly breathtaking. However, just as we approached within 20 meters of the tower's base, a sudden anomaly occurred. Chapter 40. Energy barrier on the submarine's control panel. Multiple sensor readings became chaotic in an instant, emitting a faint crackling sound indicative of severe signal interference. Simultaneously, an almost imperceptible, high-frequency vibration coursed through the vessel, as if we had passed through an invisible, viscous force field. Then, a gentle yet remarkably clear blue light screen rapidly expanded from the base of the tower, like ripples spreading across a water surface disturbed by a thrown stone, sweeping over the entire lake and effortlessly penetrating our submarine. In that moment, I felt a cold, vast consciousness softly brush against my body, delving into my mind. Even reaching the chip card, I kept closely guarded. The chip card seemed to quiver. A faint, nearly imperceptible warmth emanated from it, as if a dormant object had been instantaneously awakened only to succumb to silence again. Simultaneously, the power resonating within me with this place surged to life, as if striving to resist something, yet hindered by an invisible barrier. The blue light screen swept past and vanished without a trace. The interference dissipated, sensor readings returned to normal, and the high-frequency vibrations ceased. It was as if nothing had transpired. Yet, before us, in the air approximately 10 meters from the tower, a barrier composed of countless intricate hexagonal energy grids quietly materialized. Visible to the naked eye, it presented a translucent hue of pale gold, with luminous currents flowing like rippling water, quietly obstructing our path to the tower. Exuding an unmistakable air of rejection, Lin Lan gazed at the console, displaying a sudden spike in energy readings, which then stabilized at an astonishingly high value. Drawing a sharp breath, the intensity was overwhelming, and the structure remained entirely unknown. Was it just scanning us? I replied in a low voice, my hand instinctively resting on my waist, where the faint warmth of the chip card was rapidly dissipating. The scanning moment had been precise, seemingly confirming a specific qualification. The outcome was evident. The credentials we possessed did not grant us entry. I was almost certain that the source of the tumultuous energy within me and the response from the chip card was this scan. The tower was scanning for something particular and complete, and the chip card on me appeared to be a fragment of that, yet insufficient in level. Authentication failed. Lin Lan attempted to engage the barrier with various signal frequencies, but it was as if her efforts had vanished into the abyss, yielding no response. The barrier stood resolutely, cold and impenetrable. After several minutes of fruitless attempts, she reluctantly surrendered. It seemed this place did not welcome our intrusion. Her tone bore a hint of disappointment, yet more of acceptance. A definitive and insurmountable barrier provided a sense of reassurance. At least we knew where the safe boundary lay. Since entry was not an option, let us explore outward. Lin Lan made her decision, her eyes regaining their brightness. We needed fresh water, food, and crucially, a more stable environment than the ocean to continue my frequency model research. The energy field here was stable, perhaps indicating a more suitable location nearby for establishing a temporary base. This proposal was met with my immediate agreement. Having been confined in the narrow submarine for an extended period, both our minds and bodies were at their limits, desperately yearning for space and a stable environment. We navigated the submarine slowly back along our previous route, not departing the passage directly, but instead scrutinizing the walls with greater care. Soon, we made a discovery. Not far from the entrance to the light lake, a relatively small branching tunnel appeared on the passage wall, which we had overlooked due to angles and lighting. Beyond the junction was not a natural cave, but a corridor composed of a fusion of biological material and silvery black metal, significantly smaller than the main passage, with a diameter of approximately 5 or 6 meters, slanting upwards. The inner walls of the corridor emitted a gentle fluorescence sufficient for illumination. Was it some kind of internal passage? However, the submarine could not ascend any further. It had to remain secured here, Lin Lan speculated. We hesitated not, organizing our backpacks and cautiously stepping onto the solid ground from the submarine. The corridor wound upward, and after about 5 or 6 minutes of travel, a light emerged, not bioluminescence, but natural sunlight. The exit was concealed behind a sprawling mass of luminescent purple vines. Pushing aside the vines revealed a scene that left us enlightened. We had directly arrived at the surface of the island. The exit was located near the base structure at the island's edge, cleverly obscured by dense and peculiar vegetation. Before us lies a modest, relatively flat depression, bordered on one side by a steep slope blanketed in verdant, purple-hued foliage, while on the other side, the unmistakable sound of waves crashing against the island's rocky foundation reverberates. Most astonishingly, a slender waterfall cascades like a silver chain from the lush greenery above, plummeting from several dozen meters and pooling into a crystal-clear pond at the bottom of the depression. Overflowing, the water trickles through the crevices of the stones, flowing toward the island's edge and ultimately plunging into the sea. Likely a source of fresh water, we promptly collected samples for testing. Preliminary assessments revealed the water to be sweet and pure, meeting drinking standards after basic filtration. Lin Lan and I could hardly contain our joy. The long-standing anxiety surrounding our freshwater scarcity dissipated in an instant. Fringing the pond were several unfamiliar plant species. One was a low shrub bearing fist-sized, milky white fruits, while another resembled an enormous fern with thick, luscious fronds. Lin Lan carefully took samples for scanning and analysis. Remarkably, the white fruit was rich in starch and sugars, entirely non-toxic. The sap of the fern leaves was abundant, containing various vitamins and also edible. A long-lost, genuine smile graced her face. The pressures of survival felt momentarily alleviated. This secluded depression, brimming with resources, also offered a safe passage leading directly to the protected, energetically stable luminescent lake below. It seemed as though the heavens were signaling that this place was a divinely bestowed campsite. We sprang into action, establishing a simple encampment, gathering water, and foraging for food. As we savored the first sip of warm water and relished the roasted, subtly sweet white fruit, an indescribable sense of contentment and relaxation washed over us. The sunlight enveloped us, dispelling the chill and oppression brought by the deep sea. Observing Lin Lan, engrossed in setting up equipment to continue her research on frequency models amidst this stable environment, I felt a fleeting sense of tranquility and grounding. Meanwhile, I caressed the now dormant chip card at my waist. The tower's barrier, the scanning sensors, and the faint pulse of the chip card swirled in my mind. It appeared that the chip card had some connection to the technology of this planet. As it stood, my chip card was not in a complete state. More fragments may well be hidden in some corner of this island. This thought took root in my heart like a seed. The purpose of exploring this island, beyond mere survival, took on an additional layer of clandestine significance for me. Chapter 41. Exploring the deserted island. The sun radiated warmth. The sound of the waterfall danced in the air, and the fragrance of exotic plants permeated the atmosphere. This hidden depression truly felt like a secure refuge, allowing our taut nerves to relax, if only slightly. Lin Lan was wholly absorbed in her study of frequency models. We retrieved the backup power supply from the submarine, spreading various portable analyzers and computing units across the flat rocks, as the data streams on the screens began to flow once more. The stable energy field and ample space here evidently enhanced her work efficiency significantly. The background energy frequency here is remarkably peculiar, yet exceptionally stable. As she operated, she spoke to me with palpable excitement, suggesting that this might provide a cleaner baseline reference, assisting me in filtering out much of the noise generated by environmental interference in the previous models. Chinjua, Perhaps we can truly achieve a breakthrough here. I gazed at her focused profile, feeling a surge of joy for her, as well as a flicker of hope that the restless power within me might be subdued. Yet, beneath this joy, another secret anticipation quietly stirred within me. "This is splendid news," I responded, rising to stretch my limbs. "You focus on your research." Seizing this moment, I decided to meticulously explore the vicinity, familiarizing myself with the environment to see if there were any other useful resources or concealed entrances and structures. Lin Lan lifted her head, sunlight flickering in her eyes. "All right, but be careful. Do not stray beyond the sound of the waterfall. Signal immediately if anything seems amiss, and return at once if you find anything." "Understood." I grasped the multifunctional scanning gun that Lin Lan frequently utilized, a standard piece of equipment for detection operations capable of basic analysis of minerals, biological entities, and energy signals, and stepped into the vibrant jungle. Awash in shades of purple and green, sunlight filtered through the layered, exotic foliage, and the air felt warm and humid. I walked slowly along the edge of a pool, the scanning gun emitting a soft hum as it conducted routine scans of the surrounding vegetation. Data danced across the screen, identifying various unknown plant species and their elemental compositions. A silvery moss clinging to the rocks caught my attention. It appeared soft, yet the scan revealed an unusually resilient fibrous structure. When I attempted to collect a sample with the gathering rod, those delicate silver tendrils suddenly contracted, clinging tightly to the rock's surface, exhibiting a primitive reactivity. Delving deeper, the moss beneath my feet grew thicker, muffling my steps. I observed several small insects with wings as translucent as glass. Instead of fleeing when disturbed, they instantly contracted their bodies, rolling like droplets of water into the depths of the moss, vanishing from sight. The images captured by the scanning gun were merely a blur of rapidly moving objects, difficult to analyze. Everything in this world felt both familiar and foreign, adhering to an evolutionary logic distinct from that of Earth. I arrived at a small clearing where several exceptionally tall trees with spiral-patterned trunks of deep purple flourished. Their crowns soared high, unfurling vast, umbrella-like leaves that gathered sunlight. I looked up and noticed that on one tree, approximately 5 or 6 meters above the ground, there was an area where the coloration differed slightly from the surrounding bark, presenting a deeper, nearly metallic dark brown. Out of curiosity, I raised the scanning gun, focusing on that area. The image on the screen flickered momentarily before stabilizing. It appeared that the texture was not a natural pattern of the bark. Rather, it was a mark of corrosion etched into the bark, obscured almost entirely by the passage of time and the growth of the plant. However, upon closer inspection, the regularity of its lines hinted at an unnatural origin. What could this be? What had brushed against it? Was it a territorial mark, or perhaps some form of warning? I became instinctively alert, switching the scanning mode of the device in my hand to attempt a more profound analysis. The energy readings were feeble, nearly negligible, and the compositional analysis revealed only the organic structure of the trees themselves, albeit with a density slightly greater than the surrounding flora, as if impacted or permeated by some force. I set down the scanner and surveyed my surroundings. The direction of the trace inclined upward, and as I followed that path with my gaze, I beheld only denser canopies and the undulating terrain deeper within the island. Assessing the environment, I resolved to explore further in that direction. The ground began to rise gradually, and the types of vegetation shifted subtly, revealing more twisted branches and shrubs with sharply pointed leaves. I had to tread with increased caution as I forged a path. Just as I pushed aside a tangle of spiky vines, my foot unexpectedly slipped. I seemed to have stepped on something smooth, covered in moss. Instinctively, I steadied myself and looked down. I swept away the thick layer of moss and decaying leaves with my foot, revealing not rock, but a large, twisted slab of dark silver metal. It was partially buried in the soil, its edges sharp, and its surface marred by distinct tear marks and severe corrosion. Yet, its fundamental structure remained discernible. It was a curved remnant, reminiscent of some form of aircraft shell or a component of a large apparatus. My heart skipped a beat. This design bore a resemblance to the alien architecture beneath the reef, yet it was somewhat different, more robust, with sharper lines, and the degree of corrosion suggested an ancient origin. I immediately conducted a comprehensive scan with the device. Composition analysis: unknown alloy, primarily composed of titanium and aluminum, interspersed with various unidentified rare earth elements. Structural integrity is exceptionally high, with corrosion estimated to have exceeded thousands of years under standard atmospheric conditions. Weak residual energy detected. Spectral characteristics do not match any database. No fusion phenomenon with current environmental biosubstrates observed. An ancient remnant of an unknown visitor? It lay quietly in this secluded jungle, gradually concealed by the passage of time and foliage. Perhaps something had transpired during its arrival on this island, resulting in a crash here. Its former history now shrouded beneath layers of vegetation, transformed into enigmas. The vessel bore a vague, unfamiliar emblem, a star encircled by 3 arcs. Half of its hull appeared to have melted, evidently having endured a catastrophic disaster. After confirming there was no immediate radiation hazard, I approached the wreckage. Inside the cockpit lay only dust and the solidified remnants of time. Amidst the scattered debris, I discovered a black metal box, severely ablated and deformed, which appeared to be the data recording core of the spacecraft, though it was critically damaged. I captured detailed images of the wreckage and its surroundings, documenting the coordinates. Then, I raised my gaze once more towards the direction obscured by the trees. In that deeper jungle shadow, where sunlight struggled to penetrate, might there be more remnants hidden? Or perhaps, the ultimate destination of these artifacts? The desire for exploration was quietly ignited by a simple mark and an unexpected fragment. I adjusted my breathing and continued my cautious advance, deeper and higher into the island. Chapter 42. The remains of the deep-sea visitor. Continuing my exploration deeper into the dense jungle, I followed the sporadic metallic fragments, partially obscured by moss, beneath my feet. Venturing towards the higher terrain of the island's interior, the humidity in the air seemed to increase slightly, and the vegetation grew increasingly bizarre, revealing more terrestrial plants resembling colossal seaweeds or coral formations, twisting and intertwining to create a kaleidoscope of surreal barriers. My scanning device occasionally detected faint remnants of the same energy, guiding me like specters towards my destination. At last, on the periphery of a colossal forest of bioluminescent fungi, I stumbled upon the second large wreckage of a fuselage. The devastation here was even more severe. The remnants appeared to be the tail section of an aircraft, retaining some semblance of its stabilizer, while the remaining debris was grotesquely entangled, shattered upon a hard black basalt platform. The charred marks, molten metal, and scattered fragments narrated the horror of the collision that had transpired. Cautiously following the trajectory, I approached, and about 50 meters ahead, I discerned a section resembling the nose of the craft, its entrance warped and partially ajar. With my diving knife, I carefully pried open a larger gap, and a wave of air, stale and briny, surged forth from the cabin, causing me to hold my breath at the sight within. There, secured to the pilot's seat, lay the remains of a long-deceased pilot. At first glance, the skeletal structure appeared human, yet it was far from it. Although it retained a humanoid torso and limb configuration, its skeletal characteristics were distinctly different. The skull was remarkably smooth, narrow, and streamlined, with the occipital region extending significantly backward, lacking a prominent nasal bridge, instead featuring 2 small slits positioned centrally and slightly lower on the face. The eye sockets were vast and profound, evoking an image of large eyes adept at thriving in deep or dimly lit environments, even after the passage of time. Most astonishing were the clear traces on either side of the neck, supported by delicate bones. Although the soft tissues had long since decayed, the skeletal form was unmistakable, with 2 natural openings at the cervical region, evidently serving as specialized respiratory structures. Its phalanges were elongated, while the arm and leg bones were noticeably more slender, their connections suggesting a broader range of motion, seemingly better suited for swimming than terrestrial ambulation. This appeared to be a highly evolved humanoid intelligent being adapted for an aquatic environment. Suddenly, I recalled the legendary Atlanteans, those ancient beings endowed with the ability to breathe underwater, possessing advanced technological systems and the fabled water magic. There were numerous similarities between the two. The known clues indicated that their civilization had once been resplendent, and now, before me lay the remains of one such being, leaving me to ponder what had befallen it. I stood in stunned silence, realizing that I had indeed discovered an extraterrestrial entity. This was not merely an alien corpse. It served as direct evidence of another intelligent civilization's existence, a momentous discovery that I felt compelled to share with Lin Lan. I suppressed the tumult of excitement within and began to meticulously examine the cockpit. Beneath the slender, slightly curled fingers of the remains, I discovered a waterproof storage box, seemingly safeguarded by the deceased in their final moments. I cautiously reached for the box, which was sealed tightly. Upon opening it, I found a roll of supple paper, crafted from an unknown animal hide, adorned with intricate star maps and incomprehensible symbols rendered in a luminous blue pigment. Additionally, a familiar vibration emanated from my waist, accompanied by a gentle warmth. The chip card sensed something. I quickly grasped the star map, revealing an object hidden beneath it, a shard of obsidian crystal. unmistakably a fragment of the same origin as the chip card at my waist. The moment the shard came into view, my chip card reacted with an intensified fervor. I hastily retrieved the card and nervously approached the shard. As before, the chip card absorbed the fragment, its surface pulsating gently, akin to ripples on a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone. Concurrently, ephemeral, flickering geometric shapes manifested on the card, a hexagram composed of two equilateral triangles, with two adjacent vertices glowing particularly bright, accompanied by two diminutive, rotating concentric circles that swiftly vanished. Could it be that the chip card comprises 6 fragments in total? I began to boldly speculate that this direct graphic imagery suggested it had already gathered 2 fragments, while the remaining 4 corners indicated the absence of 4 more. Might the other fragments be connected to this star map? Do they correspond to certain crucial information? I immediately unfurled the star map. The depicted celestial region was both strange and intricate, yet a particular area's outline bore a faint resemblance to the island on which we found ourselves, though I could not ascertain it at that moment. Could this star map indeed represent a precise chart of these waters? What secrets did the creator wish to safeguard through such a covert medium? With my current knowledge, deciphering the star map and locating the other fragments seemed a distant hope. Relying solely on serendipity, as I did today, a thought grew increasingly potent. Should I reveal the secrets of the chip card to Lin Lan? Perhaps her wisdom and knowledge would enable us to unravel the enigma. Meanwhile, as the chip card further amalgamated, the experimental force within me exhibited a renewed sense of discomfort and repulsion, a chill of aversion rising within, yet it seemed to fear something, lacking the previous ferocity. I carefully secured the star map, chip card, and storage box. Finally, I silently nodded in homage to the remains of this pioneer from the deep sea. Regardless of the reasons that led him down this irrevocable path or the secrets he guarded, his discoveries illuminated my direction. Departing from this desolate impact site, my emotions were heavy and complex. The clues were multiplying, yet the puzzle appeared increasingly chaotic. An aquatic intelligent race, ancient shipwrecks, the towering core of the island, and secrets intimately linked to the power within me and the chip card. I lifted my gaze toward the vast, boundless sea, uncertain of where the answers I sought might lie. On my way back to the camp, my mind was a tempest of thoughts. Lin Lan's conduct thus far had not exhibited any semblance of threat. In this isolated and peculiar realm, if even she could not be trusted, relying solely on my own efforts to locate the fragments, unveil the truth, and seek a glimmer of hope for escape would become an elusive endeavor. Upon my return to the camp, the sun dipped below the horizon. Lin Lan remained engrossed in her research, only acknowledging my presence when I approached her side. I handed her the charred data box, revealing that beneath the rocky overhang, an ancient wrecked spacecraft had been discovered, housing the remains of an extraterrestrial being, presumably a casualty from many years past. This was all that remained of the data. Let us see what we can uncover. Lin Lan took the data box, her eyes widening in astonishment. Extraterrestrial? Are there truly aliens? I recounted the events briefly, and she listened with rapt attention. After I finished, she sighed with a hint of regret. Tomorrow, let us return and see if there are any new discoveries. I shall attempt to recover some data first. She was soon captivated by the unfamiliar emblem and the charred circuitry. I paused momentarily, inhaling deeply, my expression becoming unusually grave. I retrieved the waterproof sealed box and placed it upon the rock before her. Lin Lan. My voice was low and resolute. Now, I must reveal a secret about myself. Chapter 43. The Secret of the Chip and the Enigma of the Star Map. Lin Lan lifted her gaze, entirely drawn by my unprecedented serious tone and the extraordinary sealed box. She set aside the charred data box, her eyes darting between my face and the sealed box, acutely sensing the unusual atmosphere. A secret? She furrowed her brow slightly, her expression a blend of confusion and concern. Chinjua, are you all right? Did you discover something dangerous by the spacecraft? I did not respond immediately, instead taking a deep breath as if to muster sufficient courage. Slowly, I opened the waterproof sealed box, revealing the star map glowing with a cerulean hue, alongside a pitch-black card I retrieved from my waist. Lin Lan's gaze fixated on the card, her pupils constricting slightly. Just then, the detector in her hand emitted a series of urgent beeps, and the screen displayed a frantic energy waveform. What is this? It bears a striking resemblance to the frequency captured near the floating island's towering structure. Her fingertips instinctively moved closer to the card, halting abruptly just 2 centimeters away. It was as if a sudden realization struck her. She retracted her hand sharply, her fingers momentarily suspended in the air before gently lowering. I could see her throat constricting, evidently startled by this unexpected energy resonance, her breathing noticeably quickening. The energy signature of this object seems to be of the same origin as that of the tower. Where did you find it? I call it the chip card. I presented the card to her, noting the faint blue glow emanating from the symbols on its reverse side. Now adorned with silver patterns, the marks of a fusion with new energy. I discovered it amidst the crevices of the deep-sea rocks during its initial fall to this planet. I hesitated to mention it before. It possesses certain peculiarities. I briefly recounted how the chip card resonated with me, guiding me to discover the first fragment, and the automatic fusion of the fragments after I found the second one, along with the intense repulsion and hostility from the power within me. I showcased the six-pointed star pattern that illuminated at two corners of the chip card's surface, suggesting that the two fragments had indeed fused. It has the ability to store biological matter and can slightly suppress the experimental entity within me. Without waiting for her to finish, I focused my thoughts and virtually pressed against the card. The little blue fish I had previously sent into the depths suddenly materialized upon the basalt, its cool scales reflecting light, and its flesh remarkably fresh. Lin Lan took a startled step back, inadvertently bumping her ankle against the stone used to secure the tent, producing a soft thud. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and it took her a moment to regain her voice, astonished. It can also store and retrieve items? This is no ordinary tool. It's practically an energy vessel. How did you achieve this? Is there a button to press? No need for buttons. It operates solely on thought. I extended my hand, concentrating once more, and the blue fish appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly rising before vanishing as it approached the card, leaving only a small trace of moisture on the rock. I returned the fish to the chip card, rolled up my sleeves to reveal scars on my arms. Once, I was attacked by a strange fish in the sea, and it saved me. When the experimental entity within me was restless, applying it to my skin would quell that chilling desire for control. I paused, my fingertips gliding over the silver patterns on the chip card. The first fragment, discovered near the escape pod 037, could analyze and transform metallic components, while the second fragment, found beside the pilot's remains, held abilities I could not yet fully comprehend, though I now seemed to sense some biological traces. I refrained from mentioning my amnesia to Lin Lan, fearing it would cause her undue concern. These matters could be revealed gradually in the future, as today she had already absorbed enough unexpected revelations. Lin Lan immediately aimed the detector at the chip card, and the screen displayed a complete energy spectrum. She then retrieved previously recorded data from the giant tower's barrier for comparison. The energy frequency of the barrier was significantly higher than the current state of the chip card. Even with the energy absorbed moments ago, it still seemed insufficient. She spread the star map across the rock, directing the detector's beam at an island-shaped pattern. Look here. It depicts 3 overlapping symbols. Could it be that the chip card needs further activation to reach the energy threshold of the barrier? I was uncertain, shaking my head. I mused that the alien's remains, along with the star map and chip card fragments, were surely guiding us towards something. What do you think was the purpose of its presence here? Was it to deliver this card, or to retrieve it? Both possibilities could be true. Lin Lan's fingers traced the coordinates on the star map unconsciously. If it was to deliver, perhaps its mission was to transport the chip card fragments to the giant tower, but encountered an accident. If it was to retrieve, it might have aimed to gather all the chip card fragments, resulting in failure. She lifted her gaze to meet mine, her eyes reflecting a rational analysis. However, what mattered more at this moment was to verify whether the conjecture regarding the colossal tower's barrier necessitated 3 fragments of the card to potentially unlock its energy barrier. Our immediate priority was to locate the 3rd fragment. A thought struck me, and I hurriedly recounted how the last tornado had swept me into a region of rocky sea reefs, where an underwater structure lay hidden. It was there that I received your distress signal, and I left my escape pod as a beacon. It should guide us back. Might there be another fragment concealed there? Through Lin Lan's stream of consciousness, I also recalled the partially explored base beneath the reefs. An extraterrestrial base beneath the rocks? Lin Lan inquired, puzzled. I had yet to share this with you. I wore a water droplet mask while descending, which I discovered there, but my findings were limited. I searched extensively, but found no entry to the base. Currently, we had no other leads and could only attempt to explore further. We must thoroughly investigate this island to uncover any useful clues, and during this time, I will continue to research the frequency bands, enabling you to operate steadily on the water's surface. Afterward, we shall venture to the reef base you mentioned to seek new fragments of the chip card, and then return here to see if we can trigger a transformation in the barrier, Lin Lan proposed. This hypothesis was exceedingly reasonable, tying together my previous thoughts. I clutched the chip card tightly, feeling a faint tug emanating from it, subtly directing me toward the colossal tower. After absorbing new energy, It seemed to have significantly expanded its range of perception for homologous fluctuations. I shared this sentiment. I carefully stored the chip card and star map, intending first to gather essential supplies on this island before proceeding to the reef base. Once we acquire new fragments, we could delve into the colossal tower and decipher the connections among all these elements. Now, we had a more direct lead. Lin Lan looked at me, gratitude evident in her expression. Thank you for sharing this secret, Chinjua. Trust is the foundation of collaboration. We are no longer groping in the dark. After a brief pause, she quickly added, I will dedicate my efforts to analyzing this star map, while I will strive to recover any potential information from this data box. And you, she turned her gaze to me, must swiftly comprehend the new abilities that the fusion of the chip card entails. I nodded firmly. The revelation of the secret eased my tension, for it not only avoided complications, but also provided us with a clearer objective and plan. As night fell and stars twinkled, the twin moons cast their glow upon the camp, and the sound of the waterfall mingled with the faint hum of the chip card. I touched the card close to me, aware that the secrets it harbored would soon surface as we continued our exploration. Chapter 44. Sailing towards clues. The engine of the submarine gradually quieted, and a slight tremor reverberated through the cabin, as if it had broken free from the depths of the ocean. Lin Lan pressed the ascent completion button beside the console, and the depth gauge on the screen leapt from 80 meters below sea level back to 0, accompanied by a soft click as the airtight lock of the side hatch automatically disengaged. This was our designated break time. Every 6 hours of navigation warranted an ascent for ventilation, equipment inspection, and a reprieve for our nerves after prolonged confinement in a sealed environment. Let us come up for some fresh air and check the thrusters, Lin Lan suggested as she stood and pushed open the side hatch. The sea breeze, imbued with a salty chill, rushed in, tousling the wisps of hair framing my face and dispersing the stale air within the cabin, a mixture of machine oil and sweat. I followed her to the hatch, gripping the cold metal frame as I gazed outside. The light of the twin moons cascaded over the tranquil sea, casting a shimmering silver glow on the surface. In the distance, bioluminescent jellyfish glided through the water, leaving behind long trails of luminescence, reminiscent of dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. This marked the third day since our departure, 2 weeks after we had first set foot on the floating island. Over the past half-month, we had initially sampled the vascular components of the island's base and walls. Fortunately, these plants exhibited no aggressive tendencies. Our research concluded that the trunks and branches supporting the island were not composed of ordinary woody tissue. Rather, they featured a silicon-carbon composite structure, with a significant deposition of siliceous nodules within the cell walls, forming a rebar-like network of support. Moreover, a multitude of vascular microorganisms was embedded within, granting the stalks both rigid support and energy conduction capabilities. The stalks contained numerous hollow air sac chambers, filled with a lightweight gas synthesized by the plants themselves, with elastic lipid membranes that allowed for autonomous adjustments of gas content in response to the weight of the island. The roots did not anchor in the soil, but instead delved into the energy veins of the deep-sea substrate, transporting sustenance through the stalks to various parts of the island, serving both as the plant's energy source and the driving force behind the buoyancy of the air sacs. The silver-black walls represented a living metal, composed primarily of titanium and aluminum, interspersed with numerous unidentified rare earth elements and biological materials. Due to the impossibility of approaching the colossal tower, we could only sample the fibers flowing from its vascular system. We discovered that these energy-conducting fibers were specialized mycelia of microorganisms, capable of efficiently transmitting bioelectric potentials while sensing fluctuations in external energy, triggering a synergistic response between the metal and biological substrate, akin to a defensive mechanism. We could not help but marvel at the formidable nature of extraterrestrial technology and the exquisite design of ecological symbiosis. Aside from discovering several peculiar plants, we had thoroughly explored nearly all areas of the island, yielding no further revelations, save for the enduring mystery of the central colossal tower. The island itself bore no significant anomalies. I lifted my gaze towards the screen. The nautical chart displayed 3 distinct red dots, one marking our current position, another indicating the towering structure of the floating island, and the last representing the deep-sea cave where we had rescued Lin Lan. The coordinates of the rocky base had been encircled by Lin Lan in green lines, forming an irregular inverted triangle with the other 2 red points. The revelation was confirmed last night, as Lin Lan meticulously compared the star charts and nautical maps throughout the night. It was only when the primary star reached its zenith that she pinpointed the location of the reef base. situated precisely at a slightly lower midpoint along the line connecting the floating island and the cavern, as if it were deliberately chosen as a transfer hub. From a spatial perspective, the floating island, suspended above the ocean's surface, and the cavern, nestled at the edge of the deep trench, formed two vertices of this triangle, while the reef base lay submerged in the darker abyss between them, akin to a deliberately concealed fulcrum, quietly anchoring itself in the depths of this maritime expanse. My gaze swept over the supplies piled within the cabin. In one corner, there were numerous bottles and jars filled with fresh water. Next to them, sealed bags of ginkgo nuts, and also the purple moss gathered from the floating island's jungle, which Lin Lan claimed could replenish special vitamins. These provisions had been recently collected on the floating island, sufficient for us to remain at the reef base for half a month. 3 days had passed. I murmured softly, my inner restlessness being steadily restrained for these 3 days. On my ears, I wore the frequency transmitter that Lin Lan had painstakingly calibrated overnight. This device, a modification of a bone-conducting underwater headset, emitted low-frequency sound waves that suppressed the experimental subjects. A crucial element that allowed me to remain stable on the water's surface during this time. My thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the floating island camp from 2 weeks ago. After confessing the secret of the chip card that day, Lin Lan scarcely rested and had completed the frequency transmitter just 2 days later. She implanted the tested chip into the headset and input the modified frequencies extracted from databoard 037 into the system. Then had me sit on a nearby rock while she squatted before the control panel, her fingers deftly adjusting the bands. It might be a bit uncomfortable. Prepare yourself, she had said, her voice tinged with fatigue, dark circles under her eyes. Yet her gaze sparkled with remarkable intensity. I'll start with the lowest intensity. Let me know immediately if you feel anything. When the sound waves first emanated, I merely sensed a slight buzzing in my ears, akin to a tiny insect fluttering within. However, that familiar restlessness, which usually surged from the depths of my being after spending just half a day on the water's surface, began to wane. The cold urge to control that would typically emerge was now enveloped by a soft membrane. Although I could still sense its presence, it could no longer breach the surface, merely writhing faintly in the depths. How do you feel? Lin Lan immediately ceased her adjustments and leaned closer, observing my expressionless demeanor with growing concern. Has the reaction of the experimental subject diminished? I feel nothing at all. After confessing my inner secret, the invisible distance between us had considerably shrunk, fostering a newfound intimacy. Seizing the opportunity, I teased her. How can you feel nothing? For the first time, Lin Lan exhibited an expression of exasperation, her efforts over the past days seemingly in vain. Unable to suppress my laughter at her reaction, I added, I was just kidding. I feel much better. I flexed my wrist. The muscle tension that had previously plagued me on the water's surface had vanished. I could even clench my fist effortlessly. Much like in the depths of the sea, the urge to control me subdued. Thank you so much, I said earnestly, gazing into her eyes. Lin Lan cast me a glance, unreserved and sharp, a look I had never encountered before. Yet, almost immediately, her furrowed brow softened. In the subsequent days, Lin Lan diligently optimized the frequency. She drew extensively from the frequency band readings derived from the chip card, amalgamating them with the existing modified frequency of 037, thus ensuring a more stable suppressive effect. Now, as long as I donned my headphones and distanced myself from the transmitter's reach, I could remain in the water or on land for as long as I wished without discomfort. The experimental subject felt as if confined within a transparent cage, entirely stripped of its restless tendencies. Chapter 45. Biological sonar. I had begun to unravel the newfound capabilities of the chip card on the island. After merging with the second shard, I sensed subtle transformations within me. Upon contact with the card, my perception heightened, or rather, my intuition became acutely sensitive, particularly regarding potential threats, allowing me to detect the faintest signs a fraction of a second in advance, as if my instincts were equipped with a keen antenna. When I actively engaged the chip card, its unique ability enabled my mind to scan the biological trajectories surrounding me. This perception could only endure for 35 seconds, akin to a submarine sonar, allowing me to uncover all biological information within a radius of 20 to 30 meters. Coupled with my extraordinarily refined perception, I could intentionally probe deeper to reveal more concealed dangers. Utilizing this power, I captured 2 peculiar crustaceans hidden among the coral, unlike any I had previously encountered. They bore a strange resemblance to oversized dragonfly larvae, their abdomens notably robust and rich in flesh, yielding an unexpectedly delightful flavor once cooked. Beyond sensing biological trajectories, The chip card's efficiency in analyzing and transforming metals had significantly improved. What previously required 10 minutes to decode and convert titanium alloy now took merely a minute. And with greater precision in shaping metals. This newfound capability allowed me to repair various components and even fabricate weapons. However, the extraordinary nature of this ability came at a staggering cost, as it devoured my memories at an alarming rate. While the analysis was manageable, the toll of transformation was severe. After every 3 to 5 conversions, I would lose a substantial portion of my memories. The exact number depended on the size of the metal being transformed, instilling a reluctance to employ it excessively, as the symptoms accumulated like a toxin. You've grown rather lazy. Only swimming twice in 3 days, Lin Lan teased, pulling me back to reality. Indeed, I could not compare to Lin, the technician, who labored diligently each day. What of the star map and the black box? Any new discoveries? I inquired, redirecting my thoughts to Lin Lan. During these 3 days, aside from adjusting frequencies, she had devoted her time to studying the star map and the pilot's black box. I occasionally observed her staring intently at the deep-sea whirlpool marked on the star map, her brow tightly knit. Upon hearing my question, Lin Lan sighed, retrieving the star map from beneath the control console and unfurling it across the operational table before us. The blue star trails glimmered under the light, yet many annotations beside the coordinates were blurred, as if soaked in seawater, leaving behind only fragmented symbols. Most coordinates on the star map remained unrecognizable. Currently, through calculations, we could only ascertain the general locations of floating islands, rocky bases, and deep-sea caverns, while the specific depths remained unknown. She pointed to the location of the deep-sea cavern, which was where my escape pod had become ensnared. I recalled that there were even deeper areas below. If we possessed the capability to dive further, that would be the destination we must reach in the future. As for the black box, the situation was far more dire. Lin Lan had spent 3 days repairing the submarine's computer, managing to restore barely 10 minutes of recordings, all of which consisted of the pilot issuing commands in an unfamiliar language, occasionally interspersed with sounds resembling alarms, rendering any useful information utterly indecipherable. The only certainty was that prior to the crash, the spacecraft's energy system had malfunctioned, and it appeared that the pilot was evading something, altering the flight path 3 times before ultimately veering towards the floating island. The clues were still insufficient. Lin Lan rolled up the star chart and placed it back into the metallic box, her tone tinged with frustration. If only we could locate the 3rd fragment. Perhaps the chip card would unlock new information or decode the encrypted markings on the star chart. I nodded, my fingers brushing against the chip card at my waist. Over the past 3 days, the chip card had occasionally emitted a faint pull, with its direction consistently pointing towards the reef base, as if confirming the presence of a shared energy source there. Based on her analysis of the star chart, Lin Lan speculated that the reef base might not only harbor the 3rd fragment, but also additional clues regarding the truth in the chip card. Should we place the chip card alongside the star chart? I suddenly suggested, retrieving the chip card from its concealed pouch and setting it next to the star chart on the console. Perhaps it could resonate with the chart and reveal something. Lin Lan's eyes lit up as she quickly unfolded the star chart again, bringing the chip card close to the marking of the deep-sea cavern. The symbols on the card illuminated instantly, a pale blue glow spreading along the pathways of the star chart. Pausing momentarily by the coordinates of the reef base before suddenly projecting a slender beam of light that first returned to the floating island and then connected to the marking of the deep-sea cavern. A blurred hieroglyph emerged alongside the light beam, resembling a simple drawing of a small spacecraft, accompanied by an unfamiliar numeral. There lies the 5th fragment. Lin Lan's voice rose sharply, her finger pointing at the hieroglyph. The chip card was indicating that the reef base should contain the 3rd fragment. And only after acquiring the fragment from the massive tower on the floating island could we ascertain the route to the deep-sea cavern. I, too, felt a surge of excitement as I focused on the light beam and hieroglyph, suddenly sensing that the previous confusion had dissipated considerably. Although the encrypted markings on the star chart remained incompletely deciphered, we had at least confirmed the objective of the reef base, to locate the 3rd fragment, activate the new capabilities of the chip card, and only then could we proceed further down. We would arrive by tomorrow. Lin Lan stowed the star chart. Her eyes rekindled with determination. I began to check the submarine's equipment, ensuring that we could approach the reef base smoothly the following day. You should rest as well. There will be plenty to do upon reaching the base. I nodded in agreement, leaning back against the cabin wall, my gaze drifting once more to the surface of the sea. The light of the twin moons spilled across the tranquil waters, creating delicate silver ripples, while distant bioluminescent jellyfish glided beneath the surface, leaving ephemeral trails of glowing light in their wake. The engine of the submarine emitted a low, resonant hum, as if harmonizing with the distant deep sea, while the chip card in my hand pulsed gently in rhythm with the engine, as if eagerly anticipating tomorrow's encounter. The past 3 days of navigation have not only liberated me from the shackles of being a mere experiment subject, but have also fostered a deeper synergy between Lin Lan and myself, engendering a solid foundation of trust. I am aware that the reef base may conceal unknown dangers. However, with Lin Lan by my side, the chip card in my possession, and the steady suppression frequency, I no longer feel the solitude that once enveloped me. Instead, I have a comrade with whom I can fight alongside. Suddenly, Lin Lan recalled something and retrieved a small metal vial from the drawer beneath the control console, presenting it to me. This is the antidote I concocted using the purple moss from the floating island. It will serve as an emergency measure should we encounter any toxic creatures in the future. I took the vial, feeling its icy surface. The liquid inside shimmered in a pale lavender hue, exuding a faint fragrance reminiscent of moss. "Thank you," I murmured, warmth swelling within me. Lin Lan always anticipates potential dangers, ensuring that we are well prepared. She smiled softly, uttering no further words, and turned back to inspect the equipment. The gentle light within the cabin caressed her profile, illuminating her focused expression, while the twin moons outside shone brightly, seemingly guiding us toward the reef base. I grasped the antidote tightly, aware that tomorrow may unveil new fragments or further enigmas. Regardless of what awaits, we are ready. The alien base, concealed beneath the reef, gradually reveals its enigmatic veil as the submarine advances. Chapter 46. A new entrance and pursuers. As the submarine's anchor chain stirred the fine sands on the seabed, the main star ascended over the crest of the reef, its pallid light piercing through the morning mist, illuminating the dark rocks as if they were solidified ink blocks. I leaned against the side hatch, my fingers tracing the surface of the chip card, which had been vibrating incessantly since we approached the reef area at dawn. The symbols on the card glimmered with an unusually bright pale blue, as if eagerly confirming a target. The energy source locked onto by the detector lay directly beneath us, 100 meters deep within the reef. Lin Lan handed me the diving suit. "Is this the entrance you mentioned last time? Be cautious." I detected the sonic signals of large biological activity nearby, possibly the carnivorous fish you encountered earlier. I nodded, tucking the chip card into the inner pocket, allowing me to sense its pull more clearly. As I opened the hatch, the frigid seawater enveloped my calves instantly, the morning chill seeping through the fibers of my diving suit. Even with the thermal lining, I could feel the cold creeping in from my bones. My gaze pierced through the murky waters, locking onto the black reef shrouded in seaweed. Standing upon the reef, I scrutinized the so-called entrance, its edges embedded within the rock, devoid of any doorknob, button, or keyhole. However, several fresh scratch marks caught our attention, as if someone had attempted to pry it open with a tool. Strands of dried seaweed were entangled in the marks, suggesting an intentional concealment. "The entrance has been tampered with." Lin Lan's voice carried a note of caution as she pointed to a new scratch next to the hatch. "This isn't a sign of erosion from seawater. It is man-made. And very recent, likely within the past few days. You have been away from here for at least a month. Just 4 days prior, we were collecting resources on the floating island. Who could have arrived here before us? Are there other survivors?" I pushed with my palm against the metal plate, but it remained utterly immobile. I placed the chip card onto it, and the blue light on the card flickered briefly before extinguishing, revealing a line of obscure hieroglyphs, the shape of a door, accompanied by a solitary directional arrow. It appeared to be a one-way door. I informed Lin Lan, allowing my fingers to relinquish their force. My nails had just been ground to the point of pain. We could only enter from within, necessitating the search for another entrance. I recalled spending over 10 days in this vicinity and remembered discovering what seemed to be an exit for vehicles. We needed to investigate further. I turned around and retrieved the records of my solitary explorations from my wristwatch. A distinct red dot illuminated the screen, indicating that I had previously encountered a metallic door 50 meters deep on the northeastern side after finding the droplet mask. At that time, my attempts with the chip card had yielded no response, even from the energy gauge. Now that the chip had assimilated a second fragment, perhaps it could unlock the door. Lin Lan glanced at the wristwatch, cross-referencing it with the real-time data from the detector. Her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. I detected energy fluctuations at this coordinate while aboard the submarine. I suspected it might be an entrance to the moon pool, though I dared not confirm it. We should investigate it now. It seems highly probable. My instincts tell me we must proceed with haste. I rose swiftly, preparing to plunge into the sea. Before diving, I secured the droplet mask on Lin Lan, as this depth posed virtually no danger to me, and it was clear she required it more. After descending 20 meters, I activated the chip card once more, and a vision of the surroundings within a 30-meter radius began to materialize in my mind. Only the indistinct outlines of a few small fish, with no red dots indicating dangerous creatures. Upon activation of the second fragment, living entities were perceived as luminous points. Green represented harmless plants or small fish, while red denoted threatening, aggressive beings. Although the range was limited, it provided sufficient early warning. However, due to the chip card side effects, I could only dare to use it sparingly in critical moments. With no immediate threats around us, we continued our descent. After a brief exchange with Lin Lan via the communicator, I swam first towards the northeast, with Lin Lan closely trailing behind. Upon reaching 30 meters, I instinctively sensed a chill brush against my skin and immediately activated the chip card without hesitation. The sonar within my consciousness swept across the surroundings, revealing a fist-sized red dot swiftly approaching from the kelp forest 20 meters away, heading directly towards me. "Quick, hide!" I exclaimed, pulling Lin Lan into the dense kelp nearby, suppressing my breaths. Just as we concealed ourselves, a dark red shadow darted past our previous location. It was that same fish. It seemed even more robust than when I last saw it, its scales glinting with a rusty sheen, and the bony spines around its mouth were pronounced. Evidently having traced our water trail, it failed to detect us, circling in place twice, the red dot fluctuating in my awareness as if it were confirming the location of its prey. My gaze remained fixed on the fish, my palms slick with perspiration. It seemed to have caught a whiff of something, abruptly turning toward the kelp thicket. The red dot was now merely 15 meters away. Then 10 meters. If it drew any closer, it would surely spot our diving suits. Let us try to divert it with the spear gun. Lin Lan abruptly produced a spear gun, aiming it 3 meters ahead of the large fish, and squeezed the trigger. The steel spear, propelled by high-pressure water, pierced through the distance, sending up a splash that instantly captivated the fish's attention. It abruptly turned, charging towards the direction of the harpoon. I seized Lin Lan's hand, urging her to swim towards the metallic door. "Hurry, it will soon react." Having swum only 5 meters, the red dot in my consciousness suddenly altered its course, pursuing us with increased speed. The massive fish had discerned the bait. I immediately focused, activating my sonar to its fullest capacity, fixating on the red dot in my mind. It was 8 meters behind us, coming at an angle, about to collide. "Dodge left," I shouted, gripping Lin Lan's wrist and rolling sharply to the left. The fish's tail brushed against my diving suit, the force of the water nearly toppling me, while the scales on its back grazed my arm, sending pain shooting through me. In that fleeting moment of turning, my dagger found its mark, plunging into the soft area beneath the fish's gill cover. It emitted a deep, thunderous roar, its enormous body thrashing violently as it convulsed and retreated into the depths, leaving a trail of dark blood slowly spreading in the water. It would surely return. This strike would not inflict significant harm. I pulled Lin Lan, swimming desperately towards the metallic door. The red dot in my consciousness receded into the distance, eventually vanishing beyond 20 meters, clearly deterred by its injury. Yet the oppressive feeling lingered, like a stone weighing heavily on my heart. At last, we reached the metallic door, its surface etched with patterns reminiscent of the colossal tower, featuring a fist-sized energy slot in the center. The last time I affixed a first-tier chip, the slot remained pitch black, devoid of any light. This time, as I brought the second-tier chip close, a soft blue glow instantly illuminated the slot, spreading along the patterns to envelop the entire door, akin to life-giving vines in motion. "It's opening. It truly is." Lin Lan's voice brimmed with unmistakable excitement. The door began to part slowly from the center, revealing a flickering blue light beyond, where a metal passageway ascended. The emergency lights on the walls continued to pulse faintly, accompanied by a distant humming sound of machinery. After swimming upwards a few more strokes, we emerged from the water, our heads breaking the surface. The water did not surge in with us but remained at a certain height, held back by the gravitational barrier of the moon pool. I was the first to climb up, and as I stepped onto the metallic floor, I halted momentarily, suddenly feeling as though my mind had been erased. I vaguely forgot whether I had placed the dagger in my left leg or my right when I sheathed it. How could I forget something that had just occurred? "Chinjua, what are you daydreaming about?" Lin Lan clambered up behind me, noticing my dazed expression. She waved her hand in front of my eyes, asking if I had been startled by the fish. "And no, I'm fine." I shook my head, glancing down at my thigh where the dagger was securely housed in the right leg sheath. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed that unsettling feeling. Perhaps it was merely the result of exerting my abilities too much earlier, leading to an overwhelming backlash. As Lin Lan and I surveyed the interior of the base, we noted that, unlike the exterior's all-metal structure, The architectural style within bore a kinship to that of the towering spire. The walls were cloaked in that familiar biological substrate intermingled with a silvery black metal, and nothing particularly remarkable caught our eyes. The entire space appeared stark and barren. Thus, we ventured forth down the corridor. The detector revealed no anomalies. Lin Lan shook the device in her hand, and the screen displayed only a tranquil pattern of energy waves, devoid of any biological signals. We pressed deeper into the interior, for the core chamber should lie within this passage, and perhaps the third fragment awaited us there. As we advanced along the corridor, the emergency lights cast elongated shadows on the floor, and our footsteps echoed distinctly in the empty passage. After traversing a considerable distance, I felt an unsettling sensation, as though something were watching us from the entrance behind. I attempted to activate the sonar once more, but detected no anomalies nearby. Perhaps we were simply too distant to perceive the source of that disquieting feeling. I reassured myself that it was merely my nerves playing tricks on me. The metallic door at the end of the corridor gradually came into view, and the vibrations of the chip card grew increasingly pronounced, indicating we were nearing the third fragment. Yet, my vigilance remained unyielding. Upon entering the base, the entrance to the moon pool had been wide open, allowing us entry. But it also meant that other entities could infiltrate this space. I recalled the telltale signs of tampering at the one-way entrance on the reef and the unshakable feeling of being followed. I glanced back at the corridor entrance, now shrouded in darkness, and hesitated to utilize the biological signal tracking any further. Yet, I was acutely aware that something lingered just beyond our perception, trailing us as we ventured deeper into this enigmatic reef base. Cold seawater dripped from my diving suit, landing on the icy metallic floor below, producing a monotonous yet clear dripping sound. We had finally entered the depths of the reef base, leaving behind the perilous waters above. The gravity barrier of the moon pool effectively sealed the seawater behind us, creating a stable, airtight environment. The air was saturated with the acrid scent of rusted metal and a faint, indescribable hint of organic decay. The chip card nestled in my pocket continued to emit a low, rhythmic hum, akin to a heart yearning to find its place, persistently directing me toward the depths of the base. The sense of attraction felt even more pronounced than it had outside, almost manifesting as a physical pull, guiding my path. The energy readings stabilized. The wall material here shared its origin with that of the floating island, yet it appeared older, or perhaps a different application of the same material. Lin Lan's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement as she deftly operated the handheld detector, the blue light illuminating her focused profile and slightly dispelling the surrounding unsettling gloom. The peculiar structure on the walls, a fusion of biological substrate and silvery black metal, seemed coarser here, with some areas exhibiting signs of wilting or calcification. Emergency lights adorned the ceiling at intervals, casting a feeble and dim glow that barely illuminated the seemingly endless metallic corridor beneath my feet. The reach of their light was minimal, struggling to penetrate the pervasive shadows, where visual blind spots lurked at every turn. The boundary between light and darkness appeared as if meticulously severed by a line of ink. Just a step away lay an abyss of inky blackness. Those corners and branching paths, untouched by light, resembled the gaping maws of monstrous creatures, their depths unervingly profound. The oppressive darkness enveloped us, and uncertainty loomed ahead. The third fragment must surely lie deeper within. I responded in a hushed tone, striving to maintain a facade of calm. Though only I was aware of the inexplicable unease that quietly coiled around my spine like a creeping vine. The silence was palpable. Aside from our soft footfalls and the faint hum of equipment, there was nothing else. This stillness felt like a guise, concealing something dormant beneath its surface. My right hand instinctively brushed against the knife sheath on my thigh, the cold, hard touch of the tactical dagger offering a measure of reassurance. Yet, at that moment, the sensation of being watched surged back, more acute and targeted than before, as if a chilling gaze clung to my back. This was no mere illusion. Once might be attributed to nerves, twice, thrice, especially after we had entered the base, isolated from the external cacophony of the ocean. This feeling intensified, suggesting that something, or someone, had indeed followed us in. Damn it, we could no longer remain passive. Being on guard would only drain our mental fortitude, ultimately leading to our downfall when exhaustion set in. It was imperative to ascertain whether our pursuer was human or specter, to seize the initiative, even if just a fraction. My mind raced. The one who had stealthily trailed us thus far was undoubtedly an adept tracker, exceedingly cautious. Conventional methods would likely fail to draw them out. A twist, an unexpected variable, insignificant yet impossible to overlook, was required. My gaze swept the surroundings before settling on the side pocket of my backpack. Inside lay a white shell, about the size of a bowl, which I had previously retrieved from the ocean floor. Its hard texture and slightly uneven edges had initially tempted me to keep it as a potential vessel. This would do. I subtly slowed my pace, feigning interest in the environment while discreetly extracting the shell from the pocket. It felt cool to the touch, thin yet weighted. To avoid arousing Lin Lan's suspicion, I maintained an air of nonchalance. Lin Lan, I whispered, keeping my tone steady. Let's continue forward without stopping or looking back. Keep an eye on the detector. Inform me immediately if anything seems amiss. Lin Lan cast a puzzled glance my way, but her trust in me quelled any further inquiries. She nodded and proceeded, her attention returning to the screen. I lagged a few paces behind, my eyes scanning the ground and walls for an opportune location. It needed to be suitably dim. Too bright, and we risked detection, yet complete darkness might provoke heightened vigilance from our pursuer. Ideally, it would be situated just beyond a corner, a visual blind spot. Before us lay a sharp bend of approximately 90 degrees, where the wall bore a modest indentation and the ground was relatively even. This was the spot. I feigned interest in the patterns on the wall, halting my steps as my body naturally leaned against it. Under the guise of this concealment, I subtly flicked my wrist, allowing the white shell to silently slip from my grasp and roll precisely into the shadow of the indentation, nestled tightly against the corner. Its placement was cunning. One would hardly encounter it while walking normally, yet anyone pressed against the wall, attempting to use the shadows to obscure their movements and observe what lay beyond the corner, would almost certainly stumble upon it. A simple, yet effective trap targeting the psychology and habits of a pursuer. Having executed this maneuver, I resumed my pace to catch up with Lin Lan, even deliberately raising my voice to comment. The texture of this wall seems quite intriguing. I must study it further upon our return. Lin Lan merely acknowledged with a nonchalant hum, entirely devoid of suspicion. As we ventured deeper, my heart involuntarily quickened. The bait was set, and now we awaited the fish, or perhaps the serpent, to ensnare itself. With every step, I strained to listen, every sense heightened, poised like a taut bowstring, ready to detect the slightest disturbance behind us. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The corridor echoed only with our footsteps and breaths, accompanied by an oppressive silence. The chip at my waist continued to hum, yet all my focus was riveted to what lay behind. Was I mistaken? Perhaps they had not followed so closely? Just as this thought flickered through my mind, a faint yet distinct crack, akin to a thunderclap in the stillness, resounded from around the corner. It was the sound of the shell being kicked or lightly cracked. They had indeed crept close along the wall, and they had triggered my alarm. Finally, they had arrived. Lin Lan and I abruptly halted, turning on our heels in unison. "Who is there?" I called out sharply, my voice reverberating through the corridor as I swiftly pulled Lin Lan towards the relative safety of the shadow cast by the adjacent wall. The darkness at the corridor's end seemed to freeze momentarily. Clearly, the intruders had not anticipated such a blunder, producing an unwarranted sound. A deathly silence ensued for 2 to 3 seconds, the air charged with tension, almost bursting with sparks, before the specter behind us finally revealed itself. Chapter 48. The underflow emerges after a brief pause. A voice broke the stillness. It endeavored to sound steady, yet a hint of unexpected irritation and forced calmness seeped through. This unprocessed, slightly deep male voice emanated from the shadows beyond the corner. "Do not be alarmed. We are not enemies." He did not immediately attempt to justify himself, instead choosing to stabilize our nerves first, displaying quick reflexes. "Not enemies?" I retorted instantly, skepticism lacing my tone as I continued to play the part of the startled. "If you are not enemies, why do you stealthily follow us? Who are you?" As I spoke, I firmly pressed my hand against Lin Lan, signaling her to leave the next steps to me. We are the voice that paused momentarily, seemingly deliberating on our choice of words, and then spoke with a slightly more assertive and formal tone. "We are the search and rescue team from Eden 999. Recently, we have been conducting operations in this area and have rescued over 20 individuals. We discovered that someone had entered this base, hence our presence here." "Eden 999? Indeed. They are from that colonial vessel. Over 20 individuals? A search and rescue team? It seems there is more to this than mere rescue." "A search and rescue team?" I scoffed, deliberately infusing my tone with mockery and disbelief. "Does a rescue operation follow like a specter, hiding so professionally in the shadows? You do not resemble a rescue team. Rather, you seem akin to brigands." I was probing, attempting to provoke him, urging him to reveal more inconsistencies. "Mind your words." Another voice, more rugged and menacing, interjected sharply, laden with overt threats. "We are merely ensuring our safety. Now, lay down everything you possess, particularly a black chip card. Comply with the company's arrangements, and we can assist you in leaving this planet." A jolt of alarm surged through me. They know about the chip card. It appeared they were already aware of its existence. Only those possessing the chip card could unlock this base. The connection between the truth of Eden's experiments and this card was becoming increasingly evident. Now they were laying bare their intentions, revealing their fangs. In that very moment, I unhesitatingly activated the chip card's ability. A familiar, delicate prickling sensation coursed through my mind, and a pale blue halo flickered at the edges of my vision. As the abstract perception of energy enveloped my sight once more, the cost came swiftly, accompanied by a momentary dizziness, as if something had been drawn from my brain. I had no time to dwell on it. An image appeared before me. Five glaring red dots clustered just around the corner. Not one more, not one less. Only 5 individuals, yet they sought to intimidate us with their bravado. Instantly, I felt a sense of assurance. There was still a chance. The complications were not as numerous as I had feared. I suppressed the discomfort and my voice steadied, even taking on a tone of jest. Oh, ensuring safety? Just with your mere 5 individuals? This statement fell like a stone thrown into calm waters, plunging the opposing side into an abyss of silence. I could envision the astonishment and confusion on their faces, utterly baffled as to how I had so accurately discerned their numbers. The rugged voice seemed choked, and after a moment, he shouted in vexation, "You're talking nonsense. I have a squad of 20 right behind me. If you're wise, you'll enough." The initial deep voice interrupted him, now imbued with a chilling coldness, tinged with the fury of being seen through. It seemed we could not resolve this amicably. "Since you've spurned our goodwill, do not blame us for resorting to force." His words brimmed with murderous intent. The negotiations had collapsed. It appeared that combat was now inevitable. I abruptly thrust Lin Lan completely behind me, swiftly lowering my own body. "Be careful," I whispered urgently to Lin Lan, gripping my weapon tightly. In the darkness, I heard the unmistakable click of gun safeties being disengaged. The sharp clang of metal reverberated through the silent corridor like the tolling of a death knell, utterly shattering the last vestiges of false tranquility. The adversaries had already chambered their bullets, their murderous intent laid bare. 5 well-trained foes, armed to the teeth, stood as an insurmountable barrier to our sole escape route. We were merely 2 in number, yet I possessed a trump card in the form of a chip. Cold sweat instantaneously drenched my undergarments, not from fear, but rather from the physiological response to acute tension. My mind raced under the influence of adrenaline, calculating every conceivable scenario and weighing the merits and drawbacks of each choice. Engaging in a direct confrontation? That would be tantamount to courting death. These were not mere single-celled organisms, but seasoned humans whose intelligence, firepower, numbers, and tactical acumen overwhelmingly surpassed ours. Should a firefight ensue, this narrow corridor would serve as our coffin. Surrender? Hand over the chip? That notion flickered briefly in my mind, only to be thoroughly crushed. Setting aside whether we would have any chance of survival after relinquishing it, the very secrets entwined with the chip, along with the potential power it might confer, must never fall into the hands of those with evident ulterior motives. The research of Eden, the truth of the power within me, and perhaps even the fate of humanity itself were stakes too high for me to afford losing. Escape? To where? Ahead lay the unknown, potentially more perilous depths of the base, while behind us lurked the ever-looming threat of gunfire. A dire predicament. Yet, the more desperate the situation, the more one must remain composed. Panic would surely lead to our demise. Stay hidden. Do not expose yourself. I pressed Lin Lan firmly behind me, her anxious grip on my clothing a testament to her own tension. I aligned my body against the frigid metal wall, minimizing my exposure to the greatest extent possible. My heart thundered within my chest, loud enough for me to hear, yet my hand gripping the dagger remained remarkably steady. "Listen up." The deep voice resounded once more, imbued with a chilling confidence. "This is your final opportunity. Throw out what you have, and we can guarantee your safety. Otherwise, we will come in to retrieve it ourselves. And the consequences will not be pleasant." He was exerting pressure, probing our defenses. Uncertain of our precise location and readiness, he could not afford a reckless assault, especially given my earlier revelation of their numbers, which had clearly unsettled him. He was engaging in psychological warfare, attempting to induce our collapse under duress. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated the cunning of a cornered beast. I took a deep breath and forced myself to emit a laugh, one tinged with derision and bordering on hysteria, that echoed jarringly through the corridor. "Guarantee? What guarantee? Are you offering the assurance of your 20 men?" I deliberately emphasized the phrase 20 men, piercing through their deception and striking a blow to their bravado. Indeed, I could see their confidence falter momentarily. The coarse voice erupted in a string of curses, only to be sharply silenced by the deeper voice. "Your sharp tongue won't save you. Do you believe you are safe there? We have myriad ways to flush you out. Flashbangs, concussion grenades, or perhaps we could simply collapse that heap of debris. Care to test your luck? He was posturing. The risks of demolition were too great, likely to provoke unforeseen consequences. The structure of this base was peculiar, and they surely had their own reservations. Stun grenades and concussion grenades may indeed be possible. Yet is it reasonable to reveal one's trump card so readily? Moreover, precise throwing in such dim and awkward surroundings is far from a simple task. I must not allow fear to overcome me. Chapter 49. A perilous game of chess, why not give it a try? I retorted immediately, my tone more assertive than his, embodying the reckless spirit of one who fears nothing. At worst, we would perish together. Do you not desire this item? I abruptly lifted the chip card above the cover, shaking it to catch a glimmer of light from the emergency lamps, before swiftly retracting it. Let us see whether your bullets are swifter than my ability to destroy it. You should comprehend its significance even more than I do. This is my sole and greatest bargaining chip. I wager they would hesitate to act recklessly. Indeed, my move seemed to strike a nerve. Silence enveloped the other side. I could sense those 5 pairs of eyes fixated on the spot where I had just waved the card, rife with greed and the anxiety of caution. A suffocating silence ensued. Time trickled away, each second stretching into an eternity. I was gambling, betting on their reluctance to take risks, hoping they would opt for a more prudent strategy. Just as I felt the urge to crack under pressure, that deep voice resonated once more, now softened with a veneer of false sincerity. Very well, you have won. We have no desire to destroy it. We can negotiate terms. What do you seek? Food? Water? Medicine? Or perhaps a means to escape this planet? We can provide it all. Attempting to buy time? To extract information from me? Or to bide their moment? I scoffed internally, yet feigned compliance in my response, softening my tone with the yearning expected of a survivor. Really? Do you truly have a way to leave? Indeed. Sensing my wavering stance, they escalated their offer. Although Eden 999 had crashed, the primary life pods remained intact, sufficient to evacuate everyone, provided that I exhibited a willingness to cooperate. A primary life pod? What a farce. If such a massive colony ship had indeed gone down, and those pods were operational, they would have fled long ago rather than linger here with us. Yet, I could not expose their deception. Willingness? How does one define sincerity? I hesitated, posing the question, while my mind raced. I must utilize this facade of negotiation to buy time. Inaction would lead to our demise. Lay down your weapons and step forward, so we may witness your sincerity, they coaxed. I need to consider, I replied deliberately, feigning indecision and internal conflict, buying myself precious moments. This was all so sudden. I needed to confer with my companions. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be suicidal, while surrender would lead to a dead end. The only path to survival lay within this unknown, dark labyrinth. If we continued to wait, we would inevitably be captured. I grasped Lin Lan's shoulders, my gaze resolute, my heart racing, yet my mind remained unnaturally cold and clear, akin to a piece of black iron plunged into the frigid depths of the sea. I needed to take the initiative. Chunjua and Lin Lan were torn between urging me to reconsider or restraining me, trembling uncontrollably. We could wait no longer. It was imperative to turn passivity into action. The dark and intricate terrain of this base presents our sole opportunity. I inhaled sharply, activating the second-tier capability of the chip card, biological signal tracking. A low hum resonated as a faint azure halo appeared at the periphery of my vision, once more enveloping me in that abstract energy perception map. The cost of this activation did not manifest immediately, yet I could distinctly sense the depletion of my mental energy. 5 red dots. 2 stood guard with their weapons at the corner of the corridor ahead, while the other 3 began to disperse. 1 advanced cautiously along the left wall, another on the right, and the last attempted to maneuver through other conduits. A standard tactical encirclement. Clearly, they were not waiting idly. They were splitting up to flank us. Yet this was also my chance. They had scattered. Lin Lan, I whispered, retreating behind the door, my voice barely above a murmur, rapid as a bullet. They separated. Listen, I'll go out and divert their attention. Stay here, do not make a sound, do not move. Wait for me to return. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, or if you hear intense gunfire approaching, run deeper and find a way to survive. I swiftly retrieved a spare tactical dagger from my pack and handed it to her. No, Chinjua. Lin Lan grasped my arm, her fingers icy, her eyes filled with terror and refusal. Trust me, I interrupted, my gaze fixed upon hers. This is our only chance. They are numerous. If they gather together, we have no hope. We must lure them away and eliminate them one by one. I can sense their presence. That is my advantage. I waved the chip card in my hand. Be careful. Lin Lan ceased her protests, acquiescing to my decision. I nodded reassuringly and took a deep breath, slipping out from behind the door like a wraith, moving along the shadows against the wall, stealthily advancing in the direction from which the enemy approached. My plan was straightforward. Utilize the tracking capability of the chip card to maintain awareness of their locations, then, like a serpent lurking in the shadows, exploit the darkness and the terrain to target the weakest and most isolated first, continuously weaken them, instilling panic. The corridor was not linear, filled with junctions and abandoned rooms. I felt as if I had returned to a primordial age of hunting, my senses heightened, my footsteps as light as a cat's, my breathing almost suspended. The perception map from the chip card refreshed in my mind, rendering the positions of the 5 red dots distinctly clear. I avoided the 2 in front, taking a small detour to quietly approach the one cautiously navigating along the left room. He was vigilant, his steps careful, the muzzle of his weapon shifting in tune with his line of sight. Yet he could not see me. In his visual blind spot, I was like a thick shroud of darkness, inching closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. I could hear his slightly labored breathing and even catch the faint scent of oil and sweat emanating from him. Now was the moment. As he passed the open door of a cluttered equipment room filled with discarded pipes, I sprang into action. No shouts, no hesitation. Like a hunting cheetah, I lunged from the shadows behind him. My left hand shot out, swiftly covering his mouth and nose, and I pulled back harshly, stifling any cries that might escape his throat. With the tactical dagger gripped firmly in my right hand, I channeled all my strength to thrust it precisely into the gap of his neck armor. A sharp gasp escaped him as his body stiffened, convulsing violently like a live wire, an astonishing force that I held tightly in check. Warm liquid splattered across my arm, carrying a pungent metallic scent. Moments later, all his strength ebbed away like a receding tide, and his body slumped. I carefully dragged him into the shadowy confines of the equipment room, hiding him behind a cluster of cold pipes. The entire process transpired in mere seconds, accompanied only by the faintest sounds of friction and muffled thuds. Devoid of any superfluous noise, my heart raced within my chest, and the hand gripping the dagger trembled, not from fear, but from the primal physiological response following an act of murder. There was no time to savor this sensation. I quickly searched his body and discovered a spare magazine and a grenade, perhaps a stun grenade, which I swiftly pocketed. His primary weapon was too cumbersome, having never wielded a firearm. I knew the gunfire would betray my position. Gazing at the intricate mechanical components, I hesitated before ultimately deciding to forego it. Chapter 50. The hunt in shadows in the perception of the chip card, the red dot representing him extinguished. The remaining 4 red dots appeared oblivious, continuing their slow advance according to the original plan. The individual attempting to circumnavigate from above seemed to have encountered difficulties, becoming ensnared and now struggling to retrace his steps. Excellent. Like droplets of water merging with oil, I blended back into the darkness, stealthily approaching the next target, a figure traversing the right corridor. He was positioned a distance away and, sensing something amiss, had grown increasingly vigilant, intermittently pausing to listen. I slowed my pace, utilizing the visual blind spots created by the lights as cover, inching closer. As I drew near, the chip card's perception allowed me to anticipate the angle of his gaze. At the moment he halted again, straining to hear, I stealthily emerged from behind a nearby metal rack, opting not to use my knife, but instead gently tossing the spare magazine I had just scavenged towards the wall behind him. The sound of a sharp impact reverberated through the corridor. "Who?" he barked, instantly pivoting his weapon towards the source of the noise. In that fleeting second of distraction, I silently lunged from the other side of the rack, my dagger aimed directly at his back. Yet, this man possessed astonishing reflexes. Perhaps he detected a faint rush of air, or perhaps it was the intuition honed from countless battles. At the last moment, he executed a sudden roll forward. The dagger failed to strike a fatal blow, but nonetheless slashed deeply through his protective gear, drawing forth a cascade of blood. Damn! He let out a muffled groan of pain, tumbling to the ground, raising his weapon to fire. Like a rabid dog, I lunged once more, disregarding any semblance of form, and collided forcefully with his gun-wielding arm. Bang! The gun discharged, the bullet veering off to pierce the ceiling, producing a dull echo. Debris rained down. Damn it! He was about to cry out for help. I seized his neck with both hands, exerting all my strength, and slammed my head forward. The sound of my forehead colliding with his nose resonated with a sickening thud. His subsequent words were abruptly silenced, his head jerking unnaturally from the force of the impact. In the ensuing chaos, I drew my dagger and, disregarding all else, lunged fiercely towards his chest once more. Once, twice. Warm liquid gushed forth wildly. his struggles quickly diminished, ultimately leaving him completely limp upon the ground. Gasping heavily, I found myself drenched in the viscous warmth of blood, my forehead throbbing painfully from the earlier collision. From the depths of the corridor, the sound of hurried footsteps and shouts began to echo. That gunshot had undoubtedly alerted others. What transpired? Where did that gunfire come from? Respond. Quick, respond. There was no time to attend to the corpse. I had no opportunity to scour. I sprang to my feet, activating the sensory capabilities of the chip card. The remaining 3 red dots were racing towards me at high speed. The closest one was less than 20 meters away. In particular, the nearest red dot exhibited a decisively rapid trajectory, emanating an intense sense of pressure. Run. I turned and sprinted into the dark, labyrinthine depths of the base, momentarily shaking off the shouts and the rapidly approaching footsteps behind me. It was then that I felt the chill of fear in close combat. Life and death can hinge upon a mere moment, leaving no time for contemplation, my body reacting purely on instinct. My heart threatened to burst, my lungs burning, the heavy scent of blood saturating my nostrils. Having dispatched 2 adversaries, I had weakened their strength. Yet, I had also revealed my position. Among the remaining 3, one displayed a dangerously superior reaction speed and movement style, surpassing that of an ordinary person. The hunt had commenced, yet now, the roles of hunter and prey had become increasingly ambiguous. I had gained the advantage of darkness and the chip card, but my opponents were thoroughly enraged. Their forthcoming counterattack would undoubtedly be more frantic and lethal. I wiped the blood splattered across my face, my gaze akin to that of a ravenous wolf in the shadows. However, the game had only just begun. The hunter was incensed, and my remaining resources were dwindling. My lungs felt like a decrepit bellows, each breath igniting a searing pain, the cold air failing to alleviate the burning sensation. I dared not pause, cautiously navigating the intricate passageways, the urgent and heavy footsteps behind me relentless, closing in ever more. 3 red dots. Within the perceptive field of the chip card, those 3 luminous points of death clung tightly to my trail. Particularly, the central one moved with astonishing speed, its strides unwavering, embodying a cold determination to not relent until its objective was achieved. The other 2 flanked my sides, supporting one another, exhibiting a high level of combat proficiency. It seemed the remaining adversaries were no mere fools. I couldn't continue fleeing indefinitely. My stamina had already waned considerably, far inferior to theirs, and I would soon be overtaken. I had to utilize the terrain. Ahead lay a 3-way junction. After a moment's hesitation, I plunged into the leftmost path, which appeared narrower and dimmer. This passage seemed long abandoned, with most of the emergency lights on the walls damaged, leaving only a sporadic few flickering defiantly, casting eerie shadows. The ground was strewn with more debris and unfamiliar fragments, which crunched underfoot. Just as I dashed forward for a few meters, I heard a deep voice emanating from the passageway behind me, issuing a cold and clear command that echoed ominously. He seems to have gone left. You. Flank him from the right, and see if there's an exit ahead to block him. You continue to pursue me. Quickly. Split up. My heart sank momentarily, only to be lifted by a twisted flicker of hope. Dividing forces meant reduced pressure, yet it also significantly increased the risk of being encircled. I had to deal with the pursuers behind me before they could block my path ahead or find another place to hide. The passageway ahead twisted once again. As I rounded the corner, I noticed an open maintenance hatch in the wall, leading into a deeper darkness that seemed to descend to the equipment level. With no time to ponder, I hastily squeezed inside, gently closing the metal cover behind me, leaving only a narrow slit for observation. Crouched in the cold, dusty confines of this narrow space, I fought to suppress my heavy breathing, nearly merging with the shadows. Sweat mingled with the bloodstains on my skin, making it feel cold and uncomfortable. Moments later, footsteps approached. 2 figures rushed past the corner, one after the other, showing no signs of stopping as they continued their pursuit. Their speed was astonishing, clearly believing I was still fleeing for my life. I held my breath, waiting patiently. The chip's sensors confirmed they had indeed moved on, but there was still one left. The one sent to flank me. I needed to deal with him first. I had to escape this deadly passage before he could encircle me. Cautiously, I emerged from the maintenance hatch, preparing to retrace my steps to the junction and choose another direction. Suddenly, whoosh, a faint yet hair-raising sound sliced through the air from the side. I had no time to think. Instinct kicked in as I leaned back sharply. A dark bolt, almost merging with the shadows, whizzed past my nose, embedding itself with a clang into the metallic wall opposite me, the impact sending vibrations through the air. Cold sweat instantly drenched my back. An ambush. Damn it. They never left. I had been deceived. Chapter 51. Surrounded almost simultaneously with evading the cold arrow, I executed a clumsy roll, crashing into a heap of discarded cables. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rapid shots rang out. The bullets struck the spot where I had just stood and rolled, sending a shower of dazzling sparks into the air. The opponent was remarkably quick and had anticipated my evasive maneuvers. I scrambled behind a pile of heavy metal equipment, bullets ricocheting off, producing a deafening cacophony that numbed my arms. Damn it, I was outsmarted. Those bastards had deliberately created the illusion of pursuit. In reality, he might not have gone far at all, or had somehow signaled to another team member to set up an ambush. Their coordination was terrifyingly seamless. Come out. The deep voice echoed nearby, tinged with a mocking, cat-and-mouse quality and icy malice. You can run better than I expected, and you're quite cunning. Unfortunately, this game ends here. Hand over your belongings, and I can make it quick for you. I remained silent, huddled tightly behind the cover, my mind racing. The chip's sensors indicated 2 red dots not far ahead, motionless like coiled serpents. Meanwhile, another red dot was swiftly approaching from the flank. I was caught in a pincer attack. A true deadlock. I could not afford to be trapped here. My gaze darted around. To the left lay a dead end, while to the right, the approaching adversary was closing in, and in front of me, there were 2 blocking my path. I was utterly surrounded. Wait, above. I abruptly looked up and spotted an open ventilation duct approximately 2 meters above, the grill seemingly long gone. The dark opening offered a glimmer of hope for escape. The only route available. But how to ascend? 2 meters high. If I so much as showed my head, I would certainly be riddled with bullets. I needed cover. I needed a distraction. With a sudden motion, I reached for my waist and retrieved an unknown model grenade I had scavenged from the first enemy. I was unaware of its exact function, but at this moment, I had no time for hesitation. It was now or never. I took a deep breath, gauged the approximate direction and distance of the 2 adversaries ahead, and hurled the grenade toward them. Simultaneously, I sought to divert their attention, shouting at the top of my lungs, "Curse you, die already!" Bang! A sound, not overly loud yet piercing, erupted in the corridor behind me. Instantly, a blinding white light expanded, illuminating the area as if it were the sun's core at noon. It was a flashbang. Even as I quickly shut my eyes and turned my back to the explosion, I could still perceive the dazzling brightness, my retinas overwhelmed by the intense stimulus. My eyes. From behind came cries of agony and chaos from sudden blindness. Now was the moment. There was no time to assess the aftermath. I propelled myself off the ground, utilizing that fleeting, almost psychological hesitation induced by the explosion, springing upward like a coiled spring. My hands desperately grasped for the edge of the ventilation duct. My fingers barely caught the cold, rough edge. My arm muscles strained, unleashing an unprecedented force as I pulled my body upward. Just as I was about to fully retreat into the duct, bang, bang, 2 more shots rang out. The bullets seemed to chase my heels. Despite being blinded by the flashbang, someone reacted with astonishing speed. Either they had evaded most of the brightness or their position had been largely unaffected. 1 bullet grazed my calf, sending a searing pain coursing through me. I let out a muffled groan, disregarding the pain, using the last of my arm's strength to yank my leg into the duct. Bang, bang, bang. More bullets struck the duct's edge, sending sparks and debris flying. Without a backward glance, I scrambled forward through the narrow, dark, dust-laden duct, temporarily shutting out the sounds of gunfire, shouts, and anguished moans behind me. My heart raced, nearly bursting from my throat. The wound on my calf burned fiercely, and my eyes still bore the lingering imprint of the blinding light. Once again, I narrowly escaped the gates of death. Yet, the crisis was far from over. They knew I had infiltrated the ventilation system and would undoubtedly devise a way to encircle me. Trapped within this dark, unknown metallic labyrinth, I paused, leaning against the cold pipe, gasping for breath. I tore a strip of fabric from my clothing and tightly bound it around my calf, where blood continued to seep. The chip's sensory perception was significantly hampered within the narrow confines of the conduit. The range had diminished, and the signals were muddled. This time, I had become a true cornered beast. However, a cornered beast is often the most perilous. I licked my cracked lips, a glint of ferocity flashing in my eyes. Do they wish to drive me into a dead end? Let us see who bleeds out the last drop of blood in this steel tomb first. Silence enveloped the ventilation duct, save for the sound of my ragged, stifled breaths echoing in the confined space. The air was thick with dust, and each inhalation carried the stale scent of metal and grime, irritating my throat. The wound on my calf, grazed by a bullet, throbbed painfully. Warm blood soaking through the makeshift bandage, sticky and cold. I forced myself to slow my breathing and strained to listen. Below, muffled roars of suppressed anger and hurried footsteps reached my ears. A low, chilling voice, filled with rage, seemed to command a subordinate whose vision might be temporarily impaired. Useless. If your eyes can't open, use your ears. Surely he was still nearby. Search. Leave no crevice unexamined. Another voice, tinged with pain and grievance, replied, Sir, my eyes hurt terribly. I can't see anything. Then get out of my way. Don't obstruct me. It appeared the flashbang had proven effective, at least temporarily incapacitating their combat capabilities. Yet, the commanding officer seemed unscathed, or perhaps he had recovered remarkably fast. His calmness and discernment were unsettling. I dared not be complacent, enduring the pain in my leg as I began to crawl cautiously within the duct. The conduits branched out like the circulatory system of this steel behemoth, with numerous diverging paths. Even if they pursued me from behind, they might not locate me. I needed to distance myself from this entrance as swiftly as possible. The chip's sensing capabilities were severely restricted and interfered with in this environment. The thick metal walls and dense energy conduits had drastically diminished its effective range. Where it once could scan 20 meters, it began to falter beyond 10. And the visuals became increasingly unclear, as if subjected to severe interference. This shift left me feeling half-blind, uncertainty gnawing at my mind. I could not accurately ascertain the exact positions of those two below. I had to rely solely on my primal sense of hearing to gauge danger. After crawling laboriously for several meters, I encountered a downward sloping bend ahead. Cautiously, I peered down, revealing what seemed to connect to a slightly larger duct junction, spacious enough for me to crouch and maneuver. This junction led to 3 other darkened pipe openings, shrouded in mystery regarding their destinations. Chapter 52. The Mantis Catches the Cicada. Just as I hesitated over which path to choose, an exceedingly faint sound, one that did not belong to this silent base, faintly resonated along the wall of the duct. What was that sound? The sound was not one produced by a human voice. Rather, it was an exceedingly faint yet piercingly sharp noise that sent shivers down my spine. It possessed an eerie, penetrating quality, gradually creeping up my spine and instilling a sense of dread within me. I began to worry about Lin Lan. It had been quite some time since I last returned. Was she still all right? Just then, another discordant sound emerged from below. It was the low, rumbling voice of the commanding officer. He seemed to be speaking softly through some communication device, his voice distorted as it traveled through the metal structure. Yet fragmented phrases still drifted into my ears. The target has infiltrated the ventilation system, more troublesome than anticipated, but confirmed. A brief silence ensued, seemingly to await further instructions. Understood. Prioritizing the integrity of the cargo is essential. The structure here is peculiar, and the energy signals are chaotic. There may indeed be clues regarding that object. Another pause followed. The Nirvana project must be completed. We will ensure a thorough cleanup. My heart seized with alarm. The Nirvana project. They were indeed here for a particular, terrifying agenda. The chip card was the cargo they spoke of, and it appeared they were also searching for something else within this base, perhaps the third fragment of the chip or something entirely different. They would not hesitate to eliminate obstacles, including myself and any potential informants. A chilling sensation coursed up my spine. This officer was undoubtedly a core member of Eden, possessing immense secrets. I needed to relay this information to Lin Lan. Just as I was intently eavesdropping, I sensed someone approaching from below. I immediately activated the chip card's perception ability. In that severely disrupted field of vision, a red dot flickered suddenly, alarmingly close, almost directly beneath me at a junction of the pipes. This was bad. Someone was nearby. Perhaps a careless individual was groping around. I instinctively shrank back, my heart racing, breath held, and dared not move. Below, a faint sound of fabric brushing against the pipe wall could be heard. Someone was peering up from the pipe directly below me. An opportunity, an unparalleled chance. He was in an angle where he could not see me, isolated. If I could take him down now, only 2 adversaries would remain. A surge of murderous intent flooded my mind. I slowly drew my dagger, the cold touch calming my frayed nerves slightly. Like a spider poised to pounce, I silently adjusted my position, calculating distance and angle. The figure below seemed to struggle as he climbed, muttering curses under his breath, entirely oblivious to the death looming above him. I inhaled deeply, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted. The chip card I had concealed suddenly vibrated violently without warning. This vibration pattern was entirely different from the earlier sensation while searching for fragments. It resembled a rapid, high-frequency warning. Meanwhile, within the previously indistinct perceptual field of the chip card, aside from the red signifying the enemy below, an extraordinarily bright yet unprecedentedly eerie green light suddenly emerged not far from him, flickering violently before swiftly vanishing. What could that be? The chip card had never registered such a hue in response to an enemy or any living being. What was that entity? An energy source? Another fragment? Or perhaps some manifestation of this very base? The abrupt change momentarily halted my actions. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a chilling sound, utterly uncharacteristic of any human, emerged from the deepest shadows, a grotesque bone-on-bone friction that surged towards me with the swiftness of lightning. The enemy below evidently heard it too, gasping in terror as he instinctively turned to discern the source of the sound. But it was too late. A blurred, distorted shadow shot forth like a spring-loaded trap from the darkness. I scarcely caught a glimpse of what it was, merely noting the fleeting flash of ghastly pale limbs. The sound that followed was not the slicing of a blade into flesh, but rather a more terrifying, primal cacophony of tearing and crushing. It resembled a sodden sack being forcefully ripped apart, mingled with the sickening crunch of bones being effortlessly shattered. Ea! The unfortunate soul below emitted a brief, horrified cry of anguish, only to be violently dragged into the abyss by an unseen force. His scream abruptly ceased, replaced by a hair-raising symphony of relentless chewing and slurping, accompanied by the splattering and dripping of fluids. The nauseating stench of blood, thick and overwhelming, intermingled with an indescribable, decayed sweetness, pervaded the air, seeping through the seams of the pipes and invading my nostrils. My blood seemed to congeal, my heart faltered, and my hand, clutching the dagger, froze mid-air, drenched in a waterfall of cold sweat. What transpired? What was that creature? I forced myself to suppress the paralyzing fear, trembling as I cautiously leaned forward once more to peer downward. Below, the ground lay in utter disarray, resembling a slaughterhouse. Dark red blood sprayed radially, splattering everywhere, on the walls, the pipes, and the ground, alongside indistinguishable fragments of shattered soft tissue and bone. The helmet of that individual lay askew, its visor shattered, revealing an empty void behind. Where he once stood, there remained only a vast pool of viscous blood rapidly expanding, and a severed arm, still attached to remnants of its tattered protective suit, its fingers twitching reflexively. Beyond this grim tableau, there was naught else. The entity that had attacked him, along with most of the deceased's body, had vanished. Only from the depths of the darkest pipe did the eerie sound of retreating slithering and a lingering, low hissing echo remain. In the chip card's perceptual field, the red dot representing the enemy had long extinguished. Moreover, the previously flickering eerie green light had yet to re-emerge. It felt as though the grotesque massacre that had just transpired was merely a fleeting resurgence of an ancient nightmare lurking in the shadows. A tempest of nausea surged within me, and I barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit. A profound terror gripped my very being. Not the fear of facing an armed adversary, but the visceral dread of confronting a primal predator, one that embodied incomprehensible violence and cruelty. What manner of fiend resides within this space? Chapter 53. The ancient nightmare. Moments later, urgent footsteps echoed from another direction. The commanding officer had arrived. Clearly, he too had beheld the hellish scene at the Nexus, as his footsteps abruptly ceased. Even from a distance, I could discern the sound of his sharp intake of breath and a stifled, horrified growl. What the hell is that? For the first time, his voice betrayed a loss of composure, laced with stark astonishment and dread. Had that creature awakened? Wasn't it supposed to be dormant, as the company had claimed? Just a sample was all that was needed. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings before hastily retreating down the corridor. Without a moment's hesitation, I disregarded my injuries and the gnawing fear, inching back in the opposite direction at the fastest pace possible, desperate to escape the freshly stained death node. Behind me, I could faintly hear the leader seemingly shouting into his communicator, his tone frantic and disordered, but the sound was swiftly muffled by the confines of the pipe. My heart raced like a drum, reverberating wildly in the suffocating silence of the corridor. This dormant rock base was far more perilous than any of us had imagined. It harbored not only the secrets of the past, but also incubated nightmares from a bygone era. The hunt had devolved into an even more brutal struggle for survival. The waters were growing murkier. The direction I had chosen inclined steeply downward, the inner walls slick and viscous, mingling with rust and some indescribable, mildly corrosive organic secretion. I found myself half sliding, half crawling downwards, the wound on my calf repeatedly scraping against the rough pipe walls, causing me to wince in agony. Each movement tugged at my nerves, cold sweat mingling with the condensation in the pipe, soaking through my clothes, chilling me to the bone. My heart continued to pound erratically, not from exertion, but from an unshakable, viscous dread. My mind replayed the brief yet brutally bloody scene. The explosion of crimson mist, shattered bones, and the suffocating stench of blood and decay that lingered in the air. What on earth was that creature? As I recalled the hellish scene within the cabin of the Eden before its demise, I couldn't help but draw parallels between the two. Was it that kind of monster? It seemed even more terrifying, its speed and strength incomparable. Was it still nearby? Had it consumed one victim enough, or would it continue its hunt? I dared not pause, pushing downward with all my might, yearning to distance myself from that slaughterhouse, further and further away. The space was constricted, the signals chaotic. If I encountered that creature again, there would be no escape, only awaiting death. Heaven knows whether that monster could, as before, evade the chip's detection and launch an ambush from some hidden corner. The sound of flowing water resonated from below, distinctly different from the faint dripping heard earlier in the passage. This was a continuous and clearer gurgling, accompanied by the low, rhythmic hum of some machinery. I quickened my pace, using both hands and feet, nearly tumbling out of the pipe's end. With a splash, I plunged into a pool of frigid water, which instantly engulfed me, sending a shiver coursing through my body. This space was considerably larger, resembling an abandoned sewage treatment node or the lower section of some circulation system. The area was as vast as 2 basketball courts, with a towering dome overhead, cluttered with various pipes and cables, faint light filtering through the crevices to barely illuminate the surroundings. The water was not deep. I had almost touched the bottom upon my fall. Beneath the surface lay a thick, slick layer of unknown sediment, yielding and unsettling underfoot. The air was thick with moisture, the scent of rust, and a faint, putrid odor reminiscent of the creature I had encountered earlier. Cautiously, I surveyed my surroundings and quickly climbed out of the pool, leaning against a large, rusty metal pillar, gasping for breath while hastily assessing the wounds on my calves. The strips of cloth were soaked with blood and water, the edges of the wounds turning pale, waves of pain coursing through me. Immediate care was imperative, otherwise, infection could prove fatal. Was I safe for the moment? I forced myself to calm down, listening intently. Aside from the water's flow and the low machinery hum, there seemed to be no other sounds. The remaining 2 humans had not pursued me. Perhaps they were deterred by the creature's appearance or were recalibrating their plans. Meanwhile, that creature had vanished entirely. Its whereabouts unknown. Was it lurking in some shadow, awaiting its next prey? I retrieved my chip card and attempted once more to activate my perception abilities. My field of vision expanded, and I noticed, beneath the murky waters, near the wall, a narrow passage among the intertwining pipes leading to another area. Intriguingly, the chip card's pull toward the 3rd fragment seemed to subtly indicate that direction. I had to investigate, but as I gazed at the murky waters, an icy dread washed over me. What might be hidden beneath the surface? Drawing a deep breath, I clenched my dagger between my teeth and tore a relatively clean strip from my undergarment, rewrapping my leg wound tightly and tying a firm knot. The pain made me gasp, yet it sharpened my awareness. There was no turning back. I could not return to that forsaken pipe. I waded cautiously forward, each step deliberate to minimize sound. The cold water aggravated my wounds, but also roused my weary body slightly. My gaze swept the water's surface, the dome above, and any shadows that might conceal danger. Ahead lay the necessity to dive. I donned my snorkel and slowly began to swim downstream. Visibility underwater was alarmingly poor, murky beyond a meter. Holding my breath and enduring the agonizing pain in my leg, I cautiously pressed onward into the unknown. Suddenly, my hand brushed against a pliable substance, its texture slick and elastic, prompting a jolt of unease within me. I grasped it and brought it close to my eyes, discerning that it was a large, nearly transparent membranous shell, its edges highly irregular, resembling a soft shell violently shed by some unknown creature. The interior bore nauseating remnants. The inner walls adhered with fragments of semi-rotting, wispy grayish biological tissue, akin to peeling wallpaper after moisture, slowly oozing a murky slime. The shell itself was not entirely smooth, its surface adorned with minute, vascular or nerve-like protrusions, which at that moment emitted a faint, morbid phosphorescence. Most unsettling was the outline of a distorted, elongated body discernible within the shell, featuring slender limbs and a tail, with the head shaped like a softly rounded, flattened triangle. A tremor coursed through my hand, and I hastily discarded this repugnant object. A chilling sensation seized me. An ancient nightmare was stirring awake. Chapter 54. An unexpected alliance. I virtually crawled through the narrow underwater conduit, the struggle for breath now a trivial concern. Yet the revolting shedding made me nearly retch, compelling me to flee the area as swiftly as possible. This space appeared to be yet another drainage or maintenance chamber, smaller than the previous node but equally abandoned. The air was thick with a faint, lingering stench of decay, perhaps even more potent than before. I collapsed onto the cold metal walkway, leaning against a rusted valve, feeling as though all my strength had been siphoned away. The continuous battles, escapes, wounds, and the unrelenting pressure on my psyche had brought me to the brink of exhaustion. I had to find Lin Lan and escape this cursed place without delay. Struggling to my feet, I surveyed the modest chamber. In addition to the conduit I had crawled through, there were two exits. One was a metal staircase leading upwards, while the other was a narrow horizontal passage that seemed to harbor a faint draft. Just as I hesitated over which path to choose, a faint sound emanated from the depths of the horizontal passage, a delicate clatter reminiscent of a metal component falling. Instantly, every muscle in my body tensed. I instinctively crouched down behind the valve, gripping my dagger in a reverse hold, fixating on the mouth of the passage. My heart thundered in my chest. Was it that creature? Or that relentless specter? Silence enveloped the passage, a stillness that was disconcerting. I could not afford to wait. If it were a person, I needed to seize the initiative. If it were a monster, then I would have to accept my fate. I clenched my jaw, enduring the searing pain in my legs, moving silently toward the passage like a stalking cheetah. The recent use of the chip's sensory capabilities had left my mind in a fog, making me hesitant to employ them recklessly again. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to launch an assault the moment I drew near. Just as I approached the passage's entrance, ready to spring forth, a shadow suddenly darted out from within. Its movement was as swift as lightning. We collided at the narrow threshold, a jarring encounter. A muffled gasp escaped from my opponent, seemingly taken aback by my simultaneous strike. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block, but his other hand glinted coldly, revealing a dagger aimed directly at my chest. His reflexes were astonishingly swift. A surge of murderous intent filled my chest. With a deft twist of my wrist, I deflected his thrust with an upward flick of my dagger, while my other hand lunged towards his face. Simultaneously, my knee thrust forcefully towards his groin, all aimed at vital points with lethal intent. Bang! My knee collided with something, yet it was certainly not his most prized possession. He let out a muffled grunt, but remained unfazed, his blocking arm pressing down like an iron clamp, attempting to seize my wrist. The dagger in his other hand shifted from a thrust to a slash, gliding towards my neck. In a flash, we were entangled in a close-quarters struggle within the narrow confines, the dagger's cold sheen tracing deadly arcs in the dim light. Each block and evasion resonated with the sound of metal clashing and heavy breaths. His strength was formidable, and his technique ruthlessly proficient, unmistakably a seasoned veteran of rigorous training. Relying on my enhanced experimental physique and a reckless ferocity, I barely managed to hold my ground against him. "Stop!" he growled amidst our struggle, and in that instant, I recognized him. He was the commanding officer. His voice bore a hint of surprise, but was predominantly laced with frigid malice. "Hand over the item, and I shall spare your life. Dream on," I spat, thrusting my dagger fiercely, forcing him to retreat a step, just as we momentarily distanced ourselves. Preparing for the next round of combat, a voice emerged from the depths of the passage, filled with terror and disbelief. One I knew all too well. "Chinjua? Is that you?" It was Lin Lan. My movements abruptly faltered. The commanding officer opposite me clearly heard as well, his assault hesitating for a fleeting moment. "Lin Lan," I shouted back towards the passage, my gaze still locked onto the adversary before me, unwilling to relent even slightly. "Are you all right?" "I am fine." Lin Lan's voice trembled, tinged with urgency. "Stop fighting. He just saved me." "What?" I was taken aback, nearly convinced I had misheard. This was the very individual, intent on seizing the chip card, who had just aimed to kill me, yet he had rescued Lin Lan? The commanding officer snorted derisively, gradually lowering his dagger. But his gaze remained hawkishly fixed on me, rife with distrust and wariness. He shifted slightly, allowing a glimpse of the passageway. I cautiously maintained my distance, peering into the depths. There, I saw Lin Lan curled up at the far end, her complexion pale and her appearance disheveled, yet she seemed to bear no grave injuries. Upon seeing me, tears welled in her eyes, but she valiantly suppressed them, nodding emphatically. "What happened?" I inquired in a low tone, my eyes darting between Lin Lan and the commanding officer, my mind racing. What was unfolding here? Lin Lan took a deep breath and spoke rapidly. "I was hiding as you instructed, but when I heard terrifying noises and gunfire below, I grew worried about you. I attempted to find a way down, but at a fork in the path, I encountered a creature dragging a corpse." Her voice trembled with lingering fear. "It was all happening too swiftly for me to escape." "It's him." She pointed to the leading officer, who had appeared abruptly, pulling me into a metal door. Only then did we find ourselves in this corridor. I glanced at the officer, his expression devoid of any emotion as he coldly remarked, "It's merely a matter of convenience. We are all human. At this moment, we should unite as one. This signifies my sincerity. Did you see that creature? It is undoubtedly the greatest variable here. His reasoning was compelling, presented with apparent sincerity, yet not a single word could I trust. This man was certainly not acting out of any noble intent regarding a so-called human alliance. His rescue of Lin Lan must have been calculated. So what now? I stared at him, the dagger still firmly in my grip. A temporary ceasefire? We could tackle that monster together, and then return to our deadly game? A cold smile tugged at his lips. You could interpret it that way. The cargo remains with you, and I must ensure its safety, rather than let it fall into the creature's maw. He paused, his gaze sweeping over my bleeding calf, then glancing at the visibly shaken Lin Lan. Given your current state, what are the odds of you both leaving this place alive? We could strike a deal. A deal? I scoffed. With you? You are mistaken. It is a collaboration. He corrected me, his tone leaving no room for argument. I possess information about that creature. In exchange, we would maintain a temporary truce until we reach a safe zone. Once outside, you need only hand over the cargo, and I assure you, you will be able to escape this planet. He dangled the bait and laid down the conditions. He knew about the creature and the promise of temporary safety. My mind raced. Weighing the pros and cons, collaborating with him was akin to courting danger. Yet he spoke the truth. Lin Lan and I were in a dire state, and acting alone would likely lead to our demise. That elusive monster loomed like a sword over us. However, I could not trust his assurance of safety. I had overheard his conversation with the company in the corridor. Chunjua and Lin Lan regarded me, their expressions a blend of relief from surviving the ordeal and deep concern over the current predicament. I observed her pale face, felt the excruciating pain in my leg, and sensed my nearly depleted strength. Damn it, I had no choice but to feign agreement. Fine. I slowly sheathed the dagger, though my muscles remained taut. In the presence of this man, I would never turn my back on him in this temporary alliance. But do not attempt any tricks, otherwise, I will ensure you go down with me. The leading officer remained unfazed by my threat, and instead, he extended his right hand politely. My friends call me Hanzhou. What do you go by? The waters remained murky, and the darkness was thick. Yet, in this fragile alliance, rife with suspicion and calculation, we had ironically forged a pact amidst the abyss filled with ancient nightmares. Chapter 55. A fragile balance. I did not take Hanzhou's outstretched hand. I merely regarded him coldly. He did not mind, naturally withdrawing his hand as if the invitation had been an inconsequential formality. Ing Chun, I uttered, conjuring this temporary alias. Dust returns to earth, shadows conceal in light, implying that I would be as elusive as dust and shadows, perhaps even leading them back to the ground. Ing Chun, Hanzhou. He repeated thoughtfully, as if he could see through my thoughts without exposing them. Very well. Now, let us discuss the foundation of our cooperation. I noticed his fingers subtly shifting on his tactical belt, and a cold smile crept into my heart. He still wished to make small gestures. I immediately interjected. Before we discuss cooperation, there is a detail you may need to know. I raised the chip card in my hand. This device is intricately linked to my vital signs. Should I suddenly perish or my life signs fall below a certain threshold, it will initiate a self-destruction protocol. In an instant, Hanzhou's gaze sharpened, and his fingers stilled. Clearly, he was uncertain of the veracity of my claim, yet he dared not make any hasty movements. After a 2-second silence, he suddenly chuckled lightly. Interesting. It seems we indeed need to redefine our collaboration. Precisely, I replied, stowing away the chip card. Now let us discuss the matter that has caused you such anxiety. Within company records, it is referred to as IG. He finally spoke, his voice lowered, as if the name itself might summon ill fortune. The codename derives from the old ones of the Cthulhu mythos, symbolizing serpents and reproduction, known as the Father of Serpents. The company's research is based on its progeny samples. It is a remnant of an ancient life form, theoretically existing in a state of near-eternal deep slumber, sustained by geothermal energy and the cycle of basic biological matter. Our orders were to confirm its dormant state and conduct non-invasive epidermal sample collection. But it has awakened, I coldly pointed out, and it is decidedly unfriendly. Indeed. And more perilous than documented, Hanzhou nodded. Research based on the descendants of IG indicates that its cells possess remarkable adaptability and mutability, capable of withstanding over 100 atmospheres of pressure, deeply attuned to the oceanic environment, and able to alter its form according to its surroundings. Most alarmingly, it can secrete a neurotoxin while emitting a unique bioelectric field that disrupts the perception of its prey. Over 100 atmospheres, that means it can thrive beneath a kilometer of ocean. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, contemplating such a formidable organism. I noticed Lin Lan's face had grown pale, This information evidently exceeded her expectations. What are its weaknesses? I pressed directly. His brow furrowed. The information we possessed regarding its current active state was exceedingly limited. The data on its derivatives was questionable in value. I knew that was all we had. He skillfully sidestepped the subject of weaknesses and refrained from mentioning any potential counter-strategies, merely emphasizing the unknown and the perilous nature of the situation. A cold smile formed within me, aware that he was undoubtedly withholding crucial information. The existing data could not be entirely trusted, or perhaps these were merely trivial details. Now, my team and I will regroup to reinforce our strength. He paused, as if recalling something. You really are ruthless. You dispatched my 2 fully armed subordinates with such ease. How did you manage that? He gritted his teeth, calculating the cost with me. I would not elucidate. The new capabilities of my chip card were likely beyond his comprehension. Ignoring him, he shook his head in frustration, acknowledging that the situation had surpassed the mission's initial plan. I'll keep you around for now, he muttered. He then pressed the intercom's talk button, and after a brief crackle of static, he spoke. Lei Ji, report your status and describe the surrounding environment. A rough, slightly garbled male voice responded from the other end. Boss, I'm in a corridor filled with large pipes, and the walls are covered in glowing moss. I just turned a corner, and there's a lot of fresh, viscous secretion on the ground, with a pungent odor. I just heard something heavy dragging across metal, but I can't determine the direction. Over. Stay vigilant. Report your position at all times, and try to converge towards us. Pay attention to the path's characteristics. Hanzhou concluded the call and turned to me. You must have a purpose for being here, right? Do you have any leads on the cargo? You should lead the way. This is the basis of our cooperation. Lin Lan anxiously grasped my arm beside me, her breath quickening, her eyes imploring me not to take the lead. I understood that walking ahead meant becoming the pathfinder and the first to encounter danger. Yet, it also meant I could control the direction and pace of our journey, seizing the opportunity to utilize the environment to my advantage. This was a perilous negotiation. I touched the chip card concealed close to my body. Its faint pulse still guided me, for wandering aimlessly in this unfamiliar base would be tantamount to suicide. The ancient experimental entity, Yaij, loomed in the shadows, perpetually threatening our lives, compelling me to proceed in that direction. I knew a route that might lead to the core area, where other clues to the so-called cargo were located. However, before reaching what I deemed a safe zone, you and your team must not threaten our safety in any form. I paused, emphasizing my words. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting the cargo you covet, along with me as its vessel, vanish completely. Without me, locating it will be exceedingly difficult. I waved the chip card, once more attempting to assert my position. It was my only genuine safeguard at present. Hanzhou's gaze lingered between my face and the chip card for a few seconds, seemingly assessing my resolve and capability to carry out the threat. Your survival is a priority until the cargo is safely reclaimed, he provided a cold yet logical assurance, the duration of which I understood all too well. He stepped aside, indicating that I should take the lead. As I stepped into the corridor, a sharp pain shot through my calf wound, momentarily halting my progress. I suppressed my discomfort, striving not to reveal my unease. Each step resonated against the cold floor. My senses heightened to detect any unusual sounds or scents. I slightly angled my body to maintain a responsive posture, while Hanzhou wisely kept a few paces behind me, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on my back. The corridor ascended, the incline becoming steeper. The biomass clinging to the walls appeared increasingly abundant, and the once faintly glowing moss grew denser, emitting an ominous green luminescence. Watch your head, Hanzhou suddenly whispered, his keen observation skills evident. I gazed upward and beheld a massive structure, resembling a colossal cocoon, suspended in the intricate gaps between the pipes above, formed from a viscous substance intertwined with unknown fibers. One segment appeared to pulsate faintly. We held our breaths as we cautiously traversed through, the overwhelming stench of decay nearly suffocating. The Father of Serpents had indeed awakened. Chapter 56. The mission of the Father of Serpents' lightning spear. We are ascending, heading southwest, passing through an area reminiscent of a suspended chrysalis. Hanzhou described over the intercom, striving to synchronize our information. Received. I am immediately diverting southwest. There's an odd sound on my end. I am uncertain of its nature. Over. Lightning Spear's response crackled with interference, indicating he was likely encountering difficulties. Suddenly, an indistinct warning surged through my heightened intuition, akin to ripples spreading across a tranquil lake from a stone cast upon its surface. I halted abruptly, raising my fist in signal. What's wrong? Hanzhou swiftly adopted a defensive posture. There seems to be something ahead. I lowered my voice, straining to listen. A faint, persistent scratching sound emanated from above. Unlike metal scraping, more akin to some coarse, keratinous substance rasping against rock. Hanzhou promptly pressed the intercom. Lightning spear, halt your movement. We have detected anomalies ahead. I repeat, halt your movement. The intercom fell silent for several seconds before a breathless response came through. Understood. I believe I also hear it below me. Over. The three of us were positioned 2 levels apart from Lightning Spear, while the source of the sound resided in the space between us. We cannot linger here. I surveyed our surroundings. Something loomed in the upper left, uncertain if it was Yaij, along the right passage, yet its destination remained unknown. The sound obstructed the trajectory of the chip card's pull, as if guided by some unseen force, compelling me to take a detour. Better to circumvent than to confront directly. Hanzhou decisively stated. Lightning Spear, maintain stealth and converge towards us. You are likely directly above us now. Seek a way down. And we shall leave markers along the route. Received. Over. We proceeded cautiously for 5 minutes, during which I heightened my alertness to 200, until we reached a staircase ascending. I discerned the sound of something descending the stairs. There was no time for contemplation. We quickly concealed ourselves. At that moment, a shadow burst forth from the stairway, accompanied by a rush of wind. It was a person, towering over 190 centimeters, their physique brimming with raw power. It must be Lightning Spear, another formidable adversary. Had he ambushed me earlier, I could not guarantee my survival. He leapt down the stairs in haste, covered in grime, his combat suit torn in one area, with abrasions marking his face, yet his gaze remained as sharp as a tempered blade. He landed soundlessly, weapon raised instantaneously, but visibly relaxed upon recognizing Hanzhou. Boss, he gasped, speaking rapidly. I was attacked by an unknown creature. Had I not run swiftly, I truly would not have seen you again. That thing was terrifying. The man known as Lei Ji appeared to be utterly oblivious to the circumstances at hand. It is understandable, as the bearer of the highest secrets. He could not possibly be privy to the intricate details. As a soldier, his role here was merely to execute orders. Scorpion has been killed by that thing. Hanzhou lamented, his expression tinged with sorrow. Damn it, I shall avenge Scorpion. Lei Ji, a man with a fierce temperament, declared, his resolve palpable. First, attend to your wounds, Hanzhou instructed. He moved to a relatively clean corner and gestured for Lei Ji to tend to his own injuries on his arm. Then, glancing at my calf, he added, wrap this up as well. We cannot afford to have anyone dragging us down in critical moments. Lei Ji rummaged through his backpack and swiftly retrieved a first aid kit, deftly tending to his wounds. Weren't we supposed to capture this individual and procure the goods from him? He murmured under his breath. Hanzhou cast a glance in my direction, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Now we are allies. We must safeguard him. He emphasized the last part, fixing his gaze upon me. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. I replied coldly, fully aware that I could not afford even the slightest misstep, and I knew precisely where we needed to go next. Lei Ji's expression grew complex. He seemed torn between believing my words and harboring doubt. By then, he had finished dressing his wounds. I won't attend to you. You can manage on your own. He grumbled, tossing a first aid kit in my direction with irritation. Lin Lan quietly accepted the kit and began to bandage my injuries with meticulous care. We seized the moment to rest briefly. Chen Yingchen almost let something slip, Hanzhou remarked. What shall we do next? Running around like headless chickens is hardly a viable strategy. We need to organize ourselves and devise a new plan. Hanzhou interjected. This Yaij seems to linger here as if it possesses some mission. He looked to me, awaiting my response. It appears to be guarding what we seek. I inhaled deeply, pointing towards the direction we had previously overlooked. The items on my person subtly indicated that direction, and it stood vigil there. Are you certain you wish to delve deeper? Hanzhou's voice dropped to a whisper, his tone icy, clearly skeptical of my suggestion to venture further into the unknown. It desires us to leave or to retreat back to the main passage, I replied, my gaze fixated on the flickering light ahead. Both paths were undoubtedly its designated hunting grounds. The only avenue of escape lay in venturing to the very place it least wished us to tread. Could that be its lair? Lei Ji mused, cleaning his combat knife, sounding as if he were contemplating a perilous trap. That area might well be its forbidden zone. I corrected him, deliberately slowing my speech, my eyes scanning the faces of Hanzhou and Lei Ji. If Yaij is stationed here to prevent our advance into the depths, one possibility arises. Akin to the sacred domains of ancient legends, the Guardian itself could be bound by certain rules, unable to tread upon its core. Should that be the case, the depths it cannot enter may indeed offer us a sanctuary. I presented this relatively safe hypothesis, yet a deeper, more astonishing conjecture remained tightly locked within my heart. I now harbored a vague suspicion that the chip and the ancient experimental entity might be adversaries. A notion supported by various physiological responses, an intriguing possibility, to say the least. Hanzhou hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, can you depart now? If so, lead the way. Lei Ji, provide fire support. We began our ascent along a winding metallic staircase. The humidity within the passage increasing as a heavy stench of decay permeated the air, making every breath a nauseating endeavor. I activated the perceptive capabilities of the chip card, its sonar scanning the surrounding environment. Only 3 light points appeared near me, while the ethereal green light representing Igu had vanished. The pulsing of the chip card grew increasingly pronounced, the sense of attraction becoming more potent. It no longer merely sought fragments. It resonated with a profound energy inherent to this area. I sensed that the card was drawing upon the faint energy from this desolate realm, simultaneously emitting a wave that unsettled the surrounding biological matter. This might explain why Igu could not approach the core of the fragments. Caution, we may be nearing something significant. I halted, lowering my voice. Ahead, the passage opened into a vast space, resembling a colossal chamber. Chapter 57. Breaking through to the depths, the corridor widened ahead, revealing an immense chamber that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The ceiling loomed high, shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by faint, untraceable glimmers that outlined sturdy pillars supporting the grand hall. The air was thick with an overwhelming blend of decay and metallic rust, a scent far more pungent than that of the corridor, almost tangible. The 4 of us cautiously stepped into this uncharted territory. The ground beneath us was hard yet coated in a viscous secretion, each step accompanied by a slight, sticky sound. The chip card in my embrace emitted a continuous and intense hum, its pull distinctly guiding us deeper into the hall, where a deeper darkness lingered. Stay vigilant. This place is too expansive. Hanzhou's voice was low, the muzzle of his firearm moving slowly with his gaze, scanning every shadow that might conceal danger. Lei Ji followed closely behind him, his robust frame resembling an iron tower, eyes glinting predatorily in the gloom, his heavy weapon poised for immediate action. Lin Lan was pressed against me, her breath quickening, the dim light of the detector screen betraying her evident anxiety. I gently patted her arm, signaling her to remain calm, while I concentrated fully on enhancing the chip card's perceptive abilities. Beneath the faint blue halo in my vision, aside from the light points representing the 4 of us, I detected no other anomalous energy signals, neither the red indicative of enemies nor the peculiar ethereal green of Igu. This unusual tranquility only heightened our unease. Where was Igu? Boss, the environment here feels off. Lei Ji's voice carried a hint of unease. It's too quiet. The stench of decay has intensified. The nest of Igu may be nearby. Hanzhou replied coldly, his tone laced with caution. We must hurry. Just as we passed the 3rd pillar, our attention largely captivated by the encroaching darkness ahead, an abrupt change occurred. A nebulous, distorted shadow, almost indistinguishable from the darkness, silently cascaded from the apex of a nearby pillar, reminiscent of a wraith. Its movement stirred only a whisper of wind, moving with a velocity that transcended the limits of retinal capture, making a beeline for the rear of our formation, targeting Thunder Spear. The pallid appendage flickered briefly in the dim light, radiating a lethal chill. Thunder Spear. The warning cry of Cold Boat coincided almost perfectly with Iger's assault. A battle-hardened warrior. Thunder Spear's primal instincts sensed the imminent peril approaching from behind in that critical moment. He refrained from turning to ascertain the threat, instead relying on his extraordinary reflexes and combat instincts, his robust frame executing a rapid lateral roll with remarkable agility. The sound of tearing fabric pierced the air. Iger's scythe-like appendage grazed Thunder Spear's back, rending his heavy tactical vest and the combat attire beneath it, leaving a gaping wound and drawing forth droplets of blood. Had he been a mere 100th of a second slower, he would have surely been eviscerated. Damn! Thunder Spear cursed, adjusting his stance as he rolled, dropping to one knee, and without so much as a glance, unleashed a volley of fire from his heavy firearm towards the source of the attack. Bang! 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 The thunderous gunfire shattered the oppressive silence of the grand hall. Bullets struck the pillars and floor, sending debris and sparks flying. However, after his initial strike missed, Iger's form melted away like ink into shadows, vanishing once again behind the pillar with an absurd swiftness, rendering Thunder Spear's shots futile. Lin Lan, come here, I shouted, forcefully shoving Lin Lan towards the nearest pillar for cover. My heart raced within my chest. The brief encounter just moments ago had showcased Iger's terrifying speed, stealth, and aggressiveness. Cold Boat reacted swiftly, repositioning to another angle, Establishing a crossfire perspective with Thunder Spear, the muzzle of his weapon firmly trained on the shadowy area where Iger had disappeared. Growling, "How are your injuries?" "Not fatal. Damn it, that cursed thing." Thunder Spear grimaced as he felt the blood on his back, yet his movements remained unaffected. His eyes igniting with a fervent battle spirit, fixated on the direction Iger had vanished, knowing it was still nearby. Without him uttering a word, we all sensed it. That icy, malevolent gaze enveloped us from all directions, as palpable as a tangible presence, lurking within the dim expanse of the Grand Hall. Akin to the most patient of hunters, awaiting the next opportunity to strike. A brief silence fell, even more stifling than before. We all understood that Iger would not relent in his pursuit of bloodshed. The counterattack had merely begun, and Iger's second strike could descend from any angle and in any form. Pressed against the pillar, we anxiously scrutinized every inch of dubious shadow. The vast space had transformed into a Roman Colosseum, and we, the gladiators compelled to battle the unseen beast. The cacophony of Iger's movements, reminiscent of countless carapaces grinding together, suddenly echoed throughout the hall, brimming with the frenzy of thwarted predation and bravado. Our suppressive fire seemed only to enrage him further. "We must conserve our ammunition." The voice of Han Zhou remained low and contemplative, seemingly calculating something, its speed far exceeding expectations. What on earth has contributed to its growth? The relentless roar of Thunder Halberd echoed, with a searing pain in its back serving as a stark reminder of its recent brush with death. At this moment, all my senses were captivated by the peculiar sensations emanating from the chip card in my grasp. It had become fervent, the pulsing attraction more intense than ever, almost transforming into a tangible force that irresistibly pulled me towards the deepest, most profound darkness of the hall. Furthermore, I sensed a faint, unsettling wave radiating from the chip card, and as the nauseating stench in the air approached, it seemed to diminish slightly. A sudden, electric thought struck me. This chip card resonated with the fragments in the depths, and it might even hold sway over Igor. This was the sole, final opportunity. I could not wait here to perish. I had to flee deeper. I seized Lin Lan's icy hand, propelled by the unmistakable pull of the chip card, directing us into the depths of darkness. I felt it. There was a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from that direction. I deliberately masked the word fragments, using same origin to conceal my true intent, imposing my desperation for survival and uncertainty upon Han Zhou and the others. At this moment, they served as my temporary shield against Igor, yet they were also ravenous wolves to be wary of. Han Zhou's piercing gaze fixed upon my face, as if dissecting every syllable of my words. He had no time to delve deeper, for Igor moved again, no longer attempting to conceal itself. It surged forward in a bizarre, gliding manner, accompanied by a shrill, air-splitting scream, charging at us with a speed that left only a blurred shadow. Bang! Bang! Han Zhou exhibited astonishing precision in his marksmanship, hitting Igor's torso, yet it only resulted in 2 dull thuds and a splatter of dark green viscous fluid, its momentum seemingly undiminished. Damn! The roar of Thunder Halberd carried a hint of despair as it attempted to suppress the creature with frantic firepower while beginning to retreat. Driven by the instinct for survival, the 4 of us sprinted desperately towards the depths of the hall. I grasped Lin Lan's hand, my mind racing, calculating the distance while constantly observing the movements of the 2 behind us. Han Zhou and Thunder Halberd were closely trailing behind, relying on me to navigate, to find that elusive safe zone. I could feel Han Zhou's scrutinizing gaze sweeping across my back, cold and calculating. He was waiting for the moment when I would be drained of value. Chapter 58. The only path to survival in the depths of the hall. The thickest darkness seemed to possess a life of its own, greedily consuming all surrounding glimmers of light. The chip card in my embrace felt as if it had come alive, its intense attraction seemingly tethered to the end of the darkness like a fine thread. I could not allow them to follow me any longer. I had to devise a way to shake them off. It was drawing closer. I could sense the fragments of the chip card were very near. What should I do? This way? Gritting my teeth, I pulled Lin Lan's hand and charged towards the center of that darkness. Behind us echoed the frenzied gunfire of Thunder Halberd and the chilling shriek of Igor. Bullets struck its shell, producing muffled thuds that seemed incapable of inflicting fatal damage, merely serving to hinder its advance. The gunfire of Han Zhou was remarkably calm and precise. Each shot aimed at the joints or seemingly vulnerable areas of Yai's massive form. His composure stood in stark contrast to Lei Ji's ferocity, the 2 engaging in a delicate interplay of offense and defense, momentarily stalling the monstrous creature. Yet, we all understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. Hurry! We cannot hold out for long. Han Zhou's voice cut through the cacophony, cold, and urgent. I did not turn back, but the corner of my eye and the perception from my chip allowed me to grasp the unfolding battle behind me. Hanzhou and Lei Ji were alternating in their cover, fighting and retreating, gradually drawing closer to us. He was not merely buying us time. He was leveraging our exploration of the safe zone ahead to ensure his own escape was secure. At last, we plunged into the deepest darkness. Through an arched passage, the scene before us suddenly opened up, a circular chamber slightly smaller than the previous hall, yet more orderly in its structure. At the center of the chamber, an ethereal blue energy barrier emanated a soft glow, enveloping the central area. Within the barrier, I immediately recognized a fragment that bore the same material as my chip, quietly suspended on a metallic pedestal reminiscent of an altar. "Boss, found it!" Lei Ji exclaimed, his eyes alight with ecstasy and greed upon sighting the fragment. Hanzhou's breath hitched momentarily, yet his gaze swiftly fell upon the energy barrier, his eyes sharp as blades. "There's a protective field. Do not approach recklessly." Boom. Just then, a thunderous crash resounded as Yai's colossal form slammed against the entrance of the chamber, bending several thick pipes upon impact. It seemed to hesitate before entering. Yet the fury and hunger in its multifaceted eyes were fixed firmly upon us. With a barrier before us and a monster behind, we found ourselves trapped. "Ingchun," Hanzhou's voice suddenly turned to me, imbued with an undeniable authority. "The object on you shares the same origin. You must have a way to open this field." I chuckled coldly within, realizing he had finally revealed his true intent. I did not respond immediately, instead fixating on the ethereal blue energy barrier. My mind raced, adrenaline surging to its peak, yet my thoughts remained unervingly calm. He intends to use us as cannon fodder. I had never been one to gamble with my life. Now was not the time for reckless risks. I had to ensure absolute certainty. It was time to stage a performance. Yaij outside emitted a restless roar, testing the entrance with its massive body, causing the entire chamber to tremble slightly. Time was running short. I gazed at the seemingly impenetrable energy barrier, then at the watchful Yaij, and finally at my two allies, who could turn against me at any moment. The game had reached its final move, and I had to be the sole player. I do not know what this thing truly is. I panted, a perfect blend of urgency and confusion on my face as I pointed at the barrier. I could only sense its call, yet it felt like a wall. My performance was flawless, portraying a survivor equally at a loss in desperate circumstances. Enough with the damn chatter. Lei Ji's eyes were bloodshot with urgency, the muzzle of his gun slightly shifting towards me. "You're the only one with a solution. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll put a bullet in you first." Hanzhou remained silent, yet his cold gaze never wavered from me, akin to a venomous serpent hunting for the opportune moment to strike. I disregarded Lei Ji's threat and, under the mounting pressure, stepped cautiously towards the energy barrier. This was not recklessness, but rather a test. I needed to observe closely, to gather ample information to validate a hypothesis brewing in my mind. As I approached within 5 meters of the barrier, the chip card in my possession began to vibrate intensely, as if it were engaging in a form of communication beyond words with the fragments within the barrier. I halted, scanning every inch of the barrier with the keen eyes of a hawk. It was not entirely still. Subtle energy patterns flowed across its surface, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, like hidden currents beneath a tranquil lake. I required a test object. Feigning nervousness, I tore a strip of fabric from my tactical vest and flicked it with my fingers. The strip floated gracefully towards the barrier and, mere centimeters from its surface, disintegrated into ash without even causing a ripple. The expressions on Lei Ji's and Hanzhou's faces darkened. "Did you see that? It can't be crossed," I shouted back, my voice tinged with despair. Yet, in that moment, my heart sank and steadied, for at the instant the strip was obliterated. My chip card sensing ability captured a crucial detail. The energy flow of the barrier exhibited a minuscule fluctuation, a defensive rejection response aimed at unauthorized entities. While my body was strongly receptive, this sensation could not be mistaken. My hypothesis was being confirmed. There must be a way, I muttered to myself, as if rallying my own spirits, and then took 2 more steps forward. This time, I extended my hand, cautiously and tentatively approaching the barrier. "Don't get too close." Lin Lan gasped from behind me. Hanzhou and Lei Ji held their breath, fixated on my hand. My fingertips halted 10 centimeters from the barrier. I could distinctly feel a gentle yet resilient force welcoming my hand. More importantly, I observed the energy patterns on the barrier's surface becoming animated near my palm, swirling around my fingers like a school of fish, devoid of any hostility. It worked. I instantly withdrew my hand, my mind already formulating a comprehensive plan. This barrier was a highly intelligent identity recognition system. It obliterated unauthorized objects but accepted me, as I possessed the same origin chip card. However, it likely accepted only me. How could I bring Lin Lan in as well? A bold plan began to take shape in my mind. Chapter 59. The final deception. I abruptly turned to face Han Zhou and Lei Ji, a wild determination etched on my face. There's only one way left. This thing behaves like a living entity, repelling external forces, but perhaps it can be deceived by high-frequency energy. I need your help. How can we assist you? Han Zhou immediately inquired, his guard raised. Use your weapons to unleash a concentrated high-energy attack on the same point of the barrier. I endeavored to display an expression of agony, gesturing towards the apex of the barrier, employing my utmost firepower to capture its attention. This would compel the defense's focus upon that particular point, momentarily rendering the defenses beneath the barrier vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, I charged forth. It was a ruse that could not be immediately debunked. In their perception, an energy shield could be shattered through sheer force, and during their assault, they would hardly be able to consider Lin Lan. Lei Ji harbored no doubts, promptly aiming his weapon. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Han Zhou's eyes, but IGG's roar was already imminent, leaving him no time for hesitation. He had to place his trust in me. His sole key, or perhaps his expendable pawn. Chun, you'd best refrain from any mischief. We are all in this together, and that guy is still out there. Without you, how can I contend with him? I bellowed in response, for there was no alternative. Otherwise, we would all perish together. My acting skills could easily win me a little golden statue. After a moment of contemplation, Han Zhou resolved, all right, I will count to 3. After 3, we fire together. 1. He began the countdown. My heart raced like a war drum, subtly signaling Lin Lan with a glance. She was uncertain of my intentions, but instinctively began to inch towards me. 2. Han Zhou's countdown echoed like a death knell. 3. Fire. His roar resounded. I abruptly turned, pulling Lin Lan towards me in one swift motion. She was startled by my sudden action. There was no time for explanation. My left arm shot around her waist, enveloping her entirely, leaving no space between us. Her body felt soft, imbued with a faint, delicate fragrance, yet in that moment, I harbored not a single distraction. My chest pressed firmly against her back, my right hand clasped her shoulder in a manner that brooked no resistance, asserting an absolute dominance that encompassed her entirely within my protective sphere. Do not move, trust me. I whispered softly into her ear, a murmur meant for our ears alone. I could feel her body stiffen instantaneously, her breath quickening beside me. This posture exuded aggression and authority, bordering on the intimate, yet amidst the life and death stakes. It was our sole option. I had to ensure that the barrier's recognition system identified us as a singular entity. In that fleeting moment, I embraced Lin Lan, not lurching forward, but rather to the side, at an angle meticulously calculated beforehand, and I hurled us against the energy barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Behind us, the cacophony of gunfire erupted, 2 tongues of flame raining down upon the top of the barrier, igniting a dazzling array of energy ripples. All their attention had been successfully diverted. How dare you? At the very instant I collided with the barrier, Han Zhou's roar, infused with realization and fury, arrived belatedly. Too late. The sensation of crashing into the barrier while holding Lin Lan was far more peculiar than I had anticipated. There was no violent impact, but rather an indescribable sensation of stickiness, as if plunging into a cold yet warm gel of energy. The chip nestled within my grasp erupted with an unprecedented radiance, acting as a key to unlock the invisible barrier that held us captive. The energy enveloped us both, and I could distinctly sense it scanning and recognizing us, ultimately embracing us as a whole. A fleeting azure glow flickered before us, and we stumbled into the barrier's interior. I immediately released Lin Lan and turned to look back. The barrier behind us rippled one last time before returning to a state of serene calmness, impenetrable and unyielding. We had entered, while they remained outside. You tricked us. Han Zhou's furious roar pierced through the barrier, the distortion of his voice unable to mask the palpable malice behind it. Before us lay the 3rd shard, tantalizingly close and radiating an alluring light. Behind us, separated by a mere wall, were the frantic wolves and the even hungrier ancient nightmares. Lin Lan leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, her face still flushed and her eyes wide with shock as she regarded me with an expression of profound complexity. I offered her a smile before turning my attention back to the barrier, where the impending feast belonging to their serpent father was about to commence. Outside the chamber, Han Zhou's face contorted with rage, his gaze fixated on the energy barrier that separated him from me, a fiery intensity burning in his eyes. You bastard. Lei Ji reacted swiftly, pivoting his weapon to unleash a flurry of bullets at the barrier. Yet, The bullets merely produced insignificant ripples upon impact, being entirely absorbed by the barrier. "Stop wasting ammunition." Hanzhou's voice rang out, cold as the ice of an abyss. He realized he had been deceived. From the very beginning, the boy had been orchestrating a performance, every act of collaboration and compromise merely a ruse for this final moment. "Boss, what do we do now?" Lei Ji exclaimed, both alarmed and enraged, his eyes darting toward the increasingly agitated Ige, a profound fear gripping him. Hiss! Ige seemed to have lost its patience. Its massive form suddenly surging forward with a sound akin to metal tearing, forcing its way into the chamber. The myriad small eyes within the triangular head locked onto Hanzhou and Lei Ji, a predatory gaze fixated on its prey. "We'll fight it," Lei Ji shouted defiantly, unleashing his remaining ammunition upon Ige. Hanzhou, however, remained unnaturally composed, swiftly retreating and using a pillar for cover, expertly targeting Ige's joints and potential weak points with precision. He wasted no bullets, as if calculating the likelihood of escape with fervent intensity. Within the barrier, Lin Lan and I became the sole witnesses to this brutal conflict. Lin Lan's complexion turned pale as she instinctively clutched my arm, while I maintained a stoic expression, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. Ige's attacks were ferocious and lethal, its appendages slicing through the air like lightning, each strike accompanied by a piercing shriek. Though Lei Ji fought valiantly, he gradually found himself overwhelmed by the sheer force and speed of his adversary. A deep, bone-exposing gash marred his arm, and his movements began to slow. "Boss, shoot. I can barely hold on," Lei Ji cried out, desperately rolling to evade Ige's relentless onslaught. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Ige seized the opportunity. One of its appendages lashed out like a whip, ensnaring his ankle with brutal force. With a piercing scream, Lei Ji was dragged backward by an immense force, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. "Boss, save me," he cried out in terror, extending his hand towards Hanzhou in a desperate plea. A flicker of struggle crossed Hanzhou's eyes, but it was merely fleeting. Chapter 60, the third fragment in the gaze filled with desperation from Lei Ji. Hanzhou opted against rescue and made a more efficient, albeit ruthless, decision. He swiftly aimed his gun at a dilapidated steam pipe beside Lei Ji without any hesitation. Bang! The bullet struck an old valve on the pipe with precision, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal fracturing. Scalding white steam erupted violently, instantly creating a wall of searing mist that completely obstructed Ige's pursuit. "Boss!" Lei Ji's final cry was filled with disbelief, soon drowned out by the hissing steam and Ige's shrill wail. Seizing the precious seconds bought at the cost of a comrade's life, Hanzhou turned and ghosted into another passage, vanishing into the darkness without a backward glance. He had escaped. As the steam dissipated, the chamber was left with only Ige. It seemed utterly indifferent to its fleeing prey, its entire focus fixated on the meal before it. The ensuing scene was gruesome and brutal, prompting me to instinctively press Lin Lan's head against my chest. "Do not look." She did not struggle, yet her body trembled slightly. The crisp sounds of bones snapping effortlessly reached my ears. Minutes later, a chilling silence enveloped the space. Ige had dispatched its prey, its enormous compound eyes, composed of countless small facets, met my gaze through the energy barrier. There was no wisdom in its stare, only the primal instinct to kill. It appeared to realize the futility of breaching the barrier, pacing restlessly for a few moments before dragging Lei Ji's mangled body back into the dark passage from whence it came. The threat had been temporarily alleviated. I released Lin Lan, whose face had turned as pale as paper. He actually abandoned his companion. She stammered, gazing at the vacant chamber and the conspicuous pool of blood, her voice trembling with shock. I was not surprised in the least. I replied with composure. Moving to the edge of the barrier, my gaze fixed on the direction Hanzhou had disappeared. From the very beginning, I had known he was a ruthless character capable of forsaking everything for survival. Lei Ji's demise merely confirmed my judgment. Now, he poses an even greater danger than that creature. A lurking enemy, one who understands part of our secrets, is far more terrifying than an overt monster, I whispered. Lin Lan took a deep breath, her expression turning grave. He knows about the chip card. He won't let us go. I am aware. I turned and walked towards the central altar, where fragments floated in the air. Thus, we must acquire more leverage before he does. Lin Lan followed, her emotions now steady, regaining her usual calm demeanor. "This is the third fragment," she remarked, gazing at the metal piece radiating a gentle blue light, her eyes filled with wonder. Its energy fluctuations were nearly identical to the core frequency I had recorded atop the giant tower. "I intend to merge with it," I stated. "Will there be danger?" she inquired. With a look of concern, she gazed at me. From my observations, each time you excessively wield the power of the cards, your body exhibits peculiar reactions. At times, you even momentarily freeze. I am well aware of this. Her caring eyes warmed my heart, yet there was no time to elucidate the after-effects. In due course, I shall explain to you that risk and reward coexist, and this is our sole avenue of escape. No longer hesitating, I extended my hand, slowly yet resolutely reaching for the suspended fragment. The instant my fingertips brushed against it, a torrent of immense and pure information surged into my mind like a burst dam. The scene before me began to warp and spin. An array of unfamiliar images and incomprehensible languages exploded within my consciousness. It felt as though countless biological vessels were navigating the cosmic sea, revealing bizarre intelligent life forms and the rise and fall of their civilizations. These visions flickered by in an instant, too swift for me to grasp. Accompanying this was a violent headache, as if my very soul were being torn asunder. I could not suppress a pained gasp, collapsing to one knee, my hands clutching my head tightly. I sensed my memories being violently stirred by an invisible hand. Familiar images fading into obscurity. "Chinjua," Lin Lan exclaimed, rushing to support me. "No, I cannot forget everything." I bit down on my tongue, the sharp pain restoring a semblance of clarity to my consciousness. I forcibly severed the connection with that stream of information, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. The third fragment had silently merged into the chip card in my hand. I could feel a brand new, distinctly different power awakening within the card. "How are you?" Lin Lan supported me, her voice laced with worry. "I'm fine." I pushed against the ground to rise, feeling dizzy. Closing my eyes, I concentrated on sensing the nascent power. With the latest integration of the card, our communication transformed from mere graphical representations to a comprehension of previously inscrutable symbols. Soon, a clear segment of usage information emerged in my mind. Third-tier ability unlocked. Emergency energy barrier. Description: by consuming biomass, an intense, small-scale spherical energy shield is instantly generated around the body, capable of withstanding most physical and energy impacts. Duration and defensive strength depend on the amount of biomass consumed. A purely defensive capability shield, as if tailored to my current predicament. "We must leave here swiftly," I declared, opening my eyes to Lin Lan. "Hanzhou may return at any moment, or perhaps he never left, most likely guarding the exit." However, upon seeing the energy barrier that separated us from the outside world, Lin Lan's expression faltered, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. When we entered, it was the key. I placed my palm against the barrier behind me. Feeling the harmonious energy resonance, it should be more compliant now. Closing my eyes, I concentrated my thoughts, attempting to communicate with the energy field of the entire chamber. The chip card in my hand emitted a faint hum, resonating with the force field. Moments later, the energy barrier before us slowly and silently parted, creating a passage just wide enough for two to pass through. Without hesitation, I grasped Lin Lan's hand and dashed forward. As we fled, the energy doors swiftly closed behind us, returning to its original state. The corridor outside lay in eerie silence, illuminated only by the flickering emergency lights that cast our shadows in elongated forms. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and oil. "Stay close," I whispered, activating the chip card's sensory capabilities to their maximum. My mind functioned like a radar, scanning every subtle movement in our surroundings. Footsteps, unusual air currents, and shifts in metallic stress. No detail escaped my perception. Chapter 61. Pursued in the deep sea, we did not linger. Every second here posed a threat. Moving as quietly as possible, we swiftly made our way to the sole discovered exit between the rocky base of the moon pool and the external ocean, our initial point of infiltration. My instincts warned me that Hanzhou was most likely stationed there. It was the most direct route to escape, and he had no reason to abandon it. At the end of the passage, a glimmer of deep blue light beckoned. The moon pool lay just ahead. The entire moon pool hall was deserted, save for the water, which gently rippled due to the internal circulation system of the base. Everything felt unsettlingly tranquil. "He seems to be absent," Lin Lan murmured. "No," I shook my head, my gaze sweeping towards the control platform and metallic supports above the moon pool. He was there, waiting for us like a spider. My heightened senses detected a figure nearly blending into the shadows of the control platform, a chilling outline accompanied by the cold, lethal barrel of a gun. He had anticipated our exit from this point, just as I pondered how to break the stalemate. An overwhelming sense of danger erupted from the dark passage we had just traversed. Hiss! With a sharp screech, the massive silhouette of Igor lunged from the shadows without warning. Its speed was unfathomable, the scythe-like forelimbs slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Aimed directly at my back, it had been stealthily following us all along. Be careful, Lin Lan screamed in alarm. Everything transpired in a heartbeat, leaving me no time to evade. In that critical moment, I instinctively directed my consciousness towards the chip card at my waist. Buzz. A low hum resonated as a translucent spherical shield, composed of countless pale golden hexagonal energy grids, rapidly unfurled around us, enveloping us tightly. Emergency energy barrier. Clang. Igor's scythe-like forelimb, capable of tearing through alloys, struck the energy barrier with tremendous force, producing a deafening metallic screech and a dazzling ripple of energy. The barrier quaked violently, yet it ultimately withstood the lethal blow. What formidable defense! However, a wave of dread washed over me. I could feel the bioenergy within me being consumed at an alarming rate. This entity is a voracious consumer of energy. I cannot endure this for long. My mind raced with calculations as the lurking presence of Hanzhou lay ahead, while this terrifying monster pursued from behind. Clearly, Hanzhou intended to observe the conflict, waiting for us to exhaust each other before he emerged to claim the aftermath. I must divert this calamity, IgG, towards Hanzhou. Without hesitation, I swiftly moved under the protection of my shield towards Hanzhou's direction. Upon seeing my approach, Hanzhou instantly grasped my intent and attempted to flee the area. However, at that moment, my right hand had already liberated a flashbang from my tactical vest, having retrieved it from the previous clash between Lei Ji and IgG. And with all my strength, I hurled it forth. Now was the moment. I silently roared within. The flashbang arced through the air, detonating just as it neared Han Zhou's concealed position. I had closed my eyes beforehand, shielding Lin Lan's eyes with my hands. Boom! A blinding white light and an immense roar instantaneously filled the entire moon pool hall. Roar! IgG's compound eyes could not withstand such brilliance, emitting a pained howl. It succumbed to sheer rage, while Lin Lan and I tumbled into the entrance of the moon pool, plunging into the depths below. Following the explosion, only the wildly enraged IgG and the recently exposed Han Zhou exchanged glances. Its enormous form surged with power, disregarding us. As it lunged towards Han Zhou with lightning speed along the wall, the calamity was successfully redirected. You seek death. Han Zhou's furious roar echoed from above. He had not anticipated my bold provocation. He was compelled to redirect his fire towards the oncoming IgG, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Seizing the moment they became entangled, I immediately grasped Lin Lan and swam towards the depths of the moon pool, not daring to look back. Hurry! To the submarine. The battle between Han Zhou and IgG erupted behind us. Gunfire, the monstrous roars, and the thunderous crash of metal frameworks collapsing melded into a cacophony. We had no time to glance back, striving to reach the surface, heading towards the direction of our moored submarine. Boom! At that moment, I heard a tremendous explosion emanating from the moon pool, followed by the resounding crash of heavy objects plunging into the water. A thought struck me, and I quickly turned to glance back at the entrance of the moon pool. Hanzhou. He had detonated a bomb at the last moment, collapsing the passage to temporarily hinder IgG while he made his escape. That fiend, indeed ruthless. He intends to flee. I immediately comprehended his intentions. Aware that his time was up, he chose the most decisive means of escape. Almost simultaneously, from the moon pool, IgG's massive form broke through the fallen debris and plunged into the water. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, Hanzhou activated a small underwater thruster from the crevice of the rocks. It resembled a torpedo, providing formidable propulsion as he sped towards the depths of the ocean beyond the moon pool. Behind him, IgG's colossal body transformed the instant it entered the sea, vigorously swinging its thick tail as it adapted to the aquatic environment, pursuing at an even swifter pace. Two figures, one before the other, swiftly vanished into the unfathomable darkness beyond the moonlit pool. As we surfaced, gasping for breath, Lin Lan's voice reached us, exclaiming that they had all emerged. I nodded, yet my heart remained turbulent. Yaij might return at any moment. There was no time for contemplation. Let us depart. Our modest submersible lay quietly anchored, not far away. Lin Lan, start the boat immediately. I rushed into the cockpit and secured the hatch. Lin Lan swiftly activated the engine, initiating the submersible startup. The engine roared to life as we cranked the power to the maximum, hastily fleeing this perilous territory. Hanzhou had escaped. Akin to a cunning viper, if he survived, he would inevitably come seeking us. And Yaij, the nightmarish entity from ancient experiments, had also been inadvertently returned to its true abyss in the deep sea. This seemingly tranquil ocean now concealed a profound and unknown threat. Behind us, the colossal base, hidden among the rocks, resembled a silent steel behemoth, gradually vanishing into the murky waters. We had finally escaped, yet for reasons unknown, I felt no joy, rather, a sense that this was merely the beginning. In Chapter 62 of The Alliance of the Enigmatic Island, the contours of the familiar island finally emerged clearly on the submersible's sonar. We had returned. Lin Lan's voice trembled with the relief of survival. The tension she had held for days dissipated upon sighting the island's outline. I patted her shoulder, offering a reassuring glance while my hands remained busy. I deactivated the active sonar, relying solely on passive listening, and switched the engine to its quietest mode. Caution was still imperative. We could not afford to lower our guard. I calmly explained that anything could transpire in the ocean. I could not disclose that my concerns extended beyond the unknown marine creatures. They encompassed human nature as well. Although uncertain if Hanzhou and Yaij were aware of this place, who could guarantee that this maritime expanse harbored no other threats from Eden? Vigilance would always be the foremost principle of survival. I circumnavigated the nearshore area, surfacing stealthily from a concealed water bay, riddled with rocks on the opposite side of the island. The hatch of the submersible emitted a soft hydraulic sound as I emerged first, inhaling the crisp, frigid air. I refrained from immediately setting foot on the island. Instead, I waded through the chest-deep water, binoculars in hand, meticulously scanning the ridges and high ground near our landing point for a full 20 minutes. No anomalies detected. For now, we were safe. I whispered softly, pulling Lin Lan along as we waded onto the beach. We had become intimately acquainted with this island. It possessed multiple accessible entry points beyond the underwater passage. We would not return to the cave just yet. I checked the ammunition of my firearm, remnants from the thunder halberd, and decided to observe the surroundings to confirm that everything remained as it was when we departed. We proceeded in tactical formation, maintaining a careful distance as we stealthily advanced towards the island's central high ground. After traversing approximately 500 meters, my steps came to an abrupt halt. I raised my hand, signaling Lin Lan to halt. I made a gesture for silence, crouched down, and parted the ferns before me. There lay a freshly severed tree stump. The cut was recent, its edges sharp, clearly the work of an exceptionally keen machete. It was certainly not our handiwork. My heart began to race, yet my mind grew increasingly composed. I swiftly pulled Lin Lan back behind a rock, slipping into a battle-ready state. Could it be Hanzhou? Had he arrived here first? But I quickly dismissed the thought. If Hanzhou had indeed reached this place before us, he would have concealed his presence well. I closed my eyes, straining my hearing to its utmost limit. The sounds of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the crashing waves filled the air. Beyond these, from the northeast, I discerned voices, multiple speakers. I gestured for Lin Lan to stay close and, akin to a stealthy raccoon, silently crept towards the source of the sound. Through a dense thicket, a scene before me caused my pupils to constrict sharply. In a clearing that had been cleared, a small encampment stood in stark relief. 7 or 8 makeshift tents formed a perimeter with sharpened logs, creating a defensive barrier 2 meters high, complete with a semblance of a watchtower. In the center of the camp, a thin wisp of smoke was rising. This was a community. Others were on the island. Lin Lan covered her mouth in astonishment. I remained silent, my mind racing with calculations. The camp was modest in size, estimated to house around 10 individuals. Their fortifications indicated a profound awareness of the island's dangers. Were they foes or allies? Just then, the gate of the encampment swung open, and 3 men emerged, tools in hand, seemingly preparing to venture out. "Don't move," I whispered urgently, but it was too late. One lean man in their group suddenly raised his head as if sensing something, and shouted in our direction, "Who is there?" Bang! A burly man beside him reacted with alarming swiftness, drawing his sidearm and firing a shot into the air almost simultaneously with his companion's call. "Damn!" I cursed under my breath, realizing we had been compromised. "Don't shoot. We mean no harm." I raised my hands high, pulling Lin Lan out into the open. In an instant, 7 or 8 individuals charged from the camp, all armed. Some wielded makeshift spears, others brandished machetes, and the leading figures carried firearms. A quick glance revealed at least 3 handguns and 2 assault rifles, superior firepower to our own. The imposing man who had fired the shot approached us. He stood around 6 feet tall, clad in a tattered colonial ship security uniform, his muscles straining against the fabric. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing me up and down, finally resting on the holster at my waist. "Throw down your weapon," he commanded, his voice deep and laden with menace. I remained still. "I'll say it again. Throw down your weapon." The barrels of guns behind him were all aimed squarely at us. Chenhua and Lin Lan exchanged nervous glances. I calmly assessed the situation. Given the current circumstances, resistance would be tantamount to death. I slowly and deliberately unfastened the holster from my waist, the dagger from my leg, and the assault rifle from my back, gently placing them on the ground. I kicked them aside as instructed. One of the burly man's companions immediately stepped forward to confiscate my weapons. Who are you? Where do you come from? The burly man advanced a step, exuding an overwhelming presence. We are survivors from Eden 999, Lin Lan interjected. I am Lin Lan, and this is Chenhua. We have been residing on this island. Residing on this island? The burly man squinted, clearly skeptical. We have been on the island for nearly a week, scouring the place, yet we have never encountered you. We just returned from the outside, I replied. The outside? The burly man scoffed. What business do you have out there? Swimming, perhaps? His disbelief was palpable. In a world dominated by water, who would dare to leave the only patch of land they had found? Just then, a bespectacled, somewhat frail middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. Upon recognizing Lin Lan's face, he froze in astonishment. Dr. Lin. Lin Lan was equally taken aback. Engineer Wang? Is it really you? Oh my, it is truly you. How wonderful. The fragile man exclaimed as he hurried over, grasping Lin Lan's hand. I knew it. I knew you must still be alive. Captain Luo, this is Dr. Lin from the navigation team. With her, our chances of leaving this place alive have greatly increased. This unexpected turn of events eased everyone's tension, except for the imposing leader. He did not lower his weapon, merely glanced at Engineer Wang, then back at Lin Lan, ultimately fixing his gaze upon me. Pointing at me, he inquired of Engineer Wang, what about him? Do you know him too? Engineer Wang adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing me for a moment before hesitantly responding. I believe I have seen him before. Haven't we been in the same cabin? You look quite familiar. However, he awkwardly shook his head. Chapter 63. The Ark Camp. I am Chenhua. I calmly introduced myself. The burly man, referred to as Captain Luo, finally lowered his weapon. His expression shifted rapidly, replaced by a courteous smile. Ah, so it is Dr. Lin and Brother Chenhua. A misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. He approached, patting my shoulder with a grip as strong as iron. I am Luo Gang, the former team leader of the security department D at Eden 999. Welcome home. He emphasized the word home with palpable weight. Turning to the others, he waved his hand assertively. Stop standing around. Quickly, help our new friends with their luggage. Tonight, we shall celebrate and welcome Dr. Lin and Brother Chenhua. At that moment, a sprightly young man with a warm smile rushed over, eager to assist us with our backpacks. Hello, Brother Zhua, Sister Lan. I am Cheng Jiashu, but everyone calls me Little Tree. He exhibited an unusual enthusiasm, almost too familiar. You finally made it. Engineer Wang has been talking about you every day. With you here, our hopes of leaving this wretched place have grown even greater. The notion that Engineer Wang spoke of me daily seemed rather dubious. I cast a glance at him. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. I returned his smile out of courtesy, finally feeling a sense of belonging. In that fleeting moment when he turned away, Lin Lan and I exchanged a glance, both reflecting a myriad of complex emotions in each other's eyes. Surrounded by this group of companions, we stepped into the place they had named the Ark Camp. The wooden gate behind us slowly closed. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, accompanied by the soft sounds of laughter and conversation. Yet, my hands remained firmly tucked in my pockets, my fists clenched. I felt no sense of safety. Night fell swiftly, and the campfire crackled at the center, casting flickering shadows upon Luo Gang's face. He raised a rough cup, fashioned from a metal can, filled with what appeared to be distilled spirits. Regardless of the circumstances, encountering fellow countrymen in this desolate place was a momentous occasion. Luo Gang's voice boomed, drowning out the surrounding clamor, as he proposed a toast to the arrival of Dr. Lin and Brother Chenhua. Cheers! Cheers! The other members of the camp, men and women alike, slowly raised their cups. Lin Lan and I lifted our own. Though filled with clear water instead of wine, I remained ever vigilant. Having just returned, our bodies still weary, we opted for water in place of alcohol. I smiled, surveying each person present. There were 11 of us in total, 8 men and 3 women. Aside from the leader Luo Gang, Engineer Wang, and the exuberant Cheng Jiashu, we had only exchanged brief introductions with the rest. At that moment, a woman in her late 20s, though her true age might be greater, nestled beside Luo Gang. She introduced herself as Fei Fei, clad in revealing attire, her makeup strikingly out of place in this post-apocalyptic world, gazing at Luo Gang with a seductive look. Behind Luo Gang stood a silent, muscular man named Meng Quan, his skin dark and a machete gripped tightly in his hand, his fierce gaze indicating he was clearly Luo Gang's trusted aide. In a corner, a hooded man named Sun Hao sat hunched over, emitting suppressed coughs, his frail appearance suggesting he was on the brink of death. Opposite them sat a mother and daughter. The mother, Lu Meiyun, appeared to be around 60, exuding warmth and kindness. Once a logistics worker on Eden 999, She clutched her daughter, Hu Xiaoya, in her 20s, who looked timid and clearly wary of the men around her. Beside this mother-daughter pair was a scrawny, unkempt man known as Ma Zai, greedily eyeing Fei Fei's exposed back. At the farthest edge of the campfire sat a man with a detached demeanor, arms crossed, drinking alone, seemingly disinclined to engage. He introduced himself as Lao Wu before lapsing into silence. The last among us was a stout man who called himself a Chong, devouring food with an intensity as if he had not eaten in ages. Well then, water will suffice, Luo Gang declared, downing his drink in one gulp. Wiping his mouth with a flourish. Brothers Chunjua and Dr. Lin, you may not know this, but all 11 of us emerged from different escape pods. Our gathering here is purely a matter of fortune. Captain Luo has saved us all. Engineer Wang supplemented, his gaze filled with gratitude. Without him, we would have perished at sea, either by drowning or starvation. Let bygones be bygones. Luo Gang waved his hand dismissively, though it was evident that he relished the praise. He tore off a generous piece of roasted fish and handed it to me. The conversation shifted as he casually inquired. You mentioned that you lived on this island before? Just returned from the outside. We've thoroughly searched the island this past week and found no trace of your dwelling. Indeed, the true test had commenced. I accepted the roasted fish but refrained from answering immediately. I sensed Lin Lan's unease and gently nudged her with my elbow, signaling her to remain calm. Our luck favored us slightly. I savored the morsel, carefully crafting a half-truth to convey. When we left, we took everything with us, leaving no traces behind. The area we initially landed in is on the northern side of the island, where a concealed coastal cave exists, submerged during high tide. Our dwelling was in that vicinity. Drawing from my recollections, I recalled a relatively obscure location that should corroborate my response. We had survived there, relying on supplies scattered from our spacecraft's crash. As for the outside, I hesitated, a flicker of dread crossing my face. We discovered a small operational exploration submarine and spent considerable time repairing it. With the submarine, we thought to venture out and explore, hoping to find other survivors or supplies. Unfortunately, we returned empty-handed, nearly perishing at sea. The submarine, he pressed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Even the ailing Sun Hao lifted his head. What a treasure! Where is it now? Regrettably, it sank, I replied, shaking my head in disappointment. We underestimated these waters. Less than 50 nautical miles out, we encountered underwater currents that crashed us onto rocks, rupturing the hull and destroying the systems. I gestured towards the distant sea surface. We barely managed to approach the floating island with the last remnants of power, swimming the final 10 nautical miles. That submarine is utterly lost. This account was irrefutable. It elucidated our departure, clarified our return from the sea, and most crucially, it obliterated the variable of the submarine. Luo Gang's gaze flickered momentarily. He scrutinized me intently, seemingly searching for a hint of inconsistency. Chapter 64. The temptation of the tower sank? Luo Gang's face was a tableau of confusion. Where did it sink? Take us there to salvage it. It's a submarine. Luo, it's nearly impossible now. I recalled the coral conduit where Lin Lan's escape pod had submerged. If these rascals insisted on going, they could dive down themselves. Yet, I pretended to chuckle ruefully. It was a vast space beneath a coral tube, too deep, and the impact triggered a secondary explosion in the pod, rendering it essentially scrap. That we managed to swim back is miraculous. Luo Gang sighed, his expression heavy with regret. Yet he seemed to believe part of my tale, though only he knew the truth. What a pity. Truly, what a pity. That Cheng Jiashu approached with a look of sympathy, saying, Zhuge, you truly are fortunate. However, it is good that you have returned. With Captain Luo around, we will surely survive. I smiled in response. Indeed, being together is far preferable to acting alone. As it became evident that I could not extract further information regarding the submarine's value, Luo Gang finally broached the main topic. Brother Chinjua, Dr. Lin. Having stayed on the island for so long, you must be quite familiar with this place. He fiddled with the campfire using a twig. Have you ventured to the tower at the island's center? His voice was low, but upon uttering the word tower, all activities in the vicinity came to an abrupt halt. Even Engineer Wang set aside his food, his expression turning grave. I sensed a shift within me, realizing that this was indeed his true purpose for the evening. I have seen it, I admitted candidly. To deny it now would seem suspicious. It is a tall black structure, likely a remnant of this planet's architecture. Precisely. Luo Gang's breath grew heavier, and he stood, pointing towards the tower's direction. Our survival thus far has depended on this safe land, but to continue living, to escape this place, we can only rely on that tower. We have been on the island for a week. Luo Gang's voice conveyed an almost obsessive longing. This island is indeed safe, devoid of the sea beasts. However, safety equates to a slow death. We possess nothing. We are mere prisoners. Are we to be confined here for eternity? He suddenly whirled around, declaring, only that tower. It may hold the key to our escape from this wretched place. Communication devices, energy sources, perhaps even a functional spaceship. We have exhausted all means, even resorting to explosives. He nearly roared. But the entrance to that tower is barred by an energy barrier. All our attacks have vanished into the abyss. He abruptly turned back, his gaze intense, fixed upon Dr. Lin and me. Dr. Lin, you are an expert in navigation. Engineer Wang claims your understanding of high-energy particle physics and electromagnetism far surpasses the ordinary. He then shifted his attention to me. Brother Chinjua, your prolonged survival in the sea, and your ability to bring Dr. Lin back safely mark you as no ordinary individual. His intentions became glaringly apparent. I require your assistance, he stated solemnly. I need your expertise and your luck to help us breach that barrier. A profound silence enveloped the camp. I could sense Luo Gang's will imposing itself upon the group. He had elevated the tower to the status of a singular belief and escape route. Anyone capable of aiding him in opening the door would be revered, while those who obstructed him would surely face dire consequences. The chip card I kept close to me seemed to emit a slight warmth. I understood that it was the true key. Luo Gang was unaware of my possession of this card. He merely tested and exploited me based on my abilities and Dr. Lin's expertise. This was an exceedingly perilous situation. If I declined, Luo Gang would immediately regard us as threats, and our chances of survival tonight would be tenuous at best. If I acquiesced, he would cling to us like a leech, compelling us to devise a solution. I needed to find a third path. Captain Luo. I raised my head and met his gaze, speaking calmly. Of course, we wish to leave this place. Now that we are a team, we shall naturally do our utmost. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Luo Gang's face. However, I swiftly shifted my tone. But we have just returned, and we are still unfamiliar with the current situation at the tower. Moreover, we have expended too much energy today. We need to rest first. Tomorrow, let us go to the tower together and reassess our plans. Surely, you can grant us a little time, can you not? I returned the ball to him, seeking to stabilize the situation. I neither rejected nor immediately agreed, but instead presented a reasonable request for a buffer. Luo Gang stared at me for a full 10 seconds. I held his gaze unflinchingly. This was a psychological game, a contest of whose cards were stronger. Ultimately, he burst into hearty laughter. All right. Brother Chinjua is right. I have been too hasty. He waved his hand grandly. Wang Gong, Xiao Shu, you two take Dr. Lin and Brother Chun to the best tent for rest. No one is to disturb them. Understood, Captain Luo. Cheng Jiashu immediately responded, eagerly rushing over to lead the way. Dr. Lin, Brother Chun, this way please. Your weapons will be cleaned and returned to you by morning, Luo Gang added, as if extending a gesture of goodwill. Yet, I was acutely aware that he could not possibly return all of my weapons. Thank you, Captain Luo. We shall take our leave now. I stood, pulling Lin Lan up, and followed Cheng Jiashu to the cleanest tent at the edge of the camp. Upon entering the tent, shielded from outside view, Lin Lan let out a long sigh of relief. That man is terrifying, she whispered. He is the absolute overlord here. I inspected every corner of the tent to ensure it had not been tampered with. He was demonstrating absolute power. Those who could assist him were friends, while those who could not were enemies. What shall we do? He certainly won't believe us about the submarine. Indeed, he won't, I murmured. He will surely send someone to the nearby waters tomorrow. We must relocate our submarine immediately. What about the tower? Are we truly going to assist him? We have no choice but to feign compliance for now, to placate him. You should delay as much as possible. I glanced around the tent, observing that there seemed to be no surveillance. Tonight, we will take turns keeping watch. These people are all suspicious, especially that fellow named Xiao Shu. He is overly friendly, and he just mentioned that Wang Gong talks about you every day. Wang Gong himself nearly failed to recognize me. Is that not absurd? Lin Lan nodded. Their friendliness is excessive. A clumsy lie, I remarked coldly. He is eager to forge a closer bond with us, but his intentions remain unclear. From now on, we can trust no one among these 11 individuals except for ourselves. I gripped the only spare knife in my pocket, leaning against the cold canvas of the tent. Going to the tower tomorrow would be akin to walking into a banquet of deceit. Before that, I needed to find an opportunity to slip away. Chapter 65. Covert operation outside the tent. The campfire had dwindled to its last embers. Our tent was situated at the outermost edge of the camp, close to the tents of Cheng Jiashu and Wang Gong. The tents of the 11 inhabitants of the camp were arranged in an irregular circular formation, with a bonfire and a rudimentary discussion area at its center. This configuration made it exceedingly difficult for anyone within a tent to move without drawing the attention of others. I leaned against the canvas, my eyes closed. Lin Lan stood guard during the first half of the night, and as I rested, I gauged that the time was nearing. Gradually, I rose to my feet. Upon opening my eyes, I found Lin Lan gazing at me, wide awake. In a hushed tone, I said, "The time has come for me to relocate the submarine. Stay vigilant and keep your wits about you." Lin Lan nodded in understanding, her expression serious. "Be careful." I hoisted the backpack containing the diving suit, straining to listen to the sounds outside. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. The sentry tonight was a fellow named Chong, who, after observing him for some time, appeared to have succumbed to slumber, sitting in silence. I could distinctly hear the thunderous snores and grinding of teeth from the other tents, mingled with sporadic, faint coughs, like a drop of water merging into the vast sea. I silently unzipped the tent and slipped out. The night breeze was brisk. I crawled forward, utilizing the shadows cast by the tents, and navigated to the darkest corner behind the fence. I listened intently to the rhythmic sounds of my companions. They were persistent and regular. Now was the moment. I carefully crossed the wooden barrier, striving to make no sound, and then gradually moved away from the camp. Once I had distanced myself from the confines of the camp, I broke into a run. My destination was the submarine's original docking point. I traversed the darkened jungle, heading straight for the northern landing site. Upon reaching the island's edge, I donned the diving suit, concealing my clothes in the underbrush. Without a moment's hesitation, I plunged into the frigid sea. A peculiar sensation coursed through my spine, as if the parasites within me were celebrating. The icy water transformed from an impediment into a catalyst. My muscles unleashed an extraordinary power beneath the surface. Before long, I located our submarine and navigated it slowly into the depths of the dark ocean. I had meticulously planned the docking point, ensuring that my return from the rocky base would coincide perfectly with a submerged cliff at a depth of 300 meters, situated 5 kilometers southwest of the floating island. This distance was neither too far nor too near, allowing me to manage my return time while remaining as inconspicuous as possible. I pushed the submarine's engine to its limits, my mind melding with the sonar system as I sped through the intricate underwater terrain, racing against time. Ultimately, I discovered a flawless hiding spot at my destination, a narrow fissure into which the submarine could seamlessly fit. Unless equipped with specialized deep-sea detection devices, no trace would be found, even if one sailed close to the surface. Having accomplished all of this, I secured the submarine and began my return. The 5-kilometer trek posed no challenge for me at this moment. Under the pressure of the deep sea, my body felt more liberated than ever. I propelled myself like a bullet, limbs carving efficient arcs through the water at astonishing speed. By 3 o'clock in the morning, I arrived back at the northern landing point of the floating island. Though I trembled from the cold, a sense of relief washed over me. The greatest peril had been temporarily averted. I stealthily returned to the camp and entered the tent. "You're back," Lin Lan exclaimed, sitting up instantly, having awaited my return. "I have relocated the submarine," I replied in a hushed tone, hastily drying myself and donning dry clothes. "My hiding place was impeccably chosen." "That's wonderful," she sighed with relief, but her expression quickly turned anxious. "Are you heading to the tower next?" I nodded. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face. "It's safer for you to go alone. Why come back?" "No," I stated firmly, meeting her gaze with unwavering conviction. "We must go together. I need you." Lin Lan paused, momentarily taken aback. I quickly elaborated. "I might be able to unlock that door with the chip card, but I am utterly oblivious to what lies beyond it. I require your expertise, even if it's merely for preliminary observation. I am the key to the door, but you are the eyes that can decipher the world beyond." I lowered my voice. "Moreover, if I enter, I cannot bear the thought of you being alone." Her eyes softened considerably in that instant. Without uttering another word, she nodded resolutely. "I will accompany you." 5 minutes later, we slipped away from the camp like phantoms once more. This time, we headed straight for the central black tower of the island. The tower loomed in the darkness before dawn, a silent giant exuding an unsettling aura of oppression. Instead of approaching the front entrance from our previous direction, we circled to the tower's side, where a narrow path led us here. "Let us give it another try," Lin Lan whispered, pointing ahead. Following her gesture, I noticed a faint golden barrier, composed of countless intricate hexagonal energy grids, shimmering approximately 10 meters from the tower. It flowed with a watery luminescence, quietly obstructing the space between us and the tower. Yet this time, there seemed to be a barely perceptible distortion in the air. "You're hiding behind me," I murmured. Taking a deep breath, I heightened my senses to their limits, scrutinizing my surroundings. The jungle was silent, save for the chirping of insects. Slowly, I retrieved the chip card from my pocket. The moment it was exposed to the air, it warmed slightly. I cautiously approached the invisible barrier, extending my hand that held the chip card. A faint, almost inaudible hum resonated, akin to a gentle vibration coursing through my bones. The patterns on the chip card glimmered with a soft blue light. The distorted barrier before me seemed to ripple as if a stone had been cast into water, thinning as I stood before it, and I sensed that the energy shield of the chip card was of the same origin as the barrier, a miniature version of it. A chilling, alien intent flooded my mind, devoid of words, devoid of language, merely a pure perception. It was recognizing the chip card in my grasp. The parasite within me stirred with a slight unease under this will, as if confronted by a formidable adversary, yet that intent seemed to entirely disregard the parasite. Its focus was solely on the chip card. Moments later, the sensation of that intent conveyed a feeling of permission. The barrier before me has transformed from a mere wall into a door. A powerful intuition surges within me, whispering that if I take just one more step, I can lead Lin Lan through it. At that very moment, every hair on my body stands on end. My heightened sixth sense screams in alarm. Someone is nearby? Chapter 66. Shadows in the dark. I whip around abruptly, pulling Lin Lan behind me, my gaze slicing through the shadows to our left rear. A faint sound, like a footfall upon dry leaves, reaches my ears. That person is alarmingly close. They have seen us. Stay here and don't move. I hiss at Lin Lan, my thoughts racing with lethal intent. The only remedy for the exposure of our secret is to ensure the witness remains forever silent. My body, taut as a coiled spring, propels me forward with barely a whisper, the dagger gripped firmly in my hand, darting like a bolt of black lightning towards the source of the sound. Yet, the opponent's reflexes are astonishingly swift. I catch only a fleeting glimpse of a shadow disappearing into the dense thicket. They are intimately familiar with this terrain, vanishing deeper into the underbrush in an instant. I pursue for several dozen meters, but a heavy sense of despair settles in my heart. No, I cannot catch up. They have come prepared, and pressing further will only alert more people. I halt, concealing myself behind a tree, my mind racing like a turbine, weighing the choices before me. To charge through the barrier and enter the tower, that is the most direct escape route. I could utilize the chip card to gain entry, but then what? When we emerge, we would likely face the dark muzzles of every weapon in the Rogang camp, becoming trapped like rats in a hole, losing all control. Returning to the camp carries its own risks, as our secret has been compromised. However, the shadow may not have seen much. Perhaps they did not see anything at all. This is a gamble, yet they likely remain unaware of what the key is, let alone how to use it. I still possess an advantage in terms of information. Moreover, even if confronted directly, I could insist I merely intended to study the barrier at night, seeking its weaknesses. This rationale would seem plausible for two experts like us. Between two evils, I choose the lesser. Let us go. I make a swift decision, darting back to Lin Lan, grasping her hand, and without a backward glance, we sprint toward the camp. We must return immediately, pretending as if nothing has occurred. We nearly beat the first few early risers in the camp back to the tents. Seated inside, my expression is grim. Lin Lan's breath remains uneven. Who was that person? No one. I shake my head, my mind racing rapidly. Knowing the jungle well, I didn't even catch a glimpse of their back. Regardless, one fact is now undeniable. A nimble shadow is concealed within the camp. They have seen me, seen Lin Lan, and most crucially, they may have witnessed my reaction to the tower. My secret is no longer a secret. As dawn broke, the resonant voice of Luo Gang pierced the morning air. Rise and shine, brothers. Have something to eat, and prepare to commence our tasks. I lifted the tent flap and stepped outside, my gaze icy and impassive as it swept over each individual. Cheng Jiashu was still bustling enthusiastically about the food, while Meng Quan busily sharpened his knife in the corner. Wang Gong and Lin Lan stood together, exchanging anxious whispers. That mother and daughter huddled in the shadows, and Fei Fei yawned beside Luo Gang. Everything appeared unchanged from the day before. Luo Gang, bare-chested, splashed cold water on his face. Spotting me, he flashed a grin. Brother Chinjua, how did you sleep last night? Are you getting used to it? His expression, tone, and gaze were as untroubled as ever. There was no hint of probing, no sign of deviation. A heaviness settled in my heart. This was the most alarming aspect. The shadow was too deeply concealed. The morning sun dispelled the mist but failed to lift the oppressive chill lingering in the camp. As we made our way toward the tower, my mind raced with thoughts. The shadow from last night had not exposed us, clearly aligned with Luo Gang. Who then could this person be? First, I dismissed Luo Gang. If it were him, he would not allow me to toy with him so freely. Meng Quan silently followed him. Could it be him? Was his loyalty merely a facade? My understanding of them was insufficient. I could not rule him out entirely, though his suspicion was minimal. Cheng Jiashu maintained his trademark cheerful smile, leaning in close to a Chong, whispering something. I found him entirely inscrutable, but often, beasts reveal their fangs only in the final moments. I pondered as I walked at the center of the line, protected, perhaps intentionally, by Luo Gang's gaze and 2 rifles. I refrained from scrutinizing everyone's expressions, as that would only make the shadow more cautious. My senses were fully attuned. I listened intently. I tuned into their breaths, their heartbeats, the weight of their footsteps. Among these individuals, I sought the shadow from last night, calm, agile, yet perfectly disguised in this moment. Yet still, I could not locate him. Soon enough, we arrived at the tower. The energy barrier before it resembled a vast amber, shimmering with a gentle glow. It was beautiful, yet carried an aura of death. The atmosphere surrounding the tower was more akin to a formality than a tense gathering. Luo Gang's patience had worn thin. With a gaze that suggested desperation, he gestured toward Lin Lan. Dr. Lin, you and Engineer Wang are both experts. You're both coming forward this time. Give me a definitive answer. Can this thing be activated? Meng Quan and a Chong wandered about, obviously unimpressed by the prospect of our so-called expertise. I stood with my arms crossed at the rear of the line, refraining from stepping forward, merely observing that barrier from a distance. I could sense the subtle gaze among the crowd. It was surely fixed on me. I was uncertain how much he had witnessed the previous night and what his plans might entail. He knew I would not advance now, nor would I engage in any unusual actions as I had done before. Under the mounting pressure, Lin Lan and Engineer Wang stepped forward to busy themselves. They produced various makeshift instruments and began to move back and forth in front of the barrier, measuring, recording, and whispering amongst themselves. Time passed slowly, and Luo Gang's patience began to wane as his fingers impatiently tapped against his arm armor. What is the situation? He feigned calmness. Lin Lan switched off her device and exchanged a glance with Engineer Wang, who offered her an encouraging nod. Lin Lan returned, her demeanor grave. I knew she would not disappoint me after our conversation last night. Team leader Luo, she began, this is not merely a simple energy barrier. It resembles a quantum signature filter. Speak plainly, Luo Gang retorted, evidently perplexed. In simpler terms, Lin Lan rephrased, it awaits a key, or rather, a specific signal. Should one attempt to forcefully breach it, it will lock down. But what exactly? Luo Gang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 67. Fading hopes. Lin Lan cleared her throat, speaking earnestly. However, it is not flawless. Her tone was resolute. My sensors detected a faint synchronization error. Its energy field exhibited a tremor within a millisecond, indicating a refresh delay in its authentication system. This is a vulnerability, a flaw that can be exploited. I was uncertain whether Lin Lan was fabricating her claims or speaking half-truths, leaving Luo Gang momentarily speechless. She turned to Engineer Wang. What do you think, Wang? Wang immediately chimed in, his voice trembling with excitement. Indeed, Dr. Lin is correct. She is the authority on this matter. Yet, I sensed that Wang was not an expert in this field either. He merely grasped bits and pieces of her explanation, which Lin Lan had cleverly presented to him. Luo Gang remained confused, his expression one of distress, yet he understood the significance of the word vulnerability. Just tell me if it can be opened. I'm getting a headache. Not at the moment. Lin Lan doused his hopes with cold water, but quickly offered a glimmer of optimism. Currently, the data we've captured is insufficient. I require time to gather a complete cycle of data. And based on the frequency of the tremor, I need to recompile an interference algorithm. She paused before revealing her true objective. I need at least 3 days to conduct a thorough data analysis, and I cannot guarantee complete success with the interference program. Lin Lan left her statement somewhat ambiguous, allowing for flexibility. Her scientific reasoning was impeccable. Engineer Wang fervently supported her. Yes, Dr. Lin will surely find a solution. Luo Gang fixed his gaze on Lin Lan, then glanced at me from a distance. I subtly shrugged, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment, perfectly embodying an outsider. Luo Gang's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Yet, he must have realized that there was little hope to begin with. However, Lin Lan's promise of potential was far more encouraging than the notion of an insurmountable barrier. He remained silent for a full half-minute before slapping his thigh decisively. All right, 3 days. I hope Dr. Lin can provide me with a satisfactory answer. A flicker of a smile finally graced his tense face. Finally, we have some good news. He turned to the others and shouted, gather your things. Back to the camp. We must celebrate tonight. That evening, the campfire blazed once more in the center of the encampment. In celebration of this exhilarating news and to uplift the spirits of the experts, Luo Gang produced several bottles of rum that he had secretly kept. Enough with the long faces. Tonight, everyone shall drink. He personally handed a small metal cup filled with liquor to both Lin Lan and me. Dr. Lin, Engineer Wang, you are the true heroes. Drink. He patted my shoulder. Brother Chun, protect the experts. You too deserve a toast. Drink. I frowned slightly. I have never been fond of drinking in unfamiliar environments, as it dulls my senses. Yet, I possess a fair tolerance for alcohol, and I have never feared anyone in this regard. Captain Luo, I will keep watch tonight. You all enjoy yourselves. I attempted to decline. Nonsense. Luo Gang shot me a fierce look. Old Wu will keep watch tonight. You must drink. Indeed. Cheng Jiashu chimed in. Grinning as he raised his cup. Everyone is happy today. Don't be a downer. Come, let me toast you. Meng Quan also rarely raised his cup in agreement. Fei Fei leaned closer, bringing the cup to my lips. Come on, don't make it hard for Brother Gang. Her gesture sent a chill down my spine. I found myself encircled by everyone. I glanced around. That shadow must also be among them, coldly mocking me from the crowd. If I insisted on refusing, I would become the odd one out. At this moment, everyone was drinking. It would be rather awkward for me to abstain, especially since I had complete confidence in my capacity for liquor. Very well, I relented, accepting the cup. I did not down it in one gulp, but feigned ineptitude. Merely taking a small sip. The liquor was potent, and its flavor exquisite. Damn, Brother Chun, what are you feeding the fish? Luo Gang jeered. Haha, Brother Zhua, finish it. Down it. Cheng Jiashu encouraged from the sidelines. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, I had no choice but to gradually consume the drink, subsequently feigning discomfort. Good. The crowd erupted in cheers, and one by one, they pressed more drinks upon me. After downing 2 cups, I gestured that I had reached my limit, repeatedly shaking my head. Lin Lan and Engineer Wang were also coaxed into drinking several cups. Their faces soon flushed. This liquor is incredibly strong, Meng Quan exclaimed after what felt like countless cups, shaking his head in disbelief. Indeed, it packs quite a punch. Cheng Jiashu yawned, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. I felt it too. Something was amiss. The dizziness from the drink came on too swiftly and fiercely. Given my tolerance, these few cups should have felt like mere water. The parasite within me was desperately attempting to break down this toxin, yet the overwhelming sense of lethargy surged like a tide towards my brain. This is not liquor. It is a drug. I abruptly turned to look for Lin Lan, but she had already slumped over the table, motionless. Luo Gang's formidable figure also leaned against a wooden post, finally silent. One by one, Meng Quan, Cheng Jiashu, Sun Hao, Fei Fei, and Engineer Wang succumbed. In the camp, everyone lay down. I summoned my last reserves of strength, bracing myself against the ground in an attempt to rise. However, my hands felt weak, my vision began to blur, and the world spun chaotically before my eyes. I beheld the embers of the campfire dancing in the air, and after a considerable lapse of time, as the last vestiges of my consciousness began to fade, I perceived a shadow gradually rising, silhouetted against the light, advancing towards me. Yet, I could not ascertain its nature. My awareness plummeted into an abyss of darkness. Time slipped away, and I was abruptly jolted awake, my head throbbing excruciatingly, as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. A torment compounded by the remnants of intoxication and the effects of medication. The day had dawned bright, the campfire extinguished, and the campsite lay in disarray. Bodies strewn haphazardly about, the sound of snoring echoing around me. Lin Lan. I sprang upright, my immediate instinct to seek her out. She lay not far from me, prone upon the ground, her breathing steady, evidently merely rendered unconscious. A sigh of relief escaped me, but it was swiftly accompanied by a chilling dread. Who had assaulted us last night? What was their intent? Suddenly, a thought struck me, and a cold sweat burst forth on my forehead, compelling me to reach into the concealed pouch at my waist. It was empty. In that instant, my blood ran cold. My trembling hands frantically scoured the ground nearby. Nothing. My chip card was missing. Chapter 68. The unraveled anchor. The blinding sunlight pierced through my eyelids, rousing me from a haze of confusion. I found myself seated at the entrance of the tent, my gaze vacant. The headache gradually subsided. Yet a deeper unrest began to surge uncontrollably from the depths of my spine. My bone conduction headphones continued to function, emitting an almost inaudible hum. In the past, their dual function, alongside the chip card, had served as a steadfast anchor, securely binding the parasite within me in a state of slumber. Now, however, that anchor had vanished. The suppression provided by low-frequency sound waves felt feeble at this moment, insufficient to fully restrain the parasite within my being. I sensed its awakening, a primal, bloodthirsty hunger igniting in my stomach. I cast a glance at the slumbering figures around me. The world around me seemed to slow, and I could distinctly hear the sound of my own throat swallowing. I abruptly shut my eyes, my nails digging into my palms. I must remain calm. It is imperative to maintain composure in such dire circumstances. At that moment, someone stirred. Ouch, my head. It was Chung Jashu, cradling his head. He sat up with a pained expression, his voice hoarse. What happened? Why am I on the ground, Luo Gu? Luo Gu? He shook the imposing Luo Gang awake. Get off me. Luo Gang, roused from slumber, was in a foul mood, grumpily shoving him away as he clutched his aching head, exclaiming, what the hell was that drink? It packs a punch. Gradually, everyone in the camp began to awaken amidst the clamor. Each person's reaction mirrored the others: severe headaches, nausea, and a sense of weakness in their limbs. Initially, they all presumed this to be a rare instance of collective hangover. I quickly grasped the situation. This shadow had meticulously orchestrated everything. Their sole target had always been me, rendering everyone else unconscious merely to fabricate the illusion that I, too, had succumbed to drunkenness. He had even calculated that I would not dare to raise the alarm about my lost belongings in such a situation. Chun Zhuolin and Lan were also awakened by the commotion. She held her forehead, her voice faint as she remarked, there was something off with the wine last night. I immediately interrupted her, lowering my voice. Do not ask too much. Pretend to be like them, suffering from a hangover. Lan, being astute, promptly fell silent, merely leaning against the tent and weakly massaging her temples. I compelled myself to stand, feigning the same demeanor as everyone else. This wine is utterly potent, I muttered, making my way to the water barrel, splashing cold water onto my face with vigor. The icy water revived me slightly, yet the restlessness within me became increasingly pronounced. The parasite seemed to convey its dissatisfaction and a hint of excitement. It was pleased with the absence of the anchor. I needed to remain calm. My mind whirled in agony. That Shadow had taken the chip card. He would undoubtedly head to the tower. Perhaps, after we had all succumbed to slumber last night. He had already visited it. He was unaware of the activation mechanism of the chip card. He merely believed he had acquired a master key. His validation would surely fail, for I had already deeply bonded with the chip card. Without me, no one could activate it. This was my sole opportunity. What would he do next? Would he actively seek me out? Or would he use the card to coerce me? Or perhaps do nothing at all, revealing his hand only at the most critical moment? My thoughts were in disarray. On this water-laden planet, I had clung to life through that chip card. Without it, I felt as though I had lost my grounding, leaving me utterly uneasy. Everyone, gather around. Let us hold a brief meeting. Luo Gang's voice rang out. He appeared to have recovered somewhat, though his complexion remained pallid. He had regained a semblance of composure. Everyone converged, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. The collective hangover incident from the previous night was like a thorn embedded in each person's heart. Luo Gang's gaze swept across the crowd. He did not erupt in anger, but instead spoke in a more terrifyingly profound tone. The wine last night was tainted. We are fortunate. The adversary merely intended for us to fall asleep. Had it been a lethal poison, we would all be dead by now. He scanned the gathering. This camp is unsafe. Among us lurks a specter. These words caused everyone to collectively gasp in shock. As for the specter, I care not for your intentions. It would be wise not to let me uncover your identity. Or, confess early, and perhaps I might show you mercy. Should I be the one to capture you, you shall know what follows. Luo Gang gripped a piece of wood, which he instantly crushed in his hand. A display of intimidation and pressure. The crowd erupted in a tumult. Luo Gang paid no heed to their uproar, directing his attention to Lan and Engineer Wang. Dr. Lan. Engineer Wang. The tower is our beacon of hope. It is our top priority. You must expedite the breach of the barrier. From this moment forth, both of you must analyze the data with utmost diligence. Lan nodded. I will do my utmost. Then, Luo Gang's gaze shifted to me. It seemed that pleasantries would last only 2 days. He was poised to assert his absolute authority, and I would not be afforded any respite. Every individual in the camp must possess value. How would he handle me? A specialized bodyguard? I must demonstrate my residual value before he speaks. Luo. I took the initiative to speak, my voice slightly hoarse due to the suppression of the parasite, as I was responsible for Dr. Lin's safety. However, our most pressing crisis at present is not this. Oh, Luo raised an eyebrow. Last night's events indicate that we are facing significant resource issues. I calmly assessed that the existing food and water may be contaminated. I gestured towards the sea. We require an absolutely safe environment for survival. And safety is founded upon stability. We need fresh, clean food. There are only a few edible fruits on this island. And it is impossible for so many to rely solely on these meager provisions. The fish in the sea are the most accessible source. I looked him in the eye. I was once a fisherman, skilled in the water. I can provide sustenance for the camp. As my words fell, a hint of approval graced Luo's face. He was evidently amused by my awareness of the situation, having secured my own position first. Yet, He was unaware that I desperately needed to dive into the depths of the sea. I could not guarantee how long I could maintain control thereafter. Very well, Luo nodded. You are smarter than I anticipated, and I enjoy collaborating with intelligent individuals. We must prioritize the protection of Dr. Lin. He shifted his tone. I am not at ease with you going into the sea alone. He turned to the ever-smiling Cheng Jiashu. Xiaoshu. Yes. Cheng Jiashu immediately responded. You are familiar with these waters and possess good swimming skills. Luo commanded. You and Chunjua will form a pair to catch fresh food from the sea. By tonight. I want to see a sufficient amount of meat. Certainly. Luo, rest assured. Cheng Jiashu excitedly patted my shoulder. Brother Zhua, I feel a connection between us. This is wonderful. Together, we shall ensure a bountiful return. His smile was radiant. I smiled in response, yet my heart was tumultuous. Luo's dual strategy was executed beautifully. He not only urged me to prove my worth, but also sent his most trusted Cheng Jiashu to keep an eye on me, seeking to gauge my capabilities. My mind raced, weighing the pros and cons of what lay ahead. I need not worry excessively about Lin Lan's safety within this camp. She holds ample value and should be well protected, at least for the next 3 days. Luo believes he is utilizing me. Yet, he remains oblivious that this task is, for me, an opportunity as well. The parasite within me was excitedly screeching. It yearned to leave the land, to plunge into the deep sea. It craved the thrill of the hunt. Once I enter the water, Cheng Jiashu will no longer be a concern. Whether he can follow me to the depths is a testament to his own skill. As for how to retrieve the chip card, I had no clear idea. I might need a bait to lure that shadow out. Chapter 69, Demonstrating Value. Brother Zhua, shall we go? What are you daydreaming about? Cheng Jiashu had already shouldered the harpoon, eagerly urging me. Coming. I stood up, gathering my thoughts, and accepted the harpoon he offered. Haha. The promise to return the weapons the next day seemed as though it had never been uttered. Here, we are only worthy of such crude and poorly crafted arms. Wherever there are people, there exists class and oppression. I turned back, casting a deep glance towards the camp where Lin Lan anxiously watched me by the tent. In the corner, a violent cough erupted. Old Wu and the mother-daughter duo numbly prepared the ingredients. That shadow, you had better pray. Pray that you do not cross my path when I am beyond control. Cheng Jiashu and I swiftly made our way along the path to the seaside, donned our diving suits, and leaped into the ocean. The icy water enveloped me instantly, and the restlessness that surged from my very marrow seemed to find a temporary outlet, calming slightly. Yet, I could distinctly feel that the entity within me had not succumbed to slumber. Rather, it became more acute and exhilarated under the caress of the sea. Cheng Jiashu moved gracefully beside me, adeptly treading water, clearly an excellent swimmer. Drugo, over here. This coral area is teeming with fish, he called out enthusiastically, pointing to a nearby spot. I nodded and followed, gripping the rough spear tightly. I consciously projected the demeanor of an experienced, yet still human, diver. Utilizing the terrain for cover, I patiently tracked my quarry, calculating the currents and angles before casting the spear. The efficiency was commendable, with a success rate exceeding 70%. And soon, my net grew considerably heavier. Cheng Jiashu observed from the side, occasionally offering pointers during my breaths, his tone tinged with a hint of seniority. Zhuge, your technique is quite refined. Just remember, some fish are crafty. You must strike swiftly. Yes, just getting acclimated, I responded vaguely. My gaze already drifting towards the darker depths of the water. Surface hunting felt like a mere tease, utterly insufficient to quell the intensifying burn within me. I yearned for deeper pressure, more fervent pursuits, and a purer release. There could be larger catches below. Let us dive deeper. I remarked to Cheng Jiashu before beginning my descent. Be careful, Zhuge. If something feels off, come back up. He warned from behind. The depth quickly increased, light dwindled, and the water pressure became noticeably more intense. I deliberately moderated my speed, ensuring I neither lost my target nor exhibited excessive haste. Cheng Jiashu kept pace admirably, demonstrating his excellent swimming skills even in such depths and visibility. In the dimness, I searched, my senses heightened by the pressure and darkness. A massive shadow, concealed in the shadows of the rocks, stirred. It was a colossal deep-sea fish. The creature was exceptionally cunning, weaving nimbly through the rocky outcrops. After a sharp turn, it darted towards a deeper abyss, seemingly leading to an infinite darkness. Without hesitation, I propelled myself with all my might. The water erupted behind me in weak eddies, and I shot down the cliff like an arrow. Cheng Jiashu was left far behind, and when I glanced back, he had vanished from sight. The fish, evidently startled by my sudden approach, thumped with a frantic heartbeat that resonated in the water, and I could sense its alluring vitality. Now is the moment. At the moment it was about to plunge into a narrow crevice of rock, the harpoon in my hand shot forth like a poised serpent, suddenly unleashed. This time, I held nothing back. My arm strength, core power, and the raw force derived from the parasite surged forth in an explosive burst. Thud! The harpoon pierced the fish's head with precision, the immense force propelling the nearly 1-meter-long creature violently against the reef, where it struggled twice before falling still. Success! An indescribable sense of satisfaction and a fierce thrill surged within me. I could even feel the corners of my mouth involuntarily curving into a chilling arc. I stuffed the colossal creature into the net, its weight increasing significantly. When Chung Jiashu caught up and beheld my bounty, he couldn't help but give me a thumbs up. Yet, this was merely the beginning. For the next few hours, I transformed into an insatiable hunting machine, tirelessly weaving through the depths of the ocean. Time and again, I descended, utilizing the pressure of the deep waters to quell my restlessness. Hunting fiercely, I numbed my body through vigorous movement and capture. The net became exceedingly heavy, brimming with various fish, and even a few crustaceans I had fortuitously snagged. Chung Jiashu, initially my companion and aide, gradually found himself outmatched. After all, he remained within the limits of a normal human, unable to endure such intense activity at that depth and pressure for long. For the majority of the time, he could only linger in the mid-water, watching as I repeatedly dove into the darkness, surfacing each time with astonishing catches. "Zhugu, you are truly incredible," he exclaimed one time as I surfaced to catch my breath. Gasping, he gazed at the nearly bursting net, filled with yet another large fish, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Your lung capacity and stamina leave me in awe. Previously, I had underestimated your capabilities." I merely shook my head, gesturing to my slightly pale lips and trembling arms. Breathlessly replying, "I used to rely on this for a living, but I'm nearing my limits now. It has been a long time since I pushed myself this hard." This was the truth. Prolonged deep dives and intense hunting had taken a toll, even on my body modified by the parasite, as I felt a distinct weariness and muscle soreness. Yet, it was only through this extreme physiological exertion that I could attain a fleeting, fragile tranquility in my mind. The parasite within me seemed temporarily satisfied by the sustained high-intensity output and deep pressure. Its clamorous shrieks subsided significantly, retreating like a satiated beast. As the setting sun painted the ocean's surface in hues of orange and red, we began our return. Chung Jiashu and I trudged back to the island, dragging the massive, heavy net, nearly stumbling under its weight. The nets were filled to the brim with marine bounty, enough to sustain everyone in the camp for 2 or 3 days. Following this, I would have ample time to contemplate how to cast my bait. Chung Jiashu plopped down on the beach, gasping for breath, and gave me a thumbs up. "Zhugu, you're magnificent. I, Chung Jiashu, have never bowed down to anyone, but today, I concede to you." Luo Gu will have nothing to say upon seeing this. I managed a faint smile, feeling every muscle in my body groan. This profound exhaustion, at that moment, brought me a sense of solace. It enveloped me like a thick blanket, temporarily shielding me from the hidden dangers lurking deep within, ready to erupt at any moment. Upon returning to the camp, the bounty we brought indeed caused quite a stir. Luo Gang gazed at the mountain of seafood with an unabashed smile of satisfaction, clapping my shoulder heartily. "Excellent. Brother Chinjua, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Well done. Tonight, we shall feast." Aqiang and Matzi looked at the seafood with drooling mouths. And even the usually indifferent old Wu cast several glances. The mother and daughter duo also wore smiles that had long been absent. Lin Lan hurried over, her brow furrowed with concern as she eyed my pale complexion, softly inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted," I replied, shaking my head and offering her a reassuring glance. I had yet to reveal to her that the chip card had been stolen. I wondered what her reaction would be upon learning this. I felt various gazes from the crowd, envy, admiration, and perhaps a hint of jealousy. Yet, I also keenly sensed a different stare amidst the throng. It lurked within the crowd, coldly scrutinizing me, as if attempting to unearth my every secret. Chapter 70. Further exploitation. I dragged my leaden legs back to the tent, nearly collapsing from fatigue. Leaning against a nearby rock, I gasped for breath, forcibly suppressing the tearing pain deep within my muscles. The others in the camp, the mother and daughter, along with a few men, were already drawn to the mound of food, knives in hand, skillfully scaling and gutting the fish before Luo Gang even had a chance to speak. The camp was abuzz with excitement, no one bothering to disturb me, except for one person, old Wu. He squatted nearby, mending a tattered net at a leisurely pace. He neither looked at me nor at the fish, but focused intently on his work, his voice neither loud nor soft, as if speaking to himself, just loud enough for me to overhear. "A gun, if used too harshly, will burst. I glanced up at him. His expression remained as stoic as ever, as if those words had not escaped his lips. Yet, I comprehended his message instantly. He meant that my firearm had performed exceedingly well today, perhaps even too well. This old Wu, typically taciturn, possessed a good nature beneath his exterior. At that moment, Luo Gang's laughter echoed over to me. Huh, huh, huh. He strode toward me, his face flushed with exuberance, as if he were gazing upon a pile of gold bars rather than me. He clapped my shoulder vigorously. Brother Chinjua, you are the hero of our camp. Our very own Sea King. What a ridiculous title, I muttered inwardly. Little tree, you've done well today. But Brother Chinjua, your contribution is unparalleled. Luo Gang raised his hand, brimming with enthusiasm. Aqiang, bring out your precious bottle. Tonight, we shall have a banquet of whole fish. The camp erupted in cheers. The insincerity of their enthusiasm felt colder than the sea itself. The evening's banquet, featuring an array of whole fish, would likely be the most sumptuous meal they had enjoyed in months. Luo Gang personally poured me a drink, which I politely declined. The lessons of the previous day still fresh in my mind. Luo Gang understood and did not press the matter further. Brother Chinjua, you must be exhausted today, he said, his face glowing. Eat well. You needn't worry about anything. Just get a good night's sleep. We can tackle any pressing matters tomorrow. Pressing matters? It seemed he would not be satisfied until he had fully drained me of my energy. This rascal had no genuine intentions at heart. The following morning, I had just finished washing my face when Luo Gang arrived, gracefully carrying a cup of steaming tea to my tent's entrance. His smile was even more amiable than the previous day. Brother, how did you sleep last night? He inquired, handing me the tea. I accepted it, but refrained from drinking. Thanks to the Tua Luo team, it was tolerable, I replied. He sighed heavily and took a seat on the stone beside me. Brother, you are remarkably skilled, and I have an uncharacteristic request. His brow furrowed, as if burdened by concern. During our recent explorations in the nearby waters, we discovered a fissure beneath a cliff. However, none among us possess your exceptional swimming abilities, so I remained silent, awaiting his conclusion. Would you be willing to venture there on our behalf? If you could uncover any useful resources, it would greatly benefit our collective, and your generosity would not go unnoticed. I couldn't help but scoff inwardly at his repeated rhetoric of family. He continued, the fissure is approximately 130 meters underwater, distinctly visible, with several small volcanic vents exuding steam nearby. Given our limitations, we cannot delve deeper, but there seems to be something within. He gazed intently into my eyes. In this camp, only you can reach such depths. Could you spare the time to investigate? Just a glance, I thought bitterly. An unknown cavern at 130 meters deep. And he spoke of it as casually as visiting a neighbor. Internally, I chuckled coldly, while my face feigned hesitation. If you trust me, Luo team, then I shall go. However, at such depths, the water pressure and rapid oxygen depletion are quite formidable. If it were merely a descent and ascent, I could manage, but, rest assured, he interjected, eager to seal the deal. You will have the finest equipment, ample oxygen tanks. Without waiting for my further consent, he rose, as if finalizing the arrangement, and began organizing the team. I'll have Chung Jiashu guide you. He has been there before. And Mazai will accompany you. Don't let his slender frame fool you. He possesses remarkable strength. Should you discover anything, he can assist in transporting it. He took a few steps before halting abruptly, as if a thought had just struck him. Oh right, that phrase was indeed the crux of the matter. He gestured toward the corner, where Sun Hao, coughing violently, appeared quite wretched. What a nuisance, coughing all the time, yet consuming plenty. We do not have room for the inept here. He turned back to me with a smile. Chinjua, you should take him along. He can at least pass you tools or monitor the oxygen gauge. Luo Gang made his intentions clear, insisting that Sun Hao should not merely lounge at camp, consuming our provisions. He then called out, Lao Wu, Lao Wu. Slowly, Lao Wu emerged from the tent. You possess ample experience and decent swimming skills, Luo Gang continued, assigning him to accompany us. Keep an eye on Sun Hao and ensure he does not hinder our progress. Thus, we formed an impromptu team of 5, myself, Ma Zai, Lao Wu as the laborers, and Chung Jiashu tasked with overseeing our endeavors. Sun Hao was reluctantly thrust upon me as a resourceful burden. Half an hour later, we arrived at the rocky beach on the southern side. 5 sets of antiquated deep-sea diving equipment lay upon the ground, their metallic helmets marred by scratches upon their glass visors. 5 short-range underwater communication devices were distributed among us. The equipment was all present. Luo Gang patted a rusted dual oxygen tank, urging, I await your good news. Chung Jiashu Mazai and Old Wu began to don their gear. Sun Hao, trembling, struggled to put on the cumbersome suit under Luo Gang's stern admonitions. I inspected my own equipment. The sealing rings had significantly deteriorated, and the valves were stiff. Damn it. Using this pile of junk at a depth of 130 meters was akin to gambling with one's life. Before our departure, I had discreetly retrieved the water-drop oxygen mask from Lin Lan, stowing it in a hidden pocket of my diving suit. This was my sole remaining trump card after losing the chip card. Having organized my gear, I noticed that Old Wu and the others had completed their preparations as well. All right, let us descend into the water. With a splash, 5 figures sequentially leaped into the frigid sea, setting off towards our target location. Upon nearing the designated point, we confirmed our position and began our descent. The world was rapidly engulfed by darkness and pressure. At 50 meters, light vanished entirely. At 100 meters, the only sounds remaining were the breaths of my teammates and the creaking of our worn equipment under the water pressure. In the communicator, Sun Hao's wheezing and coughing grew increasingly frantic. He was nearing his limit. Luo Gang's insistence on his continued presence seemed a perilous gamble. I inquired, Sun Hao, can you still manage? He remained silent, signaling an O with his hand. If you are unable to continue, let me know. This is no jest. Before he could respond, another fit of coughing overtook him. A headache crept in. Carrying this individual felt like a burden, as he offered no assistance and only served to hinder our pace. Yet, I could no longer concern myself with his struggles. His body was his own, and I had said all that was necessary. The rest was up to him. I gathered my thoughts and continued to swim downward. When my watch indicated a depth of 130 meters, Cheng Jiashu halted, directing his powerful flashlight towards an unfathomable chasm below. Zhugu, it is here. We descended a few more meters to reveal a dark, narrow crevice, scarcely wide enough for two to pass side by side. Illuminated by the beam of our exploration light, one by one, we entered. I issued a hushed command, being the first to slip inside. As the light cut through the darkness, we proceeded in succession. After swimming down for half a minute, the space gradually expanded. Chapter 71. Ruins and ruined souls. The beam of our exploration light sliced through the accumulated darkness of countless years, akin to dull knives. At the end of the crevice, a vast, naturally formed underwater cavity lay before us. We 5 suspended at the entrance, momentarily rendered motionless by the enormity of the space. It was so vast that it left us all astounded, inducing a sense of unease. Several jellyfish-like creatures floated gracefully, emanating a soft blue glow, rising and falling rhythmically. The beam of our light barely reached a few dozen meters, failing to illuminate the boundaries of this cavern. We resembled 5 fireflies adrift in an infinite night, pitifully insignificant. The sole reference point is the cavern's floor, where those volcanic craters mentioned by Luo are located. A dozen geothermal vents are bubbling with scorching heat, their thermal currents swirling and distorting the surrounding seawater. At the edges of these currents, vast expanses of peculiar, cerulean crystals flourish. Under our lights, they twinkle like countless eyes opening in the darkness. The voice of the assistant trembles through the communicator. What on earth is this place? Enough chatter. Cheng Jiashu's voice exudes excitement, akin to that of an explorer. There seems to be something ahead. Let us go take a look. He was the first to swim forward, with the assistant closely following. I remained motionless, grasping Old Wu, who was about to follow. Somehow, I fixated on the figure trembling in the water. I emphasized my words, report your oxygen levels. A violent, tremulous cough echoed from Sun Hao's communicator, still. 85. My heart sank. How long has it been since we descended? He has already consumed 15? The rest of us have used at most 5. This dead weight, he is not breathing. He is leaking air. Damn it. Cheng Jiashu impatiently shouted from the front. What are you dawdling for? Keep up. Stay in formation. I suppressed my irritation and began issuing commands. Cheng Jiashu, scan the left. Assistant, the right. Old Wu you. I paused momentarily. Keep an eye on Sun Hao. Old Wu, with his lifeless face hidden behind the mask, nodded slowly through the murky glass. The 5 of us formed a loose formation as we ventured deeper into the immense cavity. We avoided the jellyfish-like unknown creatures, striving to refrain from provoking any unforeseen troubles. The only sounds were our own breaths and the bubbling of the thermal currents beneath us. The world felt eerily quiet and expansive, causing my heart to race. It was too silent. I instinctively wished to activate the detection function of the chip card, only to find my waist empty, furrowing my brow in frustration. After swimming for approximately 5 minutes, Cheng Jiashu suddenly shouted into the communicator, Zhugu, look quickly. What is that? Following the beam of his light, I gazed toward the center of the cavity, where a black structure stood prominently between the densest cluster of crystals and the volcanic craters. It was strikingly out of place. Those sharp, rigid lines in the surface so smooth that algae could not adhere, clashed with the natural crystalline cavern. It resembled a black knife, forcefully driven into the seabed. The architectural style bore a striking resemblance to the reef base, perhaps from the same era. A ruin. This must be an alien ruin. Cheng Jiashu dashed forward like a madman. Stop. I commanded him. Maintain formation. Let us approach together. We cautiously drew near the black edifice. It was even more colossal than we had imagined, resembling a sunken land battleship. Its surface was exceedingly smooth, devoid of any visible doors or windows. Damn it. How do we get inside? The assistant tentatively tapped the wall with a crowbar. A dull, thunderous sound reverberated, numbing our eardrums. Don't bang on it. Cheng Jiashu scolded. Do you want to bring the ceiling down? The assistant reluctantly withdrew his hand. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, an intense convulsion, more severe than any coughing fit before, erupted from the rear of the group. I turned sharply. Sun Hao. His entire body was thrashing violently in the water, resembling an electric fish. He clutched his neck tightly, his face beneath the mask already swollen to a purplish hue. Damn! My instinct kicked in, and I swam over to seize him. His oxygen gauge was wildly fluctuating. Had he swallowed water? The others gathered around. Not just water. Lao Wu's voice turned icy in an instant. It was his oxygen valve. It was leaking. I glanced down, and indeed, the connection between his oxygen valve and mask was hissing, releasing a series of lethal bubbles. The valve is broken, at a depth of 130 meters in the ocean. I wondered if fate was playing a cruel joke on me, or if Luo Gang had deliberately chosen the most defective equipment for Sun Hao, potentially tampering with it beforehand. The valve would not stop. Lao Wu's voice turned frigid. He grasped the rubber hose connection, attempting to hold it down, but to no avail. Oxygen. Help me. Sun Hao gasped, expelling his last ounce of strength into a few words. His eyes were wide, resembling a dead fish, his reason shattered, desperately clutching my arm. His nails digging into my wet suit, creating a piercing screech. How unfortunate. Cheng Jiashu, witnessing this, did not offer assistance. Instead, he retreated 2 steps, as if afraid of being entangled by this doomed man. He is finished. This broken contraption is beyond repair. Brother Zhua, don't mind him. It's his misfortune. At such depths, we cannot aid him. We must swiftly locate an entrance. Lao Wu remained still, merely observing me, his murky eyes concealed behind the mask, lost in thought. Sun Hao's struggles began to weaken, his hands slipping from my arm. He was dying, right before my eyes. Damn, I cursed 1,000 times in my mind. I fixated on him. In that moment, my brain was a chaotic whirlwind. In my hidden pocket, a water droplet mask lay concealed. That was my trump card, enabling me to breathe infinitely underwater. If I retrieved it, I could save him. But doing so would mean surrendering my own life. What would Luo Gang do? Without a second thought, I knew he would seize the water droplet mask for himself. He aspired to be the Sea King. If I did not rescue him, he would surely perish. A useless man, dead, Luo Gang wouldn't even blink an eye. For me, it would mean one less burden. This seemed the most sensible choice at present. Yet he still clutched me. In those eyes, bulging from oxygen deprivation, was a pure and profound thirst for life. Just like the version of myself that drowned in a dream. Brother Zhua, he won't survive. Cheng Jiashu impatiently urged through the communicator, beginning to pry Sun Hao's hand from my body. I abruptly pushed him away, then supported Sun Hao's weakening form. With my other hand, I swiftly reached for the concealed tool pocket on my wetsuit. Chapter 72. Shadows of the Crystal Cave. In that instant, my mind tangled in countless dilemmas. Damn, I berated myself internally. Conscience, this trait is the most precious luxury in this apocalyptic world. Yet, I found it impossible to abandon. No longer hesitating, I swiftly extracted the silver droplet mask from the dark pouch. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at this miraculous contraption, petite and smooth, devoid of any extraneous tubing. Oh, within the communicator, Cheng Jiashu and the assistant simultaneously inhaled sharply. I discerned the mingling of shock and greed in Cheng Jiashu's gasp. I forcefully yanked off Sun Hao's tattered mask, pressing the droplet firmly against his face. Upon contact with his skin, the mask conformed automatically. Miraculously, Sun Hao's ashen visage began to regain color. He gasped violently a few times, his convulsing body gradually calming. He was alive. However, my trump card was now spent. Zhuge's assistant's voice trembled. What is that thing? No oxygen tank required? Silence. I coldly interrupted, continuing my exploration. At that moment, my aura seemed capable of killing, causing the assistant to shudder and refrain from uttering another word. I turned my gaze to Cheng Jiashu, who immediately averted his eyes, feigning ignorance. Yes, yes. The mission is paramount. Finally, I cast a glance at old Wu. His murky eyes remained obscured behind the mask, his demeanor as tranquil as ever, as if the preceding events were merely a figment of imagination. Only he, of all present, posed no questions. I began to strategize how to navigate the situation upon our return. This secret was untenable. Cheng Jiaxu would undoubtedly relay every detail to Luo Gang. Should I eliminate them? I glanced at old Wu, instantly extinguishing that thought. I am no butcher. Would I then have to return and dispose of Luo Gang? Assuming his position, perhaps no one would dare to object. Yet, that notion flickered away just as swiftly. Although Luo Gang is hypocritical and cunning, he maintains order within the camp. His sins do not warrant death. Without him, these individuals would not have survived to this moment. Alas, I must proceed one step at a time. As long as Luo Gang does not cross my threshold, there remains room for maneuver. Zhuge's voice broke through. Son Hao has recovered. This lad, presumably older than I, had previously refrained from addressing me by name, let alone calling me brother. Grasping my arm, his voice trembled with the relief of survival. Thank you, thank you. I interrupted. If you can move, then keep up. Yes. Sun Hao lowered his head, but in that moment of submission, I perceived a glimmer of complex emotions beyond mere gratitude reflected in the masked surface. The team pressed onward. The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar. Cheng Jiaxu and the assistant deliberately distanced themselves from me, seemingly intimidated by my earlier display of authority. Cheng Jiaxu's previously unabashed command had transformed into cautiousness. We circled the black extraterrestrial structure, which appeared as a seamless entity, devoid of any concept of doors. Zhuge, how do we enter? The assistant could not restrain his curiosity. Search, I replied succinctly. My exploration beam swept through the deeper recesses of this hollow space. The eerie blue crystals became increasingly dense, and geothermal vents proliferated. Surrounding us, dozens, if not hundreds, of enormous, translucent jellyfish-like creatures floated above the thermal currents. Each of them possessed a diameter of approximately 5 to 6 meters, resembling ghostly lanterns, gently swaying with the undercurrents. Why were there so many of these entities? When Cheng Jiaxu, who had just drifted over, noticed them, he instinctively raised his spear. Stay still, I commanded, urging him to maintain a safe distance, lest we disturb them. We cautiously maneuvered along the periphery of the alien ruins, attempting to circumvent those enigmatic jellyfish. Yet, they drew closer, albeit slowly, undeniably advancing. As we neared, the beam of our flashlight penetrated one jellyfish's translucent body. What I beheld was unsettling. At the center of that gelatinous, semi-transparent form, there lay not organs nor a brain, but a void, a dark, gaping hole that resembled the entrance to a lair. On the periphery of that aperture, I discerned something writhing. My heart seized. Retreat. I bellowed into the communicator, but it was too late. The jellyfish adjacent to the last member of our team suddenly ruptured without warning. Its semi-transparent membrane tore apart like a ruptured raincoat, splitting violently to the sides. A colossal creature erupted from that lair. This was no jellyfish at all. It was a disguise, a hatching ground. The entity within bore resemblance to an exaggerated worm, magnified 100-fold, yet also reminiscent of a scaled serpent. Its girth rivaled that of my thigh, its grayish-white skin slick with mucus. The most harrowing aspect was its head. It bore no eyes. The entire cranium resembled a monstrous tumor, which split open at the apex, dividing into 4 segments. Its mouth, blooming like petals, revealed no gums. Only a multitude of serrated teeth, swirling inward like a meat grinder. The last member of our team could only emit a high-pitched scream. The serpent's speed was beyond comprehension, lunging towards his back in an instant. A piercing metallic clang reverberated, numbing our eardrums. That terrifying maw missed the man's body, instead crashing down upon the hefty dual oxygen tanks on his back. The grinding sound of teeth on metal was excruciating. Although densely packed, they were exceedingly brittle, shattering upon impact with the hard alloy, nearly half of them breaking off instantly. The man narrowly escaped disaster. However, countless fragmented teeth and the remaining intact ones wedged themselves into the crevices of the oxygen tank's metallic shell like nails. The creature seemed to recoil in pain. Yet its massive jaws had become irrevocably ensnared with the oxygen tank. It failed to pierce through the tank, but the man was now trapped. Help! He cried in despair over the communicator. The serpent, its jaw caught, instinctively jerked its head violently, attempting to drag him into the depths of the dark cavern. The man lost his balance, desperately swinging a crowbar to strike the creature's head, but to no avail. Man, Cheng Jiaxu, terrified, raised his spear haphazardly, aiming at the serpent that clutched the man, and pulled the trigger. The shot struck the serpent-like creature with precision. The arrowhead of the harpoon pierced deeply into its body. releasing a surge of dark green fluid that erupted in the water. A piercing shriek erupted from the monster as it writhed violently in the depths. However, Cheng Jiashu's shot had also stirred a hornet's nest. That shrill cry was the signal. In an instant, the multitude of jellyfish surrounding us detonated simultaneously. Hundreds of grotesque giant serpents extricated themselves from their translucent sacs, their gaping maws bristling with sharp teeth, all turning towards us. Meanwhile, my comrade was still trapped in the jaws of the first serpent, struggling desperately. Chapter 73. A desperate struggle. The jellyfish exploded en masse. In that fleeting moment, the azure crystalline cave transformed into a hellish domain of serpents. Nearly 100 grayish-white serpentine creatures, akin to sharks sensing blood, converged from all directions, effectively sealing off every possible escape route. Damn it! Cheng Jiashu's voice quivered. We are surrounded. We are doomed. Silence. I growled, drawing my dagger. I will rescue my comrade. Lao Wu, you protect Jiashu against that crumbling structure. Sun Hao, find an exit quickly. My voice cut through the chaos. The serpent clenching my comrade's oxygen tank was dragging him into the depths of darkness. I propelled myself with a powerful thrust. The strength bestowed by the parasite enhancement surging through me. My speed surpassed that of the serpents. Beneath the depths of nearly 150 meters, this was my domain. Like a torpedo, I swiftly closed in on the serpent. Its massive jaws were still ensnared on the oxygen tank, oblivious to my approach. Without a moment's hesitation, I plunged my sharp dagger towards its slick, eyeless head. The blade pierced deeply, causing the serpent to convulse violently, its dark green fluid exploding and staining the water with ink-like hues. It released its grip, but my comrade remained trapped within its maw. Resolute, I summoned strength in my left arm and delivered a fierce blow, shattering another shard of the serpent's teeth, and finally freeing the oxygen tank. My comrade was saved. I grasped his diving suit, hurling him back toward safety. Hurry back. This scent of blood enraged the entire nest. The nearest 3 or 4 serpents turned simultaneously towards me, their massive jaws agape like meat grinders. Come on. I steeled my resolve, charging headlong into the oncoming serpents. Meanwhile, Cheng Jiashu cowered in a corner, terror-stricken. 2 serpents, one on each side, lunged towards him. Cheng Jiashu shut his eyes, wildly thrusting the harpoon. With a dull thud, the previously silent Lao Wu sprang into action. His movements were swift, precise, and steady. With his unremarkable diving knife, he struck with impeccable timing, executing a deft maneuver just before the serpent could reach Cheng Jiashu. With a sharp twist of his wrist, he slashed at the serpent's neck, the most vulnerable point where its gaping maw connected to its body. The blade sliced cleanly through, leaving a devastating opening. With no superfluous movements, only the most efficient slaughter ensues. Another serpent creature, witnessing the scene, turns and lunges at old Wu. He merely sidesteps, allowing the beast to crash against the obsidian wall. Seizing the moment it turns back, he plunges a diving knife into its gaping maw with pinpoint accuracy, twisting it. The 2 serpent creatures collapse instantaneously. My pupils constrict. Old Wu's prowess is far from the simplicity he outwardly presents. He is undoubtedly a top-tier expert. His usual languid demeanor is merely a facade. At this moment, I cannot help but recall the hidden shadow, and my heart swells with caution. Yet, amid the chaos, there is no time for deep contemplation. With old Wu as our formidable ally, we stand like 2 sentinel deities, resolutely enduring the initial wave of the fiercest assault. Cheng Jiashu and the lackey have also regained their wits, beginning to clear the stragglers behind us with harpoons and crowbars. However, it proves futile. For every 7 or 8 we slay, a dozen more take their place. This cavern is their breeding ground. These serpentine monstrosities seem inexhaustible. We are relentlessly pinned against the crumbling edifice's wall, our space for movement compressed to its utmost limit. Meanwhile, our oxygen is swiftly depleting amidst the violent fray. Cheng Jiashu's breaths are ragged, akin to a burst bellows. Zhugu, it's too much. I can't hold on. Once again, I drive my dagger through a serpent creature's head, using its momentum to roll away from another's vicious bite. I too am nearing my limit, my mind racing with desperate calculations. Escape? I could flee. With my agility and speed, I could very likely break free of this encirclement and swim to safety, provided I abandon them. But should I leave, old Wu, Cheng Jiashu, the lackey, and Sun Hao would be torn to shreds within a minute. What then would be the worth of my earlier sacrifice to save Sun Hao and risk my life to rescue the lackey? Would my precious conscience merely become a jest? No. Until the final moment, I shall not concede. There remains a glimmer of hope. Hold on a little longer. I nearly howl into the communicator. Old Wu. Secure the left flank. Little tree, lackey, don't concern yourselves with what's ahead. Eliminate those on your sides. Leave the front to me. I turn to the nearly fainting Sun Hao, who is pressed against the wall, trembling like a leaf. Sun Hao, I call. He jumps, startled. Don't just stand there. We won't last much longer. I shout, quickly, find the entrance. This wall. Feel it. Press. Push. Use that damned brain of yours to find the mechanism. It's our only path to survival. I no longer hold back. The desire to survive overwhelms my fear. Sun Hao, crawling and rolling, begins frantically exploring the smooth, black wall. There's nothing here, it's all flat. He exclaims. Boom. A serpent creature suddenly collides with me as I momentarily lose focus, the tremendous force sending my blood surging. I thrust my blade backward, piercing it. Hurry. I bellow. Sun Hao is on the verge of tears, surrounded by the blood of our battle and the remnants of the monsters, as he frantically slaps the wall. It was futile. Sun Hao was on the verge of despair when he suddenly realized that the area beneath him seemed to yield to pressure. Tentatively, he pressed his palm against the wall, which was arranged in a pie-shaped formation. A low, resonant hum accompanied by vibrations emanated from within the wall. It responded. Sun Hao screamed with delight. Before us, the once seamlessly black wall cracked open, revealing a glowing fissure at its center. With a hissing sound, akin to the release of pressurized water, a metal door wide enough for two to pass through began to slide open slowly. Kicking aside the body of a serpent creature, I bellowed, "The door is open." Before I could utter another word, several of us tumbled and crawled inside. Only Old Wu remained at the left side. Old Wu, hurry in. With a swift motion, Old Wu repelled the serpent creature before him, not even glancing at me, calmly leaning back and gliding into the door. Roaring, a multitude of serpent creatures lunged toward this singular opening. Get away from me. I drove my dagger into the head of one serpent, using its momentum to propel myself like a cannonball into the darkness behind me. The moment I crossed through the threshold, Sun Hao found the switch inside and slammed it down with force. Boom! The metal door slammed shut. In that final moment, I heard the dull thud of a serpent creature colliding with the door outside, producing a thunderous sound. Chapter 74. Schemes amidst ruins, huffing and puffing. We gasped for air within the confines of a space scarcely a few square meters, still submerged in water. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of a turbine ignited from beneath our feet. A terrifying suction force surged through the metallic, grating floor. Downstream, it was depressurizing. Old Wu's voice remained steady amidst the cacophony. Splash. We barely had time to discern the location of the drainage outlet when the seawater in the entire space was abruptly siphoned away. Buoyancy vanished in an instant. Thud. Thud. Clang. We, clad in cumbersome deep-sea suits, plummeted to the metal grating floor like 5 bags of cement. Damn, the young lackey hit the hardest, tumbling over like a turtle. We were all disoriented from the fall, except for Old Wu, who remained unharmed. The entire ordeal unfolded in the blink of an eye. Hiss. A gust of dry, frigid air, reeking of heavy rust and ozone, surged violently from the ventilation shaft above, swiftly filling the space. The lackey trembled as he struggled to unfasten the heavy metal helmet. Not yet. Let us first ascertain if the air here is safe. I checked my watch. The oxygen levels were normal, indicating it was breathable. It's safe, I nodded. He eagerly removed his helmet, inhaling deeply the unfamiliar air. It's air. We're alive. Cheng Jianshu and Old Wu followed suit, shedding their helmets as well. I loosened mine but did not remove it, merely lifting the visor. Sun Hao lay on the ground, peeling off his water mask, and began to cough violently, expelling not water, but the thick phlegm that had accumulated in his lungs. As the sound of a soft mechanical unlocking echoed, a door identical in material to the outer gate slid open before us. Beyond it, darkness and seawater were no longer present. Instead, we found ourselves in a moderately sized chamber illuminated by a few dim red emergency lights. This was the true interior of an alien ruin. I drew my dagger first and stepped inside. The entire space was roughly the size of a basketball court, consisting of 5 rooms. In the hall, several rows of control consoles, whose functions we could not comprehend, flickered with a faint glow. The air was thick with the stale scent of metallic rust. Let us see if there's anything useful, I urged, and the group immediately dispersed. Shua, over here. I found something. Mazai exclaimed from a corner, having discovered a half-human tall metal box. Together, we pried it open. Inside, we found no weapons, no medicine, nor anything resembling either. Instead, there were several palm-sized, square black blocks. They felt unusually heavy and had a smooth surface, the material of which was unknown to us. What is this? Does anyone recognize it? Cheng Jiashu picked one up, examining it from every angle. I don't know. Let us take them back and show Dr. Lin and Engineer Wang, I suggested, stuffing the blocks into my backpack. We continued our search. 5 minutes later, everyone returned to the entrance. Their faces a mixture of uncertainty and dread. Zhu's voice trembled as he spoke. There are no other exits. We've searched everywhere. The worst-case scenario had already crossed my mind. The confined space rendered additional exits unnecessary. For now, we were safe and could breathe. But we were trapped in this dead end. The door through which we entered was our only exit. Yet, lurking in the darkness outside were dozens, if not hundreds, of serpentine creatures awaiting us. What do we do now? Mazai's face turned pale. We can't survive here without food and water for long. I glanced at my smartwatch. The current depth was 158 meters. Staying here meant waiting for death, while venturing out could lead to an immediate demise. The choice is yours to make. I approached the unsealable inner door, peering into the pitch-black decompression chamber. Both options led to death. I chose the latter, as it might still offer a glimmer of hope. Inside the workstation, the emergency lights flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows on our faces, akin to demons from hell. Is there truly no other way? Chung Jiashu kicked the metal wall in frustration, producing a dull clang. We could quietly exit without alarming them, Old Wu suggested. All eyes turned to him. How do we get out? Mazai's voice was dry, filled with dread at the thought of the hundreds of creatures outside. Old Wu lifted his murky eyes to meet mine. He moved to the door and pointed toward the cave's exit. Have you noticed? They have no eyes. His voice was hoarse yet steady. In this cavern, the geothermal vents may provide us with an opportunity. He paused before articulating his plan. I suspect they likely sense heat sources to locate their prey. Those geothermal vents could serve as our best cover. In an instant, I comprehended your intention, to utilize heat to conceal our presence. Indeed, Lao Wu nodded in agreement. The geothermal flow emanating from the vents exceeds our body temperature. If my conjecture is accurate, we shall effectively become invisible in the vicinity of the geothermal outlet. Lao Wu's intellect is undoubtedly remarkable within such a brief span. He has grasped the crux of the matter, prompting me to heighten my vigilance. His plan swiftly garnered unanimous approval, as it now stands as the most reasonable course of action. I proceeded to elaborate. Once the door opens, we shall form this formation. With my dagger, I etched a diamond shape upon the ground. At present, I cannot ascertain Lao Wu's true identity, yet I must not expose my back to him. Lao Wu and I will position ourselves one before the other, while Ma Zai and Xiao Shu will take their places to the left and right. Somehow, I gestured towards the center. You shall occupy the very middle. Why should I? Chung Jiasu was the first to protest, exclaiming, I am out here fighting for my life, and yet I must protect this useless individual? He is nothing but a hindrance. Ma Zai echoed his discontent. Zhuge, this waste is merely a burden. How about you take command? My voice was icy. Sun Hao's placement in the center is not for his protection, but rather to ensure he does not lag behind and impede the formation's speed. I cast a sharp glance at Chung Jiasu. If you possess a superior plan, now is the time to present it. If not, we shall execute this. Chung Jiasu, feeling the weight of my gaze, reluctantly fell silent. Lao Wu continued. We will move slowly along the periphery of the geothermal vent. We must not hasten. Any fluctuation in heat could alert those creatures. Upon reaching the cave's edge, we must navigate upstream to return through the fissure from whence we came. That stretch of path lacks geothermal outlets, and should we be discovered, Lao Wu's eyes narrowed. Everyone, sprint at full speed and escape. This is our only path to survival, wagering 9 parts of strategy against 1 part of fortune. Somehow, I turned to the figure huddled in the corner. Yes, Zhuge, where's that dagger of yours? I inquired. It's right here, he stammered, hastily retrieving the dagger from his leg pocket, the one Chung Jiasu had previously given him. Hold it tightly, I said, patting his shoulder. If our formation collapses, I do not expect you to slay the enemy, but at the very least, do not allow yourself to perish. Sun Hao gazed at me, his eyes brimming with gratitude. I smiled at him. These individuals must not fall easily. Chapter 75. The Veil of Heat. With the plan agreed upon, we commenced a brief respite, taking the opportunity to replenish our sustenance and hydration. An hour later, the 5 of us re-entered the cramped depressurization chamber. I pressed the crystal button beside the inner door. Boom. As the heavy alloy door sealed shut, the faint red glow within the workstation was completely extinguished. We were instantly plunged into utter darkness and silence. I could hear Ma Zai's labored breathing beside me, a testament to his anxiety, and even felt the slight tremors coursing through his body. This was the final moment of tranquility before our return to hell, and it was the most excruciating moment. Suddenly, a rush of frigid seawater surged violently from the overhead inlet. Within mere seconds, The depressurization chamber was once again inundated with water. The great door, which separates life from death, began to slide open slowly. Outside the door, the cavern lay shrouded in an eerie blue stillness, as silent as death itself. The serpentine creatures had vanished without a trace, and even the corpses on the ground were gone, leaving the entire cave in a state of unsettling tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only the jellyfish floated serenely in the depths. What has happened? Where are the bodies of those monsters? The anxious voice of the assistant broke the silence. These beasts may have turned upon each other, Old Wu replied in a somber tone. His words fell like a chilling ice cube into the hearts of all present. Cannibalism among them implies that this horde of monsters is not only brutal, but also exceedingly famished. They left no evidence behind, having meticulously cleansed the battlefield. This was far more disquieting than the sight of scattered remains. Upon hearing this, the assistant grew even more agitated, trembling as he scanned the surroundings. Maintain formation, I commanded softly through the communicator. Old Wu led the front, while I brought up the rear. The assistant was on the left, and Cheng Jiashu on the right. Sun Hao, donned in a water droplet mask, was encircled by us in the center. The five of us emerged from the extraterrestrial ruins and immediately swam towards the nearest geothermal vent. The rushing hot air distorted our figures. Old Wu's assessment proved correct. We had not roused the creatures. Slowly maintained speed. I suppressed my breathing, controlling my flippers, feeling that something was amiss yet unable to pinpoint the source of my unease. The short distance of a few hundred meters felt as though it stretched on for an eternity. Every step was akin to walking on the edge of a blade. With the warped hot currents surrounding us, compelling us to stay at a cautious distance to avoid burns. Yet we dared not stray too far for fear of alarming the monsters. Above us loomed an abyss of darkness and numerous incubators. I could even sense the searing heat emanating from the geothermal vent, sharply contrasting with the frigid depths of the sea, sending shivers across my skin. We five struggled to crawl at the intersection of light and shadow, warmth and chill. Cheng Jiashu and the assistant, though reluctant, wisely upheld the formation, shielding Sun Hao with unwavering determination. Finally, after an arduous 20 minutes, we reached the brink of the cavern. The geothermal vent ceased here, and the crevice through which we had entered loomed overhead, approximately 30 to 40 meters above us. It was our sole path to safety. Prepare. I turned back to glance at the four. The final stretch lay bare without cover. I counted down. After 3 counts, we would charge out at full speed. 3, 2, 1, charge. At my command, all 5 of us erupted simultaneously, propelling ourselves upwards like 5 arrows released from a bow. In a final burst of strength, I gave Sun Hao a gentle push from behind, allowing him to ascend ahead of us with greater speed. Just as we broke free from the geothermal barrier, the darkness erupted with the simultaneous awakening of the hundreds of glowing jellyfish. Their bodies, which had been drifting, suddenly froze in mid-air. This bizarre scene left me breathless. They sensed us. We 5, swift-moving prey. Roar. A dozen jellyfish closest to us unleashed their black holes once more, and from each void emerged a serpentine creature, shooting forth like lightning. Damn it, they're coming. Cheng Jiashu screamed, swimming with even greater fervor. Don't hesitate. Swim upward. I shouted. Yet, it was too late. A serpent-like creature lunged from the side, snapping its jaws, but missing its mark, only to ensnare the last of the henchmen in its massive, python-like body. Ah, save me. The henchman was violently yanked downward. Witnessing this scene, instinct urged me to abandon him and flee alone. However, the door representing survival was tantalizingly close. Cursing under my breath, I charged towards the henchman without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, 2 more serpent-like monsters had already set their sights on me. One to the left and one to the right, both lunging in my direction. I swung my knife in a swift motion, piercing the neck of the creature on my left. Yet, the one on my right, surprisingly agile, coiled around my waist and my knife-wielding hand. Get off. I struggled as it tightened its grip, its slick skin pressing against my diving suit. The force of its constriction was astonishing, causing my bones to groan under the pressure. My right hand was ensnared, and though I still clutched my dagger, I found myself unable to wield it effectively. Seeing my predicament, Lao Wu halted his ascent. Observing my entrapment, he wasted no time in abandoning his climb, turning back to swim towards me, his dagger glimmering ominously. In that instant, our formation collapsed entirely. Only Cheng Jiashu, heedless of everything, and Sun Hao, whom I had lifted to the forefront, were left desperately swimming upward. At this moment, the 2 were alarmingly close. Cheng Jiashu, an adept swimmer, had already surpassed Sun Hao by half a head in his relentless strokes. Suddenly, a scream more harrowing than that of the henchman erupted from Cheng Jiashu. Strangled by the serpent creature, I struggled to lift my gaze. Lao Wu also froze in place. We both beheld Cheng Jiashu halted in the water, not under attack by the serpent creature. He was struggling, incredulously turning back. Behind him stood Sun Hao, the one he had always deemed worthless, the one who had cowered among everyone else, trembling. In his hand, he clutched the dagger, deeply embedded in Cheng Jiashu's diving suit, piercing his lower back. At that moment, the face of Sun Hao, hidden behind the droplets of his mask, was devoid of fear. Instead, it bore a malevolent, twisted expression of resentment. Hissing sounds of air escaping and bubbles forming echoed through Cheng Jiashu's communicator. Why? Sun Hao revealed a bizarre grin. He twisted the dagger viciously. Because you always called me worthless. His voice, cold and haunting, reverberated through each of our communicators. At that moment, I finally understood something was amiss. I hadn't heard a cough in quite some time. Chapter 76. The grinning worthless one time seemed to freeze in that instant. Cheng Jiashu's body slowly rotated in the eerie blue waters, his eyes, wide behind the mask, filled with a haunting question of why. Roaring, the surrounding serpent creatures showed no mercy, launching another ferocious assault in that fleeting moment. Ah! The henchman's screams echoed once more. Old Wu's dagger danced through the air, deflecting the massive jaws that lunged at his face, but he was struck by the sweeping tail of another beast, crashing against the rocky wall. Meanwhile, Sun Hao clutched the dagger, driving it into Cheng Jiashu's lower back. Hiss! Through the communicator came the sound of Sun Hao's breath, an exhilarating gasp of pent-up excitement. Ha ha! His manic, piercing laughter shattered the eardrums of us all. In that moment of unrestrained mirth, a serpentine creature, drawn by the commotion, lunged at him from the side. Yet Sun Hao did not even glance back. With a swift, precise motion, he reversed the dagger and thrust it backward. Thud! The dagger pierced the creature's head from behind, delivering a fatal blow. His movements were fluid and lightning fast. You all want me dead. Sun Hao's voice transformed, shedding the frail timbre for one filled with venomous rage and twisted shrieks. You think I am worthless? A burden. He slowly turned, revealing a face concealed behind the droplets of his mask, twisted like a malevolent specter. Let us see who dies first. Huh. Ha ha ha. My vision blurred with fury at the scene before me. What are you doing? Sun Hao. I summoned all my strength, hurling the serpent that ensnared me against the rock wall, causing it to loosen its grip. With a swift motion, I plunged my dagger into its head. Dark green blood erupted as I broke free. Hiss. 3 more serpents charged at me from different directions. Get away. I forced back one with a strike, but the teeth of the one to my left sank into my left shoulder with a sickening crunch. Ag! Pain surged through me. The weighty metal plating of my diving suit contorted under the force, several shattered teeth piercing through the alloy seams and embedding in my flesh. Blood instantly soaked the inner lining of my suit. Old Wu was also embroiled in a fierce struggle, ensnared by 2 serpents, utterly unable to assist me. Sun Hao, not far away, coldly observed as I was besieged by 3 serpents, already wounded. He laughed. And you, Chenjua? His voice dripped with derision. You saved me, did you? Do you think yourself noble? You bastard. I pressed the dagger against the monstrous jaws of one serpent, the agony in my shoulder rendering me nearly breathless. You dragged this worthless being from the brink of death, not out of kindness. Sun Hao howled like a rabid dog. You are merely flaunting your pathetic superiority. As he spoke, he deftly evaded a serpent strike, his movements sharp and precise. You wish to treat me like a dog, a dying wretch, to save me, to bestow your pity, so I might be grateful to you, idolize you. Is that it? Damn you. My fury ignited completely, my brain clouded, consumed by rage. I will kill you. My voice, hoarse from anger and pain, rang out. You have no chance left. Sun Hao's laughter grew more twisted. You all believe I am useless. Yet I survived until the end. I lived until the end. Ha ha ha. He had laughed enough, and that grotesque face turned towards me, unleashing an even more devastating revelation. Indeed, my dear Joie. His tone suddenly shifted, akin to sharing a sinister secret, filled with malevolence and glee. I saw you that night at the tower. My heart plummeted. He tapped his temple with a finger, referring to that card, although I did not comprehend its usage. Yet, it mattered not. Once I am free, I shall seize that Dr. Lin. How dare you? Like a beast whose tail had been stepped on, I flailed in a frenzy. But those 3 serpentine creatures ensnared me tightly. I thrust a blade into the head of one, yet another's tail lashed brutally against my chest. At that moment, I could no longer feel the pain in my body, for my heart was bleeding. How on earth did I save such an ungrateful wretch? Mentioning Lin Lan twisted Sun Hao's expression into something even more grotesque and deranged. Dr. Lin, TSK, How is it that you are so captivating? Your figure, those long legs, are simply exquisite. He extended his tongue and, in a perverse manner, licked the inside of the water droplet mask as if savoring a delicacy. Rest assured, I shall not kill her immediately. I will take good care of her. I will slowly extract the card's usage from her. I will make her beg for death. Somehow. Rage. An uncontrollable fury incinerated my sanity in that moment. I felt as if my eyes might burst from their sockets. Yearning to dismember him, Sun Hao reveled in my fury and despair, deriving unprecedented satisfaction from it. Farewell, strong ones. Enjoy your final supper. Upon finishing his words, he donned the water droplet mask and abruptly turned away, just as he spun around, preparing to depart. That movement, executed with terrifying speed in nearly 150 meters of deep sea, stunned me. My anger faltered, replaced by an even deeper chill. That motion, that form, that explosive stance in the water, I was all too familiar with it. If I, having just escaped from Eden number 999, was a first-stage experimental body, then being ensnared by that multi-legged monster in the deep sea and breaking through the brink of death, transformed my body into a second-stage modified entity. And now, Sun Hao's movement, his explosive speed and coordination, damn it, that was undoubtedly a second-stage modified body. In an instant, everything in my mind interlinked. Sun Hao did not always possess this second-stage physique. It was just now, just moments ago, that he had awakened. No wonder he had appeared so frail until now. No wonder I hadn't heard his coughs. He had always harbored a parasitic experimental body within him. He was akin to me. The difference was that I had the suppression of that chip card. The chip aided in controlling the parasitic entity, harnessing its power, while he did not. He lacked the chip's restraint, and that parasitic entity was gradually rebelling against him. It was consuming his vitality. Thus, his body continued to weaken. And just now, in that suffocating depth, as the parasitic experimental entity within him activated its self-preservation protocol in the moment of the host's imminent demise, it forcefully fused with Sun Hao's body in a second-stage transformation, much like I had done to survive. He did not perish, he evolved. Chapter 77. The fury of incompetence, get away from me. Realizing the entirety of this situation, the rage born from betrayal and coercion ignited every ounce of my potential. I disregarded the wound on my left shoulder, allowing the serpent's fangs to embed themselves in my flesh, while I seized its neck tightly with my left arm. Simultaneously, my right hand wielded a dagger that became a flash of lightning. Thrust, thrust, thrust. In a mere second, I pierced the head of another serpent before me, transforming it into a nest of agony. With sheer brute force, I tore the corpse from my shoulder, ripping flesh and sinew aside. Die. I no longer care. Xiaochun, go after him. Old Wu's voice crackled through the communicator. He had finally dispatched 2 serpent creatures, but bore injuries himself. His diving suit was slashed open with a gaping wound. He fought desperately, using his dagger to fend off the last serpent near me, clearing a path for my escape. Don't worry about me. I can fend for myself. I'll be right behind you. A glance towards my comrade revealed it was too late. He was ensnared by 3 or 4 serpents simultaneously, their immense strength tearing his body apart, devouring him without a single scream escaping his lips. Moreover, Cheng Jiashu's body had vanished without a trace. I hesitated no more. Sun Hao, I will take your life. I let out a twisted roar, disregarding my wounds. Swiftly shedding the cumbersome diving suit and oxygen tank, these encumbrances would only impede my speed. With all my strength, I propelled myself forward, a vengeful flame pursuing the shadow of Sun Hao, racing towards the only avenue of escape. At that moment, my velocity surged. The wound on my left shoulder, pierced by the serpent, throbbed with excruciating pain as the seawater soaked it. Yet this agony strangely calmed my mind. I swam while rapidly calculating in my thoughts. Although Sun Hao had also awakened the second-stage experimental entity, he could not escape. This beast was utterly oblivious to the secrets of this body. He understood only the power granted by the parasite, yet was unaware of the price it exacted. Without the suppression of a chip, the strength bestowed by the parasite resembled a ticking time bomb. While it could maintain stability under the deep-sea pressure, once it ascended, that violent, bloodthirsty frenzy would wholly overtake any remnants of rationality. I had no inkling of what might transpire under such circumstances. Perhaps I would transform into one of those inhuman monsters, completely eroded by the parasite, much like those lost in the Eden 999 incident. I unleashed my full potential, my fins propelling me with astonishing speed, carving a white wake in the water as I ascended vertically. I knew the only direction he could flee was towards the floating island, the sole landmass in this oceanic expanse. Indeed, after pursuing for nearly 100 meters at full speed, I spotted him at a depth of about 20 meters below the surface. Sun Hao was not swimming. He floated there, dazed, his body slightly curled, hands seemingly clawing at his neck and chest, filled with agitation. I slowed my pace and cautiously approached. Our short-range communication crackled to life, automatically connecting once more. The raspy, labored breaths of Sun Hao emerged from the communicator, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. It must be quite uncomfortable now, I remarked, my voice as cold as ice. Sun Hao's body shuddered violently. He turned his head, his resentful eyes locked onto me through the droplets on his mask. Are you feeling irritable? Do you wish to tear something apart? I continued to provoke him with my words. When you first evolved, did you not feel an overwhelming surge of power, believing this body to be invincible? How do you know? Are you also? Sun Hao's voice, hoarse and tinged with an unrecognized hint of panic, echoed in the water. Everything in this world exists in balance, a fair exchange. I enunciated deliberately. That which you perceive as invincibility exists solely in your imagination. Every action demands a price, and you remain utterly oblivious to what that price entails. Silence. Sun Hao, enraged and humiliated by my words that struck at his fears, shouted back. Of course I know. The price is killing you. His twisted mindset resurfaced. Chenjua, are you afraid? Otherwise, why waste your breath? Come on. Without that mask, you can't last long in this water. If you pursue me, you're courting death. Is that so? I ceased my banter, propelling myself through the water like an arrow aimed at him. Sun Hao roared and charged towards me. Boom. Our bodies collided violently in the water. The waves erupted instantaneously. Though Sun Hao possessed a second-stage modified body, his combat experience was evidently lacking. Every move he made was merely the brute force of a novice. I, on the other hand, had grown up enduring countless beatings, surviving through life and death struggles. Get away. Sun Hao's punch came at me, which I deftly evaded, seizing his wrist and flipping him off balance, driving my knee forcefully into his chest. Pooh! Blood sprayed from Sun Hao's mouth, even through the mask. Yet his body was remarkably resilient. My attack only inflicted pain without diminishing his fighting spirit. Aya! He screamed wildly, retaliating frantically, his dagger thrusting erratically at me. But my combat experience far surpassed his. Each of my strikes deftly parried his attacks, finding openings to slice through his diving suit. Though my left shoulder bore wounds, I had clearly gained the upper hand. Sun Hao, despite wearing the droplet mask and breathing easily, was unmistakably being pushed back by my onslaught. He was afraid. The power he had just acquired, which he thought made him invincible, proved utterly feeble against me. No, I will not lose. I am the one who will survive till the end. A glint of extreme madness flickered in Sun Hao's eyes. He craved power. To conquer me, he would stop at nothing. Die. He forcefully kicked me away, abandoning the fight and desperately fleeing towards the illuminated water surface above. You cannot escape. This is your hell. I bellowed, pursuing relentlessly. Ha! Chenjua, you're out of options. Do you dare to surface? Do you dare to match my ruthlessness? Come out, and you'll be nothing but a waste. As Sun Hao fled, he engaged in his peculiar brand of banter. With a splash, he was the first to break the surface of the water. Moments later, I emerged as well, gasping for air. We had finally returned to the ocean's surface, and that immense floating island loomed just a few hundred meters away. Chapter 78. The cost of losing control. Sun Hao desperately swam toward the floating island, yearning to reach the shore. For a full 3 minutes, he evaded the depths of the high-pressure water. I trailed closely behind, pursuing him relentlessly, and at that moment, he appeared to me like a foolish jester. 3 minutes. After escaping the crushing depths and inhaling the fresh air, Sun Hao suddenly halted. He floated on the water's surface, his body beginning to convulse violently. What was happening? It's so hot and swollen. With wide eyes filled with terror, he looked incredulously at his hands. His skin was visibly turning a strange, ominous shade of purplish red. The cost had arrived. I stopped 10 meters away, watching him coldly. Sun Hao suddenly raised his head, letting out a roar that was anything but human. The sound was piercing, shrill, filled with agony and resentment, as if thousands of burning needles were simultaneously stabbing into his brain. Crack, crack, crack. His bones emitted a horrifying cacophony. His diving suit was being ripped apart inch by inch. His muscles and bones swelled and deformed at an alarming rate. At the moment his diving suit completely tore apart, a familiar object shot out from the fissure with tremendous force. It was the chip card. I wasn't mistaken. It was the very chip card that had been stolen from me. It turned out that this scoundrel had kept it hidden close to him all along. Almost simultaneously, with a muffled pop, the water droplet mask on his head was shattered by his grotesquely expanding skull, sending it flying across the water's surface. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Without a moment's hesitation, I propelled myself forward, creating a white wave on the water's surface, racing toward it without regard for anything else. I snatched the chip card that was floating in the water and dove once more to grasp the sinking water droplet mask. Everything was back in my possession. Yet, as I emerged once again, having completed my task, Sun Hao's transformation had reached its conclusion. He was no longer Sun Hao. His height had surged to nearly 2 meters, morphing into a creature that was neither human nor ghost, but rather an entity more suited to aquatic existence. His jaw had split, his mouth opening to a horrific degree. His neck bore gaping wounds, 3 bloodied slits resembling shark gills flaring wide. His grayish-black skin, akin to hardened keratin, was exposed, glistening with slime. His fingers, devoid of nails, were replaced by 10 bone claws nearly half a meter long. His spine erupted through the skin on his back, bony protrusions standing erect. Sun Hao's consciousness had vanished entirely. This body was now completely dominated by the out-of-control parasitic experiment. It has transformed into a pure, instinct-driven machine of slaughter. A roar erupted. Sun Hao's eyes, now entirely a milky white, suddenly locked onto me. Indeed, it was that very gaze. Identical. A look devoid of reason. Imbued solely with the primal instincts of predation and bloodlust. It was the same expression found in the creatures completely controlled by parasites aboard the Eden 999 spacecraft. Suddenly, memories flooded back to me of a monstrous fish with those same milky eyes, its frenzied behavior mirroring that of Sun Hao before me. Boom. It lunged fiercely at the water's surface. The force created a massive crater in the sea. Like a cannonball, it propelled itself across 10 meters in an instant, charging towards me. Too fast. I had only time to raise my dagger in defense. Clang. The dagger was violently struck by its bony claw. An overwhelming force surged through me. Thud. One of its bony fingers had already pierced deeply into the flesh of my arm. I was grievously wounded by its strike. Blood gushed forth. My body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into the water. This is untenable. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. The beast, Sun Hao, having landed a blow, offered me no respite as its claws lunged at me once more. I gritted my teeth against the excruciating pain, clutching the chip tightly in my palm, as I saw the bone claw poised to pierce my body again. Buzz. With a single thought, the chip activated instantaneously. A faint golden hexagonal energy shield suddenly unfurled before me. Clang. Sun Hao's claw collided with the energy shield, producing a sound even louder than before. The shield flickered violently, managing to withstand the blow. Yet, the terrifying impact still sent me flying another 10 meters. A sense of dread washed over me. This cannot continue. The shield's energy is not infinite. I would be dragged to my demise. I must devise another plan. Harnessing the force of my flight, I plunged into the depths of the ocean, desperately swimming towards the seabed. Roar. The monstrous Sun Hao, witnessing my escape, let out an enraged howl and dove into the water, pursuing me at astonishing speed. I endured the agonizing pain, trailing a long line of blood behind me. My eyes darted around, searching for a suitable hiding place. Soon enough, I spotted a dense coral area. The corals grew like a labyrinth, interspersed with various narrow, complex passages. There, like an eel, I swiftly darted into the coral maze. The monster followed closely, but its massive body faced considerable obstruction within the narrow passages, crashing through large swathes of coral, yet its speed noticeably diminished. Seizing this opportunity, I created a small distance and slipped into a channel formed by 3 gigantic coral reefs. Quickly suppressing my breath, I pressed against my bleeding wound, stanching the flow of blood, my mind racing. This monster's formidable physical prowess was terrifying. Ordinary attacks would hardly inflict damage upon it, and if I could not deliver a lethal blow, I feared I would not survive 3 rounds. If only I possessed a weapon long enough and sharp enough. My gaze swept across the coral reef before me. Earlier, as I drifted downstream, I had stumbled upon a wreckage of a spacecraft. Scattered fragments of various parts lay strewn about, the majority of the hull fashioned from resilient titanium alloy. With several pieces of substantial size, a flash of inspiration ignited within me, and a plan began to form. The monstrous Sun Hao, transformed into a beast, was currently roaming outside, searching for my whereabouts, occasionally furiously upturning large patches of coral, leaving me with precious little time. Without hesitation, I stealthily maneuvered through the narrow coral passages, undetected by Sun Hao, and successfully swam to the vicinity of the wreckage. Before me lay a metal fragment over half a meter wide and more than 2 meters long, perfectly sized for my needs. I swiftly pressed my palm against the alloy plate, simultaneously retrieving a chip card from my concealed waist pouch and affixing it to the back of my hand. I concentrated all my mental energy, commanding the chip card with unwavering focus. Transform. Grant me the sharpest spear. Chapter 79. The sharpest spear. The chip card emitted a deafening buzz. This high-frequency vibration resonated through the still depths of the ocean, echoing far and wide. I sensed that the creature wreaking havoc within the coral labyrinth had abruptly ceased its frenzied destruction. It had heard me. It was approaching. My heartbeat thundered within my chest, my blood boiling with adrenaline. I channeled all my mental fortitude into the chip card, urging it fervently. Hurry, even faster. The titanium alloy plate beneath my hands began to melt at a visible rate, as if it were heated butter, warping and reshaping under my command. The metal elongated, compressed, and sharpened at my will. In a mere 30 seconds, perhaps the longest 30 seconds of my life, every second brought the thunderous sounds of its approach, akin to the ominous drumbeats of death. Under the transformative power of the chip card, the once heavy alloy plate was forcibly crafted into a titanium spear, approximately 2.5 meters long, gleaming with a metallic luster, its tip honed to a razor's edge. The moment the spear took form, it emitted a soft hum, a chilling and solid sensation coursing through my palm. It was done. At the instant I grasped the spear, a tremendous crash reverberated from the passage nearby. It had spotted me. The monster somehow shattered the last cluster of coral, emerging at the opposite end of the corridor. Its massive form nearly filled the entire passage. Its gray-black, horned skin adorned with fragments of coral and mucus. Those milky white eyes fixated intensely on my bloodied figure. Roar! It bellowed, its limbs exerting tremendous force within the narrow corridor, the surrounding waters boiling from its sheer propulsion. Like a rampaging bull, it charged straight toward me. In that moment, my mind crystallized into absolute calm. No fear, no hesitation. I calculated the distance between us, gauging the horror of its charging speed. I did not counterattack. Instead, I firmly pressed the end of the spear against a massive rock behind me. Lowering my body, I concealed the spear in the shadow beneath me. Yet I aimed its sharp tip toward the direction from which the beast approached. Together with this spear, I had created the simplest, yet most lethal trap. Come forth, beast. The monster, somehow, had lost all reason, its gaze fixated solely on me as its prey. It opened its gory maw and lunged at me with terrifying speed, reaching my position in an instant. Now, I summoned every ounce of strength, channeling my will, rage, and thirst for survival into the spear, not to thrust it outward, but to raise it with force. The sharp tip was now aimed directly at it. In the next moment, the spear collided violently with the creature's body. Thud! The exceptionally sharp titanium alloy spear plunged effortlessly into its open, petal-like maw, piercing through its body and into its innards. Ultimately, it emerged from the back of its neck, accompanied by a spray of dark green blood. The monster's body was firmly impaled in place by the spear. Its furious momentum abruptly ceased, and the immense inertia caused its entire form to convulse violently upon the spear. Those bone-white claws were less than 10 centimeters from my face, still flailing wildly. Its milky eyes fixed on me with a lingering defiance. Then, that light slowly extinguished. It was over. As my taut nerves relaxed, an overwhelming sense of weakness engulfed me instantaneously. Accompanying this was an excruciating pain that threatened to consume me. Ugh! I could no longer endure. My body succumbed, collapsing onto the sandy seafloor. I gazed down. When the monster first attacked me, although my dagger had blocked much of the assault, one of its bony fingers had left a grotesque wound on my arm, bubbling with blood and staining the surrounding seawater crimson. I could sense that my bones might have fractured. I cast one last glance at Sun Hao's unrecognizable corpse, a tumult of emotions swirling within me. He need not have perished. Had he not been tempted by the card, had he not betrayed me. No, there are no hats. From the moment he chose betrayal, he was already dead. The spear that had pierced him was no longer my concern. With my functioning left arm and legs, I desperately swam towards the glimmering surface above. At last, I broke through the water's surface. The icy air assaulted my senses. I ripped off my mask and began to cough violently. The massive floating island lay less than 100 meters ahead of me. 100 meters, yet it felt as distant as an insurmountable chasm. My consciousness began to blur. I was so cold. The seawater was frigid. The excruciating pain in my right arm nearly rendered me numb, and I could only rely on instinct. Paddling slowly with all my might, the floating island before me began to spin in my vision, blurring into double images. Just as I thought I might collapse, a strong, powerful hand suddenly grasped me. Xiaochun, a familiar, anxious voice pulled me back from the brink of unconsciousness. It was old Wu. He had actually been waiting for me all this time. His injured arm was wrapped in a makeshift bandage, and he appeared to be in far better spirits than I. Gripping me tightly, Old Wu forcibly dragged me from the water. I leaned against his shoulder, my vision clouded, and a persistent ringing echoed in my ears. I tried to speak, but my voice was scarcely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Don't waste your strength, Old Wu urged, his tone urgent as he quickly assessed my injuries. His gaze landing on the horrifying gash. Where's that scoundrel Sun Hao? He asked through clenched teeth, rummaging through his first aid kit for hemostatic powder and bandages. He fled. I uttered the only reasonable lie I could conjure before losing consciousness. Old Wu's hand paused abruptly on my wound. He looked up at me with a gaze that was a tempest of emotions, yet he asked nothing, merely lowering his head to redouble his efforts at bandaging me. Bear with it, he instructed, pouring the hemostatic powder into my wound and wrapping the bandage tightly around it. I stifled a groan, fighting the urge to cry out in pain. Take care, this arm will still serve you well, Old Wu jested, though his hands never faltered. After securing my mangled arm, he hoisted me up from the ground. Let us go. Back to the camp. I leaned heavily against Old Wu, who nearly dragged me, stepping cautiously into the depths of the floating island. My eyelids grew heavier. I thought I saw distant lights and vague silhouettes rushing toward me, and I seemed to hear a woman scream. Then, I completely lost consciousness. Chapter 80. Secrets revealed. When I opened my eyes again, the blinding light made me squint. A faint scent of disinfectant penetrated my nostrils. You're awake, came a voice filled with surprise and a hint of tears. It was Lin Lan. Turning my head, I realized I was lying in a tent, my arms suspended and bandaged like a dumpling. Lin Lan sat by my bedside, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having just cried. How long have I been asleep? My throat felt parched, as if it were on fire. A day and a night. Lin Lan hastily poured me a glass of water, carefully assisting me to drink. You terrified me. You lost too much blood. Old Wu said if you had returned 10 minutes later. She couldn't finish the thought. As I drank, my muddled mind began to clear. I had survived. The bandaging done by Old Wu had evidently saved my life. Just then, Luo Gang entered the tent. His expression was ominous, his cunning eyes, like those of a hawk, fixed upon me. Awake, are you? He pulled up a chair and sat a short distance away. Lin Lan seemed fearful of him, instinctively shrinking back. Captain Luo, Chen Zhua has just awakened. You may leave, Luo Gang coldly interrupted her. Lin Lan opened her mouth to protest, but I shook my head. Reluctantly, she bit her lip and exited, glancing back at me multiple times. In the room, only Luo Gang and I remained. I have spoken with Old Wu. Luo Gang wasted no time, his voice devoid of any emotion. My heart sank abruptly. Lao Wu stated that we had been besieged by the serpentine monsters within the alien ruins. However, I yearned for the details. I wished to hear him elaborate. Luo Gang fixed his gaze upon my eyes, seemingly attempting to penetrate my very essence. Indeed, Luo Gang was cunning. He interrogated both Lao Wu and me separately to ascertain whether our accounts aligned or revealed any inconsistencies. I took a moment to collect my thoughts, reminiscing about that fateful day, and began to recount my experience slowly. On that day, we descended into the cave, where we were ambushed by creatures resembling snakes that emerged from jellyfish-like beings. I narrated the events in fragments, admitting my failure to protect Ma Zai, who perished on the spot. Subsequently, Sun Hao betrayed us, launching a surprise attack on Xiao Shu from behind. I spoke the truth, omitting the detail about the water drop mask, curious if Luo Gang would specifically mention it. If he did not, it would suggest that Lao Wu had not betrayed me and had kept my secret. Luo Gang appeared unfazed by my response. Lao Wu remarked that in a fit of rage, I had chased after Sun Hao alone, only to lose him as he was ensnared by the serpent monsters. After that, I was the only one he saw returning, battered and wounded. Huh, Lao Wu, that old fox. He deftly shifted the blame onto me, absolving himself entirely. Yet, this suited me just fine. I would count it as his cleverness. Luo Gang leaned forward slightly, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Now, tell me, what transpired after you pursued him? Where's Sun Hao? Were these injuries inflicted by him? I met Luo Gang's shrewd gaze, aware of his suspicions. He must have been pondering how Sun Hao, a frail wretch, could have inflicted such damage upon me, the so-called Sea King in his eyes. If I claimed Sun Hao had transformed into a monster, how could I explain my return? That would be utterly implausible. I needed to provide a plausible answer that he could accept. Now that Sun Hao was dead, with no witnesses left to contradict me, I could assert whatever I desired. Taking a deep breath, I spoke, my voice hoarse and laced with trepidation and a simmering rage at being deceived. We were all deceived by Sun Hao. Luo Gang's brow furrowed sharply. What do you mean? His sickly demeanor was nothing but a facade. I clenched my fists tightly, causing pain to radiate from my injured arm, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. He had been concealing his true capabilities. Gritting my teeth, I declared vehemently, he is a master. A lunatic whose prowess I cannot even begin to comprehend. Luo Gang's pupils narrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by my revelation. I continued, after I caught up to him. He did not flee. It was as if he was waiting for me. Recalling that battle, I merely replaced the monsters with the truth of his actions. His speed and strength were not those of a frail individual. He was even faster than I. He was toying with us. He relished the sensation of betrayal. He is a complete pervert. I gestured to my suspended arm. This is his doing. I barely had time to react before he pierced my arm with a dagger. I fought desperately, barely managing to fend him off, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I portrayed the image of a wounded survivor. What about Sun Hao? Luo Gang pressed, his expression revealing a growing belief in my words. My earlier statements had elucidated perfectly why Sun Hao could ambush and kill Qingjiashu, why I bore such grievous injuries, and the depths of Sun Hao's malevolence. He escaped. I closed my eyes, weariness and resentment etched upon my face. I had resisted with all my might, preparing to take him down with me, but upon realizing my tenacity, he chose flight. I had lost too much blood to pursue him. I could only return for now. A profound silence engulfed the room. Luo Gang's facial muscles twitched, clearly infuriated by Sun Hao's continued masquerade. A man he deemed worthless had managed to outwit him and the entire camp, even taking a life. Damn it, this waste is no mere beast. Luo Gang erupted, abruptly rising and kicking over a chair in frustration. He paced back and forth, his chest heaving. If I catch this scoundrel, I will make him pay. He cast a glance at my ailing form. Brother Qinjua, take care of your injuries well. With that, he stormed off, seething. I breathed a long sigh of relief. I had made it through this ordeal. A day later, my recovery was swift, and I was able to walk unaided. In a corner of the camp, I stumbled upon old Wu, who was diligently cleaning his equipment. Wu Go, I approached him. He glanced up, his own arm bandaged but moving with ease. You're recovering quite rapidly, he remarked with a rare smile. Thank you, I replied softly. Thank you for dragging me back? He teased. No, I met his gaze earnestly. Thank you for keeping my secret. A flicker of clarity shone in his murky eyes as he smiled, neither confirming nor denying my words. Ah, Xiao Chun, in this world, who doesn't have their secrets? I chuckled in agreement, glancing at my own injured arm. Old Wu rose and gave my shoulder a hearty pat with his good hand. Livewell. Chapter 81. The new dynamics of the camp, the mingling scent of medicine and blood clung to the tent, a constant reminder of my recent brush with death. Outside, the heavy footsteps of Meng Quan echoed, pausing momentarily at the entrance as he cast a glance inside, choosing silence before moving away. This was the third time today. Luo Gang had assigned him to oversee my safety, which, in essence, meant surveillance. I could feel his gaze piercing through the fabric of the tent. Leaning against the tent wall, my left arm suspended across my chest, tightly wrapped like a zongzi, I found it severely restricted. Lin Lan sat beside me, carefully changing my dressings with the precision of a surgeon. The moment the powder touched my wound, I couldn't help but inhale sharply. In moments of desperation, one seldom contemplates the consequences. Lin Lan cast a fleeting glance my way. The wound was grievous, nearly penetrating to the bone. Fortunately, old Wu attended to it promptly. It's nothing. The king of hell finds my life resilient. I chuckled, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. She refrained from responding, silently wrapping fresh bandages around my injury, applying them tightly and securely. For the past few days, she remained by my side, serving water and meals, changing dressings, and tending to my needs, her eyes often glistening with unshed tears. In this wretched world, having someone who genuinely wishes for your survival is rarer than striking gold. Our exchanges were minimal, yet the profound sense of dependence we shared weighed heavily in my heart, providing a sense of solace. Outside, the unmistakable voice of Luo Gang pierced the air, deliberately raising his tone by an octave as he delivered his reprimands. Listen up. Brother Qinjua is the pride of our camp. He fought valiantly against the traitor Sun Hao and sustained serious injuries in the process. Anyone who dares to disrespect Brother Chun or Dr. Lin will have to answer to me. Luo Gang. Through the tent seams, I caught a glimpse of Luo Gang standing in the center of the camp, spitting forth his vitriol while embracing Fei Fei with one arm. Among the crowd were Engineer Wang, a Chong, and the mother-daughter duo, all hunching their necks in apprehension. Engineer Wang nearly buried his head in his clothing. Ever since the death in the camp, he had become a nervous wreck, viewing everyone as specters. In Luo Gang's periphery, Meng Quan stood like a dark iron tower. wielding a machete while his gaze swept over the assembly like a blade. Old Wu was nowhere to be seen. He ventured out to sea at dawn with a decrepit harpoon, only to vanish until mealtime, like a ghost. Who was he performing for? I muttered derisively. Lin Lan, without pausing her ministrations, smiled slightly. Of course, it's for you. He has lost Xiao Shu and his lackeys. Who could he rely on now? He will need to depend on you, at least for appearances. I scoffed. Depend on me? A man like Luo Gang only sees utility. He will exploit anyone he finds useful. His current facade of humility is merely a result of his weakened position, forced to bow his head. He is afraid, I whispered. He seeks to convey to others that he, Luo Gang, still retains control, that even a contributor like me must heed his command. I understand his motives all too well. He is waiting for my recovery, for this capable weapon to be of service to him once more. He might even have perceived the tacit understanding between old Wu and me, which only makes him more cautious. As Lin Lan tied the final knot on the bandage and flexed her arm, she cautioned, "You must remain low-key until your injury heals." I know. Do you think you understand me so little? I replied with a chuckle. In the ensuing days, the camp appeared deceptively tranquil. Luo Gang, ever the actor, enacted new policies, with food distribution becoming somewhat more equitable. Previously, he would select his portions first, leaving the scraps for others. On one occasion, he surprisingly allowed Lu Meiyun and her daughter to take their share first, proclaiming, "The child is growing. She must eat more," leaving those around him momentarily dumbfounded. A Chang and the mother-daughter duo occupied the lowest rungs of the camp hierarchy. They certainly breathed a sigh of relief, for at least they were spared from daily reprimands. During mealtimes, they could engage in occasional conversation, and at night, they dared to linger outside their tents a bit longer, no longer shrinking back in fear as they once did. Yet, beneath this facade of tranquility lay an undercurrent of tension. Luo Gang was suppressing a frustration that had nowhere to be expended, forced to swallow it for the time being. On the surface, he remained the leader of the camp, but the only individuals he could truly command were Meng Quan and Fei Fei. Meng Quan was loyal to him, while Fei Fei was simply afraid of him. The others merely indulged him superficially, and when it came to actual tasks, they were lethargic and reluctant. On one occasion, he instructed Wang Gong to gather some firewood. But after much dawdling, Wang returned with only a few twigs, muttering about how Dr. Lin's research depended on manpower. Luo Gang's face turned a shade of crimson in anger before paling again, and in the end, he merely uttered a curse of useless before going to collect the wood himself. Had this occurred in the past, he would have surely smashed Wang Gong's glasses in frustration. Recently, I had grown closer to old Wu, and I did not make any effort to conceal our camaraderie. In the mornings, I would accompany him part of the way as he set out to sea, and in the evenings, I occasionally lent him a hand upon his return. We would sometimes sit on the rocks and chat casually. Luo Gang had noticed this shift. After our perilous mission, it was evident that we had returned unscathed, especially old Wu, who had hardly suffered any injuries, a testament to his formidable capabilities. Luo Gang's position was precarious. Should old Wu and I align ourselves, he might find it difficult to maintain his authority. The people in the camp were undoubtedly fickle, swaying with the prevailing winds of strength. Ultimately aligning with whichever side proved more powerful. Upon returning to the floating island, I had yet to visit the high tower at the center of the island. Although I possessed the key, I was in no haste to do so in the coming days. My priority was to recuperate. Entering the tower's interior was fraught with uncertainty, and I needed to ensure I was in optimal condition. Lin Lan and Wang Gong had made no significant breakthroughs in their research. Wang Gong was not particularly versed in this area of technology, and Lin Lan was merely feigning diligence while dabbling in other matters. However, Luo Gang had ceased to exert pressure, merely peeking into their tent each time he passed to inquire, "How is it going, Dr. Lin?" His demeanor was unexpectedly amiable. Lin Lan would respond with something along the lines of "No breakthroughs for now," to which he would smile and nod, saying, "No rush, looking forward to your results." And then he would refrain from further prying. He was now wary of pushing Lin Lan too hard. She was the only one in the camp with technical expertise and aligned with my interests. Should she be driven to abandon her efforts? Any technical issues that arose later would leave him without recourse, resulting in losses that would ultimately be his own. The atmosphere within the camp was exceedingly delicate, akin to a pot of water brought to a simmer, appearing calm while concealing a tumult of bubbling unrest. The relationship between Luo Gang and me was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper, easily pierced. Chapter 82. The identity of old Wu. Injuries to bones and muscles take 100 days to heal, yet my recovery was remarkably swift. After 2 weeks, I could move my arm freely, but within the camp, I continued to feign the demeanor of someone gravely injured, relishing the rare moments of leisure. I often gravitated towards old Wu's vicinity. He was sharpening his diving knife, the whetstone gliding against the blade, producing a rhythmic, whispering sound. I approached, crouching beside him, idly passing the time. Last time underwater, I noticed your movements were remarkably professional. Could you teach me a few techniques? My fighting skills were all instinctual, and I often found myself at a disadvantage when faced with a formidable opponent. Lao Wu didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing to hone his knife. Instinctual? Surviving is the best skill. That won't do, I said, handing him a cigarette I had rolled myself, made from some dry leaves found on the island. It was harsh, but served to alleviate boredom. I had nearly met my end last time. It was essential to learn some true survival skills. He paused, glanced at me, took the cigarette, lit it with the flame I offered, took a puff, and immediately coughed violently. What is this rubbish? He cursed. Nonetheless, he continued to smoke. I chuckled. Lao Wu's acceptance indicated success. After spending considerable time with him, I had begun to understand his temperament. I demonstrated the few desperate moves I had employed against Sun Hao. Leaning against the reef, Lao Wu squinted at me. Your force application is incorrect. He finally spoke, stepping closer and gently kicking my supporting ankle, nearly causing me to topple. If your foundation is unstable, a slight pull can bring you down. No matter how much strength you possess, it would be wasted. He then demonstrated an exceptionally simple blocking and counterattack technique, executed so swiftly that I could barely comprehend it. In the battlefield, it's all about delivering a lethal blow. Do not concern yourself with aesthetics or rules. Proper force application requires the waist and legs to work in unison. As for tactics such as eye strikes, throat locks, and groin kicks, whatever is effective goes. Only those who survive have the right to discuss rules. The deceased are nothing. His words, spoken with an unadorned tone, carried a palpable sense of bloodshed. I began to practice with him whenever possible, eager to learn. His teaching was straightforward, devoid of superfluous chatter or theatrics. Every movement was aimed at incapacitating the opponent. I finally grasped that my previous so-called experience was merely that of a street brawler in his presence. As our relationship deepened, conversation flowed more freely. One time, during a break, I lit a cigarette for him, attempting to get closer. Lao Wu, with your skills, what did you do before? He exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing at the horizon where sea met sky, and smiled. A rare smile that held both weariness and indifference. In this wretched place, what does identity matter? But sharing doesn't hurt. He flicked the ash from his cigarette. Have you heard of the Tsunamis Special Task Force? I shook my head. A team that traverses from water to fire, undertaking the dirtiest and most arduous tasks. His tone was flat, as if recounting someone else's story, having witnessed bloodshed and lost lives. Eventually, he aged and retired, clutching a meager sum for his efforts, hoping to enjoy a few tranquil days back home. Yet this world, he scoffed, was no longer a paradise. Eventually, through old connections, he secured a security job at Eden 999, hoping for a fresh start in a new place. But then, damn it, this incident occurred. I felt a profound respect for him. The name Tsunamis Special Task Force exuded an aura of menace. I committed myself even more to learning from him, seizing the moments between his fishing trips to secretly practice the deadly techniques he had taught me. My actions gradually transcended mere instinct, evolving into a methodical and lethal precision. A warmth enveloped my heart, and on one occasion, half in jest, I suggested that I might as well call him master. Old Wu waved his hand dismissively. Spare me the theatrics. This knowledge is hardly worth mentioning. If it grants you a slim chance of survival in a critical moment, then my teachings are not in vain. Although Old Wu did not formally acknowledge me as his disciple, in my heart, I regarded this battle-hardened veteran, who was both cold in demeanor yet warm in spirit, as my true mentor. In this treacherous sea of predation, encountering him was indeed my fortune. Yet, fortune is a double-edged sword. The revelation of Old Wu's true identity struck me like a silent but powerful balm, sending ripples through my soul. The Tsunamis Special Task Force, the team he referred to as responsible for the dirtiest and most arduous tasks. In times of peace, such extrajudicial special units often signify the utmost secrecy, the most brutal training, and the most unspeakable missions. They are the sharpest blades of the nation, shrouded in the darkest shadows. I squinted, gazing at Old Wu's weathered face. His casual smoking posture remained unchanged, yet his eyes held a profound depth, as though they could pierce the dark currents beneath the ocean's surface. His words, seemingly nonchalant, were laden with substantial meaning. Later, through some old connections, I managed to secure a security position at Eden 999. What would sound mundane to the average person unraveled in my mind into countless fragments, each piecing together a deeper significance. Gaining access to a facility of Eden's caliber before the impending apocalypse is an achievement far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Eden represents humanity's last hope, a sanctuary for elite scientists and power brokers. A retired special operator, no matter how elite, would typically find it challenging to ascend directly to such a circle unless their connections reached the core leadership of Eden or there were more intricate circumstances surrounding their retirement. My speculations spread like a spider's web. Was Old Wu's security role merely a facade? Did his past missions have any ties to Eden? How much did he know about the inner workings of Eden? These questions pierced my thoughts like sharp blades. My intuition whispered that Old Wu's presence was no mere coincidence. The secrets he harbored ran far deeper than I had previously imagined. Naturally, I revealed none of these complex thoughts. In the presence of someone like Old Wu, any extraneous expression or probing could be caught and interpreted to my detriment. I simply followed his lead, exhaling a plume of smoke with a sense of melancholy. Indeed, how unpredictable the world is, Wu. Who would have thought our Earth could come to such an end? My voice carried just the right hint of sighing and lamentation, neither overly flattering nor excessively composed, striving to echo his own resigned understanding of the apocalypse. Old Wu merely grunted in acknowledgement and did not pursue the conversation further. He took a deep drag on his cigarette and abruptly flicked the butt into the sea, his movements clean and decisive, devoid of any lingering attachment. Old Wu was a man of clear principles, resolute in his actions. He imparts his skills to me, indicating his willingness to share. He reveals his identity, signifying his trust in me. However, this trust is far from blind. It is founded upon his careful observation and judgment of my character. He perceives me as a seed worthy of cultivation, a potential partner to stand alongside him in future endeavors, recognizing the value I possess. I must diligently safeguard this relationship while remaining vigilant at all times. Chapter 83. Luo Gang's machinations upon returning to the camp. Luo Gang continues to play the role of the affable leader. He has even begun to organize simple camp activities, assigning Wang Gong the task of sorting through the decaying supplies, enlisting a Chong to assist Meng Quan in reinforcing the tents, and accompanying Lu Meiyun and her daughter in mending their damaged fishing nets. In the past, such tasks would have been resolved with a mere shout from Meng Quan and his team. Now, Luo Gang personally takes charge, adopting a much gentler demeanor. Yet the results have been less than satisfactory. As the saying goes, political power emerges from the barrel of a gun, without his weapons. Luo Gang finds himself at the mercy of others, who have begun to treat him with indifference and sluggishness. I observe the veins pulsing on Luo Gang's forehead, and a barely perceptible smile tugs at the corners of my mouth. He is seething internally, yet must maintain the facade of amiability. This scene resembles a farcical play where authority is rendered impotent. He understands the necessity of winning hearts, yet is acutely aware that the true combat strength of this camp lies with Old Wu and me. Without us, he would be reduced to mere prey on the chopping block. Currently, all he can do is wait for my allegiance and for the opportunity to regain control. Lin Lan has also discerned my thoughts. Seated in my tent, she examines the recovery of my arm while quietly remarking, Luo Gang has recently become like a puppet. Those outside are paying lip service while plotting to completely dominate him. Wherever there is oppression, there will be resistance. This is an immutable truth, and the current predicament is of his own making. I scoff. I am neither Luo Gang's savior nor his enforcer. The order of this camp will ultimately be established upon absolute strength. Does he expect me to help him regain his former glory? I am not here to serve him. Try this on, Lin Lan says, handing me my multifunctional wristwatch. I have successfully integrated the bone conduction feature and frequency suppression into this device, making it far more convenient for future use. It turns out Lin Lan has been diligently working on this during her time on the island. Her thoughtfulness is commendable. As I fasten the watch around my wrist, the familiar sensation returns, this time extending from my pulse to my brain. If I hadn't been particularly attentive, the feeling would have been almost imperceptible, yet it is quite pleasant. Thank you for your efforts. I express with genuine gratitude, my smile sincere. Now I can rest easy. Lin Lan replies, also breaking into a long-awaited smile. My arm is healing remarkably well. Just a few days later, I am able to perform most daily actions and even engage in some strength training under Old Wu's guidance. I continue to feign my injury in front of Luo Gang, occasionally brushing against my arm and emitting a few pained sounds. This deception is necessary, as it not only lowers Luo Gang's guard, but also grants me additional time for observation and contemplation. Each time I venture out, I walk alongside Lao Wu. The tacit understanding between us deepens with every step, a trust forged in the crucible of blood and fire, and settled in the monotony of our daily lives. Lao Wu continues to correct my movements, imparting wisdom on how to maintain composure in extreme conditions and how to leverage the terrain and the weaknesses of our adversaries. On the battlefield, emotional instability is the gravest of sins. A fleeting moment of anger could cost one their life. As he picks at his ear, his gaze fixed on the distant reef, he instructs me that my eyes must learn to see beyond the surface, to anticipate the enemy's next move. I nod, etching his words into my memory. Learning from a master is a far cry from the futile musings of 2 years spent in solitude. As night falls, Lin Lan returns to the tent, dinner in hand. Lin Lan, what do you think lies within the tower? I suddenly inquire. Her hand falters, and she looks up at me, a flicker of complexity in her gaze. I don't know. Perhaps it harbors powers that transcend our understanding. Or maybe it is yet another trap. A trap? I ponder those words, images of parasites and the ambiguous chip embedded within me surfacing in my mind. Indeed, Chenhua. Lin Lan's tone shifts to one of gravity. The previous reef base concealed that terrifying ancient creature. Who can assure us of what lurks within the tower? Is there not something even more dreadful? Her concerns are not without merit. My previous imaginings of the tower painted it as a treasure, a key to unlocking my own secrets. However, the journey to the reef base compelled me to reassess the impending challenge. The tower may not be the destination, but rather another beginning, one fraught with uncertainty and peril. I gaze at the tent's ceiling, my mind racing with calculations. My injuries have nearly healed, and it is time to prioritize the exploration of the tower. Luo Gang awaits, as do I. The undercurrents within the camp signal that this tranquility will inevitably be shattered. This time, I must ensure that the reins of control are firmly in my grasp. I require more information, greater strength, and a meticulously crafted plan. The mentor-student bond with Lao Wu, along with the secrets he harbors, may prove to be one of my most crucial assets. Luo Gang's vulnerability presents an opportunity for me, while the tower stands as the enigmatic gateway to our collective fate. Another fortnight has passed. During this time, my body has fully recuperated, even surpassing my pre-injury vigor. Under Lao Wu's rigorous training in the art of combat, both my physical conditioning and fighting prowess have undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, my fists strike with the precision of a striking serpent. My movements can shift fluidly within confined spaces, and my gaze can detect the subtlest of flaws. Yet, within the camp, I maintain the guise of one recently healed. I occasionally feign discomfort while stretching my arms, deliberately furrowing my brow and emitting faint groans. This is a performance, a gentle trap laid for Luo Gang. I am all too aware of his mindset. He is a temporarily injured wolf, lying low yet harboring an unaltered ferocity and an insatiable thirst for power. His current amiable demeanor and approachable manner are merely a guise, a facade he has donned while he sharpens his fangs, biding his time for a counterattack. He did not keep me waiting long. On an ordinary afternoon, under the scorching sun, most of the camp's inhabitants sought refuge in their tents from the heat. Old Wu and I, however, proceeded to our fishing endeavors in the shallow waters as usual. Each cast of the net and every retrieval was imbued with the clever techniques Old Wu had imparted to me, resulting in even greater efficiency. As we dragged our bountiful nets back to shore, Luo Gang stood not far off. Brother Chenhua, you seem to be recovering quite well. Luo Gang greeted me with a broad smile, his tone laced with a subtle hint of probing. Look at you, able to fish in the sea again. Your health is truly robust. I responded with a timely, albeit somewhat forced, grin. With Old Wu's guidance, I've been able to move around a bit. After all, injuries to muscles and bones take time to heal. I'm still a bit lacking, but I can finally be of assistance. As I spoke, I rubbed my left shoulder, performing the action just enough to convey a hint of soreness. Old Wu merely cast a cursory glance at Luo Gang, choosing not to engage, and continued to tend to our catch. His demeanor caused Luo Gang's smile to falter momentarily before it quickly returned to its usual brightness. He knew Old Wu was not to be trifled with and understood that we were now 2 peas in a pod, not easily swayed. Brother Chenhua, you have made significant contributions to the camp and endured considerable injuries. I, Luo Gang, have felt quite uneasy about this. Luo Gang patted my shoulder with just the right amount of pressure, exuding a sense of authority. The safety of the camp cannot solely rest on Meng Quan's shoulders. He is rather blunt, unlike you, who possesses both cleverness and remarkable skills. He paused, allowing his gaze to sweep over the lethargic individuals in the camp, his tone rising with undeniable authority. I have made a decision. From this day forth, I appoint Brother Chenhua as the camp's safety supervisor, fully responsible for all security matters. You will manage the patrols, night watches, and outer defenses. Chapter 84. Subtle arrangements. Luo Gang's appointment was entirely within my expectations. He was bestowing upon me a title, drawing me into his camp, while simultaneously exploiting my capabilities to restore his waning authority. He sought to bind me to his chariot with a nominal position and a modicum of power. Was this not a classic case of overt manipulation? I scoffed internally while maintaining an appropriately astonished expression. I hesitated for a moment, then nervously scratched my head, my mouth slightly agape, as though uncertain of how to respond. Luo go, I began, hesitating again, my gaze drifting to my injured arm before surveying my surroundings, as if assessing my capacity to fulfill the role. Luo Gang, seeing my reaction, chuckled heartily, clearly pleased. This was precisely the recognition and thrill of promotion he desired. Stop dawdling. Luo Gang waved his hand emphatically, embodying a leader's charisma. Those who are capable must shoulder more responsibility. I know you can do it. The camp needs you now. You cannot decline. I took a deep breath, as if steeling myself for a momentous decision, and nodded resolutely. My eyes sparkled with gratitude and loyalty. Very well. Since Brother Luo trusts me so deeply, I, Chenjua, shall dedicate my very life to fulfilling this duty with utmost diligence. I declared with a resonant voice, echoing throughout the camp, imbued with a powerful fervor that resonated with every ear present. Turning towards the sparse gathering of individuals drawn to my words, I spoke passionately. Dear brothers and sisters, Captain Luo has shown unparalleled sincerity and devotion to our camp and to each one of us. I raised my voice, my earnest tone almost convincing myself. He has entrusted me with one of the heaviest burdens of the camp, which signifies his faith in me and his regard for us all. My gaze swept over Wang Gong, Fei Fei, a Chong, the mother-daughter duo of Lu Meiyun, and even Meng Quan's dark visage, ultimately resting on Luo Gang, where I offered a slightly reverential smile. I, Chenjua, shall not betray Captain Luo's lofty expectations. I pledge to protect this camp and the well-being of everyone within it. Should anyone dare to sow discord within our sanctuary, threatening its safety, I, Chenjua, shall be the first to oppose it, and I will ensure their utter demise. My words rang with conviction and emotion. Luo Gang beamed with delight, nodding vigorously, as if witnessing the resurgence of his former authority. The others in the camp exchanged glances, some with envy, others with a hint of trepidation. Meng Quan's expression was particularly complex, a blend of wariness, resentment, and predominantly, submission. Upon concluding my speech, I nodded slightly to Luo Gang, signifying my allegiance. Returning to the tent, Lin Lan had already sensed the commotion outside. She regarded me with a hint of amusement in her eyes. You performed admirably, Director Chen, she remarked with a light chuckle. I tugged at the corners of my mouth, offering a faint smile. This performance was merely the prologue. Luo Gang believed he had cast a delectable bait, unaware that it was the very leverage I sought to exploit. The role of safety supervisor was a most fortuitous gift, granting me legitimate authority to intervene in the camp's defense arrangements. My primary objective was to create an impeccable opportunity for Lin Lan and me to infiltrate the tower. Lin Lan was indispensable for this endeavor. I could no longer imagine my journey without her. Sometimes I would fantasize about our future together, yet matters of the heart were uncharted territory for me, and I remained uncertain how to convey my feelings. All I knew was that her sadness caused me distress, and I would not stand for her being mistreated. However, I was also perplexed about whether I was her ideal type or what her true feelings for me were, which is why I had never crossed the line of friendship. Furthermore, given the looming crises, the undercurrents within the camp, the mysterious disappearance of Han Zhou, and the ever-present threat of ancient experimental creatures, I had no privilege to dwell on such matters. Moreover, only she possessed the technical acumen to decipher the true secrets within the tower. Thus, my plan must include her. That evening, I summoned everyone for a defense meeting. Adopting a serious demeanor, I solemnly proclaimed, what transpired before is of no concern to me. I am now the safety supervisor, and the security of this camp is my foremost priority. I rapped my knuckles on the table, my tone brooking no dissent. In the interest of fairness, I announced a complete reorganization of tasks, with responsibilities rotating weekly, ensuring that everyone possesses a diverse skill set to adapt comprehensively to the camp's future development. Pausing for effect, I continued, this week's assignments are as follows. Wang, you are to oversee the daily monitoring of both the island and the sea. Report any anomalies immediately. My gaze fell upon a Chong, who shrank back, appearing timid and submissive. A Chong, you are tasked with the nocturnal patrol and night watch. This is the most critical segment. There can be no room for error. My voice grew more emphatic, imbued with a sense of pressure. Do not let me down. A Chong nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grains. Rest assured, Brother Chun. I promised to keep my eyes wide open. Internally, I scoffed. I knew all too well what a Chong was made of. This fellow was lazy and lackadaisical, often dozing off during his watch, and once asleep, he was impervious to disturbances, a notorious slumberer within the camp. His grandiose assurances were nothing more than a jest to my ears. In the ensuing days, I dutifully performed my role as safety supervisor, accompanied by Wang and Chang as we retraced the patrol routes, reiterating the crucial points of observation. I even set several defensive traps in hidden areas around the camp, claiming they were measures against potential invaders. Luo Gang, witnessing my vigorous approach, increasingly felt justified in his appointment. He lauded me in front of others on several occasions, urging me to continue my efforts in improving the camp. Meng Quan, however, maintained a vigilant stance towards me, coupled with a hint of discontent. Yet, his straightforward character meant he adhered strictly to protocol, never engaging in duplicity. I had already devised a plan, which was unfolding step by step. As night fell, within the tent, Lin Lan illuminated an oil lamp, casting a dim light upon her delicate profile. Tomorrow at 1 a.m., we set out, I whispered to Lin Lan. Remember, do not display any signs of abnormality. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will notify you. Reflecting for a moment, I inquired, given the unknown risks of entering the tower, are you certain you wish to undertake this adventure with me? Lin Lan met my gaze, her eyes filled with contemplation. She nodded gently, her voice resolute and clear. I am certain, I am ready. Very well, prepare all the equipment we can utilize. As I looked at her, an inexplicable sense of calm washed over me. The tower, we are coming. Chapter 85. Revisiting the tower as darkness enveloped the camp, it gradually fell into a tranquil hush. The remnants of the campfire occasionally crackled, accentuating the profundity of the night. I conducted an early inspection and found Chang at his post, glancing around nervously. Returning to the tent, I discovered Lin Lan had neatly packed all the prepared equipment. Time slipped by, each second stretching like a taut thread, heightening my anxiety. I listened intently to the occasional footsteps outside the tent, gauging the movements of everyone in the camp. Chang's patrol, the sporadic sound of coughing, and the faint whispers emanating from Fei Fei and Luo Gang's tent all coalesced into streams of information, swiftly analyzed and pinpointed in my mind. By midnight, the camp had succumbed entirely to slumber. The whispers of the wind, the rhythmic crashing of the waves, and the distant hum of unknown creatures compose a unique nocturnal symphony for this solitary island. I estimate that the night watch of Chang has already passed its midpoint. According to his usual habits, he should be in a deep slumber by now. Silently, I unzipped the tent, slipping out with utmost care. Lin Lan followed closely, her movements equally graceful, making not a sound. In the darkness, our eyes met, both filled with a singular purpose. Like a shadow, I glided soundlessly between the tents, evading the last flickers of the campfire and any potential blind spots. Soon, I approached Chang's watch post. As expected, he was leaning against a wooden stake, his head tilted to one side, emitting soft snores. Under the moonlight, droplets of glistening drool were visible on his cheek, a clear sign that he was in a deep, undisturbed slumber. Without hesitation, we took advantage of the night and began our descent towards the passage leading to the towering structure below the floating island. After descending several dozen meters, the passage widened into a spacious area. We stepped onto a smooth metallic floor, surrounded by walls entwined with flora and shimmering with a faint luminescence. This place was familiar to us. Ahead stood an energy barrier composed of countless intricate hexagonal grids, quietly emanating a subtle golden glow. This light was not blinding, but conveyed an unyielding sense of pressure. I refrained from approaching hastily, pausing to scrutinize my surroundings, activating the sonar capability of my chip card to ensure we were not being followed. Once satisfied, I moved forward with the card in hand. A delicate energy aura filled the air, causing the chip card to emit a barely perceptible vibration, as if responding to some unseen call. I felt its pull growing more pronounced, an invisible thread guiding me towards the energy barrier. This was not a direct tug, but rather a profound resonance, a calling deep within my very genes. Are you ready? I inquired, glancing at Lin Lan. Her gaze was resolute, devoid of any hint of retreat. Drawing a deep breath, I stepped forward, heading straight for the golden barrier. An intangible force surged from deep within me, resonating with the chip card. I could feel it coursing through my veins, pulsating at my nerve endings. Then, like a tide, it began to spread outward. The golden energy barrier before me started to ripple like water. The ripples emanated from the center, the light softening, as a cold consciousness re-emerged, recognizing the card in my hand. Permission granted, a voice echoed in my mind. Then, a silent fissure appeared in the center of the barrier, resembling an invisible door. Without a moment's hesitation, I led Lin Lan through the opening. As the barrier sealed behind us, we found ourselves standing before the towering structure. Not far inside, we entered a vast expanse, far grander than I had anticipated. We were situated within a wide, circular corridor, with the core of the tower at its center. Countless intricate pipes and cables, akin to the blood vessels and nerves of a living organism, coiled along the walls, ultimately converging towards the center. The pipes emitted a faint glow, some radiating a delicate azure hue, others a vibrant emerald green, while others flickered with irregular crimson sparks, collectively painting a scene imbued with a sense of futurism. The air was tinged with a subtle scent of ozone, devoid of any visible dust or impurities, indicating that this place had long been maintained in a state of energy preservation. Footsteps echoed through the vast expanse, reverberating with remarkable clarity. Here, Lin Lan's voice resonated with a sense of awe. This was the heart and mind of the floating island. These pipes served as both an energy transmission system and a conduit for material recycling. The flickering colors represented various energy levels and data flows. I refrained from interrupting her, instead directing my gaze toward the chip card. At that moment, it emanated a stable and warm glow, guiding my attention deeper into the tower. "The chip card is leading us," I murmured. Surveying the surroundings, I found no signs of alertness nor any enemies in sight, which allowed us the freedom to explore diligently. We advanced along the circular corridor, encountering devices reminiscent of control consoles at intervals, each adorned with unfamiliar symbols and buttons. Lin Lan utilized her scanning equipment, yet most of it proved indecipherable. The technological advancement here vastly exceeded our comprehension. Lin Lan's voice carried a hint of excitement. This was beyond our grasp. I silently observed everything, etching every detail of the tower's interior into my memory. I needed to understand it to harness its potential. The pull of the chip card grew increasingly pronounced, guiding us upward. Within the tower, there were no stairs or elevators, only vertical passages formed by energy. These conduits glowed softly as we approached with caution. "It's an energy lift system," Lin Lan explained, operating on principles of magnetic levitation or anti-gravity technology to transport objects directly to higher levels. I reached my hand into the energy channel, and a gentle force immediately lifted my arm upward. Without hesitation, Lin Lan and I stepped inside. Our bodies lost all weight, buoyed by an invisible force, propelling us swiftly upward. The sensation was extraordinarily peculiar. There was little sense of weightlessness, nor any dizziness, as if we were part of the very air itself. Before long, we arrived at the apex of the tower. The uppermost level pierced through the space's vast dome, constructed from a transparent material through which the starry sky above was visible. This place was saturated with a sense of advanced technology and futurism. At the center of the space stood a colossal circular platform, upon which rested an instrument reminiscent of a work of art. Its entirety was composed of streamlined metal, crowned with a large spherical structure that rotated slowly, its interior ablaze with a multitude of blue luminescent points. "It's a radar system," Lin Lan exclaimed in awe. Although it appeared to be inactive, I approached the main control console of the radar system. The console lay shrouded in darkness, unresponsive, as if it were a lifeless relic of an abandoned apparatus. I attempted to touch it. The cold metal yielded no reaction. "Is there insufficient energy supply?" I questioned Lin Lan with curiosity. Lin Lan approached my side, meticulously examining the console. "No, the system is in a dormant state. Look here." She pointed to a square recess beneath the console. The edges of the recess were smooth, its depth and width precisely calibrated, as if awaiting the perfect fit of a specific object. "Is this?" A spark of realization flickered in both Lin Lan's and my eyes. The square recess resembled the alien workstation we encountered deep within the Serpent's Cave. Chapter 86. The fourth fragment, the square recess before me, evoked memories of our recent expedition to the depths of the Serpent's Cave, where we had come upon several square objects composed entirely of a peculiar black substance within an abandoned alien workstation. These square objects were hard and weighty in our hands, devoid of any buttons or interfaces. At the time, we could not ascertain their purpose. Upon returning to the camp, I had shown one to Lin Lan, who, after inspection, speculated that it might be an alien energy source. However, we had never found a scenario in which to utilize it. Now, it seemed we had stumbled upon that very scenario, and I almost immediately retrieved the square object from my backpack. It lay quietly in my palm, exuding a cold, ancient aura. I aimed it at the recess on the console and gently placed it within. Click! A crisp sound echoed as the square object nestled perfectly into the recess, filling the space without a hint of gap, as if it had always belonged there. At the moment of its insertion, the entire system emitted a deep, resonant hum. The screen illuminated instantaneously, Countless points of light and lines began to weave and dance in the air, densely forming a holographic image. Yet, the image soon froze, displaying a prompt akin to an input key interface, remaining unresponsive. The entire summit of the tower was suddenly aglow with this unexpected surge of energy. All the conduits radiated an even more brilliant light, as if the energy system of the entire floating island had been activated in an instant. Lin Lan's face illuminated with uncontainable excitement. So, this energy module is intended for such a device. I gazed at the intricate data streams on the screen. Although I could not decipher their specific meanings, I could sense the vast amount of information they contained. This was the eye of the floating island, its core for perceiving the external world and allocating internal resources. It seemed, however, that a key input was required to fully initiate the system, Lin Lan murmured. As the light in the room intensified, I noticed not far from the console, a square metallic pedestal was quietly levitating a fragment that emitted a faint blue glow. Surrounding it was an energy barrier radiating a ghostly blue light, enveloping the central area. Its shape was identical to the 3 chip fragments I had already integrated, but this one was the 4th. My heartbeat quickened suddenly. The 4th fragment had finally appeared. It hovered at a height of 1 meter above the ground, perfectly shielded by that ethereal blue energy barrier, emanating an indescribable allure. This temptation stemmed not from mere sight, but from a deeper, soul-stirring call. The chip embedded in my chest throbbed violently, its faint glow becoming more resplendent, as if resonating intensely with that fragment. It is the chip fragment. Lin Lan's breathing quickened. She reached out her hand, only to hesitate and withdraw. The energy barrier, though seemingly innocuous at first glance, exuded an air of solemn majesty. I refrained from uttering a word and proceeded directly towards the shard. At that moment, the fragments of the chip embedded within me were fully activated, and a gentle yet powerful force surged from my chest, coursing down my arms to my fingertips. As I made contact with the azure barrier, it neither recoiled nor burned. Instead, it rippled gently like water, then silently dissipated, revealing the 4th shard, which floated serenely within. I carefully grasped it. The fragment was cold yet imbued with a peculiar vitality. At the instant it detached from its pedestal, the brilliance illuminating the pinnacle of the tower dimmed momentarily, only to return to its former state, though the energy fluctuations had palpably diminished. It has been removed. Some of the tower's protective mechanisms may have weakened as a result. Lin Lan analyzed with a furrowed brow. My gaze was entirely fixated on the shard in my hand, its surface smooth as a mirror, and within it seemed to reside a miniature galaxy. Almost instinctively, I pressed it against the location of the chip card. A surge of energy, more potent than in the previous instances, flooded into my body. It felt like a pure spring, cleansing every cell within me, while my mind became extraordinarily lucid, and every detail of my surroundings sharpened to an unprecedented clarity. There was no pain. Rather, a profound sense of rejuvenation enveloped me. I sensed my connection to the environment deepening, as if I could hear the whispers of the tower and feel the pulse of energy coursing through its conduits. When tranquility returned, I opened my eyes to find Lin Lan gazing at me with concern. "Chinjua, how do you feel?" she inquired. I raised my hand, palm facing the control console at the tower's apex, attempting to attune myself. I hoped that this new shard would bestow upon me a more direct form of combat prowess. In this alien realm, survival was the only truth, and strength was the most straightforward assurance. However, I did not feel my muscles instantly fortify, nor did I sense any outward projection of energy. My perception remained keen, and my physical condition was as it had always been, a subtle disappointment flickering within me. I sensed no significant transformation, though my mind was remarkably clear. I furrowed my brow, concentrating intently, focusing my awareness on my palm. Suddenly, a faint blue ethereal shadow materialized in my palm. This apparition resembled a reflection on the water's surface, light and transparent, akin to a miniature mirror of information. I slowly leaned down and pressed my palm against the ground. Within a 10-meter radius, a multitude of ethereal shadows emerged, immediately beginning to oscillate. Yet I could discern nothing clearly. These shadows overlapped in a manner that made my head spin. Some indistinct, pale blue traces surfaced among them, ghostly scratches and irregular indentations, silent and devoid of temperature, existing purely as visual images. Lin Lan also perceived these scenes. She leaned closer, her eyes brimming with curiosity. I gradually moved my palm, and in an instant, the ethereal shadows throughout the space became increasingly intricate. Faint footprints emerge upon the surface, appearing sporadically, intermittently, revealing a peculiar trajectory of movement. It is truly astonishing. What has manifested here are traces left by the past, remnants. Lin Lan's voice carries a hint of surprise, along with a sense of sudden enlightenment. This newfound ability of the card causes Lin Lan to stammer slightly in her excitement. It is a form of echoic retrospection. Upon her utterance, clarity dawns upon me as well. I scrutinize this ability, which can project the lingering echoes of the environment within a 5-meter radius around me in the form of pale blue phantoms. It cannot replicate the specific sounds of the scene nor display temperatures. It can only capture the imprints left by physical contact, the touched walls, the scratches on metal from tools, the ground trampled by footsteps. This is not a direct combat capability, yet its exploratory and evasive functions are far more sophisticated than any firearm. Chapter 87. Echoic Retrospection. I suppress the initial flicker of disappointment in my heart, replacing it with calm contemplation. If wielded appropriately, this ability could prove invaluable. It can assist me in tracing the paths of predecessors, identifying concealed traps, and even peering into ancient secrets. Its worth surpasses mere strength. On this alien planet, it is more precious than raw power. I direct my gaze towards the holographic image stuck on the key input interface of the tower's control console. Among countless interwoven points of light and lines, those alien symbols remain an enigma to me. Lin Lan, I believe we can utilize this ability to unlock this radar system, I assert confidently. Lin Lan's eyes brighten. She gazes at the fading blue light in my palm and then shifts her focus to the radar control console. If the echoic retrospection can reveal the traces of the operator's inputs, we can uncover the method for entering the key, she continues. A spark ignites within me as we think in unison once more. I reactivate the echoic retrospection, directing my palm towards the enormous radar system at the pinnacle of the tower. Within a 5-meter radius, countless pale blue phantoms surge forth, far more complex than those I had observed near the control console. These phantoms predominantly consist of tall, slender figures, appearing hazy and distorted within the echoes. They are merely outlines formed of pure light and shadow. On this uppermost level, an abundance of aliens once moved about, and innumerable remnants amalgamate chaotically within the specter of my palm. Some aliens meandered, others extended their arms as if gesturing, while some merely stood silently. The overwhelming density of these overlapping shadows renders it nearly impossible to discern any specific actions. It's too chaotic, I frown, attempting to concentrate. Focusing my awareness on a particular phantom, I select an alien figure that seems to be facing the radar system's control console, trying to trace its trajectory. I transform my consciousness into a thread, ensnaring that indistinct pale blue shadow, compelling it to distinguish itself from the myriad of overlapping images. As I concentrate my mental energy, the phantom in my palm begins to clarify slightly. The alien's movements, though still intermittent, gradually acquire a semblance of coherence. I observed its elongated fingers dancing swiftly upon the virtual keyboard of the console, inscribing those alien runes, indecipherable to us, like a flowing stream beneath its fingertips. It appeared to be engaged in an intricate operation, each touch and glide of its fingers executed with precision and alacrity. I concentrated intently on that faint azure apparition, striving to imprint every interaction it had with the console into my memory. One rune after another, a series of commands materialized within the specter. This was an exceedingly complex sequence, far beyond a mere combination of keystrokes. My mind began to spiral into confusion, and my recollection blurred into obscurity. A sense of fatigue washed over me, as the effort to recall the echoes of the past evidently drained my mental fortitude. Yet, in that moment, I could not afford to dwell on such feelings. I had to complete this vision, ensuring its full manifestation. Lin Lan stood beside me, her gaze fixated on the images, diligently committing each detail to memory. At last, the movements of the alien specter came to a halt. It seemed to have completed its task before turning away, vanishing into the indistinct shadows. My complexion paled, the toll on my mental energy considerable. I exhaled, the blue light in my hand gradually dissipating, having gleaned the vital input trajectory for the radar control system from the preceding vision. Immediately, I felt a surge of anxiety. I had retained only half of the key sequence, the earlier components slipping from my mind. Would I need to witness it again? I shall. At that instant, Lin Lan volunteered to shoulder this burden, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. I regarded her in astonishment. Although her face bore traces of fatigue, her gaze radiated an extraordinary luminosity, akin to two jewels aglow in the darkness. That confidence and resolve were intrinsic to her being, and she represented the most reliable beacon in this apocalyptic realm. Had she truly memorized it in one go? I found it hard to believe. The complexity of that key sequence surpassed imagination. Even with all my concentration, I could scarcely recall half of it. Lin Lan did not respond directly. Instead, she inhaled deeply and approached the radar control console. Her slender fingers hovered over the holographic keyboard, her gaze sharply focused on each alien rune, as if conducting a rapid simulation. I made an attempt. Though we did not recognize these alien symbols, I had noted their positions on the screen, their relative distances, and the trajectories of my previous inputs. Lin Lan spoke as she gently pressed her fingers upon the first rune. While I endeavored to remember them as a unique set of coordinates and pathways, reconstructing them in conjunction with the specter she had just displayed, I felt a jolt within. This was the distinction between the erudite and the uninformed, indeed. Give it a try? If it doesn't work, I can replay the vision, I encouraged. Though my mental energy had yet to fully replenish, yet the exhilaration and anticipation within me had entirely dispelled the weariness. Lin Lan nodded. Her fingers, like dancing sprites, began to glide gracefully across the alien holographic keyboard. Each touch of the runes, each movement of her fingers, perfectly aligned with the trajectory of the alien specter etched in my memory. Her movements were precise and swift, devoid of any hesitation, as if she had etched that intricate sequence deep into her very DNA. On the holographic screen, the once silent runes sprang to life beneath her fingertips, streams of blue light flowing like electric currents along the path she had input. The entire process unfolded effortlessly, like a graceful dance, without a hint of stutter. I watched the screen anxiously, fearful of any mistake she might make. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, time seemed to stretch infinitely. At last, Lin Lan's fingers gently descended upon the final rune. A crisp electronic notification chimed at the pinnacle of the tower, a stark contrast to the previous dull hum. The key input interface on the screen vanished in an instant, replaced by a real-time three-dimensional map encompassing the vast seas and skies surrounding the floating islands. Countless points of light pulsated on the map, some representing ocean currents, others signifying energy fluctuations in the atmosphere, and still more indicating the signals of tiny creatures swimming in the ocean. The radar system had been thoroughly activated. Lin Lan exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly a testament to the mental exertion she had just endured. Yet, her face radiated joy and satisfaction at the triumph. We had succeeded. Lin Lan turned to me, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We truly did it. I cheered, stepping forward to grasp her hand instinctively. Her hand was cold, yet it bore a reassuring strength. Lin Lan's cheeks flushed slightly. She instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but my palm seemed to possess an enchanting power, enveloping hers firmly. Her gaze shifted uneasily from my hand to the flickering radar screen, then quickly back to my face, unable to meet my eyes. She remained silent, softly biting her lower lip, her slightly flushed cheeks illuminated by the blue glow of the radar screen, appearing even more enchanting. It dawned on me that our actions were overly intimate, and I quickly withdrew my hand, attempting to divert the attention with a chuckle. This radar system is truly impressive. The surrounding waters are crystal clear. I scratched my head, as if her fragrance lingered in my palm. In that moment, an unspoken boundary between us had been silently shattered. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, yet it left behind a brief, warm pause. Chapter 88. Deep Dive Armor. The activation of the radar system filled the top of the tower with vibrant light. Lin Lan's flushed cheeks, bathed in the blue glow of the screen, appeared almost surreal. She too withdrew her hand, avoiding my gaze, redirecting her attention to the ever-changing data on the holographic display. Yes, the radar system is fully operational. However, it differs significantly from Earth's radar, though it only detects within a 100-mile radius. The real-time details within that range are astonishingly intricate. Her voice gradually regained its usual calmness and professionalism, albeit with a slightly faster pace than usual. I followed suit, releasing her hand and shifting my focus to the screen. I understood that this was not the time for personal sentiments. The more pressing tasks lay ahead. The screen was awash with a dazzling array of luminous points and lines, yet the sense of control over the floating island reached an unprecedented zenith at that moment. We could distinctly perceive the extending structure beneath the sea's surface, even tracing the direction of every ocean current. With this, we were no longer blind men attempting to grasp an elephant. I whispered, my voice tinged with an uncontrollable excitement. As I surveyed the upper level, I endeavored to assimilate the vast amount of information. My gaze inadvertently swept across a metallic wall, where the light appeared slightly dimmer than in the surrounding area. Or perhaps it was merely an illusion. Approaching it with curiosity, I touched the surface, feeling its cold, smooth texture, indistinguishable from the other walls within the tower. Just as I was about to withdraw my hand, my fingertips inadvertently glided over a faint indentation on the wall. This subtle mark was so delicate that it would have gone unnoticed had I not been intensely focused. It did not seem to be a natural formation, but rather a trace left by prolonged pressure or wear. A thought sparked within me. I concentrated my mind and activated the resonance retracing ability, pressing my palm against the surface. A pale blue phantom pulsed in my palm. Initially, the phantom revealed only imperceptible traces of energy flow and vague, elongated remnants of alien silhouettes that had lingered here. However, as I further concentrated my mental energy, a remarkably clear square outline emerged within the phantom. This was not the structure of the wall itself, but rather a cleverly concealed hidden door. The aliens had evidently employed certain methods to seamlessly integrate it with the surrounding wall. There is something here, I immediately informed Lin Lan. She moved at my call and quickly joined my side, her gaze flickering with surprise as she beheld the pulsing phantom in my palm. The markings of a concealed entrance indicated it had been touched multiple times. There must be some sort of activation mechanism. I placed my palm at the center of the square outline within the phantom. The chip fragment resonated once more with the wall, and a gentle wave of energy surged from my palm into the surface. A low hum reverberated from within the wall, and then, to my astonishment, the seemingly seamless metallic surface silently recessed inward before slowly sliding apart, revealing a pitch-black and profound passageway. The interior of the passage was devoid of any light source, but as we stepped inside, lights gradually flickered to life along the walls. The passage was not long, approximately 10 meters, culminating in a spacious room. In the center of the room, several stands were neatly arranged, each adorned with a sleek, black combat suit. What is this place? Lin Lan speculated softly, noting the absence of energy fluctuations and biological signs, resembling an armory or some type of equipment storage. The suits were entirely jet black, made of tight and elastic material, their surfaces smooth as mirrors, exuding a chilling sheen. They bore no superfluous embellishments, save for slightly protruding structures at the joints and an irregular diamond-shaped recess on the chest, marked with an emblem I had encountered before, a star surrounded by 3 arc lines, precisely the insignia I had seen on the wreckage of the floating island spaceship. An adaptive deep-sea combat suit. Lin Lan immediately discerned their extraordinary nature. Her voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement as she approached swiftly, reaching out to caress the surface of one suit of armor. This material possessed remarkable elasticity and resistance to pressure. The reinforced structures at the joints enabled the wearer to maintain swift movements even under the immense pressures of the deep sea. She animatedly elucidated the features of these armors. Look here, this device on the chest resembles a miniature bodily fluid circulation system. It can autonomously regulate the wearer's body temperature and hydration, sustaining vital signs to ensure prolonged operations in the deep sea. She pointed to the intricate patterns on the armor's surface. If I am not mistaken, this is a radiation-resistant coating combined with highly efficient thermal insulation, capable of withstanding extreme environments, be it frigid or scalding temperatures or radiation. It provides comprehensive protection. I stepped closer to observe intently. The design of these armors was a flawless amalgamation of art and technology. Their presence instantaneously bridged the significant gap in our current underwater exploration capabilities. It felt as though they were tailored for us, and with these armors, depths of 1,000 meters or even greater would no longer be a no-go zone. Beside these armors, we also discovered several accompanying boxes. Inside lay a silver, droplet-shaped visor. Indeed, it was the one. It sparkled like pure water, yet gleamed with a metallic luster. Identical to the one in my backpack. Lin Lan picked up a visor and donned it. Instantly, it conformed perfectly to her face, as though forming a transparent layer of skin. There are so many droplet visors here, we can dive together in the future, Lin Lan exclaimed with delight. I also grasped a set of black armor, surprisingly lightweight and supple, yet remarkably resilient to the touch. My gaze swept through the armory of the towering structure, only to find that apart from these combat suits and visors, there were no other weapons. Curious, why are there no weapons? I couldn't help but inquire. Do these aliens not require formidable offensive weaponry? Lin Lan set down the visor in her hand, pondering for a moment before articulating her analysis. There are 2 possibilities. The first, and most straightforward, is that we have yet to uncover the true armory. This may merely be a standard equipment storage room intended for routine deep-sea operations. The second possibility may pertain to the developmental direction of alien technology. She gestured towards the armor. You see, in the deep-sea environment, high pressure, low visibility, and immense water resistance significantly diminish the effectiveness of conventional ammunition and even some energy weapons. Their efficacy could be severely hampered by water resistance. Perhaps their weapons require a very specific medium to function, or their combat methodology diverges entirely from our understanding of gunfire. She paused, a glimmer of contemplation illuminating her gaze. In the face of such extreme conditions, ensuring survival and mobility may be far more crucial than merely creating destructive power. These armors already embody that design philosophy. Perhaps their weapons enhance their capabilities to the utmost, or utilize some unimaginable form of energy for attack. I nodded in agreement. Lin Lan's analysis was indeed compelling. This deepened my understanding of extraterrestrial civilizations. Their technology does not solely pursue violence. Rather, it emphasizes harmony and adaptation to the environment. Regardless, these are indeed positive attributes. I chuckled and remarked that we could now explore deeper realms. Eagerly, we each selected a suit of armor. The material of the armor was astonishing. When my body made contact with it, it seemed to possess a life of its own, contracting instantly to fit the contours of my physique perfectly, without a hint of bulk. An unprecedented sense of formidable power and ultimate security surged through me. The pressurized structures at the joints emitted a faint hum, making me feel as though even a simple punch could unleash tremendous force. Lin Lan donned her armor as well, and her already tall figure appeared even more elongated and alluring in the form-fitting black suit, exuding the charisma of a futuristic warrior. We exchanged glances, excitement and eagerness reflected in our eyes. This was truly crafted for us. I couldn't help but exclaim, "You look rather stunning in that outfit." However, before I could finish my sentence, the radar system on the top floor of the tower suddenly blared an alarming siren. Chapter 89, The Bloody Landing Buzzing. The red warning lights on the top floor of the tower flickered rapidly, and the map on the holographic screen magnified instantly, revealing 3 massive red dots approaching us with astonishing speed from the northeast of the floating island. "We have a situation." Lin Lan's expression turned grave as she rushed to the radar system, her fingers deftly operating the virtual keyboard. "It's submarines. There are 3 of them." My heart sank. Submarines? In this bizarre extraterrestrial sea? And 3 of them? This could not be mere coincidence. Their model is the Eden Special Submarine. Lin Lan's voice carried a hint of incredulity and shock. "Eden? Why are they here?" The siren's wail echoed through the tower, the shrill buzzing resembling a countdown from death itself. The red warning lights continued to flash, casting a stark illumination on Lin Lan and me, washing away our previous excitement and anticipation, leaving only gravity and urgency. Could the Eden Special Submarines belong to that fellow Hanzhou? He truly found this place, accompanied by an elite force. There was no time for further contemplation. I swiftly grabbed an extra suit of black armor and stuffed it into Lin Lan's embrace, then packed the remaining suit along with the 3 water drop masks into my tactical backpack. This equipment might very well be the key to our success. The armor felt like a second skin, almost unnoticeable and akin to wearing undergarments. It fit flawlessly against every inch of my muscles, extending to the jawline and the lower edge of my ears, ensuring maximum protection. I concealed it beneath my tattered outerwear, and Lin Lan quickly donned her gear as well. We exchanged another glance. The powerful sense of security that the armor provided imbued us with confidence in the face of impending threats. "Let us go." I grasped Lin Lan's hand, without hesitation, turning to dash down the passageway from whence we came. A preemptive warning is imperative. Only then do we stand a chance of resistance. We swiftly descended through the subterranean passage, propelled by the energy modulation system. As Lin Lan and I emerged from the tunnel's exit, we were met by the hurried approach of Luo Gang and Meng Quan, drawn by the blaring alarms. Their faces were etched with confusion and anxiety. Upon sighting us, Luo Gang erupted like a firecracker, pointing with fervor, his voice a tempest of wrath. "Ah, Chenjua, Doctor. Lin, I knew something was amiss. After all this time, it turns out you've been concealing your actions from us." His furious gaze lingered on me before shifting to Lin Lan, as though he perceived a betrayal. "You claimed the barriers were insurmountable, yet here you are, sneaking in and probably acquiring something valuable." Meng Quan, though more composed, surveyed us with a watchful eye, finally resting his gaze on our damp, soil-stained garments. He seemed to have pieced together some of the puzzle, yet was momentarily silenced by Luo Gang's outburst. There was no time for this. I urgently interrupted Luo Gang's tirade, gesturing towards the approaching direction of the Eden submarine. "He is coming." Luo Gang paused, then scoffed derisively. "Who is coming? What trickery are you attempting now? Don't think the executioners of Eden, Hanzhou, would come for you." I retorted sharply, my voice laden with urgency and gravity. "He is coming for what I possess. Once he obtains it, he will eliminate us all to safeguard the secret." "Hanzhou? What nonsense. Luo Gang laughed mockingly, showing no trace of fear. Even if someone from Eden arrives, it won't TB for a pauper like you. Are you trying to scare us into letting you hoard the benefits you found in the tower? Meng Quan, while less emotional than Luo Gang, harbored evident skepticism, gripping his knife even tighter. At that moment, anxiety consumed me. Intuition screamed that danger was imminent. I gazed into the distance, where a shadowy figure loomed closer, ghost-like and devoid of sound. Inaction would lead only to death. I interrupted once more, my tone leaving no room for debate. If you wish to survive, you must heed my words. We must unite, stand together to resist. Yet Luo Gang remained unmoved, poised to unleash another round of mockery. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from afar, silencing him. A graceful figure emerged from the camp's tent. It was Fei Fei. Drawn by the commotion, she peered curiously our way, her expression tinged with confusion. However, there were no words, no warnings. A dull gunshot echoed, and Fei Fei had no time to react. The bullet pierced her chest, leaving a gaping wound. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced down at her injury, her body stiffening momentarily before collapsing like a withered leaf onto the ground. They are coming. Did you see that? I pointed towards the perimeter of the camp, which had been attacked. And Luo Gang's eyes widened in shock as he finally beheld the ominous shadows. The mockery and disdain etched on his face crystallized in that very moment. Luo Gang's body trembled violently, his gaze fixated on the fallen Fei Fei, the woman who typically fawned over him, now reduced to a cold corpse. We scarcely had time to discern the direction from which the gunfire emanated when Fei Fei was ruthlessly gunned down before his eyes. Fei Fei! Luo Gang cried out in anguish. Quick! Take cover! Meng Quan shouted sharply, swiftly pulling Luo Gang aside to shelter behind a nearby rock. Blood rapidly spread across the rough ground of the floating island. Fear, like a tidal wave, engulfed all of Luo Gang's anger and resentment. He watched the silent and efficient executioners, witnessing their indiscriminate slaughter of any life that appeared in their line of sight. The chilling intent to kill froze the very blood in his veins. His complexion turned ashen, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He finally grasped the true meaning of the term silencing. This was no longer a mere quarrel within the camp, nor the petty cunning for survival. This was a genuine, merciless hunt, and we were all prey. Take cover. I will search for the others in the camp. I shouted again, pulling Lin Lan as I stealthily made my way towards a thicket of dense vegetation. At that moment, Luo Gang and I could no longer afford to dwell on our differences. Fei Fei's death had become the final straw, the embodiment of his deepest fears. They had no choice but to follow closely in my footsteps, swiftly concealing themselves beneath the veil of night and foliage. The footsteps of the executioners drew ever closer, their icy intent enveloping the entire floating island. A bloody hunt had quietly commenced. Chapter 90. The arrival of cold radiance, the alarm of the tower, and the distant cries of anguish tore through the tranquility of the floating island. The figures of the Eden Corps moved like specters, well-equipped and efficient. Each of their movements exuded a cold malevolence. They had already landed on the island. Lin Lan's face turned pale, her grip tightening on my arm as she whispered urgently. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to regain composure. Refusing to be completely consumed by fear, now was not the time for passivity. I am going to the camp, I declared resolutely. There might still be survivors. And more importantly, I needed to ascertain whether Han Zhou had made an appearance. Lin Lan looked at me with concern, yet understanding my determination. She merely tightened her grip on my hand. I lowered my body to blend into the night like an owl. Using the jagged rocks and dense vegetation of the floating island as cover, I stealthily approached the camp. As I neared a rock close to the camp, I cautiously peeked out. The central bonfire had extinguished, several tents lay in disarray, toppled and destroyed. On the ground, a familiar corpse lay sprawled out. It was a Chong, his head pierced by a bullet, his eyes forever unclosed. At this moment, a tall and cold figure stood with his back to me, his gun aimed at another survivor. Wang Gong. It was Han Zhou. Clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, he held a meticulously crafted handgun, its surface glinting with a chilling metallic sheen in the darkness. Upon seeing Han Zhou, Wang Gong's pupils constricted sharply, his face paling to the hue of parchment. Yet, as if a thought struck him, he screamed hoarsely, "Don't kill me. I am an engineer from Eden. I'm one of you. I can help you." However, Han Zhou did not afford him the opportunity to continue. Without even turning around, he coldly raised his hand, and with a dull report of gunfire, a bullet swiftly shot from the muzzle, piercing precisely through Wang Gong's forehead. His voice was abruptly silenced, his body stiffening momentarily before collapsing heavily beside Ah Chang's corpse. The hope and fear in his gaze crystallized into a haunting stillness. Hanzhou's movements were calm, yet ruthless, as if he were merely clearing insignificant obstacles, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He didn't even bother to confirm the outcome, turning instead to delve deeper into the camp in search of his next target. I stared at him intently, my palms unwittingly damp with cold sweat. I dared not linger any longer and stealthily slipped towards the perimeter of the camp. I found no trace of old Wu or the mother and daughter. I wondered how they were faring. Navigating through a patch of low brush that had been cleared, I finally located the pair. Lu Meiyun held Hu Xiaoya tightly, both trembling, their eyes tightly shut, their faces streaked with tears and terror. They huddled together, their tattered clothing stained with dirt and blood, clearly having endured a nightmare. "Don't make a sound. Follow me." I crouched down and whispered urgently. Upon seeing me, Lu Meiyun's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. She cautiously stood up, grasping Hu Xiaoya's hand, and began to run in the direction we had come from. Yet, they were mere ordinary individuals who had experienced profound fright. Every step seemed laborious, their trembling legs struggling to move quickly over the rugged terrain. Their labored breaths echoed starkly in the stillness of the night, slowing my pace. "Hurry, don't dawdle," I urged anxiously while keeping a vigilant watch of our surroundings. "Stop." At that moment, 3 shadowy figures suddenly emerged from the side, cornering us in an open rocky expanse. Clad in matte black combat gear that almost melded with the environment, each wore a black mask covering half their face, complete with integrated tactical visors. The lenses were not transparent, but rather dark, curved screens, constantly displaying a flow of subtle data, casting an ominous glow in the darkness. The trio brandished rifles, their silent muzzles trained on us. "Turn around slowly, don't try any tricks," one of them bellowed, his finger tightly curled around the trigger, ready to blow my head off at the slightest hesitation. I slowly turned around, my mind racing to devise a strategy, while they scrutinized my face intently. "It's this guy? Matches the description given by the boss. Take out the others first." Another one quickly decided. "Damn it," I cursed under my breath, positioning myself to shield the mother and daughter behind me, preparing to confront them head-on. The deep-sea battle armor encasing my body left me uncertain about its ability to withstand bullets, but in this moment, I had no time for contemplation. Suddenly, a shadow erupted from the darkness to my left, like a specter. Whoosh, whoosh. The faint sound of bowstrings vibrating resonated almost simultaneously. 2 gleaming arrows, akin to the decrees of death, traced exquisite arcs through the night. The first arrow pierced the head of the left side adjudicator with unerring precision. The enemy had no time to pull the trigger before collapsing to the ground. Immediately thereafter, the second arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself in the throat of the right side adjudicator. Clutching his neck, the foe emitted a faint, desperate cry, but soon fell silent. It was old Wu. A surge of joy welled within me. He appeared like a god of slaughter, arriving just in time of peril. The remaining soldier, evidently unprepared for such an ambush, whirled around, attempting to locate old Wu's position. However, in that fleeting moment of his turn, I seized the opportunity and dashed forward like an arrow released from its bow. The power bestowed by my armor erupted forth, propelling me at an astonishing speed. I delivered a powerful punch to his visor. A crisp crack echoed as the sturdy mask shattered instantly. The enemy's body was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing against the rocks, lifeless. "Old Wu," I exclaimed, my excitement spilling over. His figure emerged from the shadows, brandishing a makeshift short bow, his gaze as tranquil as water. Yet a hint of fatigue lingered in his brow. He swiftly approached us, casting a glance at the trembling mother and daughter, then nodded at me. "We must retreat." Without a moment's hesitation, I grasped the hands of the mother and daughter, bolting towards the concealed spot we had previously agreed upon with Lin Lan, shielded by old Wu. We navigated through dense foliage until we finally found Lin Lan, Luo Gang, and Meng Quan. At that moment, only 7 of us remained. I, Lin Lan, Luo Gang, Meng Quan, old Wu, and the frightened mother and daughter. The rest of the camp had perished in this sudden assault. "What is the situation?" Lin Lan inquired, her heart easing slightly upon seeing us return safely. "The people from Eden have landed on the island. The coal boat is also here. They kill anyone they see. Wang Gong and Achong." I could not continue. The pallor on Luo Gang and Meng Quan's faces deepened. Though they had not witnessed the coal boat's brutality firsthand, the death of Fei Fei, along with the gunfire and screams echoing from the camp, had thoroughly awakened them to reality. "Listen, Lin Lan." I turned to her, swiftly devising a plan. "You take care of Auntie Lu and her daughter. Move along this mountain path, heading in the opposite direction of their landing, towards the coastline. Find a concealed spot to hide, and do not emerge until I signal." I paused, then added, Retrieve the armor from your backpack and hand it to me. Lin Lan nodded without uttering a word, promptly opening her backpack to produce the armor and placing it in my hands. She then took hold of Lu Meiyun and her daughter, cautiously making their way along the narrow path towards the shoreline. Now, unburdened by any concerns, I narrowed my eyes, fixated on the direction of the camp. Cold boat. I shall not let you escape. Chapter 91. The four demons of the floating island as I watched Lin Lan and Lu Meiyun gradually fade into the shadows. The tension in my heart began to ease. They were the last ties we had in this dire situation, and they served as our motivation to persevere. I turned to face Luo Gang, Meng Quan, and Old Wu. At this moment, our combat strength was limited to the four of us. Although I had never witnessed Luo Gang and Meng Quan in true combat, their formidable physiques, coupled with their survival experience in this hellish alien world, spoke volumes about their capabilities. They outnumbered us and wielded powerful weapons. Engaging them head-on would undoubtedly lead to our demise. I spoke swiftly, my tone resolute, asserting that we must confront the enemy and gradually weaken them, employing guerrilla tactics. Why not retreat to the tower? Luo Gang interjected suddenly, a hint of stubbornness and reluctance in his eyes. The tower's defenses are impenetrable. We could take refuge inside. I had considered the possibility of seeking refuge in the tower, but I furrowed my brow and dismissed his suggestion. You have seen it as well. While they may not breach the tower's defenses, we would be trapped inside. There is no food, no water. We could perish from starvation. A flicker of struggle crossed Luo Gang's face. He evidently favored finding a defensible stronghold. However, under my assessment, he eventually acquiesced to my plan, albeit reluctantly. This is your equipment. I ceased to be stingy and retrieved the remaining black combat suits and 3 teardrop-shaped masks from my backpack, laying them before them. What is this? Meng Quan exclaimed in astonishment as he picked up a suit of armor, feeling its lightweight yet resilient material. This is an extraterrestrial deep-sea combat suit discovered within the tower. I briefly explained its functions. It should withstand common attacks, enhance the wearer's strength and speed, and most importantly, allow us to maneuver freely in the depths of the ocean while providing life support. When paired with these teardrop masks, we can maintain clear visibility underwater and receive oxygen. Luo Gang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although he harbored doubts about me, he instinctively recognized the power of this technological gear. However, there are only 2 suits. I glanced at Luo Gang. Old Wu must have one. A glimmer of greed flashed in Luo Gang's eyes, but he understood my bond with Old Wu. If he disagreed, we might end up with nothing. Without further ado, Old Wu accepted a suit of armor, a look of admiration crossing his features. I turned to Luo Gang and Meng Quan. There remains 1 suit. It is up to you to decide who wears it. But remember, this is our sole chance for survival. Luo Gang and Meng Quan exchanged glances. Though reluctant, they recognized the value of the combat suit in the face of imminent death. Ultimately, Luo Gang seized the remaining armor. Now we must buy time for Dr. Lin and Lu Meiyun. I declared with conviction. We need to disrupt the enemy's vision and leverage our advantage. On land, they possess formidable weaponry, but our opportunity lies in the water. Clad in the combat suit, Luo Gang's complexion remained pale, yet his eyes gleamed with a newfound ferocity. Meng Quan, lacking a suit, gripped his cleaver with renewed determination. Old Wu held a short bow, the arrow perched upon the string, its tip glinting with a metallic sheen in the twilight. The 4 of us, akin to 4 blades poised to unsheath, coalesced into a formidable force of resistance amidst dire straits, awaiting a bloody confrontation with the Hanzhou Brigade. On the floating island, the night was profound, the scent of blood and the aura of death permeating the air. I faintly discerned the crackling of radio communications in the distance, accompanied by sporadic, muted gunfire. They were still searching, intent on eradicating every survivor on the island. Clad in a water droplet mask, its capabilities extended beyond underwater functionality, providing enhanced vision even on land, granting me an almost night vision-like acuity in the obscurity of night. This discovery had been made recently, and the pure oxygen supplied by the mask could furnish my body with refined energy amidst intense exertion. With the mask donned, I could clearly observe the Eden Brigade's dispersed formation, their footsteps increasingly scattered, precisely as I had hoped. I surmised they had divided into several small teams, conducting a sweeping search, an opportune moment for our guerrilla tactics. I crouched low, melding seamlessly into the jagged rocks and dense foliage of the floating island. Old Wu and Luo Gang were clad in battle armor, while Meng Quan trailed closely behind me. We moved like specters in the night, silently gliding through the shadows. My initial target was a trio of soldiers, Utilizing the mask's night vision capabilities, I noted their apparent lapse in vigilance as they ambled along, engaged in hushed conversation. Each carried a radio, a vital source for intelligence gathering. I signaled to old Wu, who understood my intent, swiftly scaling a towering rock. The augmentation from his armor rendered his movements astonishingly agile. 2 arrows were released in quick succession, slicing through the night air with eerie silence. Whoosh, whoosh. I heard the dull thuds as the arrows penetrated their targets. The 2 outermost soldiers shuddered violently, their throats and temples precisely pierced, unable to utter a sound before collapsing lifelessly. Their bodies lay in the darkness like 2 heaps of discarded refuse. Suddenly, the 3rd soldier reacted, whirling around to aim his specialized rifle in the direction of old Wu's concealment. "Leave it to me," Luo Gang bellowed, fueled by the ferocity bestowed by his armor. I witnessed him burst forth from the thicket like a bulldozer, exuding an unstoppable wildness as he lunged at the soldier. The soldier, clearly taken aback by such reckless bravery, attempted to fire, but was met with Luo Gang's armored fist crashing into his chest. I heard a muted crack of bone as the soldier emitted a pained grunt, propelled backward before colliding heavily with a sharp rock, subsequently falling silent. "Well done," I whispered in commendation, a slight breath of relief escaping me. The trio had been swiftly annihilated. I hastened forward, retrieving the radio from one of the fallen soldiers, carefully pressing it to my ear. A cold, steady voice emanated from within. It was the voice of Hanzhou. "Team 3, report your situational status." The tone turned even colder, laced with an imperceptible authority. "Team 3, respond." The stillness remained profound. I could sense that Hanzhou must be seething with agitation at this moment. They had undoubtedly detected something awry. Mengquan whispered, tightening his grip on the mountain knife. "All the better." Luo Gang's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty fervor. "Let them taste my wrath. I seek vengeance for Fei Fei." In the darkness, the 4 of us, like vengeful specters, once again plunged into the depths of the jungle. Chapter 92. Guerrilla warfare on the floating island. Through the severed radio communications, it was evident they had learned of the mishap involving Team 3. Their vigilance and caution would undoubtedly be heightened. I observed 2 soldiers approaching, their movements synchronized, weapons sweeping the surroundings. I remained alert. The integrated tactical visors on their masks clearly possessed night vision capabilities, necessitating utmost caution. I gestured for Lao Wu to take cover behind a massive rock, while Luo Gang and Mengquan circled to the right, stealthily merging into a denser thicket. I, on the other hand, sought a suitable moment to ambush them from the left. I picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully into the depths of the distant underbrush. The faint sound echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. The 2 soldiers were immediately drawn to it, their weapons swiveling almost in unison toward the source of the noise. "Come out," one soldier bellowed, a hint of tension lacing his voice. Now was the moment. In the instant their attention was diverted, I surged forth from their flank, akin to a predator pouncing on its prey, targeting the nearest soldier. However, he reacted with remarkable speed, instinctively turning to fire at me. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of rifle bullets sliced through the night, launching fiery trails toward me as he unleashed his full firepower, intent on eliminating me on the spot. "Damn it," I cursed inwardly, channeling strength into my knee. The power amplification from my armor allowed me to execute a 360-degree flip midair, narrowly evading all his bullets. I could feel the searing heat of the bullets grazing the edges of my armor, a perilous close call. In the fleeting moment of his astonishment at my strange maneuver, I adeptly adjusted my stance in midair, plunging my dagger with precision into his neck. The motion was swift and unhesitating, devoid of any hesitation. The soldier had no time to utter a sound before he slumped backward. At the instant I struck, Luo Gang and Mengquan launched their assault almost simultaneously. I saw Luo Gang, like a beast unleashed, once again charged with ferocity, akin to a tank, hurling another soldier into the thicket where Mengquan lay in wait. Mengquan's mountain knife, as precise and lethal as a viper, sliced through the soldier's neck in the shadows. Blood sprayed momentarily in the darkness. The soldier fell without a sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, we had silently dispatched the 2 soldiers. Lao Wu and I exchanged quick glances, blending seamlessly into the night. We did not pause, continuing our search for opportunities on the floating island. Hanzhou's execution squad was becoming increasingly dispersed, yet their vigilance had reached its zenith. Soon, I spotted a lone soldier. He anxiously called out to his comrades over the radio, his gaze darting around restlessly, betraying a hint of panic. His body was tense, each step taken with utmost caution. Silently, I approached from behind, barely making a sound. At the moment he whispered into the radio, I suddenly covered his mouth with my hand, applying force to swiftly snap his neck. Another one down. Report your position. Respond if you hear me. The only reply was an unsettling silence. I sensed a subtle edge of anger creeping into Hanzhou's voice. It seemed his troops were vanishing without a trace, clearly exceeding his expectations. He must have sensed something amiss. The consecutive disappearances of his soldiers were enough to make him realize he was not confronting a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, but rather hunters capable of retaliation. Moments later, within a minute, Old Wu shot down a soldier attempting to scale a boulder from a high vantage point. His timing was impeccable. The soldier, completely unprepared during his ascent, was struck in the back by Old Wu's arrow as if it possessed a will of its own. The soldier fell from the height with a dull thud. At this juncture, Hanzhou's voice crackled through the radio again, this time laced with an unmistakable command and a chilling intent. All units, pay attention. Immediately cease dispersing. Everyone, regroup towards the camp. Hanzhou's orders were clear and ruthless. He evidently recognized that scattering would only lead to his soldiers being picked off one by one, thus opting for regrouping to mount a counterattack with numerical and firepower advantages. They had finally grasped the situation. I whispered to Luo Gang, Meng Quan, and Old Wu, sensing their equally taut nerves. What should we do? Luo Gang asked in a panic. We have already weakened some of their strength, but we are about to face a more ferocious counterattack. Old Wu replied solemnly, organizing the arrows he had just retrieved. But this is also our opportunity. A glimmer of insight flashed in my eyes. I have a plan, luring the tiger from its mountain lair. What do you mean by luring the tiger from its mountain lair? Luo Gang asked fiercely. Their regrouping meant a temporary halt to their operations in other areas, thus ensuring the safety of Dr. Lin and the others, at least for now. And then, Meng Quan inquired, his earlier panic replaced by a fierce resolve born from desperation. We mislead them. I gestured towards their approach, indicating the route to the periphery of the floating island. That should be their landing point where their submarines or other transportation vessels are docked. We cannot allow them to discover the whereabouts of Dr. Lin and the others. Therefore, we must not retreat in their direction. We must act contrarily, feigning an attempt to seize their means of transportation. If we manage to actually capture something, that would be a bonus. Luo Gang seemed to grasp my intent. A flicker of understanding in his eyes. You mean to make them think we are after their boats? Exactly, I nodded. That is the most sensitive point for them. They have traveled a great distance to reach here, and they will not abandon their escape route. We can also take this opportunity to shift the battle from land to sea, maximizing our advantages. This plan carries certain risks, yet it may also represent our only glimmer of hope. Once they are lured to the seaside, we can leverage the advantages of our deep-sea combat suits, shifting the battlefield from land to the depths we are more familiar with and better suited to exploit. I continued, stating that their means of transport would surely be guarded. If possible, we would seize a vessel, and if not, we would swiftly retreat into the ocean. The four of us quickly adjusted our course, abandoning our concealment and moving rapidly toward the direction from which the Eden soldiers had initially landed. I deliberately chose relatively open and easily detectable routes, even creating noticeable disturbances. My intent was to make them aware that we were fleeing and heading toward the very direction they least desired us to take. Before long, the radio in my hand crackled with a cacophony of voices. Captain, target sighted. They are moving toward the landing area. One voice reported urgently. What? They intend to seize our submarine. Another voice responded with anger. Hanzhou's voice resounded once more, this time laced not only with murderous intent, but also with unabashed fury. Everyone, full speed ahead. Intercept them. We must not allow them to approach the submarine. Except for Ying Chun, eliminate them all. I could envision Hanzhou's expression, undoubtedly resembling that of a demon from hell. He believed we were in a desperate situation, betting everything on a futile attempt to commandeer their means of escape. This was precisely the outcome we desired. Accelerate. I commanded, my voice low. The amplification capability of the combat suit sent my speed soaring. Lao Wu followed closely, while Meng Quan and Luo Gang gritted their teeth to keep pace. We four resembled arrows released from a bow, racing toward the coastline of the floating island, pursued by Hanzhou and his furious troops, surging forth like a tidal wave. The land battle was about to transition into a maritime conflict. Chapter 93. Drawing the tiger from its mountain, the enhancement from our combat suits propelled the three of us to our utmost speed, with the rugged terrain of the floating island blurring beneath my feet. Though Meng Quan lacked a combat suit, his towering figure unleashed astonishing potential, the blade in his hand reflecting glimmers of starlight as we ran. We four became four fleeting shadows, sprinting toward the coastline in the night. Behind us, the shouts of the Eden soldiers grew ever closer, punctuated by the occasional sound of silenced gunfire from afar, bullets striking the rocks and sending shards flying. Our actions had thoroughly enraged them. Just as we were about to reach the coastline, a sudden crackle of static erupted from my radio, followed by a calm and chilling voice. It was Hanzhou. Chun, I know you are listening, he stated, devoid of any trace of anger, exuding an unsettling calm. You are as cunning as ever, trying to seize our submarine. Don't dream. The hatch of our submarine is sealed tight. With Eden's military-grade equipment, you cannot open it. A sudden weight settled in my heart. This guy was indeed no ordinary adversary. He not only knew I could listen in, but also directly shattered my intentions. Is that so? I scoffed into the radio, responding while running. Hanzhou, if that is the case, why are you so anxious? Why waste your breath conversing with me? Do you intend to stall for time until your subordinates encircle me, or are you simply too afraid to approach? Hanzhou, do you think you truly understand me? My words dripped with provocation, designed to infuriate him and disrupt his calm judgment. The silence on the radio lingered for a moment, before Hanzhou's haughty tones softened slightly. Chun, last time I underestimated you, allowing you to exploit a gap. You are quite astute, and I admire that. If you submit to me, a future of infinite possibilities awaits you. Hanzhou resorted to his usual tactic of both carrot and stick, admiring me, yet indiscriminately slaughtering those around me. How is that admiration? I retorted with sarcasm. After a lengthy silence, Hanzhou's tone turned increasingly frigid. Chun, do not deceive yourself into thinking that a modicum of cleverness and a few rudimentary skills grant you the audacity to act recklessly in my presence. I will make you aware of who the hunter is and who the prey shall be. This time, there will be no escape. Enough of this banter. The outcome remains uncertain. I shot back, quickening my pace. Engaging in such idle chatter with Hanzhou was merely a tactic to disrupt him and buy myself precious time. As we spoke, we burst forth from the rocky terrain of the floating island, revealing a vast expanse of pitch-black coastline before us. The waves crashed against the island's edge, producing a rhythmic roar. Through my night vision, I discerned 3 sleek, imposing dark submarines moored on the water's surface, resembling slumbering steel behemoths. Undoubtedly, these were the landing vessels of the Eden soldiers. However, the submarines were not devoid of guardians. 2 Eden soldiers, rifles in hand, patrolled the vicinity with vigilance, their eyes scanning the surroundings, clearly on guard against us. Old Wu, I signaled with my hand. Old Wu had already knocked his arrows. During our sprint, he abruptly halted, his body half-crouched, drawing his short bow to its full moon shape. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows, whistling with deadly intent, flew through the night, striking the 2 guards with precision. One soldier was pierced through the head, while the other was shot in the heart. They did not even have time to sound an alarm before they fell with a thud, slipping lifelessly into the sea. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing swiftness, leaving no room for reaction. Quick, I shouted, dashing towards the nearest submarine. The hatch remained tightly sealed, just as Hanzhou described, with not a single crevice to pry open. Beside the hatch was a complex numerical keypad and a fingerprint scanner. Search them for keys or cards. Just then, I noticed a shadow behind the submarine, as though another presence lurked there. To the left. Someone's there, I exclaimed urgently. Luo Gang and Meng Quan reacted swiftly. Meng Quan's machete flashed, while Luo Gang charged forward. The hidden Eden soldier, evidently the last line of defense for the submarine, suddenly sprang from the shadows, raising his rifle to fire. However, Luo Gang's formidable strength combined with the unmatched speed of his battle armor left no opportunity for the soldier to shoot. With a sweeping motion, he knocked the soldier's rifle aside and seized his collar, forcefully bringing him to the ground. Meng Quan's machete was instantly poised at the soldier's throat. Open the submarine, I sternly commanded the soldier, forcefully yanking off his mask to reveal a gaunt-faced man with curly hair. My fierce glare bore down upon him, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. The soldier, clearly reluctant to submit, received a silent signal from me, prompting Meng Quan to unsheath his knife and strike towards the soldier's arm without hesitation. The soldier trembled violently, his eyes wide with fear as he beheld Meng Quan's merciless advance. No, please, I'll do it. Faced with the specter of death, he knew he could no longer hesitate. One swift blow from Meng Quan could sever his hand. Sensing the icy breeze of the blade, he ultimately capitulated. Trembling, he extended his hand and swiftly entered a complex password on the keypad, followed by pressing his fingerprint onto the scanner. A dull thud resonated as the submarine's hatch emitted a low groan, slowly sliding open to reveal a deep, dark internal passageway. Enter. I gestured to Lao Wu, Luo Gang, and Meng Quan, as the 3 swiftly slipped into the submarine's interior. I was the last to enter, brandishing my dagger at the soldier. You. Get in. With a face full of despair, the soldier clumsily crawled into the submarine. I followed closely behind, attempting to pull the hatch shut, only to find it utterly immovable. Can you operate this thing? Luo Gang inquired anxiously within the narrow confines of the submarine. Approaching the cockpit, I surveyed the densely packed dashboard filled with unfamiliar buttons and levers, my brow furrowing in concentration. This was a stark departure from the engineering vessels I had piloted before. It was an entirely different realm of operational complexity. The maneuvers I was accustomed to seemed futile in this context. I've never operated anything this military-grade. It's far too intricate, I muttered under my breath, realizing I had severely underestimated the complexity of a military submarine. Suddenly, I turned sharply to the soldier, who was still at the mercy of Meng Quan's blade. His complexion was pallid, his eyes filled with a desperate will to survive. You. I pointed at him, my voice laced with menace. Pilot this submarine, or I shall snap your neck right now. The soldier stiffened, then fervently nodded, his voice trembling as he stammered. Why, yes. Brother, I will pilot. I'll do whatever you say. In the distance, soldiers from Eden were rushing towards us, their furious shouts and gunfire sporadically impacting the submarine's hull. Hurry. Stop dawdling. Start it. I barked at the soldier. Flustered, he scrambled into the pilot's seat, nervously manipulating the controls. The hatch behind us gradually closed, sealing off all external clamor. Chapter 94. Submerged pursuit. With a decisive click, the hatch sealed behind us, cutting off all the noise and gunfire from the floating island. The interior of the submarine was instantly engulfed in a suffocating darkness, illuminated only by the faint green glow of the cockpit's dashboard and the subtle flickering of various indicator lights. A chilling, mechanical scent enveloped the air. Quick, dive! I urgently shouted at the soldier at the controls, my dagger poised at the nape of his neck. Lao Wu remained on high alert, watching the driver closely to ensure he dared not make any sudden movements. The soldier shuddered violently, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead as he fumbled with the control panel. A subtle tremor reverberated within the submarine, and soon after, the vessel began to tilt gently. The system announced, depth, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, the cold, mechanical synthesized voice echoing within the confined space. The submarine's descent accelerated. Inside, the atmosphere was exceedingly cramped. Luo Gang and Meng Quan pressed tightly against the wall, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. They had evidently never experienced such a deep-sea voyage. Big brother, they're closing in. The pilot suddenly exclaimed in a panic, his gaze fixed intently on the sonar screen ahead, which displayed their rapid approach. We can't create any distance. I leaned closer, and on the sonar screen, 2 red dots were approaching us at an astonishing speed. Hanzhou's reaction was beyond my expectations. His soldiers, impeccably trained, organized a pursuit with remarkable swiftness. At that moment, the internal communication system crackled with static, followed by Hanzhou's voice, clear and composed. This time, his tone carried a hint of amusement, as if everything was under his control. Ing Chun, give it up, Hanzhou said nonchalantly, devoid of anger. Only a playful mockery akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Though you have successfully activated my submarine, do you truly believe you can escape? You have merely chosen a cage for yourself. On land, I could hardly capture you. But now, you and your ragtag crew are nothing but fish in a barrel. My fists clenched tightly. This man regarded me as nothing more than a buffoon. How do I communicate with him? I glanced at the pilot. Big brother. Press this button to initiate communication. He hurriedly indicated a button on the control panel and pressed it. Hanzhou, don't celebrate too soon. My voice resonated through the communication system. Are you afraid that a novice like me might damage your precious submarine? I attempted to provoke him, wagering that he would hesitate to attack, as this might be one of Eden's few remaining assets. Oh, a provocation? Hanzhou's voice dripped with sarcasm, but alas, it bore no effect on me. I genuinely wished to avoid unnecessary damage to the company's property. However, if you insist on experiencing the underwater fireworks, I wouldn't mind accommodating you. He paused, his tone growing increasingly menacing. Now, you will halt the submarine and come out peacefully, and I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Otherwise, this submarine, along with everything inside it, will be reduced to scrap in the depths of the sea. Enough nonsense, I retorted, gritting my teeth. If you want to capture me, come over yourself. I severed the communication. Where's the torpedo control? I demanded, gripping the pilot's collar fiercely. The pilot pointed to the side control panel, marked torpedo control. Following his direction, I discovered the torpedo launch control located on the side of the main cockpit, featuring several touch screens and physical buttons. Though military-grade submarines are complex, their functional design is often intuitive. Drawing on my understanding of sonar and previous experience operating engineering vessels, I swiftly located the torpedo launch interface. Big brother. This is the launch interface. Here you select the ammunition type, and here is the target lock, the pilot stammered, trembling under Old Wu's dagger. Target the nearest submarine first. I swiftly assessed the situation, pointing at the red dot on the sonar screen. The display indicated our torpedo reserves for remaining. Damn it, let me fire one. Trembling. I pressed a series of buttons, and an auxiliary targeting cursor appeared on the screen. Taking a deep breath, I focused all my energy. Die. I slammed my finger down on the launch button. Whoosh. A dull thud resonated as the submarine shuddered slightly. A torpedo, propelled by immense kinetic energy, surged forth from the launch tube, plunging into the depths of the ocean. However, on the sonar screen, the torpedo traced an arc in the deep sea, veering off course and racing far past the intended target. My expression instantly soured. Haha. The communications system crackled with Hanzhou's unabashed laughter. Chun, are you sure you came to seize the submarine and not to entertain us? You can't even manage the most basic targeting, yet you dare to attack. My cheeks burned with embarrassment and anger at my blunder. One more shot. I growled, lock on for me. Grabbing the driver, I compelled him to assist in adjusting the aim. The driver, visibly terrified, fumbled hurriedly to cooperate with my commands. This time, I concentrated entirely. My gaze fixed firmly on the targeting data on the screen. Fire. I pressed the button again. Whoosh. Another torpedo hurtled forth with a roar. This time, its trajectory appeared markedly more precise, transforming into a silver flash as it raced toward the target submarine. Yet, just as the torpedo was about to strike, I noticed on the sonar screen several small dots suddenly ejecting around the target submarine. Instantly, the torpedo's path altered dramatically, and a muted explosion resonated in the distant waters. Brother, they launched decoy charges, prematurely detonating our torpedo. The driver exclaimed in terror. Hanzhou's voice echoed once more, this time devoid of the playful arrogance, tinged instead with a chilling menace. Chun, well, this time your aim is barely acceptable. You dare to attack Eden's assets twice. Now it is my turn. I shall make you aware of the cost of your overreach. My heart sank to the depths. This man was nothing short of a demon, each of his words striking precisely at my psychological defenses. Brother, they launched torpedoes. The driver cried, his voice tinged with panic. Pointing at the sonar screen where two pursuing submarines simultaneously unleashed massive torpedoes, rushing toward us with the scent of death. You intercept the torpedoes. I'll drive. I bellowed, shoving the driver aside and taking the helm myself, drawing on my previous experience with smaller vessels to attempt to maneuver this far more complex military submarine. Hurry. Launch the decoys. The driver, pale as a ghost, clumsily operated the controls. Whoosh. A faint sound erupted as a decoy was ejected from the rear of the submarine. On the sonar screen, the false signals created by the decoy rapidly expanded, disrupting the first torpedo's lock-on. Boom. A muffled explosion echoed not far behind the submarine. The violent water surge causing it to lurch as if pushed by an invisible hand. Damn, that scared me to death, Luo Gang exclaimed in astonishment. However, I scarcely had a moment to catch my breath when the sonar screen revealed that a second torpedo was almost upon us, having locked onto our newly evaded course. Damn it, my eyes were fixed intently on the screen as adrenaline surged through my veins. I yanked the control stick, altering our trajectory, while simultaneously pushing the power lever to its maximum. The submarine's engine emitted a deafening roar as it attempted to execute an extreme evasive maneuver. The hull twisted violently in the depths of the ocean, creaking under the strain. A chilling warning blared through the system. Engine overload. Structural stress at critical levels. The cold mechanical voice echoed ominously. Here it comes. The helmsman shouted in despair, his finger pointing frantically at the sonar screen. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from the submarine's rear, causing the entire vessel to shudder violently, as if struck by a colossal hammer. The intense shockwave threw everyone off balance. Sparks erupted from the walls, and the lights abruptly extinguished, leaving only the dim glow of the instrument panel and emergency lights. A pungent odor of burnt materials mingled with the briny scent of seawater filled the air. The helmsman let out a horrifying scream as his head collided forcefully with the control panel, and he fell silent. Damn it! A sharp pain pierced my chest. Although my armor absorbed much of the impact, the disorienting sensation of being struck by a heavy object left me dizzy. Inside the submarine, alarms blared sharply. Warning! Warning! Rear damage. Taking on water. Power system compromised by 30%. Emergency ballast jettison. We were hit, and the helmsman was unaccounted for. Chapter 95. A frantic escape. The interior of the submarine was in disarray. Following the deafening explosion was the shrill wail of alarms and the crackling sound of electricity in the darkness. The red glow of the emergency lights cast a hellish illumination across the cramped chamber. Warning! Warning! Rear damage. Taking on water. Power system compromised by 30%. Oxygen levels are dropping. The cold, mechanical voice of the system repeated each phrase like a hammer striking my heart. The helmsman had struck his head against the console. Blood trickled down his forehead, soaking the control panel. I shook my dazed head, enduring the searing pain in my chest. "Brother, are you all right?" Luo Gang struggled to rise from the floor. I glanced at him. His armor had evidently withstood the tremendous impact, and he seemed largely unscathed. Meng Quan's condition was less fortunate. Lacking the protection of armor, his forehead was bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his eye as he leaned against the wall. His face pale and drawn, just managing to stand. Lao Wu clutched the back of his chair tightly. The earlier impact had left him unharmed. His gaze sharply focused on the flickering instrument panel. "I am fine," I shouted loudly to drown out the blaring alarms. "The helmsman has lost consciousness. The submarine is taking on water. Quickly, see if this vessel can still be salvaged." My eyes swept across the control room walls, where gaping, jagged tears marred the surface. Cold seawater surged in like a roaring tide, the immense pressure driving everything into the depths. The water at the bottom of the cabin had already risen above our ankles and continued to climb rapidly. System announcement. Depth 120 meters. The vessel is accelerating downward. The rudder system is damaged. Steering control is lost. Brothers, the rear has been breached. The submarine is utterly uncontrollable and will plunge to the ocean floor. Luo Gang rushed over, his anxious gaze fixed on me, his body swaying violently. I understood. As I steadied him, my eyes darted across the control panel. The densely packed buttons and screens sent a shiver down my spine, yet I had no alternative. The submarine had been struck by a torpedo at the rear, resulting in the immediate loss of its propeller and rudder, transforming this iron giant into a massive, uncontrollable hulk in the depths of the sea. We must jettison ballast. Where? I groped frantically at the control panel. Xiaochun, this one, Lao Wu, with keen eyes, pointed to a large red button in the center of the panel, clearly marked with the words jettison ballast. Without hesitation, I pressed it. A loud clank echoed from the submarine's bottom, followed by a sudden lightness as the descent slowed considerably. On the sonar screen, the depth indicator's oscillation also decelerated. However, the substantial influx of water at the rear severely destabilized the submarine's center of gravity, causing the vessel to tilt uncontrollably downward. Warning! Warning! Ingress of water is excessive. Cabin pressure is unbalanced. Structural integrity is continuously declining. On the sonar screen, the two pursuing submarines remained steadfast behind us, red dots relentlessly closing in. They had evidently concluded that our submarine was doomed, merely awaiting its inevitable sinking or delivering a final, fatal blow. I fixed my gaze on the sonar screen, watching as the angle of the submarine's tilt increased, losing control entirely, akin to a wounded bird struggling against a storm, gradually succumbing to the tempest. It's futile. We cannot hold on. I slammed my hand on the control panel, despair etched across my face. The influx of water accelerated, the submarine's structure emitting a dying wail. Remaining inside would lead to certain death. "Listen," I shouted to the three of them, my voice piercing through the alarms and the sound of rushing water. "The submarine is failing. Abandon ship immediately." The three turned to me, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. They understood that once we abandoned ship, we would be confronting the merciless depths of the ocean. We must not cluster together. I continued to shout, my tone urgent and resolute. The target of the enemy is me. The submarine is too large, spread out. It won't be able to capture us so easily. Utilize the underwater terrain for concealment. The deep-sea battle suits and water masks will aid us in navigating the abyss, giving us a chance to survive. However, Meng Quan seemed poised to speak. "Meng Quan," I interrupted him. "I know you have reservations about not wearing this deep-sea battle suit, but the mask will still ensure sufficient oxygen supply. I do not wish to engage in futile niceties. I will draw their fire, and we shall fend for ourselves." I pointed towards the upper part of the submarine, indicating the nearest emergency escape hatch. "Once you are out, seek out fissures in the trenches or underwater caves. Hide. He cannot capture us scattered across the vast ocean depths. One life saved is a victory." A glimmer of desperate resolve shone in my eyes. "Xiaochun," Lao Wu looked at me, concern filling his gaze. "Angkor, fret not. I shall safeguard myself." I continued, "Remember, we must all survive." Time for hesitation was no longer an option. The flooding within the cabin intensified, and the submarine's descent accelerated, with even minute cracks beginning to form upon the walls. Let us go. I located the nearest emergency escape hatch and pressed the adjacent activation button. The frigid deep-sea waters, accompanied by immense pressure, surged in violently. Urged by my insistence, several individuals discarded their hesitation and swiftly traversed the hatch, plunging into the abyss. The deep-sea combat suits we donned shimmered with an ethereal blue glow amidst the currents, and the visor activated instantaneously. The robust construction of the suits and their low-temperature resistance were the sole assurances of survival for us in the depths. I was the last to emerge, feeling the icy grip of the deep sea and the overwhelming pressure. The submarine sank rapidly behind me, transforming into a colossal silhouette, gradually fading from sight. Casting a glance back, I noticed the two enemy submarines swiftly approaching, clearly aware of our abandonment of the vessel. Without a moment's hesitation, I propelled myself forward, utilizing the thrust augmentation feature at the joints of my suit, combined with my currently formidable physique, unleashing a powerful force as I dove into the profound darkness, heading in a direction entirely distinct from that of Old Wu and the others. Not long after I surged forward, I caught a glimpse of the two enemy submarines employing differing pursuit strategies. One continued its rapid advance towards us, while the other reduced its speed. The slowing submarine's bottom hatch gradually opened, casting a dim light into the abyss. Suddenly, a dozen Eden soldiers, clad in fully sealed diving suits and wielding underwater propulsion devices, surged forth like phantoms of the deep. Their suits flickered with faint indicator lights, and the weapons they bore radiated a chilling intent. They disregarded the sinking wreckage of the submarine, swiftly dispersing in various directions, launching a new pursuit in the depths like ravenous predators. Chapter 96. The dark choice. The deep sea is the most profound prison of the cosmos. Void of light, it is enveloped in endless darkness, accompanied by a pressure that can be felt on every inch of skin. As I witnessed the Eden soldiers emerge from the hatch like bees from a hive, the cold and oppressive atmosphere swallowed me whole. With no time for hesitation, I turned and continued my swim into the icy, dark depths. With a thought, I activated the sonar function of my chip card. In my mind, countless delicate lines sketched a three-dimensional image of my surroundings. In the distance, the immense forms of two enemy submarines prowled like predators, slowly unfurling their vast nets. Closer in range, a dozen Eden soldiers, wielding underwater propulsion devices, spread out like a swarm of worker bees, tracing the trajectory of the submarine wreckage in all directions, with 5 of them hastily pursuing me. I exerted force with my legs and arms, the thrust augmentation feature at the joints of my suit erupting instantaneously, akin to a spring compressed to its limit suddenly released. The powerful thrust propelled me to astonishing speeds in the water as I darted through the chaotic currents like a shadow. Yet the pursuers behind me relentlessly closed in, their speed formidable, aided by advanced underwater propulsion devices that pressed ever closer. This abyssal realm, characterized by colossal underwater mountain ranges, jagged rocks, and profound chasms, became my solitary hope for survival. Concealment was my singular thought. I plunged into a narrow underwater canyon, executing a sharp turn that sent turbulent currents swirling behind me, hoping to momentarily obscure their vision. Subsequently, I lowered my body and moved with utmost caution, minimizing energy fluctuations to blend seamlessly with the lifeless rock formations. I must harness the environment of this deep sea. In the distance, ghostly beams of light swept through the water, akin to searchlights but more concentrated, imbued with a palpable intent. The Eden soldiers resembled a pack of well-trained hounds, weaving a lethal net within this oceanic expanse. The wake from their propellers trailed long white streaks underwater, like scars that disrupted the ancient tranquility. One soldier was patrolling towards my hiding spot. His weapon was not a standard land assault rifle, but a specialized spear gun designed for underwater combat, its taut rubber bands emanating a menacing aura. His movements were remarkably professional, deftly controlling the propulsion device while subtly adjusting his body to the flow of water. The spotlight on his helmet scanned the seabed with the precision of a viper's gaze, meticulously probing the silt, rocks, and swaying seaweed. I held my breath, embedding myself deeper into the shadows of the crevice, my jet-black armor blending flawlessly with the surroundings. In that moment, I became one with the ocean floor, a silent part of its being. He drew ever closer, the beam of his light brushing past the edge of my hiding spot, illuminating a nearby cluster of vibrant green seaweed that danced with the currents. He subtly adjusted his course, seemingly intrigued by the crevice. Beneath his diving mask, only a hazy outline was visible, yet I could sense the predatory focus radiating through the water. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. He halted, suspended before the crevice, the spotlight piercing into the shadows. The light glinted off my armored chest, a faint shimmer that evidently caught his attention, causing him to tilt his helmet slightly to gain a clearer view. One hand withdrew from the propulsion control, reaching towards a device at his waist, likely a communicator. Had he discovered my presence? The probability was high. The only path to survival lay in silencing him before he could raise the alarm. Now was the moment. Without hesitation or warning, as his finger approached the communicator's button, I sprang into action. My feet propelled off the rocky walls of the crevice with explosive force, the armor granting me the power of a beast, stirring a cloud of murky silt. In the depths of the ocean, resistance seemed non-existent. My speed reduced me to a mere blur of shadow. The soldier was evidently taken aback by this sudden assault, his surprise evident as he failed to anticipate my velocity. Instinctively, he attempted to raise his weapon, but it was too late. Like an eel, I slipped behind him, my arm coiling around his neck like an iron band. He thrashed violently, legs flailing, attempting to use his propulsion device to strike me. Yet I possessed an undeniable physical advantage, the might of my armor overwhelming. I gripped his throat tightly, feeling the quivering and convulsions of his windpipe within the crook of my arm. Beneath the mask, he emitted a rasping, distorted sound of suffocation wrought by the pressure of the water. Seconds passed, perhaps even fewer. His struggles waned swiftly, and ultimately, his body languished entirely, like a puddle of mud hanging limply in my embrace. I released my grip, watching as his lifeless form sank slowly, ultimately consumed by the darkness of the abyss. Aside from a few stirred sediments that had yet to settle, it was as if nothing had transpired here. One adversary dispatched. My heartbeat had yet to steady, yet my gaze grew increasingly composed. This sensation of being hunted in the deep sea granted me a clearer perspective on the state of affairs on the floating island. It was no longer a refuge. This thought struck me like a venomous serpent, completely piercing through any remaining illusions. The cold vessel had uncovered this place. Eden had discovered it. This was the only known land on this peculiar planet, a relatively safe environment. Its strategic significance was self-evident. For an organization like Eden, this locale was a coveted prize, one that must be entirely secured, and I was the target they needed to eliminate. Remaining here meant an unending pursuit until the last standing fell. Luo Gang and Old Wu might manage to evade for a time through their skills, but against Eden's overwhelming might and resolve, annihilation was merely a matter of time. Then there was Lin Lan. The thought of her tightened my heart as if gripped by a frigid hand. She remained on the far side of the island, waiting in some shadow with the trembling mother and daughter. I had to bring her away, but to where? I knew not. Apart from the floating island before me, the rest of this planet was an expanse of endless ocean. Yet I understood clearly that staying on the island would only lead to relentless pursuit. Regardless, I had to leave this treacherous place. This decision felt like a heavy shackle, cold and unyielding, binding my neck. It signified relinquishing the familiar environment, forsaking potential allies, abandoning the untapped secrets of the tower, and plunging into the vast, entirely unknown, and possibly more perilous ocean with my most cherished companion. However, it seemed I had no alternative. I cast one last glance at the distant beams still prowling in search, akin to lighthouses in a realm of hell. Then, I silently slipped away from my hidden crevice, like a true deep-sea creature, utilizing the contours of the seabed for cover. Maximizing my speed toward the agreed-upon rendezvous point with Lin Lan at the opposite end of the floating island, moving silently and resolutely. Lin Lan, await me. In the inky depths of the ocean, I felt like a slippery loach, gliding along the shadow of the underwater ridge. My armor insulated me from the frigid water, the mask steadily supplying oxygen, yet the weight upon my heart pressed heavily, unyielding. The forces of the cold vessel were akin to a relentless parasite. They would not easily relent. The floating island, a fragile ark where we had just begun to establish a tenuous order and glean a glimpse of ancient secrets, had devolved into a hunting ground. I must locate Lin Lan and escort her away. As for where to go, my mind was a chaotic tangle. As I approached the designated rocky area, I slowed my pace, extending my sonar perception to its limits. After confirming that there were no anomalies in the vicinity, I surfaced like a specter, my body pressed against the damp, rough surface of the rocks. The night was deep, with the waves tirelessly crashing and breaking into a frothy white spray. Lin Lan, I whispered, calling into the crevices of the rocks, my voice wavering in the sea breeze. After a brief silence, a shadow stirred. Lin Lan cautiously emerged, her face a mixture of exhaustion and fear, which transformed into uncontainable excitement upon seeing me. Behind her, Lu Meiyan tightly embraced her daughter, Hu Xiaoya. The mother and daughter trembled like startled quails in the night wind. Chenjua. Lin Lan hurried forward, grasping my arm. I'm so relieved you're safe. Her voice trembled, and in the faint starlight, I noticed her eyes were red-rimmed, clearly the result of immense psychological torment. For now, I'm fine. I reciprocated her grip, holding her cold hand, my gaze sweeping over the shaken mother and daughter. Where are the others? Have Lao Wu and Luo Gang returned? Lin Lan shook her head, her expression dim. After we separated, there has been no news of anyone. My heart sank. Although we had endured class oppression, deception, and various power struggles while living in the floating island camp, we at least had a stable foothold. The tower symbolized hope. The camp provided a foundation, and we could count on daily sustenance and fresh water. It was a life of struggling forward while still being able to glimpse a future. But now, we had returned to square one, or perhaps even worse. The camp had been slaughtered, the tower had become a den of wolves. And we were left with nothing, adrift in the depths of the sea like lost dogs. The overwhelming sense of losing all foundation weighed heavily upon me, suffocating me like a leaden weight. I was unwilling to accept this fate, yet what could I do? In that moment, I forced myself to breathe in the salty, fishy air, striving to remain calm. We can't stay here. Han Zhou's forces are still on the island and beneath the water. Where shall we go? Lin Lan looked up at me, her eyes filled with confusion. Can we return to my escape pod? I paused, turning to face her. Although small, our escape pod could at least provide basic sustenance. Lin Lan continued, her tone laced with cautious hope. There are water ferns nearby, which can satisfy our need for fresh water. And it's well hidden. Han Zhou and his men shouldn't be able to find it. Her suggestion was like a lifeline, yet it felt fragile and vulnerable. The escape pod, a small iron box adrift in the vast ocean. No, I firmly rejected the idea. I've contemplated this move countless times on the way back. It's too isolated. With no support in any direction, it would be a living coffin. If we were cornered, there would be nowhere to flee. And have you forgotten that storm? Or the cavity beneath the coral tube? It may be lurking with deep-sea monsters. The pod offers almost no protection. If attacked by any enemy or large creature, we would be helpless, utterly incapable of resistance. I paused, my voice growing heavier. In the floating island, at least we had complex terrain and room to maneuver. More importantly, the floating island is not merely a piece of land. It is our sole foundation. We possess the authority of the high tower, the enigmatic alien structures, and resources we are yet to fully exploit. I paused and gazed into the distance, filled with discontent. After so much effort to establish a foothold here and uncover a glimmer of hope, must we allow his arrival to force us to abandon everything, to become like lost souls adrift at sea? Lin Lan remained silent, understanding my frustration and the perils that lay ahead. Lu Meiyun clutched her daughter, softly weeping, as a sense of despair enveloped us. But where could we possibly seek refuge? Lin Lan eventually inquired, her voice tinged with helplessness. I directed my gaze toward the camp, once our sanctuary, now a veritable pit of death. To the high tower. At that moment, I had resolved my course of action. The high tower? Lin Lan exclaimed in surprise. Was it not the very entrance to the underworld? Often the most serene, I interrupted her, asserting that the cold vessel could not breach the tower's defenses, which were impenetrable. The interior offered ample space. More importantly, we required a place to conceal ourselves while maintaining vigilance over the island's movements, and the tower served as the finest watchtower. This was a perilous gambit. Akin to walking a tightrope, I could no longer afford to consider the risk of being trapped inside. We had nowhere else to turn. In the current predicament, we had no choice but to flirt with danger, to take calculated risks. Lin Lan fell silent, clearly grasping my concerns. Her expression grew complex. A blend of resignation to reality and anxiety for the future, yet ultimately, she nodded in agreement. Under the cover of the deepest night, we ghosted back into the now eerily silent camp. The air was thick with the faint scent of blood and gunpowder. We had no time for sorrow or fear. Our objective was clear, to gather all available supplies, food, water purifiers, medical kits, tools, anything we could carry. The tension was palpable as any rustle of leaves set us on edge. Fortunately, Han Zhou's troops were fully engaged in underwater pursuit and had yet to return, leaving the camp surprisingly empty. I meticulously packed the supplies to minimize their bulk before strapping them onto my back. Just as we prepared to leave, I stumbled upon a prone body at the edge of the camp. It was the work of old Wu. An arrow had precisely pierced the soldier's throat. This was an Eden soldier, clad in a nearly intact matte black combat suit, with a tactical helmet covering half of his face still in place. A bold idea sprang to mind. Please wait here for me, I whispered to Lin Lan, then hurried forward to hoist the soldier's body onto my back. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Lan's eyes. She hesitated, but soon comprehended my intentions without uttering a word. Carrying the weight of an adult's corpse alongside our supplies rendered my movements cumbersome, but I could not afford to dwell on that now. Together, I led them along a familiar and concealed route, silently infiltrating the passageway that led to the high tower. Chapter 98. The universe within the tower before the towering edifice. An energy barrier silently parted, then discreetly closed, effectively sealing off the lethal threats outside. I ushered them into the tower. As I set foot once more upon the frigid metallic floor, the low hum of the circulation system enveloped us. I cast the lifeless body from my back onto the ground, finally releasing the tension that had gripped me. For the moment, we were safe. Lin Lan promptly assessed the condition of Lu Meiyun and her daughter, distributing food and water while seeking a relatively quiet room for them to rest. Hu Xiaoya, unable to withstand the fatigue and fear any longer, curled up in her mother's embrace and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, I began to inventory our supplies. The food and fresh water, if rationed, could sustain us for about a week. Time was limited, yet sufficient for us to devise our next steps. After ensuring our basic needs were met, Lin Lan did not rest. Armed with a detection device, she meticulously explored the circular corridor of the tower's lower level. Chenjua, come look at this, she called after a while, stopping before a seemingly smooth section of the ground in the tower's center. I approached, and she pointed to the almost imperceptible seams that blended seamlessly with the surrounding surface. The energy flow patterns here differed slightly from other areas, suggesting the presence of a hidden space below. Focusing intently, I activated the residual recall ability of the chip fragment within me. The soft blue specter pulsing in my palm revealed traces of alien activity, indicative of some prior unlocking operation. Following these traces, I discovered an inconspicuous sensor point not far away. Placing my palm upon it, the power of the chip fragments within me surged anew. The ground silently slid apart, revealing a metallic staircase descending into darkness. There is a lower level? Lin Lan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. We may uncover other exits. Our previous entry into the tower had been too hurried for a thorough investigation of its lower levels. Let us descend and see, I nodded in agreement. We cautiously ventured down the staircase, the light dimming and the air around us growing increasingly humid, imbued with a faint scent of the ocean. At the staircase's end lay a vast, enclosed lunar pool, its illumination entirely derived from the water below, casting a soft blue glow. At the center of the pool rested a massive alien spacecraft, its streamlined form resembling a shuttle. Constructed of an unknown metal, its surface gleamed like a mirror, almost blinding in its brilliance. Prominently displayed on the bow was a familiar emblem, a star encircled by 3 arcs. Appearing as a slumbering work of art, clearly a formidable deep-sea weapon. This is an alien warship. Lin Lan's voice trembled with excitement. We approached with utmost caution. The vessel's surface was so smooth that no seams were visible, indicating it remained in a dormant state. Just as we paused at the ship's flank, unexpectedly, a section of the hull silently recessed inward, revealing a precisely shaped square recess. The dimensions and outline of the recess fit perfectly with the square alien energy source we had previously discovered. Lin Lan and I exchanged glances, instantaneously realizing this was the battery's matching interface. Without hesitation, I retrieved the weighty square energy source and slowly aligned it with the recess. A soft click resonated as the components seamlessly interlocked, causing a faint blue glow to emanate from the hull, cascading along the edges of the grooves. Without any additional prompts, the blue light spread to a section of the ship, and a hatch silently slid open, revealing a deep, shadowy corridor from which a cold, subtle luminescence faintly emerged. Hope, akin to a sudden spark in the darkness, instantaneously dispelled the gloom that had enveloped our hearts. I was the first to step into the vessel, and the interior lights flickered to life, illuminating the entire chamber. The ship's interior was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, exceeding our expectations completely. A broad main corridor extended straight toward the stern, flanked by various compartments. Embedded soft lighting adorned the walls, rendering the entire cabin brilliantly luminous. The air was crisp, devoid of any dampness or decay, instead imbued with a unique blend of metallic and ozone aromas. Lin Lan followed closely behind, scanning the surroundings with her detection equipment, her eyes brimming with curiosity and amazement. The design was exquisite. This vessel was nothing short of a mobile deep-sea base. We conducted a preliminary exploration. The cockpit, located at the bow, was remarkably spacious, featuring control panels that deviated from our familiar physical buttons, instead employing holographic projections and touch interfaces. A vast observation window offered a panoramic view of 180 degrees, with several holographic displays floating at its edge, showcasing external imagery from the ship's rear, above, and below, evidently allowing for an immersive piloting experience. A primary control console emitted a faint energy pulse. As we ventured further down the main corridor, we first encountered 6 living quarters. Each room was remarkably efficient and minimalist, equipped with beds, integrated workstations, and personal storage lockers. Though not luxurious, the arrangements were functional enough to ensure the crew's comfort aboard the ship. Beyond that lay the living area, which featured a spacious communal lounge with a centrally suspended holographic display for multiple users, surrounded by comfortable seating. Adjacent to it was a small room occupied by a large water circulation system, evidently designed to meet the resupply needs of prolonged deep-sea voyages. Deeper within, we discovered a dedicated medical bay, housing various medical devices previously unseen, emitting a soft glow, including what appeared to be a unit capable of automated diagnosis and treatment. Moreover, the ship's interior was dotted with numerous storage rooms, some already emptied, while others contained unknown supplies. In one storage room, we stumbled upon some unfamiliar metal, a delightful surprise amidst our discoveries. This alien warship, this concealed lunar pool, was akin to a lifeline discovered in our dire straits. We were no longer trapped in the deadlock of a towering prison. With this vessel, we possessed the means to take the initiative, even to escape the floating island. Its colossal size and advanced equipment endowed us with formidable survival capabilities and maneuverability in the deep sea. Upon confirming the immense potential of the spacecraft, we refrained from further exploration, for the situation on the floating island demanded our immediate attention. My concern for Lao Wu's safety weighed heavily on my mind. It was imperative that I venture forth to locate him. We retraced our steps, returning to the first level of the tower. Approaching the lifeless body of the Eden soldier, I swiftly stripped him of his combat uniform. This ensemble was nearly pristine, its matte black material seamlessly blending with the surrounding darkness. Donning the soldier's attire and the tactical helmet with its ever-scrolling data display, I felt an exhilarating transformation, as though I had become an entirely different individual. This disguise ensured I would not be easily recognized. I stepped outside to assess the situation. Gazing at Lin Lan, I spoke with determination. The circumstances on the floating island remained uncertain, and I needed to ascertain the movements of Han Zhou and his crew to decide our subsequent course of action. Lin Lan looked at me, her expression clouded with worry. "Be cautious," she urged. "Rest assured," I replied, patting her shoulder. "I shall adapt as necessary. I will return." With that, I turned and made my way to the tower's exit. "Han Zhou, let me witness the disarray you've wrought upon my territory." Chapter 99. Borrowing a corpse for resurrection, the energy barrier of the tower silently closed behind me, isolating me from the cacophony of the outside world. Clad in the stolen Eden combat uniform and the tactical helmet, I infiltrated the dense forest bordering the floating island. The night enveloped me like a second skin, while the lush vegetation served as my most natural cover. I crouched low, slowing my breath, merging seamlessly with the damp earth and the tangled jungle. The enhanced vision and night vision functions of the tactical helmet activated, scanning the coastal area with a cold precision. As dawn broke, the outlines on the sea became clearer. Han Zhou's forces had returned. The 2 submarines that had pursued us loomed like weary steel leviathans, floating offshore, their hatches ajar. Soldiers bustled about, the atmosphere tense and foreboding. They dragged 2 lifeless bodies from one of the submarines, carelessly discarding them onto the beach. My heart sank. Even from a distance, I recognized the robust silhouettes as Meng Quan and Luo Gang. The black deep-sea combat armor I had personally given Luo Gang had been stripped away, held aloft by a soldier like a trophy of conquest. Meng Quan lay there, stark and motionless, a large wound on his neck crusted with dark red blood. They were dead, both of them. A chilling dread crept up my spine, not from sorrow, but from the disquieting realization of a critical misstep and a profound sense of impending crisis. Not seeing Lao Wu's figure offered me a slight reprieve. Now, it was evident that Luo Gang's armor and 2 water droplet masks had likely fallen into Han Zhou's hands as well. This meant that Han Zhou's men had acquired the capability to operate effectively in deep water for extended periods while retaining their combat readiness. Our sole advantage in equipment was swiftly being neutralized. I fixed my gaze intently on the shoreline. There stood Han Zhou, his tall, cold figure amidst the crowd, listening to his subordinates' reports, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. The distance felt insurmountable, and I yearned for any clues regarding Old Wu. Like a poised cheetah, I stealthily emerged from the edge of the forest, utilizing the cover of a few boulders to swiftly and silently approach a pile of recently transported supply crates near the submarine landing point. However, Han Zhou remained reticent. merely directing his subordinates to carelessly drag the bodies of Luo Gang and Meng Quan aside, seemingly prepared for a hasty disposal. He then commenced his deployment. Approximately 10 soldiers, led by a sergeant major, set off towards the inland camp. Clearly, this was a garrison detachment tasked with thoroughly occupying and controlling the floating island. Meanwhile, Han Zhou himself boarded another, larger and seemingly more advanced submarine with the remaining personnel, carrying any useful supplies that could be scavenged from the island. The submarine's engine had already roared to life, emitting a deep rumble, yet the hatch had not yet closed, as final checks and securing of supplies were underway. They were about to depart. As I quietly retreated, contemplating how to deal with these guards on the island, I inadvertently stepped on a dry branch. Crack! The branch snapped with a sharp sound. "Who's lingering over there?" A resonant voice boomed from the hatch. Damn it, I had been compromised. After a moment's struggle, I slowly stood up. A figure resembling a sergeant major was inspecting the crew. I hastily lowered my voice, saying, "Sir, I feel a bit dizzy. Don't dawdle. Get on board." He barked. I nodded reluctantly, my mind racing with calculations. Run. At this distance, before these fully armed and well-trained soldiers, I could be instantly riddled with bullets or maimed, captured alive. Was I truly to board with them? At that moment, a daringly reckless thought flashed through my mind. Why not seize the opportunity to track Han Zhou's submarine and discover their plans? My heart thundered heavily in my chest. This notion was almost suicidal. Once exposed, death was inevitable. Yet another voice calmly assessed the situation. If I ran, I would surely reveal myself. Staying behind might allow me to blend in, but being discovered on the island was only a matter of time. It would be wiser to uncover the details of Eden's rebirth plan and their purpose for coming to this planet. Danger often accompanies the greatest opportunities. Han Zhou could never anticipate that, in the shadows, I would dare to infiltrate his lair. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I fixated on the submarine poised to depart and the soldiers preparing to board. The Eden soldiers typically donned tactical helmets that concealed their entire faces. Following the fall of Eden 999, they had suffered significant losses, and their ranks were in disarray. Strangers among them were unlikely to be familiar with one another. Aside from close comrades, no one could recognize anyone else. They primarily communicated through the code names emblazoned on their uniforms. My gaze swept over my own matte black combat suit, where a cold code name was emblazoned on my left arm, E1157. I recalled that this small detachment had been entirely eliminated during our previous landing. Perhaps I could use this opportunity to conceal my identity. This was a chance, one that could decisively alter our fate. A bold and audacious plan crystallized in an instant. A gamble. I wager that among the remaining crew, no one is familiar with the original bearer of the code name E1157. I bet on the current chaos and estrangement within the Eden, as well as the lapses during their boarding. Time is of the essence. There is no room for hesitation. My heart raced like a drum, yet my mind gradually calmed. I observed the final few soldiers boarding the vessel. They approached the hatch, where a sergeant held an electronic board, glancing at the code name on their arm insignia before marking it on the board and waving them in. I slowly edged closer, lowering my head, blending into the tail end of the last group of boarding soldiers. I deliberately mimicked their slightly fatigued, straight-ahead demeanor. Soon, it was my turn. I sensed the sergeant's gaze sweep over me, landing on my insignia. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. My fingertips tightened slightly, ready to spring into action if I were to be discovered. The sergeant's eyes quickly scanned the electronic board, seemingly verifying the list. Perhaps the original bearer of E1157 was indeed on the boarding roster, or perhaps he was simply weary of the monotonous task. He asked nothing, merely marked the board with a stroke of his pen, not lifting his head, and grumbled, "Get in." "Yes," I replied in a lowered voice, then stepped forward, entering the icy interior of the submarine. I had succeeded. The first step, I had infiltrated. The hatch slowly closed behind me with a heavy metallic thud, completely isolating me from the outside world. The submarine's interior space was utilized to the utmost. The passage was narrow, barely allowing one person to pass. On either side were densely arranged metal hatches, each adorned with a small display screen flickering different code names. E1132, E1140. I paused before a hatch displaying the inscription E1157. The sergeant's voice followed. "Soldiers, return to your respective rest pods. During non-mission hours, remain inside and maintain silence." "Understood." I echoed in response. He said no more and turned to proceed to other areas. I aligned the codename identification area on my left arm with the scanner beside the door. A soft beep sounded, and the hatch slid open. Inside was a capsule designed to maximize space utilization. It was just long enough for one to lie down, barely high enough to sit up. and so narrow that one could scarcely turn. The bed was covered with a standard gray cushion. On the opposite side was an integrated miniature control panel, equipped with simple interfaces for lighting, ventilation, and internal communication. The submarine crammed each soldier into independent capsules, not only optimizing space but also minimizing unauthorized communication and stifling any potential for personal emotions. This chilling efficiency epitomized the ethos of Eden. Yet for me, it served as an excellent concealment. I climbed into the capsule, and the door automatically closed behind me, the cramped space completely isolating me from the outside, allowing my taut nerves a moment's respite. Once inside, I slowly removed my helmet, placing it within reach, and finally exhaled in relief. I was about to embark on an unknown journey. From this moment forth, I was no longer Chunjua. I was 1157, an unnamed soldier of Eden. Chapter 100. The submerged Eden 999. The submarine trembled slightly as it began its descent. A deep, resonant hum of the engines reverberated through the bulkheads. I curled up in this confined space, my emotions tumultuous and my thoughts scattered. They have infiltrated. This was merely the first step, the easiest of all. What lay ahead would be a true gauntlet of peril. My mind raced, each subsequent action requiring the utmost caution, as if walking on thin ice. I must remain hidden, never revealing the slightest flaw. For now, I would continue to play the role of a silent, obedient soldier, adhering to the stereotypical behavior expected of the majority of my comrades, refraining from speaking unless absolutely necessary. During non-mission hours, I would not linger outside, striving to minimize my presence. When movement was required, I would observe the flow of personnel and potential vulnerabilities. Most crucially, I needed to uncover any leads related to the chip, extraterrestrial technology, or the true intentions of Eden. The relentless pursuit of the cold vessel must harbor deeper motives. My preliminary plan was clear, akin to the opening moves of a chess game. I closed my eyes, mentally sketching the possible layout of the submarine's interior. Every detail was meticulously recorded, like pieces of a puzzle. The road ahead was long and fraught with danger, yet since I had boarded this vessel of treachery, I would not rest until I discerned the underlying truths and seized the opportunity for a reversal. In the following days, life aboard the submarine became a monotonous cycle. I felt as though I were trapped in a can. Each day, provisions of food and water were delivered, ensuring the basic necessities of survival. Aside from attending to physiological needs, I rarely ventured outside, and most personnel maintained a routine akin to mine. I constantly reminded myself that from this moment forth, I was E1157, an utterly ordinary soldier. This borrowed guise must be fully absorbed into the surrounding darkness. Finally, on the fifth morning, the submarine's speed noticeably diminished. That slowness only quickened my heartbeat, for I knew we had reached our destination. The submarine finally surfaced, and through the porthole, a vast and indistinct shadow gradually emerged from the abyssal depths. Even though I had prepared myself mentally, witnessing it firsthand was overwhelmingly breathtaking. On the boundless expanse of the ocean, the Eden 999, a colossal ark that once bore humanity's last hope, lay tragically half-submerged, resembling a gigantic bird with broken wings. Its bow maintained an elegant yet fatal angle of descent, quietly sinking beneath the inky waters, its twisted metal skeleton exposed. Yet approximately one-third of the midship area appeared to retain a relatively intact structure, with countless lights emanating from portholes and breaches, constructing a bizarre and immense artificial ecosystem in the depths. The oppressive aura was akin to standing before a towering mountain. I had presumed it had long since shattered in its descent, yet the reality before me delivered a stinging rebuke. Its main body astonishingly retained such remarkable integrity. This indicated that the strength of Eden was far more unfathomable than I had anticipated. The submarine, following its predetermined course, slowly approached this behemoth, entering its interior through a vast, gaping breach. The main forces of Eden had been hiding here all along. Here lies the true stronghold of the cold boat, the very heart of Eden on this planet, a genuine lair. As the hatch opened, we filed out in an orderly procession through a makeshift passage, entering the vast wreckage of Eden 999. Before me unfolded a scene of bustling chaos, yet imbued with a certain resilient order. I estimated that at least 100 souls scurried about like ants upon the body of this colossal beast. They toiled relentlessly to repair the ship's hull, mending the portions devoured by the sea with emergency bulkheads and the gleam of welding torches. Damaged machinery was being repaired on site, while makeshift lights illuminated the immense interior with a stark whiteness. I observed weary engineers, weapons in hand, vigilant security personnel, and predominantly, the silent, exhausted laborers. In each person's eyes flickered a desperate yearning for survival, coupled with a hint of uncertainty regarding the future. They resembled pieces trapped upon a chessboard. And I was destined to be the one who subtly alters the course of the game. A new game had commenced, and an entity that ought not to exist had officially entered the fray, armed with this borrowed token. Suppressing the tumult within, I lowered my gaze and followed the soldiers ahead, stepping into this vessel of humanity's twilight. Where to next? This question struck me like a blunt force, leaving me momentarily dazed. As a soldier returning home, I should not be oblivious to my own quarters. This was the first challenge I faced upon boarding, and the most perilous flaw to expose. Standing upon the metal deck, sullied with mud and seawater, I watched as soldiers dispersed in various directions. A wave of disorientation washing over me. My mind buzzed, and my heartbeat quickened. Which way should I go? Should I simply choose a direction? Such an action would only hasten my exposure. In the midst of my stupor, a hand suddenly clasped my shoulder. 1157, what are you dawdling for? Let us go? A fellow soldier who had boarded with me called out, his tone laced with confusion. A jolt of surprise coursed through me. Someone recognized me. Was this a stroke of fortune or misfortune? I had to assess swiftly. Oh, I murmured, my voice deliberately low and hoarse. Hey, what's wrong? Are you ill? He inquired further, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Not feeling well. I tightened my throat, feigning a semblance of frailty. This was the simplest excuse, one that would easily disarm suspicion. Let us head back to your quarters to rest. I've been cooped up too. I feel as though my legs won't straighten. The soldier expressed no suspicion, grumbling as he moved on ahead, and I pretended to appear weak, following his pace unhurriedly. I noticed the emblem on his arm marked him as E1180. Along the way, this 1180 never ceased his chatter, seemingly bursting with words after being confined within the submarine. He ranted about the formidable individuals they were seeking this time, lamenting the anger of Commander Hanzhou, and complained about the rations and the search operations. I occasionally murmured agreement, and he showed no objection, as if my persona was naturally that of a taciturn character. I breathed a sigh of relief while rapidly analyzing the situation. His carefree nature and lack of attention to detail made him an excellent guide. However, I remain uncertain whether he has ever encountered the original owner's visage. He led me to a compact and orderly residential area, where a series of adjacent cabins unfolded before my eyes. Upon reaching a cabin door, he remarked, "You have arrived. Do find time to seek me out." I cast a glance at the identifier on the door, where my code, E1157, was clearly engraved. I noted that the room numbers of others bore similar designations. Indeed, I had arrived at my abode. I whispered a brief greeting to 1180 and, ensuring no one was watching, hastily aligned the identification mark on my arm with the scanner beside the door. With a beep, the cabin door slid open. Compared to the suffocating capsule quarters of the submarine, the chamber before me felt like a paradise. My new room spanned approximately 4 to 5 square meters, featuring a single bed fixed to the wall, a foldable table, and an embedded private storage cabinet. In one corner lay a rudimentary integrated bathroom, complete with a toilet and a basin. The door sealed behind me with a soft yet discernible click. Standing within, I finally dared to exhale deeply. Had I been exposed moments ago, I would not have hesitated to eliminate that loquacious fellow. I slowly advanced to the center of the room, my gaze sweeping like a searchlight over every corner. The walls were smooth, devoid of any visible surveillance cameras, allowing me to temporarily set aside my anxiety. Yet, the crisis was far from abated. It lingered like an invisible needle pricking at my heart. How much longer could I conceal this borrowed guise? This gamble had only just begun. Chapter 101. The landscape of post-Eden, occasional conversations and bustling footsteps echoed in the corridor. After shedding the burdensome combat suit and helmet, I gradually sat upon the bed, savoring this long-lost, entirely personal sanctuary, a slight sense of relaxation washing over me. I surveyed my surroundings before stepping into the modest bathroom. The glass reflected a blurred, towering silhouette. I gazed into the mirror, confronting a somewhat unfamiliar face. It had been so long since I last beheld my reflection. The image before me was adorned with a scruffy beard, coarse and wild, reminiscent of an overgrown wasteland. More striking were my eyes, imbued with fatigue, vigilance, and an inescapable gloom. That was not me, or rather, was it still the former me? Am I Chinjua? No, I am E1157. I silently reiterated within my mind. This name, this code, must be etched into my very soul like an iron brand. Even if someone were to call me Chinjua to my face, I could not afford a moment's hesitation. Otherwise, I would be lost for eternity. During my days aboard the submarine, I had resolved to maintain this beard. It obscured much of my facial features, blurring my true age. If Hanzhou were to see me, he might fail to recognize me due to the unruly beard. This was the simplest yet most effective form of physical disguise. I faced the mirror, attempting to contort my facial expressions and alter my gaze. My countenance should appear more rugged, more unkempt. Perhaps something was still lacking. I needed a mark that would render me even harder to identify, one that could completely transform my visage. I extracted the dagger from my leg, the cold metal conveying its genuine weight in my palm. The blade glimmered with a chilling light under the illumination, my gaze fixating on my left cheek. Hesitation lingered for less than half a second. A meticulously crafted scheme allowed for no flaws. I inhaled deeply, the tip of the knife gently pressing against my skin. The icy sensation was followed by a subtle sting. I am not a person prone to impulsiveness, yet at this moment, I required this resoluteness to sever ties with my former self. A shallow, elongated crimson line slowly seeped forth. I did not linger on the sight, merely calculating the position and depth in my mind, ensuring it appeared more as an accident than a deliberate act. Blood droplets cascaded down my cheek, accompanied by a flicker of scorching pain. Gazing into the mirror at the fresh scar, it stretched across my left cheek, slightly tugging at my facial muscles. Now, even those most familiar with me would likely hesitate before recognizing my visage. How many times had Hanzhou seen me? Did he remember my face? I was uncertain. Yet this scar would surely introduce a modicum of doubt. I twisted the faucet, the frigid water cascading over my hands. I cupped the water, vigorously scrubbing my face. Droplets trickling down my stubble. The pain heightened my awareness, reminding me that I was now E1157. As night fully enveloped the surroundings, the commotion of the vessel gradually subsided. I donned my combat attire once more, quietly opening the hatch and merging into the shadows of the corridor. I resolved to test my luck first. This ship was vast and intricate. My objective was to ascertain the flow of personnel, the structural layout of the corridors, the frequency of security patrols, and the distribution of energy conduits. These were the essentials. I glided like a specter through the dimly lit passageways. I traversed abandoned cargo holds, submerged lower decks, and ascended along the conduits. Each door S number, every corridor S length, I meticulously constructed a vague yet ever-evolving map within my mind. I observed several security personnel badges beginning with D. Access to C level, B level, and even higher zones was stringently restricted. My badge was E level. I was uncertain whether this indicated the lowest rank or merely a distinction of departmental affiliation. This ship resembled a colossal, abandoned sea beast, yet it stubbornly sustained its life. Countless chambers, innumerable conduits, and myriad damaged spaces sprawled before me. Its enormity was beyond comprehension, leaving me utterly bemused. I realized that relying solely on my solitary, blind exploration during the night might not even bring me close to Hanzhou's shadow. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped me. The Eden 999, in itself, was an unfathomable labyrinth, and I was but a novice, holding a borrowed identity within this intricate game. As the night deepened, I silently returned to my quarters. Fatigue washed over me like a tidal wave. Physical exhaustion was bearable, yet the mental weariness was a far more tormenting ordeal. I needed to alter my strategy. I could no longer aspire to grasp this place in a short span. I must completely integrate myself into the order of this ship, becoming a part of it. I needed to comprehend the humanity here, the power structures, and every undercurrent that flowed beneath the surface. This would be a prolonged period of dormancy, a trial that would test my spirit more than any action ever could. My gaze penetrated the narrow porthole, peering into the profound darkness outside. A chilling resolve surged within me. The following morning, still ensnared in a haze of half-sleep, the ship's intercom abruptly shattered the tranquility of dawn. E1157. Please report to Deck C at 0730 for external hull repair operations. Repeat, please report to Deck C at 0730 for external hull repair operations. It was time to commence work. This marked the initial step towards my integration here. I swiftly rose, secured my deep-sea combat suit in the storage locker, and donned the standard military uniform. Although the suit fit snugly, its armor extended to my chin and the lower edges of my ears, ensuring it would not be exposed. Considering the potential need for changing attire during work, it was prudent to stow it away for now. Following the flickering green arrows, I merged into the silent throng heading towards my designated workspace. The soldiers and workers I encountered in the corridor mostly kept their heads bowed, walking briskly, with scant conversation exchanged. When dialogue did occur, it was brief and terse. Upon gathering, I was assigned to a location near a substantial breach on the port side of the hull. Makeshift scaffolding and temporary welding platforms had been erected here, with the air thick with the acrid scent of metal welding and lubricants. The massive hull was twisted and torn inward, resembling a grotesque scar, through the damaged composite armor. The murky seawater outside was visible, occasionally interrupted by the slow passage of large, bizarre shadows, serving as reminders of our perilous situation. My task was straightforward, even rudimentary, to transport pre-cut standard metal sheets from the storage area to the welding point, assist in securing them, and clean up the resulting metal debris. It was purely physical labor, yet it suited me perfectly. With my head down, I labored diligently. My movements were not swift, but steady, devoid of laziness or ostentation. Soon, sweat drenched my clothing, and a familiar ache coursed through my muscles. While working, my eyes and ears remained alert. I noticed that the supervising officer, clad in a uniform distinct from ours, bore a sharp gaze, incessantly shouting and occasionally jotting down notes. Meanwhile, several others, seemingly engaged in work, yet moving sluggishly, wore uniforms and insignias identical to mine. It seemed we had been relegated to this task, not quite fulfilling our primary roles. It was intriguing to observe that even at the lowest echelon of labor, divisions existed. Chapter 102. The rules of the ship. Sweat trickled down my forehead, coursing over the fresh scab above my brow, bringing with it a stinging discomfort. As I pondered the intricacies of my situation, a coarse shout erupted in my ear, followed by a forceful kick to my lower back. Move faster. Haven't you eaten? 11:57? The modified nature of my body rendered the kick insignificant. Yet I had to maintain the facade. I let out a yelp, stumbling forward, and the metal sheet on my shoulder clattered to the ground, reverberating painfully in my ears. I lay sprawled on the frigid deck, suppressing the urge to rise, my hands pressed against the ground as I gasped for breath, embodying the disheveled plight of a lowly laborer. Damn it, worthless. The overseer, clad in a D-class officer's uniform, approached, the sharp toe of his military boot grinding into the back of my hand. Pain shot through me, yet my heart remained icy. I lowered my head, stealing a furtive glance at him from the corner of my eye. This brute was tall and imposing, with a nameplate on his chest that read, D4. What are you staring at? The overseer seemed to notice my gaze, and he pressed down harder with his foot. No, sir. I immediately averted my eyes, pleading with a voice I had deliberately cultivated, hoarse and tinged with fear. I will move it right away. The overseer scoffed, withdrawing his foot and turning to the others. You lot, do you want a beating too? Get to work. I pushed myself up, my hand now a canvas of bruises, throbbing painfully. Yet, I dared not delay, scrambling to lift the heavy plank once more. Among our group of laborers, there were 3 or 4 individuals who huddled in a corner, engaged in the lightest tasks. They seemed to be handling some kind of lightweight foam material, moving leisurely and even daring to converse in hushed tones. The overseer's shouts were forever directed at us, the few drenched in sweat, laboring tirelessly. We numbered about 20, distinctly divided into 2 factions. One faction consisted of individuals like myself, along with a few equally silent, expressionless souls, tasked with hauling the heaviest metal plates and components. The overseer's whip and curses were predominantly reserved for us. The other faction comprised those slick individuals, seemingly on familiar terms with the overseer. When he passed by, some of them even dared to offer him a cigarette. Though he did not accept it, he patted one on the shoulder, cursing him to get lost. Yet the tone was one of camaraderie. My heart sank a little more. Damn it. I had only just arrived here, on my second day, still unsure of my duties, and had already been automatically categorized as one of the oppressed. On this vessel, resources were scarce. Just like on Earth, wherever there are people, there is oppression and factionalism. My current predicament felt akin to plunging into a dark quagmire. I knew not how deep the waters were, nor what monsters lurked within. All I could do was keep my mouth shut, keep my ears perked, and my eyes wide open, striving to observe everything. The name Cold Boat flickered through my mind. That face, adorned with a hypocritical smile, seemed to gaze down at me from some lofty height, penetrating the ship's cold steel. Summoning my resolve, I seized the corner of the steel plate with my injured hand. The sting of the wound drew a sharp breath from my lips, and the veins on my forehead throbbed. I let out a primal growl, almost self-destructive, as I hoisted the hefty plate back onto my shoulder. The overseer's gaze swept over me once more. This time, it appeared he had found a beast of burden worth his while. I bore the metal, head lowered, trailing behind another silent E-class worker. The fellow with the arm badge marked E702 had remained mute since my arrival, his movements as methodical as a machine. The overseer kicked him mercilessly, yet he emitted not a single groan. Truly a tough character. I silently noted down the number. Suddenly, a deep vibration resonated from the deck beneath our feet, followed by an unsettling sense of imbalance. The overseer cursed as he approached a wall, activating a communication panel. What the hell is going on in the pipeline area? This tremor is making me feel utterly incapacitated. A cacophony of static crackled through the communicator, met with silence. Damn it. The overseer struck the panel with his fist. It's those blasted pipe workers again. 1157, 702, you too, follow me. My heart sank. Being singled out at such a moment surely boded ill. E702 and I set aside our tasks and silently trailed behind the overseer. He led us into a narrow maintenance corridor, where the vibrations intensified. Look, the overseer pointed at a massive pipe, a meter in diameter. Damn it, it seems to be clogged. The tech department morons claim it might be due to structural deformation. I squinted, peering through the eyepiece at the pipe. You too. The overseer's voice dripped with malice. Crawl inside and locate the blockage. You must clear it for me. If you fail, he clenched his fist. You may as well not come out at all. I gazed at the narrow maintenance access on the side of the pipe, a chill coursing through me. Crawl inside. What was the difference between that and being entombed alive? If the water pressure were to become unbalanced, or if some unforeseen circumstance arose, it would become my coffin. E702 seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation as his masked head stiffened slightly. What's the matter? The overseer scoffed. 702. Didn't you previously work in the purification area? Navigating pipes should be second nature to you. E702 remained silent, stepping forward to inspect the maintenance access with stoic determination. The overseer turned to me. And you, newcomer, let me show you how soldiers shine and strive in Eden 999. Get in. This was nothing short of coercion. I hesitated. My strengths lay underwater. If I entered, I could likely resolve the issue. Yet, should I reveal such expertise, I feared an endless cycle of exploitation would follow. Conversely, if I refused to comply, the overseer could easily accuse me of defiance, jeopardizing my identity. I found myself in a dilemma. E702 had already unscrewed the maintenance access valve, and a wave of musty, rust-laden air rushed forth. He glanced back at me. I was uncertain of his intent. Was it an invitation to proceed first, or a gesture for us to enter together? I inhaled deeply, suppressing my inner turmoil. Sir, my voice crackled through the mask, sounding hoarse and distorted. I am afraid of the dark. May I hand tools to 702 from outside? Huh. The overseer erupted with laughter, as if I had told the grandest of jokes. Afraid of the dark? Then you might as well die. He swiftly brandished the electric baton at me. Wait. I instinctively raised my hands and stepped back, colliding with the cold pipe wall. Just then, a voice interrupted. That's enough. A cold female voice emanated from the entrance of the corridor. Chapter 103, Resuming Old Duties. In the passage, the supervisor and I turned our heads simultaneously. A woman, also clad in a mask, stood before us. Her mask bore a different design, seemingly more sophisticated, with light blue lenses. The uniform adhered closely to her body's contours, accentuating her full bosom and slender waist, revealing a graceful silhouette even beneath the industrial fabric. Her attire appeared cleaner, and the insignia on her arm bore the number B13. Judging by her voice, she seemed to be a young woman. B-level? What does that signify? D4. Her tone was steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. The command from the headquarters has just been issued. All pipeline maintenance must be evaluated by technical personnel before execution. What are you doing? Employing E-level personnel to clear the main circulation pipe? Have you lost your mind? The supervisor cast a wary glance at the woman, his body taut, as if he were on the verge of an outburst, yet restrained by some unspoken apprehension. This is my jurisdiction, he asserted firmly. It is now mine, she retorted. Stepping forward, the command center has granted me full authority to take over this project, and the corresponding maintenance points are extensively located in the underwater region at the bow of the ship. You too, she pointed at me and E702. Who among you has experience working underwater? She gestured towards the humming pipe. E702 remained silent. My moment had arrived. The internal struggle lasted a mere 5 seconds. Continuing as a laborer would surely wear me down. At least this woman appeared to operate by the rules. I decided to take a gamble. I stepped forward, striving to sound composed. I have previously worked as a salvager. Both the supervisor and the female officer turned their attention to me simultaneously. Really? The officer exclaimed in surprise. It had been previously noted that individuals with underwater experience or proficiency should have been promoted to sea level. How are you still at E level? Alarm surged within me, and I quickly explained. Before enlisting, I spent 3 years salvaging with my father. I honed my aquatic skills from a young age. However, my mother vehemently opposed this line of work, and after my father encountered an accident in the water, she forbade me from going near it. When I enlisted, I dared not disclose my true experiences for fear of being assigned to underwater tasks, which would sadden my mother, so my records reflect none of it. Upon finishing my fabricated tale, I stared wide-eyed, weaving an elaborate falsehood. The female officer fell silent for 2 seconds before adopting a businesslike tone. D4. You are aware that experienced personnel are already scarce. A batch was reassigned during the last reconnaissance. She raised her gaze to meet the supervisor's eyes. I want this individual. The supervisor's mask was directly facing her. I could sense the barely concealed fury simmering beneath his mask. The chasm between a B-level officer and a D-level non-commissioned officer was evidently insurmountable. Suit yourself, he begrudgingly managed to utter. I felt as if a great weight had been lifted, promptly rising from the ground, disregarding the ache in my back and wrists, and swiftly positioning myself behind the female officer. E702, the silent tough nut, remained mute throughout. The female officer did not glance at him again, nor did the supervisor broach the subject of drilling into the pipes. He merely waved his hand in exasperation. Damn it, what are you still doing here? Get back to your work. E702 silently turned away, vanishing into the shadows of the corridor alongside the overseer. E1157, is it? Came the voice of the female officer. Yes, Commander, I replied immediately. Follow me. You had better know what you claim to. Her tone was devoid of any emotion as she turned and walked away. I followed closely behind her, departing from the oppressive, rust-laden confines of the pipeline area. My heart brimmed not with joy, but with deeper contemplation. This female officer had seemingly referenced General Volkov earlier, only to immediately shift to discussing the command center. That brief pause concealed a wealth of information. It appeared that the upper echelons aboard this vessel were also embroiled in intrigue. She guided me through several gates to a lower section of the ship. Here lay a vast, semi-submerged compartment. Chilling seawater gushed in through the damaged hull, while massive pumps thundered, striving to maintain a fragile equilibrium. A layer of oily residue floated on the surface, with a few movable lights casting a murky glow beneath the water. This was Zone 9 at the bow of the ship, and the officer gestured towards the murky waters below, indicating that the structural damage was most severe here when the hull was breached. Your task is to dive down and reinforce the torn points of the pipeline to facilitate our ongoing work. I noticed 3 individuals preparing by the water's edge, all bearing insignias beginning with the letter C. C29, C30, C48. The officer pointed at them, stating they were the principal welders and structural engineers. This is E1157, temporarily reassigned and possessing salvage experience. 1157, your role is to assist them, deliver tools, and clear underwater obstacles. Do you understand? Understood, Commander. The 3 sea-level personnel merely cast a glance at me through their masks, their thoughts inscrutable. Perhaps they were astonished that an E-level individual was deemed worthy to work alongside them. The officer showed no intention of entering the water. Instead, she ascended to a nearby platform laden with intricate monitoring equipment. Clearly, she was responsible for technical oversight and surface support. A tall, slender figure tossed me a rudimentary diving suit. Upon inspection, I found the gear to be in even worse condition than what Rogan had provided. The rubber cracked and aged. Yet, I had no choice, so I found a secluded spot to don the suit. With a series of splashes, the 4 of us sequentially entered the water. The water was still painfully cold, but as my body submerged, every pore seemed to exult. Visions of my days and nights spent as a water rat on Earth drifted through my mind, and I felt as though I had returned to a former life. The 3 sea-level personnel moved with professional precision underwater, adhering to standard procedures as they descended gradually. Meanwhile, I glided through the water like a true fish, effortlessly surpassing them with a simple movement of my waist. Though I clutched the heavy hydraulic pliers and welding torch, I swam faster than they did, unencumbered. Surprised voices echoed through the underwater communicator. As they commenced their tasks, I did not remain idly by like a fool. I circled the compartment. Commander, I activated the communicator. 3 meters to the lower left of the C12 welding point, there should be another breach. The female officer above fell silent for a moment. C48, please verify. Half a minute later, C48's voice emerged. Commander, 1157 is correct. There is indeed a leak here. For the subsequent 2 days, I became the eyes beneath the water. The 3 sea-level personnel, who initially looked down upon me, grew increasingly reliant on my abilities. I, too, delighted in showcasing my talents. This job was essential for me. It served as a crucial stepping stone. By the afternoon of the 2nd day, the primary reinforcement work in Zone 9 was nearing completion. Well done. The female officer's voice carried a hint of satisfaction for the first time, especially towards me. 1157. I will submit an evaluation report regarding your file. If the command approves it, you will soon no longer be classified as A-level. Thank you, Commander. I felt a surge of joy within. All right, let's wrap up. She rose from her perch and approached us for the final inspection. Suddenly, a piercing metallic screech echoed from above. I jolted my head upward. A pipe from the upper ceiling came crashing down. Watch out. I barely managed to shout 2 words. The heavy pipe, accompanied by debris and rusty water, plummeted towards the spot where the female officer stood. No one had time to react. The officer looked up, and the blue visor of her mask reflected the shadow of death. At that moment, my body acted faster than my mind. I propelled myself towards her like a cannonball. There was no time to think. I had but one choice, to collide with her. With a resounding thud, I crashed into the officer's body with my shoulder. Bang! The enormous pipe struck the very spot she had just occupied, but I could not evade it in time. And the heavy end of the pipe slammed down on my back. I let out a muffled groan. 1157. The officer, pinned beneath me, appeared unscathed. She raised her head, her voice quivering with disbelief through the mask. I opened my mouth, and a rush of blood unexpectedly surged forth, seeping out from beneath the mask. It seemed I had wagered too much this time. Chapter 104. The countenance beneath the mask, the intense pain radiating from my back nearly caused me to faint. The weight of the pipe exceeded my expectations. I distinctly felt as if my shoulder blade had shattered. Warm blood, tinged with the taste of rust, poured from my mouth, filling my breathing mask. The sensation of suffocation engulfed me. 1157. Are you all right? The female officer's voice rang out again, no longer cold and steady, but filled with panic and tremor. Hold on. She attempted to pull me from the end of the pipe that lay across my back, but it was too heavy. What the hell are you all doing? Come help. She screamed at the few stunned individuals in the water. Several people scrambled onto the shore, working together to pry the pipe away. I lay on the ground, like a fish out of water, futilely gasping for breath through my own blood in the mask. With all my strength, I managed to squeeze out a few words from my throat. The officer's movements froze. On this vessel, removing one's mask, particularly in such a public setting, is an absolute taboo. However, she hesitated for merely a fraction of a second. With a sudden lunge, she leaned closer, one hand shielding others from view while the other swiftly unclipped the side fastenings of my mask. In a violent motion, I turned my head. Blood that seemed to mingle with fragments of flesh erupted forth, splattering onto the frigid deck. The fresh, icy air surged into my lungs, provoking a violent cough and deepening the agony. Medics! Call for the medics! The female officer shouted into the communicator, her voice resonating throughout the cabin. My consciousness flickered in and out. I only recall being secured onto a stretcher, rapidly traversing a series of cold corridors. Blinding white lights flashed overhead. I was ushered into a medical room. A similarly masked individual, presumably a doctor, brusquely tore open my diving suit. A comminuted fracture of the left scapula, 3 broken ribs. Yet only minor internal bleeding. A detached voice rendered judgment. Vital signs fundamentally stable. This fellow has a robust constitution. Commander, my treatment plan is as follows. First, address the external injuries. Then administer AB7 potent repair agent. Place him in an E-level recovery chamber for a day. He should be able to engage in light activities within 4 to 5 days and resume work in about 2 weeks, though I am uncertain if this will impede your duties. No, a resolute voice interrupted him, that of the female officer. This individual, standing beside me, her mask's blue visor directed at the medic, is the one who saved my life. He cannot be placed in the E-level recovery chamber. Commander, the medic's tone was laced with impatience. Medical protocols stipulate that E-level personnel, I shall reiterate, her voice as cold as ice, he cannot go to the E-level recovery chamber. The medic fell silent. Then where shall he be accommodated? In the B-level recovery chamber. The medic abruptly lifted his head, seemingly incredulous. Commander, this is a serious violation. The B-level recovery chamber is off limits to E-level personnel. This, I will personally submit a report to command, the female officer interjected, indicating he is a technical advisor injured in the line of duty, requiring special observation. Her tone brooked no dissent. Now, provide him with the best treatment, and then transfer him to the B-level recovery chamber. The medic ceased his protests, silently increasing the dosage of the syringe in my arm. When I regained consciousness, I was no longer in that cold medical room. The mattress beneath me was soft. The air was devoid of antiseptic and oil, replaced by a faint, pleasant fragrance. As I opened my eyes, I no longer beheld the grim, metallic walls of the cabin, but rather a cream-colored ceiling, gracefully arched, with soft lighting. Is this a single room? It hardly resembles a recovery chamber. At this moment, my mask and clothing lay on the bedside table beside me. I wished to reach for them. The chip still nestled in the inner pocket of my garment, but the sharp pain in my back made me gasp, and I fell back heavily. Do not move. A gentle female voice spoke. I turned my head to find the female officer seated in a chair beside my bed. Commander. My voice was hoarse and strained. This is my room. Rest assured, you may relax here. You have been unconscious for a day and a night. she spoke calmly. The surgery was a success, and the doctor used a special restorative agent, which proved to be remarkably effective. However, you will require at least 5 days before you can get up. I found myself at a loss for words. I saved her. It was merely an instinctive reaction. Deep down, I too needed a support, yet I never anticipated that she would bring me to her quarters. This vessel operates under a strict hierarchy. By doing so, she was risking considerable repercussions, defying the established rules. Did she harbor ulterior motives towards me? My mind raced as I weighed the pros and cons. 11:57. She suddenly interjected. You saved me. Had it not been for you, that pipe would have struck me instead. I merely reacted swiftly. I feigned weakness and apprehension. Your reaction was not just swift, she shook her head. In that moment, amidst such chaos, you almost seemed to fly to my aid. My heart tightened. Had she discerned something? Commander, enough, she interrupted. The room fell into silence. I could hear her steady breathing, alongside the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I gazed at her anxiously. The blue visor mask she wore felt like an insurmountable barrier, obscuring all her emotions. Then, a scene unfolded before me that left me utterly astonished. She raised her hands to the sides of her mask. With a click, the faint sound of a clasp echoed. What was she about to do? Under my watchful gaze, she slowly removed the mask from her face. Her long brown hair was neatly styled in a bun, yet a few damp strands clung to her cheeks and forehead. Her brows were thick, her nose elegantly prominent, and her lips full, curving with a certain defiance. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, what captivated me most were her eyes, deep, mature brown orbs adorned with long, fluttering lashes. By estimation, she appeared to be in her late 20s. Hello, 11:57. Her voice, now unencumbered by the distortion of the mask, resonated clearly and melodiously, imbued with a hint of the magnetic allure characteristic of a mature woman. I am Ella. By removing the mask, she had laid bare her defenses before me. Ella, Commander, I stammered, unsure of how to respond. Here, there are no ranks. You may call me Ella or Sister Ella, she replied, shaking her head with a complex smile that conveyed gratitude, sincerity, and a trace of inquiry. I have granted you an extended leave until you fully recover. She stood up and retrieved a glass of water from the nearby table. I attempted to review your original file, but it appears the hard drive is damaged beyond recovery. Her mention of my file nearly caused my heart to leap from my chest. Only after she finished speaking did the tension in my chest begin to ease. I have submitted a new file. We await the command center's response. From this moment forth, you are under my care. She held the glass to my lips. For the next few days, I shall attend to you, she stated, gazing intently into my eyes, enunciating each word. I lowered my gaze and took a sip of water, masking the tumult within me. Now, may I ask for your true name? Chapter 105. Ella's gaze was firmly fixed upon me. Her beautiful brown eyes imbued with an undeniable penetrating intensity. She scrutinized me, as if attempting to peer into the depths of my being. My mind raced with countless thoughts in the span of a single second. What name should I use? A perfect lie must be constructed upon a foundation of 7 parts truth. I could not use the surname Chen. It was far too perilous. Heaven knows whether Hanzhou had investigated my identity. The name Chenhua must remain unspoken. I felt my throat constrict as I feigned a sense of frailty while biding for time, my mind whirring at lightning speed. I resolved upon the name Jiangchun. Jiangchun, I murmured, lowering my head, my voice hoarse. My father wished for me to shine like the stars when I grew up. Yet I had become merely an ordinary salvage worker. I transformed the true Chun into the character for star, while the surname Jiang was inspired by my long-standing connection with water. This name was fabricated in that fleeting moment, almost spilling forth from my lips. Ella regarded me quietly, seemingly discerning the veracity of my words. Jiang Chun, she repeated, nodding. What a lovely name. Your names are often quite profound. She appeared to accept this alias. A quiet sigh of relief escaped me. A cold sweat had already formed on my back. Commander Ella, why? I attempted to redirect the conversation. Call me Ella, she corrected me. I brought you here because the E-level residential area is crowded and chaotic. The environment is far from ideal. You saved me. That D4, the foreman, will undoubtedly come to trouble you. He is a wicked man. I have long found him intolerable. I cannot rest easy while you recuperate over there. So, that was her intent. She was protecting me. A flicker of warmth coursed through my heart, yet a deeper sense of vigilance followed closely behind. Her kindness seemed to transcend the conventional bounds of a superior towards a subordinate. Thank you, Sister Ella, I acquiesced, echoing her sentiment. The lines on her face softened slightly. Just as she was about to say something further, a sudden beep interrupted the moment. A communicator in the corner of the room illuminated, and a mechanical synthesized voice broadcasted. B13, The command center has issued orders. General Volkov requests your immediate presence in Command Room 1 for an emergency meeting. Ella's expression instantly reverted to one of cold seriousness befitting an officer. She stood, expertly donning her mask once more. The enchanting woman, imbued with a mature allure, vanished, replaced by the lofty technical officer, B-13. Rest well, she instructed through the mask, her voice regaining a steady yet slightly distorted tone. The food is in the warmer. Help yourself. She hesitated, seemingly recalling my injuries, and added, never mind, I will return. Do not move around. The hatch hissed open, and she swiftly exited, the door closing silently behind her. In the room, I was left alone. The faint, delicate fragrance seemed to linger in the air. I reclined upon the soft bed. Pain and weakness washed over me, yet my mind gradually sharpened. I hastily rummaged through my pocket for the chip card. Still here, unnoticed in this tattered garment. I gradually began to calm myself. Lin Lan. Her name suddenly surged to the forefront of my mind. How long had I been missing? A week since infiltrating Eden 999. Or was it nearly 10 days? Here, I had lost all sense of time. My abrupt disappearance. What would Lin Lan think? She must be frantic. And what of Lu Meiyun and her daughter? Surely their provisions have been exhausted by now. A weight sank heavily in my heart. If they had been captured, my breath quickened at the thought. If anything were to happen to them, it would be entirely my fault. Struggling to sit up, pain shot through my back, eliciting a muffled groan as I collapsed back down. Damn it, I was immobile. Now, I was a helpless wretch. Even if I could move, how would I return to the floating island? The moon pool. Suddenly, I recalled the moon pool beneath the tower. Lin Lan, being so clever, would undoubtedly find a way to utilize that moon pool. It was the only backdoor to the tower, a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they would not be discovered. With this thought, the nearly explosive pounding of my heart began to stabilize somewhat. I must recover quickly and find a way back. I forced myself to regain composure and began to survey the room. The off-white, curved walls emitted a soft glow, and a layer of plush carpet lay beside the bed, promising comfort underfoot. On the bedside table rested a vase, containing a bouquet of blue flowers whose name eluded me. The fragrance wafting through the air emanated from them. Remarkably, amidst this vessel, someone had preserved such a seemingly useless, yet civilized adornment. The room was modest but fully equipped, immaculate and tidy, suffused with a feminine gentleness. My thoughts drifted back to the broadcast I had just heard. General Volkov. This was the second time I had encountered that name. The first was when she made her abrupt appearance. Clearly, this general shared a significant connection with Ella. Ella was a B-level officer, seemingly from the technical department. This General Volkov had the authority to summon her for an emergency meeting, indicating a position of immense prominence, perhaps even the highest commander aboard this vessel. The Nirvana Project. The Cold Ark. My mind spun with a chaotic web of connections. If the Cold Ark was indeed the executor of the Nirvana Project, what then of General Volkov? Was she an accomplice, a superior, or perhaps an adversary? I noted a detail. Ella referred to General Volkov not as such, but as the command center. This was a clear deviation, suggesting that the general's orders could not always be equated with those of the command center in certain contexts. The depths of this situation seemed profoundly intricate. I had saved Ella, and she had brought me into her quarters. This appeared to be a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon me. If I could connect with General Volkov through Ella, might I circumvent the cunning and troublesome Cold Ark, thus uncovering the truth of the Nirvana Project from another angle? Time slipped away, and I was lost in my musings until the hatch creaked open once more. Ella returned, removing her mask. Her beautiful face tinged with a hint of fatigue. She seemed oblivious to the unusual gaze I cast her way and approached me directly. What was I dazed about? Was I hungry? She opened a food container, revealing what appeared to be some sort of meat soup accompanied by synthesized bread. The soup was still steaming. A far cry from the nutritional bars I had consumed in Zone E, which paled in comparison. As I attempted to reach out, I found myself struggling. Don't move, she interrupted, settling beside me on the bed. With a spoon, she scooped up a portion of the soup, blew on it gently, and brought it to my lips. I was momentarily stunned. Open your mouth, she commanded in a tone that was firm yet not overly harsh. My face flushed instantly, a burning heat enveloping me. This woman, whom I had known for merely 2 days, made me feel awkward as I clumsily tried to snatch the spoon away. Don't you want to recover quickly? She insisted, pushing the spoon toward me once more. If you fidget, the restorative agent will be wasted. Do you wish to lie in bed for eternity? I was at a loss for words, ultimately succumbing to an overwhelming embarrassment as I opened my mouth and drank the soup. It was delicious and warm. That's right. She seemed pleased, scooping up another spoonful. For the next few days, my treatment remained consistent. Ella would leave for work each day and return with various unfamiliar nutritional supplements and delicacies. At night, she would sleep on a rather uncomfortable-looking short, plush sofa beside her desk. Upon waking, I would find a thin blanket meticulously folded in the corner, as if no one had ever rested there. Under the nurturing influence of the restorative agents and her careful attention, my body healed at an astonishing rate. By the fourth day, I could manage to sit up against the headboard with some effort. My relationship with Ella had also grown significantly closer. She would engage me in conversation. She shared that she belonged to the European race, and when she noticed my puzzled expression, she elaborated that it referred to France before the unification of humanity in the 23rd century. Her family was among the key designers of Eden 999, and she possessed an intimate understanding of the ship's structure. In turn, I would occasionally recount tales and anecdotes from my small town. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that her gaze toward me was somewhat peculiar. It was an intense, fervent look that made me feel uneasy all over. Having navigated society for so long, I could discern hostility, malice, and wariness, but this type of gaze eluded my understanding. It was not merely gratitude. There seemed to be something more concealed within it, reminiscent of the look Lin Lan had once given me. As someone who had never experienced matters of the heart, such scrutiny left me flustered and even a bit fearful. What, I wondered, did this beautiful female officer truly desire? Chapter 106. The man in the photograph. A couple of days later, the wound on my back began to itch, a sign of new flesh and nerves healing under the influence of the restorative agent. I could now manage to turn over and sit up with some effort. Over the past few days, Ella's care had become exceedingly meticulous. She seemed to have completely forgotten the hierarchical distinction between soldier and officer. She would assist me in cleaning my body, albeit limited to the areas surrounding my inaccessible backwound. Yet even such an act was enough to make me blush deeply. Her hands were steady and gentle. Whenever her fingers inadvertently brushed against my skin, I instinctively tensed my muscles. "Don't be nervous." She seemed to sense my rigidity, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. "I won't bite. Your wound has healed remarkably well, and the bone has mended. The recovery has been even swifter than anticipated." She reapplied the biological dressing for me, her tone imbued with pleasure. "You have a robust constitution, Jiangchun." I responded vaguely, hastily pulling up my shirt to sever that unsettling contact. "Thanks to your care," I murmured, my gaze unwilling to meet hers, resting instead on a vibrant cluster of blue flowers in the corner. These blossoms, much like her, appeared so striking and enchanting amidst this cold bastion of technology. Ella straightened up after finishing the dressing, that familiar fragrance drawing closer. "All done." I exhaled in relief, just about to turn away when she remained still. I froze on the bed, feeling her breath waft against my ear. "Jiangchun," she suddenly called out. Thank you for saving me." Her voice was soft. I was taken aback. "Was that it? What else?" Ella smiled warmly. "I must return to work now. Be sure to rest well." "Understood, Sister Ella," I nodded dumbly. "Don't call me sister anymore. Just call me Ella." She departed, the cabin door sealing behind her. Alone in the room, inhaling the fragrant air, my mind was a tumult. "Don't call me sister anymore. Just call me Ella." Repeating those two phrases, I simply could not fathom the distinction between those forms of address. That evening, Ella returned from work as usual. Not only did she bring food, but also something that resembled a tablet. "This is my personal data terminal." She seemed to notice my curiosity and casually explained, "I have to work late tonight. Some tasks remain unfinished." She placed the device on the desk and turned towards the bathroom. "I'll bathe first. I've been running outside all day, and I smell of grease." "Wait a moment. I'll heat the food," she called from behind the door. The sound of water filled the air. My heartbeat began to race uncontrollably. The terminal, a personal computer belonging to a B-class technical officer. What secrets might it hold? Would it contain the information I sought? Yet reason cautioned me against acting. Ella had been so kind to me. How could I invade her private space? But the opportunity before me was rare. The cold vessel. The Nirvana project, everyone has safety. I hesitated for merely 3 seconds. I inhaled sharply, suppressing the pain in my back, and slowly sat up from the bed, then stood upright. It was the first time in days that I could fully rely on myself to stand. A wave of slight dizziness washed over me, and I steadied myself against the edge of the bed. My objective was clear, the only workspace in the room, a simple metal desk, and on its surface, that tablet, Ella's personal terminal. My heart raced uncontrollably. I knew this was perilous. Any misstep could trigger an alarm or leave an access record, thereby exposing me. Yet the temptation to unveil the truth behind the Nirvana project, coupled with the anxiety for Lin Lan and her companion's safety, burned like twin flames within my heart. I approached the desk, my fingers gently resting on the edge of the screen. The display flickered to life, revealing a lock screen demanding either a passcode or biometric authentication. Indeed, a password was required. A frown creased my brow. Forcibly breaking through was beyond my expertise. Disheartened, I set the terminal aside and scanned the desktop, hoping to uncover some clues. The surface was immaculate, save for a sleek electronic pen. Ultimately, my gaze fell upon the desk's drawer. I approached and tentatively tugged at it. It was unlocked. I opened the first drawer to find a collection of personal items, a few unfamiliar cosmetics, and several bottles of vitamins. As I opened the second drawer, I discovered a photograph encased in a frame. In this era dominated by holograms and data terminals, a paper photograph was a rare and treasured find. I carefully extracted it. The image depicted two individuals, a somewhat youthful Ella, clad in attire reminiscent of a trainee's uniform, her face beaming with joy. She was affectionately linking arms with a tall, serious-looking middle-aged man in an officer's uniform. His countenance was stern, yet his gaze held a hint of gentleness. And they stood remarkably close. Who could this man be? I felt a strong inclination that he was not just an ordinary superior. The warmth and intimacy between them suggested a bond deeper than mere hierarchy. Were they father and daughter? Or perhaps mentor and apprentice? Could this man be General Volkov? Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open with a clang. I was startled, my heart racing, and I nearly dropped the photograph. Ella emerged, clad in a bathrobe, her damp brown hair being dried with a towel. She exuded a languid allure, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. "Why are you out of bed?" she asked, clearly taken aback by my presence. My mind was a whirlwind. I fumbled to return the photograph, but my haste only caused more chaos. I just wanted to stand and stretch after lying down for so long, I managed to say, striving for a tone of nonchalance to mask my earlier fright. My excuse felt feeble, especially with the photograph still clutched in my hand, and the drawer behind me was ajar due to my earlier panic, leaving a conspicuous gap. Ella's gaze shifted from my pale face to my hands and finally settled on the half-open drawer. Her movement of drying her hair came to an abrupt halt. The air in the room grew thick with tension, the subtle fragrance now tinged with an unsettling sense of danger. She set the towel down and, slowly and deliberately, began to approach me. Instinctively, I took a half-step back, my mind a tangled mess. Her eyes lingered on my face for a moment. Those deep brown orbs seemingly capable of peering into my very soul. Then, gently, she took the photograph from my hands. She extended her slender fingers and completely pushed the half-open drawer back in. Jiang Chun, she lifted her gaze, her beautiful brown eyes mere inches away, even smiling at me. "It seems you are quite interested in me?" Chapter 107, A Dangerous Relationship. Ella's words struck me like a bolt of electricity, instantly piercing through my thoughts. She was so close, the warmth and humidity from her recent bath mingling with her unique fragrance, the collar of her robe slightly open, revealing a delicate collarbone and subtly visible skin. My blood surged, and I felt a tickle in my nose. Yet, Lin Lan's face flashed in my mind, filled with anticipation. The girl who had been my sole companion during my days of despair was the one I cherished. I could only feel gratitude towards Ella. I must not entertain any improper thoughts. My voice was dry as I attempted to explain, but I struggled to form coherent words. Ella seemed quite pleased with my awkward reaction. Instead of retreating, she moved even closer, her gaze fixed on my unconsciously clenched hand, then lifted it. A hint of amusement in her eyes as she looked back into mine. "The recovery period requires moderate exercise," she said, naturally resting her hand on my arm, guiding me back to the bedside. But excessive activity could strain the newly formed tissues. Her touch made my arm muscles tense instantly. She helped me sit down, but did not leave. Instead, she stood by the bed, her body slowly leaning down, allowing the collar of her robe to reveal even more enchanting glimpses of springtime beauty. My throat went dry uncontrollably, and I instinctively swallowed. As a male, confronted with such vivid allure, my primal instincts fought fiercely to maintain my composure. She shook the frame in her hand, her tone imbued with an indescribable lightness. As if her earlier question had been merely casual. "Surprised, aren't you? I also have a photo with General Volkov." General Volkov. The man in the photograph was indeed General Volkov. She paused to observe my reaction, then leisurely added, "He was my mentor at the military academy, as well as the vice president of the institution. He was strict, but he always paid special attention to outstanding students." "General Volkov?" I widened my eyes in astonishment, a mix of surprise and trepidation on my face. "Your mentor is a general?" Ella laughed, her smile tinged with a hint of pride, intertwined with something deeper that I could not comprehend. She extended her other empty hand, her fingertips gently gliding over the tensed muscles of my arm. "What, surprised? You think a mere officer like you doesn't deserve such an impressive background?" No, Of course not. I hurriedly denied, my body becoming even stiffer from her touch, almost hearing the frantic pounding of my heart within my chest. Her fingertips did not retreat. Instead, they slowly moved upward, lightly resting on my chest, where my heartbeat thundered like a drum. Your heart is racing, Jiangchun. Her voice was low and laden with an alluring magnetism, and peering into the private lives of others is hardly the mark of a noble character. I felt as though I was a cornered prey, with all my senses ensnared by her presence, my breathing growing labored. Her provocations were audacious and unrestrained, revealing her interest and a certain desire for control. Upon noticing my flushed face, rigid as stone, with beads of sweat forming at my temples, Ella suddenly burst into laughter. That smile instantly dissipated the previous tension and awkwardness, transforming her back into the familiar, slightly tender female officer I knew. All right, I won't tease you any longer, she said, retracting her hand and returning to her desk to place the photograph back into the drawer. Look at how frightened you are. You're still a patient, and I have no interest in tormenting a man who can barely stand. She turned towards the food warmer, her bathrobe trailing elegantly behind her, leaving me sitting on the bed, cautiously catching my breath as if I had just been pulled back from the brink of drowning. In the week that followed, my body recovered at an astonishing pace. The wounds had nearly healed, leaving only tender pink flesh, and I moved with relative ease. However, after the recent incident, Ella's provocations intensified. I was no fool. In my dulled state, it finally dawned on me that her behavior stemmed from her affection for me, as she was uncommonly forthright. She seemed to revel in my flustered demeanor. Every day upon returning from work, she would don a sheer nightgown, sometimes seizing the opportunity to lean forward while handing me something, allowing her neckline to reveal more of her allure. At other times, she would deliberately drop something, bending down leisurely to retrieve it, unabashedly presenting her curvaceous form to me. Her gaze grew bolder, often lingering on me with unabashed admiration and desire. This pervasive temptation left me restless, yet I hesitated to confront her directly, fearing I might offend my benefactor. The guilt within me intensified daily, while my longing for Lin Lan surged like rampant weeds. I needed to leave this place and return to where I belonged. It was all so painfully awkward. I felt as though I might suffocate in this uncomfortable atmosphere. Finally, as Ella attempted to draw nearer once more, I abruptly stepped back, creating distance between us. Sister Ella. I reverted to formal address, striving to maintain a calm and respectful tone. I have recovered from my injuries and can no longer impose upon you. I believe it is time for me to return to Area E for rest. Tomorrow, I can resume work. I must not delay any longer. The smile on Ella's face instantly froze. She straightened her posture, the languid, teasing aura vanishing entirely, replaced by a displeased glare. Why the rush to return? Her voice turned frosty. Do you not wish to see me? Not at all. I merely think. Am I not appealing? She interrupted, advancing a step closer. At that moment, it seemed as if a glimmer of unshed tears swirled in her eyes, the sheen rendering her already beautiful brown irises even more translucent and fragile. The usual calmness she exuded was now utterly absent, replaced by an almost raw, resentful accusation. The quivering petals of her lips, coupled with the stubborn resolve to suppress the glistening tears threatening to cascade down, tugged at my heart with a fierce intensity. You are undeniably beautiful. Yet her voice remained icily detached, tinged with a hint of hurt. The sheen in her eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing, yet she forcibly restrained it, allowing only a shimmering wave to ripple within her gaze. Do you disdain the fact that I am older than you? Her questions came in rapid succession, piercing me like a multitude of fine needles, leaving me utterly disoriented. As I gazed into the tumult of emotions swirling within her eyes, I discerned a tempest of rejected anger, a bafflement at my retreat, and an unyielding pride and stubbornness that she had carefully concealed, now brutally wounded by my aloofness. I inhaled deeply, averting my eyes from those captivating orbs that threatened to draw me in. Ella, I believe I am unworthy of you. My voice emerged low and strained. Not merely an excuse, for the chasm of disparity between our social standings was all too real. The shimmer in Ella's eyes flickered, yet did not fall. A bittersweet smile curved her lips. Unworthy? I have never cared for societal status. If I deem it so, then it is so. Is this truly the reason? Her tone remained frosty. Jiangchun, do you perceive me, Ella begged, as a superficial woman who values hierarchy above all else? That is not my intention. Then what do you fear? She abruptly interrupted, inching closer, our bodies nearly touching, allowing me to distinctly inhale the faint scent of her presence. The suppressed defiance and grievance in her eyes erupted in that moment. I do not care what rank you hold as an E-class soldier. I am indifferent to your past. She grasped my arm with astonishing strength. Do you comprehend what I felt when that pipe fell? I was taken aback. I thought I was doomed. Her voice quaked not from fear, but from fervor. When you rushed to my side without hesitation, I felt it. The sensation of being protected. Cherished, something I have not experienced in an eternity. I have never been fond of East Asian men. She seemed to abandon all restraint, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The once muted fire in her brown eyes reignited with fervor. I find you all too delicate, too lacking in masculinity. She reached out with her other hand, daring to touch my unruly stubble, the coarse bristles contrasting with the softness of her fingertips. But you are different. Her voice softened, laced with a hint of shyness. Your beard is unlike any other Asian man's. You possess a certain masculinity. When you rescued me, you resembled a true lion. I was utterly dumbfounded. Ella, I stammered. We Europeans, she gazed intently at me, as if her gaze could dissolve my very being. When we like someone, we simply do. Disinterest is disinterest. If I were not intrigued by you, I wouldn't even bother to glance your way. I brought you to my room, cared for you, fed you. I have been more than cautious, more than patient. Her inquiries left me speechless. My heart ached in turmoil. What wrongs have I committed? I merely sought a refuge, a source of intelligence. Yet I find myself ensnared in such a tumultuous entanglement. I can no longer procrastinate. It is evident that Ella's patience has reached its zenith. She is a proud and assertive woman. Should I continue to offer her insipid excuses, she will undoubtedly turn against me. A woman consumed by desire and the ire of rejection is capable of unpredictable actions, the thought of which sends shivers down my spine. I must present her with an irrefutable reason, one that will utterly dissuade her. An unequivocal justification. My mind raced, and a ludicrous yet potentially safe notion emerged. I inhaled deeply, my facade of humility and trepidation morphing into a profound struggle, almost akin to agony. Ella, I lifted my gaze, daring for the first time to meet her fiery eyes, though my own were laden with despair. It is not your fault. It is my fault. What fault? She paused, bewildered by my expression. I have told countless lies in my life, but this particular untruth weighs heavily upon me. I closed my eyes, as if summoning immense resolve. When I reopened them, I gazed at her and uttered, Ella, I am not attracted to women. The cabin fell into an eerie silence. Ella's expression froze. Her once formidable demeanor seemingly paused. She stood in shock for several seconds, as if she were deciphering the meaning of my words, her eyes reflecting disbelief. What? What did you say? She wondered if she had misheard. I'm sorry. I averted my gaze, unable to meet her eyes. I am that. I hinted at my truth, though the implication was unmistakable. That. I am attracted to men. These words detonated like a bomb in the hushed cabin. Ella, the proud and beautiful officer, a distinguished student of General Volkov, appeared as though she had turned to stone. 10 seconds passed in silence. Humph. A cold scoff escaped her lips. Jiang Chun. She released my arm, stepped back, and crossed her arms. The glimmer of tears in her eyes vanished, replaced by a scrutinizing, icy gaze, sharp as a blade. Do you take me for a fool? Her voice grew cold. For the sake of rejecting me, you concoct such a lie? A tightness gripped my heart. I realized she was not so easily deceived. Do you believe this is a fabrication? At that moment, I found it increasingly difficult to maintain my facade. This role was an arduous challenge. I let out a bitter laugh, laced with self-mockery and the discomfort of being exposed. Indeed, I wish it were a lie. Then look at me, she demanded. Look into my eyes. Tell me that seeing me like this, and doing these things, does not stir any feelings within you? I met her gaze, my eyes mustering a blend of struggle and admiration, yet devoid of desire. You feel something. Your heart races so quickly. She pressed her hand against my chest. I did not deceive you. I nearly shouted, raising my head, striving to infuse a glimmer of sincerity and anguish into my gaze. It was precisely for this reason that I had fled from my previous place, seeking refuge in Eden to escape the judgmental eyes of others. Ella, you are so wonderful. So beautiful. It is my misfortune, my abnormality. My outburst left Ella momentarily stunned. I am sorry, I murmured, lowering my head and attempting to explain in a voice tinged with near despair. I did not wish to deceive you. When you drew near, I felt a surge of anxiety, not due to my feelings, but rather from unfamiliarity and a tinge of fear in the face of your excellence. The pressure upon me was immense. I have always harbored deep-seated insecurities, rendering me incapable of responding to you in such a manner. Forgive me. My words tumbled out chaotically, twisting all my previous actions, which she may have perceived as shyness or nervousness, into an entirely different interpretation. Ella fixed her gaze upon my eyes, seemingly searching for any trace of falsehood within. Her stare was as sharp as a blade, footing across my face. I forced myself to maintain eye contact, my expression rife with the discomfort of revealing secrets and a flicker of pleading. Time ticked away, and the air within the chamber felt as though it had solidified. Chapter 109. Comrade C. Almost a minute had elapsed. At long last, the fury and skepticism in Ella's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an intricate tapestry of emotions, shock, realization, and a hint of indescribable disappointment mixed with relief. She slowly stepped back, widening the space between us, appraising me with a contemplative gaze while murmuring, "No wonder. No wonder I was so forward, and you showed little reaction. I thought you did not like me, or were simply too serious. So it is this way." Her tone transitioned from disbelief to acceptance of the reality, as if this explanation was more palatable than outright rejection, elucidating my previously irrational behavior. She exhaled deeply, her expression returning to tranquility, though a trace of unfulfilled longing lingered in her eyes. "I really doubted myself. I was so forward, yet you remained unresponsive." She waved her hand dismissively, her tone laced with feigned nonchalance. "So, you are a comrade. It seems I misinterpreted the situation and nearly made a fool of myself." Internally, I sighed with profound relief. Goodness, that was exceedingly difficult. It nearly took my life. "I am sorry, Sister Ella," I reiterated softly. "Enough." Ella waved her hand, seemingly acknowledging the awkwardness of the moment. "There is nothing to apologize for. After all, you saved me." She turned to pour herself a glass of water, downing it in one swift motion, as if to quell her unease. "Now," she glanced back at me, "you should return to rest. You need another day to recuperate. Your injury is still healing. Do not wander about." "Yes," I responded, feeling as though I had been granted a reprieve. I lowered my head and hastily exited the suffocating chamber. The door closed behind me, leaning against the cold corridor wall. I realized that my undergarments were thoroughly soaked with cold sweat. Cold sweat clung to my undergarments, sending shivers coursing through my body. The heart-stopping performance I had just delivered had nearly drained every ounce of strength from me. Damn it. In my life, I have played the roles of the humble and the greedy, but I have never portrayed a gay man. Absurd, yet effective. Ella's eyes, which transitioned from fervor to astonishment and ultimately settled into a complex sense of understanding, indicated that she at least temporarily believed this outlandish lie. This granted me a precious respite, yet it also shackled me with an even heavier burden before Ella, and potentially before others who were becoming familiar to me. I must tread carefully to maintain this fabricated identity. Any subtle straight male gesture could arouse suspicion. I exhaled a long, heavy breath and began my walk toward the E-level break room. Ella's feelings toward me would surely transform from romantic to platonic, perhaps even sisterly. I let out a bitter laugh at the absurdity of wearing such a label. Upon returning to the cramped, crowded E-level break room, filled with the odors of sweat and machinery, the familiar cacophony oddly provided me with a sense of distorted security. This was where I belonged, at least here. No one cared about my sexual orientation. Everyone was preoccupied with today's rations and tomorrow's task assignments. I lay on the hard cot, beginning to calmly strategize. Ella's promised new job was an opportunity one must seize. Approaching the upper echelon and uncovering the truth behind the Nirvana project was my core objective. My proficiency in underwater operations was the most rational skill I could exhibit, and it would undoubtedly capture the attention of the technical department. "Ella, I am sorry. I need this connection with you." The following day, I sought out Ella as promised. Upon our reunion, the atmosphere was inevitably tinged with awkwardness. "You're here," she noted, her voice steady as it emerged through her mask. "You can just call me Officer outside," she interjected, her tone casual, as if nothing had transpired the day before. "Yes, officer," I promptly replied. "Is your body all right now?" she asked in a businesslike manner. "Basically, I'm fully recovered." "That's good," she remarked, gesturing toward a few sea-level personnel clad in diving suits in the distance. "Your task today is still to assist them, but instead of Zone 9, you'll be going to a deeper area. The pipeline there is more complex, with significant blockages and collapses, so make sure to leverage your strengths." She assigned me to the underwater maintenance team without further elaboration, though her tone had shifted from fervent to somewhat scrutinizing, perhaps tinged with curiosity. To her, I had become a special presence. It seemed my talent for underwater work no longer needed to be concealed. I donned my diving suit once more and plunged into the cold, dim waters beneath Eden 999. The massive hull loomed like a slumbering steel behemoth, its underwater expanse riddled with intricate piping. For other maintenance workers, this place was perilous and stifling, yet for me, it exuded an odd sense of comfort. I refrained from rushing to showcase my abilities, instead diligently completing the assigned basic inspection tasks. But soon enough, an opportunity would arise. A routine task of pipeline unclogging presented itself, Yet the seasoned veterans struggled for hours to pinpoint the core of the obstruction. I effortlessly identified a concealed node afflicted by biological buildup and debris accumulation, suggesting a more effective angle for remediation. Consequently, the blockage was swiftly resolved. On another occasion, after merely a cursory inspection, I detected a structural fatigue point, providing an early warning a good 10 minutes ahead of the instruments, which enabled the repair team to reinforce the structure and avert a potential leak. Such performances, while initially attributed to luck, began to garner attention from the technical team after repeated occurrences. They became increasingly receptive to my insights, and prior to intricate underwater operations, they would proactively seek my perspective. My recommendations, devoid of complex theories, were straightforward, direct, and effective, significantly enhancing operational efficiency. 1157. You truly are a genius. The entire underwater repair team of Technical Group T, from the C-level team leader to ordinary technicians, began to consult me, an E-level soldier. My name, 1157, started to circulate quietly within this small circle of the underwater maintenance department. I was no longer merely the fortunate individual who had rescued Commander Ella by chance. I had evolved into a capable underwater specialist. Ella, meanwhile, always listened quietly on the command channel, never intervening or offering praise. One afternoon, at the close of a workday, she summoned me to her office. "Jiang Chun," she said, removing her mask with a hint of satisfaction upon her face, "you have performed exceptionally well. The entire T group speaks highly of you. It's all thanks to you for promoting me," I replied, my head bowed with a sheepish grin. "No." She shook her head. "This is what you rightfully deserve." From her drawer, she produced a brand new set of items, a silver data card, and a pristine uniform emblazoned with the designation C-71. "The command center has approved your report," she stated, pushing the items towards me. "From this moment on, you are no longer E-1157. Your new identity is C-71, Underwater Structural Consultant in Technical Group 3. My heart raced with excitement. C-level. I had swiftly emerged from the mire of E-level. "Thank you so much, Ella," I expressed, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Take it. There's no need to be modest," she smiled, a grin that seemed to reflect pure friendship. "You're C-level now. No need to return to that small cubicle in E-District." She gestured towards the data card. "This is your key to a private cabin in the C-District lounge." I accepted the cool card, my heart filled with a whirlwind of emotions. I had truly found a formidable ally, bringing me unforeseen benefits. "Thank you, Ella. You are a wonderful person." I silently expressed my gratitude once more, gripping the C-level room key tightly. I felt as though I had taken a step closer to the upper echelons of the ship. Chapter 110. A new springboard. The C-District bore an environment vastly different from E-District. The cabins were more spacious and illuminated, with superior air circulation and significantly reduced noise levels. Although the cabin assigned to me remained simple, it now featured a sleeping area and a private bathroom, vastly larger and equipped with its own shower, unlike E-District, where bathing meant a trip to the communal bathing area. More importantly, here, no one knows me, nor is anyone aware of the events that transpired in Zone E. To them, I am merely a newcomer, C-71, hastily promoted due to my technical expertise. This place offers me a long-lost sense of relaxation. I no longer need to be vigilant against recognition, nor do I have to endure the pressure from the seasoned veterans of Zone E. Standing in this new chamber, I took a deep breath of the relatively fresh air. Although the path ahead remains shrouded in uncertainty, still cloaked in the awkward guise of camaraderie, there is no doubt that I am one step closer to my objective. The sea level is already considered a mid-tier area of Eden 999, granting access to more information and possibly more opportunities to encounter higher-ranking individuals and greater secrets. My new identity is fraught with undercurrents, yet I am prepared to delve deeper. My gaze turned to the chamber walls, as if I could penetrate through layers of barriers to glimpse the secret hidden at the core, known as Nirvana. The next day, I donned my pristine C-71 uniform and reported to Group 3 of the technical department. "You are C-71? A hoarse voice inquired. I looked up to see an officer wearing a mask, his insignia marked C-04. 04, indicating considerable seniority. "Yes, sir," I replied, immediately straightening my posture. "You may call me old." He gestured for me to sit. "Commander B-13 has already been informed. He said you are quite skilled and intelligent." "You flatter me, sir." I humbly bowed my head. "Whether flattery or not, we shall see," he remarked nonchalantly. "Eden 999 does not harbor idlers, especially not in Zone C. The higher-ups can protect you temporarily, but not indefinitely. Your work will still fall under my group." This was a warning, a reminder not to think I could coast along simply by relying on Ella. I understood. "I shall comply with any arrangements made by the organization," I stated firmly. The officer seemed pleased with my awareness. Good. There is a new task here that suits you, he said succinctly, pulling up a holographic sea chart. But the target location was not within Eden 999. It was an underwater area approximately 50 kilometers from this location. I was taken aback. Helios fusion core. He pointed to the flashing red. It detached from the ship during the crash and was lost in the trench of this region. He paused. This fusion core is crucial for the ship. General Volkov has personally ordered its recovery at all costs. Volkov again. My heart began to race. Why would a straightforward repair job necessitate an external assignment? Surely, they wouldn't send a newcomer like me on a perilous mission. Sir, I do not understand, I spoke up. I am an underwater structural consultant. My duty is to repair the hull. This is an external assignment, which does not align with my current responsibilities. I am aware. The officer's tone was unwavering, as if he had anticipated my question. The exploration team has reported. He switched the holographic image, revealing a trench filled with the fragmented wreckage from the ship's crash and the complex lava tubes formed after a volcanic eruption, resembling a beehive. The depths of the trench were entirely inaccessible to submarines. The old voice grew cold as we learned that the first E-level reconnaissance team we dispatched had met with complete annihilation. The second sea-level team S submarine was wrecked within the lava tubes, with only one individual managing to escape. He turned his gaze towards me. The survivor spoke of the underwater structures below, describing them as a labyrinth where ordinary soldiers would struggle to make any significant impact. My heart sank as I realized the unfortunate timing of my presence. Thus, the command center required someone not only proficient in technology, but also possessing exceptional aquatic skills. The old voice remained frigid. We were in need of a guide, one capable of navigating through the darkness and the maze, retrieving the necessary equipment. Damn it. My expertise had become an inescapable summons in this dire situation. Admiral B-13 spoke highly of you, the old voice added, mentioning that you are the most skilled swimmer she knows. Ella. I couldn't discern whether she was aiding me or plotting against me. Nevertheless, I resolved to accept my fate. As fortune and misfortune remained uncertain, I needed a team, and I had to return to fetch my trusted gear. Taking a deep breath, I ceased my protests. I recognized this as my opportunity, one potent enough to elevate me to great heights, yet fraught with peril. I had to don the deep-sea combat suit discovered within the tower. Very well, we shall gather on the D-section deck in 1 hour, the old voice affirmed. This mission would be conducted aboard the Barracuda exploration submarine, comprising 3 sea-level personnel, 1 captain and 2 technicians, and 4 E-level soldiers. He pointed at me, declaring that I would serve as the deep-sea consultant for this vessel. An hour later, as I approached the deck, all personnel had assembled. 3 sea-level technicians and 4 E-level soldiers were present. Among the E-level soldiers, I spotted E-702, the one who had nearly dived into the pipe with me. I couldn't tell if his misfortune was accidental or deliberate. We were once again tethered together like grasshoppers on a string. The Barracuda navigated through the dark waters, surrounded only by the chilling sea and endless darkness. I stood in the command chamber, and as the deep-sea consultant for this mission, my rank was evidently above that of an ordinary sea-level technician, second only to the captain. Beside me, 2 sea-level crew members dutifully piloted the submarine and monitored the sonar screens. Commander, one reported, the signal from the Helios fusion core is directly beneath us. The readings are exceptionally clear, less than 5 kilometers away. Continue the descent, the captain commanded. Understood. The pilot maneuvered the controls, causing the bow of the Barracuda to dip, as the searchlight pierced deeper into the darkness. 10 minutes later, the submarine suddenly decelerated. We can advance no further, the pilot declared gravely, halting the propellers. The main passage ahead narrows significantly. The Barracuda cannot proceed. The sonar indicated an intricate web of passages ahead. He magnified the real-time imagery and projected it onto the holographic screen. The green dot representing our position drew closer to the pulsating red beacon. However, the nautical chart clearly illustrated that the beacon was encircled by a complex network of lava tubes resembling a massive honeycomb. The signal from Helios emanated from the depths of this hive. The sonar revealed the situation as the pilot pointed to the screen. The largest entrance had a diameter of less than 3 meters. The Shuayu could not pass through. The submarine had reached its limit. The path ahead could only be traversed on foot. C-71, it is your turn now, as previously instructed. Understood, maintain silence, submarine, and await our return. I calmly assumed command. C-42, C-45, follow me. I then shouted into the communicator, E-Squad, assemble at the passage. Chapter 111. The Abyssal Devourer within the passage, the atmosphere was stifling. 4 E-class soldiers had donned their heavy deep-sea suits, equipped to carry cutting and demolition tools. E702, the silent hard nut, stood at the rear, not uttering a word. I, along with two C-class technicians, was also dressed and ready. All ears were on me as I stood before them and activated the communicator in my helmet. Our objective lies 600 meters directly below, amidst a complex network of lava tubes. From this moment on, everyone must follow closely behind me and refrain from acting independently. Upon finishing my command, I noticed E702's helmeted head turned sharply in my direction, seemingly recognizing me. E702. I forced down the tumult of emotions within, feigning nonchalance. You are responsible for carrying the spare oxygen and securing lines. Stay close. Is that clear? Yes, sir. The rest of E-Squad responded in unison. E702, a beat behind, quietly affirmed, yes. The two C-class technicians merely nodded in silence. Open the airlock. The 7 of us entered the airlock chamber. Seawater surged in, and the pressure escalated rapidly. As the hatch opened, we were met with absolute darkness and cold. Maintain formation, stay close behind me. Keep a vigilant watch for any anomalies and report immediately. I reiterated as I engaged the thrusters and led the way into the dark hive-like entrance. 7 figures plunged into the depths of the ocean's hive. Each of us was equipped with compact manta ray thrusters. The scene unfolding below could only be described as hellish. The lava tubes twisted and turned, surrounded by intense heat, while volcanic ash swirled through the water, accompanied by countless rising thermal currents. Upon entering the network of lava tubes, the world felt isolated. The beams of our spotlights sliced through the bizarre volcanic rock, casting tremulous shadows, while numerous openings gaped like monstrous maws. The beacon signals served as our sole guide. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the faint hum of the thrusters and our own breathing. I focused intently, sensing the currents and structures while remaining alert to any disturbances that did not belong. Right turn. This passage is more stable, I instructed. My voice relayed through the communicator to my teammates. Like a phantom, I led them cautiously through the labyrinth. 20 minutes later, we passed through the final narrow strait, and an expansive vista unfolded before us. My word, a colossal, hollow volcanic dome emerged, its oppressive presence only interrupted by a few jagged outcrops of lava. At the dome's edge, the silvery gray core of Helios lay quietly embedded in the rock, emanating a faint, vibrant glow. Target located. I lowered my voice, acutely vigilant as I scanned the entire cave. It's not that difficult. C-45 exclaimed excitedly. Wait. I interrupted him. There's something below. What is it? Everyone. Extinguish the spotlights. Shut down the thrusters. My voice trembled. A sense of foreboding gripped me. My enhanced perception was warning me of an approaching danger. I was ready to activate the sonar function of my chip card. Just then, an extremely faint, yet unmistakably unnatural, low-frequency vibration reverberated through the seawater, as if some colossal entity was moving in the distance. There's movement. I immediately became alert. Everyone halted, turning off their thrusters and spotlights. Suspended in the darkness, we adjusted our positions using only our fins. The vibrations grew closer, bringing with them a suffocating sense of dread. Through the dim light, I discerned a vast opening in the distance, behind which loomed an extraordinarily elongated, phosphorescent shadow, gliding like a specter. Its size was immense, comparable to half that of a submarine, with a long, fin-like structure undulating in the dark, creating a silent, yet powerful current. We held our breath, our heartbeats seemingly suspended. The massive creature appeared oblivious to our presence. Perhaps we were too insignificant in its eyes, as it gradually vanished into the darkness of another passage. The stifling pressure slowly dissipating. Good heavens, a soldier's voice quivered. What on earth is that? Perhaps this is what the reconnaissance team encountered, I replied solemnly, a chill running down my spine. It likely regarded this energy-rich zone as its hunting ground. We had to exercise even greater caution. The cave was riddled with intricate passages. One by one, we navigated through the narrow openings, cautiously approaching the fusion core. Just as we prepared to inspect the integrity of the core, a thunderous crash echoed behind us, shaking the entire cave. Debris cascaded down. The enormous shadow had somehow crept up behind us, squeezing through a narrow opening. This time, under the trembling beam of the spotlight, I saw it clearly. It possessed an extraordinarily large, aerodynamically defiant form, as though different biological remnants had been forcibly stitched together. Most disquieting was its head, which was not a complete skull but rather a terrifying, triangular structure enveloped in a chitinous exoskeleton. Between the seams of the exoskeleton, 3 pairs of glimmering compound eyes could be discerned, coldly observing us within the cave. Symmetrically, several elongated, jointed claw-like appendages sprouted from either side of its mouth. These appendages resembled the bony mandibles of some deep-sea leviathan rather than flesh and blood, their edges lined with menacing barbs, glinting with an eerie luminescence under the spotlight. At that moment, these colossal claws were irritably scraping against the cave entrance-s rock wall, each movement producing a grating sound and sending shards of stone tumbling down. Its entire forebody exudes a stiffness reminiscent of ancient arthropods, creating a bizarre and unsettling contrast with the smoothly flowing tail behind. Its body, adorned with luminous spots, violently crashes into the narrow passage, causing the cave to tremble once more. Debris cascades from above like raindrops. The gaping maw, filled with blue, glowing teeth, and the massive, frantically writhing appendages beside its mouth, seem poised to invade our space. What is worse? The sound of the impact and explosion reverberates through this confined underwater realm like a dinner bell. Terror-stricken, everyone gazes toward the crumbling entrance. I force myself to remain calm while swiftly swimming toward the cylindrical device known as the Helios core. This is a critical fusion core of the spacecraft's energy matrix, where nuclear fusion reactions transpire, a veritable miniature artificial sun. As I inspect the core, my heart sinks. A distinct crack on its shell is seeping a subtle, aurora-like stream of energy. The core has been damaged during the fall, and the persistent energy leak seems to lure this deep-sea predator like sweet honey in the dark. The fusion core shell is compromised, and energy is escaping. I immediately report the breach, urging for swift repairs. This monster is drawn to the energy. Hurry, seal the leak, I shout, reaching out to assess the crack, but merely approaching triggers a radiation warning from my protective suit. We must halt the energy leak. Just then, another collision from the creature sends the entire cave into a violent shake, larger rocks crashing down from above. I will distract it, I declare, grabbing the explosives and turning to charge at the beast. Chapter 112. Wagering with Life, C-71. Are you out of your mind? C-45's panic scream crackles through the communicator. I am not insane. I simply understand more than they do. If this creature is not eliminated, none of us will survive today. If I do nothing, this beast will seal us 7 in this volcanic dome, one by one, prying us open like cans. To live, someone must break this deadlock. Just as I prepare to grab the high-energy explosives as bait, a rough, large hand suddenly seizes my arm. I turn to see E702. This silent hard case, who had not uttered a word until now, is intently staring at me. You? I am taken aback. I will go with you. Without excessive words, his hoarse, deep, yet remarkably resolute voice transmits through the speaker. I gaze at him, unable to discern his expression through the visor. Yet I know that in this moment of crisis, anyone brave enough to join me is undoubtedly a true man, choosing to bind his fate to mine. More people. He squeezes out a few more words through gritted teeth. More chances. Damn it, don't die so easily. I mutter under my breath, no longer hesitating. 2 are certainly better than 1. I tightly strap the explosives to my chest and crank up the manta ray thruster to maximum power. Split into 2 teams. I extend 2 fingers, devising a way to lure it into the lava tube. Its size is our opportunity. Good. E702 responds succinctly. Buzz. 2 silhouettes, akin to black projectiles, surged forth from either side, confronting the sea beast that was on the verge of bursting forth from the narrow passage. C-42. C-45. My voice roared through every headset. You too. Expedite your pace. If we perish, and you have yet to seal that breach, then none shall survive. At that moment, the abyssal creature had thrust most of its menacing head and a pair of elongated forelimbs out of the cavern. Its 3 pairs of compound eyes instantly locked onto my advancing figure. With a thunderous roar, mingled with high-frequency sound waves and the pressure of water, it surged forward. My visor erupted into a flurry of snowflakes as my insides churned violently. Clearly, the monster had not anticipated that among its prey were 2 who dared to challenge it. With a resounding crash, its colossal body swung violently, breaking free from the passage. Those terrifying, scythe-like appendages thrashed wildly in the water. Damn it! How fast! My scalp tingled. This beast was swifter in the water than my thrusters at full power. It ignored E702 and charged straight at me. I could not fathom why I had drawn its ire. A shadow swept past my head. It was one of its 4 claws. I plunged downward, contorting my body in a nearly spine-breaking maneuver to evade it. The claw grazed my visor, creating a terrifying vortex that nearly toppled me. Damn, I am not defenseless. I seized the opportunity to hurl explosives at one of its compound eyes. Boom! The dull explosion reverberated underwater. I watched anxiously as the creature pivoted, evading the brunt of the blast. The struck area merely bore a few faint cracks in its shell. Infuriated, it whipped its head violently. Damn, its hide is too thick. My heart sank. My mind raced amidst overwhelming fear and oxygen deprivation. Had this beast maxed out its defense and speed? Ordinary attacks seemed ineffectual. I must exploit the terrain and target its vulnerabilities. Its exposed weak points lay only in those compound eyes and the unarmored limbs on the rear half of its body. However, if we sought refuge, it might redirect its wrath towards others. I must incite its fury. I activated the manta ray thrusters and lunged towards its tail, subsequently hurling another explosive. Yet the creature adeptly altered its course, evading the blast once more. Damn, it's too agile. Nevertheless, my goal was achieved. It was thoroughly enraged, heedlessly charging towards me, intent on tearing me apart. Ahead lay the narrow, honeycomb-like lava tube through which we had arrived. 702. Follow me. Into the tube, I bellowed, plunging into the lava conduit, only a few meters wide, with him closely trailing behind. The entire cavern trembled violently behind us. I assumed it would be hindered by its massive size, yet it showed no signs of slowing. It was shattering the rocks with its indomitable shell and those fearsome appendages. Damn! As I glanced back, the 3 pairs of cold compound eyes drew ever closer, and I realized that I had underestimated this monstrous creature. It was truly enraged, abandoning our playful game of hide and seek. It sought to crush me directly. The lava tube grew increasingly constricted, and E702 and I found ourselves inadvertently cornered in a dead end. Damn it, there was no way out. A hint of despair crept into his voice. Don't panic. I steeled my resolve. Suddenly, I halted, activating the high-energy explosive with a 5-second countdown. Take cover behind me. Hold on tight. We will perish together. Although E702 was perplexed, he complied. E702, there's no time for idle chatter. I believe you possess a sense of loyalty. Once we return, forget everything you've seen. With my mind made up, I ceased further words and exerted all my strength, hurling the explosive toward the creature's head. Then, I pressed my back firmly against him, and together we crashed into the recess of the rock wall. Boom! The explosive detonated within the narrow confines of the lava tube. A sphere of searing light erupted before my eyes, instantly engulfing all darkness. Simultaneously, I activated the shield capability of my chip card. Intense heat. Shockwaves. They enveloped the entire passage. Yet, a pale golden hexagonal energy shield steadfastly protected us. E702 and I were pressed against the rock wall like 2 battered sacks, pinned down by the force of the blast. My helmet struck the rock violently. Everything went black. Cough, cough, cough. I spat out a mouthful of blood. What was that? Are you still alive? E702's voice echoed in my ears. I struggled to turn my head and peered through the collapsed tunnel. The lava tube was shrouded in murkiness. Had that beast been vanquished? A chilling sound echoed, sending shivers down my spine. Through the murky volcanic ash, those cold, eerie compound eyes. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, pierced through the dust. Damn it! It had merely lost a few appendages. The remaining limbs fiercely shielded its head. Its black chitinous shell was marred by numerous dark cracks. What kind of defense is this? The creature was thoroughly enraged. It had spotted E702 and me. All of its compound eyes locked onto us. Its massive maw, lined with glowing blue teeth, slowly opened. We were doomed. My mind blanked out. Chapter 113. Survival amidst peril. I looked down at the last remaining high-energy explosive strapped to my chest. My body trembled violently from blood loss and fear. Hurry! E702 yanked me suddenly. The explosion had caused a significant collapse, altering the structural integrity of our surroundings. The former dead end had been blasted open, connecting to an adjacent pipeline system. He reacted swiftly, pulling me away from the spot and guiding me into another narrow passage. Damn it! I leaned against the rock wall, gasping for breath, my entire body shaking. I had survived, but that beast was still alive. Had it not been for the shield from the chip, we would undoubtedly have perished. Now, we find ourselves concealed within this newly formed fork in the path, yet that beast lurks outside, searching relentlessly. Its chitinous limbs scrape against the rock, echoing like the ominous drumbeats of death. Time is slipping away. E702's voice is hoarse, tinged with despair. It cannot locate us. Perhaps it will seek out others. He is not mistaken. For the moment, we are safe. Yet, should this creature fail to find us, it will surely unleash its wrath upon others. I am fighting for the chance to ascend and ultimately grasp the mysterious core of power in Eden. Thus, this mission must be executed flawlessly. My nature has always prioritized self-preservation. I have no desire to perish. I yearn to live more than anyone else. Yet now, the notion of safety has become a mere jest. Our options are stark. Either remain here and wait for this creature to tear through everyone, or confront it head-on. I steeled myself and felt the last package of explosives nestled against my chest. Our final trump card. 702. I shouted abruptly at him. Yes. Do we have any more explosives? A small directional detonator will suffice. He hesitated for a moment, then comprehended my intent, retrieving a palm-sized detonator from his toolkit. We have one. Excellent. I grinned. A wildly audacious plan, perhaps the only feasible one, swiftly took shape in my mind. Listen to me. My voice rasped over the communication channel. What are you planning? Its hide is too thick. We cannot breach it from the outside. The only vulnerability lies within. I proposed. I intend to deliver the explosives directly into its maw. You may end up as nothing more than remnants. E702 gasped in shock. There is no alternative. I interrupted him. Wait, I will rush out as bait. I need you to take the opportunity to circle around to its rear while I draw its attention. I fixed my gaze on E702. I require an opening. The moment it attempts to bite me, its full focus will be on me. It cannot attend to both its head and tail simultaneously. E702 inhaled sharply. Use that device of yours to blast its tail. Strike at any vulnerable spot. You must create a diversion. Distract it, even if only for a second. That will be my chance to escape. You are mad. E702's voice trembled. Are we doing this or not? Damn it. E702 tightened his grip on the detonator. Let's end it. I gazed at the murky waters outside, where 3 pairs of eerie compound eyes flickered in and out of view. With all my strength, E702 and I simultaneously rolled out from the crevice. Come on, beast. I activated the spotlight, resembling a luminous firefly, suspended before it. Observing my surrender of resistance, I appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. The creature hesitated, its 3 pairs of compound eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. It possessed some intelligence. Yet, the instinct to consume prevailed. After a mere half-second of indecision, its gaping maw lunged forth, accompanied by a terrifying suction. I watched helplessly as its serrated blue teeth approached me like a chainsaw. But I also saw E702 emerging behind it. Now is the moment. 702. At the moment I was utterly engulfed, I let out my final roar. A sharp, high-frequency explosion reverberated through the air. It was E702. That tiny detonator erupted at the junction of the beast's massive tail armor. A heart-wrenching, excruciating scream emanated before me. The teeth that threatened to crush me hesitated for a brief 0.5 seconds, and that colossal maw gaped wider. Seizing this singular opportunity, I summoned all my strength and hurled a package of high-energy explosives deep into the abyss of that enormous mouth just as I was about to be drawn in. Then, with every ounce of my power, I kicked its head with ferocity. Bang! Like a bullet propelled by that kick, I shot forth from its closing jaws. Retreat! I bellowed into the communicator, my arms extended and my body rigid, resembling a determined torpedo diving headfirst into the depths of the ocean. Behind me, the beast seemed to finally react. A small sun was lodged in its gaping maw, but it was too late. Boom! A sound that could shatter souls erupted violently from within it. I felt a searing heat on my back as a cataclysmic shockwave, mingled with countless fragments, surged past me in an instant. Chunks of flesh, shattered organs, splintered carapaces, and dark green fluids rained down. The entire space transformed into a storm of blood and flesh. Though I had already distanced myself, this terrifying shockwave caught up with me, striking my back like an invisible hammer, sending my body hurtling uncontrollably. Crashing against a distant rock wall. Coughing, I spat blood from my mask, leaning against the wall as I struggled to stand. E702 lay not far off, gasping heavily, clearly in dire straits as well. Had it perished? I turned back to see that the beast had been reduced to ashes. Its 3 pairs of compound eyes would never shine again. We had truly vanquished it. Breathing heavily, I pulled E702 along to check on their progress. We both, exhausted and nearly falling apart, swam back to the vicinity of the Helios fusion core. The blinding energy fissure on the Helios core had been completely sealed off by a rough layer of welding material. The energy leak had ceased. While we fought desperately, they had also completed the welding task. When they saw E702 and me, both filthy and our diving suits tattered, yet miraculously alive, there was a profound silence over the communicator. Even through my mask, I could feel their astonishment and admiration, emotions that words could scarcely convey. Commander C-71's voice trembled. You both did remarkably well. Before I could finish my response, the world suddenly spun around me. I fell backward, my eyelids feeling as heavy as lead. C-71. Commander. Chapter 114. The Forgotten Countenance. I awoke to the scent of disinfectant mingled with a faint, refreshing fragrance. Before me lay a blur, as though veiled by frosted glass. A graceful silhouette sat at the bedside, and as the contours gradually sharpened, I recognized Ella. She removed her mask, revealing a beautiful face marked with traces of fatigue, unmasked worry, and a hint of reproach. "You're awake?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse. "How do you feel?" I moved my cracked lips, attempting to speak, but only a raspy sound escaped. Ella promptly grasped a cup of water and carefully brought it to my lips. The cool liquid slid down my throat, reviving my senses. "What has happened to me?" My voice remained feeble. Exhaustion, coupled with a mild concussion and several soft tissue bruises. Ella set the water cup down, her tone laced with a blend of relief and mild admonishment. "Jiangchen, have you lost your mind? That was a task for everyone. Not just your personal display of heroism. Do you realize how close you were to not returning?" I tugged at the corners of my mouth, attempting a smile. Yet the movement triggered a wave of pain from some unidentifiable muscle. I had no choice but to eliminate it. Otherwise, we would all perish. I downplayed the gravity. Was the mission accomplished? Indeed, Ella nodded, her gaze complex as it lingered on me. "The fusion core has been safely retrieved. You all performed admirably." She paused, seemingly casually inquiring, "By the way, how did you manage to defeat that sea beast?" Witnesses report its destructive power was astonishing. My heart tightened slightly, though my expression remained impassive. "We used explosives, a considerable amount of them. I lured it into a narrow lava tube and triggered a collapse, effectively entombing it alive." I spoke vaguely, attributing the success to the environment and luck, deliberately omitting any mention of the chip card and the perilous internal detonation. Ella scrutinized me for several moments, her brown eyes seeming to seek the truth, but ultimately, she merely responded with a soft refraining from further probing. It appeared E702 had kept his promise, revealing no details. "Rest well." Ella stood up. "Your performance this time was exceptional. The higher-ups are already aware. General Volkov wishes to meet you personally." My heart raced. Had I finally reached that echelon? "Once you have recovered, report to the command center." She adjusted her attire, her tone reverting to its customary calmness. "Remember, tread carefully in the presence of the general." "I understand." "Thank you, Sister Ella." I expressed my gratitude sincerely. She cast a glance at me, her eyes softening for a fleeting moment before swiftly regaining their distance. "I have work to attend to. You should rest." With that, she turned and departed the medical room. I was left alone in the chamber. My taut nerves began to relax slightly, yet an indescribable sense of emptiness and fatigue spread from the depths of my being. I leaned against the headboard, attempting to organize my chaotic thoughts. Something felt amiss. It wasn't the mission, nor the disguise, but something of greater significance. The aftereffects of excessive chip card use. It had been a long time since the sensation had been this intense. I gripped the bedsheet tightly. I had been quite restrained in my use of the chip card, yet the inevitable had still arrived, leaving my mind in a haze. What exactly had I forgotten? I began to recall, piece by piece, the events of infiltrating this place, encountering Ella, and the underwater struggle with the monster, each frame vividly surfacing in my mind. Until I remembered Lin Lan, the girl with whom I share an unbreakable bond, the one for whom I would risk everything to see again. Her face? I strained to conjure her image, desperately attempting to sketch her features, yet it feels as though I am separated by an impenetrable fog. I cannot see. How is it possible that I cannot recall Lin Lan's face? A chilling despair swiftly grips my heart, even more so than when confronting a monstrous entity. It is a terror that emanates from the very essence of existence, as if a part of my being is being silently erased. The one I cherish. The one I vowed to protect. I can barely remember her visage. The fear invoked by this realization nearly suffocates me. I gasp for breath, cold sweat instantly saturating my clothes. After lying on the medical bed for an entire morning, I force myself to regain composure. Yet I cannot dispel the pervasive chill that lingers in my heart. I must complete my mission swiftly. I must return, before I entirely forget her. In the afternoon, I sensed a slight recovery of my strength, the intense aftereffects momentarily subsiding. I donned my clothing, resolved to return to my dormitory to organize my thoughts before heading to the command center. As I slid open the hatch, the familiar surroundings offered a semblance of security. I locked the door behind me and let out a long breath of stale air. Removing my tactical visor, I tossed it onto the bed and entered the restroom. Turning on the tap, the cold water splashed onto my face, striving to awaken my muddled thoughts. I lifted my gaze to the mirror, observing the disheveled man staring back at me, a scruffy beard, a fresh scar on my left cheek, and bloodshot eyes. I needed to present myself more appropriately. As I hastily dried my face with a towel, a dull knocking echoed from the hatch. "Who is it?" I inquired, on high alert. "It's me." A familiar, muffled voice responded from outside. It was E702. I composed my expression and moved to open the door. His tall figure blocked the entrance. still clad in his tattered combat uniform. "Come in." I stepped aside to allow him entry. He stood awkwardly in the center of the room, glancing around before his gaze settled on my unmasked face. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and removed his own mask. This was the first time I beheld his face. He appeared to be a few years my senior, his features distinctly Northeast Asian, more specifically, reminiscent of those from the Korean peninsula. His face was square, with sharply defined lines, and his skin bore the pallor of someone long deprived of sunlight. His eyebrows were as dark as ink, and his eyes were narrow, exuding a calm demeanor. With high cheekbones, a straight yet not overly prominent nose, and lips that were habitually pressed together, he radiated a silent resilience. His hair was cropped short, almost to the skin, accentuating the angles of his features. He retrieved 2 cans of silver energy drink from his small bag, offering one to me. "Try it." I accepted, feeling the chill of the can against my fingertips. "Thank you." I pulled the tab and took a sip. The slightly sweet, effervescent liquid slid down my throat. Thus, in my private domain, we temporarily shed all pretenses and silently savored our drinks. "Are you all right?" He ventured first, his gaze scanning my face as if assessing my condition. "No broken bones. I'm not dead." "What brings you here?" Completing that task, I had been granted 2 days of leave. I nodded, stretching my shoulders. "How about you? Did you withstand the final impact?" He replied succinctly, taking a sip of his drink, his gaze lingering momentarily on the scar on my cheek. Yet he refrained from asking anything. "This time, it was thanks to you." I looked into his eyes and said earnestly, "If it weren't for you diverting its attention at a critical moment." He shook his head, interrupting me. "Surviving is your own merit." He paused, fixing his gaze upon me. Devoid of flattery, only a recognition grounded in reality. "You are reckless, yet capable." Such words, uttered by a man of few words, carried significant weight. After a brief silence, he spoke with a more solemn tone. "My name is Li Qingye, the character for inherit and the character for enterprise." Li Qingye. This name bore an archaic, almost tenacious sense of responsibility, much like the man himself. "Jiang Chun." I revealed my assumed name and, after a moment's pause, added, "Thank you, Qingye." He regarded me with a certainty that only comes after having braved life and death in the future aboard this vessel. "If there are matters you find inconvenient to handle yourself, or if you require a trustworthy ally." He paused, his tone decisive. "Come find me." The words were unembellished, yet they struck my heart like a solid rock. "Likewise." I looked at him and earnestly replied with 2 words. Everything was understood without further elaboration. He finished the remaining drink in one gulp, crushed the empty can, and donned his mask once more. "You should rest. I'm leaving." I escorted him to the door, watching his tall figure fade into the corridor's end, closing the door and leaning against the cold cabin wall. The panic induced by the fog seemed somewhat alleviated by this brief, yet steadfast friendship. I took a deep breath, adjusted my mask, and meticulously tidied my work attire. It was time to meet the enigmatic General Volkov. Chapter 115. The tempest above. I stood before the mirror, grooming my unruly beard. To meet General Volkov, a figure of such stature, one would undoubtedly undergo a thorough search. After a moment's hesitation, I retrieved a chip card from the inner compartment of my combat suit. I opened the safe, concealing the chip card in the innermost corner. Closing the safe, I took a deep breath, adjusted my mask, and meticulously arranged my attire. The command area was located on the highest level of Eden 999. The corridors here were exceptionally spacious, the metallic walls glimmering with a cold sheen. Each step on the polished floor resonating with a clear, solitary echo. The soldiers' uniforms were impeccably tailored, their gazes sharp as scanners, scrutinizing me as I passed. I was led by a guard through a verification process, followed by 2 high-intensity energy scans. "Please stand here, C71. The guard indicated a yellow circle. I stepped onto it. Click. Mechanical arms emerged from both sides, conducting a thorough physical inspection of me. The cold metallic probes glided under my armpits, along my inner thighs, and even around my ankles. My heartbeat remained steady. The inspection concluded. "Follow him." After undergoing a series of rigorous identity verifications, I was handed over to another guard, who guided me toward the heavy alloy door at the end of the corridor. Just as I was about to reach the threshold of the office, I suddenly heard a man's furious roar emanating from within. "This is shaking the very foundations of Eden." Could that voice belong to General Volkov? My steps instinctively faltered. At that moment, bang! The alloy door before me was violently flung open from the inside. A man burst forth, nearly colliding with me. His face was ashen. A visage I would never forget. Those eyes that once held a facade of insincerity now gleamed with a chilling intensity. Hanzhou. My heart nearly ceased to beat in that instant. What was he doing here? Clearly, A fierce confrontation had just transpired, as his chest heaved violently. Yet his eyes remained devoid of emotion, icy and unyielding. He walked past me briskly, a cold wind swirling in his wake, without casting even a glance in my direction. I stood frozen, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, maintaining the soldier's requisite decorum and stoicism. At that moment, my back was drenched in cold sweat. The two most dangerous individuals aboard this vessel were Volkov and Hanzhou. "Enter," the guard's voice interrupted my reverie. I forcibly quelled my racing heart, adjusted my collar, and stepped into the office still tinged with the scent of gunpowder. The office was both simple and vast. Stripped of superfluous decoration, it featured steel walls, an enormous holographic star map, and an entire wall of observation windows. A man, adorned with the insignia of a general and standing tall like a pine, faced away from me, gazing into the abyss of darkness. His hair was silver, meticulously arranged, and merely standing there. He seemed to merge with the very backbone of this steel behemoth, radiating an unyielding steadfastness and authority. I stood there, like a wooden post, silent. The man did not turn around. He was crushing my will with this silence. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Report. I could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. Technical Department, Team 3, C-71, Jiangchun. Reporting for duty. The figure stirred. He slowly turned around, and I finally beheld his face. It was as if his features had been chiseled from frost-bitten stone, rugged yet exceptionally resolute. Those hawk-like, piercing eyes fell upon me, calm yet imbued with a weight capable of penetrating the very soul. This was General Volkov. I had seen him in a photograph of Ella, yet the impact of his presence far surpassed that of any image. He appeared to be in his 60s, but his eyes were sharp and cold, devoid of any warmth. His gaze settled on me, as if he were not observing a person, but appraising a tool. "Soldier C-71, he spoke, his voice steady and deep, yet laced with undeniable authority. He slowly made his way to his desk and sat down. "Tell me." His hawk-like eyes locked onto me with unwavering intensity. "How did you manage to return alive with the Helios fusion core?" He leaned slightly forward, his hands clasped together, his voice lowered a notch. There was no small talk, no commendation. He went straight to the point. The phrase "return alive" weighed heavily on him, even more than the fusion core itself. He was indifferent to how I had survived thus far. What concerned him was the near total annihilation of two squads while I alone had made it back. I maintained a rigid stance, my gaze fixed ahead, and with a tone tinged with practiced fatigue and relief, I replied, "Reporting to you, General." It was primarily luck. The creature was drawn to the energy leaking from the fusion core, spending most of its time lurking nearby. We exploited the complex terrain of the lava pipes to carry out our harassment and lure tactics in batches. Ultimately, it was E-702 and I who directed it into a structurally weak, narrow passage, where we triggered a large-scale collapse using preset explosives, effectively trapping and severely injuring it with the power of nature. I deliberately obscured the most critical details of the battle, attributing our success to the terrain, teamwork, and fortune, minimizing my own and Li Qingye's individual contributions. We had nearly been buried ourselves. It was E-702 who discovered the newly collapsed fork after the explosion that allowed us to escape. A cold sweat began to bead on my forehead. I credited everything to luck, the terrain, and my comrades. Volkov listened intently, his sharp eyes never leaving my face. He was assessing, gauging the veracity of my words. The office fell silent once more, the atmosphere stifling. All I could hear was the deliberate weight of my own breathing. After what felt like an eternity, he imperceptibly nodded. The fact that a formidable sea beast had allowed me to return alive was already fortunate. To have completed the mission, his gaze lingered on me, was commendable. "Very good," he stated in a tone devoid of overt emotion, his judgment always astute. "She speaks highly of you, mentioning that you were previously involved with the water rats." "I merely possess good swimming skills," I replied, lowering my head to feign a startled humility. "C-71, I recognize your value. We are in dire need of individuals like you at this moment. Thank you for your praise, General. It is my duty." I responded instantly, my voice tinged with the excitement of being acknowledged. "Duty," Volkov repeated the word, rising to pace before me. His gaze swept over me with scrutiny. "Commander Hanzhou was just here. You saw him, did you not? You were previously under his command, correct?" My heart tightened, aware that the true test had begun. Chapter 116. The General's chessboard. I lowered my head, striving for a steady tone. "Reporting to you, General. During my previous mission on the floating island, it was indeed Commander Hanzhou who led the team. However, I am but a humble E-class soldier. I knew I had to distance myself." Showing no excessive connection to Hanzhou, Volkov studied me, seemingly weighing the truthfulness of my words. The office was once again enveloped in a brief silence. The pressure silently mounting. Is that so? The tone of Volkov betrayed neither joy nor anger. Commander Hanzhou has always shown particular interest in exceptional talents. Have you not discovered your unique abilities within his ranks? He advocates for the active exploration of alien relics, believing them to be the key to our survival and evolution. Pausing slightly, he fixed his cold gaze upon me, as if assessing my reaction. How do you perceive this? A trap. This is a blatant test of allegiance. It seems to be the root of his discord with Hanzhou. I took a deep breath, striving to make my voice sound sincere and unpretentious. Report, General. I do not comprehend such grand principles. All I know is that Eden 999 is our home. Repairing the ship to ensure it can continue to protect us, to keep the lights aglow, is the most crucial and tangible task. As for the rest, I believe caution is warranted. Regarding my previous service, I have not executed any special underwater missions. It is understandable that the commander did not notice my capabilities. I did not directly contradict Hanzhou, but firmly anchored my stance in opposition to his ideology. Indeed, a flicker of satisfaction appeared on Volkov's face for the first time. Though brief, I seized upon it. Moments later, he resumed speaking. Eden has fallen here, and now danger lurks everywhere. What we require are soldiers who are loyal, reliable, and place collective survival above all else. He paused, his gaze piercing. Do you understand? I straightened my posture, summoning all my strength to make my expression resolute, and replied in a clear voice. I understand, General. My life belongs to Eden. I pledge my loyalty to Eden and to you. A softness seemed to grace the otherwise rock-like features of Volkov. My previous statements had unequivocally clarified my position. Very well. He returned to the observation window, turning his back to me, and made a decision. C-71, your performance has demonstrated your value and loyalty. From this moment forth, you are officially assigned to the Special Operations Group of the Technical Department, with your authority elevated to B-level reserve status. In the future, I shall directly assign you tasks requiring underwater expertise. B-level reserve. Direct assignments. This meant I had bypassed countless ranks, entering the sight of the upper echelons. Yes, General, I shall not disappoint your expectations, even at the cost of my life. I saluted once more, my voice slightly trembling with excitement. Dismissed. Maintain your readiness. Be on standby. Volkov waved his hand, his tone reverting to neutrality. Yes, I saluted again, turned, and left the office with steady steps. The door closed behind me. Only after I had walked a considerable distance, ensuring no one was watching, did I permit myself to lean against the cold wall of the corridor, slowly exhaling the breath I had been holding. My palms were clammy with cold sweat. The corridor remained eerily silent and frigid. Yet I knew that from this moment forth, I had stepped into a far more perilous game, one that brought me closer to the truth. The anger of Hanzhou and Volkov's attempt to draw me and had ensnared me in this vortex. Henceforth, I must tread carefully between these two titans, utilizing this hard-won trust to unearth the truth behind the Nirvana project. The road ahead promises to be fraught with peril. Returning to my solitary cabin in Zone C, as the heavy sound of the airtight door's closure resonated, I felt an immense sense of suffocating pressure from the outside world dissipate entirely. Only then did the tautness in my muscles begin to gradually ease. I did not rest immediately. Instead, I hastened to the bedside, unlocking the safe to retrieve the chip card hidden within. The cool surface of the chip under my fingertips brought a small measure of reassurance to my heart. This was my sole bargaining chip for survival aboard this iron leviathan, and I could not afford to lose it. Seated on the edge of the bed, I absently toyed with the chip as my mind raced to replay the events that had just transpired. The day's encounters were astonishingly laden with information. Firstly, there had been that quarrel, which threatened to shake the very foundations of Eden. The essence of Volkov's furious outburst was clear. He was vehemently opposed to Hanzhou's actions, particularly regarding Hanzhou's advocacy for the exploration of extraterrestrial relics, which he deemed crucial for our survival and evolution. The implications of this statement were unmistakable. Hanzhou's leadership of the Nirvana project, or his research into alien technology and biology, posed a significant threat to Volkov's position and could even deplete his critical resources. From this, it could be inferred that both men stood on equal footing within Eden, but neither occupied the highest echelons of power. The enmity between Hanzhou and Volkov had escalated considerably. One sought to venture outward in search of elusive alien civilizations, while the other aimed to fortify their dilapidated vessel. In Volkov's eyes, Hanzhou's quest was an assault on his foundation and an encroachment upon his authority. Both were subtly vying for dominance, and the potential reclamation of the core of the impending upheaval could serve as an opportunity. At such a pivotal juncture, I had unwittingly found myself at Volkov's doorstep, a pawn that Hanzhou would inevitably notice. This was an immense predicament, one that could very well expose me. My fortuitous misstep had inadvertently delivered this bargaining chip into Volkov's hands, granting him a victory in his contest with Hanzhou. This explained why the old fox was willing to elevate my status, even bestowing upon me a B-level reserve designation. He was not merely recognizing talent. He was cultivating a loyal weapon to undermine Hanzhou, and perhaps to confront him in the future. The B-level reserve sounded illustrious, yet it was, in essence, a predetermined price tag waiting for me to fill in my allegiance. My current role required unwavering obedience. Wherever he pointed, I was obliged to strike. And I had to do so with finesse. A single misstep, or a moment when he deemed me expendable, would lead to my abandonment. My thoughts were in disarray. Volkov intended to use me as a pawn, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that I, as a pawn, could also make my own moves. Perhaps I could glean something from Ella. She was a student of Volkov, a vital link in this intricate web. It was unclear how much she knew of the secrets, but her allegiance was undoubtedly with Volkov. The lie I told her about my aversion to women complicated our relationship. Would she see me as a trustworthy confidant or a younger brother? This bond needed to be carefully maintained. As for Hanzhou, he would not relent easily. The hidden dagger could strike at any moment. Now, the situation had become strikingly clear. I, once a mere pawn of the lowest echelon, have unexpectedly become a piece caught between two formidable titans. Now, I must navigate this precarious tightrope. With the privileges of a B-level reserve, I am granted access to realms previously beyond my reach. I intend to exploit this identity, covertly investigating the secrets that lie behind Eden while ostensibly serving Volkov, all the while effectively undermining the power of Cold Boat. I shall rest and gather my strength. Volkov's first trial is likely imminent. I recline back onto my bed, closing my eyes and forcefully suppressing all distractions. In this place, even a breath must be calculated. Chapter 117. Volkov's cage lying on the somewhat cramped cot in Zone C. I shut my eyes, striving to quell the tumult of thoughts swirling in my mind. Yet, the sensation of unease persists, as if I am being scrutinized. Volkov's hawk-like gaze seems to penetrate through layers of steel, unwaveringly fixed upon me. Ding-dong. The doorbell rings unexpectedly. I abruptly open my eyes, every muscle in my body tensing instantly. A glance at the electronic clock on the wall reveals that I have been back for less than half an hour. Who could it be at this hour? Li Qingye? Impossible. He is always measured and would never approach me during this sensitive time without grave cause. Could it be Ella? I swing my legs off the bed, hesitating before opening the door, instead peering through the peephole. A figure stands at the entrance, devoid of any mask. Just as I ponder this, a sound echoes again. This time, the gentle rap of knuckles against the metal door. Tap, tap. No longer hesitating, I grasp the concealed dagger within my sleeve with my right hand and press the button to unlock the door with my left. With a hiss, the door slides open. A man stands before me, emaciated and clad in a perfectly pressed, dark gray uniform. A dark military cap is pulled low, obscuring his crown, yet from the pallid, hairless skin of his temples and nape, it is evident that the landscape beneath is barren. In the shadow of the brim lies a visage typical of foreign lands. His pronounced nose juts out awkwardly, resembling some blunt instrument affixed to his face. Below his deeply set eyes, heavy bags sag, and his gray-blue irises are dull and lifeless, exuding a chilling scrutiny. He stands there like a withered piece of driftwood, devoid of vitality, yet emanating an unsettling chill. I can scarcely hear the sound of his breath. What truly constricts my pupils is the number on his insignia, A09. A single-digit A-level. Within the rigid hierarchy of the steel behemoth known as Eden 999, I have encountered E-level laborers, D-level overseers, C-level technical staff, and even B-level officers like Ella. Yet, this is my first encounter with a living A-level individual. Whispers suggest that those within the top 10 A-level ranks are shrouded in mystery. C71, Jiang Chun. His voice is gravelly and rough, akin to two sheets of sandpaper rasping against one another, sending a prickling sensation through my eardrums. Officer. I instantly stand at attention, my body reacting instinctively. In the presence of such a figure, any hint of excess movement could be interpreted as a sign of weakness. Gather your belongings. The murky yet piercing gaze of A09, reminiscent of lifeless fish eyes, swept past my shoulder, surveying my pitifully simplistic room before he beckoned me to follow. Follow? Where to? A sense of dread enveloped me as I feigned ignorance. Sir, I have just moved in here. And Commander Ella mentioned that this place is not suitable for your current status. A09 coldly interrupted, showing no inclination for explanation. The General has issued orders to ensure your readiness for immediate task execution. Your residence has been relocated. He stepped aside, gesturing for me to proceed. Yet the invitation felt more akin to escorting a prisoner. Now, 2 words, devoid of any room for negotiation. Alarm bells rang in my mind. Such urgency? Not even allowing me a single night. Was this for my protection or merely surveillance? The answer was evident. Yes, sir. I refrained from further protest, swiftly stuffing my meager belongings into my backpack and exiting the barely warmed C-section quarters. A 09 led the way, his pace brisk and soundless, compelling me to quicken my steps to keep up. We traversed several heavily guarded airlock doors, descending deeper into silence. The oppressive deep gray of the C-section walls gradually transformed into a soft beige. The number of patrolling soldiers noticeably increased, their gear well equipped. We had reached the core living area at the juncture of B and A sections, not far from Ella's quarters. Eventually, a 09 halted before a heavy metal hatch marked B032. We have arrived. He swiped a keycard against the access panel, and with a beep, the hatch slid open. Turning back, a 09 handed me the keycard, his gaze laden with significance. The environment here is pleasant, tranquil, and undisturbed. All living necessities will be delivered by designated personnel. No one is permitted to visit without the general's explicit orders, and you should not wander freely in this area. I stood at the threshold, peering inside. The space was twice the size of my C-section room, complete with an en-suite bathroom, and furnished with a familiar desk and a plush sofa. The soft lighting and climate control mirrored Ella's room closely. House arrest? The thought flitted through my mind. Thank you for your guidance, General, and for leading me, sir. I donned an expression of appropriately feigned astonishment, nodding repeatedly like a naive bumpkin. A 09's face, resembling the bark of a gnarled tree, contorted into a rigid, humorless smile. A wise individual can thrive here for a longer time. Rest well and await your summons. With that, he scrutinized me deeply, as if attempting to peer through my mask, before he turned and vanished down the corridor like a specter. The hatch closed heavily behind me, the sound of the automatic lock echoing clearly. I stood in the center of the room, momentarily motionless. The soundproofing was astonishingly effective. Not a whisper from the outside world penetrated the silence, which was eerily deafening. I did not remove my mask, but instead took a slow, deliberate survey of this luxurious confinement. Pristine, too pristine. It resembled a model room, devoid of any trace of life. That old fox, Volkov, intended to keep a watchful eye on me beneath his very nose. I took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation within my heart. Since I was here, I needed to thoroughly familiarize myself with this place. Instinctively, I reached for the chip card at my waist, contemplating its retroactive ability to survey my surroundings. However, halfway through the motion, I abruptly halted. No, the security level here was undoubtedly far superior to that outside. Although the energy fluctuations from the chip card were faint, in such an environment, it was uncertain whether there might be any specialized instruments present. Furthermore, the residual effects of memory loss from frequent usage of the chip card compelled me to cherish each opportunity to use it as if I were a miser guarding my wealth. At such a moment, the age-old methods passed down by my ancestors proved to be the most effective. Approaching the door, I feigned the pretense of adjusting my shoelaces, while in reality, I discreetly pried a small, hardened clump of soil from the sole of my shoe and carefully wedged it into the bottom corner of the doorframe. Should anyone enter while I was exiting, that clump of soil would either shatter or shift. Subsequently, I began to explore my new abode. Casting my gaze around the room, I found no suspicious elements. I moved beneath the vent, rising onto my toes. The slats of the vent were remarkably clean, almost devoid of dust, too immaculate, suggesting prior tampering. From my pocket, I retrieved a small packet of talcum powder, which I had previously acquired from the infirmary, and gently blew a breath upon it. The fine powder dispersed into the air. Squinting, I observed the refracted light. Indeed, amidst the disturbed airflow, a portion of the powder did not follow the current, but instead adhered to a small black dot on the inner side of the slats, held there by static electricity. That black dot was a miniature listening device. A cold smirk curled at the corners of my mouth as I feigned ignorance and nonchalantly walked away. Next, I approached the bed. I knelt on the ground, pressing my ear against the cold metal floor and holding my breath. My fingers rhythmically tapped against the bed frame and the floor. The sound was solid. Yet, I did not relent. My fingers meticulously explored the metallic seams along the edge of the bed. At last, in a concealed corner where the headboard met the wall, I sensed an almost imperceptible protrusion beneath my fingertips, accompanied by a faint warmth of electric current. Another one. Moreover, this position could even capture my murmured dreams while I slept. Rising to my feet, I entered the bathroom. The mirror was large and polished to a brilliant shine. I extended my finger, gently pressing the tip against the surface of the mirror. There was no gap between my fingertip and the reflection. A two-way mirror. Behind it lay a camera. Truly, a comprehensive surveillance system with no blind spots. The bedside listened, the bathroom observed, and the vent monitored the entire scene. I felt like a lab mouse, stripped bare and placed under a microscope. Volkov was indeed not so easily convinced of my status as an outsider. I refrained from dismantling them. To do so would be to betray my unease, to signal to Volkov that I was problematic. Since you wish to witness a performance, then I shall give you a show. Facing the mirror, I slowly removed my mask. The visage reflected back at me was unkempt. With stubble and a ghastly scar on my left cheek, my eyes weary. This was Jiang Chun, a lowly climber willing to sacrifice everything for ascent. Filled with reverence for the upper echelons, I turned on the faucet, cupped my hands to splash cold water on my face vigorously. Then, raising my head, I gazed at my reflection in the mirror. Gradually, a smile emerged upon my lips. It was neither a triumphant laugh nor an angry one. It was a foolish grin, intertwined with relief, greed, and tears of gratitude. I found myself speaking to the mirror, as if in conversation with myself or perhaps addressing someone unseen. It was damn worth it. I was a B-class reserve now. My fingers grazed the pristine sink, my gaze revealing an insatiable greed and satisfaction, a reflection of my unworldly desires. Following the general was indeed the right choice. After this thought, I hummed a little tune and strode confidently into the shower. The sound of water cascaded down. Under its soothing embrace, the foolish smile on my face vanished, replaced by an icy stare colder than the depths of the sea. Damn it, this cage cannot confine me. But before I break free, I must sharpen my teeth. Chapter 118. The phantom frequency in that so-called luxurious B-class single cabin. I had barely warmed the mattress. The next morning, a shrill communication alert jolted me from my feigned slumber. A familiar code flashed on the screen. C04, it was the old. C71, get 3 teams over here immediately. Don't think that just because you've latched onto the General's coattails, you can sit back and relax. As long as you remain in the tech department, you'll heed my commands. The old voice, gravelly and abrasive, carried an undeniable authority that brooked no argument. I glanced at the communicator, a cold smile tugging at my lips. That old fox, Volkov, intended to use me as a sharp tool, ensuring I wouldn't rust away in idleness. Throwing me back to his old subordinates was not only practical, but also a means of surveillance. Understood, sir. I'll be there shortly. I quickly donned my gear, with no hesitation whatsoever. As I stepped out of the unervingly pristine corridor of Zone B, I felt a sense of relief. Compared to the gilded cage filled with watchful eyes, the lower deck, reeking of oil and sweat, felt far more comfortable. Upon reaching the deck of Zone D, I found the old man standing at the edge, staring blankly at the murky water. A few laborers were nearby, hauling heavy pipes. And upon seeing my shiny new C-class insignia, they exhibited a hint of respect and avoidance. Sir, I approached him from behind, standing at attention and saluting. He turned, his eyes hidden behind the visor, assessing me for a moment. He did not mention my promotion nor the previous deep-sea mission, merely gestured towards the water's surface beneath our feet. The cooling cycle port number 3 in the lower hold is blocked. Those incompetent fools have gone down twice, only to ruin 2 sets of tools without accomplishing anything. You go and fix it. There were no pleasantries. It was straight to the dirty work, just as it always was with him. Understood. Without further ado, I accepted the diving equipment offered to me. This set came equipped with an independent propulsion system and a clearer heads-up display. I donned it with practiced ease and plunged into the frigid, biting sea. Beneath the surface lay my realm. The icy water enveloped me instantly, the familiar pressure sharpening my senses. I activated the propulsion device, gliding through the intricate external framework like a fish, heading directly for the number 3 cycle port at the bottom of the ship. This was the lowest hold of Eden 999, severely damaged, with visibility at a minimum. Ordinary individuals could only explore it inch by inch. I swiftly located the designated area. It was a massive backflow valve, ensnared tightly by a tangle of metallic debris and some hardened biological secretion. I retrieved my hydraulic shears and crowbar, commencing the arduous task of clearing the obstruction. This endeavor demanded not only considerable strength, but also exceptional skill. A moment's carelessness could compromise the valve structure, potentially leading to catastrophic leaks. However, I executed the task with deft precision, every exertion and angle meticulously calculated. After 20 minutes, with a satisfying snap, the stubborn blockage finally gave way. Water surged anew, carrying away a substantial amount of silt. Just as I was preparing to resurface, a peculiar glint amidst the scattered debris caught my attention. It was no ordinary piece of hull fragment. I swam over and extracted it from the muck. It was a palm-sized black module, its surface encrusted with a thick layer of biological grime. Yet through the cleaned corners, I discerned intricate interfaces and complex circuit patterns. I had seen Lin Lan repair this. It was the core filtering component of the deep space communication array. When Eden 999 crashed, many sophisticated components had scattered into the deep sea. I had not anticipated that one would be ensnared in the bottom chamber's circulation system. This device was military-grade encrypted hardware. Even after being submerged, as long as the core chip remained intact, it retained immense value. However, for me, it's worth laying not in the hardware itself, but in its intended destination. I swiftly stashed the module into my tool bag and ascended to the surface. All done, Commander. I clambered ashore, shaking off the water clinging to me. The officer glanced at the pressure gauge, now back to normal, and nodded approvingly. You handled that rather deftly. Commander, I discovered this down below. I feigned modesty, producing the black module from my tool bag, presenting it with both hands, cautious not to treat it carelessly. The officer took it, studying it briefly with a furrowed brow. A filtering component? How on earth did it end up in the bottom chamber? You've struck lucky. If this is repaired, it can still be utilized. He glanced at the electronic board he was managing, evidently too occupied to attend to anything else. He pointed at me. Since you retrieved it, you are responsible for delivering it to the communications department. Hand it over to the duty supervisor there. Mention it was salvaged by Team 3, and ensure it is logged. Understood. I replied loudly, my heart brimming with elation. This was it. The communications department, situated beneath the bridge, ranked among the most secure areas of the entire vessel. Typically, maintenance personnel like myself had no access to the core control room. Yet now, I possessed this key to entry. I changed into a clean uniform and, clutching the module ensconced in an anti-static bag, navigated through security without hindrance. Technical Department, Team 3. Delivering recovered components. The guard at the entrance briefly scanned my credentials and the item in my possession before gesturing for me to pass. Upon entering the communications hall, I was instantly enveloped by a cacophony of thunderous noise and pulsating data streams. This was the ear and eye of Eden, where dozens of senior technicians busily occupied their stations, with colossal holographic screens displaying a myriad of complex waveforms. No one paid me any heed. In this realm, a sea-level technician delivering components was as inconspicuous as air. I did not rush to report to my supervisor. Instead, I slowed my pace, feigning a search for the person in charge, while my eyes swiftly scanned the surrounding equipment. The main control console was overcrowded, rendering it unfeasible. The backup line area was occupied by maintenance personnel, which was also unsuitable. My gaze settled on an antiquated maintenance terminal nestled in a corner. Its secluded position, coupled with its direct alignment with a colossal cooling fan, generated a cacophony of noise. Most importantly, this terminal was linked to the auxiliary radar array. Although its power was inferior to that of the main array, it was sufficient for sending a brief wave signal. I gradually made my way over. Fortune favored me. It was precisely shift change time, and the lobby buzzed with activity as several technicians congregated to discuss matters. With my back turned to the surveillance camera, my body concealed the terminal's interface. My fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. During my days on the floating island, Lin Lan had imparted to me a set of ghost protocols. This was her signature skill as a top navigator, utilizing radar wave-specific ultra-low frequency bands to deconstruct information into a myriad of seemingly chaotic background noise, seamlessly blending it with the normal data stream for transmission. Only a receiver equipped with a preset decoding program could extract the proverbial needle from this ocean of noise. This technique required exceedingly high permissions and precise equipment, and the terminal before me fit the bill perfectly. I refrained from using the conventional transmission protocol, which would have been immediately logged. Instead, I employed the backdoor method Lin Lan had taught me, directly invoking the underlying hardware testing commands. I entered a series of seemingly haphazard frequency parameters. When combined, these parameters would generate an extremely faint yet rhythmic pulse wave amidst the radar's background noise. It was akin to casting a stone into a tempestuous sea. Though the splash was minimal, anyone observing the surface intently would discern the ripples emanating from it. The content was straightforward, comprising only two pieces of information: the precise coordinates of Eden 999 and a brief code representing safety, awaiting my signal. As I injected the data stream, the progress bar on screen 3070 moved agonizingly slow. I could feel cold sweat gradually seeping from my back, each passing second akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. "Hey, you there, what are you sneaking around for?" A stern voice suddenly erupted behind me. My hand trembled, nearly causing me to mispress a key. My heart leapt to my throat. However, I refrained from turning immediately, seizing this final moment to decisively press the execute key. Beep. The screen flashed a green light. The signal dispatched successfully, and the interface instantly reverted to its previous state. Only then did I turn around, my voice tinged with a naive and slightly startled panic. "Reporting, sir." I raised the anti-static bag in my hand, claiming to be from Group 3 delivering repair parts. I noticed no one was around and was just looking for a place to register. Behind me stood an individual clad in a B-level uniform. He glanced at me, then at the terminal's dark screen. "Register at the front desk." "Who allowed you to tamper with the equipment?" "This machine was calibrated just yesterday. Can you afford to pay for any damage?" Yes. I am unfamiliar with the rules." I shall go. I nodded repeatedly, bowing in an awkward manner, akin to a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. The supervisor disdainfully waved his hand, urging me to hastily drop my belongings and leave, as I was becoming a nuisance. "Yes, sir." I handed the module. Salvaged from the depths, to the front desk, received the acknowledgement slip, and fled the communications department as if in a panic. The moment I stepped outside, I felt my legs weaken. Just a moment earlier, if he had arrived a couple of seconds sooner or had glanced at the logs on the screen, I would have been exposed. Leaning against the corridor wall, I inhaled the frigid air deeply, attempting to calm my racing heart. It was done. The signal had been dispatched. "Lin Lan, if you are still in the tower, still monitoring this expanse of sea, receive it. Let them know that I am still alive. And I have plunged the knife into the heart of the enemy." Chapter 119. The confrontation behind the mask. As evening descended, the cacophony from the technical department gradually waned. I returned the tools, shed my grease-stained work attire, and changed into a slightly cleaner uniform. Despite my physical exhaustion, my spirit was in a peculiar state of exhilaration. The signal had been sent out, akin to igniting a match in the vast darkness. Though faint, it brought forth a glimmer of light. I walked alone down the corridor back to Area B. This corridor, situated at the midsection of the ship, was typically sparsely populated, and at this moment, it felt particularly desolate. The cold white light illuminated the metallic floor, casting a pallid glow. Only the sound of my footsteps echoed, monotonous and solitary, as I rounded a corner. Preparing to swipe my card to pass through an airtight door, two tall shadows abruptly stepped forward from the darkness flanking the entrance, blocking my path like two heavy doors. My heart tightened, and my steps came to an immediate halt. The two individuals were fully armed, their black combat uniforms devoid of any insignia, save for a dark red serpent embroidered at the collar. They wore fully enclosed tactical helmets, obscuring their faces, yet the palpable aura of menace emanating from them was unmistakable. Even from several meters away, my hand instinctively moved to my waist, where a dagger was concealed. A cold, magnetic voice, imbued with an unsettling quality, slowly emerged from behind the two guards. They parted, revealing the figure behind them, Hanzhou, dressed in a well-tailored dark gray officer's uniform, the top button fastened meticulously. His handsome, yet brooding face bore a hint of an elusive smile. He casually toyed with a delicate metal lighter, the sound of its lid opening and closing producing a sharp, jarring metallic clink that reverberated in the eerie silence of the corridor. "Sir." I quickly lowered my head, standing at attention and saluting, striving to regulate my breath and heartbeat. I altered my tone, deepening it to convey the nervousness and respect expected of a subordinate in the presence of a superior. "I heard that a newcomer has joined the technical department. Someone as adept in the water as a fish, who has vanquished the deep-sea monstrosity and retrieved the fusion core." Hanzhou approached me with an elegant stride, gradually closing the distance. He circled around me, his gaze akin to that of a merchant appraising livestock, or a venomous serpent surveying its prey. "That old cur, Volkov, cherishes you as a treasure, making it exceedingly difficult for even me to catch a glimpse of you. Today, upon our first encounter, it is indeed intriguing. You're too kind." "Sir, I am merely a worker, fortunate enough to have returned from the brink of death," I replied softly, my body slightly hunched, adopting a submissive demeanor. "Fortune?" Hanzhou chuckled lightly, halting mere inches before me, the proximity bordering on intrusive. He leaned in suddenly, his face nearly brushing against my mask. I could even catch a whiff of his faint cologne, undercut by the nauseating stench of blood. "Your voice." He squinted, his tone low and laced with a dangerous curiosity. "It sounds oddly familiar. Have we crossed paths before?" My heart constricted violently, my muscles tensed to their utmost limit, even my fingertips tingling with numbness. Could he have recognized me? Impossible. I had deliberately altered my voice, disguising it. He couldn't possibly be so sure. This is a ruse. "Sir, there are thousands aboard the ship. Many voices sound alike." I feigned calmness, a hint of trepidation creeping into my tone. "I once undertook a mission in your unit. Perhaps you heard my shouts while passing by. Is that so? Han Zhou made a non-committal sound, extending his hand, two slender fingers gently pinching the edge of my mask. Isn't it stuffy wearing this? His fingers pressed slightly, as if intent on lifting my mask. Take it off. Allow me to see who is so esteemed in Volkov's eyes. The air thickened instantly. Though the two guards beside him remained still, I sensed their hands resting on their gun holsters, ready to unleash a barrage of bullets should I make any sudden movements. I understood this was a perilous threshold. Once removed, regardless of my beard and scars for disguise. At this distance, I could not evade Han Zhou's discerning gaze. My right hand slowly inched towards the dagger at my waist. Given the proximity, should I choose to strike, I might have a fleeting chance to sever his throat within a second. However, such an act would surely spell my own demise, unless absolutely necessary. I could not take that step. What? Are you afraid? Han Zhou's fingers intensified their grip, my mask beginning to warp under the pressure, causing pain to throb beneath my chin. I abruptly raised my hand to restrain his wrist. With a clatter, the two guards raised their weapons, dark muzzles aimed squarely at my temple. Sir, I refuse to relent, I asserted, straightening my posture. In that moment, I could no longer cower. I was a man of Volkov, representing an undeniable force. My voice lost its timidity, infused with a resolute authority. General Volkov has issued orders. I am engaged in a special combat readiness mission. My identity is classified. Contact with unauthorized personnel necessitates that my mask remain intact. I met Han Zhou's cold, piercing eyes directly. You may apply to the general directly. Thereafter, you may proceed as you wish. Should I remove my mask now, it would be tantamount to disobedience. If you forcibly remove my mask, do you intend to confront the general here? I have drawn my sword. On this vessel, the name of Volkov still holds weight, especially now that although there is an intense covert struggle, the facade has not yet been completely torn apart. Han Zhou is a clever man. He would not instigate a full-blown civil war over a mere soldier at such a critical juncture. His eyes narrowed, a murderous intent swelling within them, akin to a provoked beast. His wrist felt like iron in my grasp, utterly unyielding, yet I could sense his exertion. We were locked in this stalemate for 5 seconds. An eternity that felt as if it spanned a lifetime. Suddenly, Han Zhou released his grip, the sinister expression on his face evaporating to be replaced by a cynical smile, as he tenderly adjusted my disheveled collar, as if tending to an old friend. What a loyal dog he is, leaning close to my ear. His voice was as soft as a lover's whisper, yet sent chills down my spine. Regardless of who you are or who stands behind you, do not let me catch your tail. On this ship, the death of a technician is no different from that of a dog. Volkov cannot protect you forever. A threat. A stark, unabashed threat. I remained silent, my head bowed, silently enduring the weight of this overwhelming pressure, akin to a novice employee paralyzed by fear. Han Zhou seemed bored by my reaction. He scoffed derisively and patted my shoulder lightly, as if brushing dust off a corpse. Then, he strode past me, his polished shoes echoing sharply on the metallic floor. 1 step, 2 steps, crisp and rhythmic. I maintained my rigid posture, holding my breath and counting his steps, yearning for this harbinger of doom to vanish. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 5 steps. The footsteps abruptly ceased. Ing Chun. These 2 words, casually uttered from his lips, detonated in the silence of the corridor like a live grenade, exploding directly above my head. My heart lurched violently, nearly leaping from my throat. In that instant, it felt as if the blood within me had reversed its flow. Instinctively, I wanted to turn back. I wanted to draw my blade. I longed to assume a defensive stance. Yet, that impulse was severed in its tracks by a nerve, named reason, before it could even reach my muscles. I reined in the muscles of my neck, forcing my breath to steady. I did not immediately turn around. I continued to maintain the posture of a respectful subordinate, standing rigidly for another half-second, as if I had not heard that name, or perhaps that name was merely a meaningless syllable to me. Only then did I respond, feigning hesitation and confusion, and slowly turned around. Through my mask, I gazed blankly at Han Zhou, a few meters away. Sir? I tilted my head, my tone laced with a bewilderment that suggested I had not grasped the command. What Chun? Han Zhou was half-turned, his piercing eyes fixed intently upon me, observing. Observe whether my shoulders quiver, whether my fingers curl, and whether the pace of my turn quickens in panic. He seeks my flaw. Yet, he is met with disappointment. My demeanor betrays nothing more than a fool who has misheard the leader's words and fears incurring their wrath. The atmosphere thickens for a brief 2 seconds. The brilliance in Han Zhou's eyes gradually recedes, replaced by a meaningful, cold smirk. He offers no explanation and poses no further inquiries. It's nothing, he states, his voice slowly regaining its calm. You misheard. My back is already drenched, icy sweat trickling down my spine. That was close. I narrowly escaped becoming a corpse. Chapter 120. The bloodstained token of loyalty. Hanjo's relentless probing has left my undergarments soaked, yet he seems undeterred. He does not depart, but leisurely retrieves a photograph from his coat pocket and presents it before me. Have you seen this person? My pupils constrict sharply. My heart gripped tightly by an unseen hand. The photograph features a woman clad in a pristine uniform, her long hair cascading gracefully, her countenance both serene and intellectual. The prestigious navigator badge gleams under the light. It's Lin Lan. Hanjo's gaze pierces through my very being, even through the mask. I can sense his scrutinizing stare. He observes my body language, my breathing. I force myself to regain composure, my mind racing. I dare not answer immediately. Instead, I lean closer to the photograph, as if examining it closely or perhaps admiring it. After a few moments, I maintain my focus on the image, infusing my tone with a mix of levity and caution. Sir, I have not had the pleasure of meeting her. Such a stunning beauty is beyond my reach. As I speak, I deliberately smack my lips, feigning a hint of greed, even allowing my gaze to linger on Lin Lan's bosom in the photograph. Hanjo scrutinizes me for several seconds, seemingly oblivious to any cracks in my facade. His suspicion dissipates entirely, replaced by a profound disdain. He retracts the photograph and casts a cold glance in my direction. Scram. Yes, sir. I salute once more, turning to leave at a measured pace. Only after navigating 2 corners and ascertaining that no one follows do I exhale heavily. My clothing is thoroughly drenched, clinging to me in an icy embrace. He has uncovered Lin Lan's information. This signal is perilously dangerous. Hanjo's obsession with Ing Chun runs deeper than I had anticipated. I must hasten my actions. The longer I linger aboard this vessel, the more vulnerabilities emerge. Time is running short. The next day, as I linger in a haze of sleep, the doorbell rings once again. I glance at the clock. It's a maddening 4:50 a.m. Who could it be at this hour? With barely enough time to don my mask, I rush to open the door, only to find A09 standing at my threshold. His lifeless visage appears even more sinister under the dim light. You have 2 minutes to get dressed, then follow me, he states succinctly, as if reading a death sentence. The general has a mission. A chill runs down my spine. Just as I narrowly escaped one predicament, another trouble looms on the horizon. Yet, I found myself with no choice. I swiftly donned my attire and followed suit. This time, he did not lead me to the office, but rather to a sealed tactical room nestled deep within the heart of the core zone. The chamber was devoid of windows, its walls lined with soundproofing materials, and at its center stood an enormous holographic tactical table. Volkov did not make an appearance. In addition to myself and A09, there was a burly man with a face marred by excess flesh. Clad in high-grade combat attire, his insignia bore the mark of B05. What astonished me most was that he was not wearing a mask. Within this strictly hierarchical vessel, where everyone cloaked themselves in anonymity, I had yet to encounter a B-class officer bold enough to show his face publicly, apart from the upper echelons of management. This was not merely a breach of protocol, but a flagrant display of privilege. He wore a deep red beret tilted at an odd angle, its brim pulled low, yet it did little to conceal his eyes, which radiated arrogance and hostility. Chewing gum, his cheeks bulged with each bite, exuding an air of unabashed swagger that was palpable even from several meters away. Upon my entrance, he spat the gum onto the floor with a dismissive sound, his gaze flashing with undisguised scorn and animosity. That look was reminiscent of the disdain an old employee might cast upon a favored associate, or the ferocity of a hungry wolf eyeing a competitor for prey. Was this the so-called genius ghost? He scoffed, barely sparing me a glance, casually gesturing towards me with the barrel of his gun, remarking on my appearance, "You don't look like much. Delicate and soft-skinned. Can you withstand the pressure of the deep sea? I hope you don't wet yourself before even descending." I lowered my gaze, feigning ignorance to his derision. Silently standing to the side, I understood that rebutting him would only invite further trouble. This was the mission objective. A09 wasted no time, immediately projecting a hologram on the tactical table. The projection revealed the edge of a deep-sea trench, where an ancient ruin resembling a collapsed temple could be discerned. Its intricate structure flickered in and out of visibility within the trench, emanating a faint blue glow. Currently, it lay 160 nautical miles from our vessel. A09's bony finger pointed to that location, stating that according to the latest intelligence, it could be the site of an alien zero-point energy research facility. I was taken aback. Zero-point energy? What was that? You don't need to understand, A09 replied coldly, casting a glance my way. You only need to know that it is the energy source we desperately require, capable of altering everything. However, he paused, his tone turning ominous. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. 15 minutes ago, we received a tip-off. The Viper squad from Cold Vessel has already departed for this location as well. My heart sank. A tip-off? There was an undercover agent from Volkov within Cold Vessel's ranks. Moreover, the operation commencing indicated that this informant held significant influence, possibly even being a trusted confidant of Cold Vessel. Had the internal power struggles within Eden escalated to such a fever pitch, with mutual infiltration reaching this extent? An instinctive thought crossed my mind. If there were Volkov's people on the Cold Vessel side, then might there also be Cold Vessel's spies lurking amongst Volkov's entourage? I scanned the tactical room warily. Before me stood B-05 and even A-09. Could any among them be a double agent? This mission was led by B-05. A-09's words interrupted my thoughts as he pointed to the burly man clad in a beret who held command over this operation. Allow me to introduce. No need for introductions. Before A-09 could finish, the burly man impatiently cut him off. He cast a sidelong glance at me, chin raised. My name. The air thickened for a moment. General. Rex. Cooperation is essential for the mission. The name Rex seemed to momentarily deflate the man's arrogance. A-09's direct address was not merely a reprimand, but a reminder of who wielded authority here. Rex clicked his tongue, visibly displeased, picked up a dagger from the table, and while idly grooming his nails, remarked nonchalantly, "Since the commander has spoken, very well." He lifted his gaze, those fierce eyes fixed on me, a disconcerting smirk curling at his lips. "Kid, consider yourself fortunate. For the commander's sake, you may call me Captain Rex or Old Rex. Remember, when we are below, my word is law. If I tell you to go east, do not stray west. If I command you to die, you will fulfill my wish. Do you understand?" "Yes, Captain Rex." I lowered my head, my voice submissive. "You, as an underwater technical advisor, are responsible for underwater operations and route reconnaissance." A-09 continued outlining the mission as if the earlier altercation had never occurred. Rex scoffed, slamming the dagger onto the table. "Technical advisor? More like a liability. My men can handle this work. Why bring in an outsider?" A-09, do you not trust me? Rex's audacity was palpable as he directly addressed A-09, even neglecting to use the title of commander. Why not just ask the general directly? This is a command from the general. A-09 retorted coldly, effectively silencing him. Rex's expression darkened momentarily, but he refrained from further argument. He turned away, casting a menacing glare in my direction, his eyes filled with foreboding. "You'll see what awaits you below. The mission is straightforward." A-09 continued, handing Rex a black metal box. "To infiltrate the ruins ahead of the Viper and secure samples or data cores within. Should we encounter," he made a slashing gesture across his throat, his eyes devoid of warmth. "At all costs, regardless of the consequences, the items must be retrieved. No one is to be left behind." I understood. This was my declaration of loyalty. Volkov did not trust me, hence he assigned Rex, this mad dog, as my overseer, while Rex, envious of my swift ascent, would relish my demise during the mission, as my sudden presence threatened his standing. Understood. I took a deep breath, feigning a demeanor of acquiescence. Chapter 121. The cannon fodder advisor. Half an hour later, a small, Ghost-class stealth submarine, painted a deep black, silently emerged from the depths of the Eden. The hum of the submarine's engine was faint, akin to the whimper of a dying man in the throes of despair. This specially designed Ghost-class submarine, in pursuit of supreme stealth, had sacrificed comfort. The cabin remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the pulsating green data streams on the dashboard, casting eerie reflections upon the uncertain faces of those aboard. The air circulation system, adjusted to minimize noise, operated at a low capacity, resulting in a stifling atmosphere thick with the mingled scents of machine oil and sweat. I curled up in a corner, feigning sleep, striving to cultivate my composure. Opposite me, Rex nonchalantly propped his massive military boots on the control panel, idly toying with a tactical dagger. The blade glimmered in the dim light, akin to a silver serpent weaving through his fingers. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze, casting a deadpan stare in my direction, his lips curling into that signature, nauseating grin. Within the confines of the vessel, aside from Rex and myself, there were 4 well-equipped Class C elite soldiers. They were evidently Rex's trusted confidants, bantering and laughing, treating me as if I were invisible or merely a disposable pawn on the brink of demise. Rex lounged at the command position, his feet carelessly resting on the console, his eyes casting a sinister glance my way. "Hey, newcomer," he suddenly drawled, his tone dripping with disdain, as he pointed at me with his toe. I hear you're quite the swimmer. Once we arrive, you'll lead the way. Don't blame me for not looking after you. This is a splendid opportunity for you to shine. Lead the way? That was tantamount to walking into a minefield. To become a living target. The circumstances surrounding the ruins were uncertain, and there were hostile forces present. Forcing me to go first was tantamount to signing my death warrant. Sir, I find this most difficult to accept, I protested. Less chatter, Rex growled, his demeanor darkening as he abruptly withdrew his feet, straightened his posture, and bellowed. This is an order. If you dare disobey, I will execute you on the spot and report that you perished in an accident. The general will not hold me accountable. The other soldiers erupted into laughter, regarding me as if I were a mere sideshow. I lowered my head, concealing the fleeting flicker of murderous intent in my eyes. Very well, Rex. If you wish to play, I shall indulge you to the end. This performance had only just begun. Who was the hunter, and who the prey, was yet to be determined. I remained silent, gazing out at the abyssal darkness of the deep sea. The water rushing past the window like countless black serpents in a dance. For the following hours, the few individuals in the cabin paid me no heed. Rex's 4 elite soldiers huddled in a corner, resembling beasts awaiting their feed. Through their conversations, I gleaned a few of their names. Codename C11 is Iron Head, a formidable figure who resembles an iron tower even while seated. His specially tailored, wide combat suit strains against his robust physique, as if it might burst at any moment. Each breath he takes emits a thunderous wheezing noise beneath his mask, exuding an overwhelming air of dominance. C12, known as Black Crow, hunches in the corner. His gaunt frame enveloped in an oversized uniform, resembling a skeleton. His head, adorned with a tactical helmet, jerks nervously from side to side, occasionally releasing a high-pitched, jarring laugh akin to metal scraping against glass, a sound most grating to the ears. C13, the Snow Fox, leans in the shadows, tall and poised, remaining utterly still. So much so that even the rise and fall of his breath is imperceptible. He emanates a suffocating chill, like a blade concealed within its sheath. Lastly, C14, known as Firecracker, cannot remain still for a moment, his gloved fingers incessantly tapping against the high-explosive magazine on his thigh, producing a restless drumming sound, while he hums a dissonant tune, radiating an unpredictable fervor. They are engaged in low, raucous banter, their laughter unabashed, emerging as if squeezed through clenched teeth. In their eyes, I, the technical advisor, have become a mere ghost, unworthy of concern. I close my eyes, disregarding the malicious gazes directed my way. 10 minutes remain until we engage the target. The driver's voice shatters the oppressive silence. Rex abruptly retracts his foot, sheathing his dagger with a decisive thud. Shut your mouths, he commands, standing up, his massive frame imposing within the confined space as he checks his equipment. If anyone falters, I'll be the one to end it. The 4 others immediately stow their grins, synchronously inspecting their weapons and ammunition, a testament to the muscle memory honed from years of perilous experience. They secure their insignias. Rex hands us several black fabric strips edged in red. Without a word, we tie them around our arm badges. I instantly comprehend their purpose, to obscure and identify our identities. I, too, fasten the fabric strip. Subsequently, I lean toward the co-pilot's seat, fixated on the sonar screen glowing with a green light. The screen displays a layered topographical map of the deep sea. We are at the edge of a trench. The terrain is intricate as crumpled tinfoil. Massive rock fissures intertwine, while countless unidentified sea plants sway like tentacles in the undercurrents. At the center of it all looms a colossal, regular shadow, a structure rising from the mountainside. Even in the sonar's blurred imaging, the vertical lines are discernible, revealing a geometric beauty that defies nature. It resembles a temple submerged in the abyss, solitary, grand, and imbued with a sinister allure. Is that the target? Black Crow inquires, his voice tinged with reverence. It looks like a tomb, he mutters. Shut your beak, Rex retorts, slapping the top of Crow's helmet. Cursing me before we even dive? The submarine quakes slightly, hovering approximately 500 meters from the ruins, behind a cliff. The engines fall silent, leaving only the faint hum of the life support systems. The vessel hovers above the inky depths of the trench, where the outside world has plunged into complete darkness. The image captured by the camera reveals the so-called Zero Point Research Institute ruins, resembling a prehistoric behemoth with its maw agape, quietly nestled within the fracture zone of an underwater mountain range. Contrary to my expectations of crumbling walls, it stands as a magnificent edifice, remarkably intact. The entire structure is crafted from a familiar dark gray metal, its surface encrusted with a thick layer of deep-sea sediment, yet certain sharp edges glimmer with an otherworldly sheen. Unmistakably not of this era. Hey, you there? Rex's voice shattered the silence within the cabin. He occupied the command seat, idly toying with a tactical dagger, its tip gesturing toward the hatch. We've arrived. It's your turn to get to work. I inhaled deeply, eschewing any further words as I donned the somewhat cumbersome diving helmet. I was aware that this moment was inevitable. Remember, Rex added ominously from behind me. Don't get clever. Just scout the area. If you find the entrance, I'll acknowledge your contribution. Understood, Rex, I replied in a subdued tone, my voice laced with compliance. The water level in the airlock gradually ascended, the frigid sea enveloping me. As the green light illuminated, I propelled myself out of the submarine. Beyond lay an absolute darkness, pierced only by the beam of my helmet's spotlight, carving a murky path through the abyss. At this juncture, I had descended to a depth of 550 meters. The pressure was astonishingly intense, and despite the assistance of the heavy diving suit, I could perceive my bones creaking slightly. Yet, the parasitic entity within me seemed to revel in the oppressive pressure, its restlessness subdued, heightening my senses to an extraordinary degree. I activated the thrusters, swimming towards the colossal, enigmatic ruins. Chapter 122. Echoes of the Dead City. As I drew nearer, the sense of oppression intensified. This ruin was not the isolated structure I had envisioned. Instead, it resembled a vast, lifeless parasite, deeply embedded within the rock layers of the underwater mountain range. The gray-black metallic framework intertwined with the brownish rocks, as if the mountain itself had sprouted a skeletal structure of metal. The walls were shrouded in a profound darkness, devoid of any signs of energy flow, resembling a corpse that had slumbered in the abyss for eons. Rex's submarine maintained a safe distance of 100 meters, hovering like a vulture behind a cliff. The communication channel was eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of static. Yet, I was acutely aware that several malevolent eyes were fixed upon me through the monitors, scrutinizing my every move. I activated the thrusters and glided along the exterior wall of the ruins, my gaze probing every inch of the junction between rock and metal. Rex, there are no conventional doors here, I reported calmly over the channel while I observed. The walls are entirely sealed, and the surface is remarkably smooth, without any seams. Of course, if it were easy to access, that son of a bitch from the cold vessel would have cleared it out long ago. Rex's irritable voice crackled through, laced with an electric tension. Use your brain. If you can't find the entrance, don't bother coming back. I scoffed inwardly. Did he think this was a stroll in the park? Such deep-sea constructions typically possess pressure relief vents or maintenance passages, often concealed in the most vulnerable areas or the eddies of swirling currents. I resembled an eel, searching for a crevice, meticulously navigating alongside the massive metallic pillars and rocky fissures. My focus was not on doors, but on the currents of water. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Hey, what are you dawdling about? Ironhead's gruff voice intruded. Are you trying to play tricks? Do you believe I 1T blast you to oblivion? Patience, I replied calmly. The current here seems rather peculiar. I swam toward a pile of rubble that appeared to be the result of a collapse, situated on the periphery of the ruins. A multitude of rocks had tumbled from the mountains, burying portions of the metallic structure. At first glance, it seemed a dead end. However, I noticed that the drifting plankton, as they passed the heap of debris, were being drawn in by an exceedingly faint suction. Where there is suction, there exists a cavity. I swam closer and shifted aside several large boulders. Indeed, deep within the rubble, a dark, gaping wound-like opening was revealed. This was not the main entrance, but rather a ventilation shaft, or perhaps an abandoned outflow pipe. I found it. I inhaled deeply, feigning astonishment. Rex, there's a breach beneath the collapse. There's a flow of water, it could lead inside. Really? Rex's voice immediately filled with excitement. Stand by? Don't act recklessly. You lot. Follow me out of the pod. Minutes later, 5 beams of piercing light shattered the darkness. Rex, accompanied by 4 elite members, approached. They bore heavy waterproof weapon cases. Fully armed, exuding an air of menace. Where is it? Rex swam beside me, forcefully pushing me aside, directing the spotlight onto the opening. The gap was narrow, permitting only a sideways passage for one person, and the interior was enveloped in darkness, unfathomable. You go first. Rex glanced at me, a glimmer of calculation in his eyes. Check for any dangers inside. It seemed I was to be the expendable one. Fine. I offered no resistance, nor did I hesitate, and I slipped through the opening. The breach was not long. After swimming a few meters, an ethereal blue light suddenly appeared ahead. It was a membrane of energy, stretching across the end of the passage, segregating the inner and outer seawater. Tentatively, I extended my hand. My fingers passed through the membrane without obstruction, sending a tingling sensation of mild electricity coursing through me, followed by the sensation of air. Rex, there's a force field door here, and it's dry inside. I exclaimed into the communicator. Behind me, I could hear Rex and the others rushing through the water. Gritting my teeth, I propelled myself through the membrane. Splash! My body plummeted heavily onto the hard metallic floor. The buoyancy vanished, and gravity swiftly reclaimed its hold. I quickly regained my footing, activated my multifunctional wristwatch, and began testing the air composition. The screen flickered momentarily, revealing a line of green data. Oxygen concentration, 208, no lethal toxins detected. Gazing at that reassuring green text, I pressed the helmet's exhaust valve. With a hiss, accompanied by the sound of pressure equilibrium, I removed the cumbersome helmet and inhaled greedily. The air was dry, cold, and bore a musty scent of dust. Shortly after, Rex and the others tumbled in one after another like dumplings. Damn it, this cursed place actually has air. Tai-Tu removed his helmet and spat. Do not let your guard down, Rex whispered sharply, swiftly raising his energy weapon and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. We found ourselves in a vast foyer. The floor laid with neatly arranged black metallic tiles, while crystals embedded in the walls emitted a faint blue glow, providing minimal illumination. Towering columns stretched up to the darkened ceiling, and the oppressive silence enveloped us, broken only by the sound of our breaths echoing through the space. Is this truly an alien relic? The voice of Crow trembled slightly. How could it feel so immaculate? Indeed, it was excessively pristine. No sludge, no puddles, and scarcely a speck of dust. Stop pondering the useless, Rex scolded. What we seek is the zero-point energy core, not an archaeological site. He turned to me, commanding, you, take the lead. Report immediately if anything stirs. Nodding, I tightened my grip on the short blade and stepped to the front of the line. Ahead lay a deep corridor, leading further into the relic's depths. I proceeded cautiously, each step deliberate. My eyes adjusted to the dimness, scanning for anything amiss. After traversing approximately 200 meters, a corner emerged ahead. As I rounded it, my stride halted abruptly. Behind the corner, there was an inconspicuous indentation, easily overlooked if one did not examine it closely. Yet my gaze remained fixated on that recess. On the ground lay a small patch of black residue. My heart raced, and I instinctively glanced back. Rex and the others were still several meters behind, examining the runes on the wall, oblivious to me. I quickly crouched, using my fingers to pinch a bit of the black substance. It was charcoal, cold, dry, and crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. It was indeed evidence of something that had burned. My pupils constricted to pinpricks. In the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters below, within this enclosed relic brimming with alien technology, someone had dared to make a fire? It did not resemble the actions of the Hanzhou forces. The Viper team of Hanzhou was well equipped, relying on self-heating rations and the thermal control systems of their combat suits. They had no need, nor could they afford to light a fire in such a place. A fire signifies warmth, cooking food. It indicated the presence of life here. Moreover, given the extent of the charcoal residue, it must have been left recently. A chill coursed down my spine. This dead city was not lifeless. Hey, what is ahead? Rex's impatient voice echoed from behind. A flurry of thoughts flashed through my mind. I must not reveal anything yet. There was a significant information gap. I understood that a third party existed here, unknown to Rex and even the Hanzhou forces. This hidden third party could be the leverage I needed to turn the tide at a critical moment. Without hesitation, I gently ground the remnants into the dust on the ground, erasing all traces. Rising, I turned around, wearing my usual facade of humility and anxiety. Nothing, Team Rex. I pointed ahead, my voice trembling slightly. The multitude of rooms here was intricate and convoluted, the path somewhat winding, and I nearly became disoriented. Damn it. Stop being paranoid and scaring yourself, Rex cursed, approaching with his team. His enormous military boots thudded heavily upon the very spot I had just concealed, entirely oblivious to what lay beneath. Let us move. I fell in line behind the group, gripping the hilt of my knife tightly. In the darkness, I sensed a pair of eyes lurking in some unseen corner, silently observing us intruders. It was a hunter, scrutinizing its prey. Chapter 123. The hunting ground. As we ventured deeper, the sensation of being watched intensified. I discreetly activated the human sonar function of the chip card, yet found nothing in the vicinity. The corridors here resembled massive biological intestines, intricately entwined. The metal walls were not mere cold, lifeless objects. They bore intricate, vein-like patterns, and the luminous crystals pulsed intermittently, as if breathing in sync with an inaudible rhythm. Why does this cursed place resemble a labyrinth? Cannonball, agitated, kicked a metal panel on the ground, the echo reverberating through the deep corridor. Rex, the sonar is completely ineffective here. It's all echoes, with no way to pinpoint our location. Watch your step. Rex's voice was taut, his unarmed hand resting on the tactical dagger at his waist. I walked at the forefront of the group, my head lowered to minimize my presence. Aside from the ashes I had extinguished, the fire starter had seemingly evaporated, leaving no trace behind. He was like a true specter, flawlessly evading all signs of his passage. After approximately 10 minutes, we arrived at a crossroads. Stop! The snow fox, who had been flanking us, suddenly barked. He swiftly approached the left passage's wall, crouching down to gently brush his finger, clad in a tactical glove, over a metal surface about half a meter above the ground. There is something. The beams of everyone's flashlights converged on his fingertip. There, on the metal wall, was a remarkably inconspicuous mark, a symbol depicting a serpent biting its own tail. It was small, merely the size of a coin, yet the engraving was deep, evidently made by a high-strength alloy blade. This is the Ouroboros. The snow fox rose, gazing at Rex with a grave tone. It's the tactical insignia of Hanzhou's Viper Squad. The serpent's head pointed left. Rex stepped forward, fixating on the mark, his brow furrowing. Indeed, Hanzhou's team has preceded us. He glanced at the dark passage on the right, then back to the left. What do you all think? Should we pursue or take another route? Rex's gaze swept over everyone, lingering on me for a moment. I kept my head down, pretending to inspect my gear, remaining silent. In times like this, speaking too much could lead to error. My role as a submerged advisor rendered me voiceless here, and it was prudent not to invite trouble. More importantly, I secretly hoped they would encounter Hanzhou. Whether Rex eliminates Hanzhou or vice versa, it is of no consequence to me. Both scenarios present an opportunity. As dogs fight amongst themselves, I stand poised to seize the spoils. A mutual destruction is the outcome I most ardently desire. If Hanzhou intends to mislead us, he would surely make the markers more conspicuous. Snow Fox analyzed, noting that this marker was subtle, seemingly left for reinforcements. If we do not stay vigilant, should they locate the core or make their escape, we may be left with naught. That makes sense. Ironhead grumbled in agreement. Asserting our firepower is formidable. We fear nothing. Let us pursue and confront them. Then we shall take the left path. Rex declared decisively, Snow Fox, lead the way. Everyone, stay alert. The team shifted direction, entering the left corridor. This passage was evidently broader than the previous one, with massive metallic columns lining either side, adorned with intricate and enigmatic engravings. As we ventured further, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed our senses. Caution! Rex quickly pressed against the wall, raising his weapon to aim ahead. The beam of his flashlight converged, illuminating the ground before us. There lay two corpses, clad in black combat attire, the collars embroidered with the red serpent emblem of Hanzhou. We approached cautiously. Upon closer inspection, we could not suppress a collective gasp of horror. It was gruesome, far too gruesome. These individuals had not been blown apart, nor torn asunder by beasts. They had been cleaved. One corpse was bisected from left shoulder to right hip by an impossibly smooth incision. Innards and blood pooled around. Yet the cut was so precise that the bones and muscles were as smooth as a mirror, with scarcely any flesh disarrayed. The other corpse was even more bizarre. It had died standing. Its upper body had slid backward, while the lower half remained in a kneeling position, severed at the waist by an unknown blade with alarming swiftness. What manner of weapon could inflict such wounds? Ironhead crouched, attempting to touch the injury. A large cutting instrument. Black Crow's voice was sharp, his deeply set eyes fixed intently on the adjacent wall, noting how rapid the incision had been. There should be scorch marks at the laser-cut edges. Scattered across the ground were dozens of shell casings, with bullet impacts densely peppering the surrounding walls and columns. Yet this revealed a far more terrifying truth. They had fired recklessly, yet had not even grazed the enemy, instead falling prey to an instantaneous slaughter. On these walls, apart from the bullet holes, there were no signs of claw marks or blood, only a few unfathomably deep, exceedingly fine cuts embedded into the metal. Not human, nor beast. Snow Fox rose, her complexion pale as she surveyed the colossal columns around us. It is a mechanism. There exists some form of automated defense here. A mechanism? Rex's countenance darkened, as if drenched in shadow. He kicked the corpse at his feet, cursing, Hanzhou's men are utterly useless. They perished without even laying eyes on the enemy. Just then, Ironhead, who had remained silent, suddenly emitted a swift signal for silence. A sound. Instantly, everyone held their breath, an eerie stillness enveloping us once more. All weapons were directed outward, forming a defensive circle back to back. In this desolate silence, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear sound descended from the darkness above us. It resembled a faint hissing, akin to something being charged, or perhaps the sound of high-pressure gas flowing through pipes. In the walls, Snow Fox exclaimed abruptly. No sooner had the words left her lips than chaos erupted. The immense metal pillars on either side silently slid open, revealing narrow slits. There was no warning, no light effects. Whoosh! Several shadows tore through the air in an instant. They were neither bullets nor lasers, but a series of rapidly spinning, razor-sharp metal discs. They moved as if possessed, rebounding off the walls and carving eerie arcs through the corridor, charged with terrifying kinetic energy as they approached us. Get down. I crouched low, nearly rolling along the ground. Thud. A muffled sound echoed. The Black Crow, stationed at the perimeter on guard duty, barely had time to react. A spinning disc cleanly severed his neck. His head flew off like a ball, his face frozen in terror and disbelief. The headless corpse stood for a second, blood erupting like a fountain onto the ceiling before it finally collapsed. Black Crow, Iron Head, let out a heart-wrenching roar, unleashing a torrent of fire from his heavy machine gun towards the discs. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Flames erupted, bullets ricocheting off the walls and igniting sparks. While more hissing sounds arose from all directions. It was a trap, a meat grinder designed specifically for intruders. The scene spiraled into chaos. Don't shoot wildly. Those are ricochets. Snow Fox screamed as she dodged and retreated. Fall back. Amid the turmoil, I seized the opportunity. Instead of joining their frantic escape, I rolled into the shadowy corner beside a massive pillar. Pressing myself against the cold metal, I watched as Rex and the others scurried about the corridor like headless flies. Behind me, a nondescript, half-closed gate was slowly shutting. It seemed to have opened simultaneously with the activation of the mechanism earlier. I remained silent, refraining from any attempt to alert them. This was my prime opportunity to free myself from Rex's control. As long as I vanished into the darkness of this labyrinthine ruin, it would not be so easy for them to find me. I cast one last glance at the frantically darting Rex, a cold smile curling at the corner of my lips. Enjoy the hospitality of this dead city, I thought. I slipped into the passage just as the gate sealed shut. The distant sounds of gunfire and screams faded into a muffled echo. For the moment, I was safe. I gripped my dagger tightly, my gaze sharpening with resolve. Now, I was the free hunter. Taking a deep breath, I turned and ventured deeper into the passage. Chapter 124. Goddess Perspective. The gate clanged shut behind me, emitting a dull, airtight locking sound that effectively severed the piercing metallic cutting noises and desperate cries from the corridor. Silence enveloped the maintenance passage, illuminated only by sporadic, ghostly green emergency lights every few meters, casting elongated shadows of my form against the walls. The air here is stifling, imbued with the stale scent of dried machine oil. I did not rush forward, but leaned against the door, attempting to calm my racing heart. Activating my tactical flashlight, the beam pierced through the darkness. This passage is considerably narrower than the main corridor outside, its walls adorned solely with dim, gray metal panels. A thin layer of dust has settled on the ground, indicating that no one has visited here in quite some time. I cautiously navigated the corridor for several meters until I encountered a bend. As I turned the corner, my vision opened up to reveal a circular control room. In the center of the room stood a stout metallic column, its surface intricately etched with complex patterns. Most strikingly, a clear, softly pulsating blue holographic image projected from the top of the column, displaying a detailed structural diagram of this layer of ruins. I immediately rushed towards the image, my heart pounding. This is a surveillance terminal. I gazed intently at the holographic display. The structure of the ruins resembled a convoluted maze. Yet I could distinctly see a glowing point representing our entryway, along with several glaring red points frantically darting across the map. With a gentle touch, I focused the image on the red points representing Rex and his companions. The image buzzed as it magnified, revealing a blurred real-time video window alongside it. While intermittent audio crackled from the console's speakers, they were hiding at a T-junction. The swirling metallic discs seemed to be constrained, unable to pursue them from the hall, yet they still blocked their escape route. In the video, Rex's face contorted with fear and rage as he vented his frustration into the air. Where is that C-71? Is it dead? A voice trembled, possibly belonging to the Snow Fox. Who cares if it's dead? What a useless piece of trash. If it's gone, it saves me the trouble. Rex kicked the wall in anger. Useless? I stood before the console, observing the irate man on the screen, a cold smirk curling at the corner of my mouth. Rex, you could never fathom that the useless piece of trash you speak of is now standing above you, watching your every move. My gaze shifted to the area ahead of their junction. The map indicated a section deep within the left passage marked with a red danger symbol, a high-intensity, rotating cutting mechanism array. Meanwhile, the right passage appeared to lead to the next level. An intriguing idea blossomed in my mind. If we are to play, let us play grandly. Merely spectating is uninteresting. I must take on the role of director. I fumbled around the console until I located the environmental control module. Although I could not comprehend the text, the icons representing lights and alarms were universally recognizable. I pressed the red alarm button. A low, oppressive buzzing sound gradually resonated through the corridor below. Though not loud, it gripped everyone's nerves like nails scraping against a chalkboard. In the video, Rex and his subordinates immediately backed up against one another, fearfully scanning their surroundings. "What is that sound?" one exclaimed in alarm. "The alarm. It's the alarm." The snow fox paled. Something has been activated. As their uncertainty lingered, I gently slid my finger across the light control panel. Click. The dim lights at the intersection abruptly extinguished, plunging everything into utter darkness. Moments later, the lights flickered back to life, but this time, the hues had transformed. A row of glaring, crimson warning lights illuminated the pathway to the right, their flashing red radiance exuding an ominous aura of prohibition. Conversely, the entrance to the left, leading to a trap, was adorned with a series of soft, steady green guiding lights, extending into the depths of darkness like a meticulously laid safety corridor. Red signifies halt. Green signifies passage, an instinctive reflex ingrained in the very marrow of humanity. "Look, the red lights are on," the snow fox shouted, pointing towards the dead end. "There must be danger. The system is issuing a warning." The green lights indicate a safe route. The firecracker seemed to clutch at a lifeline. Rex gazed at the verdant passage, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Yet, the increasingly urgent alarm behind him, coupled with the psychological imprint left by those metallic discs, afforded him no time to ponder. In such high-pressure circumstances, individuals instinctively trust the system's guidance over their own intuition. "We must proceed down the greenlit path." Rex gritted his teeth and commanded, "Hurry." On the map, those luminous dots surged forward once more, recklessly rushing towards the graveyard I had designated for them. Observing the frantic movement of those dots on the screen, I tapped lightly on the control panel, a smirk playing on my lips. They plunged headlong into that corridor. "Ah!" A piercing scream shattered the silence. "It's a trap. Damn it. It's a trap. Retreat." Rex's desperate roar echoed. The red dots fled back to their original position at a speed surpassing their initial advance, their formation completely disarrayed, a scene of utter chaos. I magnified the image. The lead figure, Iron Head, collapsed on the ground, his right forearm severed with a precision akin to a mirror's edge, blood gushing forth. And the heavy machine gun he cherished as if it were his lifeblood lay halved, reduced to scrap metal. The firecracker and the snow fox were desperately attempting to drag him back. As Rex retreated, he bellowed into the air in a frenzy. "Bastards. We've been played. Who is behind this? Show yourself." Witnessing their plight, a sense of satisfaction unfurled within me. The moment had come. I reached out and pressed the icon resembling a broadcast. A harsh electric crackle erupted above their heads, interrupting Rex's furious outburst. "Enjoying yourself, Rex?" I mimicked the disdainful tone he once employed to insult me, chuckling softly. "Consider this a modest act of retribution." At the far end of the corridor, all the clamor and shouting abruptly fell silent, as though an invisible hand had tightened around their throats. Rex froze. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed upwards, fixating on the darkness above as if trying to pierce through the heavy metal plating to glimpse my visage. "Is that you, C-71? His voice brimmed with shock and disbelief, tinged with a hint of terror. "How could you possibly be alive? I regret to disappoint you." I slowly approached the communication button, my tone laced with a condescending judgment that echoed in the stillness of the control room. "Captain Lay, did you not previously assert that a dog like me is unworthy of knowing your name?" I paused, each word striking like a resounding slap against his face. "So, am I deemed worthy now?" On the screen, Rex's face contorted to a shade reminiscent of pig liver, veins bulging on his forehead. Humiliation, profound humiliation. To be toyed with by one he regarded as mere vermin was a blow far more devastating than the trap before. "I will kill you. I shall tear you limb from limb." He screamed hysterically, his eyes bloodshot, sanity completely unraveling. "Save your breath," I retorted with a cold laugh, "for survival is my priority. Enjoy yourselves." With that, I severed the one-sided communication. Silence enveloped the world once more. I gazed at Rex's impotent rage on the screen, a sense of satisfaction swelling within me. The road ahead remained long. The true core awaited me deeper within. Chapter 125. A fateful encounter. I did not leave the monitoring room immediately. Instead, I first confirmed my location on the holographic map. The structure of the ruins spiraled downward, resembling a colossal snail shell. I found myself in a transitional zone between the outer defense perimeter and the core area. To reach the so-called zero-point energy core, I needed to descend further. I located the nearest passage on the map, devoid of traps, leading directly to the next level. This was it. Minutes later, I emerged before the exit of the lower level. The environment had undergone a notable transformation. The temperature had dropped, the stale, dusty scent had dissipated, replaced by a sharp, ozone-like odor. The walls were no longer smooth, black crystalline panels, but rather a rugged amalgamation of rock and metal. I tread lightly, the soft soles of my tactical boots barely making a sound against the hard floor. In this silent underground city, silence was the best safeguard. Large transparent containers appeared on either side of the corridor, empty save for some long-dried, brown remnants at the bottom. I dared not look closely. My instincts warned me that they were far from benign. As I approached a T-junction, preparing to turn right, I faintly discerned the sound of incredibly soft footsteps ahead. The noise was so faint that it could easily be overlooked if one were not attentive. I quickly ducked into the shadow of the wall, holding my breath. Moments later, 3 silhouettes emerged at the end of the corridor. They wore matte black tactical uniforms, their heads encased in full-face helmets, even their assault rifles treated to a muted finish. The dark red serpent emblazoned on their attire appeared particularly menacing in the dim light. It was the Cold Boat's Viper Squad. To encounter them here was unexpected. The trio moved with composure. Though their rifles hung low, they maintained a tactical alertness. The leader, holding a tactical tablet, seemed to be confirming their route. Oblivious to my hidden presence, they passed the junction and proceeded directly toward the left passage. I quietly exhaled in relief. It seemed they had not discovered my presence. This was an opportunity. I needed to ascertain what they were searching for, or at the very least, follow closely behind them to evade certain unseen traps. After a few seconds of waiting, ensuring they had moved farther away, I stealthily pursued them like a cat. Their pace was unhurried as they inspected the surrounding rooms. I maintained a distance of approximately 20 meters, using the corners of the corridor and various equipment as cover, always remaining in their blind spots. After navigating 2 turns, I found myself facing a long, straight corridor. I cautiously peeked around the corner. The silhouettes of the 3 individuals were still visible ahead, their footsteps steady. They collectively turned a corner and vanished from sight. Their movements were fluid, devoid of any hesitation. I immediately quickened my pace, intent on closing the distance to the corner. Since they had already passed, I needed to follow swiftly to avoid losing sight of my target. However, just as I rounded the corner, a sharp, piercing sense of danger jolted through me, akin to a needle pricking the back of my skull. Something was amiss. In this lengthy corridor, I was now a defenseless target. Moreover, the sound of their footsteps had vanished. 3 fully armed soldiers, no matter how stealthy, could not have completely silenced themselves the moment they turned the corner, unless they had halted. It was a trap. They had discovered my presence long ago. Everything that had transpired was merely a performance staged for my benefit. I abruptly halted, instinctively leaning back. Thud, thud. 2 exceedingly faint yet distinct sounds echoed. Almost as soon as I leaned back, 2 bullets zipped past, narrowly missing me and striking the wall adjacent to the corner. Clang, clang. The sharp whine of bullets tearing through the air rang out, striking the metallic wall beside me and sending sparks flying. Debris scattered, grazing my cheek and leaving a searing pain in its wake. A silencer. Had I reacted half a second slower, my head would have been obliterated. I was exposed. An assault was imminent. From around the corner came a cold, commanding shout, followed immediately by the reemergence of the 3 previously vanished shadows, moving like phantoms. Their speed was astonishing, their cooperation seamless. One knelt to provide suppressive fire, while the other 2 flanked me from either side, their gun muzzles exhaling fiery tongues of death. Pew, pew, pew. A torrential downpour of bullets rained down upon me, striking the wall beside me and igniting sparks. There was no time for idle chatter. It was a matter of survival. I clumsily rolled on the ground, scrambling into a side passage on the right, not daring to look back as I fled with all my might. Chase him. Don't let him escape. The urgent, heavy thuds of tactical boots echoed behind me. They were closing in rapidly, without the chaotic shouting I had anticipated, maintaining a terrifying efficiency. I dashed through the labyrinthine corridors, my focus solely on escape. Oblivious to my surroundings. The bullets trailing me were relentless, clinging to me like a parasite that refused to be shaken off. This group was akin to a finely tuned hunting machine, relentlessly gripping the throat of their prey. In my frantic flight, I burst into what appeared to be a laboratory hall, filled with various abandoned instruments and a complex layout that provided an ideal environment for concealment. Yet, as I took a few hurried steps inside, my heart sank. At the far end of the hall, a heavy metal door stood resolutely closed, its indicator light glowing a desperate red. This was a dead end. I abruptly turned back. At the entrance, 3 members of the Viper squad had already pursued me. But that was not all. From a side door of the hall, 3 more shadows in identical attire emerged. 6 of them. They did not rush in but instead dispersed with practiced precision, blocking every conceivable exit. Even the ventilation shafts were trained upon by 2 guns. Then, they raised their weapons, advancing step by step toward me. The dark, menacing muzzles resembled the eyes of death itself, slowly encircling me. Through the tactical optics, I could not discern their expressions, only the suffocating chill that enveloped me. They could not be bothered to inquire about my identity or demand my surrender. Here, apart from my own, only the dead remained. I gripped the short blade tightly, my back against the impenetrable door, cold sweat streaming down my forehead into my eyes, stinging with its saltiness. It was a dead end. Even if I possessed a chip card, even with the finest defenses, against overwhelming firepower and encirclement, only death awaited me. I closed my eyes, my muscles tensing, preparing for a final desperate struggle. Even in death, I would ensure that I took someone down with me. Just then, a rough hand, without warning, emerged from the dark shadows behind me, covering my mouth. Instinctively, I attempted to resist, thrusting the knife backward with force. But the hand's owner reacted faster. The other hand gripping my wrist like a vice, twisting gently to neutralize my strength, pulling me into an embrace. Simultaneously, immense force dragged me backward. I then noticed that the sewer cover on the ground behind me was slightly ajar. Hush! An extremely low, hoarse voice, yet one that instantly soothed me, whispered in my ear. Don't move. It's me. The hand slowly relaxed its grip. I whipped around, catching a glimpse of a familiar, weathered face illuminated by the faint light from the Viper squad's flashlight. In those murky eyes lay a profound calmness that seemed to transcend life and death, coupled with a hint of playful mockery. Old Wu. He was here. Chapter 126. Reunion. Don't make a sound. Follow me. Old Wu's voice was barely above a whisper, leaving me no time to think as he pulled me towards the half-open sewer entrance. As I slid down, the sound of urgent tactical boots striking the ground and the sharp clack of gun actions reverberated through the hall behind us. Over there. They went down. Pursue. Bang. 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 Several bullets struck the edge of the sewer cover, sending a dazzling spray of sparks flying. Old Wu slammed the cover shut and quickly tightened a valve below. But this was merely a stopgap. For the Viper squad, such a barrier would only buy us a few seconds at most. I landed on the ground, splashing into shallow water that barely reached my ankles. Here lay a broad underground drainage system, the surface only covered by a thin layer of water. The water was crystal clear, devoid of any unpleasant odors. This relic had been sealed away for an unknown number of years, with only this pool of stagnant water remaining, silent for an indeterminate duration. Suddenly, a dull explosion reverberated above, shattering the stillness as the manhole cover was blown apart. Beams of brilliant light pierced the darkness, cascading down upon us. Hurry, Old Wu commanded in a low voice, showing no signs of hesitation as he crouched low and sprinted through the labyrinthine waterways. He navigated these passages with the familiarity of one traversing their own garden, showing no uncertainty at every turn or junction. The sound of bullets striking the water behind us sent up a flurry of splashes. We raced through the corridor like underground aqueducts, our footsteps echoing in the expansive pipes. The pursuers were relentless, their tactical coordination allowing them to advance swiftly even in unfamiliar terrain. As Old Wu led me through twists and turns, the underground passages resembled a maze. Gradually, the footsteps behind us became disordered, clearly disoriented by the complex layout. 20 minutes later, Old Wu halted before a seemingly unremarkable vertical shaft. Above us, a rusty metal ladder led to the obscurity above. Up, he urged, ascending first with agility, and I followed closely. After climbing several meters, Old Wu pushed aside a cover at the top and deftly slipped inside. I followed suit and emerged into a confined equipment room, approximately 10 square meters in size, dry and concealed. The floor was strewn with remnants of shells and fish bones, along with a few rudimentary water storage containers. This appeared to be Old Wu's hideout for some time. He closed the cover and secured it from within, then illuminated a makeshift emergency light he had apparently salvaged from somewhere. Under the dim yellow glow, I could discern his appearance. He wore the black deep-sea combat armor I had once assigned to him, its surface still intact. His face, adorned with stubble, bore the same calm and impassive demeanor as before. Once we confirmed our safety, I removed the tactical visor from my head and stowed it away in my backpack. In Old Wu's presence, such disguises felt unnecessary. How did you end up here? I inquired while attempting to steady my breath, unable to suppress my curiosity. And how did you find me? Leaning against the wall, Old Wu retrieved a water bottle from the corner and handed it to me. His tone is nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. Your voice, he replied matter-of-factly, even though you deliberately lowered your tone and pretended to be meek. I recognized your manner of speaking immediately. I took the water bottle and gulped down a generous swig, offering a wry smile. It seemed that my prideful disguise was riddled with flaws in the presence of an acquaintance. I heard you tussling with those fools, Old Wu remarked with a slight smirk. Quite clever, not embarrassing yourself. I had already spotted you, he continued. Initially, I intended to rendezvous directly with you. However, seeing you trailing behind those fools, toying with them, I realized you had your own plans. If I had revealed myself prematurely, it could have jeopardized your position. He paused, then added later. When you fell into the trap and entered that escape passage, it took me a while to locate the other exit, just in time to come to your aid. I nodded, a warm feeling blossoming within me. Old Wu remained as meticulous and composed as ever. After we parted near the floating island that day, I was relentlessly pursued by 3 ruffians from Eden. His gaze darkened as he recalled those days. I circled the sea with them, covering dozens of nautical miles, and managed to take one down. He paused. The remaining 2 were quite tenacious, driving me to this vicinity. Upon discovering the entrance to this ruin, I sought refuge inside. Were they not able to follow you in? I inquired. They did pursue, but circled at the entrance, perhaps wary of ambush, and eventually retreated. Old Wu smirked. I suspect they reported back, and subsequently, another group came, yet they did not venture deep. Suddenly enlightened, I realized that Eden's ability to locate this place stemmed from here. I have been hiding here for a while, gathering intel. Old Wu gestured around. This area is vast and fraught with mechanisms. I have only discerned the 3 outer layers. I dared not venture to the depths, for it exuded an unsettling aura. Later, after recovering from my injuries, I returned to the floating island. Old Wu scrutinized me as I recounted. However, it has since been overrun by Eden's forces, swarming with sentinels and surveillance. I lurked for 2 days, hoping to find you, but to no avail. It was too perilous. I had no choice but to retreat here. A location that is defensible and offers access to sustenance, relatively safe for the time being. Until this morning, Old Wu's gaze sharpened. I heard commotion outside. Initially, a group clad in black crept in, shortly followed by your arrival. I observed from the shadows. Having listened to his account, I too decided to be forthright, revealing my and Lin Lan's experiences. Wu Gu, Lin Lan and the others are safe, I stated. We discovered a concealed moon pool beneath the tower, harboring an alien spacecraft. They are hiding there, able to come and go freely, thus temporarily secure. A glimmer of hope flickered in Old Wu's eyes. Is that so? That is reassuring. Subsequently, I succinctly explained my infiltration into Eden for intelligence gathering, along with my current identity and predicament. Upon learning of my ascension to a B-level reserve, Old Wu could not suppress a raised eyebrow. You, my friend, have quite the audacity. It was a matter of necessity that led me to infiltrate, I sighed. Currently, there is infighting within Eden. Volkov and Hanzhou are at odds. This presents an opportunity. Old Wu squinted. That Hanzhou, is he the one who pursued you earlier? Indeed. That was his elite guard, the Viper. I nodded. This group is formidable. Moreover, I hesitated before continuing. I suspect Hanzhou himself may have arrived, or is lurking nearby. Though I have yet to lay eyes on him, he is exceedingly cunning, making him elusive. Regardless of his presence, there are indeed secrets concealed below. Old Wu remarked as he rose, stretching his limbs. During my time here, I have consistently heard strange sounds emanating from the depths, and the energy fluctuations below are quite abnormal. Yes, this is my task. Volkov dispatched me to locate the Zero Core. I replied, follow me. I have become well acquainted with these upper layers, which will allow us to avoid unnecessary detours. Old Wu gestured below, indicating that it was imperative to investigate the depths. His expression grew solemn. This place is rife with unforeseen traps and mechanisms, exceedingly perilous. However, since we are here, we must not return empty-handed. He examined his battle armor and weaponry, adding, now that we are united, alongside those fools stirring the waters, our chances are significantly enhanced. My confidence surged as I smiled at Old Wu. Let us proceed. He pushed aside the cover. I retrieved my helmet from the backpack and followed his silhouette into the enveloping darkness below. Chapter 127. Deadlock Exchange. After departing from the concealed equipment chamber, we navigated deeper into the sewage system. The further we advanced, the lower the terrain and temperature became, the musty odor gradually replaced by a chilling metallic scent. Be cautious. Old Wu led the way, his red flashlight dimmed to illuminate merely a meter ahead. Beyond that, I had never ventured. I nodded, gripping my dagger tightly. A place that even an experienced Special Forces veteran like Old Wu found daunting was undoubtedly treacherous. After approximately 10 minutes, we reached the terminus of the sewer. Before us lay a vast vault, beneath which sprawled a complex, three-dimensional corridor, resembling a colossal labyrinth forged of steel. Stop! I suddenly seized Old Wu's arm, pressing a finger to my lips to signal silence. My acute instincts alerted me that someone was approaching. I promptly closed my eyes to heighten my senses. In the corridor below to our left, two red points of light were moving swiftly, their movements light and synchronized. They were two tails. Leaning close to Old Wu's ear, I whispered in a hushed tone, "They are closing in. It's the Viper's men." A glint of coldness flickered in Old Wu's eyes, and a smirk crept across his lips. "They have pursued us all this way. It is time to settle the score." We exchanged a knowing glance, instantly reaching a silent agreement. The intricate terrain, filled with columns and pipes, provided an exceptional ambush site. Old Wu pointed to a shadow around the corner ahead, signaling me to take cover there. Soon, two figures clad in black, form-fitting combat suits entered our line of sight. They wore tactical helmets and wielded silenced submachine guns, their movements disturbingly professional. They covered each other meticulously, checking every angle and shadow. However, they were up against two individuals who had clawed their way from a sea of corpses, Old Wu and me. As the first soldier passed the shadow where Old Wu was concealed, he sprang into action. Without unnecessary movements, Old Wu descended silently like a predatory spider. In an instant, his legs locked around the soldier's neck, and leveraging his downward momentum, he twisted violently. A sickening crack echoed, the sound of a cervical vertebra shattering. The soldier behind reacted with remarkable speed, raising his firearm to shoot. But I was faster. As he lifted his weapon, I slid out from the side, my dagger striking with the precision of a striking serpent, penetrating the gap in his tactical vest up to the hilt. Blood gushed forth. The soldier's body stiffened as his finger grazed the trigger, yet I had already forcefully elevated the muzzle, causing the bullet to strike the ceiling and ignite a shower of sparks. Drawing my knife, I gradually lowered him to the ground. Two elite Viper operatives were dispatched in less than 2 seconds. Old Wu leapt off the corpse, flicked his wrist, and glanced at me, acknowledging my prowess. Impressive skills. You haven't regressed. A master produces exceptional disciples. I smiled broadly, swiftly scavenging a silenced submachine gun and several magazines from the body. Hush! Old Wu suddenly gripped my hand. Straining to listen, someone was approaching from both sides. I too could hear it. From the left corridor came the sound of heavy, chaotic footsteps accompanied by Ironhead's pained groans. Though Rex and his team were in disarray, they were still pressing forward. Meanwhile, from the right corridor, there was a synchronized and exceedingly subtle sound of tactical advancement, the unmistakable pressure of the Viper squad. We were caught in the middle. This was a vast intersection, and the two forces were about to converge. Let us go. Hide, Old Wu urged, swiftly pulling me into the overhead ventilation duct. An excellent vantage point for the unfolding drama. This vent was perfectly situated on Rex's side, directly facing the Viper squad. Through the gaps in the grating, I steadied my weapon and coldly observed below. Moments later, Rex emerged from the left with the remaining 3 members of his team. Each bore injuries, particularly Ironhead, whose wounds, despite hastily applied pressure, oozed blood, rendering his face as pale as parchment. Firecracker and Snow Fox flanked him, while Rex led the charge, his expression fierce. Simultaneously, 4 fully armed Viper operatives materialized from the right corridor, having followed the scout's signals, only to collide head-on with Rex's group. Stop! Both sides nearly simultaneously recognized each other. The air erupted with the sound of numerous gun bolts being drawn in the confined space. 8 weapons were aimed at each other's heads within a mere 30 meters. The atmosphere became palpably tense, with even the sound of breathing distinctly audible. Rex squinted, discerning the crimson serpent insignia on the opposing leader's collar. The Viper squad clearly recognized Rex as high-grade combat uniform as well. Neither side initiated fire immediately. Both were seasoned veterans, aware that engaging in a mutually destructive confrontation before identifying their targets would be the height of folly. Isn't this the personal guard of Commander Hanzhou? Rex broke the silence first, displaying not an ounce of trepidation, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. A figure stepped forward from the Viper squad, presumably their leader, who coldly fixed his gaze on Rex, his weapon unwaveringly trained on Rex's brow. Step back. The Viper leader finally spoke, his voice reminiscent of ice drawn from a frigid vault. The items below are specifically requested by Commander Hanzhou. Unnecessary personnel, leave. His tone was exceedingly arrogant, entirely dismissive of Rex, a B-class officer. Leave. Rex laughed in disbelief, his facial muscles twitching as that feral intensity surged within him once more. Though disheveled, he was Rex, the one audacious enough to show disdain before A09. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. "Little brat, who are you speaking to?" Rex sneered, his eyes gleaming with a reckless ferocity. "I am the task commander personally appointed by General Volkov. This is a public area, and I can stand wherever I choose. You want me to leave? What are you to dictate that?" The leader of the Viper team narrowed his eyes, and the 3 team members behind him became more vigilant, their fingers firmly poised on the triggers. Meanwhile, the Snow Fox and the Firecracker were equally defiant. Despite their injuries, they had their fingers ready on the triggers. Ironhead, though reduced to one hand, shielded Rex's flank with his body. Both sides were on edge, yet their bodies slowly retreated. No one dared to pull the trigger first. They all understood that at such a close range, once the first shot was fired, it would lead to mutual destruction. None wished to meet their demise. "Step aside," Rex stated coldly, "or we shall embrace death together." The Viper leader fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the risks. "We all serve the company. The goods have yet to be seen, and here we are, turning on each other. It would be difficult to report back, wouldn't it?" His gun barrel dipped slightly, indicating a potential concession. The standoff persisted. I crouched at the vent, observing the scene below, my palms slick with sweat. These individuals were exceedingly cautious. If this impasse continued, and they reached an agreement to withdraw, all my meticulous preparations would be in vain. I needed to escalate the situation. "Want to leave?" "Not so easily." I gradually adjusted my breathing, extending the barrel of my silenced submachine gun through the gap in the grating. My position was diagonally above Rex and his crew, allowing me a clear view of the Viper team's front. I had not undergone professional shooting training, but I did not need precision. I only needed to fire. I aligned the sights on the chest of the foremost leader of the Viper team, the area being the largest and least prone to miss. "Rex, allow me to present you with a grand gift." I held my breath and squeezed the trigger. Puff. The silencer emitted a faint thud. Clang. The bullet veered off. Instead of striking the leader's chest, it grazed his shoulder and slammed into the wall behind him, erupting into a dazzling shower of sparks. Although it did not hit its target, the bullet's effect surpassed that of a direct hit. In this highly tense confrontation, that spark served as the fuse to ignite the powder keg. "Damn it, you dare to act first." The leader felt a chill in his shoulder, instinctively believing that Rex had launched a treacherous ambush. "Fire. Damn it. The dog of Hanzhou truly intends to betray me. Shoot." Rex, too, was driven mad by this sudden turn of events, thinking the adversary was feigning retreat while preparing to fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted instantaneously. The narrow intersection transformed into a meat grinder. Countless bullets intertwined in the air, shell casings flying about. The Viper team, well-trained, swiftly dispersed in search of cover, utilizing crossfire for suppression. Conversely, Rex's side fared poorly. Their formation was already chaotic, compounded by their injuries. Ugh! Ironhead let out a pained cry as shrapnel grazed his thigh, causing him to collapse onto the ground. "Suppressive fire! Suppressive fire!" Rex bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he unleashed a torrent of gunfire from his energy weapon. "Team Rex, we can't hold on any longer. Retreat now." Snow Fox, dragging the explosives, shouted in despair. At that moment, Ironhead, who had fallen, suddenly stirred. This burly man, missing an arm, bore no trace of fear on his face, only a fierce determination. He forcefully pushed aside Snow Fox, who attempted to help him, and with his intact left hand, he brutally propped the heavy machine gun against his bleeding stump. The excruciating pain from his severed limb contorted his face, yet he let out a thunderous roar. "Get the hell out of here!" With a furious barrage, flames erupted from the machine gun in his grasp. He disregarded precision, wildly spraying bullets ahead, erecting a wall of fire with his flesh and that solitary hand within the narrow corridor. The Viper squad was compelled to momentarily retreat from this reckless display of valor. "Ironhead," Rex shouted, his voice hoarse. "Go." Ironhead did not look back. His body trembled violently from the recoil of the machine gun, blood gushing from his severed arm, staining the weapon crimson. Rex gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. "Let's move." He forcefully grabbed Snow Fox and the explosives, not glancing back as they retreated deeper into the ruins. Puff, puff, puff. A few bullets finally pierced Ironhead's chest. His massive frame stiffened abruptly, yet he clung to the trigger until the last bullet was expended, until that colossal body collapsed like a heavy iron column. The gunfire gradually subsided. As I gazed at the figure lying in a pool of blood, still maintaining the shooting stance even in death, I couldn't help but curse inwardly, truly a loyal dog. "Let's go." Lao Wu gently patted me, his expression complex. Amidst the chaos, we glided like phantoms toward the innermost depths of the ruins. Chapter 128. The Infernal Contest. Clang. 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 Within the narrow ventilation duct, the sound of bullets striking the metal walls echoed like a death knell. Sparks flew in the darkness, ricocheting around us, each impact reverberating against our skulls. Damn it, they found the vent. Lao Wu growled ahead, his body pressed tightly against the wall as he struggled to inch forward. Behind us, the cold tactical commands of the Viper Squad and the relentless gunfire rang out. In such a confined space, we were like trapped mice, our sluggish pace merely prolonging the inevitable. Being caught and turned into Swiss cheese was just a matter of time. No more crawling. We need to jump out. I spotted a rusted grate a few meters ahead, a faint blue light emanating from below. Lao Wu, kick it open. Without hesitation, he rolled over and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The old grate could not withstand the force and fell away. We plunged down like two heavy bags of cement from the duct's opening. Our bodies plummeted 4 or 5 meters, crashing onto the hard metal floor. I rolled to dissipate the impact, quickly rising to my feet, my short knife held defensively across my chest as I scanned the surroundings with vigilance. As I took in my surroundings, I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Before me lay a suffocating expanse, where countless colossal gears silently meshed within the walls. The ground was not solid but rather composed of enormous, floating metal plates. These plates were not static. They rose and fell rhythmically, as if breathing, under the influence of some magnetic force. Below the gaps between these metal plates lay an unfathomable, pitch-black abyss. At the end of the corridor, approximately 200 meters away, loomed a massive obsidian door, firmly shut, with a tantalizing glimmer of light seeping through the crack. That was the destination. Run. We sprinted towards the door. I grabbed Old Wu, and we raced frantically over the undulating metal plates. Just as we landed, the door behind us erupted open. Boom. Amidst the billowing dust, Rex burst in, accompanied by the Snow Fox and Firecracker, looking utterly disheveled. The moment they entered, they caught sight of us racing ahead. C-71. You scoundrel. Don't run. Rex bellowed, his eyes ablaze, raising his weapon to shoot. However, before he could pull the trigger, several dark figures emerged from the passage behind them like wraiths. The Viper Squad had caught up. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrential hail of bullets instantly rained down on Rex and his companions. Damn it, these rabid dogs. Rex was forced to abandon his pursuit of me, turning to seek cover and retaliate. Forget about the front. Fight while we retreat. Charge towards the door. The situation swiftly transformed into a three-way race. Old Wu and I led at the forefront. Rex and his team fought and fell back in the middle, while the Viper Squad pursued relentlessly from behind, refusing to relent. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions reverberated in the enclosed corridor, deafeningly loud. The intense energy fluctuations and physical impacts finally triggered the dormant defensive mechanisms of this ancient relic. The runes etched into the walls instantaneously shifted from blue to red. Be careful. Old Wu suddenly pressed my head down. Whoosh. A high-energy laser beam grazed my scalp, severing my submachine gun in an instant. The cut glowing red with molten edges. Immediately, countless laser beams shot forth indiscriminately from the wall's apertures, weaving a deadly net within the corridor. The floating metal plates beneath us began to tremble violently, some even flipping unexpectedly, revealing the abyss below. Ah! A scream pierced the air from behind. It was Firecracker. Already injured and hindered, he lost his balance when one of the plates suddenly overturned. Rex, pull me up, he cried out in terror, reaching out his hand. But Rex was too preoccupied dodging lasers and bullets to heed him. Just as Firecracker struggled to rise, a sweeping laser beam accurately sliced through his midsection. The sound abruptly ceased. His lower half plummeted into the abyss, while his upper half remained on the metal plate, the cut instantly carbonized. With not a drop of blood spilled. Don't stop. Stopping means death. I shouted to Old Wu as we navigated through the gaps in the laser net with our keen instincts and agility, resolutely clinging to the path leading to the door. Rex, upon witnessing the demise of the Firecracker, finally exhibited a visage of terror, executing a forward roll and propelling himself several paces ahead. Snow Fox, trailing closely behind, was utterly paralyzed by fear. With lasers ahead and pursuers behind, we were doomed. Silence. Charge forward. Rex bellowed in fury. At that moment, the Viper Squad surged into the laser field from the rear. They were well-equipped and coordinated, maintaining a fearsome pace even amidst the perilous traps. Several Viper soldiers raised their rifles and fired in unison. Snow Fox, seeking refuge behind a metal panel, instinctively wished to shift his position upon hearing the gunfire. However, as he peered out, precise shots rang true. Thud, thud, bullets pierced through his chest. His body stiffened as he stared in disbelief at the gaping wound, then collapsed helplessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Rex found himself utterly alone. He glanced back at the encroaching Viper squad, then at the dense web of lasers before him, a flicker of desperate madness igniting in his eyes. You wish to kill me? It won't be that simple. He unstrapped the heavy folding blast shield, originally belonging to Iron Head, that he had been carrying on his back. My life is not for the taking by the likes of you. Rex let out a primal roar, curling his body behind the shield, charging like an uncontrollable heavy tank into the barrage of lasers, plunging deep into the corridor. The sizzling sound of high-energy lasers scorched the shield, releasing acrid smoke and sparks. The thick alloy surface of the shield visibly turned red and began to melt. His reckless charge miraculously breached the laser barricade, propelling him past me and Old Wu. C-71. I will deal with you later. With bloodshot eyes, Rex swung the searing shield and charged towards us, the lasers trailing closely behind. Old Wu and I had no choice but to dodge to the sides. Boom. Rex, harnessing this momentum, crashed into the obsidian door. The door, not locked, swung open with a resounding crash from his brute force. He rolled inside. Quick, we must enter, I shouted. Just then, the Viper squad behind us also breached the trap zone, their weapons trained on us. You can't escape. Xiao Chun, you go in first. Old Wu suddenly halted, retreating behind a massive pillar, raising the gun he had just picked up. Wu Ge, if we don't hold these relentless pursuers back, entering would be a dead end as well. Old Wu, without looking back, spoke steadily. I will use the terrain to delay them. You go in, deal with Rex, and retrieve the items. But get in now. This is the best chance. Old Wu squeezed the trigger, suppressing the leading Viper soldiers with a volley of bullets. Don't let my efforts be in vain. I gazed at Old Wu's resolute silhouette, gritting my teeth. Wu Ge, stay alive, I shouted, seizing the moment when Old Wu's firepower provided cover, and darted through the half-open door. Just as I entered, the door began to close behind me. I lifted my gaze to find Rex frantically pressing buttons on the control panel ahead. The heavy obsidian door rumbled as it slowly closed, sealing off the cacophony of gunfire, the shrill cries of lasers, and the figure of Old Wu outside. Within the core hall, a suffocating silence prevailed, broken only by the labored breaths of Rex, akin to the wheezing of a bellows. I tightened my grip on the dagger in my hand and gradually turned around. This place had transformed into an enclosed arena for a duel. It was now just him and me. Chapter 129. Life and Death Duel. The massive obsidian door sealed behind me, abruptly severing the tumult of the outside world. The core hall fell into a heart-stopping silence, with only the ghostly blue light emanating from the central altar pulsating softly. That was the zero-point energy core, resembling a beating blue heart, its energy waves causing the surrounding air to shimmer slightly. Rex stood with his back to me, beneath the altar. Contrary to my expectations, he did not rush to touch the core. Instead, he gazed at it greedily, his shoulders trembling with excitement. Finally, he had it. His voice was hoarse, tinged with long-suppressed fervor. With this, I will surely be promoted. How many years have I languished at that damned B rank? Why should those incompetent fools who merely sit in offices attain a rank? I have fought tooth and nail. I deserve to be in A rank. He suddenly turned to face me, a sinister grin plastered across his fleshy visage, tightly clutching the tactical dagger in his hand, his gaze locking onto me like that of a ravenous wolf. C-71, or should I call you Dead Rat? Rex cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously. You really dared to follow me in. What? Do you wish to claim my glory? I refrained from engaging in idle chatter, reversing my grip on the dagger, my body sinking slightly as I assumed an attacking stance. Rex, this achievement is too significant. I fear you cannot swallow it whole. Sharp-tongued, aren't you? Rex scoffed, his voice dripping with malice. Very well, I shall slay you, and this achievement will belong entirely to me. Out there, amidst the throng, it was chaotic. Now, this place shall serve as your grave. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he lunged with no warning. There were no flamboyant moves. It was the purest expression of military combat, a thrust. His speed was astonishing, betraying no signs of fatigue. The tactical dagger sliced through the air, aimed directly at my throat. I felt my pupils constrict, instinctively sidestepping to block. Clang. The two daggers collided fiercely in midair, sparking a dazzling display of light. A tremendous force surged through my arm, numbing my grip. I was inwardly astonished. What immense strength! My body had been enhanced by the parasitic entity, granting me power and explosiveness far beyond the ordinary. I never anticipated Rex could withstand my blow without yielding an inch. His skill was nearly on par with that of Hanzhou. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. He indeed possessed the means to back it up. Rex appeared equally taken aback. He had expected to overpower me, This frail technician, with that strike, but instead, it felt as though he had crashed against an iron wall. He stared at me, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Interesting. He licked his lips, the murderous intent in his gaze intensifying. It seems you, old rat, have concealed quite a bit. Come again. Rex roared fiercely, his assault descending upon me like a tempest. His techniques were ruthless and seasoned, each strike aimed directly at my vital points, skills honed through countless encounters amidst the dead. Though my body was enhanced, I ultimately fell short in experience. I could only rely on my superhuman reflexes and strength to navigate the deadly dance of his blades. The clash of metal rang out like a torrential downpour. We moved swiftly beneath the altar, our figures intertwining. After yet another fierce collision, we both staggered back a few steps, creating distance between us. Rex, panting heavily, fixed his gaze upon me, his expression shifting from initial disdain to a blend of suspicion and intrigue. Something's amiss, he murmured. How can such a slight frame possess this explosive power? As a battle-hardened veteran, he was acutely aware of the limits of the human body. In those brief exchanges, he had distinctly sensed that my muscle density and strength defied all logic. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. It seemed a realization dawned upon him. His pupils constricted to pinpricks. A look of enlightenment washed over his face, quickly followed by profound greed and euphoria. By the gods! So you are that individual, Rex exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he pointed at me. I understand now. No wonder Hanzhou's mad dog has been searching for someone. No wonder your aquatic prowess is so remarkable. He stepped forward, regarding me as if I were a rare treasure. You possess a parasite within you. You are the perfect specimen. You are the one Hanzhou has been seeking. My heart plummeted. I had been recognized. I hadn't anticipated that this seemingly brutish oaf, Rex, would possess knowledge of the core secrets of the Nirvana project, even deducing my identity through mere physical contact. Since my identity was exposed, there was no point in concealing anything further. And what of it? I retorted coldly, tightening my grip on my blade. Do you truly believe you can survive to relay this information? Ha ha. Rex laughed maniacally, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Fate has been kind to me. Not only has it delivered the 0-point energy core into my hands, but it has also brought this monumental achievement right to my doorstep. His laughter subsided, replaced by an insatiable and ferocious glint in his eyes, a gaze that seemed intent on devouring me whole. Once I capture you, forget about an A-class designation. Even the position of vice commander on this vessel will be mine. Capture me. My eyes turned icy as the power within me surged. Let us see if you possess the teeth to do so. Then let us test it. Rex roared, charging at me once more. His onslaught had transformed. If he had previously been a raging bull, he was now a finely tuned meat grinder. He understood well that a deceased specimen was worthless. Only the living, even if maimed, could serve as his ladder to power. He suddenly lowered his center of gravity, becoming eerily unpredictable. His dagger ceased its wild slashing, instead striking with the precision of a serpent's fang, targeting my joints, tendons, and soft spots. With a swift whoosh, the blade grazed my knee. Had I hesitated for even a moment, that leg would have been rendered useless. Evade. I wondered how long he thought he could keep that up. Rex grinned menacingly, the flesh on his face quivering violently with intense excitement, his eyes ablaze with a near-perverse greed, as if I were not a human being, but rather a bloodied promotion order clenched tightly in his grasp. He exhibited no concern for defense, deliberately exposing vulnerabilities to entice me into an attack. When I attempted to counter by thrusting my blade towards his chest, he shockingly did not flinch or evade. Instead, he lunged towards the tip of my knife, paying the price of a gash on his shoulder, while his ironclad hand seized my wrist with ferocity, his other hand wielding a dagger menacingly aimed at my fingers. Let go of me, I gasped, pain erupting in my wrist, forcing me to relinquish the short blade, using the momentum to deliver a knee strike that pushed him back, allowing me to awkwardly roll away and create distance. This man had lost his mind. He was trading his injuries for my fighting capacity. Rex did not hasten to pursue. He even had the leisure to extend his tongue and lick the droplets of blood at the corner of his mouth, resembling a true fiend. Little mouse, you possess considerable strength, but how many have you slain? Do you understand how to dismantle a person into pieces without letting them die? He taunted, attempting to disrupt my focus while skillfully closing in on my movements, cornering me into a dead end. His heavy breaths echoed in the silent hall, each sound akin to a countdown for me. Stop struggling. Allow me to sever your tendons. I assure you, the journey back will be less painful. Rex lunged at me once more, this time with an even more ferocious intensity. He had completely abandoned any semblance of martial discipline, employing headbutts, eye gouges, and groin strikes, each maneuver born from the depths of desperation, yet undeniably effective in the art of killing. I felt as though I were grappling with a beast clad in human skin, where one misstep could lead to my being torn apart and devoured. The true battle for survival had commenced. Chapter 130. The Fatal Injection Bang. Rex delivered a vicious side kick, crashing against my blocking arm. I felt as though my bones might shatter, stumbling backward until my back collided with the cold altar base, forcing me to a halt. Run. Keep running. Rex approached with a sinister grin, his dagger flashing before my eyes, the blade still dripping with my blood. He resembled a cat toying with a mouse, relishing the moment and delaying the kill. You were quite audacious a moment ago, weren't you? Eager to see my teeth? He pressed closer, sealing off all my escape routes. Now taunting me like a battered dog. I panted heavily, my gaze fixed on him. I could not defeat him. This was a grim reality. Even with the enhancement from my parasite, my combat skills paled in comparison to a seasoned warrior who had clawed his way out from a pile of corpses. His speed and experience overwhelmed me from every angle. If this continued, I would be sliced like sausage, piece by piece. What? Not satisfied? Rex seemed to pierce through my thoughts, his eyes glinting with the cruelty of a cat capturing its prey. Don't fret. Once I take you back for dissection, you will have ample time to express your dissatisfaction. For now, let us render those hands useless to prevent any further resistance. He raised his dagger, his gaze fixated on my wrist. Old Wu once taught me, when prey faces an insurmountable predator, the only path to survival is to appear as an easily attainable target. Rex's recent provocation inspired me to employ this lesson. Summoning my resolve, I feigned a hint of terror and exhaustion in my gaze, allowing my previously kicked arm to droop slightly, while my left side revealed a gaping, fatal vulnerability. Rex, predictably, took the bait. Fool. He seized upon my momentary lapse, a sinister grin spreading across his face as his dagger, akin to a venomous serpent, lunged toward my exposed left shoulder. His intention was not to kill me. Rather, he sought to pin me to a pillar. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, yet I did not evade. I clenched my teeth, my eyes wide as the dagger drove into my shoulder. With a sickening thrust, the cold metal pierced flesh, lodging beneath my collarbone. Agony erupted instantaneously. Yet I uttered not a sound. This was precisely what I desired. In the instant of impact, his movements inevitably halted. I've got you. My previously exhausted arm surged with newfound vigor, no longer merely swinging, but rather grasping the dagger in a reverse grip, channeling all my strength to thrust it fiercely toward his heart, propelled by his forward momentum. This was a lethal strike, a desperate exchange of life for life. Rex's pupils dilated in shock. He clearly did not anticipate that I, who had just moments ago resembled a startled quail, could be so ruthless toward myself. The blade pierced through his tactical vest, breaking the skin, and was poised to penetrate his heart. Yet, Rex's response was dishearteningly swift. In a split second, he relinquished the knife embedded in my shoulder, his calloused hand darting back with lightning speed, seizing my blade with a vice-like grip. The sharp edge sliced through his palm, blood gushing fiercely between his fingers. Yet, as if impervious to pain, he tightened his grip, halting the blade mere centimeters from his heart. You wish to kill me. Rex's face loomed closer, twisted in a ghastly grimace, blood spattering my face as he sneered. You're still too tender. In that moment, we were locked in a deadly standoff. My left shoulder housed his dagger, blood flowing profusely, while his left hand clutched my arm tightly, and my right hand clutched the knife, held firmly in place by his relentless grip. We were engaged in a desperate struggle, each breath laden with the metallic scent of blood. I sensed Rex's strength waning over time. The searing pain in his palm and the loss of blood gradually sapped his explosive power. If I could endure just a few more seconds, I could drive the knife into his heart. Perish. I summoned every ounce of strength to press downward. A flicker of mad resolve ignited in Rex's eyes. You forced my hand. You wretched rodent. You forced my hand. Suddenly, he released my arm, swiftly reaching for a concealed pocket on the side of his thigh. I braced myself, instinctively preparing to knee him, thinking he would draw a gun, but it was too late. What emerged was not a firearm, but a metallic syringe filled with a sickly green liquid. At the sight of that hue, my scalp prickled. This was nearly identical to the fluid Eden had injected into me. Let us perish together, Rex roared, unhesitatingly plunging the needle deep into his femoral artery. A hissing stream of verdant liquid surged into his body. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from within him. I could hardly comprehend how this once feeble form suddenly ballooned like an inflated balloon. The muscles in his arms swelled instantly, veins writhing beneath his skin like frantic worms. Get away. Rex emitted a monstrous howl. His hand, gripping the blade, swung violently. A tremendous force surged forth, shattering my grip. sending me hurtling like a severed kite, crashing heavily against a stone pillar several meters away. Coughing up blood, I stared in horror at Rex. His strength had at least doubled. At that moment, Rex trembled violently. It was as if countless rodents were scurrying beneath his skin. His bones crackled ominously, his eyes rapidly reddened, pupils dilating, on the verge of becoming a murky gray-white. Ah, this is power. He clawed at his own face in agony, nails carving deep, bloody trails across his skin, mumbling incoherently. This scene was all too familiar. It mirrored the ominous signs of Sun-Hao's mutation on the ocean. He was evolving. Or rather, he was mutating. I understood clearly that while this serum could bestow horrifying strength, the body required a brief adaptation period to reorganize its genes. If he were to successfully navigate this phase and fully absorb the drug's effects, I would be doomed. This was his peak moment, yet also his most vulnerable. Take advantage of his plight, seize his life. I bit down hard on my tongue, the sharp pain jolting my nearly collapsing body. Without a moment's hesitation, I wrenched the knife from my shoulder, charging forth like a maddened wild dog, disregarding everything else. I abandoned all defense. In this moment, my sole desire was for his demise. Rex was still quaking, his consciousness succumbing to primal instincts, his reactions noticeably delayed. As I lunged at him, he instinctively threw a punch. I did not flinch or evade, instead bracing myself to absorb the blow with my right shoulder. Crack! My shoulder felt as though it shattered, excruciating pain dimming my vision. Yet, propelled by this momentum, I barreled into his embrace. Die! 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 I mounted him, my dagger stabbing frantically like a sewing machine into his chest, neck, and eyes. Thud! 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 Blood gushed forth, staining my vision crimson. Though Rex's skin was toughened by the serum, he had yet to fully evolve. He howled in agony, his hands clawing wildly at my back in a desperate attempt to tear me away. My back was shredded and bloodied, but I refused to relinquish my grip. I slammed my head against his nose, using my other hand to dig into his wounds. I had transformed into a true beast. Finally, after countless thrusts of my dagger into the same wound, initially piercing his heart, Rex's body convulsed violently. The tempestuous force dissipated like a deflated balloon, vanishing from within him in an instant. The skeletal transformation that was underway ceased its growth, and in his murky eyes, the primal ferocity gradually ebbed, giving way to a flicker of humanity, the dread of mortality. He was defeated, vanquished in the final moment before evolution. I lay there, drenched in blood, sprawled atop his form, the dagger still embedded in his chest. Gasping for breath, I gazed at the man beneath me, who was teetering on the brink of death. Rex coughed up frothy blood, his body twitching involuntarily. His gaze began to lose focus, yet he fixated on me, as if he wished to convey something. Grasping his collar, I hoisted him slightly from the ground, our faces mere inches apart, and in a hoarse whisper, I growled, "Tell me, what is the Nirvana Project? What are your true intentions?" Rex looked at me, his lips struggling to curl into a semblance of a smile. In his eyes lingered a mocking glimmer, as if he had glimpsed a profound despair. With his last breath, he managed to utter a few fragmented words. Everyone must die. Upon delivering this grim proclamation, his head fell sharply to the side, his pupils dilating, and silence enveloped him entirely. Everyone must die. I sat amidst the pool of blood, echoing his dying words, a chill colder than the abyss seeping through me in an instant. Chapter 131. Embers of the abyss. Rex's corpse was gradually turning cold, yet the black metallic box he left behind appeared as a greedy maw, yearning to be filled. I refrained from touching the suspended zero-point energy core, for the energy field surrounding it was precarious. A moment's carelessness could lead to my vaporization. I lifted the black metallic box brought by Rex, wiped away the bloodstains, and placed it directly before the altar. With a click, the lid sprang open, revealing a complex internal structure. There were no handles or slots, only a deeply recessed, glimmering gravitational generator. I pressed the red activation button on the side of the box. The generator sprang to life, and a conical beam of pale blue light shot forth from the box, enveloping the suspended zero-point energy core with precision. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. Under the influence of this beam, the energy sphere became surprisingly docile, akin to a droplet of water drawn through a straw, beginning to glide smoothly along the beam's trajectory toward the box. Moments later, the core floated into the center of the magnetic levitation field within the box. With a soft hiss, the lid sealed automatically, and the locks engaged seamlessly, the status light shifting from red to a stable green. The task item was secured. I hefted the box. Its weight was substantial, yet it brought me solace, for it was the golden brick that would pave my entrance into the heart of Eden's power. I cast a glance at the empty injection syringe on the ground. It was wise to take it, for it might prove useful upon my return. The fatigue and pain coursing through my body were temporarily masked by adrenaline as I strapped the box to my back and hastened towards the tightly shut obsidian door. Old Wu awaited outside. I pressed the opening button. The thunderous door slowly slid apart, revealing the path ahead. As the gap widened, the chaotic and lethal scene outside immediately came into view. A red laser grid erratically swept across the hall, slicing through the air, which was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and blood. On the ground lay two corpses of Viper soldiers. One was impaled with a tactical dagger, already lifeless. The other fared worse, half of its body severed by the laser, the edge smooth and charred. Clearly the result of a frantic collision with a trap in a desperate attempt to evade attack. Only two remained alive, struggling in a pitiful manner to roll and dodge between the laser beams, utterly incapable of forming an effective offensive formation. Old Wu moved like a cat dancing on the edge of a razor. He adeptly navigated the laser grid, utilizing his foresight regarding the traps and cover, occasionally firing a shot to keep the two adversaries in disarray. At the very moment the doors thundered open, the two surviving Viper soldiers instinctively diverted their attention towards the entrance. One soldier had just completed a tactical evasion maneuver and, before he could rise, was momentarily distracted by the sudden noise, slowing his reaction. A soft, muffled thud echoed, hidden in the shadow of a pillar. Old Wu did not even need to expose himself. He seized this rare opportunity, relying solely on his memory of the gunfire's direction, and expertly fired a shot. The distracted soldier was instantly pierced through and fell silently at the edge of the laser grid. Splendid, I whispered to myself. How could I let such an opportunity slip away? I dashed through the doorway, seized the fallen rifle next to the body that had been severed by the laser, and unleashed a flurry of indiscriminate fire at the remaining Viper leader. Though my marksmanship was poor, the dense barrage was sufficient to instill panic. The sole survivor, the Viper squad leader, was resolute, showing no hesitation or desire to engage further. He immediately threw a smoke grenade. A thick cloud of white smoke swiftly filled the corridor entrance, obscuring the laser grid and our line of sight. Attempting to flee, I shouted, determined to pursue. But the relentless red laser grid continued to flash before me, forcing me to halt in frustration. Amidst the smoke, the sound of a grappling hook being fired reached my ears. The leader adeptly swung up to the upper ventilation duct platform, the same route we had taken upon arrival. Chase! Old Wu emerged from behind cover, his face pale and his body bearing wounds, yet his eyes remained fierce. We could not allow him to escape. His survival would expose us. I understood this all too well. If he were to return and report to Hanzhou that he and a mysterious ally had dispatched his squad, my disguise in Eden would be utterly shattered. The two of us pursued like madmen, racing through the ventilation ducts and past the corridor littered with corpses, until we reached the airlock hall we had initially entered. Calling Blackbird, requesting urgent extraction. Now, immediately. The leader's urgent voice echoed ahead as he ran while shouting into his communicator. Just as we burst into the hall, we saw him slip through a layer of blue airlock membrane and plunge into the depths of the ocean outside. We rushed out, the frigid seawater enveloping us instantaneously. Just as we emerged from the airlock, a small, black stealth submarine manifested from the shadows of the distant trench like a specter. It did not come to a complete halt, but glided forward, its hatch already ajar. The leader of the Viper surged into the submarine's reception chamber like a fish fleeing for its life. With a powerful burst, the submarine's engine expelled a torrent of water, and as the hatch sealed, the vessel darted into the depths of the ocean like an arrow, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. We could not pursue. Old Wu and I returned to the ruins, silence enveloping us. Damn it! Old Wu clenched his fists tightly, cursing the escape of our quarry, realizing the trouble it would bring. Once he returned, Hanzhou would undoubtedly discover my involvement. He turned to me, his eyes filled with apprehension. Xiao Chun, you cannot go back. If you do, you will walk into a trap. No, I shook my head, my gaze fixed on the metallic box in my hands. A sense of calm washing over me. I wished to press on. The truth was within reach. Hanzhou could not yet ascertain my identity, and the Viper leader was unaware of our predicament. Your identity might be misconstrued as an ally of Rex, or at the very least, he could interpret our situation as internal strife. I paused, my voice resolute. Hanzhou and Volkov have already severed ties. There are matters they cannot openly discuss. If I deliver this to Volkov, anything Hanzhou claims will merely be slander. Volkov will protect me, for safeguarding me is in his own interest. Old Wu hesitated before offering a wry smile. I'm not clear on the specifics, but it remains perilous. I understood, yet this gamble was imperative. Sighing, I adopted a serious demeanor. Wugu, you cannot accompany me back to Eden. It is too dangerous. You must return to Floating Island. Back to Floating Island? Indeed. Hanzhou's focus is on this core. Floating Island is now shrouded in obscurity. I grasped old Wu's arm, my tone earnest. Moreover, there is a crucial task that only you can undertake. Old Wu regarded me intently. What task? When I infiltrated the communications department, I discreetly transmitted an encrypted coordinate towards Floating Island. I lowered my voice. That coordinate marks the exact location of Eden 999. Old Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. You must return, avoid landing, and linger in the central waters beneath Floating Island. The radar system of the tower has been activated. Lin Lan has been monitoring that area. If you appear there, she will undoubtedly recognize you by your features and facilitate your entry. You must tell her directly that the signal was sent by me, and the coordinates are genuine. Inform her that I am still alive and seeking a solution. I grasped old Wu's hand tightly. Wugu, please take care of them. Once I resolve matters in Eden, I will return to find you. Old Wu studied me, his gaze flickering. He understood that I was entrusting him with my safety and that of others. All right. He did not hesitate or indulge in unnecessary words. He recognized that this was not the time for sentimentality. Be careful. If I can no longer endure, I shall risk my very life to come for you. Fear not. My resilience is formidable. I cast a final glance at old Wu before departing the ruins, swimming towards the submarine, swiftly merging with the inky depths of the sea. Now, I must bear this heavy token of allegiance and return alone to that Eden infested with venomous serpents. The true gamble has commenced. It remains to be seen if my fortitude shall prevail. Chapter 132. The bloodied metal. The submarine's engine emitted a weary hum as it gradually approached the recovery chamber of Eden number 999. Just as the airtight hatch swung open, before I could catch my breath, blinding beams of searchlights converged from all directions, ensnaring the submarine within their luminous grasp. C-71, cease all operations immediately. Exit with your hands on your head. Otherwise, we shall resort to coercive measures. The voice emanating from the loudspeaker was cold and resolute, imbued with an unmistakable air of menace. I squinted through the porthole, revealing a dock teeming with fully armed soldiers clad in black combat attire. Adorned with red venomous serpent insignias, the Viper Brigade of the cold boat. They had even positioned heavy machine guns, their barrels trained unwaveringly upon my vessel. At the forefront of the assembly stood a man in a dark gray uniform. He bore no mask, and his visage immediately conjured images of the antagonist from bygone cinematic eras. His features were tightly drawn, eyes gleaming with malevolence, and a distinctive mustache graced his upper lip. Though not tall, his physique was robust, exuding a disquieting aura of sinister intent. The number on his insignia read, A10. I inhaled deeply, grasping the metallic case containing the zero-point energy core, and pushed open the hatch. Do not fire. I am executing a top-secret mission under the orders of General Volkov, I shouted, deliberately revealing the case with its unique biological lock as a talisman of protection. A10 regarded me with a smirk, his expression akin to that of a predator observing a hapless insect. We suspect you are carrying hazardous biological contaminants, he intoned, his voice deep and gravelly, though his tone remained deceptively normal, laced with an unnerving chill. The commander of the cold boat has decreed that for the safety of the vessel, all items from unknown regions must be immediately sealed, and all related personnel must be taken for quarantine and examination. C-71, comply. Do not seek unnecessary suffering. This is what the general requires. I locked my gaze with his, attempting to reason. Can you bear the consequences of delaying the general's vital mission? Here, safety regulations reign supreme. A10 was unmoved by my argument, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. I shall explain matters to the general myself. Seize him. Any resistance will be dealt with lethally. Several Viper soldiers surged forward, their intentions unmistakable. Under the guise of epidemic prevention, they aimed to seize the core and eliminate me. The knowledgeable witness. Once the core fell into the hands of the cold boat, even the darkest deeds could be spun into white lies. I tightened my grip on the case, my fingers hovering over the self-destruct button, adopting a stance of mutual destruction. I dare anyone to make a move. As tensions escalated, poised for conflict, a calm, elegant voice resonated from the upper corridor, piercing through the chaos. Yamamoto, your reach exceeds your grasp. A 09. Behind him trailed a squad of gendarmes clad in silver-gray power armor, the elite guard of Volkov, known as the Iron Wall. A 09 ambled down with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaunt figure and sunken eyes starkly contrasted with the stocky individual below. The two prominent A-level figures faced off at the dock, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Arthur Yamamoto narrowed his triangular eyes, a flicker of caution crossing his gaze, yet he remained unyielding. I am executing Commander Hanjo's orders. This submarine, originating from an unknown relic, may very well harbor lethal pathogens, which must be handled by us with utmost expertise. Pathogens? Arthur scoffed, a derisive smile playing on his lips. Do not attempt to deceive me with such tales, Yamamoto. This is cargo personally requested by the General. Is Commander Hanjo's directive now deemed more authoritative than that of the General? My sole responsibility is the security of Eden. Yamamoto replied obstinately, his hand resting upon the hilt of his katana. Any potential threat must be eradicated. That is my duty. The air crackled with tension as the surrounding Viper soldiers and Iron Wall gendarmes raised their weapons, pointing them at one another's heads. Civil war seemed imminent. I found myself caught in the middle, cold sweat trickling down my spine. The names Yamamoto and Arthur represented two rival factions, the pinnacle of Eden's military prowess. Should conflict arise, this place would surely become a sea of blood. You may attempt it. Arthur's lifeless gaze fixated on Yamamoto. His tone is flat, as if discussing the weather. Let us see whether your blade is swifter or my iron wall is sturdier. Or would you prefer to explain to the General why you have detained his desired cargo? Yamamoto fell silent. Despite his arrogance, he understood that this was not the time to irreparably sever ties. Should violence erupt, he would emerge the worse for it. Humph, Yamamoto scoffed, releasing his grip on the katana's hilt and casting a venomous glare in my direction. Arthur, since you insist on protecting him, you shall bear full responsibility should anything go awry. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, withdraw. The Viper soldiers reluctantly lowered their weapons, parting to create a passage. Yamamoto cast one last penetrating glance at me, his gaze as malevolent as that of a serpent, as if to say, you will regret this. Before turning away with his men, follow me, Arthur instructed, glancing at me without further ado, not even sparing a glance at the crate. I exhaled in relief. Trailing behind him, two technicians clad in hazmat suits approached with specialized containment equipment. Hand the crate to them, Arthur directed. A power source of this caliber should not be casually transported. It must be sent directly to the core energy chamber for stabilization. Without hesitation, I relinquished the crate. As it crossed into Volkov's territory, my mission was deemed complete. Navigating through multiple security checkpoints, I was escorted to the General's office located in the core area. The door to the office closed, isolating us from the outside world's distractions. Volkov sat behind an immense mahogany desk, cradling a cup of steaming tea. He appeared older than the last time we met, yet his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's. The cargo has been stored. The core is intact, he stated, setting down his cup and fixing his gaze upon me. You have performed admirably. However, I wish to know what of Rex. Do not tell me he has perished. He is dead, I responded calmly, yet he did not perish at the hands of his enemies. Rather, he succumbed to his own folly. Oh, Volkov raised an eyebrow, urging me to elaborate. From my pocket, I retrieved the empty syringe I had salvaged from Rex's lifeless body and gently placed it upon the table. We were ambushed in the ruins. In his moment of despair, Rex injected himself with this. Upon seeing the syringe, Volkov's previously placid expression darkened instantly, a flicker of profound revulsion crossing his eyes. Then, he lost his composure. I continued. His body began to mutate, gaining immense strength, yet losing all reason, transforming into a beast solely driven by bloodlust. For my own survival, I had no choice but to grant him release. Foolishness. Volkov slammed his hand upon the table, fury radiating from him. I have long forbidden the circulation of such vile substances within the ranks. This band of oblivious fools would forsake their humanity for power. His anger was genuine, an instinctive repulsion. He rose, striding to the window, gazing into the profound depths of the sea, and after a long silence, he spoke slowly. Jiang Chun, you managed to eliminate Rex. I had underestimated your capabilities. You are an astute individual, and you must comprehend your current predicament. Volkov turned to face me, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, his tone now imbued with a suffocating chill and calculation rather than mere admiration. In this mission, you have not only killed Rex, but have irrevocably severed ties with Hanjo. In his eyes, you are already a dead man. He approached me, his voice lowered, laced with a blend of subtle threats. At this critical juncture, should you entertain any disloyalty or seek to play both sides, you surely understand the consequences. On this vessel, aside from me, no one can guarantee your safety. No one dares to protect you. His words struck me like a cold splash of water to the face. He was both reminding and warning me. My escape routes had been severed. This blade could only remain in his grasp. Otherwise, it would be rendered useless. Crushed by both sides. Understood, my superior. I immediately bowed my head, exhibiting just the right amount of fear and loyalty. A subordinate's life is granted by the general, and thus I must follow him unwaveringly. Excellent. Volkov was pleased with my response, his face once again graced by that inscrutable smile. Since you have witnessed that which lies beyond, even personally vanquishing a mutant, you must be curious about its true nature. Have you heard of the Nirvana Project? Volkov's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Some believe that to attain the core technologies of this planet, the fragile human form cannot endure its deep-sea environment. They foolishly aspire to merge the genes of ancient monstrosities to create a new breed of humanity. They perceive this as evolution. Yet in my view, it is a regression. Humanity is the pinnacle of civilization. However, this ideology has already begun to permeate the ship. Volkov's expression darkened. Hanzhou has been scheming in the shadows. He outwardly obeys me while clandestinely advancing this project with fervor. The elixir held by Rex could only have emanated from him. So why did I make a gesture for an arrest? It was not that simple. Volkov shook his head, a flicker of apprehension glinting in his eyes. Though Hanzhou was audacious, he lacked the audacity to confront me so brazenly. He had support behind him. Support? I was taken aback. Are there individuals on this vessel of higher standing than you and Hanzhou? Not just of higher standing, but people I cannot afford to provoke. Volkov offered no further elaboration, merely alluding to the presence of someone who constrained me and bolstered Hanzhou's confidence. He retrieved a new identification card from the drawer, sliding it across the table towards me. Effective immediately, you are officially promoted to B-level Special Inspector. However, the task I assign you is to remain discreet. Volkov lowered his voice, his tone grave. I am aware that Hanzhou is clandestinely conducting those mutation experiments. I need you to investigate and ascertain the precise status of his current progress and the whereabouts of his samples. Ideally, you should obliterate his laboratory, shattering his wretched dream of a new humanity. Remember, this must be conducted in secrecy. Do not draw attention to yourself. If you acquire irrefutable evidence or destroy the source, I will have justification to act against him. I accepted the identification card, feeling its weight in my hand. This was not merely a promotion. It was a sword of authority, a harbinger of fate. Yes, I understand. I saluted, my voice resonant. Go forth. Volkov waved his hand dismissively. Do not let me down. Upon exiting the office, I gazed at the B-level access card in my hand, lost in contemplation. I had not anticipated this mission would veer in such an unexpected direction. I had not only cleared my name, but also successfully aligned myself with Volkov. His stance, rooted in humanistic principles, was something I had not foreseen. Now, armed with Volkov's covert directive, I possessed the leverage to navigate this iron leviathan with impunity. Hanzhou, your days of ease are numbered. Chapter 133. The blade in the dark returning to the solitary B-32 cabin. The suffocating sensation of surveillance enveloped me once more. Yet, I cast aside my reservations. Collapsing onto the leather sofa, I was utterly exhausted. The fatigue of the past few days, coupled with the tension of my mind, nearly drove me to the brink of collapse. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, I saw a masked logistics officer, cradling a neatly folded set of military attire. Commander, this is your new uniform. I opened the door and accepted the garments. The deep gray fabric boasted a superior quality compared to my previous sea-level work attire. The epaulets were embroidered with a silver, double-edged sword insignia, the emblem of a B-level officer. The nameplate had also been replaced with a pristine metallic tag, B-32. Please extend my gratitude to the general, I remarked coolly, closing the door behind me. I approached the mirror, assessing my new attire. This uniform symbolized power, yet it also rendered me a target. Night fell. I removed the uniform, hanging it neatly on the rack, donning only a black tactical vest and shorts. However, I did not fully relax, placing a dagger beneath my pillow, within arm's reach. As I lay on the soft bed, drowsiness washed over me like a tide. I drifted into a hazy slumber. Click. A faint metallic scraping sound pierced the stillness of the night. Though barely audible, it resonated in the silence like a needle pricking my eardrum. I jolted awake. My muscles tensed instantaneously, yet I remained motionless, lying flat, even my breathing unchanged. The sound was unmistakably that of a lock being picked with professional tools. Silently, I reached beneath my pillow, grasping the cold handle of a knife. The door creaked open. Two shadowy figures slipped inside like phantoms. Clad in tight-fitting black attire and masks that revealed only their eyes, they wielded not daggers, but gleaming short-bladed wakizashis. Agents of Yamamoto. Without a moment's hesitation, they did not even ascertain if I was asleep. The instant they entered, they split to either side, their short swords slicing through the air towards me with a chilling whistle. Death! Just as the blade was about to pierce the quilt, I sprang into action. I kicked sharply at the foot of the bed, using the recoil to propel myself towards the headboard, simultaneously seizing the heavy quilt and thrusting it upward with all my might. Whoosh! The enormous quilt enveloped the two assailants' line of sight in an instant. Thud! Thud! Both blades plunged forcefully into the cotton stuffing. He feigned slumber. The assassin on the left reacted swiftly, his wrist flicking as the blades sliced through the quilt, sweeping towards my waist. I had already rolled off the bed, crouching on the floor. In the narrow confines of the room, the glint of the blades sparkled like snow. These two were undoubtedly masters, their coordination impeccable, forcing me into a corner. Their strikes were vicious and cunning, each aimed at vital points. The left-hand assassin's gaze was cold as ice. He stepped forward, his wakizashi lunging towards my heart like a venomous serpent. The speed of this thrust was blinding, and the angle left me no avenue for retreat. In the past, I might have chosen to endure or to fight back recklessly. However, under the tutelage of Old Wu, I had acquired a more refined approach to combat. I did not retreat. Instead, I angled my body to meet the attack. Just as the blade was about to make contact with my chest, I twisted like a slippery eel, narrowly evading the edge. In that same instant, my left hand shot out like lightning, not to seize his blade, but to deftly grip the outer side of his wrist. Using his forward momentum against him, I pushed outward with vigor, my foot sweeping to trip him. Go! The assassin, already charging fiercely, lost his balance due to my deft maneuver, his body hurtling uncontrollably towards the adjacent wall. Bang! Just as he collided with the wall, his body stiffening for that fleeting moment, my right hand struck. The knife was reversed in my grip, carving a cold arc through the air as it precisely pierced the gap along his cervical spine. Crack! It required minimal force, merely the accuracy of my aim. The assassin emitted no sound, his body collapsing limply to the ground like a puddle of mud. One down. The remaining assassin, witnessing his comrade's demise, his eyes burned with ferocity. Instead of retreating, he launched an even fiercer assault. Baka! He shouted, raising both blades high, ready to strike down upon me. I let out a cold chuckle, preparing for the impending confrontation. At that moment, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from the corridor, accompanied by a piercing alarm. B-32 single cabin has been breached. Seal off the exits. Quickly, the iron wall guards of Volkov have arrived. The remaining assassin's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that further entanglement would lead to his inevitable demise. With a feigned strike to push me back, he turned without hesitation and dashed toward the balcony, leaping into the abyss of the dark sea below. Don't move. Raise your hands. The cabin door was violently breached, and a squad of fully armed iron wall gendarmes stormed in. I raised my hands, gazing at the lifeless body on the floor. Do not fire. I am the victim. Once the gendarmes had processed the scene and departed, the room was left with nothing but scattered cotton fluff and still damp bloodstains. I sat upon the tattered sofa, idly toying with the dagger that had just tasted blood, completely awake. Hanzhou, are you truly so impatient? Have you succumbed to violence so swiftly? Yet, this also confirmed one thing. My blade had indeed struck at his vulnerable spot. Or perhaps, he was concealing something of even greater significance. Suddenly, Volkov's words echoed in my mind. The serum in Rex's possession can only have originated from him. Initially, I believed this to be merely a slanderous accusation from Volkov. However, upon reflection, a significant logical flaw emerged. Rex was personally appointed by A09 Arthur as the task chief, a staunch confidant of Volkov's faction. Why would a loyalist of Volkov possess the Nirvana serum, strictly controlled by Hanzhou's faction? Two possibilities arose. The first, Hanzhou had infiltrated Rex. Albeit the success of his bribery remained uncertain, he must have extended an olive branch. The second possibility made me squint, a chill creeping down my spine. The second scenario suggested that Rex was already a double agent, ostensibly loyal to Volkov, yet secretly serving Hanzhou, or perhaps he sought to play both sides. No wonder he was willing to inject himself with that unstable serum within the ruins. Was he attempting to use the core as a token of allegiance? Or was he seeking leverage to extricate himself from both factions' control? If Rex were indeed a double agent, how many others aboard this vessel were akin to him? What about that seemingly loyal A09 Arthur beside Volkov? Even Ella, who had continually assisted me. The emergence of this thought rendered me unable to remain seated. The Eden 999, though appearing divided into two factions, was fundamentally a rotting mess beneath the surface. Everyone was performing, each preserving their own escape route. Volkov had tasked me with investigating Hanzhou's laboratory. Perhaps this was not merely a reconnaissance mission. It might be an excuse for purging one's ranks, or even a scheme to lure out a serpent from its hole. I gazed into the pitch-black depths of the sea outside, my expression growing increasingly profound. What a grand game of chess this was. Since all were actors, I would play along until the end. However, when the final curtain falls, it remains uncertain who shall survive till the end.